One Prologue Rebirth AN. This is a rewrite of my story, The Iron Sith. I will take the story in a somewhat different direction with the rewrite. I hope you'll like it. Please read this to ensure there are no misconceptions about the kind of story this is. First, it will be primarily based on the MCU, with the odd element from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This isn't going to be a story where just a handful of heroes could defend Earth from all the threats cropping up by themselves. Actions will have consequences. Villains and alien armies will be both competent and dangerous, which will be a main divergence between the MCU as we saw it on screen and this story. Like the prologue would outright say, Thanos, for example, would have a dangerous and competent army. That could be enough to ensure that half the universe dies if there are no other significant divergences from OTL as we saw it. If you expect a story where the Avengers could save the day as quickly or cleanly as in the movies, this isn't the story for you. Another unpleasant change for the good guys would be Hydra. It is a tumor that has grown for decades, infiltrating not only S.H.I.E.L.D. but governments and government agencies worldwide. Hydra is not merely an organization but an ideology. It's an ideology with many competent and dangerous people fully committed to it. Getting rid of this threat will be far more challenging and costlier than in the movies. For Earth, Hydra might be almost as dangerous as Thanos himself. It's not easy to cripple an ideology, much less kill it. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. The Iron Sith. Equals as equals. Prologue Rebirth. Equals as equals. Part 1. Equals as equals. The mad Titan Thanos spent centuries raising planets and murdering at least half their population in his insane quest to save the universe. Here and there, wise people and madmen alike spoke for a second purpose behind his madness. Thanos, the mad, courted death herself. His insane quest would salve the people of the universe by ensuring there were more resources for the survivors. The trials endured by those who lived would ensure they were hardened people, ready to face a cruel universe. At the same time, with every atrocity his armies committed, Thanos offered a gift of souls to death herself. For untold centuries, Thanos the Mad built up his armies. With every ravaged world, he added to his numbers. Thanos then retreated from the known universe to train and overhaul his armies into a force few could ever hope to survive facing. In the end, those armies and their canny leaders allowed Thanos to emerge victorious not once but twice. Half the universe died twice. Then countless galaxies burned in the flames of war and the strife that followed. The universe didn't like that. A bargain was struck, a weapon born from the universe that was before emerged. It was fitting, it was proper. A legacy of blood and war found its way to the hands of the Merchant of Death. Power stirred, purring in anticipation. The ghost of a long-dead warlord returned, awoken by 6 fallen stars, which were the last remnants of his universe. In a forgotten cave, in a country of little consequence, on a primitive world, the Merchant of Death received an impossible gift. The universe liked that. Equals as equals. A cave in Afghanistan time unknown. Tony laid on an uncomfortable coat, shaking with fever. His hands twitched, ready to tear off the thick cable under his shirt. There was virtually not a single position he could sit or lay in that could make him forget, even for a moment, the device Yinsen stuck into his chest. The bruises from the beating that nearly killed him by incident hurt something fierce. If it weren't for his still healing wounds, the electromagnet, and the odd man who saved him, the beating and torture would have been much worse. Stark shook with pain. He wasn't sure how much of it was real and how much of it was his nerves burning with phantom sensations. He could recall lying barely conscious while someone cut into his chest. The burning agony was beyond anything Stark had the misfortune to experience until then. Even thinking about it made his skin crawl and his hands shake harder. When Tony closed his eyes, he saw young soldiers die around him. He could see one of his weapons land in front of him, and there was only pain. Stark shuddered, feeling cold, yet he kept sweating as if he was stuck in a sauna. His eyes cracked open, and he stared at the small, ornate cube lying on his stomach. It was pleasantly cool. He wasn't sure what it was made of. Gems of various sizes and colors were embedded in its side, making it look like an ancient toy, like a Rubik's Cube made for royalty. Tony didn't know how this thing found its way in one of the pallets with weapons and equipment his captors brought into the cave so that he could build them weapons. It was so out of place here. Why didn't his captors sell it for money, to buy more weapons, whatever terrorists liked? Perhaps it was the delirium, but the little odd thing called to Tony. He traced strange symbols carved into the cube's otherwise smooth surface. He touched the crystals as if they were the keys of a keyboard, pressing them without thinking. The cube suddenly clicked and shifted as if alive. Tony's lidded eyes just stared in disbelief as the cube rose in the air over his chest and opened, revealing a crystal matrix. Tony beheld eternity. Around the cave, shadows came alive. They covered Tony's cot like a blanket, hiding him from sight. Yet neither Yinsen, who was busy cooking, nor the Ten Rings operative watching the cameras noticed anything out of the ordinary. Tony's fever broke, replaced by ice water washing through his veins. He could feel echoes of power and a keening lament for a world now lost. The crystal matrix exploded with pulsing light, chased by ravenous darkness. It shifted and changed in front of Tony's eyes. His mind cleared for a brief moment, and he knew he saw a neural matrix not so different from Jarvis' electronic mind. He had just enough time to blink in astonishment mixed with confusion before the matrix shot at his face. The shadows swallowed Stark's startled yelp, making it inaudible for anyone else. Memories not his own flooded Tony's mind. He was just an ordinary, dim-witted man on an Earth not his own. He was in a shuttle in space about to arrive at a massive space colony. He was a dead man walking, fighting a war not his own, for a cause he didn't believe in. Tony Stark screamed and clawed at the memories. This wasn't right. He could feel himself change. He could feel hatred and sorrow. He could feel a slowly growing attachment to a nation that didn't exist. Tony was slowly falling for a woman he had never met. He could recall the sweet scent of her hair, the soft touch of her skin, the taste of her lips. He kept fighting in that insane war to stop madness and genocide. To save a woman Tony Stark wouldn't have fallen for, he fought and killed. He fought and nearly died until death finally claimed him. For a brief moment, soothing darkness engulfed Tony's mind. Was the nightmare over? He was somewhere else. He was someone else now. Fury and indignation exploded within Tony's chest. He was a slave now. He could feel his master's energy whip striking his scarred back. Rage, like no other, engulfed his whole world. There was a power he could reach. It was a cold, vicious thing that responded to his rage. Without thinking, Tony grabbed it and struck at his tormentor, splattering him all over a nearby wall. The memories kept coming, slowly drowning him. Tony Stark. He could barely remember who he was as more memories burned into his brain. As little more than a slave, he arrived on a cursed desert world. An alien world. Humans and aliens surrounded him as he walked out of a shuttle to meet an overseer, a Sith overseer. Then Tony knew hell. He knew what it was for someone to utterly break and reforge him into a weapon, now loyal to a cause that would have never been his. He became a murderer, a monster. He was a bounty hunter. He was a spy. He was a Sith who set the galaxy on fire. Years, decades of memories etched themselves upon his brain, becoming as real as everything Tony Stark had ever experienced. A frozen fire burned through his veins, reshaping his body, while power gleefully sang in anticipation. Years of hell and madness turned into decades. He knew love and loss. He knew rage the likes of which no human should be able to experience, much less wield as a weapon. He was part of a triumvirate that brought a galactic superpower to its knees, shattering its armies and breaking its protectors. It was his hour of triumph and vengeance when a cruel universe plucked him from his time, only to send him to a far-flung future. The galaxy was on fire again. Clones and droids clashed against each other on countless worlds. Logistics broke down and trillions died for lack of basic necessities, and that was before the war escalated into sheer madness. Impossible biological weapons ravaged whole worlds, planets burned. a gas giant ignited with the rage of a mini-nova. The war only got worse from that point on. He felt betrayed, a lover who might have become something more turned on him, even as he single-mindedly pursued a political marriage and power while blind to the consequences of his actions. She was a stunning alien woman who cut off his hand. In vicious retaliation, he used her tortured spirit to murder a world. There was no end to the horrors drowning Tony Stark. He was the Merchant of Death, the most famous mass murderer in American history. It was fitting that Tony Stark merged with the raging ghost of the most infamous mass murderer in a whole galaxy. His fever broke. In a pocket dimension, power purred in anticipation. Wisps of damnation slowly began to spread through Midgard and would soon race across the universe. The man who used to be Tony Stark opened his eyes. He could remember everything, all the pain, loss, and betrayal. He could feel the force, even if it was thin like late morning's mist burning in the shining rays of a rising sun. It had been a long time, yet his memories recognized this place. He knew where he was. He knew someone had betrayed him, even if he couldn't recall who had done it. He knew a war was coming, a madman who would burn half the universe with a snap of his fingers. He barely recalled a smug, purple face and 6 shards of infinity. He was a captive now at the mercy of a bunch of terrorists. His face twisted into a vicious, hateful snarl. The terrorists were all going to die screaming. No one dared to try and control him. He sacrificed too much and fought too hard to be the one in control of his fate. Piercing pain in his chest gave him pause. It was a stark reminder of his situation. The way he had been shaking with unrestrained rage did his abused body no favors. He closed his eyes and slowly drew as much of the force within himself, using his rage as a catalyst to begin healing himself. The force was like a newborn kitten. It was thin, hard to grasp, and weak. Yet it was here and sang happily at his touch. Equals is equals. Part 2. Equals is equals. A cave. Somewhere in Afghanistan. A combination of meditation and stewing with barely contained rage helped me guide the force so that I could heal faster. At this point, I lacked the raw power and possibly the finesse to try taking out the shrapnel pieces in my chest. That would have to wait, even if it were a vulnerability I despised. Fortunately, that helped me maintain my fury and thus get more of the thin force in this place than I otherwise could have. Thinking about my current situation helped as well. Criffing terrorists. The bastards dared almost kill me with my weapons. Whoever made a buck selling Stark weapons to those dead men walking would rue the day they were born. I took a rasping breath and forced my fury down. While anger was helpful, I was the one in control, not my rage. It was a tool, nothing more. With the state of the Force here, I had barely enough power to rival the lowest of the low Jedi Padawan or Sith acolyte. My powers would be insufficient to get me out of this by themselves, even if it wasn't for my wound. I would need proper combat equipment. I was Tony Stark. I was also a Dark Lord of the Sith familiar with alien technology thousands of years more advanced than almost anything else on this Earth. Given enough time and resources, everything was possible. It was an odd sensation to catch myself going into what Pepper and Happy called Stark mode. Note, not Tony mode, Stark mode. Tony mode was when I got drunk like a bloody imbecile and went out partying like I was the useless child of a Sith noble with more money than sense. Stark mode was when I closed off myself to the world, so I could lose myself in designing and tinkering with stuff. A weird mix of emotions gripped my heart. On the one hand, Pepper, Happy, and even my bestest of best friends, Rhodey, were people I knew from a movie I watched so long ago it wasn't even funny. Yet even as self-centered as I was, as Tony Stark was, they were among the most important people in the world for me. Aunt Peggy, Abby, and a handful of others as well. I would see the world burn before I let anyone hurt them. A bitter chuckle escaped my lips. The memories of the criffing Sith of all things gave me perspective. I've been hurting and endangering my friends and family without thinking or caring about the world, for I was fucking Tony Stark. Who would have thought Tony Stark had almost as much baggage as a Dark Lord of the Sith? There was enough of it to drive all the therapists in California to drink and a few tons to spare. Howard Stark's A-plus class parenting was likely even worse than my own, which was saying something. Focus, I snapped to myself in my head. First, I had to get myself free. Anything else wouldn't matter until then. I needed weapons, I needed armor. I had people kill in novel and terrible ways. I closed my eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then slowly exhaled. A few old mental exercises helped me get into a more reasonable mental state. I could smell sweat and dust, blood likely mine, machine oil and metal, the familiar, almost pleasant acrid smell of chemical explosives and rocket fuel. I opened my eyes and slowly sat up. The wounds in my chest twitched as if a razor blade cut deeply into my flesh. The bruises from the beating were numb but still there. "You're up, I see. How much do you remember, Mr. Stark? You were delirious after our gracious hosts had worked you up." Ah, yes, Yinsen. His presence was familiar in the Force, almost comforting. I could sense no danger coming from him, just pain and bitterness. Magnet in my chest. Someone wanted me to build weapons. I did my best to blink owlishly as if I didn't quite remember. Yinsen grimaced. Parched skin stretched over his gaunt face at his grave expression, and he slowly nodded. He wore a suit of a decent cut, which was cheap. The clothes were both something I hadn't seen in ages, yet familiar enough from my last European visit. I vaguely remembered Eastern Europeans wearing such cheap clothes I wouldn't be caught dead in as I dragged myself into giving a lecture on something. I was too drunk to remember correctly. Force damn it, from my jumbled memories, it appeared that I spent most of the past decade getting wasted or stuck in my basement doing science. I was mostly getting wasted. Sometimes laid too, but that wasn't something I could clearly recall. Because drinking more than the average drunk was something Tony Stark did with aplomb. My fury spiked at that waste of time. The drinking, I mean, not the getting laid. One was a constructive way to indulge your passions, the other not so much. I shook my head and got my attention back to Yinsen. He examined me from behind his glasses, which hid his eyes. Flames from a crude stove reflected from them. Ah, that was where the smell of cooking food came from. Yes, I got all the shrapnel I could, but there was some I couldn't reach. Yinsen eventually nodded. Do you remember that, Mr. Stark? Yes, you did what you could given the circumstances. I do owe you one. I nodded. If feasible, I would get him out of here alive for saving my life. If not, I would have yet another reason to murder the bloody bastards who dared keep me prisoner. There was shouting coming from outside. The language was not one I was familiar with. After a lifetime away from Earth, it sounded almost alien to me. Something Arabic perhaps, but not quite. Tony's memories weren't much help in that regard. Yinsen blanched and jumped to his feet. This time, do what I do and don't provoke them. You might not survive another beating, Yinsen frantically demanded. I drew on the Force, pushing my rising fury into it. I needed clarity of purpose. That much the Force could give me even in its odd state. Yinsen hurried to my cot, picked up the car battery attached to my chest, then carefully brought it to the center of the cave while urging me to follow. I slowly got up. The pain running through my body was alien, horrifying, yet an old acquaintance I could easily ignore. The doors opened with a screech, pointing that no one bothered to oil them properly. It was likely a safety measure to ensure prisoners wouldn't be able to sneak out quietly if someone fucked up and forgot to lock up properly. A group of shabby men burst in, brandishing weapons. I've seen more than enough terrorists and freedom fighters to evaluate them quickly. Most of them were young, angry, and eager. They had a mixture of venerable AK variants and state-of-the-art Stark carbines. Notably, it was the two older and more experienced among the group who had the better weapons. Those two appeared to know what they were doing. The way the rest held their guns revealed their lack of training. Indignation lanced through me at the realization that right now, this bunch of goons was a deadly threat. I buried it deep and kept it off my face. A large, bearded man walked in after the cannon fodder and smiled wildly when he saw me standing. Tony Stark, the leader of this bunch, opened his hands as if greeting an old friend. All I could recognize from his words was the name and his delight at seeing me on my feet. It was a vicious kind of delight. Did you reconsider? Yinsen translated. Will you build us weapons? From what I see, you already have a lot of weapons, I noted in a neutral tone. Yinsen glanced at me before translating. I could sense his relief that I wasn't antagonizing our captors for a second time. Getting beaten to a pulp again would be of no utility. Jericho missiles? Yinsen translated the bastard's words. You'll build us your Jericho missiles to kill infidels with. I will build them with what tools exactly? I pointedly looked around the cave. The dead man walking beamed even harder at me. If I could, I would be choking the life out of him right now. He barked something to his goons, and they soon dragged us outside. I noted the way out and the defensive positions the terrorists had set up in the cave. We got out soon enough, and I winced at the bright, burning sunrays washing over me. It took me long moments to adjust to the blinding light. We have weapons and tools, Yinsen grimly translated. Meanwhile, I checked how many bastards were there to kill and what defensive positions they had. Outside alone, I could see about a platoon of the bastards. Some were busy training. Others sat into weapon nests surrounded by sandbags and covered with camouflage net. There were a couple of dozen pallets with SI weapons I could see at a glance. I was sure there were more weapons in the caves as well. This was a nice operation the bastards had here. It was large enough the US military should have detected it with a satellite, a recon plane, or a drone. I should know. I sold them state-of-the-art satellites, drones, and sensor packages. This setup stank more than a slimy, amorous hut. Whoever set me up and ensured no one found me would suffer my wrath. He wants to know what you think, Yinsen explained the beard man's babbling. This is a good start. I waved at the weapons and smiled. I was going to use them to murder the criff of the smug bastard. I will still need tools and precision equipment, a computer or two as well. I looked at my fellow captive. Yinsen, tell him I will make him something extraordinary if he tells me who sold me out. The terrorist leader laughed. Perhaps if you build him a working missile, he will consider it. The bearded man smiled wildly at us, revealing 2 rows of perfect teeth. I've seldom seen such teeth, even among European movers and shakers. It was more of an American thing, and movie stars the world over. In a shithole like this one, if it were practical, I would love to interrogate this man. I was sure he would have invaluable insights into my current situation. He says he'll let us go when you build him enough missiles, and he might tell you what you want if you build him something exceptional. No, he will not, I told Yinsen while giving the bastard a patented Tony Stark smile. I didn't need the force all but screaming at me that the terrorist was gleefully lying. No, he won't, Yinsen nodded at me with a forced smile. Well, it was time to build me some weapons and armor and then turn this place into a graveyard. I looked back at the pile of assorted Stark Industries goodies, and my smile widened. Equals as equals. Part 3. Equals as equals. A cave/an irritated Sith's workshop. Somewhere in Afghanistan. The red flags kept coming. By that first evening, a proper workshop was taking place. The faster the terrorists managed to set up something useful, the more backing they likely had. For hours, groups of young cannon fodder kept bringing explosives, missiles, rockets, and even artillery shells. Soon they filled much of the cave with anything and everything else you needed to fight a small war, barring small arms. Much of the weapon came from SI, though there was a lot of old Soviet surplus as well. The reverse was true as far as tools were concerned. They kept bringing all kinds of old basic kits. What got my attention was the odd plastic boxes with modern, new tools. Those were precision-manufactured German instruments and some Russian of much lower quality but still serviceable. Beard Man even promised we would get everything else we needed by this time tonight before locking us in. That was how I was sipping odd-tasting tea, while Yinsen stared at me as if I were a particular odd lab specimen. I'm surprised, Mr. Stark. I didn't think you would agree to build them more weapons. He lowered his head, and his glasses glinted in the twilight of the cave. It appeared that even if the force in this place, perhaps this universe, was thin, it did nothing to diminish my emphatic abilities. I could sense my companion's genuine curiosity. What's your proper name anyway? I can't recall it quite right. Yinsen grimaced. They really beat the crap out of you, Mr. Stark. I'm Ho Yinsen, Dr. Ho Yinsen, he introduced himself. I'm Dr. Anthony Stark, but you already knew that. Call me Tony, Dr. Yinsen. We're stuck in this mess together. It's Ho then, Tony. You didn't answer my question, Yinsen pointed out. I don't feel like dying just yet. We both know what would happen if I don't build them something. I smirked at him. You did warn me to behave myself this time. Yinsen slowly nodded. That I did, yet I can't help but wonder. He stared through me with a faraway look. Is this it? Is this how you want to be remembered, Tony? Is this going to be your legacy, making weapons? He felt genuinely curious and very bitter. I need time to make something to keep me better alive. Then we make ourselves a way out of here. I pointedly looked at all the weapons around us. Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to give Tony Stark this many weapons and then try to keep him as a criffing slave? I didn't know who backed these terrorists, but they or the people behind them seriously underestimated me. Then again, Tony Stark was a drunken playboy who hadn't really experienced hardship like this. I could see how people might think I would easily break and do as ordered. Yinsen did take a good look around us. There was a not particularly small arsenal in here with us. Then he looked at me and raised his eyebrows in speculation. I gave him a small salute with my can of tea. For the first time since I saw him, his eyes sparkled with something beyond bitter regrets tempered by curiosity and a bit of determination. I forgot to ask, who are our esteemed hosts? They are your loyal clients. Yinsen nodded at a nearby rack holding rockets with the Stark Industries logo. They call themselves the Ten Rings. I've heard much worse names, I noted absent-mindedly. From what I saw, the terrorists here didn't have the vehicles to use many of my weapons properly. Without the proper launch platforms, it would be much cheaper and practical to buy older Soviet, Russian, or Chinese ordnance to use. Thinking about it, this looked more like a transit hub for a larger smuggling operation guarded by local muscle. The Taliban and their Ten Rings buddies would likely get a cut of the weapon they defended, and some cash to grease the wheels. == The next evening we had a fully functional workshop ready, complete with 2 U.S. military laptops, CAD programs, printers, and other useful bits. The Ten Rings mooks even brought in bleeding-edge equipment, I recognized. It was from a shipment supposed to overhaul parts of one of SI's older manufacturing plants in California. As far as anyone was aware until now, a highway crash turned most of the equipment into scrap. The crash was real. It was also crystal clear it was meant to cover up the theft. There was no doubt now someone with a lot of reach and influence pulled the strings of my captors. Likely an organization. The next day, shortly after we began disassembling ordnance for parts, the Superbeard man came to visit to check up on us. That, combined with the cameras, led me to an obvious conclusion. In this universe, timeline, or whatever this was, Tony Stark, as he was, would have been unable to build himself a knockoff power armor covertly. I would be sure in a few days if the inspections continued. That was likely why my holocron ended down here. I still had no idea how it ended in a different galaxy, likely a long time in the future. We kept working and Beardman kept visiting. You got to love competent opposition. During his 5th visit, I patted Yinsen on the back and told him to translate. I know what to build for you, I told our captor while giving him Tony's #1 crazy smile. Do you want to be a walking tank with all the guns? Yinsen stared at me in shock. I had to shove his shoulder and nod eagerly at our captor. Let them think Tony, the playboy, cracked under pressure and went for salvation in tinkering shit. Yinsen eventually translated my words. Beard Man vibrated with hungry anticipation. I'm going to make you a super-duper power armor. You'll be the envy of terrorists all around the world, I proclaimed happily as if Christmas just came in early. We were going to build a power armor in the open, and our captors would happily help us with the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, I would heal, strengthen my body, and prepare to strike when ready. == Shield Facility Titan. Location classified. The noise of dozens of construction crews and heavy machinery ensured no one could overhear them. A few more precautions covered long-range observation and old-fashioned stunts like lip-reading. That was one of the reasons why Nicholas Fury called two of his best operatives here. The other was, for once, simple. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was his damn job to make sure that a bank-breaking project like this one finished in time, if at all possible, and with the minimum number of fuck-ups, too. Carriers were fucking expensive. A flying one with a bleeding-edge cloaking system could easily break the bank even with the black budgets of dozens of countries fueling the project. Enough of a disaster here would mean that heads would roll, literally at that. On the other hand, even half-completed, the Helicarrier was beautiful. Watching it was almost enough to bring a tear to Fury's eye. Almost, but not entirely. Perhaps after it launched and he was in the privacy of his office on board. "Romanoff, Barton, you're late," Fury barked. He had a reputation to uphold, after all. Besides, you had to be crazier than he was not to keep those two on their toes. "I've got a big fucking problem, which means you two have a problem as well." "Sir," the Black Widow inquired blandly. "That ass Stark," Fury snapped and turned around. "If we're unlucky, he managed to get himself killed." Fury glowered like a cyclops someone just kicked in the nuts. "If we're particularly unlucky, a hostile organization has him and is now busy gleefully breaking him to build who knows what horror for them. Romanoff, find him. If he's dead, I want his body in front of me. If he's still alive, bring his pasty white ass back." Fury turned his attention on Barton. All military assets in Afghanistan found nada. Whoever was behind the hit knew what they were doing. It wasn't a bunch of Taliban with surplus AKs and RPGs. Find who is running interference and report straight back to me. Dismissed. Fury turned around and returned to watching the Helicarrier. He missed the Cold War. It was a simpler world then. C equals. Here we have the first divergence that shows why this timeline needs assistance. The Ten Rings cell leader keeping Tony prisoner is Hydra and reasonably competent. There's no building a power armor under his nose. The odds are good that OTL Tony, with his issues, would have gotten himself killed by opening his mouth one time too many. Either that, or he would have ended up in a proper Hydra facility. There he would have experienced all the fun and games that brainwashing by the numbers meant. Sadly for our dear Beard Man, he's basing his analysis of Tony on the drunken playboy everyone knows of. Instead, he has on his hands a pissed-off, manipulative Sith who knows precisely which buttons to press. The second divergence from OTL on Earth is evident. S.H.I.E.L.D. really can't take the chance of Tony falling into hostile hands. On second thought, while Sith Tony will have reasons to go after Hydra with a vengeance, that whole clash and Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. can be fascinating to explore. It's not like all Hydra cells operate the same way or have precisely the same idea of their end goal. Equals as equals. Part 4. Equals as equals. The lair of a plotting Sith and friends. Afghanistan. Within weeks, I had a bunch of minions for Yinsen to order around for me. They barely had anything approaching fundamental engineering skills, which was still better than nothing. Their aid greatly expedited the building of the armor's outer shell. Considering we didn't have to hide almost anything, the progress was much faster than it might have been. The cell leader with the super beard even managed to bring 2 sets of state-of-the-art SI armor meant for U.S. Special Forces and future adoption by SWAT units worldwide. Its soft layers consisted of Kevlar weave and stab-resistant mesh. Rigid ceramic crystal plates offered good protection against rifle bullets. The helmet had an ingenious gel layer that would help spread and mitigate the shock of direct impacts, and to a much lesser extent, the overpressure of nearby explosions. Sadly, to adequately protect against an explosion, you would need a suit with a continuous gel layer, which was less than practical for various reasons. However, SI already worked on body armor with such a layer, which would significantly reduce the blunt force trauma from bullet impact. It would also help protect against blunt weapons, making the armor an excellent option for riot police worldwide. For once, Tony couldn't get the credit. Many brilliant people were working for SI. That was something I had to remind myself of. The sense of offended indignation I felt at the thought was amusing. Adding the procured soft armor, The inside of the power armor's shell would significantly increase its resilience. Our next task in that regard was building the servo motors that would allow me to use the bulky monstrosity in the first place, then properly attach and shield them. The power source would officially be an issue, so I requested a few kilograms of palladium. Meanwhile, Yinsen and I worked on a miniature arc reactor. My other option was a compact fusion reactor. While I was confident I could get most of the design built with what I had available, writing the programs needed for the magnetic containment would be an issue. The same went for the reactor vessel itself. It had to be perfectly made and tough enough to contain the fusion reaction without melting or burning anything by sheer heat convection. That was Plan B in case I failed in making the arc reactor work. Tony had been playing in his head with math and design issues for years. It was time to see if he was right, like in the movie I watched a lifetime ago, or if I would have to improvise. Equals C equals. It took us 3 weeks to get the arc reactor going. It was a piece of art, if I say so myself. That evening we celebrated by getting a bit of well-deserved rest and passing the time by playing backgammon. I occasionally remember enjoying the game as a kid, though I didn't recall Tony ever touching it. Somehow we ended up talking about home and family. It was still a bit of an odd topic. In one life, I died content, an almost impossible achievement for a Sith. In this one, my private life was a bloody mess. Frankly, I was astounded that Happy and Rodney still put up with my bullshit. I knew many women who would have walked away in Pepper's shoes. Either that or shot at me a few times for good measure. I couldn't say I was unfortunate in this life. In the end, things turned all right in my last one. To Gomera and getting back to your family, I toasted Yinsen with a cup of his special tea. He smiled at me and returned the gesture. However, his emotions told me another tale. They sang of pain and loss. I had the nasty suspicion that my buddy didn't have anyone to get back to. With all the war and strife in the region, that shouldn't have come as a surprise. Yet it did. What about you? Yinsen quickly steered the conversation away from his home. My family is dead, I admitted. The people close to me weren't technically family, were they? Well, Aunt Peggy perhaps, but we weren't related. Then you're a man who has everything yet nothing, Ho intoned. It's sad when you think about it. True enough, I shrugged. A Sith's most outstanding achievement was leaving behind a worthy legacy, usually in the form of an apprentice. I did that at last and survived the experience. Hopefully, the Imperial Knight's Order prospered after my passing instead of falling prey to the old ways and the dark side. In this world, well, I was yet to forge a proper legacy. We spent the rest of the night silently playing and drinking sweet tea. We were back at work the following day, focusing on the power armor. It wasn't entirely surprising that it was harder to make a good weapons platform than weapons to put on it. I deliberately designed the gloves in such a way that I could use regular small arms. Doing so would greatly simplify breaking out. The rest of the weaponry, well, many rockets and missile warheads, were lying around. Perhaps a flamethrower to honor that I used to be Mandalore the Restorer back in the day. A rocket pack was out of the question for now. I didn't feel suicidal. Ironically, the biggest challenge in the end was the computer support for the armor. We still had only 2 older military laptops to work with, and I had to program everything from scratch. The same was true for the Jericho guidance system and electronics, which Yinsen had to slowly and painfully explain to our host. Speaking about said happy bastard, the more I saw of him, the certain I became he was more intelligent than he let on. That was why I kept playing the beaten dog or the crazy scientist while the terrorists were around. I relaxed only in the evening, with no one but Yinsen around. That was for the benefit of the camera and the bastards watching us. We were stuck in the cave for close to 3 months before I felt confident enough to try for a breakout. In all fairness, it took me that long to slowly build up my body. Tony might have been in a reasonable shape for a middle-aged billionaire. However, his conditioning was far from that of a proper warrior or soldier. Most nights I pretended to sleep and submerged myself in the Force, channeling as much of it through my body as possible. I did it by practicing forming defensive barriers around myself and strengthening myself. The change in the Force was so slow and gradual that I barely noticed it. I still wasn't sure how much of it was the practice, and how much it was the force itself growing more tangible and potent over time. At any rate, now I had more power to channel than a few months ago. While a far cry from what I was used to, it was still much better than nothing. My body was like a little lake that slowly filled from a nearby spring. There was a limit to how much I could do at any given time, and how long I could maintain the effect before nearly running out of juice and recharging. I was sure I could quickly get out a few not particularly strong techniques, then had to wait for my batteries to recharge. That process, in turn, wouldn't be particularly long. The reason for that was depressingly simple. I could both access and hold within myself because there was only so much of the force. It was going to have to be enough. In the past few nights, while training, I got the creeping sensation of running out of time. C equals. Afghanistan. Natasha crept through the desert like a ghost. A camouflage skin suit kept her reasonably cool during the day and warm at night. A balaclava hid her distinct hair and prominent foreign features. She stalked like a ghost, chasing whispers and rumors. Only a handful of the contacts she had from the time of the Red Room and the Soviet-Afghan War remained, and they weren't delighted to see the Black Widow. It took both money and all her charm to persuade them to talk. One of them might even learn to walk again without limping. The others were less happy to see her and proved less than cooperative. They were no longer around to potentially compromise her mission. She got close to her destination near midnight, just like planned. This gave her a few hours to slowly stalk over the rough terrain of the valley and get into a position to wait for the next night when she could properly infiltrate the compound. On her approach, Natasha discovered that she potentially get the jackpot. She could see many weapons were in the far end of the valley. This place was supposedly abandoned since the previous war. Satellite recon showed nothing, and that was concerning. Natasha would be pointing out that little fact in her report when returned. C equals. Part 5. C equals. 10 Rings Compound. Afghanistan. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. Unfortunately for the enemy, I've been trained by some of the best murderous bastards in the late Sith Empire and thrived in multiple galaxy-wide wars. As importantly, the Force was with me. I waited for almost everyone in the base to fall asleep and called on the Force. Slowly, the shadows in our cave crept higher and higher until it was nearly pitch black. That was especially true around the cameras. I got up and went to Yinsen, who was fast asleep. I shook him awake and hushed him. He looked wildly around, startled by the darkness. We're assembling the armor now. Start quietly uploading the OS. I'll set the mines at the door. Even without the Force, assembling the parts for some directional mines would have been almost effortless. We spent so much time disassembling munitions for their components to build Jericho missiles that it was easy to hide the needed parts in plain sight. What in God's name is this? Yinsen quietly exclaimed at the choking, welcoming darkness around us. I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. Get to work. I got the mines set while Yinsen began the upload. It was time for the tricky bit, getting into the armor and sealing it well enough to keep me reasonably safe. My buddy would have to do most of the heavy lifting. This was the moment we would be most vulnerable if it weren't for the Force and the mines anyway. Indignant shouts came from deep within the caves. Whoever was on camera duty finally decided something was wrong and called their buddies to check on us. Their timing was less than ideal. I just walked into the suspended cradle holding most of the armor's pieces and got busy. I was attaching the arc reactor to a plug-in hidden behind the soft inner armor of the chest piece. Someone struck the door and shouted a question. A tired, half-asleep voice shot back, and I could hear our hosts fiddling with the heavy chain locking us in. We're out of time. Yinsen's fear spiked, only for grim determination to choke it down. I still have a few surprises left. Keep going. I tried to calm him down while focusing on the terrorists about to enter. Yinsen was busy sealing up my shin guards when the door opened. This simple act ignited my first mine, and a loud explosion did its best to blow out our ears. The keening screams that followed were fit to awake the dead. Well, so much for starting our escape quietly. A siren wailed, drowning all other sounds. Yinsen finished with my right leg and went for the left while I did my best to properly fit the front plate to my chest and tighten up the arm straps. I had to carefully use the force because the armor plates we had to work with didn't offer enough manual dexterity to do it fast. It didn't help that I had to divide my attention into watching the corridor leading to the cell through the force. Soon, 5 signatures shimmered within my awareness. They ran right in, ignoring the dead and dying. 3 more directional mines detonated, turning the enthusiasts into minced meat. My crude HUD lit up, showing a slow booting up sequence. Yinsen was busy putting up my back plate. We were almost ready when the next group of terrorists approached. There was at least one wary veteran with them because they paused as soon as they saw the carnage. I was sure they exchanged gestures or even shouts. I couldn't be sure with my ears still ringing from the explosion. The wailing siren didn't help either. Almost done. Yinsen bellowed and walked before me to help secure the front plate and arm guards. Now I only had to wait for the damn booting up sequence to complete. I smiled viciously and put everything I had into striking at the minds of the slowly approaching terrorists. All but one were young, scared, and high on adrenaline. What passed for their mental defenses crumpled like wet tissue paper. All my pent-up fury crashed upon them, digging deep. Their wails of anguish were music to my ears. The wild, panicked shooting that followed clinched it. Only the veteran partially resisted the onslaught. Instead of losing his mind to madness, he screamed as if the 9 Corellian hells were on his heels and sprinted inside our cell. He paid no attention to the corpses or remaining mines. Our last line of defense detonated, cutting the bastard in half just as he was about to run past the stone pillar between us and the door. I shuddered as more of the force flowed into my body, energizing me. Yinsen gave me thumbs up and a nearly deranged, wild smile. He looked around and blinked at the much brighter cave. He shook his head and ran towards the slaughter, looking for weapons. The Frankenstein suit of power armor finally booted up. Motors came to life with an unpleasant whine. The hydraulic system hissed, and my HUD blinked green. I laughed like a maniac and ponderously left the cradle. Yinsen came back, bringing 2 AK-47s and a bandolier with spare magazines. He had another one thrown over his shoulder. I tapped the armor over my right arm, and he quickly strapped the ammo pouch over it, then handed me an assault rifle. "Stay behind me and don't get shot," I suggested and carefully walked towards the door. The whole area stunk of blood and guts. The explosions had painted it in dark, sticky crimson. My first 2 targets were among the bastards I drove mad. I found them in the corridor right outside the cell. They were on their knees, holding their heads and babbling something. I didn't bother wasting ammo on them. A servo-enhanced kick crumpled the rib cage of one, and a backhand strike shattered the skull of the other. As it turned out, we were ready just in time because the next group of terrorists already had their wits about them. They ran our way, brandishing a mix of old Soviet weapons and brand-new SI guns. I spent a moment to telekinetically shatter the surviving lamps down the corridor, throwing this area of the caves into darkness. Because of the force, I had no trouble seeing the suddenly stumbling men who rapidly stopped and crashed into each other. Angry shouts echoed throughout the cave, almost loud enough to be clearly heard over the still roaring alarm. I aimed and shredded them with controlled bursts. They stood no chance in the close quarters, bunched and surprised in the dark. I felt a familiar signature approach, and for the first time tonight, I could feel the cold sensation of potent danger through the force. Our host was on his way, loaded for bear. I reloaded and checked the status of my heavy weapons. The rockets were ready. In less than a minute, I reached the nearest junction leading into a larger cave. The open space ahead would be less than ideal. Armed men ran inside from 3 directions and opened fire. I returned the favor while my whole body shook with bullet impact. The outer shell held, and the inner armor helped disperse the kinetic force. Otherwise, this much firepower striking me might have been enough to crack bones and cause internal bleeding. Instead of retreating, I walked into the open and away from the walls. While doing so exposed me fully, it also offered options to avoid heavy weapons. That had to be the danger I sensed. Short bursts serviced 8 of the bastards, and I had to reload. Predictably, this was when my host showed himself. He had a sparkling new SI-manufactured grenade launcher. Those things could bust lightly armored vehicles with our standard heap grenades. I had no doubt what the bastard packed. He aimed at me and pressed the trigger just as I reloaded. Two things happened at the same time. My perception of the surrounding world slowed as I hastened my reactions with the force. A grenade painfully slowly flew straight at my chest. I focused on the incoming danger, ignoring the bullets that still pinged off my armor. My right arm shot forward. The familiar gesture helped me better shape the force into a telekinetic shove that threw the grenade off course. I followed this by launching the 2 rockets attached to my left arm. They slowly crept forward, flying on roaring jets of fire. My perception suddenly sped up, and I could feel the force within me draining to a painfully low level, even as I grasped and pulled more energy within myself. The grenade exploded to my right, followed by 2 blinding detonations that cleared most of the cave in front of me. I emptied the AK's magazine in the remaining terrorists, who kept shooting slack-jawed at me. The mines and the squad I caught off guard in the tunnel accounted for a good chunk of the enemies I knew of. This massacre brought the total number up. Scratched nearly a platoon of terrorists within minutes. This wasn't a bad start to our escape. "Ho, come on, we're leaving," I shouted at Yinsen and went forward, only to stumble when my right leg seized up. I glanced down and grimaced. The servomotor at the knee smoked something fierce, and I saw hydraulic fluid leaking like blood. This was going to suck. =C=. Natasha froze when an explosion echoed throughout the valley. Moments later, a siren wailed, ensuring everyone was on high alert. She threw herself into the shadows behind 2 pallets holding SI weapons while silently cursing. Searchlights came to life, and sentries shouted at each other. A second explosion came from a nearby cave, soon followed by another. Was someone else attacking this place, or did some of these fools just blow themselves up? Natasha remained in the shadows, creeping between a rock wall and the closest pallet. Now she could hear distorted shots, undoubtedly coming from a cave network. She closed her eyes and focused everything on her enhanced hearing. She could hear people shouting in Pashto and Arabic, asking who was attacking them. The first time Natasha heard someone in the distance cry about prisoners, she wasn't sure she got it right. The sound of fierce battle from the caves nearly drowned out the shouts of the terrorists outside. Someone ran out of the cave, screaming, "Chief's dead, Chief's dead. Prisoners have the armor, they're killing us." The Black Widow opened her eyes and slowly leaned around the corner of the pallet. She could barely make the form of a young adult, just a little more than a kid, really. Natasha could hear the fear and desperation in his voice. She could also see some sentries leave their positions and run inside the cave. Whoever was busy giving hell to the Ten Rings operatives, Natasha wanted to meet them. They might know what happened with Stark, or perhaps he was with them. Fury might just be correct, and someone had been coercing Stark to build them things. An armor, apparently. If her guess was right, Stark wasn't alone. Perhaps one of the missing soldiers from the convoy was with him, wielding whatever weapons Stark had been building. All lights focused on the tunnel's entrance. The Black Widow smiled and pulled out her silenced pistols. It was time to have some fun. =C=. I used rockets to take out 2 more squads before getting near the exit. By my count, I already killed more terrorists than I estimated to be stationed there. That was less than ideal because I could sense danger from the exit, and my armor wasn't in pristine condition. I had to drag my right leg, significantly reducing my mobility in the armor. That was a problem because there were heavy machine guns outside. I didn't trust this armor to survive sustained fire from them. I might have tried going after the weapon emplacements if my mobility was better. "Yinsen, the armor's done for now. Help me get out. We'll deal with the rest of them the old-fashioned way." I was sure I could briefly cloak myself out of sight to get to a defensive position and take one of the emplacements outside. Then I would repeat the trick, vanishing in the night and hunting down the remaining guards outside. "Are you sure they'll shred us without the armor?" Yinsen exclaimed. "I'm sure. With that leg, I'll be sitting duck. You still have the smoke grenades, right?" I looked at Yinsen, who rapidly nodded and got to work. Besides watching my back, his other task was to loot valuable equipment from the enemies I killed. He found 4 smoke grenades that would help me get out in one piece. While Yinsen unstrapped the armor, I watched with the force, ready to strike anyone brave enough to approach us. While I couldn't sense anyone else alive nearby, that wasn't saying much. My abilities with the force were far from what I was comfortable with. I was honestly surprised that no one interrupted us. Did I kill everyone in the caves? A brief sensation of shock and disgust rose within my heart before vicious satisfaction washed those emotions away. "Give me the grenades and stay back until I call for you," I ordered. Yinsen quickly gave me the 4 cylinders and warily pulled deeper into the caves. I used the force to throw the grenades around the corner far enough to get to the cave's exit. The sentries answered with the deafening roar of HMGs cutting through the smoke. I could discern 3-point sources. Did they leave the other 2 emplacements that could target the exit empty? I decided not to question my luck and waited, following the ebb and flow of the force. When I felt the time was right, I dashed into the acrid smoke. A telekinetic wave pushed it forward as if an explosion within the cave disturbed it. I used this moment to dash to the left and cloak myself, just as heavy bullets tore through the space I had just vacated. I barely managed to roll behind a nearby rock formation that offered me some cover. The HMGs still tore at the entrance when one suddenly ceased firing. A jam or overheating? Perhaps the gunners needed to reload. I drew the force around me like a cloak, vanishing from sight, and sprinted into the shadows. I headed away from the entrance, and the searchlights aimed at it. I could feel the force within me draining faster than it could replenish and dived behind a stack of tires. My heart hammered in my chest at the strain. My muscles burned as well. I was almost over, I hoped. My body was in no condition for much more abuse. I would need a brief rest soon, but first I had to take care of the gunners. I cloaked myself again and dashed to the next piece of cover. Now the closest emplacement was on the cliffs almost above me. A couple of grenades would take care of it. After that, I would need a solid cover. I looked around and my eyes stopped on the familiar shadow of a parked truck. That would do. I got the grenades ready, pulled the pins, and levitated them with the force, mentally counting down. I shoved them over the sandbags and ran, cloaking myself again. The explosion lit up the sky and shoved me forward, pushing me to get to the truck just as my invisibility broke. I rolled under it, even as a searchlight lit up the area around the emplacement I just took out. An HMG opened fire and I braced for the worst, yet there was no warning of danger through the force. The searchlight suddenly cut off. I could barely hear surprised and angry screams, followed by a wail of pain that soon cut off. A few more HMG bursts followed, shattering searchlights. In moments, welcoming darkness covered the whole valley. The criff just happened. This couldn't be Yinsen. The gunners would have shredded him if he had tried to follow me, unless he found another exit. I pushed those thoughts away and used the cover of darkness to displace, going for higher ground. Once I got there, I would look for anyone else alive around here. I used the force to boost my jump and grabbed a ledge that would otherwise be out of reach. I pulled myself up while my muscles screamed at me for the abuse. I was sweating as if having a fever and could feel my hands beginning to shake. That wasn't good. I was already pushing my body beyond what it could handle right now. It wasn't like I could just stop now, so I pushed through the pain, forcing my stiff limbs to move. This time I used the force to try and slowly shove away to bone-deep exhaustion pushing me down. It helped a bit, yet I still stumbled toward my target, a tall stone outcrop that would give me a good view of the valley. I nearly collapsed and had to lean on the cool stone for support when I got there. My heartbeat sounded like artillery in my ears, and my lungs also burned. The soothing flow of the force could barely take off the edge of the exhaustion threatening to get me killed. Dangerous or not, I had to close my eyes and rest for a few moments before my heartbeat stabilized and I could breathe more easily. Doing so proved nearly fatal. I felt someone approach too late and rolled away at the last moment. Something whistled in the air, striking the stone I just leaned on. I could hear metal bouncing off and the buzz of electricity. I could sense danger approaching, and all I could do after hitting the ground hard was to shove at it with the force with everything I had left. I heard a startled yelp accompanied by an electric crack. Blinking away bright spots, I rolled away with a groan and somehow managed to raise my rifle. My hands shook so bad I wasn't sure I would be able to hit a battle cruiser from inside its main hangar. I stared at a lithe, trembling figure who slowly rolled to its back. "Fucking freeze," I rasped. The figure froze. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. "Mr. Stark," a woman's voice rasped in surprise, "I'm friendly." I could barely feel her relax at recognizing me. There was just a slight issue. In my current state, I wasn't sure if she told the truth or not. "Stark, are you alive out there?" Yinsen's voice sounded like thunder. I winced at that. If there were alive enemies, he just made himself a target. To my relief, no one opened fire. The woman on the ground in front of me just laid there without moving. "I was sent to search for you, Mr. Stark. I work for the U.S. government." The woman spoke again, this time in a pleasant voice. I was almost sure she was telling the truth now. "Identify yourself," I demanded. "I'm Agent Black from S.H.I.E.L.D., she lied smoothly. My shaking finger caressed the trigger. "No, you're not." My exhausted voice betrayed me. "I do work for S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Stark. I am here to get you back home." I could feel no deception in this earnest response. So she lied about her name, not about who sent her. I had to either shoot her now or put my gun down before my trembling hands betrayed me. "This is an odd place to visit, Ms. Agent." I made the best Tony Stark impression I could at the moment and lowered the gun slowly. "Stark, are you alive, damn you?" Yinsen bellowed. "He's a friend. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead." I managed to tell the agent before my body utterly betrayed me. 2. Prologue II, Homecoming Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Prologue II, Homecoming. Equals as equals. Part 1. Equals as equals. 10 Rings Compound. Afghanistan. I suddenly came awake with the Force singing in my ears. I felt like a star dreadnought ran me over, followed by its whole attending fleet. On the bright side, I was awake, thus alive, and felt no danger. I could also sense Yinsen's familiar presence nearby. A few furious blinks later, my eyes managed to focus. It was still dark. "Tony, are you all right?" Yinsen croaked and suddenly was fussing over me, checking my pulse. "I went a bit overboard." "You tore apart a small army," Yinsen snapped. And he looked around before staring at me, then just shook his head. "Never mind, that strange woman is in the caves, checking for survivors." "Ms. Agent, I'm not surprised. We need to find a radio and call for a pickup. I don't know who Ms. Agent works for exactly, and best be safe than sorry." I tried to stand up, but my body had a different idea. My muscles locked up and collapsed back on my ass, still leaning against something hard. "That's not a good idea, Tony, between the shrapnel and everything you did," Yinsen grimaced. "I'm amazed you're as well as you're right now. You need a proper hospital." "I'll live." I paused and looked at Yinsen. "Right. Not if you push yourself too much. I don't know how those pieces of metal would react to all the jumping around and getting shot at." "I'm as well as I can be then. Now please try to find a radio or a phone." Yinsen shook his head at me and soon vanished into the darkness. I closed my eyes and focused on restoring and healing myself with the Force. It flowed quicker through me, feeling like a soothing shower. Slowly, painfully slowly, the cramps and fire in my muscles began to dissipate. I thought about trying to stand up, but thought better of it. I had to conserve my strength and rest for as long as possible before seeking any more trouble. Yinsen eventually returned, carrying a satellite phone. "That's my man." I gave him a thumbs up and grimaced when my hand cramped at the effort. Ho brought the phone and fiddled with it until we got a signal. I wasted no time and dialed home. After a few too long beeps, a familiar voice answered. "This is Jarvis." Buddy, track the call and call the cavalry. I need a pickup yesterday. The service out here sucks. Sir, is that you? Did I hear genuine surprise in my AI's voice? Only a few people have this number, as you very well know. I'm tracking the call, sir, and calling Colonel Rhodes. That's my boy. Put him on a conference call. Yes, it's Colonel Rhodes. Rhodey's tired voice was like balsam for the soul. Colonel Rhodes, this is Jarvis. I have Mr. Stark on a conference call. He needs help. What, Tony? Hi there, buddy. I'm in a spot of trouble and can really use a pickup before more terrorists decide to come knocking. Where the hell are you? How are you? I'm at a terrorist compound. A 10 rings one if it rings any bells. It's in a valley in the mountains somewhere. Colonel Rhodes, I've tracked the call to a satellite above Afghanistan. The call originates from the eastern border near Pakistan. I'm still triangulating precise location. Jarvis pipped up. Tony, stay on the phone. We're coming for you. Are you safe right now? I think so. It depends if Ms. Agent, who claims to be from something called S.H.I.E.L.D., is friendly or not. I'm not exactly fit for another round. I have the location. Sending it to you now, Colonel Rhodes. Rhodey, this place is chock-full with my fucking weapons. Be careful on the way in. You might want to bring whatever investigators you've got to try and track how all the ordnance got here. Just stay put and safe, Tony. I'm not going anywhere. Unsurprisingly, Ms. Agent returned long before the U.S. military could get here. I could sense her presence approach. She paused soon after I could see her lithe form. You've called for help, she asked. I have trust issues, I shrugged. She slowly walked towards us, carefully holding her hands up. As I said, I'm here to get you back home, Mr. Stark. I focused on her face, pushing the force to help me see in the dark. Her signature sharpened as if coming into focus. I could barely make her features while a strong, pulsing life force distorted them. I knew this face, not just from a movie I barely remembered from so long ago. The Black Widow, I said carefully. The woman paused her approach. Back in the day, my family's security detail had certain contingencies. If the Winter Soldier or the Black Widow came for us, we were to run while they tried to die slow enough to give us a sporting chance to get away. I stared at her. There was a flash of something that I could clearly read. It wasn't quite regret, but certainly it wasn't pride at her reputation as a master assassin. I work for the good guys nowadays, Mr. Stark. If I didn't, you wouldn't be having this conversation. Are you feeling better? Do you need medical attention? I've been better, I shrugged. The Black Widow slowly walked closer, and my breath caught in my throat. She moved like a deadly predator ready to pounce, her hair and eyes, if I didn't know better. I stomped on that train of thoughts. Bo died a long time ago, years before I made that holocron. An eternity now, really. You don't look or sound particularly well, Mr. Stark. Then again, the assassin smiled, there aren't many people who would be as well as you are right now after going through more than 40 terrorists alone. I didn't know you had the necessary training for something like that. She looked pointedly at me before glancing at Yinsen. Ah, yes, she knew I wasn't a normal fellow anymore, didn't she? That would lead to some complications. Perhaps shooting her might have been the better option. Well, it was too late for that. As exhausted as I felt, I wasn't sure I could take her out with the force before collapsing and getting killed or worse. The Black Widow slowly sat on the ground before me. I've checked the caves and the perimeter. There's no one else alive around here but us. I've also called for a pickup. The military will likely arrive sooner, she noted. That was good if true. I didn't get the impression that she lied to me. Fishing for information, Ms. Agent. You haven't even introduced yourself properly yet, much less bought me a drink and a dinner. I offered her a patented Tony Stark TM smile. Yet you already want to get in my head. You're joking, right, Tony? Yinsen eventually asked. This can't be the Black Widow, she's just a myth. That's her in the flesh, I reckon, and we're both still alive, lucky us. The assassin tilted her eyes to the side and kept examining me, not unlike how Yinsen did a few months ago. I am no one's lab rat, thank you very much. I'll go with Ms. Agent for now. I could hear the amusement in her voice. She now spoke in a soft accent I couldn't recognize. It was certainly not Russian, or Eastern European for that matter. Like German, those accents tended to be harder, unlike those from Southern Europe. "Tones, man, tell me you're still all right. We're bringing the cavalry," Rhodey's voice came over the phone. I picked up the handle. "I'm still alive and kicking, buddy. Ms. Agent is back, and so far she isn't hostile. We're waiting to get out of here." "Good, please keep talking. We're about 4 hours out." I glanced at the phone. The battery of the sat phone won't last that long. I'll hang up when it has about 30 minutes left and call back later. Rhodey trailed off, and I could hear muffled voices coming from his side. "That's prudent, yes. Call if there's any problem and hide. We're coming and we'll get you out, Tones, I swear." "I know you will, buddy." "So, Miss Agent, how did you find this place when the military couldn't?" I asked nicely. The pulse of sharp, vicious satisfaction that burned through her told me exactly how nicely she asked. We spent the next few hours sparring verbally, with Ms. Super Assassin constantly fishing for information. Curiously enough, she didn't even hint that I shoved her with my mind, so to speak. Another curious thing was that she clamped up as soon as we heard the approaching choppers. Blackhawks and Apache judging by the sound. They arrived just a few minutes after daybreak, coming low and fast. Soon, a Blackhawk headed straight for us while a pair of Apache circled above the valley. 2 more hellos passed by and hovered above the valley, near the cave's entrance. Their side gunners kept scanning the area for threats while the side doors opened and soldiers began rappelling down. A fire team quickly surrounded us, followed by a pair of medics who ran at us. Only then Rhodey rappelled down as well and ran my way. "Tones, man, I'm damn glad to see you." He hovered protectively nearby while the medics began to poke and prod me. "Equals is equals. Part 2. Equals is equals. 10 Rings compound. Afghanistan. Rhodey a few points before we head to civilization, and showers, a lot of showers." I made a show of nodding to myself. "I'm going to live, right?" I asked the medics. "Sir, you've got something glowing on your chest, and you look like a tank just ran you over." A short woman built like a wrestler deadpanned at me. "Aw, I've got shrapnel in my chest, and this gadget keeps it from killing me." "Jesus, Tones," Rhodey exclaimed. "What did those bastards do to you?" "That was one of the missiles they hit us with when they took me. It was one of mine, Rhodes. There's enough of my weapons here to fight a war." I waved at the valley. "Someone in the company sold us all out," I glowered. "We'll get the bastards." "That we will. But first, there's a Frankenstein suit of power armor near the entrance of that cave. Please make sure it doesn't get lost. The last thing we want is terrorists with something like it. Your buddies in the military might consider it a proof of concept even if it sucks." "You build a power armor in a cave," one of the soldiers holding a perimeter around us exclaimed. The leader of this bunch of bastards seemed to like the idea. He thought we were building it for him and even had his minions help us. "That explains a lot. Only you Tones," Rhodey shook his head. "I'll make sure we secure your armor. The weapons, too. They might be our best lead to figure out who fucked us over." Equals see equals. What followed was positively underwhelming. A Blackhawk with escorts flew us to the nearest U.S. base, where the medics ushered us into a field hospital. The poking and prodding intensified. We got enough shots to feel like dying, and I ended up with an IV stuck in my arm to get properly hydrated. "Ho, I don't want to push, but if you don't want to go home, I can offer you a job. I'm sure legal can pull a few strings and get you citizenship, too. Medical, research, and development, you name it, I can get you there." I offered Yinsen after the medics got bored of using us as pincushions. My new buddy stared at me with that faraway look. "You noticed then?" he eventually asked. "The way you spoke about your village and family? You noticed I'm not as dumb and willfully blind as I like the world at large to think." That was my story, and I was going to stick to it until I had to explain how I became a space wizard. "Yes, that was a shock," Yinsen snorted. "I still remember how you managed to give that lecture drunk, Until recently, I wasn't sure if that was mere luck or brilliance. Let's try having a lot of experience with being drunk all day, almost every day, for a long time now. Thinking about it, I might have gone cold turkey in the first days after the ambush, which, combined with my wounds, would explain a lot. That's Tony Stark like the world knows him, I nodded. Just think about my suggestion. I will, he promised. He stretched in his hospital bed and groaned. I've forgotten how a proper bed is. I'll have one of my departments design proper beds for field hospitals, and barracks for that matter. The field barracks I was accustomed to having much more comfortable beds. Then again, they came from the fabricators of a civilization thousands of years more advanced. At that thought, my fingers shook, this time in anticipation. I had so many ideas and projects I wanted to pursue now. In the coming years and decades, I could reshape Earth and eventually turn it into interstellar power. But first, I had to clean up the house and get a cheeseburger. I haven't eaten a proper one in a lifetime or two. C equals. Being Tony Stark had its perk once I found myself in civilized company. As soon as the medics were sure I wouldn't fall dead and gave me the green light to travel, I found myself alone in the back of a C5 Galaxy. I settled for long flight home with a fighter escort because the US military didn't want to misplace me again. I had time to relax, recover, and begin plotting in earnest. Yinsen tentatively agreed to my suggestion, so I would have Pepper get legal to expedite his arrival. However, he first wanted to visit his village and dead family. Next task, after getting some delicious fast food, I did remember what Tony would have done in the movie next. An out-of-the-blue press conference announcing to the world that SI would no longer build weapons. That wasn't happening. I would first arrange a meeting with the US military, offer them some incentives, then perhaps shut down the weapon division for proper investigation. Whoever fucked me over either worked in there or had contacts who helped make weapons disappear. On the top of my head, I could think of two options, and one was more likely than the other. I couldn't recall the details of our contracts with the military. Such pedestrian things weren't for Tony fucking Stark to deal with. They were boring. He had a legal department for it. So option one, there was a discrepancy between the contracts on our side and the military. We build more weapons than the military paid for, and someone made the surplus vanish. This was unlikely. The option was too dangerous and easy to discover by accident. The more likely variant was ghost production. It was a time-honored tactic when a manufacturer covertly built more weapons than officially contracted for and sold the surplus to the highest bidder. That was much easier to keep in-house and worse for me, because the rot had to encompass multiple SI divisions to keep it hidden. From logistics, procurement, and the auditors, there were many moving parts that had to be compromised for ghost production to happen in any meaningful quantities. I saw that too many of my weapons were on the market, too many for a small operation to account for. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became that clearing this mess internally might be unfeasible. At least some of the people who would conduct such investigation working for me had to be on it, or otherwise compromised blackmail, bribery, the works. I might have to go to my contacts in the military and government. I was sure they would like to protect their golden weapons boy from the mean corporate shills who betrayed us all. Such an angle might lead to a closer relationship, an option for me to start influencing and subverting parts of the US government beyond my position as Tony Stark already did by default. Like it or not, being a billionaire came with a lot of perks. Sadly, I had a lot of work to do before I could focus on sciencing my way to power, so no one could kill me or wreck Earth. After all, I kept all my things here and had people I wanted to protect. C equals. Edwards Air Force Base, California. I was deep in meditation, guiding the Force to heal me when we arrived. I looked close enough to sleeping that the crew had to come and wake me up. Thank you for the 5-star cruise. I offered them a disarming smile and slowly got up. My muscles still ached, but it was a far cry from how I felt not so long ago. I looked at one of the pilots. He was little more than a kid. His face and general bearing reminded me of one of the soldiers who died escorting me back in Afghanistan. It was that kid who rode next to me. A pang of regret rang through my heart. You look like you want to say something. Shoot away. The rest of the guys want to know if we can take a picture with you, sir, he stammered. The things we do for PR, and more importantly, to keep the people supposed to keep me in one piece happy. Sure, I'll throw an autograph or two if you want, I nodded. That's how I got a picture taken with the whole crew before they opened the ramp, and I was greeted by the good old California sun. I descended the ramp slowly, not having to fake my discomfort. The sun reminded me of the heat of Sundari's desert. Point to myself, get a proper residence in a place with a moderate climate until I invented an armor with adequate air conditioning. Fuck California and its heat. The first things I could see when my eyes adjusted to the angry glow of the sun were a pair of paramedics complete with a gurney. There was an ambulance nearby, accompanied by a police car, likely to escort it into the base. At least 2 fire teams from the base security held a perimeter around the plane. Ah, good old-fashioned closing the barn's door when it was too late. Some things never changed. My eyes focused on a striking redhead who looked like she had been crying. What's with the redheads in my life anyway? I could feel Pepper's emotions, and they were humbling. I had to remind myself that when Tony Stark used to be an oblivious ass. She cared, and that sent a pang of unease through me. Tony, he had taken him for granted. Pepper, I smiled tiredly at her. Thank you for caring. Whatever she expected me to say, this wasn't it. I'm all right, folks. I waved the paramedics away. Let's get out of the sun. I nodded to Happy, my driver cum bodyguard. He had the distinction of being one of the 3 people in the world who could stand Tony for prolonged periods of time. Happy, Pepper, and Rhodey. No matter the pay, prolonged exposure drove everyone else up the wall and straight to drinking. That or in the hands of the nearest therapist, likely both. It's good to see you alive, boss, Happy grinned at me. We got in the car, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Air conditioning. It was one of the greatest inventions of the civilized world. It would do until I had enough access to the force to make heat and cold more or fewer non-issues. Where to? Happy inquired. Hospital, Pepper ordered. Tony, you look terrible, she added worriedly. I'm as well as one could expect. A hospital visit won't get me much better anytime soon. I need food, liquids, and rest. And someone to get the expertise and tools to get the shrapnel out of my chest, but that would be a long-term issue. Some vitamins, too. It's nothing a stop by a pharmacy on the way home can't fix. But first, cheeseburgers. Happy I'm ready to kill for some fat food. I spent the last 3 months eating second-hand MREs. Pepper, take note. We'll be making proper meals for the U.S. military, proper beds for field hospitals and barracks, too, I announced, making my best typical Tony Stark impression. I'm fine, Pepper. I could feel a bit of relief rising within Pepper and Happy. Now I sounded almost like Tony used to. Are you really? Pepper asked in a tone that was an odd mix of disbelief, worry, and relief. Fine enough, I nodded. A man kept me alive. We were both prisoners in Afghanistan. His name's Ho Yinsen. I offered him a job, and he accepted. He'll be coming to the U.S. sometime after he visits his home village. Make sure legal smooths things over and get him a first-class ticket to L.A. I'll see to it, Tony. Are you sure you're all right? Pepper pushed again. I'm as good as can be expected. I got held in a cave for months, Pepper, by people who had enough of our weapons to outfit a small army. A bunch of American soldiers were murdered with weapons we produced while the poor bastard tried to keep me in one piece. I bit out. Pepper's shock was genuine. Good to know. It was a relief that one of the few people I trusted was almost certainly not involved in betraying me. Yes, my thought exactly. Happy, drive us to the burgers. You two are among the few people I trust without reservations right now. Suggestions? You can't go wrong with cheeseburgers, Tony. More security, Happy asked and started slowly driving away from the plane. Among other things, in my current condition, a strike team that knew what they were doing might be able to take me out. Proper security was a must. Ideally, they would eventually form the core of a small or not-so-small private army. Pepper, you are one of the smartest women I know. What are you thinking? You, Ms. Potts jabbed a finger at my chest. Hospital, she spoke slowly as if I was a small kid. To be honest, from what I remember, that was necessary an embracing number of times. Dully noted Pepper, I'm glad you're concerned for your poor old boss. She growled in frustration. I stretched and relaxed in the seat. You know, I haven't thanked you too for putting up with me. You're not that bad, Tony. Happy glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Yes, he usually is, Pepper sighed. What brought this up, Tony? People say that the thought of imminent hanging concentrates the mind. I had to grow up or die, Pepper. Who are you and what did you do with Tony? The red-haired beauty peered at me. I had a lot of time to reflect on my past actions. Let's just say I didn't like what I saw when I thought about myself. That's surprising, Pepper looked thoughtful. Does that mean you might try to look after yourself occasionally? Just from time to time, I smiled. Being sober for months sure helped, I said in a more serious tone. How is the company? Pretty good, all things considered, Pepper answered. SI's shares took a major hit after all thought you died and have been slowly recovering. Thanks to Obi, no doubt, I voiced my thoughts. He's been swamped, Pepper agreed. Who wants to discuss my escape besides the media? I don't feel like giving a press conference anytime soon. FBI, CIA, the Pentagon. Who would be most helpful? FBI for a domestic angle, the latter to sick on the 10 rings. We'll figure something out, perhaps tomorrow afternoon. Get them all together, I don't feel like answering the same questions multiple times. I'll arrange it, Pepper nodded and made a note on her phone. Where's Obi? I asked. He could help me figure out if someone in the company was up to no good, well beyond the usual, if I could trust him. He was much more involved in everything than Tony ever was. Then again, the very thought that Obi betrayed me was offensive. When all was said and done, Obi was more of a father to me than Howard ever was, even when still alive. At the Central, we'll go to meet him after the burgers and the vitamins. Equals SBB equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 3. Prologue II, Homecoming Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Prologue II, Homecoming. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Stark Industries Corporate HQ. California. There's a crowd of vultures waiting for us. I pouted around my second burger. Damn, they were good. You said you were going to act grown up, Pepper treacherously pointed out. In public, certainly, I reserve my right to act as an overgrown kid in private. Hey, there's Obi, I exclaimed. Seeing him looking happy at us the moment he recognized the car was nice. He appeared genuine too, but that wasn't saying much. I could like someone, but that won't necessarily stop me from stabbing them in the back. That's the Tony we know and put up with, Pepper whispered fondly. The one and only. At least I don't see too many paparazzi for a change. They'll crawl from the woodwork soon enough, Happy grumbled. I brushed my hands on a paper napkin and got out of the car. Obi, it's great to see you, I exclaimed and pulled him in a hug. Tony, I thought you were in the hospital. He looked genuinely worried, gave me a disapproving look too. I'm fine, Obi. How are you? I hear you kept things together in a commendable fashion while I was detained. There's nothing to worry about, he smiled. There was pride in his words and just a hint of something else. You went for burgers? Obi asked. I glanced back to see Happy and Pepper following us with the rest of the food. Yep, they don't have them in the desert. I brought one for you too. I began to wave at the people who were gathered to greet me and nodded at the soldiers guarding the place as we went past them. It was all I could do to keep my mask in place. Obi's emotions were a very odd mix. He felt bittersweet at meeting me. There was regret, exceptionally well-hidden anger and disappointment. This was not something I expected from my father figure at seeing me back from the dead. I was well accustomed to betrayal. As a Sith, it had to be second nature. Yet the implications hurt and made me angry. The worst thing was it made sense. Obi was competent, the bastard. Could someone stir up such a large operation within SI as I expected without compromising or having him on board? I wouldn't say it would be impossible. Still, it would require that most of the company be rotten from the inside, feeding him false information all the time. Once we got inside, there were much fewer people to contend with. Almost all the press was left outside, too, which was a bonus. Not having to endure their hungry emotions made it a bit easier to control and conceal my fury. "Let's get somewhere we can talk in peace, Obi." I picked up the bag from Happy. "Burger." Stain shrugged and took the offering. "Let's go to my office, or yours." "Yours is a bit closer." "Ms. Potts, may I intrude for a moment? Agent Phil Coulson, Agency for Strategic Homeland." A middle-aged man with receding black hair intercepted Pepper. "I've heard of that agency from my father. Well, Tony's dad, whatever." "Shield," I turned around. "Father mentioned you guys a few times, and your Ms. Agent did manage to find me." I was grateful for the distraction. It helped me center myself and shove my rage aside. I was in control, not my emotions. They were tools and fuel. I repeated my mantra. "Mr. Stark, I'm secret agent, man, I got it. Why should I give you any more consideration than the rest of the alphabet soup vying for my time?" I asked. "You aren't the agent who bothered to find me." "Well, your father did help found SHIELD. Besides, our scope is different than the other agencies." SHIELD, I had the nagging feeling it was important, and that wasn't from Tony's memories. It's been too long since I was on Earth. Many of my memories from my first life faded a long time ago. "Once I'm done with Obi, I'll give you a few minutes. Try not to waste my time, Mr. Agent, or better send Ms. Agent this time with her real name. You," I pointed at Coulson, "I don't know." == Obi's office was just as I remembered it. A lot of marble, modern furniture of leather and metal. A fully stocked bar, an overwhelming need to get a drink sidelined me. I was halfway to pouring myself a glass of whiskey before I could stop. Yep, this proved it. I was an alcoholic too. Crifabantha and the sand person who rode on it. "Fancy a drink?" Obi asked. "Knock yourself out if you want. I'll pass." I went to the chair farthest from the bar and sat. For once, I feel like listening to the doctors. If Obi had any saving grace, it was the sinfully comfortable chairs in his office. "That's good. How can I help you, Tony? Why aren't you home recovering?" Stain radiated genuine concern. "Why, we've got a problem, Obi. The people who kidnapped me were armed with our weapons. They had enough ordnance to outfit a small army at the place they held me. Not the kind that can fall off a truck, Obi. Heavy weapons. Cruise missiles which we sell only to our government." I snapped. While my anger was very much real, it was a mask too. I was carefully observing Stain as I spoke. The shock was real. His concern too, oddly enough. But the fear? Oh, his fear was a delicious treat. He hid it well behind a worried mask. The genuine feelings of regret he stamped down helped sell the illusion. The bastard was involved in selling my fucking weapons, if nothing else. Obi might have been a favorite uncle, then a father figure. He was one of my few true friends, yet for years he had been running the company and cleaning after me. It was very much possible Obi got enough of Tony Stark's shenanigans. If I was out of the picture, why, he might just become the next CEO, and I recalled he was one of the biggest beneficiaries of my will. To top it all, I've spent more and more time as of late partying, getting drunk, and sleeping around instead of doing anything constructive for the company. The Jericho was an exception, and it took much prodding to make Tony finish the project. From an outside perspective, I could see how Tony Stark slowly turned from a golden goose into a liability. "Are you sure, Tony?" Stain exclaimed. "Of course you're sure," he shook his head. "You would know those weapons in your sleep." His distress was genuine. I didn't need my emphatic sense to tell me that. His confusion, on the other hand, it was an outstanding performance, Galaxy class even. It was fake, damn him. He wasn't surprised about the weapons, Obi knew. He was involved in one way or another. We'll find out who's responsible and make sure they rot in prison, Tony. I promise you, Obi vowed. He lied to my face, and I would have bought it if I didn't know better. At best, Obi was going to get a scapegoat, or ensure there was no evidence to be found linking him with anything that mattered. Tell me what you saw, Obi came to sit next to me. He was almost desperate to know. Suddenly, I was delighted the military got the Ten Rings camp mostly intact. Who knew what they might discover there? I gave him a sanitized version of events, keeping my suspicions to myself. I'll leave it into your capable hands, Obi. I patted him on the shoulder and made my exit. With Stain dirty for who knew how long, I had to treat the whole company as compromised. I needed allies. Perhaps the secret agent man might be of use once I learned more about this shield of his. Say what you want about that agency I barely knew existed. They did find me when everyone else failed. This had implications. I found him chatting up Pepper and Happy, while she was trying to arrange the interviews with the other government people for tomorrow. Mr. Agent, do you know where we can talk in private? I asked. A brief look of alarm passed through his eyes, but he smiled charmingly. Did he know that there was more than met the eye as far as I was concerned? He probably did. I think I know the place. Happy, let's go. Pepper, please finish arranging the meetings for tomorrow, then get some rest. I'll head straight home when we're done. See equals. The secure place was his car. Really? I raised my eyebrows when he got it to the private parking at the back of the building. It is secure, Coulson smiled disarmingly. There are inbuilt jammers, the car acts as Faraday cage, and the windows are not only one way but also treated to neutralize laser microphones. Good enough, I guess? I got in the back with Happy, and the agent sat in the driver's seat and turned to face us. We have some questions about how you escaped, Mr. Stark. I might be willing to talk with you people. I smiled pointedly at Coulson. When I know more about you all, that you found me when no one else did earn you some brownie points. However, right now I have some trust issues. Send Ms. Agent to speak with me after the meeting tomorrow. If nothing else, she didn't shoot me or worse when I passed out of exhaustion. Despite her past, that gives her some credit with me few people now have. You what? Happy exclaimed. Boss, we really should make a stop at a hospital. I'm fine, Happy. I'm getting tired of repeating myself. Secret Agent Man, arrange a meeting with Ms. Agent. By the time she manages to come by, I'm sure I would know enough about your agency to decide if I trust you enough to work with you. I can live with that, Mr. Stark. Coulson gave me an amused smile. I'll make sure to arrange a meeting with Ms. Agent. Then we're done here. Have a nice day, Mr. Secret Agent. We got out and headed for my car. Worry not, Happy, we're going home. I frowned. I need a phone. Take mine, boss. Happy handed me a current-gen SI phone. It wasn't the best on the market. I had ideas about that, among other things. Jarvis, buddy, I have work for you. Start digging up everything you can about an agency called S.H.I.E.L.D. Then arrange secure calls with a few of our contacts in the military and government. I want to hear what they can tell me about this group of sneaky spies. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Tony Stark's home. California. Home, sweet home, nice enough place. It was bright and open. In fact, it was too open and vulnerable. A sniper will have a field day here. Let's get a reactor and some PD guns and see if I can kit bash a shield. But first, I needed something for self-defense. Blaster? No, something sonic might be easier to make. Besides, using hydrogen for blaster ammo wasn't optimal. There was a reason why the Tabana gas was all the rage. Note to self, get probes to the gas giants when practical. I got a cup of excellent coffee and went to the basement. Jarvis, are you up to some tinkering? I asked. First, isolate my personal server. I want you to cut off all external connections when you're connected to it. Is there a problem, sir? A lot of them, buddy. Show me your neural map on the hollow table and your code, too. I was eager to compare him to a droid's brain. Hopefully, he'll prove to be a nice shortcut because I simply didn't have the tools or time to code one from scratch. I slapped myself, bad Tony, tinkering can wait a bit. Jarvis, first show me what you found about S.H.I.E.L.D., which contacts are ready to speak with me. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, better known by its acronym SHIELD, Jarvis began. Holographic projectors came online, and flat screens turned on, showing me various classified documents SI had access to through our contacts with the military and U.S. government. If nothing else, they seemed legit. What I got on short notice made them sound very interesting indeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. was apparently an extra-governmental agency that first started as a part of the U.S. government. Nowadays, it had international backing, reach, and oversight. That by itself made them invaluable, and I wanted in. Their mandate was most interesting, somewhat concerning, and another reason to want us to be on the same side until I was in a position to begin subverting them. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mandate was to maintain national and global security. Their purpose: it was to deal with terrorists, dangerous advanced technology, potential alien threats, and more importantly, enhanced individuals. Yes, gaining influence in the agency meant to look at people like me was vital. I shoved the images of classified files aside. Jarvis would inform me if he found something that I needed to know. It wasn't like I had the time to personally review the paperwork he could access. Instead, I looked at his brain matrix. It was beautiful. It learned and evolved, growing. It was nothing like the programming or function of a droid brain. Without first building many tools and inventing certain technologies, creating a loyal, aware, and learning droid army would be an issue. In practice, the best I could get would be drones that Jarvis could control. He would be a central point of failure. Jamming would be another issue. It was still better than nothing, but not something to rely on. The CIS and the galaxy learned the hard way what can happen if you made your warbots too bright. Then mass-produced them and threw them in the fire by the billions. Perhaps a droid Praetorian Guard? They would be useful but small enough numbers to put down if they got rogue or subverted. That was an option, yes. The old Tony would have scoffed and disregarded the dangers. He was too smart for his AIs ever to go rogue. I knew the risks and horrors that hostile AIs could represent. It was a genie bottle I wasn't ready to properly open unless as a last resort. Jarvis opened 3 new files: Sunshine, Guardian, White Noise. Let's get to work. I looked over what I got in my workshop and smiled. I couldn't build the nice things with off-the-shelf components, but I got all I needed to make myself some tools. However, some design work first, so I would know what tools I should begin with. First, Sunshine. I would keep ARC technology for myself. Practical fusion, including small compact reactors, on the other hand. Those we would build and sell, cornering the energy market. Now, what would be the most practical designs to begin with? I was thinking over what I learned decades ago in one of the Sith Empire's engineering universities, when Hurricane Pepper exploded into my holy basement. Tony, why aren't you in the hospital? Happy told me you had fallen unconscious from exhaustion. You need to rest. Knowing for a fact that she worried for me was nice. At the same time, I felt bad for making her feel that way. Pepper, I shot back in a soothing tone. I'll say it again, I'm fine now. I had time to rest in a helicopter ride to the nearest U.S. base, then in a field hospital and on the flight back home. I've slept a lot in the past day, and all I'm doing is toying with a few design ideas. Pepper crossed her hands over her chest and huffed. I knew this expression. If I leave you without supervision, you won't leave the basement in a week. You won't eat anything and only drink. I went cold turkey in that cave. I don't feel like drinking alcohol anytime soon if that makes you feel better, I pointed out. In hindsight, I should have kept that little fact to myself. Tony. Pepper. Don't pepper me, Tony. You will rest even if I have to get Happy and James to tie you to your bed, and I'll be calling a doctor to come to see you. You have a meeting scheduled for noon tomorrow. Get a shower, I'll order a takeout, real food this time, and you're going to rest. Only if you join me for dinner. I'm not leaving you out of my sight, Pepper snapped. I kind of deserve that. Yeah, thinking back in Pepper's shoes, I wouldn't trust myself either. Jarvis, close the files. We'll change the world tomorrow. I smiled pleasantly at Pepper. See, I can be reasonable. Tony, you're never reasonable. Equals C equals. Tony, are you all right? A familiar voice exclaimed. Someone grabbed my shoulder, and I reacted on instinct. Tony. God damn it, Rhodey. I blinked owlishly at my other friend. What the hell? Rhodey muttered. He was on the ground with my knee planted on his chest, and I had my right hand raised to smash my fist at his throat. Sorry, I got up and offered him a hand. Please try not to surprise me again, Rhodey. This was a close one. I would say, a familiar husky voice interrupted us. I first recognized her Force signature and then looked at her face. The Black Widow herself, wearing a sharp business suit. Fortunately, she was a striking redhead who now looked nothing like Bo, the hair notwithstanding. I'm Natalie Rushman. Phil Coulson sent me. He said you would like to talk. She gave me another fake name. Ms. Agent, it is then. We will talk at length after the other meeting. From what I could find, your people appear to be legit enough. Now get yourselves to the kitchen and make some coffee. I'll join you soon. I vanished into the bathroom. Sadly, Pepper was right last night. I did need the rest. Judging by how I felt after close to 12 hours of being dead to the world, it wasn't enough. The pain was mostly gone, though my muscles were stiff and ached with every movement. They felt stretched and tender. Protein, rest, and the Force should take care of that. After that, I had to get combat fit again. That would be one of my primary objectives. I couldn't afford to crap out again after such a short engagement. An old trick helped me feel better, using hot and cold water in turn. It both helped me get properly awake and soothed the aches in my muscles. I got out and checked the time. It was 1100 sharp. There was just enough time for food and to prepare for the meeting at noon. Equals C equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. For Phase 1 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 1 Spy Games. Equals as equals. Part 1. Equals as equals. Tony Stark's home. California. When you're Tony Stark, the government comes to you. In my experience, that's not necessarily a good thing. I've been the one sent to visit people back in the good old days of the Sith Empire. It seldom ended well for the people I was sent to investigate. CEOs, Moffs, it didn't matter if they crossed the Empire. All their money and clout meant nothing in the end. Now, I was the one who had to play host to agents, who fortunately had nowhere the power and reach of a Sith working for a member of the Dark Council. Today's dream team consisted of a colonel from the DoD, a pair of very special FBI agents, a CIA spook, and Coulson who posed as a Homeland Security. SHIELD were cheating bastards who liked to cheat. I got the message. Thank you very much. There were a lot of questions I had to answer. Pictures, too, of my handiwork and lightly enough scorched Stark Industries weaponry to ensure things like legal trouble, Senate hearings, and the like might be in the future. That would be an inconvenient waste of time. Tony Stark was Stark Industries' CEO, at least on paper. People associated me with the company, which might just make an impression of a rock tied around my neck and ready to plunge into the ocean, dragging me under. We are scouring the whole country for more equipment your company might have misplaced, Mr. Stark, Colonel Simmons continued. In Iraq, too. There were too many weapons to just write them off as falling off the back of a truck, I air-quoted. My family has been in the weapons business for a long time, always working with the U.S. government. I put on smile number 2, dazzle the investors. I know what reputation I had until recently. My smile didn't shift when I pointedly looked at pictures of the massacre at the terrorist camp. I wouldn't be surprised if members of our esteemed government went over my head and cut a deal with more understanding elements within Stark Industries to get some ghost production going on. If that's the case, I'll kindly ask you to clean up your mess. If not, I do require assistance in clearing up Stark Industries. This isn't something that a few bribes can cover up. My guests looked at each other. So far, the meeting wasn't going on as they expected. That much was obvious. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that a few of them were eager to put all the blame on SI and wash their hands off the issue. That didn't make sense, especially as far as the military was concerned. The last thing they would want is a disruption in production while I tore through SI looking for who fucked me over. To the best of my knowledge, if there is ghost production as you put it, Mr. Stark, the U.S. government didn't authorize or request it. Simmons felt uneasy when he said that. He was damn uncomfortable, yet he told me the truth as he knew it. Perhaps something else was eating him. I looked at the FBI agents. We will, of course, investigate what can be espionage and illegal sale of weapons, Special Agent Mayer said. However, before we begin, we will need access to all the evidence the military gathered in Afghanistan. Was this the issue? A pissing match between agencies for who can solve the problem? Coulson gave me a pointed look, relying on his commiseration. Get a request through the proper channels, and I'm sure the relevant department will give you what you need, Simmons blandly responded. I was sure he didn't care either way. It wasn't his responsibility to deal with such details. We're, of course, ready to assist in any way possible to maintain the security of the United States. Coulson joined the circus. Such investigations fall under our jurisdiction, Mayer shot back. We have federal crimes here. He tapped a picture of the stolen equipment meant for one of my industrial facilities. If nothing else, we've got theft with crossing state lines, then smuggling the goods out of the country to top it off. We have the people and experience to investigate espionage, corporate or not. We've got the auditors needed to go through SI files and get to this bottom faster than anyone else. I didn't bother pointing out that if it were this simple, Jarvis would have notified me of the issue long before I got blown up and kidnapped. At best, a lot of our files were expertly doctored. The serial numbers, and if those are fake, micro-traces from the equipment used should help us trace the recovered weapons to the plan that produced them. From there, we might be able to begin unraveling who authorized the production, how they supplied the necessary resources, and more, I pointed out. I'm as angry as anyone because of this disaster. I tapped my chest. I have souvenirs that can't be removed and might kill me from weapons my own company built. There aren't many people more motivated than I am to find the truth. I am yet to hear a good angle of attack from any of you. Tracing the weapons is the most solid lead we have, Simmons agreed. We will look into smuggling channels and weapon dealers on our side. I doubt that official Stark logistics transport drove them to the terrorists and handed them the weapons. I certainly hope not. I didn't need to fake indignation here. If the rot had spread that far, I might as well burn SI and start a new corporation from the ground up. We're creating a task force to handle the investigation. Mayer's buddy pipped up. When will it be ready to deploy? By the end of the week. The agents already in place can begin work immediately. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still unsure if the missing equipment comes directly from Stark Industries or if we somehow managed to misplace it. Coulson smiled disarmingly, earning himself the ire of his colleagues. I was made aware that we're currently physically checking the stocks of our SI-built weapons, he asked Simmons. All military branches inspect our SI weapon stocks and audit reports on expended ordnance. According to the records, everything is as it should be. We have detachments all over the world making sure that's true. I have a few ideas that will fix that, but I'm not going to make promises I might not be able to back. The tech might not be here to make what I have in mind practical. I decided to be helpful again. As long as it doesn't find its way in the wrong hands, the colonel's deep voice rumbled. We'll be investigating anyway, Fed One grumbled. He didn't seem to like my company much and was practically gleeful at any opportunity to demand answers. Did I sleep with his wife or daughter? Perhaps both. I would expect nothing less, I cheerfully agreed. I will be happy to help. Who will lead the investigation? You, Homeland, the DoD people. My guests looked at each other and began their pissing contest in earnest. Coulson sent me an amused glance behind the backs of the rest. We'll get back to you, Mr. Stark, once we've straightened out the jurisdiction, Mr. Agent said. Sure, you know where to find me. Any more questions? We request you don't leave the country, Fed 2 answered. Considering what happened the last time, I won't be leaving the States unless your investigation requires it. I'm just glad to be home mostly intact. I shuddered, and it wasn't just for show. I might move to somewhere with less sun and sand. They occasionally remind me of the desert. Understandable, Simmons nodded. We'll keep in touch if there are other questions. How's Dr. Yinsen? I meant to check up on him. Have you talked with him yet? We did before sending him home, Simon said. Oh, I'll have to call him then. Now there's something you need to know, a head up to your superiors. I intend to halt all production lines until we can clean up the house. There are already too many of my weapons in the wild, ready to murder our soldiers and those of our allies. This is unacceptable. I will speak with the board of directors first, then give a press conference. However, before that, I would like you to have task forces in place to secure the industrial plants so we can figure out which ones are compromised and who is a fucking traitor. Eating the penalties for delay in production is better than seeing young Americans blown to pieces with my weapons. Simmons' eyes widened at that. He now watched me with a sense of respect. Coulson was surprised but nodded in approval. Mayers, on the other hand, felt gleeful. What was wrong with that bastard? When did I piss in his cereal? A round of exchanged pleasantries, forced in the case of Mayers, and most of my guests were on their way. I was getting a snack when the secret agent man was back. Mr. Agent, I nodded. Are you Coulson now, Howard from Homeland or something else? I asked. I hear you've been looking around for SHIELD data. Mr. Agent continued to smile. You've been properly paranoid little spies. Only one network was left vulnerable. It was either bait or old-fashioned human error. I grumbled. I wouldn't know, while we're on the topic of hacking Stark Industries. You want access. I take it Ms. Super Assassin is good at sneaking around. Very why? Coulson asked. SI's servers and networks and properly air-gapped. There should be no way to connect to the secure systems from outside, I noted. Considering our close ties with the military, the U.S. government, by default, had access to many of our confidential files. The military did provide part of the security for some of our more valuable facilities, including the central office on the outskirts of L.A. Not to mention that practically all our military-related projects were for the U.S. Armed Forces and NATO allies. Frankly, I wasn't sure how Tony in the movies could get away with shutting down SI's military division for good without paying astronomical penalties and gutting the company. It was probably because the plot required it or something. Here in the real world, such a stunt would be a big issue no one could conveniently ignore. Coulson watched me and waited. There's a hardwired backdoor in SI's mainframe in the central office. I'll need to build a certain chip, which, if slotted, will give me unrestricted access to the air-gapped networks. Of course, we'll have to slot the chip and then use one of the terminals on the network to copy and examine the files on it for clues. You want one of our agents to slot the chip, Coulson noted. Why can't you do it yourself? If I go anywhere near the servers, it might raise an alarm among those we're looking for. Right now, we have no idea how deep the rot is. I'll act as a distraction. Officially, your Ms. Agent will be my new assistant, giving her a lot of access. She'll still need to get into the server room, slot the chip quietly, and then get out without anyone seeing her. I didn't mention Obi was involved. First, I didn't have any proof. Second, I would deal with the bastard myself. That makes sense, Coulson noted calmly. Now, why are you here as well, Mr. Agent? SHIELD will be conducting a separate investigation. We won't be burdened by a rivalry between agencies or arguments over jurisdiction. I was here for your official debriefing. If you want to add something more, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I have a job to do and leave you to deal with my colleague. So instead of being rivals with the other agencies, you're just going to ignore them? I inquired. Both our jurisdiction and reach are broader. Coulson nodded at me and made his way towards the main door. Equals as equals. Part 2. Equals as equals. Caritas Nightclub, California. Obadiah Stane thanked the bartender after the younger man had handed him his drink. A paper napkin with a few words scratched on it was stuck to the glass's underside. VIP Lounge, 5 min. Stane took a sip of his whiskey. It was the good stuff. He turned around and observed the club. It was chock full of people. Some danced on the floor to the beat of reverberating music from hidden loudspeakers. Others sat on the bar or in discreet booths around the walls talking and laughing. Multicolored lights and artificial mist gave the place a haunting, almost beautiful visa. It reminded Obadiah of his youth, of a better time when he had fewer regrets. There were days, like tonight, when he wondered when his ambition and resentment got the better of him. For years after Howard's death, Obadiah saw Tony as his son. He couldn't tell when that changed. Was it covering for the boy one too many gaffes? Perhaps it was one too many days doing Tony's job as a CEO. After Stark came of age, he was usually too busy chasing skirts instead of dealing with everything that had to be done to keep Stark Industries prosperous. After all, in this kind of business, merely having the best weapons on the market wasn't enough. Convincing the government to buy enough of them was the trick, especially when Hammer and the others of his ilk were ready to offer good enough gear at lower prices. That was something that never quite clicked in Tony's head. Having state-of-the-art products that even the U.S. government couldn't afford enough of didn't make the company money. Major contracts to outfit whole military branches with equipment and supply them with munitions for the long haul were SI's bread and butter. Unless someone constantly sat on him, Tony kept chasing pipe dreams instead of building practical weapons. Even if he delivered, he often wouldn't make the company money for years, if not longer. The repulsor technology in the Jericho missiles was a recent example. Tony wasted a lot of time and significant resources to get it working. Yet, only months ago, SI could finally build a viable prototype and figure out how to mass-produce the critical component to make selling it to the military feasible. If Obadiah had to be honest with himself, that was how it all began. SI built the best prototype weapons in the world. However, they were too expensive to mass-produce so that the military could field them. Stane smiled mirthlessly. Unless you knew the right people ready to pay extraordinary amounts of cash and favors for prototypes, they could tinker with and reverse engineer. These relationships grew from the odd schematic and idea until Obadiah was good friends with the right people and knew how to grease the right palms. That was another thing that Tony never got. Personal relationships, friendships, and mutual profit could guarantee contracts, even if your product weren't the best. In the same vein, they could ensure the government won't buy a superior product because of the price, real or imagined flaws. The few times Obadiah tried to explain it, Tony stared at him as if he was speaking a foreign language. It would be adorable and fun if it weren't so frustrating. Tony was a Stark. They had Stark Industries and the best products. Why on earth people wouldn't be eager to buy everything they had to offer? Stane still didn't know if it was arrogance or naivety, or if Tony's genius brain didn't work like ordinary people. Did it matter at this point? Stane did the unthinkable on multiple fronts. He sold weapons to terrorists and less than friendly states. Everyone with money and the right connections. It all began so easy and simple. Back then, it was just a way to find clean funds to bribe the correct people behind Tony's back. More recently, avoiding Stark's pet AI became more expensive and frustrating. Not to mention he had to build a fund to guarantee his future. It began as a little secret nest egg for his retirement or in case everything leaked, and he had to run. His nest egg only grew from there, including favors and guarantees of protection in countries that would never extradite him to the U.S. Before he knew it, Obadiah was neck-deep in selling some of the best weapons Stark Industries created to foreign countries. They would reverse, engineer it, upgrade their capabilities, and Stark would have to create something that was the new bleeding edge. Consequently, SI made billions of profit after covering all expenses that got them there. Life was good, great even. All the while, Tony continued to tinker, more often than not, in fields that had nothing to do with weapons. More importantly, he kept wasting his time drinking and womanizing all over the world. Obadiah had to do all the real work on keeping the firm in the green. He had to cover for the kid again and again, and suddenly he had a gut full of it all. He did all the essential work and more, while Tony kept wasting his life. It was simply too much. The most surprising thing was how easy it was to arrange Tony's assassination by providing a lot of weapons to the Ten Rings. Stain even had a contingency to ensure that Tony would take most of the blame if the illegal weapon sales came to light. It was a perfect crime, and then everything went to hell. Stain should have known better. Criminals, terrorists. Of course, you couldn't trust them to get the job done. Now Tony was back and he was sniffing around. Various agencies were on it too, and the false trail was unlikely to hold up with a live Tony about to tell his side of the story. After all, dead men told no tales, nor could they deny anything. Obadiah finished his drink and headed for the VIP lounge. Worst of all, someone else knew about his off-the-book deals. That's why he was in this club tonight. Oh, Caritas was a place he did visit at least a few times a month, often in the company of clients he was wooing. It wasn't out of character for him to be here. Not tonight, however. Not after someone had sent him a recording of a conversation he had with one of the terrorists after they captured Tony. == The VIP lounge on the second floor was much quieter. You could actually hold a conversation here without shouting or straining to hear. The place was tastefully decorated in leather and chrome, giving it a slim, futuristic look. The various booths were enclosed and could be isolated from the outside to hold more or less private meetings. A jammer or two could take care of any surveillance, making the place quite popular for conducting business deals. Obadiah had used it for both above and below-board negotiations, and as far as he knew, there were no leaks from this pace. Of course, tonight's meeting might indicate otherwise. A Caucasian man dressed in a well-cut suit met him and nodded toward a nearby open booth. Two expressionless brown eyes stared at Stain until he nodded and went inside. The man followed and sealed the door. The only unusual thing Obadiah could see was a small, acid-produced jammer lying on the table. Its light was green, indicating it worked. "Mr. Stone, I'm Agent Ward from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm here to give you an offer you can't refuse." The newly named Ward pulled out a smartphone from his pants pocket and threw it at Obadiah. Stain caught the slim device, unlocked it, and frowned. There was a paused video of him speaking with the Ten Rings. "I'm all ears." Ward smiled. 15 minutes later, Obadiah Stain walked out of Caritas and got into his car as a S.H.I.E.L.D. asset. == Director's Office. The Triskelion. Theodore Roosevelt Island. "What is your read on Stark?" Director Nicholas Fury asked. On the monitor of his computer, Phil Coulson frowned. "From what I saw, our profile on the man seems to be off. PTSD can't account for the changes, and the Army didn't find any traces of overt torture or chemical conditioning. The man I met isn't the playboy I was expecting. If I didn't know better, I would compare him to a retired operative." Now Fury frowned too. "Elaborate." The director didn't like unknowns and curiosities. More often than not, when something was off, it was a problem his people had to solve quietly. "Are we sure Stark isn't supposed to have competent combat training?" Coulson asked. "The way his eyes scan for threats, sometimes the way he moves. It's like a veteran. I'm pretty sure Stark isn't even aware he's doing it. You've seen the same reports on the Ten Rings compound. Romanoff only took out a few of the positions outside. Yinsen only killed a handful of people during their escape. Stark cut through more than a platoon of terrorists as if he was one of our best agents. Even considering his armored suit, what he did is extraordinary." Fury allowed. He tapped some commands on his station and brought up the results of Stark's medical examination by the military. It did include a DNA test that matched. The same was true for the biometrics. He was reasonably sure that the man the military recovered in Afghanistan was indeed Stark. Romanoff's report stated more or less the same. The man's AI was convinced that this was the genuine article. "Get May out of the office." I'll have other assignments for Romanoff soon, and I want someone competent to keep tabs on Stark just in case. How's the investigation going on? Interesting. There's a thin trail indicating Stark might have had something to do with his weapons ending up with the terrorists who held him. However, the man has a pet AI, and I find it hard to believe we would have found this kind of trail if he was behind it. So far, I do not see a motive either. It certainly can't be money, Coulson pointed out. Ideology? Fury suggested. Stark's profile told the man was a typical rich playboy with an ego out of all proportions. Until recently, all the ideology Tony Stark cared about was drinking, getting laid, and tinkering in that order. But who knew for sure, considering what happened over the past few months? I'll have people dig in deeper in his past and have them confirm everything about the man we have an electronic record of. It could be that the man got bored with the high life. It won't be the first time happened, Coulson suggested. Fury grimaced. That was undoubtedly true. S.H.I.E.L.D. had to either cover for or clean up the mess of rich kids with more resources than sense. A couple even became half-decent assets. Keep looking and keep me posted. Fury cut off the connection. What's your game, Stark? He wondered aloud. For now, that was Coulson's and Romanoff's problem. Fury had bigger fish to fry. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 5 Phase 1 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 1 Spy Games. == Part 3. == Tony Stark's home. California. Ms. Agent and Rhodey joined me in the basement after Mr. Super Secret Agent left. Jarvis, please start working on the chip. It's high time we see what my supposed people in SI have been doing over the past few years. Mr. Stark, I must caution you that it might have discovered and either monitors or has the back doors closed after all this time. If that's the case, we'll have to do it the slow and hard way, I pointed out. I didn't need another reminder that Tony Stark was a fuck-up as a CEO. I could recall stepping into SI's Central only a handful of times over the past few years. I think I didn't meet the board of directors more than twice in that period. Combine this with having to clean up after me even more than Pepper did, and well, if I were in Stain's shoes, I would also arrange Tony Stark's assassination. Tony, what trouble are you getting yourself in this time? Rhodey asked in a worried tone. There are 2 ways to approach all the data on SI's internal networks. First, we can wait for a court order. That way, the FBI or whoever wins the pissing match can seize the files and spend the next few months or even years going over them. Second, we try to use a backdoor I built into the system. Doing so has 3 steps. First, Ms. Agents has to sneak into the main server room in the Central and place a chip there. Jarvis is busy making it as we speak. I am. Ms. Agent raised an eyebrow at me. Your buddy Coulson agreed already. He is not the one giving me orders, she pointed out. Congratulations, then you can consider yourself conscripted, Ms. Agent. No good deed remains unpunished. Besides, I gave her the Tony Stark No. 3 smile, your boss already sent you here to speak with me. I might consider it if you answer a few questions about the camp. She shot me a smile that matched my own. Finding myself on the receiving end of such treatment explained Pepper's exasperation at some of my antics. Later, I'm still explaining my not-so-cunning plan. While I'm busy making a distraction at SI, you sneak in and slot the chip. After that, we'll have Pepper download all the data on SI's new high-capacity flash drives for Jarvis to go over for us. We bring the drives here and wait for Jarvis to do his magic. This has to be all kinds of illegal, Rhodey pointed out. The alternative is wasting a month while other people review the files. That's unacceptable. I'm sure our government friends will pull all their strings to ensure we can resume weapon production as fast as possible after I shut it down tomorrow for investigation. That very well might be the case, Ms. Agent agreed. Now questions, or you'll have to do the sneaking yourself, Mr. Stark. Ask away. Depending on what you want, you might want to buy me a drink and dinner first. Tones, it's usually the other way around, as you know. You have too much experience with it, and I can't believe I'm saying that. Rhodey shook his head at me. Did you imply I was a man-whore? He did right, Jarvis. That's one way to interpret Mr. Rhodes' statement, sir. Tones. Rhodey, if your wingmates ever hear about this, they won't ever let you live it down. Jarvis, you have this on record, don't you? It's priceless blackmail material. Tones, if you want to play it that way, you know I've got tones of blackmail on you too, pun intended, Rhodey said in exasperation. Are you enhanced, Mr. Stark? Ms. Agent cut to the chase. Why would you want to take me for a test ride? And here I thought you might have grown up a bit, just a bit. Rhodey's disappointment was thick enough to touch. I certainly did, I shot back. Mr. Stark, you killed over 30 terrorists by yourself, many of them without the aid of your armored suit. I know many commandos who would be unlikely to be alive now if they were in your shoes. Only a handful of highly trained veteran soldiers could have emerged victorious and unscratched when facing such odds, even if it was just terrorists. Yes, I did. My captors were terrible hosts. It was unforgivable, I answered blandly. I don't kiss and tell, Ms. Agent. Rhodey groaned. Thinking about it, Tony Stark did both kiss, fuck, and then tell, and even boasted. Not all the time, but often enough. To be fair, Tones, I'm surprised you managed to pull out a Terminator to those bastards, Rhodey noted and rubbed his chest. I apologized about nearly splattering you all over my bedroom. I did right. Tones, I've had to wake you after you've been drunk like a skunk many times before, yet you could never try to take me down before. This morning you did it like a pro. Rhodey had to use reason and facts, the bastard. My issue here was there was no good answer I could give. If I admitted to being enhanced, everyone would hound me with questions about how it happened. Telling them that I created a serum or something in that vein would turn me into a target. Telling them that I got the memories and abilities of a space wizard warlord might make me vanish in someone's black sight. For obvious reasons, I plead the fifth. In that case, Mr. Stark, you'll have to do your sneaking around yourself. I can offer a different kind of incentive. Better armor, and I do have ideas for a stealth generator. How would you like thermo-optical camouflage when you have to skulk around a terrorist compound again, Ms. Agent? You can do that, Rhodey demanded. I have a general idea. Making it practical to deploy might be an issue. It would require a more compact power supply than currently existing to be practical. Otherwise, Ms. Agent would need to carry a backpack full of batteries. I have so many ideas and little time to see to them all. Mr. Stark, I'm only here because you requested my presence and promised answers. I did, and I have something to add about the terrorists I haven't mentioned yet, though part of it should be obvious. They had a lot of backing and access to surprisingly good logistics. Much of the equipment they provided me with on short notice should be of no good use in a cave in Afghanistan. Unless something dramatically changed over the past few months, most of my weapons in that compound weren't for Taliban use against coalition forces in Afghanistan. That base was, at best, a holding and transit hub for a larger organization. I have suspicions about Beardman, the terrorist leader, but sadly, he is in no position to answer questions. You haven't told me anything I didn't already know or suspect, Mr. Stark, Ms. Agent pointed out. That's all the relevant information about the terrorists I can give you. Finding more would require investigation. You know, like figuring out what evidence we might find on short notice on SI's internal networks. Get your chip ready. I'll have to make a few calls and get back to you. When do you want to do your infiltration? Tomorrow after meeting with the board of directors and giving a press conference in front of SI's Central. That would help create a distraction. Ms. Agent left me alone with Rhodes. Can we now talk, Tony? Jarvis, scan the area for listening devices and other infestations. Commencing scanning, sir. Do you feel paranoid much? I don't feel like becoming someone's test subject. Tony, what did you do to yourself this time? Would you believe me if I told you it was an accident? Because for once, it was totally an accident. I know you. Not as much as you think, buddy. I can't detect any foreign objects. Privacy protocols are engaged. Jamming is active, Jarvis announced. Thank you. I looked around, and my eyes fell on the fridge. The force sang happily as I used it to carefully open the door and pull out a soda while still standing across the room. Cheers, I nodded to James, who stared at me like a fish out of water. You're enhanced now. When? How? You couldn't have made a super soldier serum or something like that in a cave. Yeah, that would be a bit much even for me, I agreed. The issue with the Force was that sooner or later, it would become evident that I was no longer a regular human. A single assassination attempt in public or around cameras would see to it. Sadly, with the cleanup I had to do, I was ready to bet the bastards infesting my company would try to get me removed from the picture to buy time, if nothing else. In that regard, I was playing for time to figure out how not to end up fucked. Judging from what I could glean from his agent, she wasn't 100% sure what happened in Afghanistan, just strongly suspected. That was a small mercy that might not last for much longer. Then again, for the time being, I was more dangerous and valuable with what I could build than with what I could achieve through the Force. Sadly, until my body better adjusted to handle more of it, and unless the Force in this universe got more potent, it would be more of a power multiplier than a powerful weapon itself. Tones, are you all right? Rhodey asked. I'm just thinking. Jarvis opened the Project Sunshine file. Do I dare ask what you're going to build now? A fusion reactor. I'm going to corner the energy market and make bank in the process. Equals C equals. Part 4. Equals C equals. Tony Stark's home. California. Rhodey left, almost certainly to quietly talk with Pepper and Happy, so the three of them could convince me to go to a hospital to check what I've done to myself. Something like that was inevitable, which was why I revealed I had abilities now. After more than a century of constantly using the Force, it would be a miracle if I managed to keep myself from reflexively doing so in public until SI was as clean as possible. Trying to hide the Force in private, around people who were practically family, I was going to slip without thinking and have to answer pointed questions soon anyway. Better do it on my terms. A brief call to Pepper ensured she would have the board of directors ready to meet with me and a press conference in place after that. With that out of the way, it was finally science time. I lost myself in dictating the theory behind working fusion reactors and creating the schematics for one. The first step was a relatively large commercial one. That would make it much cheaper and easier to build than a small, compact reactor. The latter would require more advanced alloys and tougher and more reliable components. In contrast, a large commercial facility could afford a big central chamber to contain the reaction. This would allow for a lot of space between the plasma, the magnetic field containing it, and the chamber's walls. Pump it full with the right kind of inert and hard gas to ignite, and you could get away with much cheaper chamber walls. Sir, you've got a visitor, Jarvis interrupted me. I looked up at the clock and winced. It's been hours, yet I didn't even notice. Jarvis, remind me to take a break every few hours. Who is it anyway? A SHIELD agent, sir. Another one. The nearest screen blinked, showing me a tall man wearing a dark gray shirt. I didn't recall seeing him before. Why is he here? A moment later, I heard Jarvis asking him the same. Please inform Mr. Stark that I have information about his recent troubles he would find invaluable. Scan him for unpleasant surprises and let him in. I must remind sir that he forgot to install better sensors outside the basement. Jarvis dryly reminded me. We'll have to change that. Analysis from the cameras doesn't reveal concealed weapons, Jarvis pipped up. Save and close the files, then lock the basement behind me. I ran up the stairs and intercepted my guests at the door. He had short, dark hair and a hint of stubble on his face. His face wasn't exactly a forgettable one. Looking at him in person didn't jog up my memory. "Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Grant Ward from S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope you have a secure place we can talk." "Talk about what? Do elaborate." "I mean you no harm, Mr. Stark." He meant that. I could sense no hostility or danger from him. "I have information about who arranged you to end up in that compound in Afghanistan and more." "Really? Your colleagues mention nothing about that." "This isn't a conversation to have where anyone with a long-range microphone or a camera and the ability to read lips can see us," Ward pointed out. "You're properly paranoid. I approve." I nodded. "Get in and walk in front of me, Mr. Ward." He gave me an amused look and did as instructed. Why did people look at me with amusement or worry all the time as of late? "How much do you know about S.H.I.E.L.D. as an organization, Mr. Stark? About its origins and goals?" The Cliff Notes. My father and a close family friend were among its founders. "That's correct, Mr. Stark. Your father and a group of like-minded people created S.H.I.E.L.D. to safeguard their vision of a better world. S.H.I.E.L.D. changed as the organization grew, and much of the old guard retired or died. These days, various factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. have conflicting visions for the future and try to push their agendas. The same is true for the people who are our oversight. Naturally, they want what they believe best for their countries first and the world as a whole second," my guest explained. Behold my utter lack of surprise. "Where are you going with this, Mr. Ward?" I led him to my office. It was one of a handful of rooms with no windows. It was also the second shielded place in the house, after the basement where I spent most of my time as Tony Stark. "When we're secure." "Jarvis, activate the jammers and white noise generator." "They're active, sir." "We're as secure as we can get. Sit and spill." I pointed at one of the rarely used chairs in front of my seldom-used desk. "I'll slowly get my phone out. It has some files you'll find both enlightening and potentially disturbing, Mr. Stark. Watch them, then I'll spill as you put it." I stared at the phone and examined it through the force. It appeared to be a regular phone with no nasty surprises barring what it might hold on its drive. Just in case, I covered my right hand with a thin shield made from pure force energy. Despite it being a small thing, I could feel it draining my reserves, even as the force around us slowly replenished them. I flicked the phone open, waited for Ward to dictate his PIN, and unlocked it. The first video on the memory card showed me a conversation between Stain, that fuck, and the leader of the terrorists. It was in Arabic, I think, certainly not a language I knew either as Tony, a Sith, or from my first life on my Earth. "Jarvis, translate, please." "Mr. Stain demands that you die. The other man told him you're too valuable to kill and demanded a much larger payment to kill him. They haggled before Mr. Stain terminated the call." "That's useful to know. This won't stand up in front of a court in the U.S., would it?" When we stumbled on the recording, we weren't exactly thinking about bringing anyone in front of a court, much less one in the U.S., Mr. Stark. A good lawyer might be able to throw out this recording as tainted. During my conversation with Mr. Stain last night, I certainly didn't have a warrant when he believed he became a S.H.I.E.L.D. asset under our protection. I narrowed my eyes at Ward. "Explain, and this better be good." I gave him enough rope to hang himself and at least some of his co-conspirators. You can watch a recording of our conversation. He is supposed to use one of our programs to delete any incriminating data on your servers. Instead, the program would flag anything suspicious and create copies you can access on your internal networks. Mr. Stain should be none the wiser. From his side, it would look like the data is gone. "I see, and the reason your colleagues are unaware of all this," I pushed. "Romanoff is too hot and under too much scrutiny. One wrong step on her part can see her blacklisted and terminated. She was an infamous assassin before joining S.H.I.E.L.D., after all. Coulson is a good man, but not from my faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ward shrugged. "Is this a job interview, Mr. Ward?" I asked, and didn't bother to hide my disbelief. "We scratch your back and you scratch ours? You're the son of Howard Stark. No matter the nature of your relationship, your father was among the people who created S.H.I.E.L.D. Many in my faction of the organization are the legacy of such people. You can consider what we're offering as a gesture of goodwill. You need to watch at least the last 2 videos before I elaborate, and you can make up your mind one way or another, Mr. Stark. I froze while watching the 3rd video file on his phone. It was of my parents the night they died in a car crash. It wasn't a car crash. A masked man with a metal arm murdered them. That was the Criffing Winter Soldier. It was all I could do not to trash at everything around me with the force as I watched the Hutspawn smash my father's face repeatedly with his fist, then put him back behind the car's wheel. Then he saw my mother was still alive and choked her to death. He would die screaming. Whoever gave the order would die. Chose your next words very carefully, Ward. I spoke in a voice that sounded both foreign and painfully familiar. We're not your enemies, Mr. Stark. My faction of S.H.I.E.L.D. would love to have you as our ally. In that regard, we're offering you a sign of goodwill. Please watch the last video. We've been investigating your disappearance and Mr. Stain for months now. What we discovered and are freely sharing with you was unexpected. I glared at Ward before gingerly playing the last file. I watched in confusion a video of a young girl. She couldn't be older than 6 or 7. An older woman in her 60s or so took the kid from school. She led her to the back of an older SUV. What's the meaning of this? I haven't seen either the kid or the woman before. Your daughter, apparently, Mr. Stark. From what we gathered, Stain hid her existence from you. He used his contacts to make the problem her mother might have been go away. I have the files we managed to dig up during our investigation in a compressed file on the phone. The criff was that? Nothing like this was supposed to happen from what little I could recall from the Iron Man movies. Then again, I watched them so long ago, this was the real world. Reality tended to throw such curveballs for shit and giggles. I have a daughter. I didn't know how to feel about that. I could sense no deception coming from Ward. Oh, he was trying to manipulate and recruit me, all right. He was using facts as he knew it to do it, which was clever of him. =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 6. Phase 1 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 1 Spy Games. Equals as equals. Part 5. Equals as equals. Tony Stark's home. California. We have no intention whatsoever to use the kid as leverage, Mr. Stark. Ward raised his hands in a placating gesture. This is merely a gesture of goodwill. Any observers we have watching her are for her protection until you decide how to proceed. I fixed him with a death stare. Ward didn't seem to be lying. Then again, his emotions were relaxed and controlled, making him harder to read than usual. We want you as an ally, Mr. Stark. Well, see how useful your little game with Stain will be. Jarvis, get me all the information you can about this child and be careful. I switched up the workstation on my desk, and as soon as its OS loaded, flicked the compressed file on it. Scanning the file, there are no viruses or other malware I can detect, sir, Jarvis announced. The files appear legitimate. Cross-checking now, sir. Tell me more about your organization, Mr. Ward. The details I know of, he trailed off. As I told you, Mr. Stark, my part of S.H.I.E.L.D. can trace its beginning to many of the organization's founding members and their legacy. The people they trained and brought in were those who shared similar ideals and goals. We want united and strong humanity, Mr. Stark. We're looking for a balance between a prosperous free society and enough control to protect it from itself. World War II and the Cold War proved that totalitarianism and Nazism are self-defeating ideologies. Unrestrained capitalism is ruinous too. Oppressing people tend to ruin societies. Yet unrestrained freedom, too many people happily abuse any shred of power they get to make it work. We're seeking a sustainable balance to keep humanity prospering and continuously strengthen it. There are threats both here on Earth and beyond. Less a decade ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. thwarted an alien subversion attempt, Mr. Stark. Peace through power? I wasn't sure where the quote came from, yet it was both familiar and fitting. If that's what it takes to keep our world safe. You had my undivided attention at the alien invasion part. I am not cleared to know all details, Mr. Stark. What I know for a fact is that successfully stopping the subversion attempt is what catapulted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current director to the short list of candidates for the position. I know that the Skrull is a species of shapeshifters, which explains why they went for subversion. It would have been easier and cheaper than a conventional invasion. That way, they might have avoided getting the attention of one of their rivals. They have rivals, too, though that's as much as I can get with my current access. That's fascinating. I would love to know more. But let's get back to the topic of your organization, Mr. Ward. Don't think your attempt to shift the conversation away worked. There isn't much more than I'm at liberty to offer at this point, Mr. Stark. You know we exist, and you're broadly aware of our goals and goodwill. The ball is in your corner. Your father was an active member during the Second World War and later focused on his company and research, becoming a distant ally. Either option works for us. Trust needs to be earned, and it's a two-way street. We offer you an opportunity to judge us by our actions, for words are cheap. You do have both my attention and interest. For the rest, we'll see. Before making any commitments, I have an infestation to purge. S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole and our part of it are ready to help. However, I must warn you other factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. would take this as an opportunity to gain an advantage. That's convenient for you, I pointed out. It has been very inconvenient for us since the bastards killed your father. They did it to take the super soldier serum he was bringing to S.H.I.E.L.D. and our faction of it, Mr. Stark. Ward countered. The reminder of my parents' murder served to stoke my rage. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I'll let actions speak louder than words then, Mr. Ward. I have a company to clean up and a daughter to find. We have a security detail ensuring her safety. Keep the phone, Mr. Stark. It has the number of the agent in charge of that operation. Ward stood up. We'll be in contact, Mr. Stark. Good, I noted. Ward headed out, and Jarvis tracked him on the cameras until he left the house and headed for a motorcycle parked nearby. Jarvis, what do you have on the kid? I can't confirm the child is yours without a paternity test, sir. However, the documents I now have access to strongly indicate the possibility. You did sleep with the child's mother 7 years ago. Hannah Roberts was born 8 months and 3 weeks later. A picture from a school album appeared on the monitor on my desk. I knew these eyes. She had my mother's eyes. Get Pepper here as soon as practical. She was my best shot to contact someone competent in legal quickly, so we could see what the legal options were. Bloody hell, this complicated things, yet offered me many new options. C equals. The Triskelion. Theodore Roosevelt Island. Councilwoman Hawley, to what do I owe the pleasure? Fury asked warily. He didn't know she was in the building. Besides, it was no coincidence she waited for him the moment he stepped out of the elevator. Walk with me, Nicholas. We have a few things to discuss. She gestured to dismiss her security detail and walked towards one of the nearby meeting rooms. I'm not going to like this, am I? Fury grumbled just loud enough for Pamela to hear him. That's up to you, Nicholas. They walked into the room, and Fury activated the security measures. What does the Council want from me? I'm not here for the World Council as a whole this time, Nicholas. Your government has more concerns. You have access to the same data I do. We know that the president's least favorite dictator had poisonous gas because our government sold it to him. Along with the French, we also sold him copious amounts of precursor materials the Iraqi were competent enough to turn into more gas. I could not simply lie to the president and tell him Saddam had no WMDs. Between confirmed uses and sold barrels of that poison, there's still enough material unaccounted for to gas a couple of cities. Fury was tired of explaining this to people who should know better and those who didn't. The fact remains, no one has found a trace of such weapons in Iraq. While the Prime Minister continues to support you, unofficially, my government is furious at the perceived deception. Not to mention that members of your government nearly dragged us into another war in the Middle East. Hawley pointedly reminded him. I'm not a fan of some of the president's advisors, you know that. That's one of the reasons why you're still the director, Nicholas. Now that I've made my government's displeasure at certain facts clear again, we can speak about the real reason I'm here. So it's not just to vent at me and waste our time. Fury's expression vaguely resembled a smile. Yes, I'm here to relay my displeasure at how you're mishandling Stark. He's not one of your army boys, Colonel, Hawley chided him. I've been handling him carefully. The reports from Afghanistan raised all kinds of concerns, Fury pointed out. Despite appearances, Stark's similar enough to Howard. Your heavy-handed approach would do nothing but alienate him. That's why I took the liberty of handling him properly. You went over my head again, Counselor, Fury glared at the British woman. Hawley removed a tiny flash drive from the sleeve of her blouse and put it on the table in the middle of the room. I've had an agent approach Stark using the carrot approach instead of the stick you're so fond of, Nicholas. Now the odds of him becoming a useful asset or an ally are much higher. Do take a note or two. You are still young enough yet to learn a few new tricks. Fury picked up the drive. What mess exactly do I need to clean up now? What did you do, Counselor? Precisely what I told you, Nicholas. Offer Stark all the help he needs to clean up his company so he can focus on research and development. What about his potential as enhanced? It utterly less compared to what he can give the world with his mind. Entice him to recreate the super soldier serum and share it. Don't try to push him around, Nicholas. Afghanistan told us exactly how he would react when someone tried to coerce him. We don't want him as an enemy. That would be a tremendous waste of resources and time. Hawley left, leaving Fury behind to ponder her words. He decided first to use an isolated terminal to see what was on the drive before determining how to handle the latest complication. Equals as equals. Part 6. Equals as equals. Tony Stark's home. California. It was no surprise that late that afternoon, Rhodey came back bringing both Pepper and Happy. You're late, I dryly pointed out and looked away from the screen at my favorite workplace. It showed Hannah's academic achievements, or what passed for it for a 6 years old. She was bright, loved math and tinkering, the Stark legacy at play. I did remember playing with integrated circuits about her age, though it was more disassembling than assembling everything I could get my hands on to see what made those things tick. What's with the kid? Rhodey trailed off, then looked pointedly at me. As it turns out, Stain's rotten, and not just because he hired a bunch of terrorists to kill me, I stated blandly. Like it or not, while not unexpected, the betrayal still burned. And I was going to make sure he burned for it. That and more. This is Hannah Roberts, who is almost certainly my daughter. Stain made the problem disappear, in the case of her mother, literally. Boss, I don't think that under the circumstances we have a shot at convincing you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Happy decided to be reasonable. Good for him. Nope, the military doctors agreed with Yinsen. It's unlikely that anyone would risk digging out the shrapnel in my chest anytime soon. The danger of me dying would be too great. Perhaps in a few years when we have better medical equipment and procedures. I shrugged. It was less than ideal, but no one ever accused the universe of being fair. Are you certain about Stain tones? Jarvis, show them. Obadiah Stain's best records came alive all over my basement. I like that fucking bastard, Rhodey exclaimed. Me too, buddy. Pepper, I know you're awesome and I need you help. Contact someone discreet who you can trust in legal and figure out what are my official options as far as Hannah is concerned. You're going to acknowledge her as yours. Pepper quickly recovered from watching Stain's betrayal play on multiple screens. After a paternity test, there are some elements who might be less than trustworthy aware of her existence. She might need protection. While on the topic, the same is true for us all. Do I dare ask, Pepper's face scrunched into a grimace. I'm working on a fusion reactor design. It's going to work. I also have ideas how to miniaturize it over the next few years. We'll be able to corner the energy market worldwide. The moment even a hint of it goes out, a lot of people with tons of money at stake would love to see us gone and the technology buried for the next few decades. This includes whole oil states. While we're on the topic, 2 points. First, I pointed at Rhodey, do you know any retired veterans who are ready to play private security and are ready to get shot at? Because that's a very real possibility. Second, I looked at Pepper, I want to establish a fund that would see to the families of the soldiers who died escorting me in Afghanistan. I'll be paying for children's education, up and including university if they can get in, as well as medical coverage. We'll announce it on the press conference tomorrow. You'd think that you would need protection for being an infamous arms dealer, but no, you're afraid people would come after you because you're going to reshape the energy market. Only you tones. Rhodey shook his head in exasperation. The worst thing is I can see the logic. I'll make a few calls and find reliable veterans. Good, I'll need a new house, a place that can be defended and well, it's fit to raise a kid in. I pointed at the ceiling. Upstairs is a sniper's wet dream. Not that I disagree, but how you know that, Tony? I repeated the stunt with the fridge and cold soda. This, I waved at a can of soda that hovered beside me. It came with some baggage. What kind? Happy asked. Over 100 of years of memories from an alien warlord. I have no idea how that device found its way into that cave. It looked like a fancy Rubik's Cube made for royalty. You know, carefully cut gems, the works. It was something that could have fur right in with some royal family's jewels. Yinsen found it discarded and gave it to me to keep me distracted while the worst of my wounds healed. As it turned out, it contained the impression of the memories of said warlord. It was never meant for some random bloke like me. It was supposed to guide a descendant or someone with a powers like his, a legacy of sorts. You know my luck. I don't like where this is going, Tones, Rhodey warned. I have his memories, Rhodey, all 100 fucking years of them. 100 years of wars spanning a whole galaxy. The imprint nearly fried my brain and body. That's how you escaped. Rhodey was the first to connect the dots. It wasn't just the armor or your new whatever this is. He waved at the can of soda. I still had it suspended in the air with telekinesis. It was frustrating that I could clearly feel the drain, and it was still faster than the force could flow into my body. I picked up the soda and opened it, taking up a sip. Special Forces training sure helped, even if my body wasn't up to the strain, thus being knackered at the end of the exercise. I was wondering how to best breach the topic of getting some therapy over killing that many people, even if they were terrorists. Rhodey noted. I remember seeing whole worlds burning, Rhodey. What happened in the cave? It doesn't even register compared to all the shit stuck in my head. Because that's not concerning at all, boss. Happy concern was both touching and irritating. It wasn't like I could visit a therapist and tell him about everything I now remembered. They would likely have me committed for the safety of everyone else if no other reason. Folks, don't make me regretting trusting you. The last thing I need is another betrayal. Besides, it's not all bad. Now I have ideas, theories, and know how that can get Earth interstellar over the next few decades once we have the necessary infrastructure in place. I pointed out the bright side of what happened. Tony, should we dust off the take over the world contingencies? Pepper asked. The what now? I was my turn to look at them in exasperation. Well, it apparently started back in the day with your father before he mellowed out. Pepper began to explain. Howard mellowed out? That was another news to me. I certainly didn't recall it happening. Apparently it was the Cold War, and not exactly unheard of companies taking over smaller countries. And there was always the possibility that your father would go into politics and shoot for the presidency. Legal had contingencies that are now mostly an inside joke. They had some just in case you ever grew up and wandered into politics, for example. Why no one told me these things? Tony, do I need to remind you with how many reporters you slept on regular basis? I had to practically throw Christine out of your bed before you left for Afghanistan. Pepper had to use reason, didn't she? For the record, In the bed, Christine pales in comparison to the memories of women who now exist only in my head. "So the warlord was a player like you?" Happy asked. "Before he got married, he did sleep around and had access to the best whorehouses in a whole galaxy." I shrugged. "I find this disturbingly plausible," Pepper groaned. "Is there something else you require, our imperious leader?" "Hey, I was never an emperor. He was my brother-in-law." 3 pairs of eyes blinked owlishly at me. "I did mention that our memories meshed together, didn't I? I remember both lives as my own." "Tony, do we need to really worry about you trying to take over the world?" Pepper suddenly demanded. "Of course not. It's too much of a thankless job. I remember running worlds, and I am not eager to repeat the experience." I shook my head in denial. "Well, this does sound like the tones we know and constantly get irritated by." Rhodey nodded wisely. "Har har, now about tomorrow. I filled them in on Ward's plan for Stain." =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places: Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 7 Phase 2 Parts. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 2 Razor Wings. Equals is equals. Part 1 Equals is equals. Stark Industries Headquarters. California. Happy drove us towards the SI seat in Silicon Valley in one of the armored SUVs that until recently didn't see much use. Until Afghanistan, I had preferred much faster and sleeker cars, especially if I was the one to drive. Otherwise, I would use limousines if I wanted to kick back, stretch my legs, and relax while Happy drove me around. Needless to say, I had a different perspective. The limousines I now had on beck and call were armored to the gills with the best SI could offer. That much was true. However, one of the SUVs, the kind we sold to the government to help them keep VIPs in one piece when someone tried to kill them, was the superior option. They were as well protected, almost as comfortable, and more importantly, smaller and more agile cars. We got to the Central at 10 sharp, 15 minutes before I met with the board of directors. As our military liaison, Rhodey spent most of last night and early morning on the phone, confirming the Pentagon and company were aware of what was about to happen. He also contacted some buddies of his. In a few days, I would be busy interviewing a brand new security detail for myself and Pepper. The company's Central, alongside many of our facilities all over the U.S., didn't need more guards for the time being. The critical locations, like this one, enjoyed protection by a combined force of well-equipped private security and the U.S. military. In a few years at best, perhaps much sooner at worst, I might have to look at boosting the defenses. My fusion tech would ruffle many feathers all over the world. However, that was a concern for much later. Now I had a bunch of bastards to deal with. Speaking about bastards, a few police cars parked near the main entrance. A small police cordon stared impassively at a much larger group of rabid reporters, including a bunch of paparazzi. Behind the cops, a mix of SI security and soldiers looked warily at the commotion. As soon as Happy parked in front of the building, the reporters surged forward, shouting questions. "We won't be feeding the hyenas until later," I reminded everyone. Happy and Pepper were the first to get out. "We will be giving no interviews or answering questions until today's press conference," Pepper shouted. Rhodey got out next and straightened up his parade uniform, criffing journalists. I picked up my sunglasses and put them on before getting out of the car. Predictably, the flashes that followed could rival a battlefield. Cops and SI security had to rush in to keep the reporters away from us and allow us to get into the building. The last time, we had the element of surprise, somehow. If this were the new normal, I would need a security detail to deal with reporters and another to fend off assassins. At least there were no reporters inside. As a secure facility, any such irritants to enter would need an approved appointment. Sadly, the street outside was public property. We headed to the elevators and up to the conference room where the board usually met. A worried Bambi met us in front of the chrome doors. That was Bambina Teresa Bliss Arbogast, which was quite a mouthful even for someone raised by an Italian mother. Everyone in her good graces called Mrs. Arbogast Bambi. "Mr. Stark, it's good to see you're all right. Mr. Stain left an hour ago and is still to get back." "Did he?" I had the nagging suspicion that the bastard did a runner. "Get me the chief of security and director of IT. Have them report as soon as they get here." "You don't think?" Rhodey asked. "You can make an educated guess." I grumbled and walked into the conference room, ignoring the empty platitudes most of the board showered me with. I went to the head of the table and sat in what was supposed to be the CEO's chair. "I have a few announcements to make and a vote to call." With Stain on the run, it was time for Plan B. I pulled out my phone, flicked it open, and put it on the smart pad built into the table. This is a recording of our beloved CEO negotiating with the terrorists who kidnapped me in Afghanistan, so they would kill me instead of holding me to build them weapons. I have another one where an intelligence agent gives Stain enough rope to hang himself over this mess. Watch them. Then I would require you to vote Stain from his position as a CEO. That shouldn't be much of an issue. He had become the actual CEO only after I vanished in Afghanistan. Even if he really did all the job the position required practically since my father's murder. I ignored the surprised and outraged exclamation of the board. They at least quieted down to watch the show. SI's security chief and the IT director arrived midway through the first video. A government task force is on the way to investigating how SI weapons found their way to terrorists and Obadiah Stain's treachery. You will offer them all the assistance they require. There will be no stonewalling attempts, I ordered. Doing anything less would be grounds for summary termination and criminal investigation. In theory, about this time, investigation teams should be arriving in all SI industrial centers in the U.S. producing weapons and weapon components to lock them down and begin an investigation. Another convoy should be on its way here to do the same. Rhodey looked up from his phone and nodded once at me, so the convoy would be here soon. "I think we saw enough, Mr. Stark. What Mr. Stain did is monstrous. I'm ready to vote him out of the CEO position now." This came from Jennifer Thompson, the PR department director. With me having a controlling package of the company's shares, only a third of the board of directors got voted in by shareholders. The rest were actual directors of major divisions within the SI conglomerate. That had been the case when Howard ran the company and worked well enough for us. It made us much less vulnerable to the need to pursue short-term profits at the expense of everything else compared to almost all publicly traded companies. That said, the people who did invest in SI did need to have a voice on the table, even if we could ignore it when we had to. Howard had been odd like that, and until recently, I didn't care enough to even think about it. "I second the motion." Gregory Hayes, the R&D director, soon followed. Soon Stain was out, and we did it by the numbers. "With this sordid affair out of the way, we still need to deal with the fallout," I announced. "We're suspending weapons production until we can investigate and deal with all the ways our weapons upend in the hands of terrorists. There are government task forces en route to our manufacturing plants stateside to begin an investigation. We will do our best to complete our current contracts as soon as the investigations are complete. On a related note, we will pursue new markets and expand our R&D and manufacturing. We will do so to ensure the company can't be crippled by being driven even temporarily from certain markets. Depending on the investigations, new military contracts might be much harder to gain in the foreseeable future. The hell it would. I was sure the U.S. military would love to play with power armor, among other things. What do you have in mind, Mr. Stark? We will aim to increase our market shares in communications, computer technology, power generation, and vehicle manufacture for the civilian markets. If they pan out, I have some ideas to make us a big player in the energy market. I'll get back to you once I have a finished design ready for a prototype. As far as communications are concerned, we're going to be making better, more capable, and resilient phones. In that regard, Dr. Hayes, have your department buy a bunch of phones from our competition. Test how resilient they are and what is the usual way they break, then begin planning on how to ensure ours are proof against such incidents. I'll see to it, Mr. Stark. Good. Speaking about communications, I suspect that mobile internet and social media will be becoming increasingly important in the future. We'll see if it will be better to acquire shares in existing platforms or develop our own. I also want a plan for developing our mobile networks. I want us to find a way to offer cheap, speedy mobile internet for our future lines of phones and other mobile devices. By now, everyone was taking notes and looking at me as if I was the golden goose that just came back after taking all the steroids. If this was anime, I was sure almost everyone in the room would have dollar signs in their eyes. Transportation. If my energy-related plans pan out, we'll be providing cheap and plentiful electricity in the medium to long run. I want R&D efforts aimed at electric cars, especially their motors and better affordable batteries. I also want plans for related infrastructure. Ideally, we would be building it in conjunction with the government. Long before I was done charting a new course for SI, a large convoy reached the building. It disgorged an army of federal agents of all stripes and military personnel who quickly swarmed the building. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Agent was among them, still posting as a Homeland Security guy. Equals as equals. Part 2. Equals as equals. Stark Industries headquarters. California. Agent Howard, you're a bit late. I looked blandly at Coulson. Whoever gave him the cover as a Homeland Security senior agent was an ass for using my father's name. So I see. From what I gather, we've got a severe case of one hand not knowing what the other does. It was a veritable gathering of who's who in the U.S. government and military. Rhodey was here as the official liaison. We also had two more colonels, one from the Army and another from the Marines. A Navy captain rounded up that group. Next, we had ATF, FBI, Homeland Shield, and even IRS vying for attention and jockeying for primacy in the investigation. A prosecutor and a special investigator from the Justice Department were also here, doing their best and failing at herding cats. A screen behind me played a muted recording of Stain's best treasonous hits. From what I could see, having that bit of evidence might have disrupted someone's plan. On the other hand, the military fellows looked pleased that I wasn't the traitor. Well, no one supposedly working for me tried to kill me today. It could have been worse. I offered them a fake smile. Now, consultations with a few people I trust gave me conflicting answers about a few videos a friendly soul sent me. Can we use them in a court of law to nail Stain, or are they just enough to investigate the hell out of him after you fellows get all the warrants you need? Depending on if we use state or federal charges, those recordings might fall under the fruit of the poison tree doctrine. Ultimately, it would be up to a judge to decide. I'm not convinced there'll be enough to convict Mr. Stain. However, you're right, Mr. Stark. These videos are more than enough to get warrants and investigate everything he touched considering the national security implications of the investigation. I would be confident reading between the lines if this weren't the U.S. We might be unable to nail the bastard legally, but this is enough to send commando squads to punch his number. Here and now, I could practically smell the political complications. I am, of course, at your disposal, ladies and gentlemen. However, I will have a lawyer team present before answering any questions. I might be a bit too paranoid after recent events. I shrugged and gave everyone a pointed look. So far, we have had no reason to believe you're anything but a victim of betrayal, Mr. Stark. Coulson tried to play the diplomat. You'll say that if you gave me enough rope to hang myself as well, I pointed out. Now, let's get to business. I already gave an order to the Chief of Security and the Director of the IT Department to cooperate and give you all the assistance you need. If they fail to do so, you can gleefully consider them involved in Stain's treacherous activities and act accordingly. If that's the case, I can assure you SI's legal department won't be covering their asses. If nothing else, you can count on me being as cooperative as possible out of self-preservation. I would love to trust the people in my own damn company again one day. Thank you very much. Pepper chose that moment to knock on the door and come back, leading a team of lawyers hungry for blood. I believe you have questions. Let's get to it. I waved at the free seats around the conference table. The next few hours were rather unpleasant. My impression from yesterday was on point. While the FBI agents here were different, it quickly became apparent that they also had an axe to grind with me. The ATF fellows were professional and more interested in keeping advanced military equipment off the streets than anything else. Homeland Security, or well, SHIELD, represented by Mr. Agent, at least played the role of allies during the questioning. Today, Coulson was much harder to read. I wasn't sure if the change was because of my conversation with Ward yesterday or if he was playing the nice cop. The military appeared to be in my corner, especially the Army and Marines. It was a small wonder. They were the branches that would most benefit from a working power armor. Mr. Stark, some would call your stated intent to cease weapons production unpatriotic. Fed Suit Number 2 asked. This question is out of order, one of my lawyers snapped. What was that, an inquisition in front of TV cameras? Why would the FBI care? I'll answer anyway. I waved my lawyer down. I am surprised. I expected you and your colleagues to do so after the attack on my convoy in Afghanistan. It should have been obvious the attackers used SI weapons. If I don't stop production until we've audited all industrial plans and vetted everyone working there, any more American soldiers dying from SI's weapons would be on me. If I do nothing now that I know of the problem, and I am in a position to do something, any of our allies murdered with my weapons will be on me as well. This company is supposed to build weapons to protect the United States and its close allies, not get them killed by terrorists. I slammed a fist on the table. Most of the people in the room nodded with approval at the show. Fed Suit Number 2 glared at me, but kept any further edging questions to himself. For another hour, I had to repeat details I recalled about the weapons I saw and used in Afghanistan and the equipment the U.S. military recovered. Then we were back to all I could remember about how Stain ran my company, which wasn't much. The Inquisition finally ended when an excited young agent working for Mr. Agent came knocking. He couldn't be much older than 18. Mr. Stark was right. We've got everything Mr. Stain tried to delete or alter last night saved and indexed. It's a gold mine. We've got enough to begin unraveling this. Dates, times, redirected payments and logistics vehicles, potential contacts, and suspects in production facilities. May I make a request in the name of expediency, provided some of you aren't going to treat me as a suspect any longer? I asked lightly, earning myself a warning look from one of my lawyers. Ask away, Mr. Stark. A few of you might know that I have an operational AI. I want to request a copy of the data once you've secured it. Jarvis, my AI, can go over it faster than anyone else. He can then quickly supply you with targets to go after before they could go to ground or have more time to cover their tracks. We will consider your suggestion, Mr. Stark. At any rate, it would have to wait until we have the data at a secure location and cop it just in case. Coulson spoke before anyone else. I got more than a few wary looks at my suggestion. Someone had been watching too much Terminator. Either that or the paranoid bastards wondered if I wanted the data to prepare a defense in case it also incriminated me, which would be a fair concern. I think we've asked all pertinent questions for the time being. I suggest we meet again once we've had time to review the evidence gathered today. Vauban, the prosecutor, suggested. Mr. Stark, I must request that you do not leave the country in the foreseeable future. I have no such intention. Will moving to a state with a cooler climate be an issue? California reminds me too much of Afghanistan and my captivity for comfort. That statement got me a few sympathetic looks. It should be no issue, Mr. Stark. You're free to go. I've got a press conference to attend. I wouldn't call that being free. I noted and got up, followed by my hopefully loyal pack of lawyers. Half an hour later, we were in front of the building alongside the whole board of directors. By now, the number of reporters had significantly increased. Some of the cops who came with the investigators had to aid in containing the rabid dogs. Despite the disruption caused by the Alphabet Agency's invasion, my PR department managed to set up a podium on the stairs leading towards the lobby. We gathered there, ready to feed the sharks. I'm open to questions. As soon as I said that, countless reporters bombarded me with questions. Yes, I was aware of the ongoing investigation. I am not at liberty to discuss details about it. All I can say is that the goal is simple, to find out how Stark Industries' weapons ended up in the hands of terrorists. The same terrorists who used our weapons to hit the Afghanistan convoy I was part of. The terrorists who held me had access to a large number of Stark Industries' weapons. In related news, earlier today, the board of directors voted out the former CEO of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. I nodded to Vauban, who had joined us for the circus. It wasn't surprising. Vauban probably had political ambitions and wanted as much publicity as possible. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Vauban from the U.S. Justice Department. As of earlier today, Mr. Obadiah Stane is under investigation for the illegal sale of weapons and conspiracy for murder. He is on the run and is considered dangerous. Vauban paused. The United States Department of Justice and various law enforcement agencies are investigating the illegal sale and theft of weapons produced by Stark Industries. At this point, Mr. Stark and elements of Stark Industries are proving cooperative in our investigation. This is all I am at liberty to say at this point. Have a nice day. I nodded to Vauban and got back behind the microphone. Because of recent events, Stark Industries will halt weapons production until the investigations conclude. We must be sure our weapons won't end up in the hands of terrorists or hostile nations. Further, I want to announce the creation of the Maria Stark Fund. Its purpose is simple. It will provide medical coverage and pay for the education of the families and children of the United States servicemen who were murdered with our weapons in Afghanistan. I announced. Now I'm open to questions. The feeding frenzy that followed made the earlier Inquisition pale in comparison. See equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 8 Phase 2 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 2 Razor Wings. Equals is equals. Part 3. Equals is equals. California. 3 of us headed back to my house. Rhodey remained behind, liaising with the military and trying to get some unofficial answers. Pepper, when would I have the legal options about Hannah ready? I asked, while Happy drove us around. I wouldn't put it past Stane to go after her out of spite and as a bargaining chip. He would have to first ensure I knew of her, of course. Otherwise, it would be a bit hard to us, a daughter you didn't know about and had no emotional connection with as a leverage. You really think he would step that low? Pepper looked away from her phone, where she was busy monitoring public reactions from the press conference. Needless to say, SI's shares nosedived for a second time in a few months. For once, this was a good thing. Jarvis was busy buying a lot of them on the cheap, ensuring I would have even more control over the company by the time the dust settled. I'm pretty sure he did saw me as his son once upon a time, but that didn't stop him from trying to get me killed, I pointed out. Now he is going to be desperate, and desperate people can be dangerous. They made mistakes, too, the kind of otherwise they might have avoided. Happy, arrange my plane be prepared, and make absolutely sure it's clear we will be heading towards Washington, instead of trying to flee the country. I had an oversight to deal with. Yesterday, I got distracted enough not to memorize or get the number of the supposed security detail looking after Hannah. After today's stunts, I saw from what passes for the U.S.'s best Leos and company, I wasn't confident that anyone bothered to give the memo about Stain. I got my phone out and dialed my AI. Jarvis, buddy, the phone number in the phone ward left us. Send it to me. It's done, sir. Do you need anything else? Get the ball rolling on refueling my plane and gathering the crew. The destination is Washington. I will see to it, sir. Thank you, buddy. My phone buzzed, and I got a message with the number. 4 beeps later, someone picked up. Agent Rumlow, a bored voice answered. This is Tony Stark, Agent. I'm not sure if anyone bothered to inform you and your team. Obadiah Stane did a runner this morning and it's in the wild. If he has the assets, he'll likely go after your charge. I'll appreciate if you can manage to keep her safe until I get there. No one bothered to inform us, Mr. Stark. I appreciate the heads up. Now Rumlow sounded fully alert, and there was no trace of boredom left in his voice. Do you have a potential threat profile? Stain is guaranteed to have connections with terrorists, weapons smugglers, and potentially private security, as well as stashed black funds for a rainy day. How much he can get mobilized for action on a short notice while on the run, I can't tell you. Understood, Mr. Stark. We'll do our best. Thank you, Agent Rumlow. Tony, are you sure we should be going anywhere without additional security? Happy asked. If you're right about that bastard, he might go straight for you. Despite what some people in the media might believe, I actually don't have a private army on speed dial. I didn't add aloud that I would be changing this on a short notice. Pepper Happy, what do you think are the chances that local police would take a request to offer a security detail until we can get there seriously enough? Stain's a fugitive, likely still somewhere in California. Unless someone asks to do you a favor, boss, I don't think that the cops will send more than a patrol car to perhaps check if everything's all right. Happy offered. You're Tony Stark, Tony. I don't think that asking would hurt. Who do we know in Washington state with connection to local police? Which local police, boss? There was that too, yeah. I had to remind myself that the U.S. didn't have anything even vaguely looking like centralized police. FBI might be an option, but for some reason all the agents I met as of later weren't fans. Tacoma, I recalled after briefly thinking about it. At least Hannah went to school there. C equals. Tacoma, Washington State. A SHIELD van slowly drove down the street. In its back, a strike team checked their equipment one last time before starting the operation. The unit's leader put down his mask and made sure it both fit comfortably and didn't cut off his vision too badly. I want no mistakes. If any of you somehow gets captured by local Leos, you're to admit that Obadiah Stane contracted us for a bag-and-grab job. There's no need to die for the cause in a case of a fuck-up if you work to shift the blame on our patsy. Remember, the real objective is to draw out Tony Stark and terminate him, blaming it all on Stane's vendetta. Tim, make sure you've got the evidence. You'll be planting it all over the safe house. Tim patted the black sack tucked between his feet. There are 4 SHIELD agents on Overwatch duty. They aren't ours and are expendable. Alpha and Beta, you'll take them out or keep them suppressed until we're ready to displace. The driver knocked on the metal wall, separating the reinforced cargo compartment from the front of the van. 1 minute, the commander announced. He did a final check of his weapons and made sure the safety was on. The last thing they needed was an amateur mistake when their ride came to a screeching stop in the operations zone. His team did the same and braced for a sudden stop. Target 1 will be to your right, the driver announced over the comm. Target 2 is front your left. I see the primary's guardian. I have eyes on the primary. Left, green sedan. He hit the brakes and the deceleration jolted everyone in the back. Go. Alpha and Beta surged to their feet and opened the rear door. They fanned left and right, zeroed on the nearest SHIELD car and opened fire. The commander followed suit and went left. The target was right there, near a green sedan with an old woman standing beside her. He ignored everything else and ran toward them. Suppressed gunfire and screams echoed across the street. A burst put down the woman who attempted to stand between him and the primary, and he wasted no time in grabbing the wide-eyed kind. The commander didn't even slow down, but instead ran around the sedan and back towards the van, while dragging a squirming primary target. Loud pistol shots came from behind him. At least one of the SHIELD agents was still alive and active. That was less than ideal. Nevertheless, killing them was nothing more than a bonus. The commander finally got to the back of the van and shoved the girl inside, then got in behind her. He wasted no time in securing her with zip ties and duct tape over her mouth so she wouldn't scream. Beta pilled up after him, then Alpha. The van's engine roared, and the vehicle shot forward. Time, the commander demanded. Casualties. 45 seconds. We're all intact, sir. Secondaries. At least one SHIELD agent might be still alive. Control, this is Sigma-1. Operation complete. We've got the primary and got away clean. Affirmative. Tim, Sigma-2 got the patsy quietly and are bringing him in. Then we're set, sir. I'll need a couple of hours to make sure everything looks legit, then we can lure in the real target. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Long Beach Airport, California. Grant enjoyed a fast-paced drive to the airport, loving the feeling of the wind brushing against his leather jacket. With his work in California done, he was about to leave for his next assignment. A commercial flight would usually be less than ideal. However, it offered more cover than using SHIELD assets. That was especially true when other factions within SHIELD made somewhat open moves for the first time in years. Ward parked the bike on the parking lot beside the airport, leaving it for an agent to eventually pick it up and bring it to one of the agency's workshops for a checkup, and if necessary, refit. Grant went to get his ticket when his phone rang. Ward, Ha answered calmly. We just got hit. Rumlow's terse voice got Ward's attention. A commando team took the principal, 3 agents down. I'm wounded but combat effective. If I didn't know better, I would swear they were one of ours, Rumlow reported. Ward's training allowed him to not miss a step at the news of the unfolding disaster. Get patched up and gather whatever information you can. I'll contact Stark and we'll be on the way shortly. Ward cut off the connection and dialed up his mentor. John, it's Ward. The op just blew up in our faces, he rapidly explained. If we mishandle this, our new friend might turn on us. However, this is also an opportunity to deepen our ties with him. I'll need backup in Washington. I see where you're going. I'll call it up. Fury dispatched May to babysit him. I'll see if we can get her on board. Do what you believe, best boy. I trust you to handle the situation. I appreciate it, John. Grant ended the call and quickly flicked through his contact list until he found the new one. Just a few people have this number, and most of them are with me. Stark's dry voice spoke in Grant's ear. It's Ward, Mr. Stark. I have bad news. A strike team of unknown allegiance went after your daughter. The agent in charge just contacted me. They took the girl and took out most of the security detail. The only survivor is wounded. He'll seek medical attention and attempt to gather any information he can. We're ready to offer you all the assistance we can. I see. I will be on my way to Tacoma ASAP. What assistance are we talking about? Stark's voice shifted, sounding like ice. All the trustworthy trained agents we can get in place fast, Mr. Stark. I know the director dispatched an agent to ensure your security, Melinda May. She's both competent and extremely skilled. If it's all right with you, I'll also be on my way to meet you. I just informed my superiors and they'll be moving loyal assets to assist. I have a plane getting ready at the Hollywood airport. Meet us there. C equals. California. Tony, Pepper trailed off. I'm sorry, Tony. Happy, drive us straight to the airport, I told my friend and began dialing up Jarvis. I'll want the two of you to stay here in California. Get in contact with Rhodey and get a trustworthy security team in place. I'm coming with you, boss. Happy announced, even revved up the engine and drove on the edge of the speed limit. I don't need to worry about you two as well right now. Pepper, get on the phone with legal. I will need various issues straightened up yesterday. Sir, how can I help you? Jarvis asked as soon as the call went through. I recited a long override code. Lift all restrictions. Someone took Hannah. Use everything at your disposal to track them. I see. Are you sure, sir? Jarvis inquired. I am sure, Jarvis. Lift all restrictions. Their primary purpose was so I wouldn't order Jarvis to do something stupid while drunk, or when I was not thinking clearly after another days-long binge tinkering without sleep or proper nourishment. I understand, sir. I'm redirecting SI satellites and breaching into networked cameras in Tacoma. Are you all right, sir? I'm as well as I can be under the circumstances. I could feel Pepper's unease at my sudden change of bearing. I'm in the school network. Accessing camera records, I'm copying a recording of the attack, Mr. Stark. I should be able to extrapolate the approximate weight and height of the attackers, as well as their body shape. I have enough on their vehicle to track if there are enough cameras I can access. The first satellite will be in a position in 15 minutes. I'm emulating a software failure and locking out remote access until we no longer need it. Good work, Jarvis. Stream the video to my phone when you have it. Tony, are you sure you want to watch that now? Pepper asked quietly. I need to know what I'm dealing with. Pepper sighed and dialed up the legal department. I left her to it and focused on the video file Jarvis streamed to my phone. It was short and professional. It lasted less than a minute from the transport stopping and deploying an assault team to evacuation. Those were people who both knew what they were doing and were accustomed to working with each other. Two elements presumably neutralized the SHIELD security detail, while a single operative went after Hannah. A single burst took out Mrs. Roberts when she tried to step in between her granddaughter and the operative. It was all fast, ruthless, and clean. These weren't run-of-the-mill mercenaries. I was sure this was a special forces team. If they were mercenaries at all, they'd been working together for a long time. Perhaps a whole special forces unit went into the private sector after retiring. Considering what Ward suggested and told me, this might be a rival faction. Maybe the same bastards who murdered my parents. I could see how they wouldn't want me allying with their rivals. Well, it might be Stain, if he was more ruthless and dangerous than I gave him credit for. He might have had a strike team ready since he figured out I was back. This could be it. Or a SHIELD faction was using the chaos to remove a potential obstacle. Either way, negotiations were unlikely to work. In case one, Stain might want me dead out of spite. Option two, well, the whole point would be to get me exposed and killed in option two. It was frustrating I didn't have any actual combat assets and had to rely on SHIELD or at least a faction of it. That was something to change as soon as possible. On the way to the airfield, Pepper had arranged for transportation and lawyers to wait for us on arrival. It wasn't surprising to find Ward sitting on his motorcycle near my plane. A tall, muscled woman sat on a darker racing motorbike near him. They were speaking with each other. The third person who drove an Audi and parked near those two was a surprise. Ms. Agent, the Black Widow herself, exited the black German car, still wearing a form-fitting business suit. Her arrival stopped the conversation, and the other two agents looked warily at her. Tony, promise me you'll be careful, Pepper demanded. I intend to get back in one piece, Pepper. Happy, keep her safe. I told my old friend and exited the SUV as soon as he parked. Ms. Agent, Mr. Ward, and Ms. Agent number 2, if you intend to help, please get on board. Otherwise, get away from my plane. I told the small group and raced up the stairs. I glanced back before entering the plane. They looked at each other, then the assassin, or well, perhaps a former assassin, followed me. The other two exchanged a terse look and headed for the plane. Tiffany, give us some privacy to talk. Tell the captain to get us in the air and Tacoma as fast as possible. Yes, Mr. Stark. The young woman nodded while keeping a professional smile. She vanished into the forward compartment meant for the crew so the passengers could have privacy. I sat on one of the comfortable armchairs and looked at the 3 SHIELD agents. Can I trust you to work together? What I just saw doesn't fill me up with confidence. This is most irregular, Mr. Stark, the woman with Asian features pointed out. Yes, it is. Behold how little I care right now. The director is now aware of what happened. He is displeased that SHIELD elements went behind his back, Ms. Agent noted. He'll have to pick it up with the council, Ward shrugged. Like it or not, the counselors have been building their small factions within SHIELD and do have a limited authority to give us orders. This already sounded like a disaster in the making. That's why I'm here. One of the counselors is up Fury's ass about his handling of the Stark situation. I'm Agent Melinda May, Mr. Stark. The director dispatched me to see to your safety. Ms. Agent Number 2 finally introduced herself. You already know who I am. Will you finally give me a real name, Ms. Agent? The Black Widow carefully moved to the couch, ensuring the other two agents were always in her sight. I'm Natasha Romanoff, Mr. Stark. Huh, that sounded right. You're all aware of what we're going to do. Sit on you while S.H.I.E.L.D. recovers your daughter, May suggest. Offer backup while I recover my daughter, thank you very much. I'm already offering you more trust than you or your organization has earned. Mr. Stark, despite what you managed to do in Afghanistan, you lack the proper training to be an asset. And even if that weren't the case, you still would be emotionally compromised. You're wrong on both counts, Agent May. I can handle my emotions just fine, and I have the relevant training, even if my endurance isn't up to prolonged high-intensity combat right now. I've been wondering about that. Romanoff glanced at me. Your armor got damaged, but you did more than acceptable after that. I saw your handiwork with my own eyes, as you know, Mr. Stark. To even think about allowing you to participate in a potential rescue mission, we need to know what you bring to the table. I can't disagree with Romanoff here, Mr. Stark, Ward reluctantly admitted. Otherwise, we risk fucking up by the numbers. I don't think you want to take that risk. The three agents watched me closely, pointedly observing each other from the corner of their eyes. See equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 9. Phase 2 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 2 Razor Wings. Equals is equals. Part 5. Equals is equals. Tony Stark's private plane. En route to Tacoma. Well, deceiving people using as much truth as practical was a storied Sith tradition. Romanoff, while exploring those caves, did you note a snazzy gem-encrusted cube near one of the bunks? I asked. I don't know how it made its way to a cave in Afghanistan or on Earth. It contained a memory engram, a legacy of sorts meant to guide and help train descendants or apprentices, so to speak. I don't know if it was damaged or intentionally altered. Yinsen found it among some junk left over in the cell. He gave it to me to keep me distracted, thinking it was a kind of Rubik's Cube made for royalty or something in that vein. It had enough gems and looked fancy enough to believe it so. I was toying with it while recovering from Yinsen operating on me to save my life. I accidentally activated it. Instead of doing its original purpose and acting as a training tool and advisor to raise a legacy, it dumped all its content in my head. That was unpleasant. How do you know that, Mr. Stark? Are you theorizing? Romanoff asked. I know what it was supposed to do because I have the memories of the man who built it. It wasn't supposed to work the way it did. This is why I theorize it was a malfunction or someone modified it between the time it was built and ended in that cave. That is how I now remember having extensive combat training and experience, even if my body isn't quite up to putting it to best use. The training being? Ward asked curiously. Equivalent of special forces, direct action, and shock trooper tactics. While true, that was more recreation using my influence to get into Imperial military training courses to get away from standard Sith bullshit briefly. The same was partially true when I spent some time playing bounty hunter as a cover. The agents exchanged glances. I could feel worry and apprehension coming from them. I'll point out that if I were an alien imposter, I would not be revealing anything to you. If that were the case, I wouldn't care for a daughter of Tony Stark, who I wouldn't be in the first place. Hannah wouldn't be worth breaking my cover if that were the case. I made my case. That certainly sounds plausible. May stared at me, unblinking. I certainly wouldn't break cover in his shoes, especially not because a kid I just learned about and never even met. May, you're not exactly a shining example of humanity. None of us are, Ward chuckled. So, aliens' memories. From what I recall, it's a big universe out there. That's why you weren't surprised when I mentioned the Skrull and Kree, or aliens in general, for that matter. Ward nodded to himself. Do you know of them? Only what you told me. The cube and the man who made it weren't from anywhere near our neighborhood, thus why it shouldn't have been here in the first place. How can you be sure of that? Romanoff asked. I remember crossing the galaxy multiple times, and it looked nothing like the Milky Way. Hell, from my new memories, I don't recall anything like the Milky Way was nearby. For all I know, the damn thing wasn't from our dimension or something. That would make as much sense as the engram ending on Earth in a different galaxy. More sense even. I shrugged. But that's not relevant now. I was taking a risk, true. However, some of what and who I was now would inevitably leak soon, at least to S.H.I.E.L.D., who already knew or suspected I wasn't exactly normal. The perception of honesty could help in that regard. I would offer incentives, too. Getting to the nearest galaxy would have taken thousands of years at least, and an incredible investment of resources. I see no reason why someone would want that engram brought along, if people would have either used it or destroyed it. You sound certain of that, May noted. The fellow whose memories I got didn't spend his whole life as a grunt running around shooting people. I shrugged. He got promoted, Ward suggested. And with that came mandatory higher education, especially for those with aspirations to command capital ships. He was much less happy studying engineering courses than I am. I would kill for access to some of the universities that bastard found tedious. I shook my head with a distant look. The things I could do with even more theoretical and practical knowledge. You believe you have access to advanced alien technology? Romanoff stared at me, trying to read me. No, you have the know-how, the theories that make it work. Some of them, I certainly don't have a university's worth of databases crammed in my head, but what I recall and my incredible genius, I smiled. I didn't even have to lie about my intentions in that regard. Given time and resources, I will give us the stars themselves, I declared grandly. That's the Tony Stark whose profile I had to study, Romanoff groaned. So you don't want power armor when I have it ready or proper stealth generators if I can replicate the tech? I'm sure some of your colleagues would appreciate such gifts for field testing. Then again, unless we get my daughter safe and sound, it's all a moot point. Blackmail, Mr. Stark? Ward raised an eyebrow. Consider it an incentive not to fuck up. I left them to ponder my words, pulled out my phone, and then dialed my AI. What do you have for me, Jarvis? I tracked the kidnappers' Van Origin to a large underground parking lot. I'm in the process of hacking cameras and trying to track their destination still. It was heading toward a warehouse zone on Tacoma's outskirts with sparse camera coverage. Satellite image allowed me to narrow a practical search area until the next satellite is in position in 2 minutes, sir. They'll likely swap vehicles, possibly in one of the warehouses, then potentially torch the van they used to cover their tracks. They'll use timed charges to burn it down if they're smart. Otherwise, the fire can draw attention to the swapping point while they're close to it. Jarvis, keep an eye on the whole district if you have to. They might change to another van, possibly SUVs or cars with tinted glass. If you lose contact, keep footage from all cameras in the region. Once we have the location of the van they used, you should be able to narrow down search areas even if you can't track them for certain. You've done this before, May commented. Counterterrorism. I've been on both sides of the fence, or that's what I remember. The intelligence services relied on Army and Navy special forces to track terrorists or direct covert action on hostile worlds. Surveillance and AI support to process all the data can be invaluable. You aren't bullshitting us, May noted. I certainly couldn't be bothered to even think about basic military training, much less special forces. I was too busy drinking my life away and getting laid. At least there might be something good to show for it if we don't fuck up. That engram or whatever changed you, didn't it, Mr. Stark? Ward asked curiously. Those additional memories gave me a new perspective on life. I remember a galaxy-wide war, Agent. Worlds burning and species going extinct just because they were in the way. You confirmed we aren't alone in our corner of the galaxy. I don't want to see Earth burn as well. I might be able to do something about it if we get enough time to develop technology and build up industries. It was interesting observing the agents through the Force. Their emotions were all over the place, even if on the surface they had their variants of polite interest. Worry, apprehension, and curiosity made for a fascinating mix to taste. They were all on edge too, but not overly hostile. "Sir, I've got them," Jarvis happily announced. "The van just entered a warehouse on the edge of Tacoma. I'm accessing all available cameras in the area. The satellite will be in position momentarily. I should be able to track all vehicles leaving the area, sir." "Good work, Jarvis. I owe you one." "Damn, that's useful. Your AI is at least as good as a team of analysts and support staff." Ward whistled. "Jarvis is awesome." I cracked Tony's #1 smile. "Equals as equals." Part 6. Equals as equals. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Seattle, Washington State. By the time we landed, Jarvis had proved he was invaluable. The bastards were canny enough to avoid cameras when they left the warehouse. That did nothing to hide them from a NSI satellite. Jarvis managed to get overhead just in time. He proceeded to track 2 SUVs to a potential few locations in the forests of Washington State near Tacoma. They never got past a large junction with a gas station and cameras leading towards the highway that led out of state. Maps and satellite imaging showed that there was no good way to get out of the forests in the area if the dead men walking tried to drive away from the main roads. Instead, there were various vacation compounds and private villas in the forests. It was an excellent place to lay low or to draw out someone you wanted dead. The only downside was a lack of good extraction options, barring underground tunnels or air transport. Conveniently enough, 2 of the properties in the area had barns large enough to stash a small helicopter inside. Flying low and without a transponder, it would be possible to avoid civilian radars altogether. Most military radars were set up to track hostile targets trying to enter the continental U.S. The internal coverage away from major military bases was sparse. There were AWACS for that if needed, after all. 3 SUVs with darkened windows waited for us, with 2 more cars parked nearby. A few police cruisers formed a perimeter around the other vehicles. The agents descended first and went to talk with their buddies. I gather that they were a hastily mobilized SHIELD strike team with vehicles and equipment brought from the nearby storage facility. The others were the lawyers Pepper contacted, Joan Hale and Barnard Trent from one of the larger legal firms in the Seattle area. A criminal lawyer and a specialist in divorces and custody cases, respectively. Despite their other distractions, SI's legal department got those 2 recommended and vetted fast. They got a contract ready to sign so the local lawyers would be bound to protect my interests. While not precisely ordinary, we got the contracts signed and stamped on the airfield. Then I quickly explained the gist of the issue. Trent got on his phone, calling contacts to smooth things over as far as Hannah was concerned. Hale began pestering me about doing the same thing and letting the Leos and federal agents handle the issue. Needless to say, I disregarded her advice, which didn't make the blonde woman happy. She was even less comfortable when I got on board one of the SUVs, and we left the airfield, leaving her behind. "Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Bork Rumlow." The man riding shotgun turned around and introduced himself. "I want to apologize for our failure and thank you for the warning. If it weren't for it, I would likely be dead." He nodded at his left hand, which was in a sling. "I watched a recording of what happened. You didn't have many good options while offering distant protection, and those bastards knew where you were," I noted. "They did," Rumlow growled. 2 fire teams came straight at us before we knew what was happening. If it weren't for your warning, Mr. Stark, we wouldn't have been able to react at all." He grimaced. "What passes for good news is that thanks to your AI, we know where they are. We've got a drone on the way to give us eyes in the air. By the time we get there, it would be night, and that should give us a chance to sneak close to the compound they've barricaded themselves in. He turned forward and opened the glove compartment to take out a portable communications device and offered it to me. It was one of the types SI developed for the US and Allied Special Forces. We spent the journey to the area looking over the official plans of the compound, satellite images, and live feed from a Predator drone. It got in position 10 minutes before we had to leave the main road going out of Tacoma in the desired direction. According to the plans, we were looking at a typical forest retreat out of the city. Thermal imaging told us another story. Whatever this was before, now it was a reinforced compound with cells in the basement. There was a slight warm form in one of them with a guard sitting on a chair near it. One hostile vanished in the barn. It was shielded. On thermal, it appeared cool and empty. That was almost certainly a well-camouflaged hangar. 5 more hostiles were moving or resting in the large, reinforced house. The guard near the kid is going to be an issue. If it wasn't for him, we might be able to storm the place loud and fast. A few flashbangs and breaching charges would give us an advantage. Ward offered over the comms. Ward went to the car in the back when we left the airfield. May went in the front, leaving Romanoff stuck with me in the back of the center SUV. They were likely going to give the rest of the SHIELD agents heads up as far as I was concerned. If I can get close enough, I can either take him out or incapacitate the sentry for long enough so the rest of you can storm the building. I looked at the drone image. I'll need someone to cover me while we go to the back of the building, close to the basement and Hannah's cell. Romanoff looked up from the tablet in her hands. You don't need a line of sight for telekinesis. Depending on the circumstances, I might not need it. If I knew where my target was and could sense them through the force, I could affect them. Not having other distractions like people trying to kill me would help. If you can do it, Mr. Stark, this sounds like a plan. Romanoff tapped the table she held with a finger. Mr. Stark, you will neutralize the sentry, then we breach the compound and cut off the rest of the targets from access to the basement. Then we can neutralize or capture them at our leisure. Ward, you will take out the one in the barn if he's still there. The strike team will take point, secure the way into the basement, and then cover the primary objective. May and I will neutralize the threats in the building. It was a decent and simple plan. I liked it. == We stopped at the edge of the woods, just off the main road. The SHIELD strike team got kitted out even before it met us at the airfield. The rest of us had to gear up from what they had in the SUV's trunks, which was nothing to scoff at. Soft body armor suits, vests with ceramic inserts, SMGs, pistols, and shotguns. Cases with grenades, fragmentation, smoke, incendiary flashbangs. Enough ammo to wage a battle or two. I got a vest, SMG, and sidearm, with ammo and a couple of grenades of each type, just in case. The agents did the same, though May and Romanoff quickly discarded most of their clothes for form-fitting Kevlar suits, belts, and harnesses to carry their equipment. The drivers moved the SUVs out of sight, and we headed toward the target. A few hours' slog through the forest followed while the drone circled high above. Romanoff and May took point and found a few well-concealed cameras as we approached the compound. That would complicate things, though it wasn't much of a surprise. Rumlow, despite his injury, and one of the fully kitted-out SHIELD agents were with me. At the same time, we circled the compound, hopefully avoiding any hidden cameras. The rest prepared to storm the place as soon as we gave them the signal. Needless to say, the cameras were on a closed circuit, ensuring that remotely hacking them was out of the question. Instead of slowly and quietly sneaking to the back of the compound, we were going to do it fast. I nodded at Rumlow, who cracked his comm twice, then clicked off the safety of his silenced pistol. 10 seconds. I took a few deep breaths and submerged myself in the force. I dashed forward, using the force to look for traps and enemies' life force. Halfway through the open field behind the compound, I could sense multiple signatures. I could feel a brief surprise, then a rippling sense of danger. I ignored it and shifted my focus down. There they were, 2 signatures, one larger to my left and a smaller one in the corner to the right. My target stirred from his sitting position and surged to his feet. I didn't bother sparing my reserves. I used everything I had to grab him in a solid telekinetic hold and slam him headfirst into the ceiling. The sudden drain of everything I had drove me to my knees, and I slammed painfully into the side of the building. "Sentry down," I rasped. I could hear shouts and not-so-quiet retorts of suppressed weapons. A sharp crack shook the building, a breaching charge. The strike team had to be inside now. The force eagerly flowed into me, revitalizing me. The strike agent with us helped me get off my knees, and we rapidly circled the building, moving low. We got around to see Ward jogging away from the hangar. He, too, was moving low to make himself a smaller target. At that point, the plan went to hell. "Strike one, Raven. You've got 2 unknown SUVs rapidly heading your way. ETA 5 minutes. The female voice of the drone operator cracked in my earpiece. Flashbangs cracked loudly and lit up the compound. Quiet, rapid fire crackled all over the place. We stacked up at the blasted open door, and Ward nodded at us. He pointed at himself, then left, before signing at us towards the right and center. "The primary is secure, holding position," an unfamiliar voice announced over the comm. A surge of relief washed over me, and I gave Ward a thumbs up. Moments later, we stormed inside. The strike agent was on point due to his better armor and helmet. Ward went after him, twisting left, and I went right, with Rumlow covering my back. We found Romanoff and one of the strike agents in a large kitchen. They used a tall fridge and a counter in the center of the room for what little cover they could offer. They were busy exchanging shots, with at least 2 targets barricaded behind a piece of furniture with its back reinforced by metal. Whatever it was, it had been near the door, ready to be shoved to block most of it and offer decent cover. At a glance, the bastards barricaded there had full body armor, which wasn't ideal. We all had silenced weapons and subsonic rounds. That armor could tank at least some of those. I got a demonstration of that fact when one of the enemies leaned to send a suppressive burst our way. He got nailed by Romanoff and the other agent to no visible effect. I went low, sliding over the tiled floor, then west past the Black Widow and looked for the nearest knives. There was a wooden knife stand on the counter above my head. I used the force to pull it towards me and grabbed a wide butcher's knife. Romanoff reloaded and used the brief pause to raise an eyebrow at me. I nodded at her and waited for the next burst of suppressing fire from the enemies. Just as one of them partially exposed his arms to fire, I used telekinesis to pull him over his cover. I threw the knife at him and shoved the weapon with the force. Pieces of shattered dishes and glass struck the far side of the kitchen, causing more noise than the firefight. My knife flew true and slammed into the neck of my target, nearly decapitating him. Rumlow nodded at us from the kitchen door. He had holstered his pistol and had a frag grenade ready. Suppressing fire, Romanoff and I barked at the same time and opened fire. Rumlow threw the grenade, and we returned behind the dubious cover the counter provided. A loud explosion shook the compound. I focused on the force and looked around. There were no more signatures in the next room. I could sense at least 4 downstairs. That had to be the part of the strike team that went after Hannah. "Right flank is secure," I announced. More flashbangs cracked loudly, and suddenly oppressive silence fell upon the compound. "Strike one, Raven. The SUVs are 2 minutes out." =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places: Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 10 Hydra Factions. Brief Hydra Overview. 1. The Illuminati. Grant Ward's faction, provisionally the Illuminati, was born from a Hydra faction in the U.S. that backed the U.S. during WWII. Howard Stark was an associate and close ally at worst. A rival Hydra faction assassinated him to deny the Illuminati the super soldier serum. A secondary goal was preventing Howard Stark from entering politics and further strengthening the Illuminati's influence in the U.S. This faction shares ties and overall goals with Hydra heads that took root in the Allies during and after WWII. They saw the U.S. and allies, broadly the West and allied nations, win both WWII and the Cold War. For them, Freer societies are the best path to reaching strong and united humanity in the future. The primary points of contention between these broadly aligned factions is figuring out where to draw the line between enough freedom to ensure constant progress and control, and protect humanity from itself. They're backing different ideologies in the West to determine what would work and what won't. Like many other Hydra-descended factions, those nominally allied with the US have gone at least in part native. They also pursue goals to strengthen the governments and countries they've been based in for generations. To the Hydra, the closest thing we have to the OTL movie Hydra faction. They're the epitome of hard men making hard decisions while hard. Their end goal is to create a fascist world government led by Hydra. This faction would try to subvert Project Insight and use it to destroy their rivals and everyone who might oppose their takeover. Splinter Hydra factions are vying for dominance of Russia after the SU fell apart, and its collapse crippled the primary Hydra faction that infiltrated and supported it. They're broadly allied with the Hydra out of spite of losing the Cold War and refusing to accept that heavy-handed oppression and control might not be the best way forward. 3. Smaller splinter factions. There are opposing Hydra factions vying for domination in China and India. At least one faction in each of those countries has gone native and wants future Indian or Chinese hegemony, respectively. Smaller Hydra factions, or factions that originated as Hydra when the original group splintered, could be found in many countries worldwide. While they broadly share the same end goal, united and strong humanity, they have as many ideas for getting there as there are factions. Some have entirely gone native, currently more interested in going after short-term national goals and dealing with rivals instead of pursuing Hydra's original objective. Various people and organizations in the Middle East and North Africa are poster children for this. They're busy pursuing various conflicting secular and religious goals and interests. Such factions and associated groups could hardly be distinguished from governments, and parts of governments that aren't under Hydra's control or influence and pursue their own goals. 11. Phase 3 parts. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 3, Changing World Eye. Equals as equals. Part 1. Equals as equals. Hydra Compound. Washington State. The left flank is secure, May's voice came over the comm. 3 targets accounted for here. Scratch one in the barn, Ward noted. 2 here, Romanoff reported. 1 target down in the basement. The primary is safe behind an electronic lock. The key card's damaged. All targets accounted for. Strike, 2 of you hold the basement. The rest get up and take defensive positions. We've got potential hostiles on the way, Romanoff ordered. Stark, you did your job. Now get down to the basement and see your kid. We'll handle whoever is on the way. I felt like arguing in indignation and had to force myself to nod and go find the stairs down. I was hungry for combat, to prove myself in a way Tony Stark had never experienced. The sensation was a familiar one. I was a warrior at heart who had to, again and again, hold himself back because of what was practical, or the big picture. That was almost as frustrating as constantly tuning out the dark side's sweet nothings. These past few months were relief on that front for all the issues I had to deal with. The dark side was still here. It very much existed, yet it was silent. It fed from my many emotions, yet I didn't feel like drinking from a sweet, poisoned chalice when using it. It didn't feed my anger and frustration in a vicious loop I had to handle when my temper ran high. It was inert, as shallow as the force as a whole, perhaps even more, for it was merely one side of the coin. I shook my head at the odd tangent. This wasn't the time or place for such philosophical thoughts. It wasn't like I could do anything about the nature of the force over here. I could only be thankful I didn't have to constantly struggle with the dark side on one level or another. At the same time, I couldn't help but resent the lack of power at my fingertips. I briefly submerged myself in the force, feeling a distant, happy song, which helped me focus on the here and now. I shook my head at the weird distraction. An opened armored door lined with soundproofing material led to the basement. The same dark insulation covered the walls and ceiling. This place wasn't a bad setup to quietly hold prisoners down here. Besides the insulation, the place was only bare concrete and steel bars. I nodded at the two SHIELD agents with SMGs covering the entrance. The body of the man I took out at the start of the engagement lay in a pile at the far end of a long corridor lined up with small cells on both sides. Not bad, I thought. My telekinesis had caused more damage than I anticipated, which was a good thing. The bastard never stood a chance. I could see parts of his torso and armor that my grip had crushed before slamming him into the ceiling had shattered his skull. A twisted key card was on the ground near the cell at the far left of the basement. I walked past the agents and looked inside. Hannah was there, curled on a simple, dirty mattress. Her hands were zip-tied in front of her, and she had a half-empty water bottle on the concrete floor. That was all. Just seeing her this way was enough to stoke my anger. I had to focus on sensing her emotions. Hannah had retreated deep within her mind, trying to escape and deny everything that had happened of late. All I could get from her was a mind-numbing terror that further pushed her away from the real world. The force rippled around me, answering my rising fury. I focused my rage on the electronic lock. Metal screamed as I crushed it with the force and swung the door open. I could barely hear the screech of tires outside and the crackle of suppressed weaponry. A pang of unease washed over me, and I glanced at the SHIELD agents, who looked uneasy between the opened cell door and me. I raised an eyebrow at them, and they promptly turned their attention to the stairway. The force rushed into me, slowly filling up the empty well of expended power I just used, soothing my temper. Whoever ordered this was going to die screaming. I entered the cell and knelt beside Hannah. She didn't register my presence. For that matter, she didn't even twitch when I tore the cell door open. I've seen this happen on hundreds of worlds in the aftermath of combat. People's minds could shut down when witnessing or experiencing enough horror. Children's minds could be both surprisingly resilient yet incredibly fragile things. My fury was of no use here. I spent long moments binding it and forcing myself to calm down. I focused on the force and carefully applied pressure on the zip ties until they snapped away, leaving red lines on Hannah's arms. My comm cracked with short commands and warnings while the firefight upstairs intensified. I ignored it all. =C=. A moment after Natasha ducked away from the door, bullets tore into the reinforced wall of the house. She cursed viciously. That was a competent commando team outside, and they all had thick armor on their sides. A burst into the armored face mask of one of the bastards might have given him a concussion, but he just got back up after falling from surprise and shock. Fortunately, the same was true for the strike team. Two of its members got clean bursts to their chests. Their hard armor easily tanked the enemy's SMG rounds. "This is pathetic," May snapped. "I am never leaving home again without a few magazines with armor-piercing bullets," Ward vowed. "Fuck this," Rumlow spat. "These bastards might have a proper armory in here. One of you come with me, we are looking for better weapons." He tapped one of the strike agents on the shoulder and they pulled deeper into the house. Natasha glanced through a cracked, reinforced window. The enemy had the same idea. Half of them took turns using suppressive fire. The others had pulled back and were busy around the now open trunks of the SUVs. Romanoff ducked when she saw a commando lean around the vehicle with an M4 carbine. Loud cracks echoed over the forest clearing, and the window above her head shattered. Soon more carbines laid down suppressive fire using single shots and 3-round bursts. "They're pushing towards us," May announced. "Of course they were. Pull back from the door, they'll use grenades to breach," Natasha warned and followed her advice. In close quarters, their armor wouldn't protect them from her. That said, engaging competent fire teams in hand-to-hand combat was a good way to get shot, enhancements or no enhancements. "Over here, I found an armory. I need help to get the damn thing open." Natasha smiled viciously and dashed after Rumlow's voice. == Part 2. == Hydra Compound, Washington State. The armory was behind a shoved-aside bookshelf. Natasha could see the outlines of carbines, SMGs, and a couple of shotguns nested behind a metal mesh. An electronic lock smugly shone red at her. She pulled her right arm back and twisted on the ball of her feet. Natasha pulled her whole weight into a palm strike aimed straight at the lock. She wasn't a particularly tall or muscular woman. The strike should have hurt her arm more than the metal lock. Instead, enhanced flesh driven by enhanced muscles slapped against steel. The metal groaned and deformed, yielding to her flesh. A second strike short-circuited the lock. A third one broke it. Natasha shoved the metal mesh covering the armory wide open and grabbed a carbine. She threw it at the strike agent she heard approach, then handed him a couple of magazines. He wasted no time loading the weapon and heading back to the entrance. A pair of explosions shook the house. Ear-piercing cracks made Romanoff's ears ring even as brief, blinding light did its best to burn away the twilight. She ignored the distraction, took the second carbine, loaded it, and grabbed a spare magazine. Loud gunfire echoed from the entrance. Natasha could hear heavy boots stomping over concrete. She shouldered the weapon and moved as fast as her enhanced body could. She saw a commando stagger under a barrage of low-caliber bullets, yet managed to clear the door before crashing into the wall. A second one charged through, firing precise bursts. A cry of pain came from the right at the same time. Natasha shot the commando in the face. The rifle bullets shattered his armored mask. Blood and bones splashed under his helmet, and he went down without a sound. Natasha saw two cylinders roll over the body and instinctively twisted her head to the side, closing her eyes. The flashbang's scream washed over her and burning stars danced in front of her eyes. She dove to the ground, seeking cover. Another explosion shook the house, then a third. A flashbang came through a shattered window just as Natasha's vision cleared. She had a heartbeat to slam her eyes shut before the grenade detonated, bathing her in light and deafening noise. She curled into a ball, hopefully turning herself into a smaller target, then tried to roll back towards the kitchen. Moments like these highlighted the primary drawback of the enhancing serum the Red Room gave her. Better senses and flashbangs didn't mesh well, even if she was much more resilient than a woman her size had any right to be. Natasha could sense bullets biting into the floor beside her even as she desperately rolled away while still blind and deaf. All she could see were burning spots, and all she could hear was piercing ringing. Fragments from shattered tiles and perforated wood bounced off her Kevlar suit. A near miss drew a burning stripe over her right thigh. Natasha didn't stop moving until she blindly hit something that vibrated against her back. She still had the carbine and blindly aimed it, cursing the huge bright spots in front of her eyes. Furious blinking did little to help. She saw a shape that might have been moving and pressed the trigger, sending 3-round bursts downrange before rolling to the right. There was space between the cupboards in the corner and the counter in the middle of the kitchen. Natasha could feel cracked tiles shift under her weight. Relief flared through her at finding a piece of dubious cover. Another explosion shook the building moments before Romanoff's eyesight recovered enough to be of use. She peered over the counter, then surged to her feet when she didn't see a target. Rumlow was still alive but wounded. He sat on the ground on the other side of the counter, pressing his bloody fingers to his side. It was something to deal with only when there were no more commandos trying to kill them. An armored body was lying in the large corridor between the entrance and the kitchen. A few more blinks cleared some of the white spots out of her sight, and Natasha briskly crept through the house. Her ears still rang, and she couldn't hear a damn thing. A strike agent lay in a dark pool of blood, with his back against the wall beside the kitchen's door. An explosion had shredded his armor. Another agent was dead in the corridor leading deeper into the house. He was the one Natasha gave the other carbine. Smoke and dust came from a gaping armored door leading to the basement. Stark was there with his kid. If they died, this whole operation would be a complete clusterfuck. Natasha bit off a curse as she charged down the stairs. She had to jump over a few ravaged concrete steps where a grenade had detonated with enough force to shatter concrete. She first saw 2 of the strike agents in the basement. One was down, covered in blood, while the other was busy offering first aid. Next, Natasha froze as her index finger began to close around the trigger. One of the commandos was right there, hanging nearly half a meter above the ground. His body shook, and even if he was with his back turned to her, he was holding his throat and choking. Her hearing returned just in time to hear the unpleasant sound of shattering bones. The commando went limp and then collapsed on the floor like a discarded toy. The next thing Natasha saw was Stark. He was at the far end of the basement. His eyes glowed like molten metal in the twilight, and he had his hand outstretched as if he was imitating Vader. Natasha slowly lowered her weapon, and Stark dropped his hand to her relief. He gave her a nod and briskly walked towards the strike agents. Natasha whirled around and ran back upstairs. She found more corpses and eventually the rest of the team. They had retreated in the left wing of the house, behind a reinforced wall acting as a bunker with firing slits. She passed one more commando corpse and the body of another strike agent. The rest of them were alive if in need of medical attention. May sat on the ground panting, holding her bleeding shoulder. A dead commando had collapsed beside her, leaving a blood trail over the wall. A wounded strike agent was bleeding out on a nearby bed. Ward was on his knees, gasping for air over the corpse of the last commando. A glance told Natasha all she needed to know about that. The bastard's head was turned around, facing the ceiling while his body lay frozen in death on its front. Ward turned around to look at her and held his throat. There was no blood, yet his face was twisted in a pained grimace. "Stark the girl," May demanded. "Both are alive," Natasha reported. "Good, those fuckers were good. Shield good." May spat and slowly began dragging herself up. Natasha nodded grimly. "I'll make sure they're all dead and grab first aid kits. Raven, this is Widow. Is the perimeter clear? We have casualties and need immediate medical evacuation." "Widow, Raven, there's one warm spot in the second SUV to your left. I can see no one else alive outside. Local Leos and ambulances are on the way. ETA 20 minutes. Natasha went to the front of the house and used one of the shattered windows to shoot out the remaining lights of the SUVs. Darkness fell in front of the house, and she used its concealment to dash out, seeking targets. Nothing moved, and no one shot at her. She carefully approached the SUVs and eventually saw a form simply sitting at the back to the one to the far left. It was Obadiah Stane, and he was dead. =C=. Flashing lights bathed the clearing in blue and crimson. State police troopers stood in small groups, warily looking at the battlefield. At the same time, paramedics did their best to stabilize the wounded for transport to the nearest hospital with a good trauma center. A van with forensic specialists parked near the barn while CIS agents spoke quietly, waiting for authorization to do their job. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was stretching its muscles and doing its best to take jurisdiction and keep the battle as quiet as possible. From what Natasha heard, there was some unexpected pushback on that front. It wasn't often that S.H.I.E.L.D. got exposed in such a way. First, a firefight in front of a school of all things, then the battle for this damn compound. A flash of fire burned over her leg, and she glanced down at the paramedic disinfecting the graze. Her eyes shot back up and focused on the compound. Stark was at the door, gently carrying a small form bundled in a blanket. The girl looked limp and dead to the world. Unwelcome memories of the Red Room, of concrete rooms and small cells, flashed through Natasha's mind. For all the bastards did to her and her sisters, they did threaten them reasonably well outside certain types of training, like the program to resist interrogation. Recollections of small cells, freezing water, and electric shocks calibrated to be as painful as possible without causing permanent damage rose unbidden from the back of her mind. A shudder went through her body at the vivid memory. Natasha grimaced and shook her head. It was all in the past. The Red Room was gone, and the people who turned her into a weapon were dead, many by her own hands. Natasha watched Stark put the girl on a gurney for paramedics to fuss over her. "Just bandage it, please. My next stop is the hospital anyway," Natasha told the paramedic, still poking her thigh. It was just a flesh wound, one she should be able to heal without issue, even without any medical aid. Among other things, her light enhancement kept infections and diseases at bay. Ward walked with 2 cops to the driver of one of the ambulances, exchanging words. He held a pack of ice to the side of his neck, where one of the commandos had hit him, missing a strike aimed at Ward's throat. The paramedic finally unpacked a bandage roll and quickly finished patching Natasha's leg. As soon as he finished, she promptly thanked him and jumped from the hood of the SUV she sat on. Without adrenaline rushing through her veins, she could feel the odd aching bruise and a thin line of fire on her leg. It was nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix. "Agent," Ward nodded at her and turned back to the ambulance driver and the cops. "As I said, Mr. Stark will need protection if someone else has been hired to go after him. The same goes for his daughter. I'm sure that he can arrange something practical given some time, but right now—" Ward shrugged and nodded at Stark, who hovered protectively near the girl. "We'll get 2 units to escort him to the hospital and keep an eye on him. You can give a statement either at the hospital or on the way there," one of the cops offered. "The last thing anyone needs is a shootout in a hospital after everything else that happened today. We should make sure no one thinks it's a good idea." That was surprisingly sensible. "We'll ride with Mr. Stark until the end of the trail where our vehicles are, then follow you," Ward suggested. It took some haggling, but soon they boarded the ambulance. Ward rode shotgun while Natasha joined Stark, the kid, and a paramedic in the back. =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places: Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 12 Phase 3 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 3, Changing World I. =C=. Part 3. =C=. Shootout and kidnapping in front of a school in Tacoma. USA Today: Stark Industries ceased weapon production. Company stocks tank. Ripples spread through contractors supplying the U.S. military. Financial Times: The conspiracy of the century. Stark Industries implicated in illegal weapons sale. Law enforcement agencies raid Stark Industries properties all across the country. LA Today. Federal agents raid kidnappers' compound. Heavy casualties reported. Tacoma Daily News. Tony Stark was seen arriving at a Tacoma hospital with a young child and police escort. U.S. Weekly. =C=. Seattle Children's Hospital. Washington State, U.S. When they got to the hospital, there was a police cordon waiting for them, keeping reporters at bay. "Someone spilled the beans already," Natasha noted. That was less than ideal. S.H.I.E.L.D. scrubbed as much information and pictures of the Black Widow as possible when she got into the fold. Yet, there were still people and organizations that would recognize precisely who she was if her face got plastered all over the news. She had to either stay in the SUV and make herself scarce the moment she was reasonably sure no one was taking pictures or risk exposure. Well, more exposure. "Romanoff?" Ward asked. He slowly rotated his neck and it cracked unpleasantly. "Fury will have to worry about exposure. Stark's too exposed out here." She looked pointedly at the other agent. "Those weren't run-of-the-mill mercenaries. If that were the case, they wouldn't have rushed us heedless of the casualties to get the job done." "I know. They were dedicated and ready to die for the cause, whatever that is." No one said aloud that the people they fought were as good as a S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team, which were among the best in the world. Natasha looked out of the side window and glared at the reporters. Her quiet curses made Ward chuckle. "Let's go." Romanoff got out and headed for the hospital, with Ward following suit, his covert identity as a home. Land security, agent got them through the police cordon and security. They soon found Stark leaning on a wall beside a room with its door closed. He was talking with a nurse who was asking questions and taking notes. Stark had his phone open as well. "I just sent what I can get online on Ms. Roberts' medical records to your email," Jarvis announced. "Thank you." "You're welcome, sir. Mr. Rhodes is on a flight to Tacoma and should arrive in a few hours. What else can you tell me about the patient, Mr. Stark? Only my observation. She appears to be reasonably well physically, something the paramedics confirmed. Mentally, Stark growled. Early today, well, yesterday, she saw her grandmother killed, then got kidnapped and shoved in a dinky little cell. We'll have a specialist ready to examine Ms. Roberts as soon as we're sure she's physically stable. You request a paternity test to confirm you're her father. Is that right, Mr. Stark? That's correct. No matter the results, I'll be covering all medical expenses. Hannah ended up in this mess because of her possible connection with me. At those words, Natasha's respect for Stark rose a few notches. The more she saw of him, the less he had in common with the playboy she had read about before heading out to search for him in Afghanistan. A couple of plainclothes police officers approached. Mr. Stark, agents, we would require a statement about what happened. Agents Ward and Portman, Homeland Security. Ward turned to face the cops. I'll speak with you first. Then you can talk with my colleague. I'm unsure if Mr. Stark will speak with anyone without a lawyer present. One of my lawyers should be on the way here. We can talk when they're here, Stark offered. The cops looked at each other and nodded. Is there a quiet room we can use? One of them asked the nurse. There's a restroom for security near the entrance. You can ask one of them for directions. The nurse jolted a few more lines on her pad and returned her attention to Stark. Can you recall anything else that might be important about Ms. Roberts? That's all, he shook his head. As far as paternity tests go, we have fast kits that can give us reliable results in a couple of days. The nurse offered and left. Are you all right, Mr. Stark? Natasha asked. She joined him, leaning on the opposite wall. I'm as well as I can be under the circumstances. Natasha noted that his voice was level and calm. His eyes were back to normal as well. There was no trace of the burning fury that literally lit them up in the basement. Strangely enough, Natasha wanted to see that fire again. It was fascinating and stirred something deep in her when thinking about it. What do you intend to do about the girl if she's not yours? I might adopt her if she is willing. No matter what, she's likely to be a target from now on, Stark shrugged. That wasn't something Natasha expected. It was kind of nice. It would be far from the first stray I've adopted, he muttered while his eyes stared at something distant. The memories he mentioned. As crazy as it sounded, it appeared to be true. Besides, Natasha had seen and heard of odder things like shape-shifting aliens. At any rate, this wasn't the time and place to gather more intelligence on that topic. An awkward silence followed until the room's door opened, and a doctor in her late 40s emerged. Mr. Stark, I'm Dr. Franklin. I understand you're the closest thing Ms. Roberts has to a guardian right now. Tony nodded. Until a paternity test confirms you are her father, and you legally take custody of Ms. Roberts if you so desire, there isn't much I can share for obvious reasons. I understand you're willing to cover her medical expenses no matter what. That's true. This at least simplifies a few things. I can freely share that Ms. Roberts is physically stable and will recover with some rest. I'll get a nurse to take your contribution in a paternity test. That's all I can do for you right now, Mr. Stark. I appreciate it, Doctor. The woman bid them goodbye and headed up the corridor. == A few hours after I got a confirmation that Hannah was physically as good as one could expect, I sat at a table in the hospital's cafeteria, entertaining my two new lawyers. Hale wasn't happy about my participation in what was, strictly speaking, a law enforcement operation as a civilian. She was on the phone with contacts in Tacoma's prosecutor's office, trying to figure out if I had to worry about local charges. At least, in theory, I didn't have to worry about federal ones because of S.H.I.E.L.D. On the other hand, Trent was trying to explain that Hannah would likely have to end up in local child services care. That would have to last until anyone could hope to straighten up her legal status. Mr. Trent, do I need to use small words to explain that no matter if she is my daughter or not, people will be after her either for leverage or to try to hurt me by hurting her? Like it or not, Hannah wouldn't be safe anytime soon without a proper security detail. What would usually happen or should happen in a situation like she is in is of no consequence. I turned my attention to Ward. He watched the exits while sipping a coffee. Right now, it was Romanoff, Portman's turn to speak with the cops. Your people want me to work with them. Call who you have to and cut through the bloody red tape. I am sure my lawyers would be happy to cooperate. Mr. Stark, I must warn you that this is most irregular and can have potential legal consequences, Hale pointed out. That's why I have the best lawyers money can buy working for me. Equals C equals. Part 4. Equals C equals. Seattle Children's Hospital. Washington State, U.S. Tony, are you all right? Rhodey demanded, deadly serious. I made a so-so gesture and sipped yet another cup of coffee. Getting through days without sleep was an old hand by now. The last 2 days were a whirlwind of tedious and vital issues. To my utter lack of surprise, the local cops were not thrilled with a shootout in front of a school, much less an all-out battle in the woods near Tacoma. Hale did earn her pay by getting them out of my hair so I could focus on more pressing matters. Shield wasn't happy either, as explained by Mr. Agent, who also joined the party. Coulson was still masquerading as Homeland Security, making me wonder if that organization wasn't little more than an official cover for SHIELD. Speaking about the SHIELD agents, they were still around, trying to be an inconspicuous security detail. The results will be ready soon. Then either way, I will have some paperwork to deal with and balls to get rolling. I can rest after that. I also would have to call Pepper so she would know what statement to give the vultures camped outside. In practice, all that would change depending on the result would be the amount of red tape that would have to burn. A few quiet large donations to the right organizations suddenly got both Tacoma and state officials eager to smooth certain things over. That was no real surprise. It was just that, as Tony, I had never thought about the implications. They were odd for 2 reasons, figuring out that the U.S. government, especially on the state and local level, could be somewhat corrupt was one stress point. Second, it was a bit odd to have my money talk much louder than my reputation. Tony Stark was obscenely wealthy and famous. People still believed me to be a playboy and a drunk who spent his time fornicating with anything female and good-looking. Having such a reputation now was in equal parts bemusing and infuriating. The implication that even the U.S. government is this corrupt sinking in reinforced my belief that democracy couldn't correctly work beyond the small scale. We'll get you through this, Tones. You aren't alone. I know that now. Thanks, Rhodey. I looked up from my coffee cup. The security situation. My contacts came through. There are some vetted retired combat veterans ready for interviews. They had experience in Afghanistan and Iraq primarily. At least a few of them are retired special forces of various stripes. That's good. It also meant more work for me. I would also need to check with legal how to best legally set up my future security detail. Perhaps a private PMC under SI's aegis. Do you know why the FBI aren't my greatest fans as of late? Nothing concrete. People noticed it and commented on it, that's all. Perhaps one of the directors or someone in the administration has an axe to grind with you or SI, Rhodey suggested. I hear Hammer's making overtures to try and replace all the production lost by you shutting down the plants. Those plants were going to get shut down for the investigation anyway. Besides, don't tell me your colleagues want to rely on Hammer's crap. That will kill people as sure as if someone blew them up with my weapons. Hammer's trying to offer bargain prices. Rhodey gave a what-can-you-do look. Because no one with standards would buy his crap otherwise. Remind me to focus on developing new armor, so we would still have a military if anyone's crazy enough to procure Hammer's junk. You're less of a fan than you were before, and that's saying a lot, Tones. Rhodey's lips quirked into a small smile. Don't get me started on cheap bastards shoving crap equipment to the military. I gave him a pointed look. Rhodey stared at me for long moments, then his eyebrows raised and he slowly nodded. We'll speak later about it then. If you want stories, I can give you stories. I sipped my cooling coffee. A nurse entered the cafeteria, looked around, and headed our way. She carried a stack of folders in her hands. Mr. Stark, the results are ready. She offered me the top paper. I have many talents. However, being an expert on genetics isn't one of them. Congratulations, you're a father, she said quietly and offered me an encouraging smile. Thank you. I nodded and opened the folder, using the distraction to gather my thoughts. The emotions I felt were certainly nothing like I've experienced before as Tony. It brought into focus what has been gone for a very long time, alongside longing and an empty void in my chest where my family used to be. The force sang around in jubilation, and yet reverberated with a sense of loss and longing matching my own. I pointedly focused on the file in my hands. First, I saw a printed comparison between DNA markers and other dirty, wet science spelled over multiple printouts. Give me good old physics and engineering every day. The important piece was at the back of the folder, confirming the close relation of 1 degree, parent and child or siblings. Hannah couldn't be my sister for obvious reasons, leaving only one conclusion, which someone had bothered to write in plain English with a red marker. Well, this means there's less red tape to deal with now. Yes, Mr. Stark, you have some forms to sign up that our lawyers and yours prepared just in case. She nodded at the stack of folders in her hands. Can I finally know more about my daughter's condition? You have to deal with the paperwork first, Mr. Stark. I didn't make the rules or the laws. She just had to be reasonable, didn't she? Give them here, please. I drained my coffee and took the folders. The nurse gave me another smile and headed toward a nearby vending machine. So it's a girl. Congratulations, Tones. Rhodey patted my shoulder happily. It's always girls, or girls who are warships, I muttered without thinking. What? Rhodey stared owlishly. Not here and now, but yes. I nodded and then focused on the files. C equals. I had to go over and sign a tall stack of papers before everything was said and done. Trent left to notarize and file in much of that paperwork with the relevant agencies. That meant that Hannah officially was my daughter in a kind of sort of way. Paperwork had to be filled in and processed first. In practice, as far as the hospital was concerned, I was Hannah's father now. I'm sure a donation large enough to build them a new wing had nothing to do with that. Nope. Hannah was curled in a large bed covered in sparkling white sheets, still paying no attention to the world at large. I sat on a chair near her bed while a specialist droned on and on. Only time could help with such a trauma. The mind was a curious and resilient thing, yet it had its limits. Blah, blah. He said nothing that I didn't already know. Instead of paying him more attention, I dived into the force and observed Hannah. Her life force was all right, it sparkled healthily. There was nothing out of the ordinary in that regard. Her emotions, on the other hand, screamed at me. Terror, denial, loss, they all mixed in a poisonous cocktail. I leaned forward and put my hand on her shoulder, right over the image of a prancing unicorn. Trying to project your emotions to someone who wasn't a force adept, and you didn't have a force bond with was still possible, but complicated. It was more challenging when you wanted to do it as anything but an attack on their mind. The force buzzed and engulfed Hannah like a blanket, whispering of warmth and safety. I kept it going until the energy in me almost drained, then cut it off. I leaned back, enjoying the pleasant sensation of the force slowly bubbling within my veins and filling my cells with energy. For what it was worth, I could sense my efforts took the edge of fear Hannah felt. Even better, this was a far cry from the terror gripping her 2 days ago. C equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 13, Phase 3, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 3, Changing World I. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Seattle Children's Hospital. Washington State, U.S. Many small, tedious details usually don't make it in the movies. They're boring, so why not skip them? Real life is never so convenient. Even with support, highly paid lawyers, my name, and money to throw around, it still took time to straighten everything out. Someone without my advantages might have spent weeks dealing with the mundane bureaucracy. The expense in time and money might have been ruinous. Even in my case, cold-blooded pragmatism dictated that what I did for a child I didn't know was better used to strengthen my position. The U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D. did their best to turn SI inside out during the investigation. This wasn't time for sentimentality or distraction. I found myself not caring. Hannah both tore open a gaping wound in my chest I didn't even want to acknowledge was there, and was perhaps the only thing that could fill it. Yet part of me rebelled at all the lost time. For days, I could have been creating designs that could change the future. I could have used my influence to speed up and aid in the ongoing investigations. Instead, I brooded, plotted, and dealt with mundane concerns. What happened to Hannah couldn't repeat itself. I used that fact to focus my tired, wandering mind. The playboy billionaire Tony Stark was someone people thought they could mess with. Some felt that they could simply kill me and dared to use my daughter. This would change. It had to. I didn't have the raw power to protect Hannah. I had to leverage all my other assets to do it. People called me the Merchant of Death in either contempt or hatred. It was time to live up to that mantle and make it mine. Only one thing didn't change. Fusion energy was something I needed. It was a building block after that. I closed my eyes, thinking about weapon and armor designs that could be practical to replicate. Better materials, too. I also thought about how to begin building myself a loyal army. C equals. Hannah awoke on the 5th day in the hospital when I was considering how to bring her home safely. My house in California was out of the question. It was too vulnerable. I still had my parents' mansion and paid people to maintain it. The place was the closest thing to a fortress I could think of in my grasp on short notice. It would have to do. My daughter's eyes snapped open, and her head darted around in panic. She whimpered and kept looking wildly. "Hi there," I smiled wanly. Her eyes were indeed my mother's. Hannah's gaze froze on me, and she stilled. I could feel her fear and desperate need. "Granny," she asked in a thin voice. "I'm sorry." A 6-year-old child shouldn't worry about people dying. The universe didn't care. People like me didn't particularly care until it struck close to home. Hannah closed her eyes and shook her head in denial. "I want Granny." I slowly raised my hand and touched her shoulder. Hannah froze and whimpered until I gently channeled emotions and concepts through the force. Warmth, reassurance, care, and safety. She slowly calmed down. Soon a nurse and Hannah's attending doctor came in and bid me to move out of the way. Fuck pragmatism. Whoever else even thought about hurting my daughter was going to burn. A bit later, I was outside the room, listening to the doctor list what had to happen. Therapy, obviously. No shocks and further scares if at all possible. A regimen of vitamins and minerals to help Hannah's recovery. Gently trying to explain to her who I was and that her grandmother was gone. Arranging and attending said grandmother's funeral before bringing Hannah home. Other mundane details, like straightening up the paperwork around her eventual discharge. Ensuring I had all the necessary documents for her future doctors and therapist when we went to New York, visiting Hannah's house to pick up various documents about her, perhaps some familiar toys and clothes. Ordering lawyers to deal with any inheritance from her grandmother. Securing Hannah's CHUL transcripts, arranging to pull her out of her current school, and eventual transfer when she was ready, and when I found a safe enough school. There were many boring details, yet several were essential. Some were more important than others. Lawyers could deal with many of the details, but not all. The lack of sleep did me no favors over the next few days. They were mostly a blur, with specific highlights burning themselves in my mind. Hannah's heart-wrenching denial and eventually understanding that she would never see her grandmother alive again. Her confusion and anger when we got to explain I was her father, who she had never met. That ensured Hannah didn't want to talk with me and glared every time I visited her while she was still in the hospital. The first bright spot came after visiting her home, an apartment near the largest mall district in Tacoma. My daughter was a Harry Potter fan. She had a stuffed dragon on her bed. That was all I could readily recall from that particular trip. We got back to the hospital with a trunk full of documents, toys, and some clothes. I picked up the dragon too, which was a wise choice. Bringing it to Hannah had her perk up and feel joy for the first time since awakening from her catatonic state. As soon as I gave it to her, she grabbed it and hugged the stuffing out of it. == It rained during Rose Roberts' funeral. There were a handful of friends and coworkers present. Mrs. Roberts was an auditor working for Tacoma's local tax collection agency. That wasn't a job that got you too many friends. The benefits were great, or so I heard. Hannah didn't stop crying all the way through. Even if she began to tolerate it slowly, my presence did little to reassure or calm her down. The inevitable shield-supplied security detail did little to help in that regard. Hannah kept flinching every time a stranger even looked her way. That did little to improve my mood. It didn't help that Romanoff, of all people, kept curiously staring at us every time she was a part of our security detail. == 2 days after the funeral, we finally left Tacoma behind. The past 2 nights were decidedly unpleasant. If it wasn't for Romanoff and the SHIELD security, I was sure I would have torn off the spine of at least a couple of paparazzi trying to get close to us. The constant hounding from journalists did Hannah no favors. The flash of cameras every time we had to go somewhere, usually from the hotel to the hospital for final checkups before leaving, terrified my daughter. I wondered if my new security could get away with shooting such pests on sight when we got home. The second time Hannah relaxed and almost smiled was after we boarded the plane and reached cruising altitude. She pressed her face to one of the portholes and watched the sky with wonder and delight. She brought her stuffed dragon up and started babbling happily to it. That was a good sign, right? == Part 6. == Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. It's been years since I was last here. This place brought back memories, and not all of them were pleasant. Howard Stark's ideas of parenting were questionable at best. Mom, on the other hand. It's a bit much, isn't it, Hannah? My daughter looked around the vast entrance hall, which could double up as a big ballroom. Her wide eyes darted over marble, polished wood, and golden ornaments. Whoever claims the U.S. doesn't have royalty or palaces, for that matter, doesn't know what they're talking about. For most intents and purposes, my parents were royalty in the U.S. and weren't alone in that regard. I knew of a few dozen mansions and maisonettes in New York alone that rivaled ours. I had to visit many of them for all kinds of tedious functions with my parents. After their death, I did my best to escape that world. It looks like a dragon cave, Hannah declared and looked at me. Dragons, she waved her stuffed dragon around. Your Norbert's the only dragon here now. My lips twitched at that. I recall a few people calling my mother a dragon when they thought no one could hear her. It wasn't meant as a compliment either. Let's find a room you like. I had to find someone to raid a store with Harry Potter paraphernalia, especially stuffed dragons. Too many steps, I don't like them, my daughter grumbled while we were halfway through the stairway to the second floor. It's not like Hogwarts, they aren't moving. Adding an escalator was always an option. Besides, it might make my father roll in his grave, which is always a bonus. We can't have you stumbling down moving stairs. Norbert might be able to fly away, but you can't yet. I'm a witch, I'll fly on a broom. Hannah was cutely serious at that. Fuck Harry Potter. One day I'll get you flying, love, I promise. Certainly not on a broom, though. If I had some off-the-shelf repulsor components, I might be able to kludge together a flying broom. It would be more suicidal driving such an abomination than a regular speeder bike, and those got tons of people killed every year. In the end, Hannah chose my old room, though she grumbled about not having enough Harry Potter stuff. Equals C equals. Late that evening, after I tucked Hannah into bed, it was time to get to work. Money and connections talk. That was how I got a meeting with a prospective chief of my future security detail. I got over what Jarvis and Rhodey could give me about the man on the flight here. He was a former Delta Force, medically retired due to a busted knee. He got together with a few buddies, and they used their retirement benefits and savings to establish a small private security company in New York State, which employed combat veterans. Usually, people they either served with or got good recommendations from friends still in the military. On paper, Major Ian Woods was beyond reproach, and his small agency was on the U.S. government's list of vetted contractors. That was why Woods just arrived and had to get through my current SHIELD-provided security detail. I met him in my father's office. It was weird sitting in Howard's chair. Natasha leaning on his sacred desk might have made him scoff in indignation. Then again, I remember Aunt Peggy doing the same, but she was a special case. A SHIELD agent escorted Woods in. The major was a large man with clearly defined muscles still visible under his black suit. He stopped mid-stride and stared at Romanoff. "Mr. Stark, are you aware who you have in your office?" The man shifted from a relaxed gait, favoring his right leg into a ball of energy ready to pounce. "Nowadays, this is Agent Portman, officially working for Homeland Security. If she wanted me dead, she had an ample opportunity to do it and get away clean." "My fame keeps preceding me," Romanoff grumbled. "You managed to be one of the most infamous assassins of the last 50 years despite that, ma'am," Woods carefully noted. "And now she's here to keep me alive and point out any obvious hole in my security, which, in turn, is why you're here, Major." "I'm all ears, Mr. Stark. Various people I hold in high esteem recommended I listen to your offer." Woods kept glancing between Romanoff and me. He didn't relax either. "Some of them sounded quite impressive with you." "Everyone wants a piece of me nowadays. Let's speak plainly, Major. Recent events convinced me I need a large and competent security detail for my daughter and myself. I'm looking for a competent chief of security. I have training and experience in breaching highly secure locations and establishing security for locations and VIPs. Woods didn't boast, but instead merely stated facts. "From what I hear, you aren't someone who could simply be bought to look away or betray his employer." "I am a patriot, Mr. Stark. There are some things money can't buy." He sounded as if he believed it. I couldn't detect deception, but instead, there was a wall of stubborn pride around Wood's mind. Rhodey and his contacts might be right about this one. "That's good. Not to be blunt, your Aegis security, as it stands, is too small to get the job done by itself. I will need multiple security teams to cover at least their shifts, accounting for sick time, vacations, recovery from injuries, and such. Further, at least 2 heavy assault teams as quick reaction forces at a minimum." "Do you expect to fight a war, Mr. Stark? Only a few people in the States have this kind of security. VIPs like the President and the VP come to mind. A week ago, a commando strike team took my daughter and in the process, murdered 3 Homeland Security agents. When we went to get her back, a second commando unit arrived minutes after we assaulted the compound the kidnappers held us. They were all highly trained and committed. That's the kind of opposition my security would have to deal with in the future." Woods's eyebrows tried to vanish in his short-cropped black hair. He glanced at Natasha, who nodded. "They were as good as strike teams go," Romanoff confirmed. "You've pissed off some powerful people with a lot of reach, then. That's not the kind of operation I would expect anyone but a state actor to be able to execute in the U.S. With what I have on my mind inventions, wise, I'll be pissing off many people and organizations by destroying their business models and revenue streams over the next few years. My security teams will have to earn their pay, which will be nothing to sneeze at." "2 questions, Mr. Stark. First, what do you mean by we when telling me about recovering your daughter? Second, please elaborate on what you would want from my company and me if I agree to become your chief of security." To answer your first question, you'll have to sign a few NDAs. Regarding the second, you might not like some of the details. Due to various practical reasons, I would need my security detail as either a division of Stark Industries or a PMC under my control. In that regard, if we reach an understanding tonight, I would like to acquire your agency. You'll still be in charge of it and have access to my assets to vet additional personnel and procure all the necessary equipment. Among other things, my security would be responsible for a few critical locations. This home and a future Stark Industries HQ in New York, among other things. Further, I will be drawing volunteers to test military equipment. Then they will be among the first outfitted with state-of-the-art equipment when it becomes available. That is one of the reasons I would require highly vetted combat veterans as a part of my security detail. Woods kept asking for clarification on various points. At the same time, I countered with pointed questions to get a better read of his character. By midnight, we had a preliminary verbal agreement. In a few days, we would meet again, accompanied by teams of lawyers, to straighten up all the necessary details. With this, I would have the core of my future private army. Naturally, winning and cementing their loyalty to me would take time. It was good that I didn't intend to take over the world with said army anytime soon. It was time for some shut-eye, for tomorrow would be another busy day. I would have to vet a competent therapist for Hannah and go over possible future schools in the area for her. Finally, it was high time to sit down with Jarvis and start designing everything I would need. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 14 Phase 4 Parts. AN, to get ahead of certain questions. Captain Marvel won't be a thing in this story. Considering her power, there are no good options to handle her in any story that's not focused on Captain Marvel. I would have to either nerf her greatly, make her a non-entity for the major plot points like the mainline Avengers movies did, in which case she might not even exist, or have her feature as a regular human character who can have impact on the story. I chose the last option. Here, Carol Danvers is a general in the U.S. Air Force, one who has bit of first-hand experience with aliens. To a bit lesser extent, the same will be true about the Hulk, who will still be the Hulk, but we'll see how powerful and durable exactly he is when facing aliens. The Asgardians are another issue. They tend to be as powerful and durable as the plot requires, which doesn't work for this story. This isn't a story where a handful of godlike characters make everyone else irrelevant, or at least should, considering how powerful said characters are supposed to be. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 4, Changing World II. == Part 1. == The conspiracy of the century continues to unravel. Hundreds of SI employees were arrested on charges of bribery, fraud, weapons sale, and potential treason. USA Today. Rumors persist in Washington about potential Senate hearing over Stark Industries scandal. C-SPAN. Kidnapping and shootout in Tampa, connected with Tony Stark's abduction in Afghanistan. New York Times. Tony Stark has a daughter. US Weekly. == Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Investigations discovered nearly 1,000 compromised SI personnel all over the continental U.S. Over two-thirds were among the security, engineering, and maintenance staff responsible for various manufacturing plans. Over 100 believed they were building Ghost weapons for the U.S. government. According to them, it was either for special forces or to sell to allies that we couldn't offer advanced weapons without political repercussions. The rest of the bastards were corrupt crooks. Ward's initiative got him quiet recognition, because it was his contact with Stain that helped uncover the rot much faster than it would be otherwise possible. Stain's attempt to cover his tracks copied and flagged many suspicious files, some holding on ghost drives attached to the SI's internal networks. That saved a lot of time and headaches for everyone trying to excise the rot. I wish I could be surprised. However, I knew from experience that you couldn't get such an operation like the one I suspected existed without many people supporting it. Even if the people involved knew only a fraction of the overall picture, there would have to be many who had to close their eyes and go along with the scheme to make it possible. It was simply impossible for a handful of people to make as many advanced weapons vanish and find their way into the hands of terrorists without anyone else being the wiser. Even if everyone burned in the combined investigations were a fraction of the SI's personnel in the US alone, those were still a lot of people. There were even murmurs about Senate hearings, and a few voices from the competition pushed for nationalizing SI. That's where many sleepless nights since getting home began to pay off. Despite everything that was happening, my name still had some influence left. Playing nice with the Special Task Force and the military did help. That was how I ended up meeting a group of US military brass in my home. Since the US military helped me get Jarvis servers back here from California, they've been impatiently waiting for a presentation about what I could offer them. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a bribe. In practice, this meeting had the potential both to alter my future and change the world. We met in a refurbished conference room, made to be as secure as possible. It had no windows and was deep within the mansion. Sound-dampening material lined the walls, and jammers and scanners for bugs had their slots and independent power sources. The only connection to the outside world when the room got sealed was a hard line to Jarvis' new server space in the basement. Considering the importance of the meeting, a group of vetted SHIELD agents led by Ward came to visit to inspect my security and ensure there were no unpleasant surprises. I was at the head of a mahogany table, the same one that Howard once upon a time used to gather the SI's board of directors around, mentally preparing myself for the meeting. Ward led the brass to the door, nodded at me, and stepped to the side. First to enter was a striking woman in her mid-50s wearing an Air Force uniform. This was Carol Danvers. She was the first woman to reach a flag rank in the U.S. Air Force. Thanks to my new contacts in SHIELD, I knew she was one of the rare people with first-hand experience with aliens. The second was a familiar and not exactly welcome face. This was Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross, the same man who mucked up that Hulk fiasco a couple of years back. His presence was an unpleasant reminder that there were beings on this Earth and in the galaxy that could squash me like a bug as I was right now. Well, this meeting was the first significant step towards changing this. Next came another Army general, Samuel Scudder. He was a lean man with light cocoa skin. Notably, he was the man in charge of the U.S. Special Operations Command. If one branch of the U.S. military knew of the alien threat and was expected to be first responders in an accident, it was the Special Forces, obviously. Finally, we had Admiral James Jones, Navy. He was a bald, dark-skinned man who briefly reminded me of that bastard Windu. At a second glance, the resemblance was superficial, luckily for the Admiral. These four had only one thing in common besides their high ranks. They were all aware of the potential alien threats. "Lady and gentlemen, please take a seat." I gave them my best professional Tony Stark smile I had, all the brass so that you can sell them more weapons. "Stark," Ross scowled, "we're not here to watch a weapon demonstration. Cut the theatrics. The place is secure, isn't it?" "A demonstration. No, a glimpse of a possible future. Certainly, Jarvis." "Sir, my hard line is the only connection to the outside world. All jammers operate at 100% capacity. The available scanners can't detect anything out of the ordinary. SHIELD agents swept the room for bugs shortly before the arrival of your guests, sir. Some of us have been waiting to see what you can do when you put your mind to it, Mr. Stark," Scudder spoke calmly. "The suit we recovered in Afghanistan was fascinating if impractical, but that was to be expected considering your circumstances and goal." We all know you're very much aware we aren't alone in the universe. There are threats we're hilariously outclassed by out there. Danvers stared at me curiously. I understand you are either a potential threat or uniquely qualified to do something about it. We're open to hearing what you have for us. But please, don't waste our time with bullshit. I must agree with our colleague, Stark. Ross shifted on his leather chair and crossed his legs. For once, S.H.I.E.L.D. came clean with what can be a piece of vital information. Fortunately for you, people above my head decided to give you a chance. Don't waste it. Ah, so that's how it is. I smiled and let everything that was Tony Stark leach away. I straightened up and crossed my hands behind my back. You're right. Barring any friendly aliens who are military veterans, I doubt there is someone more qualified than me on Earth right now to figure out how to keep our world intact. Mr. Stark, I think it's high time we all get on the same page. Summarize your credentials and show us what you can offer. Our presence here today is a gesture of good faith and proof that we're ready to play ball, Danvers explained. Within reason, of course. I've fought in 3 galaxy-wide wars and a series of smaller conflicts. I was first a regular soldier, then an officer in the Army and Navy. To qualify for warship command rank, the nation I remember being of required a degree of engineering education. I specialized in fusion reactors, energy weaponry, and shield technology. Over the years, I've picked up useful knowledge on various advanced technologies, their use and maintenance. However, I can't recreate the whole tech base from scratch by myself, I pointed out. I can offer useful theories and pointers to research teams to work in fields I didn't specialize in. Are those credentials enough for you? Wary disbelief, a hint of respect, and raw hunger washed over me as soon as I focused entirely on my guests. In particular, Ross' eyes shone with greed. What about super soldiers, ways to enhance people? He demanded. I am aware of 2 practical ways that can be eventually combined and know that work: genetic and cybernetic enhancements. The primary issue with the former is that, to the best of my knowledge, here on Earth, we have very few methods that can safely alter the genome of adults in any feasible way. I can be of no help in that regard. However, with the right tools and know-how, genetic manipulation can make soldiers faster and stronger, significantly increasing their endurance and the rate they heal as well. The primary drawback is the need for much more calories to fuel a potentially huge increase in peak and average performance. Other issues could be problems with the heart and an increased risk of internal hemorrhages. The reason is simple. The blood vessel system won't necessarily be able to handle the strain of the increased performance. This includes the risk of brain hemorrhages. State-of-the-art equipment, enhancement methods, and the best people in the galaxy doing the procedures can greatly mitigate some of the risks. I explained and looked pointedly at the soldiers. We lack some if not all of those, Danvers noted. The other option. Cybernetics. Good enough cybernetic tech can greatly mitigate most practical risks for the enhanced person. The primary downsides are reintegration in civil society and how those people handle being more machine than flesh. The latter can lead to psychological issues. Developing civilian prosthetics alongside high-performance and endurance military ones can mitigate the first issue. Needless to say, you need to be certain of the loyalty and mental stability of any candidate you want to turn into a combat cyborg. They will also need extensive training to ensure they can safely use their enhanced capabilities. While this path is both viable and certain to work, we're years of research and development from making it viable. Until then, and even then, there are more practical ways to increase combat power, which would continue to be power multipliers for enhanced troops. Power armor, better weapons, General Scudder suggested. Precisely. I noted Ross was leaning forward and smiling, in a way I would have found most disturbing before Afghanistan. I certainly like what I have heard so far, even if some of the implications are disturbing. Make your case, Mr. Stark. We'll hold any more questions until you've finished. Admiral Jones offered. Jarvis, spin up the hollows and put up sunshine. Holographic projectors came to life before me, building a 3D image of a commercial fusion reactor. This is the foundation upon which we can reshape the world and prepare to defend Earth if we get enough time. Equals is equals. Part 2. Equals is equals. Stark Mansion. New York, US. Now I had their full attention. I could see speculatin in their eyes. Well, pure greed in Ross' case. He would have fit right into the old Sith Empire court. The next best thing to clean unlimited energy. Enough energy to eventually power anti-orbital weapons, city, theater, and planetary shields when we have the relevant tech. When miniaturized, fusion power cores can power up vehicles of all stripes for atmospheric and in-system travel. This includes weapon systems, engines, and shields. Tanks, APCs, and IFVs with direct energy weapons and shields. Small craft. Eventually, naval vessels, and I'm not just talking about a wet navy. That requires a single key component that makes everything else possible: enough power. I paused and took a sip of juice. By now, my guests were busy taking notes. Good. The commercial uses of fusion power would change the world by itself. It will help boost the economy and allow us to pay for what comes next, because a proper planetary defense is anything but cheap, I pointed out. Danvers' eyes lit up with speculation, while the others nodded. Next, for your military needs, it will be best to start with foundational technologies and low-hanging fruits that can be useful with current or easily developed technology. For example, a basis to work up for towards power armor. Jarvis. The holographic image of a fusion reactor dissolved in rays of light. In its place formed an ancient, by my standards, commercial exoskeleton. This is something many people are working on. I can have a working design for a prototype soon to build on. A basic exoskeleton will aid logistics. It will allow soldiers to carry larger loads for longer even in the lowest, unpowered configuration. I got slow nods at that, but it was obvious they all wanted more. I was more than ready to offer such incentives. Powered exoskeletons, I announced with a flourish. When we miniaturize fusion power cores enough to make mass deployment of combat exoskeletons practical, they will change the face of ground warfare. Even without armor add-ons, powered exoskeletons will allow common soldiers to use weapons that are otherwise vehicle-mounted or stationary easily. It will be relatively easy to add soft armor to make them nearly immune to shrapnel and highly resistant to pistol rounds. Later models with heavier armor, combined with advances in materials science, can allow for armor highly resistant to rifle bullets, even armor-piercing ammo. At that point, we'll be blurring the point between combat exoskeletons and proper power armor. I can see the logistics use. What is the difference between such units and proper power armor? Ross demanded. Proper power armored suits can be environmentally sealed. Depending on the design, they offer great NBC protection and can be easily used in a hard vacuum. They can potentially mount jump or rocket packs, depending on the available tech, to greatly increase mobility. As a matter of course, power armor will be highly resistant to artillery, except for direct hits. A special gel layer within the armor would act as a shock absorber and a buffer against blunt impacts, and more importantly, the overpressure waves of explosions. In practice, with the right tech, a soldier might be able to shrug off most grenade types exploding in their face. Advanced sensor and ECM packs would offer increased situational awareness, communication, and defense against guided weapons when the tech is there. Power armor can be extremely deadly to any ground forces in rough terrain and city fighting. They are great at boarding ships and stations as well. Not to mention that, depending on the weapon tech available, troops without power armor or equivalent protection would die without achieving anything of value. By now, I could practically read Ross' thoughts. The man wanted it all yesterday, preferably delivered in bulk. This is great long-term, Mr. Stark. What else can you offer a short-term? I'm working on replicating various alloys and building materials I'm now familiar with. These alloys should allow for lighter, tougher armor and make for reinforced structures that can sustain more punishment. Some of what I know is possible, and I believe I can feasibly replicate will be long-term projects due to various factors. We will need to overhaul and improve industries gradually and fill in holes in the tech base. For example, I can only offer pointers for developing what I would now consider modern sensors. Some low-hanging fruits would require we get to the point we have an industry in orbit, because practical development would require microgravity conditions. When we're deploying practical fusion, I will be focusing on developing useful engines to make access to orbit as easy as practical. In the long run, we'll need a full-scale orbital industry and mining of the solar system going. This covers practical defense in the short term. Can we assume we'll need a much better power source for shield technology? Admiral Jones asked. I must say this is a more ambitious vision than anyone expected, Denvers noted. This is my world too, you know. I keep all my stuff here, and I would prefer my daughter to grow up in a world that some two-bit space pirate hasn't been able to conquer. I reminded the general and took another sip of juice. Besides, what did they expect? I was giving them precisely what they asked for. That's correct, Admiral, I continued. Shields require sustained relatively high output, and the option for a quick ramping up of power fed into the shield matrix to sustain it under duress. Further, primitive shields can have issues with radiation bleed, making them impractical for personal use without power armor or equivalent protection. Larger-scale devices can get away with design choices that irradiate areas around the shield emitters, but not the bulk of the defended surface. The more firepower you need to stop without adverse effects, the more advanced shield equipment you need. In that regard, considering the advanced weapons we should be able to build, infantry-scale shields are likely to be only viable for power armor units. There are always drawbacks, General Scudder commented. You did mention weapons. Unless you have ways to consistently and safely break physics over your knee, we won't be close to that level in the foreseeable future, I noted. Jarvis. The holograms of exoskeletons dissolved in their place, formed drawings and notations about various blaster and laser weapons. Infantry-scale particle beam weapons and hybrid larger-scale systems. Laser cannons. Fusion reactors for the laser cannons. They can practically scale to deal with shielded small craft and act as light artillery and direct-fire weapons for small craft. For capital ship weapons, hybrid systems using lasers to energize gas for a combination of a plasma bolt and particle beams are much more efficient. If possible to safely create, store, and utilize, antimatter beam weapons are, of course, much more destructive. However, the required support systems would make that impractical for us. Perhaps we might think about antimatter warheads in a few decades if we have the relevant technologies. The need for containment usually makes fusion warheads the better and cheaper choice. The safer one, too. Would advanced fighters and bombers need direct-fire weapons for anything but last-ditch self-defense? Danvers asked. That's a good question, General. ECM, shields, and potent point defense can make standoff duels pointless. A fighter or bomber might be able to take out only a handful of shielded targets with missiles. After that, practical air support would be up to direct fire unless you have a huge advantage in available aerospace craft in the theater of operations. Adding point defense to small craft can further mitigate the effective kill ratio of missiles. This, of course, depends on the technology available to both sides. Damn, you appear to know what you're talking about, lad, Admiral Jones chuckled. I certainly like what I've heard so far. I have 100 years of additional memories and experiences to thank for that. When I have the time, I'll write down what I remember from power armor tactics training manuals and write again the orbital insertion one. Orbital insertion? Scudler asked. Like in Starship Troopers. Power armor of the right type and the right equipment can allow for effective orbital drops of infantry and vehicles before planetary shields can fully initialize. That takes longer than spinning up city and theater shields. Thus deployed ground forces can go after power stations, shield generators, and ground-to-orbit weapon installations. Their strategic purpose is to create a safe beachhead for invading forces and their supporting fleet. Tactically, orbital drops could quickly bring down reinforcements to contested regions. I was one of the officers who tested the idea, then created a proper doctrine for the use of orbital insertions. That's not something we'll find useful anytime soon, but it would be good to have a doctrine for when we might need it, Ross grumbled. Was that a hint of respect that I got from him? You've jumped from orbit? General Scudler asked. I remember making multiple combat drops leading regimental and army-sized battle groups. I can assure you, as Tony Stark, I was too busy drinking and sleeping around to even think about anything like that. But that's not who I am now. Our memories merged and ensured I grew up, so to speak. By the end of the meeting, we had a preliminary agreement. I would get the commercial fusion power plant design ready for testing. Then I would have to focus on better materials and first-generation exoskeletons. Finally, I would need to give the military prototype energy weapons to demonstrate I knew what I was talking about. That would be a test. If successful, I would enjoy broad support from the U.S. military and government. See equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 15, Phase 4 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 4, Changing World II. Equals as equals. Part 3. Equals as equals. The Triskelion. Theodore Roosevelt Island, U.S. Fury sat at the head of a horseshoe-shaped table and checked his note for the damn meeting. He was too busy trying to figure out which power block in his organization tried to fuck everyone by murdering Stark. Fury had other issues to deal with instead of today's political bullshit. However, he had no choice but to be here. One way or another, this meeting would change the world, not necessarily for the better. In front of the table, dozens of people sat, chatting quietly. When they deigned to arrive, the table was reserved for the full SHIELD Oversight Council. The people already present were high-ranked government officials from NATO and U.S. allies, alongside military advisors in the know. The council finally deigned to enter, bringing the conversations to a sudden stop. Fury sighed and stood up. He schooled his expression into a mask of indifference. At least one of the bastards calmly strutting towards the table had their fingers all over the director's current troubles. He knew it for a fact. Tracking down which clique was responsible was proving fiendishly hard, and that was something Fury loathed. Hawley and Rockwell walked beside each other, chatting like old friends. Pamela was unlikely to be the one who tried to off Stark. From what Fury could gather, her group approached Stark first. By all accounts, Stark quickly struck a good working relationship with them. Rockwell was probably the straightest arrow on the council right now. On the face of it, that bunch had no reason to kill the former playboy. Alexander and Malik came next. As far as Fury knew, they were gleeful at Stark's performance as of late, even before he changed in Afghanistan. The Jericho missiles were something SHIELD contracted for in large numbers. After Afghanistan, the only reason they would have Stark killed is if they believed him to be compromised. Neither man would tolerate such a high-profile threat to the U.S. or the world at large. Sadly, this didn't exactly remove them from the suspect list. Fury harbored such worries, and if it came down to it, he would act on them if he had even a shred of proof. Ho Yen and Ben Goldstein were next. As of late, Israel and China have pursued closer ties. Israel provided certain advanced technologies in exchange for better trade deals. Notably, the Chinese went out of the way to ensure everything going to Israel was of high quality. Then again, at least some of what one could see on the news about Chinese production defects and low-quality products was overblown. If anyone took it at face value, China's coasts would constantly be on fire due to incompetent idiots continuously fucking up in their industry. The truth was simple. Due to capitalism with Chinese characteristics in action, some of China's manufacturers happily cut corners to make more money and damn the consequences. They were far from unique on that front. Israel was the only country in the region that could buy Stark weapons. Fury was pretty sure that China got some samples that way. From what he could gather, the Chinese were more than content to get Stark's weapons that way for the foreseeable future. Knowing that much of their saber-rattling was to help pad up the military budgets of rivals in response helped in that regard. That was especially true when those stunts directly increased SHIELD's funding. For now, at least, China was going for economic dominance. That was the only angle that might give them a motive to go after Stark. However, SI would have been the better and more logical target. Despite being the majority shareholder, Stark didn't run his own company. He had never done it. On the face of it, Israel had no such motive. This, of course, meant they were less likely to use their factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. And Fury knew that someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved because 3 of the commandos Romanoff and company took out were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Fury's primary issue was that, as far as he knew, they were loyal and not part of any of the factions he was aware of. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a vast organization, and besides national ties, most of its agents were loyal to its ideals. Most but not all, never all, Fury knew better than ever to think that was possible. Jakuna Sine and Douglas Brand walked next, letting a bit of a gap between them and the previous 2 counselors. That was a pointed reminder of the latest clash between China and India over that useless piece of the Himalayas they had as a border. It wasn't like anyone could sustain an invasion through that corridor. As the representative of Australia and New Zealand, Brand did his best to at least in public distance himself from their Chinese colleague. Neither country nor their factions had any reason to go after Stark. Gabriel Monet from France and Aurora Stefano from Italy were the next couple. The reason there had nothing to do with politics. Monet has been trying to get into Stefano's pants for as long as those 2 were on the council. Italy and France had a profitable relationship with SI and wanted more business with Stark. The only angle there was local companies aiming at SI through Stark to protect their market shares. Sadly, people got killed over less. Because of that, if nothing else, Fury couldn't exclude those 2 from his list of suspects. The last 3 counselors entered together. Daphne von Holstein, the German representative, did her best to keep the peace between John Hai from South Korea and their Japanese colleague, Hinata Akira. One of Japan's ministers managed to put his foot in his mouth not a week ago. That once again mucked up the sore topic of the Imperial Japanese Army rampages in Korea. Those 2 had to be seen at each other's throats for appearances' sake, if nothing else. Of course, solving that issue couldn't be as simple as the Japanese properly apologizing. Every such attempt so far practically required a member of the Japanese government to publicly fuck it up. That has been ongoing for decades now. If Fury didn't know better, he would be investigating a conspiracy. The reason was simpler: good old-fashioned dumb pride and nationalism. Both countries bought a lot of Stark weapons and wanted more, especially Korea. Then there was Germany. The country was one of the largest weapon exporters in Europe, and some of its companies were in direct competition with Stark Industries. While unlikely, there was always the possibility someone had persuaded von Holstein to do something stupid. She was a new face on the council. While she was extensively vetted, Fury wasn't sure about her character and the full extent of her connection with Germany's business circles. The last counselors sat down, and agents sealed the conference room. The lights subtly shifted, indicating that all available countermeasures were now in effect. Good, now we're all here. Fury leaned forward and put his hands on the table. Most of you should have received at least an outline of the situation in the briefing that brought you here today. I will nevertheless summarize the important points to ensure we're all on the same page. The director took charge of the meeting. Little over 4 months ago, Anthony Stark got himself abducted by a Ten Rings terrorist cell in Afghanistan. While in captivity, he encountered an alien artifact, and the U.S. military later recovered. Stark claims the artifact contained a memory engram of an alien soldier and officer. Examination of the device confirms its alien origin. Our best scientists aren't sure about its purpose. However, the device does contain a crystal matrix, which might have been a crystal-based computer and data storage device. This gives credence to Stark's claims. Fury struggled not to roll his eyes at the surprised, excited murmurs that engulfed the room. Investigations, interviews, and analysis conducted after Stark's escape from captivity offer a few plausible explanations. First, and currently deemed unlikely, exposure to the device sent Stark over the edge. That would be a simple explanation. Fury carefully smiled. We are unlikely to be that lucky or unlucky as that might be the case. Option 2 is that the device overwrote Stark's mind. We're instead dealing with an alien entity that wears his body as a sock puppet. While possible and something to keep in mind, Our best psychologists and analysts agree that this is unlikely to be the case. The murmurs increased in volume and got progressively louder. The odd exclamation by some witless bastards who likely didn't bother going through their briefings was particularly lewd. It was fucking sloppy. We shouldn't necessarily apply human motivations to alien intelligence. However, actions and interactions with Stark point out that if he tries to be an alien infiltrator, he is terrible at the job. There were multiple incidents when not revealing anything about his changed status would have been the pragmatic thing to do. This leads us to the third option, which is in line with and closest to what Stark claims. The device imprinted the memories of an alien soldier and general into Stark's brain. Analysis of his interactions after escaping captivity suggests we're looking at a new personality for Stark. It is a melt between the alien entity and Stark's memories, shaped by both their experiences. Needless to say, if true, that's the best option for us. It's a game changer and too good to be true, Fury glowered. I don't trust such good luck. However, various analytics made good points. Because of all available evidence and the best information we have, I recommend we proceed with cautious optimism. The director bit off. For those who haven't had enough time to think through our situation and its implications, I'll state it bluntly and clearly. Alexander took over. We know for a fact that advanced alien civilizations exist in our galaxy. We know they're aware of us and have hostile intentions. In the mid-90s, S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to prevent a subversion operation executed by the alien species known as the Skrull. They're reptilian shapeshifters, which makes them an extreme subversive threat. We know they're at war with imperial alien power, the Kree Empire. In 1989, a Kree covert operation attempted to retrieve a critical asset on U.S. soil, proving them hostile. Don't mince words, not now, Alexander, Fury scoffed. Let me spell it to you all. Hostile aliens are real, and we're hilariously outgunned and outmatched. Until now, the most optimistic scenario in case of an invasion was grim. We would expend Earth's combined military forces in a desperate bid to earn conditional surrender if at all possible. The odds of doing so against an enemy holding the orbitals would be low, and only if they felt nice enough not to conduct indiscriminate bombardment. I wouldn't put it in those precise words, but that was and is the case. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s primary purpose is to combat alien subversion attempts and covert operations. We lack the technology and industry to resist a dedicated invasion attempt. Pierce grimaced at the admission. Tony Stark, or whoever he really is now, just changed the paradigm, Hawley announced. You can open your sealed folders. They briefly summarize what Stark claims he can offer Earth. The commotion that followed ensured there would be a brief recess. Fury leaned back into his chair and spent the next few minutes examining the counselors, wondering whose head he needed on a silver platter. The noise level kept increasing as people began to get the implications of Stark's latest stunt. Fury gave them a few more minutes to get it out of their system and slammed his palms on the table. That's enough. His exclamation earned him more than a few long-suffered looks from the council and a knowing smirk from Alexander. We have decisions to make. Do we accept what Stark offers us? If so, how do we go about? Fury paused briefly. Uplifting Earth to better resist alien incursions. Please make no mistake, we are looking at a potential game changer. If Stark can deliver, and if we can buy enough time, we're looking at the best shot we have at ensuring humanity's independence and future. Is this a good plan? No, it is still the only viable option we have. It pained Fury to admit that openly, but he did his goddamned job anyway. The following discussion was heated. If they were to do this right, it would require fast-paced changes that would make the incredible advantages of the past century and change pale in comparison. The world order as they knew it was also about to change irrevocably. No one with two brain cells to rub together had any illusions about the consequences. There would be upheavals. Countries might shatter in the process. Others might go to war while still having a theoretical chance to win. It was going to be a mess of unfathomable proportions. There was a simple truth that was above all of that. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s very existence was proof of that. The alternative was simply worse. Otherwise, no one would have allowed an organization with the reach and power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to exist, even if it was an imperfect, divided compromise. Slowly but surely, the discussion shifted from trusting Stark to live up to his lofty promises. Then it stalled on the question if pursuing an uplift strategy was worth it. Finally, people focused on figuring out how to better guide and implement such an effort. Fury wasn't surprised that, beyond everything else, most people focused on the distribution and production of advanced military technology. They agreed that Stark was right in one regard, if nothing else. Access to plentiful cheap energy would be the vital foundation for everything else. The details would have to be ironed out over the coming months. At least in principle, there was no disagreement about backing the rapid-pace spread of commercial fusion the moment it became viable. Training cadres and quick reaction forces first, Fury snapped at the bickering. Somehow he kept a sneer from his face. We won't have the industry to rearm our armies worldwide in short order with advanced weaponry. Focus on building training cadres to figure out how to best utilize the new equipment and train people with it first. Second, equip and train quick reaction forces to better deal with small-scale alien incursions and enhanced threats. Third, special forces. Then gradual distribution among regular combat forces. This goes for everything, from infantry-scale equipment to tanks, fighters, and bombers. We should focus first on global reach and have Stark and other scientists and engineers work on fast-armed transport aircraft. Such vehicles will allow us to deliver strike teams with the best equipment available to hotspots worldwide as fast as possible. It was never as easy as giving a sensible option and people accepting it. An endless back and forth followed until everyone got a sullen agreement that S.H.I.E.L.D. would get the best toys first. That way, S.H.I.E.L.D. could protect all its supporting members better. Through S.H.I.E.L.D., everyone would get access to the new technologies, if not the ability to put them into production immediately. Of course, no one said aloud what one of the bigger stumbling blocks would be. Soon, all the people present would have to break the news to their governments and get them on board. Meanwhile, Fury would have to figure out a good way to keep an eye on Stark and get countermeasures in place if he ever turned hostile. Perhaps find a way to bind him to Earth better as well. Equals as equals. Part 4. Equals as equals. Tony Stark was cleared of suspicion in illegal weapons sales and espionage. Obadiah Stane was confirmed as the mastermind of the conspiracy to murder Tony Stark, and was the man behind subverting parts of Stark Industries over the past 2 decades. Washington Post. Pentagon sources confirm the U.S. military is negotiating with Stark Industries to develop new weapons and armor systems. USA Today rumors that Tony Stark is working on practical fusion technology affect oil prices worldwide. Financial Times Tony Stark files patents related to fusion technology and the creation of new alloys. A day later, he published a paper on practical fusion technology, which is undergoing peer review. The preliminary analysis points to a possible way to finally achieve a viable commercial fusion reaction. Science magazine US Army signed a contract with Stark Industries to develop new types of hard body armor. U.S. Army magazine General Dynamics and Toshiba are negotiating with Stark Industries to form a consortium to explore fusion energy. Forbes magazine. Oil and natural gas prices are in sharp decline. Financial Times. European Commission brought a proposition in front of the European Parliament for the EU to explore and invest in green fusion technology. Euronews. EDF Energy, the consortium running the remaining UK and French nuclear reactors, opens negotiations with SI to explore the development of fusion power in the EU. BBC News. Russian officials warn against over-reliance on unproven experimental technologies. Euronews. OPEC foreign ministers to meet in Dubai next week. BBC News. =C=. Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. Hannah jumped in excitement on a dragon-shaped bed secluded in the corner of my lab. She was busy watching the first Harry Potter movie and loving the hell out of the damned thing. By the end of the movie, she would be nagging me again to make her a flying broom. Did I mention how much I loathed Harry Potter these days? I was sure I could easily make a passable impression of Snape whenever someone mentioned Potter. Fucking wizards. I shook my head, and my gaze drifted over Hannah's new minder. That was one Joanna O'Reilly, a U.S. Army veteran with Ranger credentials until she fucked her back and had to accept a medical discharge. Working for me, she, at most, would have to carry Hannah alongside a light weapon and armor, so her injury wasn't a pressing issue for the time being. My security detail wisely stayed out of the lab. Was it like they thought me a crazy scientist or something? Process 5 seems to work, sir. Jarvis brought me back to my current work. I already had Permex patented and created in laboratory conditions. It was an important building material that, back in the day, was famous for its ease of production. The ease of production assumed worlds were more advanced than Earth. It was still a low-hanging fruit to focus on after inventing synthcrete. That was a cheap crap that was still easy to produce and durable enough to build primitive spaceports with. We could produce it with lightly modified existing processes. However, it was as expensive as it was superior to what we had available on Earth as equivalents. For example, you would need bunker busters to fuck up a military airfield built with synthcrete. Then, if the airfield support personnel had the equipment and material at hand, could repair the field within a few hours. Permex was much better in all regards. It was made of mineral-infused plastic. The issue was recreating high-quality, durable plastic to serve as the base for the building material, because even the best and toughest plastics made on Earth weren't solid enough. Recreating the process to build proper cast plast might have taken me years, even without sourcing much of the work to SI's R&D department. Fortunately, this was one of the occasions when running a few worlds back when I served the Sith Empire came in useful. Unfucking the economy after murdering the previous ruling and corporate elite for sheer incompetence was a pain in the ass. Certain bastards made a last stand in a complex that built cast plast as a foundation for Permex. The production lines didn't survive taking the place by force, and when I took over, I had to improvise. I spent weeks reviewing options to rebuild the modern production lines, which was prohibitively expensive if I wanted it done in a reasonable amount of time. My advisors eventually suggested we explore older and less efficient methods of making cast plast. Cast plast was also one of the primary components in plastoid. Getting even basic versions of that produced might take years. However, once we had it, it would be of great use. Cheap thin plates made the standard clone Phase I and II armors. Much thicker composite armor based on the same material featured heavily in the next-generation proper combat armor Republic R&D developed in the middle of the Clone Wars. If we ever got anything in that vein mass-produced, it would be a game-changer. Fortunately, with some meditation and the right techniques, I could clearly recall the needed memories, as long as I acquired them after awakening in the Korkuska galaxy. My previous memories might have faded, but those earned while having access to the Force were mine to keep. It took me a few days of meditation to recall what I needed. After that, it was a matter of figuring out how to make it happen with the tech I had available. The first 4 attempts produced all kinds of crap. The 5th time was the charm. I returned to a sealed portion of the lab and looked into the containment chamber. Spectral analysis and microscope images both agreed. I had the necessary building materials. Jarvis called Dr. Shaw and sent her the results. She knows what to do. It would be up to one of SI's research teams to refine the chemistry process needed to create the right building blocks for heavy polymers. Then we would have to see if existing machinery could get us a passable imitation of cast plast, or if we would have to design something new. Another use for cast plast was alloying it with metals, which produced plasteel. While not useful for personal armor, it scaled well when the volume was less of an issue. It could practically armor wet Navy ships or be a part of the composite armor of starships. A thick layer could be added to defend large reinforced installations. In combination with Permex variants, it could make for structures sturdy enough to survive light orbital strikes. I sensed a familiar signature approach and looked at the lab entrance. Rhodey was here, and he looked exasperated in his parade uniform. "Tony, I've got news." "It's nice to see you too, James." I looked pointedly at him. "I'm not in the mood, Tony. We both know you finally grew up, so please act like it. It's good for what's left of my nerves," Rhodey grumbled. "That bad?" I waved him to crash into a nearby chair. Rhodey did so and sat, then glanced at Hannah. Potter again, what happened with Star Wars? According to her therapist, it's too violent. I made air quotes with my fingers. And Potter isn't. Don't look at me. I'm not a fan, but I won't be mentioning that aloud anytime soon. People thought you were joking about cold fusion tones. Isn't that a myth? Everyone wants to know why we aren't going to build that instead. First, we need materials and components that we can only develop when we have a mature orbital industry. I'm sure I put that in the memo outlining the future development of commercial and military fusion reactors. The processes I'm theoretically aware of getting there and miniaturizing standard fusion reactors require a tremendous amount of energy to create certain alloys, which in turn means we need fusion reactors to make that feasible. Does no one read the whole memos and skip to the cliff notes? It was my turn to be exasperated. Why did I bother to dictate whole novels worth of ideas and explanations to Jarvis so he could compile them in readable files and then print them as necessary? Most people aren't interested in the science details, tones. The regular mortals around you need to know what's possible and what we need to do to make it happen. The details are usually only relevant to the science and engineering types. Rhodey had to be reasonable again. You didn't come here just to complain, did you? Among other things, yes. People run me ragged these days. I don't get to fly, and it's all because of you. One day I'll make you an X-Wing as an apology, I offered. That thing, as much as I love it, has nothing on a Raptor. Wanna bet? Rhodey rolled his eyes and sprawled bonelessly in my chair. The DoD had DARPA contractors look over your theoretical designs and new patents. They believe it's all viable. The Joint Chiefs will meet tonight and draw a memorandum to send to the President and select Senate committees. Stark Industries should be in a position to make priority requests for anything you need in a few days, Tony. As long as any part of our military-industrial complex or a company contracted with the government produces it anyway. You'll soon have access to classified DARPA research, ongoing projects, and human resources. In exchange, the Pentagon requires you to accept further liaisons and work closely with a newly established task force. Its purpose will be to procure and field test advanced technologies for the U.S. military. Which means it will be working directly with me. Then we can finally begin. Rhodey opened his eyes and stared at me. I was expecting a temper tantrum about people breathing down your neck, he admitted. Didn't you just tell me to act as a grown-up now that I grew up? Rhodey groaned and put his cap over his eyes. See equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 16, Phase 4 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 4, Changing World II. Equals as equals. Part 5. Equals as equals. Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. It was late autumn, and perhaps one of the last lovely sunny days of the year. That's why we were in the large backyard of the mansion, which now had tall, reinforced walls that would give a bomb truck pause. Hannah didn't get a broom to fly on despite her best attempt to blackmail me with puppy eyes. Instead, I got her a small drone to fly around, which now buzzed over the yard. So far, it crashed twice, but still could get into the air. I wisely did get a box with spares, just in case. Speaking about the drone. A pet drone, really? Pepper asked me over the phone after I explained that, for once, I wasn't in the lab tinkering. It's not a pet, I pointed out. A cat, a dog, a bunny. Those are pets, Tony. Drones don't count. Hannah is a Stark. Of course drones count. How do we get to talk about Hannah's new toy anyway? Tony, the last time I heard buzzing around you, I found you in the basement with live wires sparkling near you, and you were too busy to fix them. How you didn't fry yourself, I'll never know. In my defense, I was drunk like a skunk, and still, I have no idea what I was tinkering with then. After recovering from that bender, spare parts were all over the basement. Even Jarvis couldn't tell me what I'd been trying to do. Despite what I often claimed, I didn't do my best tinkering when drunk or after a few days without sleeping. Doing so led to mistakes I had to spend more sleepless nights tracking down. If it wasn't for Jarvis helping, I am not sure I would have done anything constructive in the last few years before Afghanistan. Hannah's drone buzzed overhead, missed the stairway leading up into the manor, then made a sharp turn and managed to avoid slamming into a window. I raised an eyebrow at Hannah, who paid me no attention and kept driving the drone around with a huge smile on her face. Tony. Yes, I was distracted watching Hannah play. She's good for you, Pepper muttered in a wishful tone. I've scheduled a remote meeting with the R&D team leaders like you wanted. It's at 4 this afternoon, your time. Thank you, I appreciate it. How's Grant handling being interim CEO? Grant was the leader of the legal department. Considering the ongoing investigation and the new contracts being negotiated, he seemed a fitting fellow for the post. He would hold it for no longer than a year before returning to his previous job. By then, I hope to have Pepper trained for the position because I wouldn't have the time to play CEO. As things stood, this was my first kind of free day in weeks, and I would be busy from 4 to late in the evening. He's not happy and already regrets accepting your offer. Grant's busier than ever, and everyone knows who is to blame Tony. I aim to please. Grant is getting a fat paycheck for his trouble, isn't he? You were overly generous. You're a good boy, yes, that's true, Pepper sang. You offered him enough money he couldn't possibly refuse to take the position, Tony. You knew exactly what you avoided by sticking him with the job, didn't you? Guilty as charged. Try to stay out of trouble and say hi to Hannah for me. Now I need to go put out another fire. Stay safe, Pepper. I closed the phone and picked up my tablet from the nearby table. Hannah's drone came back, buzzed overhead, and did its best to trim the hedges surrounding the back of the manor. A whole maze of them offered too many cover spots for bastards to sneak through the backyard more easily. That's why said maze no longer existed. Now it was mostly open and a good killing field if it came down to it. Let's see the news. Green parties, or at least parts of them in Europe, were busy losing their minds over the incredible radiation danger fusion posed. Like usual, the coal lobby here in the States were right bastards screaming about the dangers and pollution everything else under the sun produced. That was darkly hilarious, considering coal was nasty, toxic stuff that let out radiation when burned. Coal plants produced more radiation than fission ones, as long as there wasn't a catastrophic meltdown. Environmental lobbies in the U.S. were stirring. Greenpeace were their usual delusional selves, news at 11. Oh, this was good. Justin Hammer vowed to sue both the U.S. government and yours truly over governmental overreach and creating a government-backed monopoly. This was going to be interesting. My lawyers would be even busier soon, it seemed. I should have a handcrafted blaster ready for testing by the end of the following week. A prototype fusion reactor meant as a technical demonstrator was already under construction in the old industrial zone outside the city. That one would be ready in about 2 to 3 months. One of the reasons for the delay was the need to retool and upgrade various industrial lines to build the necessary components. This would be an investment in the future because once overhauled, those plants would make components non-stop, just larger for the commercial version of the reactors. Once those projects were complete, no one would doubt that I could offer Earth precisely what I promised, provided I got the necessary support. The drone screeched in distress and the buzzing ceased. I looked up and saw Hannah staring at one of the few small trees in the garden. Her drone was now snugly parked near its top. It somehow got entangled in a pair of thin branches. Hannah stomped with her right leg, glared at the tree as if it had just committed a particularly vile offense, and turned to look at me. Her lips twisted in a pout, and she pointed at the tree. I looked back at the drone and raised a hand. The force eagerly jumped to obey, and the small machine tore free from the branches, leaving behind a shower of yellow and brown leaves. The drone flew into my open palm, and I looked at it. Hannah, I'll clean it up and bring it back. Or perhaps I would have someone on the vetted staff do it later. I went to the box with drones, pulled out one of the boxes, switched their control modules, and went back out. Hannah was at the table drinking apple juice. Her face lit up when she saw the drone. Hannah grabbed the remote and switched the drone on as soon as she put down her glass. It buzzed in my hand and struggled to fly away. I let it go and flew straight into the hedge, where its fans spluttered in a shower of autumn leaves. That's not fair, Hannah pouted. Getting a box of those things was a good idea, after all. The third drone managed to survive until Hannah tired out, and it was nap time. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. I've been to thousands of meetings over my combined lives. That was how the world, even whole galaxies, were run to a large extent. People meet, talk, make decisions, issue orders, and receive directives. Sometimes it was a quiet, pleasant conversation in the back of a nice club. It could be in one of countless conference and meeting rooms spread across the galaxies. Throne rooms, imperial courts, balls, dinners, and supposedly innocent get-togethers. I've seen the fate of whole star systems decided by exchanging a few words in a booth, watching a concert. No matter their importance, most of those meetings tended to be tedious affairs. Today was no different. I was in my father's refurbished office. Well, now it was mine. Holographic projectors formed multiple windows in front of the desk, showing me dozens of team leaders working for Stark R&D. Good afternoon, folks. It's homework time. Jarvis, send them the notes. I offered an encouraging smile to my minions. That's the kind of homework I don't mind doing. Dr. Shaw beamed. We're making good progress with the precursor materials, Mr. Stark. We can use tweaked conventional methods to get good results. However, there is some contamination doing it that way. We're losing about 30% of the end product. Given time or new production methods, we should be able to both increase production rate and mitigate contamination. That's good to hear. Run them through a plant once you have a few batches for testing. We need to know if the existing infrastructure will be sufficient. Dr. Shaw, give your team my appreciation. You're about to earn yourselves hefty bonuses. I looked over the holographic windows until I saw the right fellow. That was Professor Joachim Holt. He has been trying to invent a superior alternative to Kevlar. His goal was a weave that lacked any drawbacks or weaknesses of the alternatives on the market. So far, the best alternative in the market was a few times stronger but worse at dissipating impacts. It was better at stopping bullets, but worse at dispersing their kinetic energy, which meant the wearer would suffer more from the energy transfer. There were various experimental alternatives in the works, but nothing on the open market yet. Until and unless Rhodey proved correct, and the U.S. government ensured I would get what I needed when I needed it, we had a few existing options to play with. The last I heard about that was that there were closed-door discussions between Senate and Congress commissions. For now, the president was reluctant to sign an executive order to make the Pentagon memorandum a reality. Professor Holt, what do you have for us? The aging man looked up from his tablet. His dark eyes squinted at the camera and focused on me. The basic idea of armored weave has merit. Sadly, at this time, we lack a better material that can do what you require, Mr. Stark. He smiled. While it's a tall task you gave us, Mr. Stark, I like that you're shooting for the stars now. Holt sobered up. Until we have a better alternative, the best option to explore is going to be to take the name literally and try to create an actual armored weave, a combination of Kevlar and the right kind of metal mesh. I'm thinking about some composite soft armor. It will be an interesting challenge to figure out an ablative outermost layer and the right kind of flexible metal cable to mesh with a synthetic weave. If it pans out, the flexible steel idea might be what we need for this project, unless we figure out how to make a much better synthetic weave that could do the job itself. Thank you, Professor, Dr. Yumira. She was a middle-aged woman with light brown skin. Dr. Yumira was in charge of a metallurgy team working on finding new valuable alloys. Her team got us a gold titanium alloy 5 times stronger than titanium alone for use in satellite construction. Needless to say, that discovery made Ymira and her team independently wealthy. Mr. Stark, you've given us a large list of tasks to complete. As instructed, we've contacted and contracted various vetted laboratories and research centers across the country for assistance. I don't believe we will be in a position to create several of the alloys with the properties you require in the foreseeable future. Other ideas are more practical now, and we're looking at them. An alloy meant to disperse energy and better shield components from electromagnetic weaponry and interference might be within reach. After that point, a composite structure might be the best option for your desired armor types. That's less than I hoped for, but in line with my reasonable expectations. We can't have everything just because we want it. Keep up the good work, Dr. Ymira. Next, the exoskeleton prototypes. What's their status? We have the frames for the first test units, and we should be able to begin assembly within a couple of days. The designs appear solid. There are no snags in manufacturing so far. If the test phase is successful, we can begin limited production by the end of the month. Excellent design status on the powered variants. We're working on perfecting lightweight, durable, and powerful enough servo motors. The design team leader reported. We can simply plug them into a power source for testing purposes. However, for a proper trial, we'll need better batteries. We have teams working on various power cell concepts, better capacitors, and such. Realistically, you'll likely have the other issues ironed out before we have a practical power source for testing. That would be an excellent achievement anyway. If push came to shove, I might risk sharing the arc reactor. The issue was that it was an ace in the hole that could give me an advantage. And second, I wasn't sure how well the tech would practically scale up and down. The math said it was possible, and I had one small example in my chest and the large one Howard built. The engineering issues for anything in between, as well as any drawbacks, were in the air. The same was true about the repulsors in the core of the Jericho missiles. I knew the tech had a lot of potential, but I did not know its practical limits with our current tech base. That was for me to explore later when I might find free time for personal projects. Until then, the plan was to focus on tried and tested technology that I knew would work. Dr. Matthews, your team has been looking over the fusion reactor schematics, and you have all the available documentation. Thoughts? We're working on the prototype. It should be viable, and despite going multiple times over the design, we've found no flaws. We're still exploring the details of the larger commercial model and rechecking all the math. So far, there are no issues we could find. We'll begin working on smaller designs when we're more comfortable with the designs and better understand the science and engineering you gave us. I'm confident we'll be able to eventually create portable reactors. However, those might be theoretical designs. I don't believe we have the materials science to create small, safe containment vessels that would last for a reasonable period. Our dear weapon design teams are next. How is your homework progressing? Boss, I must say I love what you're thinking about. If we ever get it to work, it will be awesome. Jakey Lee grinned like Christmas just came early. We've been toying with a few mock designs for possible arm and hand configurations for power armor and armored exoskeletons. That way, we can know what ergonomics we need to look at for infantry-scale heavy weapons. Light machine guns and some off-the-shelf grenade launchers will be easy. Pick them up and let them rip. The young man waved his hands in excitement. Now, for bigger guns, we'll need to rebuild them to partially make them more convenient to use. The expertise will help us design dedicated weapon systems for the new paradigm. His eyes shone in a way that I might have found disturbing a few months ago. Jackie loved his job a bit too much, which was fine with me. In that regard, boss, when are we going to play with the good toys? Please, we've been good, Jackie begged. When I have the prototype ready and the tech patented, then you maniacs can happily figure out how to get us a full line of particle beam weaponry, from side arms to vehicle-mounted machine gun equivalents. After that, we'll work on laser weapons for light anti-vehicle work, point defense, and other creative ways to ruin people's day. We'll be good, boss, I promise. Just give it here and we'll fix you up, Jackie promised. Now it's time for the more mundane work that still makes us money. Communications. What do you have on current-gen phones? Do you need other pointers and ideas to toy with? Damn it, this was going to be one long-ass meeting. The way things were going, I would be fit to be tied sooner rather than later. C equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 17, Phase 5 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 5, Changing World III. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Hammer Industries HQ. New York, U.S. Mr. Hammer, I must warn you again. It might not be wise to sue Stark Industries at this time. Justin Hammer glowered balefully at his lead legal expert. He took a hefty mouthful of whiskey and enjoyed the burning sensation as it went down. Stark's trying to get us out of business, the bastard, and he might just do it if we let him, Justin bellowed. We're the budget solution for the world over. That's our thing, and until now there was no shortage of people buying our guns. Now Stark is going after our market share. Even if that's true, Mr. Hammer, it's clear that the U.S. government has found reasons to support him, trying to sue both the government and Stark. The old fart trailed off. We need to know more about the why of it before filing in lawsuits, is all I am saying. By then it might be too late if Stark's prototype fusion reactor works. Justin grits his teeth. And it will work because it's fucking Stark, then the bastard will have a license to print money. Stark Industries will use that to ruthless advantage. We're already seeing it with their ongoing negotiations. Things changed, we can't wait. Justin smiled for the first time that day. Think, we won't be the only ones going after Stark. If he gets fusion up and running, Cole's fucked. Once the infrastructure is in place, natural gas and oil prices will really begin to fall, he chuckled. And not just because everyone's been speculating to raise the prices, betting on the continued increase in prices until we ran out of the stuff, and suddenly, Stark threw a wrench in that scheme too. Justin drained his glass and pointed at the lawyer. Get the lawsuits filed. We won't be the only ones doing it. I feel it might help everyone threatened by Stark to bury the bastard in red tape. C equals. Hydra facility. Russian Federation. Machines beeped and hissed, all tied up to his father. Ivan sat on a nearby chair, staring at a nearby wall painted white. At least the painkillers still worked, even if the dose his father needed was nearly fit to kill a man. Anton Vanko opened his watery eyes and wheezed. No regrets, my boy. The mistake was mine, and I'm paying for it. I've made many mistakes, and my only regret is that you ended up here with me. It's all right, it certainly beats prison, Ivan mumbled. Anton wheezed again. That one was on you. Plutonium, really? You're lucky you're not stuck like me, boy. Ivan rolled his eyes. He took precautions. His father took precautions too, but they didn't work. Even with the best available materials, there were issues with scaling up and down the arc reactor they've been working on for nearly a decade. A large one to power up a building or a district could be reinforced, shielded, and with the proper cooling remain stable. A small one, no larger than a car's battery, can work too. Such designs were close to the edge of what current material science allowed. Something in between, fit to be portable, potent enough to power up vehicles and perhaps energy weapons. The last prototype went out of control, burned through its reinforced housing with ease, and created a radiation beam that sliced right through Anton. It killed Ivan's father then and there, just slowly. Vanko's hands twitched. He wanted to hug his father, comfort him, or shake him for fucking up. He couldn't. As close as his father was, he was behind thick, transparent curtains made to catch radiation. Sooner rather than later, he would have a choice to make. One large dose of painkillers and his father would fall asleep one last time, free of pain. It was either that or watching him fall apart because of the radiation. It was a stupid accident all around. Suppose they had used a different alloy for the experimental containment vessel. In that case, there might have been no radiation burst, just a powerful energy arch and perhaps a jet of plasma. Then again, either of those could be lethal if they hit someone. "Worry not, my son, you'll charge the world. I know it, I taught you everything I know." He gave him a pained smile. Anton's teeth were bloody. Ivan closed his eyes. It was time. There was no need to watch his father slowly die. It wasn't like there was much left to say. He pulled out a small remote from his pocket. It could override the safety restriction on the painkillers his father had access to. Anton looked at him, then nodded and closed his eyes. Ivan pressed the button. Equals as equals. The Golden City. Wakanda. It was rare for the Tribal Council to meet in an emergency session. Wakanda might not be without issues. However, they seldom raised in importance and danger to require hasty actions. Today was different. For centuries, war dogs scoured the world for dangers against Wakanda. They brought back technologies and knowledge to ensure the continued prosperity of their people. These actions, alongside the incredible advances spurred by their vibranium, secured Wakanda's uncontested technological position in the most dangerous decades since the tribes first united in a single nation. War dog after war dog reported what they learned. America and Europe stirred. They were on the edge of leading the whole world in an unprecedented technological race, one that had the potential to threaten Wakanda's position of primacy and thus endanger their security. "This is of no concern to us," M'Baku scoffed. "Who cares what outsiders do? Our problems are right here in this city. You've all forgotten our roots and spit on our traditions." Old M'Kathu groaned at that outburst. "We're Wakanda's first line of defense," the leader of the border tribe reminded the council. "We know what primitive outsider weapons can do. We've built our defenses on assumptions that might soon become obsolete. Our shield and holographic fields hide us and give us specific advantages. We're equipped and trained to fight in close quarters, protected by artillery. We all excel in fighting a type of war the outsiders abandoned long ago because we can force such a fight on any outsider group that attacks us. If this changes, we can lose it all." "What do you propose, Elder M'Kathu?" "Go on, ask our war dogs how outsiders fight. Let them remind us all what we might face if we're discovered. Look me in the eyes and tell me that what the Americans are working on won't greatly blunt our defensive advantages when ready and distributed among their warriors." T'Chaka rubbed his chin and looked at the war dogs standing tall and proud in front of the council. M'Kathu's questions were largely rhetoric. The war dogs already explained what the Americans were working on. Fusion energy, which by all accounts they wanted to be introduced as fast as possible. Advanced alloys to better protect warriors and war machines. Stark, a name well known even in these hallowed halls, was working on energy weapons, or so the war dogs believed. In time, it might not matter that vibranium would still be better and give Wakanda an advantage. When all was said and done, Wakanda was a small nation. Its army, no matter how advanced and well-trained, was small. The reported changes meant that the price to outsiders for overcoming Wakanda's defenses might turn from an unsustainable one to a blood price governments might be ready and able to pay. "Buy us time to find new ways to defend Wakanda," M'Kathu announced. "I don't care if this means unleashing our war dogs on unsuspecting outsiders, or if we use the trade tribe's contacts to become the ones guiding how the outside world advances. Doing nothing is madness." "You'll have us reveal ourselves," M'Baku erupted. "Such madness goes against all our traditions. I will not have it. Your love for this damn technology got us here in the first place. We've wasted an incredible number of resources in your war dogs, King T'Chaka. Use them. This is the price of all your hubris." T'Chaka suppressed a wince. There was no simple answer that the council might agree to. Elements within the merchant tribe had been pushing for more trade and connection with the outside world for decades, ever since the outsiders began to show commendable levels of civilization, and enjoyed a reasonable amount of technology in their daily lives. Mkathu spoke sense too. T'Chaka had visited the outside world more than a few times. Because of that and constant reports from the war dogs, he knew that the outsiders continued to advance faster and faster. At this rate, they would have eventually caught up with Wakanda or at least come close enough to it. However, recent developments ensured such a thing might happen in his lifetime, instead of being something his son or grandson would have to worry about for decades. It wasn't like the war dogs hadn't assassinated people before. It happened because people knew too much about Wakanda or got their hands on vibranium. The other reason was darker. This very council in the past authorized assassinations because someone was dabbling with sciences once upon a time deemed too dangerous for outsiders to possess. The rapidly changing world ensured such assassinations would be largely pointless and dangerous. Knowledge and progress spread like wildfire over the past century. Killing a scientist or even destroying a laboratory with everyone inside would, at best, slow things down. The war dogs almost exclusively watched and reported for the past few decades instead of acting proactively. The last time this council discussed an assassination, it was another Stark. That became a moot point after someone else murdered the man. T'Chaka faced a similar decision for the second time in his life. Should they kill Howard Stark's son to buy Wakanda more time? Would the risk be worth it? Could he afford not to act? I want viable alternatives. T'Chaka put his foot down. We're Wakanda's tribal council, our people's supposedly wise leaders. Act like it. Mkathu, elaborate on your position. What do you want us to change in our defense? Why do you believe that unleashing the war dogs might be wise? And why did you suggest risking it all through revealing who and what we are? The heated discussion was far from over when the sunset and artificial lights lit up the city with a bright gold shimmer. Even if the merchant tribe was willing to trade more with the outside world, its leader wasn't too keen on revealing what Wakanda was. The only thing the heated discussion made clear was that no one would support showing Wakanda's technology to the world, not even if it was in an attempt to guide it in a way that might benefit them best. That left them with two options: prepare as well as possible for discovery and potential war while ignoring the outsiders, or do the same while buying Wakanda as much time as possible. T'Chaka himself wasn't a fan of either option. They were lacking. Yet his request for better options fell on deaf ears. He thought about his late brother, N'Jabu's obsession with colonizers and his manic desire for war. That arrogance, that belief that Wakanda could do it all alone, he could see it in the actions and words of almost all of the counselors. Even Mkathu, who warned them of outsider danger, underestimated what unleashing the war dogs might mean. Even worse, when push came to shove, he didn't vote for sharing any technology with the outside world. How else could the merchant tribe even attempt to influence the world at large in a way that matters? T'Chaka looked at the bickering elders, and his heart sank. Equals C equals. Part 2. Equals C equals. Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. Hannah pouted and poked the housing of a disassembled drone. That was the first one that heroically died under her control. Fans or not, I still wasn't sure how she managed to entangle it in two tree branches. Yanking it out of the treetop with the force didn't favor it either. This one is fit. Only for spare parts? I tapped the partially disassembled drone in front of me with a screwdriver. I pushed it in front of my daughter. She sat on an expensive office chair which could say quite a bit. Do you want to do the honors? I asked. My mother's eyes looked back at me. Hannah poked the drone's housing again and pushed it aside. She grabbed a small screwdriver, scrunched her nose, and tried to open the drone. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, she huffed at me and pushed the drone back to me. It's a bit tight, isn't it? Bad drone, Hannah offered her conclusion. Yes, they don't make it as I remember anymore, I agreed. The small screws holding the housing together were quite tricky to get loose. I unscrewed them halfway through so they were all easy to move and gave the small machine back to Hannah. Try it now. My daughter looked suspiciously at the drone. She poked it once again, then began to slowly take it apart. Yesterday, a few hours of sun in the afternoon led to a breath of fresh air and the demise of 3 more drones. One turned to be flimsier than the rest, died heroically after failing to make a sharp turn, and crashed into a bullet-resistant window. Number 2 busted a fan after flying through the branches of the same tree that was the nemesis of Hannah's first drone. The third one proved that this model wasn't waterproof enough after it managed to land in a pitcher with orange juice. The fact that Hannah wasn't a big fan of orange juice might have had something to do with that accident. She certainly didn't look or feel as concerned as when she lost the other 2 drones. A sense of triumph washed over me from Hannah. She cracked open the housing and was busy taking apart the components inside. An integrated circuit met a screwdriver. "Hannah, dear, that's not how you take apart this piece. Here, look." I quickly opened the casing of another drone. I carefully demonstrated how to detach the wires connecting the different pieces inside without damaging the components. Some of them were attached in a sturdy enough way that a 6-year-old was unlikely to manage it without using something for leverage, thus breaking the drone. Well, it was certainly not meant for kids to disassemble it, but at best, fly it around as a toy. "Do you want to try with another one?" Hannah beamed at me and waved her screwdriver happily. "Careful with that, dear." == That evening I finally had all parts needed to assemble a kludged-together blaster rifle. It was a large, ugly thing. A thick barrel of reinforced alloy gleamed in the lab's cold light. A large, unwieldy gas canister would provide ammunition. The compression chamber was where much of the magic happened. It had more in common with a combustion chamber for a rocket than anything else. It was also one of the most expensive and complicated to get right parts of the design. The long stock contained a bank of the best batteries on the market, and even they would be able to power the weapon for only a handful of shots. That was all right. This blaster was a proof of concept, not a weapon anyone would use in combat. I spent a few hours assembling the blaster and ensuring everything was correctly aligned. Only then did I put the battery rack into the stock and closed it with a loud snap. The small display to the sight lit up, and internal diagnostics soon came in green. I smiled and picked up the hydrogen canister. Various gases could be used in place of Tabana. However, they were less efficient and made for less powerful and focused bolts. That also wasn't an issue. The tech we would use in the foreseeable future would be crude enough that it wouldn't matter. By the time I got to the backyard, almost everyone on the security detail guarding the mansion had gathered to watch the show. Major Woods was among them and looked at me with disapproval. "Mr. Stark, wouldn't it be better if someone else tests the weapon?" He looked critically at the contraption in my hands. "I know better than to order others to do something I'm not willing to do." "We're supposed to keep you alive and intact, Mr. Stark. You're supposed to be a backup and support for me and keep my family intact," I shot back. Woods still felt uneasy every time I reminded him of that unusual fact. The staff already had a folding table set up at the far end of the garden with a watermelon on it. Besides a block of synthetic cement, the trade-marked market name of Synthicrete. "If it makes you feel better, get a few steps back, folks," I told them and carefully attached the gas contained to the blaster. A beep soon followed, and 2 more green lights came to life. "Here goes nothing." I aimed and carefully squeezed the trigger. A loud crack echoed over the backyard just as a bright bluish bolt lit it up. A wave of heat washed over me, and the weapon in my hands warmed up a lot. A steam explosion obliterated the watermelon and threw a thin film of boiling fruit all over the reinforced wall behind it. "Fuck me, we've got ray guns now," an enthusiast exclaimed. Woods stared at the weapon with worry. Its barrel let out visible smoke due to the cool night. I aimed again and shot at the synthetic cement block. The second shot made the weapon in my hands uncomfortably hot. Smoke and dust obscured the table. I removed the gas canister and put the blaster on a nearby table, letting it cool down. "That's not a practical weapon, even if it has some punch," Woods noted. "It's not supposed to be. This is merely a technology demonstrator. We need better material science, ways to focus the beam and to insulate and cool it safely." all in small enough packages to be wielded by regular infantry. Either that or energy weapons would be exclusively vehicle-mounted or wielded by people wearing armored and insulated exoskeletons. We walked to the table, and I smiled at what we saw. The blaster bolt left a relatively shallow but large crater blown in the synthetic concrete. This stuff was harder than steel-reinforced concrete used in bunkers. A better compression chamber and focusing system would allow for more effective firepower. I took out my phone. "Jarvis, inform our friends in the military that we have a working proof-of-concept particle weapon." C equals. Informational, technological limitations and the reasons behind them. C equals. First, general tech limitations with Earth's overall technology level. Materials science, power generation and storage related to them, ways to channel and dissipate heat, industrial capability and capacity, among other things. These are the core limiting factors in getting more of either the SW tech Tony MK Sith is developing, the arc reactor, repulsors, and any other tech created on this MCU Earth. Materials that aren't good enough limit what you can do safely, or at all with either fusion or arc reactors, as I mentioned or implied in the story. Heat dissipation and insulation are other significant issues. Even if small arc reactors can produce the same amount of power we saw them trivially generate in the first IM movie, this causes other problems. The heat produced as a side effect of not frying Tony or outright melting the reactor housing is an issue in this story. The implications of the tech and metallurgy needed for such feats are staggering unless we write off the arc reactor as magic. That obviously doesn't work for this story. The same goes for making tiny repulsors as deadly and valuable as we saw in the movie, while they don't fry Tony or outright blow up. Surviving the punishment, we saw IM MK2 OTL tank trivially, or Tony not dying from breaking himself while flying the way he did. Those things look great on screen. However, the implications of the technology allowing for such stunts are incredible. When we consider the small package such tech has to fit, the implications are beyond staggering. Don't get me started on IM2, where Hammer's budget suits implied that some of the critical parts of the IM suit tech were relatively easy to develop. Even without Stark doing anything to uplift the planet, Earth should have been transformed by the techs in Hammer's budget suits alone. We're talking about the kind of tech that interstellar societies thousands of years old would find more than impressive, built on a 21st century Earth. Taken at face value, the tech demonstrated in the first 2 IM movies alone, Earth should be somehow a heavy hitter mostly on par technologically with the big players across the Milky Way galaxy. Ignoring these issues doesn't work, especially in a story where the implications and limitations of the available tech are one of the big plot threads. Taking the tech we saw in the movies as something that just one man working with Earth's tech level and understanding of the universe can build in short order at face value is beyond story-breaking. It doesn't matter how much of a genius Tony is. It gets even worse when we know that, according to the movies, Hammer and Vanko alone could recreate the critical components of the tech. In a different kind of story, ignoring those issues and implications can work. That would be true for a story that doesn't focus on technological limitations and the problems of uplifting Earth, for example, but instead more traditionally focuses on the Avengers and their adventures. I am explicitly not writing that kind of story. What I'm doing, for what I believe is a good reason, is bringing the setting in general down to the ground. Tony, Vanko, Pym, Banner, and others are still geniuses. They, however, have to work within the limitations of Earth's technological base and understanding of the universe. What does this mean in practice? Anything resembling mass production of IM suits and other power armor with performance close to what we saw in the first 2 movies would be a long-term goal for Earth and its militaries. That's endgame stuff, to use a pun. Alien materials, like vibranium, can solve some of these issues. At least mitigate and sidestep problems allowing for limited production numbers of equipment that would be otherwise impossible due to critical supporting technologies not being there. For example, with vibranium, Stark can build much better arc and fusion reactors. He can get much more potent and smaller energy weapons, even shield systems. However, due to material scarcity, this would generally be bleeding-edge prototype technology demonstrators. While very useful in combat, they wouldn't have the numbers to make enough difference in a real war if the rest of the military backing them is not advanced enough. That's likely how we'll see this story's first proper IM suits. They'll incorporate alien materials and possible alien tech to sidestep issues that would make them impossible for the time being. Even then, unless everything in it is made from vibranium in one form or another, heat from repulsors or the arc reactor would be hazardous. If somehow not to the user, then to the various components of the suit itself. Vibranium armor shouldn't help the person inside if they try maneuvers at high acceleration or have to suffer deceleration beyond what the human body can tolerate unless they're enhanced. The suit would be mostly fine in that case, the pilot not so much. Another example of limitation, without inertial dampening tech, is if Hulk picks up someone and throws them hard. A vibranium armor might negate the impact effect of crashing into something. The sudden deceleration could still be lethal. Now, for the reasons why I am bringing the story down to earth, so to speak. Taking at face value, the feats of a handful of people in the MCU make everyone else useless. In the fights against Thanos before the snap, almost everyone who wasn't Asgardian, Tony in his super armor, or the Vision should have died as collateral damage. The rest of the crew and their efforts shouldn't have even registered to the other combatants going all out. It should have been like ants finding themselves in a fight between gods. And if the other participants mattered, then everyone else had to be slower, hit with less power, and be less durable. Otherwise, they would have smeared Thanos all over the landscape without an issue. Instead, durability and other capabilities of everyone acted, as the plot required them instead of being more consistent. I'm going to square this and make most characters, including whole armies, relevant, by bringing the entire setting down to earth in one regard or another. Thor, Asgardians in general, Thanos, they will vary from extreme, incredibly tough threats for the cream of the crop, while giving more down-to-earth feats to regular Asgardians. However, they will not be in a position to make armies and militaries with good enough equipment across the board irrelevant. This isn't a story where just a handful of heroes can decide the fate of the universe or the world when the time comes. It will be a clash of titans supported by whole armies that will matter. On the one hand, this means that a handful of Avengers can't do it all. They can't shine anywhere as brightly as in the movies. On the other hand, the rest of Earth and the universe, so to speak, will be very relevant in stopping Thanos or failing to do so. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 18, Phase 5, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 5, Changing World III. == Part 3. == Fort Drum, New York, U.S. Brisk, tiny raindrops poured down when we got to the firing range. Soldiers in dark green raincoats held a perimeter around a large tent. A few Humvees were parked nearby, likely the transport of the people we were here to meet. The vehicle that guided us here from the base's entrance turned right and parked next to the others. My security detail piled out, leaving their SMGs inside the cars. Woods went to the trunk of our SUV and eagerly pulled out a large case holding the blaster. He was just as eager as the rest of my security to try the new toy. They were like children who had to wait to open their Christmas gifts. I got out, ignored the rain, and walked around the tent side. I could hear quiet voices coming from inside. A quick glimpse through the force revealed two familiar signatures. Generals Danvers and Scudder were here, standing in a corner beside another signature. Inside, I could see the generals I knew talking with a short man wearing an army uniform. He was built like a professional wrestler and almost looked too large for his uniform. A few civilians and a handful of specialists sat at folding tables monitoring military laptops or fiddling with recording equipment. "Mr. Stark," General Scudder was the first to see and greet me. "Generals," I nodded. "As promised, I'm here to deliver." "So we hear." Danvers turned to look at me. "My new command has heard all kinds of interesting news from Stark Industries since we met. I aim to please and make an extraordinary amount of money." "Mr. Stark," the third general spoke in a deep bass voice. "I'm General Frank Miller, the commander of this base. The Pentagon has decided we'll be testing any infantry-scale weapons and armor you develop and build while in the area." "Good morning, General Miller. Your base is certainly a convenient location from where I stand. Are you ready for the demonstration?" "Captain Vance," Miller turned to one of the specialists. "We're ready, sir. We're just triple-checking the equipment." "You can do the honors, Woods." I finally let my chief of security off the leash. Finally, Woods brought the case with the blaster, while one of the troopers guarding the area carried a hydrogen canister. Woods opened the case and stepped back, letting everyone see what was inside. "That thing's ugly," Miller proclaimed. "At least it looks like a weapon and not like some toy for my grandchildren to play with." Woods almost reverently picked up the weapon and opened the stock. "Keep in mind, this is a proof-of-concept prototype, not something even remotely ready for field deployment," I warned. "That's what we expect, Mr. Stark," Danvers noted. A loud clack sounded when Woods sealed back the stock. The weapon lit up, and while it ran its automatic diagnostic, the former major picked up the gas canister. He waited until everything came out green and plugged it in. "The weapon is live," Woods announced. "By all means, proceed, Major," General Miller instructed. We went out of the tent, and two specialists with cameras followed us. "Sadly, we currently lack the technology to create a single power pack that both provides the fuel for the particle bolt and powers up the weapon," I explained. "Range is clear," the range master announced after giving it one last hard look, just in case. Woods looked at the set-up targets, smiled, and shouldered the weapon. "Which first?" "The ballistic gel dummy to the left first. Service them left to right, Major," Miller said. An atmosphere of eager anticipation surrounded me. "You can open fire now," the range master barked after Miller gave him a nod. A loud crack hiss echoed over the range. A bolt of blue light left a sizzling smoking trail in the rain, which quickly dissipated. Woods hit the target center mass. The particle bolt burned into it before releasing its remaining energy. It boiled and then vaporized some of the gel, creating a steam explosion that tore a vast smoking hole into the target. Despite what you could see on Holo movies or Star Wars here on Earth, even weak blaster bolts could fuck up limbs and cause fatal wounds to unarmored targets. It wasn't just logistics that ensured everyone in the galaxy preferred blasters instead of slug-throwers. Well, this wasn't entirely fair. I watched A New Hope a few weeks ago with Rhodey while we were chilling out one evening. That Rhodian, the burned Javas, and Luke's aunt and uncle being burned to the bone. That's the kind of damage a shot from cheap mass-produced carbine could do to unprotected flesh. The trick was that a blaster shot was more than the mere components of its parts, energy charge, and gas to use as ammunition. Much of the magic happened in the combustion chamber. The gas turned into a highly energized plasma state before being shot out as a particle slug. That was why the chamber was the weapon's most expensive and hardest to make component. Without the chamber changing the state of the fuel, we would need a much longer weapon's barrel even to approach similar killing power. "Fuck me," Woods looked at the blaster, then at the target. "Boss, I think I'm in love." "Service the next target," the range master barked again. However, his voice sounded different. There was more than a hint of respect in it. The major aimed again. His second target was another dummy, this time one clad in what looked like an older model Kevlar vest. Crack hiss, a bright afterimage and a trail of vaporized water connected the blaster and the target. The dummy jumped up, obscured by a cloud of vapor and boiled gel. So much for Kevlar being fire-resistant, General Scudder muttered. The particle bolt releases all its energy into the target at contact. Depending on the weapon's power, distance, and armor, a hit might be survivable. Even a primitive weapon such as this one will be lethal if it hits the chest or head without advanced armor to absorb the kinetic effect and distribute the energy. High-end military armor should have an ablative property if hit by an energy weapon of a magnitude that they couldn't simply distribute over the armor's surface and absorb safely. Of course, recreating such armor is much easier said than done. Close misses, General Scudder asked, can cause flash burns or worse. A hit into a stone or metal can boil and vaporize parts of the target. This means molten ejecta and overheated gases washing over everything nearby. That's why armored weave clothing was popular. It could protect against grazing hits and, more importantly, near misses. I lectured. Target 3, fire, the range master ordered. The prototype's safe for no more than 3 shots in succession. After that, it needs time to cool, I noted. One more shot then, there's no point risking injury, Danvers offered. I think the rain helps a bit in that regard, Woods pointed out. He rotated the smoking weapon so rain could wash all over it and help cool it. It's a bit too warm for comfort now. I don't believe that a 4th shot will be feasible. You're the one with the gun, Major. No one will force you to shoot again before it cools down. General Scudder looked pointedly at me. I want and need him in one piece. Thank you very much, General. Shoot when you think it is safe, the range master said in a normal voice. He was squinting at the second target. From where we stood, the vest itself looked mostly intact, but the same couldn't be said for the torso within it. What's the third's armor? Woods asked. Standard level 3 protection. Woods aimed, crack hiss. A loud crack echoed alongside the predictable steam explosion. Boss, may I humbly request you get proper armor into production before putting those things on the market? Woods tapped the blaster. He quickly pulled his fingers away from its side and waved his hand. It's much more fun not to be the one on the receiving end. An inadequate armor can melt and fracture from a direct hit. A soldier might survive such an injury with prompt and good medical attention. In practice, this means said soldier being hit in front of one of the best trauma centers in the country. Such an injury almost certainly means a protracted, gruesome death in the field. That won't change until someone develops better options to treat injuries in the field. That's not something I can help with. In some regards, no armor is better than bad armor when facing particle beam weapons. If you don't have armor that can stop a direct hit, the next best option is armor that can protect you from a close miss. I shrugged. That won't likely be a feasible option until and unless everyone on Earth transitions to use energy weapons. I can see where you're coming from, Mr. Stark. Some ways to die are better than others. General Scudder nodded grimly. Is this enough of a demonstration, generals? If so, I have a weapons design team who would love to work on turning the prototype into an effective combat weapon. I inquired. Defensive emplacements with a larger version and dedicated cooling system, General Miller suggested. That's one of many options we'll be exploring. That said, it will be some time before we have particle weapons effective, reliable, and cheap enough to be anything but prototypes for testing. The weapon works, General Danvers smiled. More importantly, this is not a mature technology but a taste of what's possible. Our existing weapon systems are largely mature and sophisticated technology. Improvements there would likely be incremental at best instead of paradigm shifts. This, on the other hand, she waved at Woods. This combined with what your company is currently developing, the general smiled at me. In my mind, you just proved yourself. I will explicitly point it out in my report. Her smile died down. Prototype or not, this weapon is close in firepower to the alien sidearms I saw used back in '89. She jabbed a finger at my chest. You and your weapons, Mr. Stark, just might give us a fighting chance the next time. That's the plan, General Danvers. Whatever you need, Mr. Stark, we'll ensure you get it if it's up to us, Scudder added in a deadly serious tone. Good, now we can begin bringing this world into the future. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Stark successfully tests an energy weapon. Pentagon is negotiating a contract with Stark Industries to develop practical energy weapons from infantry scale to vehicle-mounted. U.S. Army Magazine. Stark Industries shares prize skyrockets after recent developments. Tony Stark consolidated control over SI by buying many of the shares on the market after the government investigation of the company commenced. Forbes magazine. Italy backs the EU fusion initiative. Green parties across the continent are in arms against nuclear powers' despicable and irresponsible proliferation. The German government is in a deadlock over the issue. French President and Parliament both pledged to support fusion proliferation and European energy independence. Euronews Stark Industries revolutionizes construction. Synthetic concrete has been confirmed to significantly exceed any available building materials' structural strength and durability. Financial Times' Senate and Congress passed a historical infrastructure bill pledging $2 trillion to refurbish and reinforce bridges, dams, nuclear power plants, and airfields. Senator Mitch Collins from New York and Congresswoman Natalie West from California are preparing a second infrastructure bill to finance the building of multiple fusion plants across the continental United States and overseas territories. Washington Post coal lobby offers full support to any citizens afraid of thoughtless nuclear proliferation. It offers to finance lawsuits aimed at blocking fusion reactor construction. USA Today Greenpeace activists rally people for Save Our Future protests in front of a dozen Stark Industries corporate offices and Tony Stark's home in New York. The demonstrations are scheduled for this Friday afternoon. New York Times. Green parties across Europe are ready to stage protests in 27 capitals in support of Greenpeace's efforts in the United States. BBC News. Radical Islam leaders across the Middle East and North Africa declare fusion, power, a temptation any true Muslim has to resist. Tony Stark, the Merchant of Death, is now the most hated person in the region. Al Jazeera, Syria, and Iran sign up trade deals with the Russian Federation. Moscow ignores protests from the U.S. and regional allies. Associated Press a devastating attack against a coalition outpost in Afghanistan. Firebase Guardian overrun before reinforcements could arrive. 25 coalition soldiers are confirmed dead, and 16 are declared missing in action. This is the worst defeat of coalition forces since the invasion of Afghanistan. New York Times. A C-5 Galaxy was lost in northern Iraq last night. Missile strike suspected. CNN Morning News. C equals. Camera recording recovered from Private Alan James. 1st Marine Division, 2nd Battalion, Charlie Company. Firebase Guardian, Afghanistan. Status KIA. The world shook and lit up with brilliance rivaling the sun at high noon. The camera caught streaks of light sharply cut down from the dark sky and slammed into the defensive positions at the perimeter of the small base. Blinding light and barely visible shock waves washed over Alan. The picture went wild, then showed a starless sky. The Marine shook himself up and rolled on the ground. The camera caught dark, almost invisible figures running through the smoking craters where the heavy weapons were. Alan aimed, and his laser sight ran over one of the advancing figures. He shot it twice, and it stumbled back. Return fire shattered the rocky ground around Alan, who kept firing. His first target got up and opened fire as well. Something wet and dark splashed over the camera, and Alan grew still. 2 coalition soldiers moved forward, going from cover to cover and shooting at the attackers. A combat medic ran at Alan, using the covering fire to reach him. A burst brought the medic down, and he slumped off-screen. 5, then 10 figures in heavy dark armor rapidly advanced through the base, firing in short bursts. After the came at least twice their number of clearly recognizable Taliban, wearing a mixture of clothes and looted equipment. An RPG struck the cover of the soldier to the left. The bright explosion sent him spilling to the ground, where the Taliban cut him down. The other trooper reloaded and tried to retreat before being overrun before someone shot him in the back. C equals Stark Industries HQ. California. Sadly, I couldn't stay away from California forever. That was especially true while the corporate HQ was still here, alongside many of our labs and R&D centers. A gradual move to the other side of the country, closer to home and where the climate was more pleasant, was going to be a long process. Pepper, happy, it's great to see you in person again. For the past few months, Pepper was my face and voice in front of the board of directors and various SI department heads in California, while Happy got assigned as her bodyguard. Now he was nominally in charge of 3 units of my security detachment, meant to keep them alive and intact. I briefly toyed with Stark Global Operations or Executive Decisions, but that would be too on the nose. Instead, we went with Aegis Defense, which made Woods happy. "Tony, you look good," Pepper beamed at me. "And who do we have here?" She cooed and leaned forward to look at Hannah. My daughter looked curiously around and did her best to hide behind my legs. Despite the therapy, she was still exceptionally uncomfortable around strangers and in new places. "Hannah, everything is fine." I turned around and ruffled her hair. That earned me a pout and a glare, however it helped her relax a bit. "Auntie Pepper," Hannah asked and squinted at the redhead, "you have pretty hair." "Your hair is pretty too," Pepper cooed again. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark!" Reporters screamed from behind a heavy police cordon backed by a loose line of soldiers. "The natives are getting restless. Let's get out of the sun." I squinted at the scorching menace in the sky. It was early winter, but this damn place kept refusing to get the memo. Security teams fell in formation around us, and we headed for the main entrance. "Joanna, the cafeteria is left and to the right. I'm sure Hannah can use something cool to drink." "No orange juice," my daughter demanded. "No oranges." "Sure thing, sir. Let's get you something tasty to drink." "I want apples." "How's fatherhood treating you, boss?" Happy asked happily. "It's good, odd but good. Sadly, we're not here to catch up. Pepper, dear, what do you have for me?" "For a warm-up, you've got a metric ton of contracts to review and approve with legal, then sign. You'll observe exoskeleton testing in the early afternoon, and then have meetings with multiple design and research teams. Then it's back to paperwork. Tomorrow at 10, we're having a board meeting, and you'll be there in person." Pepper consulted her tablet. "Late afternoon, you're meeting with Toshiba and General Dynamics representative to discuss fusion energy development. The day after tomorrow can wait. Did you manage to get a visit to Disneyland cleared up?" I certainly wouldn't let Hannah step in such a place without heavy security or out of my sight. Such parks and the distractions they offered, combined with the inevitable crowds, were good places to assassinate people or take someone hostage. They were not ideal places to abduct people from and get away clean. I should know. Back in the day, I killed 3 people in amusement parks and similar establishments all over the galaxy. At the same time, they were distracted enjoying time with their children. Imperial intelligence and Barras certainly appreciated the irony. "Disney's security is open to negotiating a reasonable compromise if possible," Pepper informed me. "Make sure to find me time to talk with them. Now lead the way, there's paperwork to vanquish." C equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places: Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 19, Phase 5 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 5, Changing World III. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Beijing announced earlier today the formation of the Starlight Consortium. Its goal is to spearhead the implementation of fusion technology in China. Starlight Consortium and state officials will travel to New York next week to open negotiations with Stark Industries. Xinhua Prime Minister Pradesh reaffirms his intention to overhaul the Indian economy and combat poverty. In a passionate speech in front of Parliament at noon today, he announced that fusion technology is India's future and the one sure way toward prosperity. Press Trust of India the Greens in France issued an official statement that they back the government's position on fusion power. Further, party leader Claire Ramaille condemned what she called an insane position held by fellow Green parties across Europe. Agents France Press. == Fort Bragg, North Carolina, U.S. Eric Stevens stood at attention as one of the dozens of assembled U.S. Special Forces community members. In front of them, General Scudder Pack. Ed back and forth, wearing a field uniform. They were in a large briefing room near one of the big exercise grounds of the largest base in the U.S. In the coming months and years, the face of warfare will change. New weapons and equipment currently in development will force a paradigm shift. The general paused. Sit, pay attention, take notes, and write down the implications you can immediately think of. Scudder picked up a remote and pointed it at the wall-sized screen at the back of the room. A firing range, dummies that looked like ballistic gel, cack hiss, a flash of light. The dummy to the left detonated in a cloud of steam. 2 more shots, armored targets. If those were people, they would be dead, opened up as if struck by an autocannon. This is Stark's idea of a crappy prototype energy weapon that is in no way ready for testing in real-world conditions, much less mass production. Stark Industries is already working on improving the concept. Eric's eyes shone in the darkened room. That was something he wanted to get his hands on. He had only heard stories about energy weapons from his father. The exiled prince did his best not to grimace openly. Combined with everything he heard Stark was working on, this would change things. It would make Eric's plans for the future much, much harder. Against such weapons and potentially good enough armor, Wakanda supplying weapons to resistance groups and utilizing targeting assassinations might not be enough to liberate Africa from the colonizers. The worst case was Stark might make the United States and its allies a credible threat to Wakanda. Eric blinked at a close-up image of the dummies. Kevlar had kind of held up to the strike, but the energy transfer would have been lethal for whoever was under that vest. The third target had modern level 3 armor. The plate was shattered and deformed, with pieces driven deep into the ravaged gel of the dummy. No one without proper vibranium armor would be able to survive such a hit. Well, perhaps that beast, the Hulk. However, that one was unique. Rapid fire, longer effective range. Eric jolted down ideas of what a better weapon might be. He tapped the notepad on the desk he sat at with his pen. Effectiveness against armor, targeting the tracks. Could sustain small arms energy fire fuck up a tank if infantry could get into range. Scudder pressed the remote again and a new video played. This time, a bunch of soldiers in light summer field uniforms strapped into contraptions. Another test for exoskeletons. Those were ongoing for years, with no sign of being practical enough to use. Stark's next invention works too. This is the hoplite system prototype, the general narrated. Soldiers carried all kinds of heavy loads on the screen with surprising ease. Even if all other benefits are overblown, this will ease logistics and reduce injury rates while hauling heavy loads. Unfortunately, the exoskeleton's open nature doesn't handle mud and sand well. However, it can still offer great utility in urban areas, logistics centers, military bases, and the like. Scudder chuckled. For now, there is no substitute for grunts hauling loads in the field. Stark is working to solve that problem and offer powered and regular combat exoskeletons. The proliferation of energy weapons in the future will change things. For a soldier to survive a direct hit, they might have to carry the kind of armor only an exoskeleton makes practical. It's another race between defense and offense. Eric's blood cooled at this revelation. The exoskeleton still moving loads on the screen would have significant issues in much of Wakanda's terrain from what his father told him about their country. Future models, on the other hand, If they could resist energy weapon fire and carry enough firepower, then this technology could become an extreme threat to Wakanda. Their shield would stop cold, long-range bombardment. Right now, and for some time yet, Wakandian warriors would have the advantage on home ground thanks to vibranium and the equipment it allowed them to build. They needed that advantage because of the great numbers disparity. Anything that watered down Wakanda's advantages was a threat to his plans and his real home. Eric quickly jolted down a series of questions. Combat exoskeletons, advantages, disadvantages, potential capabilities. C equals. Zenhobri. Leviathans swam through the air, offering direct fire support to Chitauri infantry swarms. Interceptor wings howled above Thanos' flagship, flying in search patterns. The large cruiser hung above a city ravaged by neglect and lack of resources like a dagger, ready to deliver judgment and salvation. Missiles streaked from beyond the nearby mountain range. The two closest Leviathans bellowed a warning and unleashed their primary weapons. Bright beams of light pierced through rising smoke and clouds to swat the barrage out of the sky. Mobile missile carriers located, neutralizing, a familiar woman's voice announced on the combat network. Crimson beams of condensed energy lanced from the cruiser's side. They briefly left burning trails through the air. The counterfire burned through and pushed aside the cloud cover, further disturbing the weather in the region. The horizon lit up with the impact of capital ship weaponry. Targets neutralized, the same war coordinator happily reported. Corvus Glaive, warlord of the Black Order, strode down the steps leading away from the upper city. The Worthies, who ruled the only prosperous citadel in this region of the planet. They were now all dead. Corvus Grey Legions couldn't find a single one worthy among that bunch of grotesque slimes. The stairway down offered a grand view of the valley stretching as far as Corvus' eyes could see. Down there, a few units of the local military still put up a fight. They were the exception that proved the rule. There were precious few worthy locals in this region of the planet. Corvus wasn't surprised by this fact. Beaten down people, weakened by starvation and lack of basic amenities, seldom had left what it took to impress him. If he was feeling generous, Glaive might say that this was why the Black Order existed. The same thing happened on countless worlds across the universe. Overpopulation that few species found in themselves to overcome before the inevitable lack of resources led to civilization collapse and eventual damnation. Most of the time, Corvus didn't care. If a species was foolish enough to let itself go that way, it deserved its fate. The Black Order offered a second chance to those ready to fight for such a precious gift. Corvus didn't follow Thanos to save the people of the universe from themselves. He proclaimed his adoptive father the Grand War Master of the Grey Legions, just like his father did so long ago. There was a singular, logical reason behind that decision. Thanos led them toward war and glory. Gathered behind him, the Grey Legions would fight the battles that would decide the fate of the whole universe. It didn't matter if they ultimately won or lost. Those battles would reverberate through eternity. Nothing could be more glorious than walking this path to its ultimate end. Screams of anguish, Chitauri chittering, and distant explosions echoed throughout the valley. The vista below was indeed beautiful. The fires of war and the last stand of worthy warriors made the scenery even grander. Chitauri transports vroomed overhead, carrying heavy infantry. Recon squads on those ridiculous sleds the hive-mind soldiers loved so much buzzed around the larger craft, looking for trouble. An interceptor squadron detached from the patrols overhead and fell in close defensive formation above the transports. 3 more Chitauri craft vroomed overhead, this time transporting heavy armor. Corvus looked away from the valley. Chitauri swarmed around, capturing people and shooting particularly pathetic examples of the locals. The Grand War Master's armies didn't need useless cowards. Whoever survived the invasion would also need to be made of sterner stuff. The warlord walked down to a largish plaza, by this city's standards anyway. Chitauri landing craft dropped a small swarm on a lower level of the stairway to corral the fleeing people. The plaza was the largest open space in this part of the city, which made it the only proper spot for the Black Legion to offer judgment. The combat network pinged, announcing Thanos approached. Corvus glanced up the stairs and saw his father walk down as if he didn't have a care in the world. An honor guard from the Grey Legions marched behind their Grand Warmaster, looking for threats. A local woman wearing simple weaved garb rushed out of a nearby primitive shack. This whole bazaar was a small picture highlighting how low the locals had fallen. It was like something from a rock where the people hadn't even thought about achieving space flight. At the same time, their supposed leaders enjoyed luxury, while doing nothing to fight the catastrophe gripping their world. Yet down in the valley, Chitauri swarms fought against well-equipped military units. Not that equipment by itself said much. The rabble that guarded the city's leaders had even better gear. Yet they shattered like glass when the Grey Legion began their attack. A commotion focused Corvus' attention on the present. He had seldom taken part in invasions that were so boring his mind wandered off. It was that woman who ran out of the shack. She screamed, kicked, and tried to bite the Chitauri, dragging her to the right, where they corralled the worthy locals. The Hive soldier shoved the local away and chittered in irritation. A small form screamed and jumped at the warrior's back, using a sharp rock to try and hurt it. Corvus smiled at the sight. There were a few worthy souls here, after all. A feisty little thing, isn't she? You and your wife were the same at that age, Thanos' deep voice rumbled over the plaza. War and glory, father, Glaive saluted the Grand Warlord. War and glory, my son. Thanos returned the salute with a fist across his chest. The green-skinned woman jumped from the ground and hurled herself at the Chitauri. The Hive soldier still struggled to remove the girl from his back without hurting her too much. It wouldn't do to waste worthy ones unless you had to, or unless they were determined to die in glorious combat. Black Order priests came behind the Grey Legion's honor guard. They began to spin their tales to the locals, ignoring the commotion with experience and dedication. Finally, the hive mind tired of playing around. Two more Chitauri left the groups minding the locals and dragged the two females from their swarm mate. Thanos walked towards the child and leaned forward to get a better look at her. You have spirit, girl. The Titan looked at the older woman and noted the close resemblance. Your mother, too. Leave her alone, the woman shouted, still struggling in the Chitauri's hands. Why would I do that? Why would I leave either of you? Thanos asked reasonably. I am here to help those who are worthy. Come, he offered the girl his hand. Here we go again, Corvus snorted. The girl's stomach growled. I offer you a future, little one. We're here to bring salvation through trial and destruction. Those unworthy will no longer hold back the rest of you, Thanos proclaimed. The girl warily took his offered hand, well, his finger, because in contrast her hand was too small to do anything else. Thanos picked her up like a doll and put her on his shoulder. He waved to the Chitauri, holding the child's mother to follow. The rest of you now have a chance to rebuild and thrive. I offer you salvation through destruction, Thanos' voice boomed. He turned around and headed up the stairs, where a heavy combat transport hovered in anticipation. Son, purge the unworthy and replenish our ranks. Corvus nodded and barked an order. The Chitauri to the left switched their weapons to a low-powered mode and opened fire like one, aiming center mass. That way, the Black Order's techno-necromancers would be able to repair the corpses easier and turn them into expendable foot soldiers. To the right, priests and Grey Legionaries looked for the best candidates to draw into the Grand Warlord's armies. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Hamas claims responsibility for devastating missile strike against Tel Aviv. So far, there are over 300 dead after Iron Dome and other anti-missile systems failed to intercept the attack. BBC News. Israel conducts airstrikes on targets in Gaza and Syria. Euronews. Hundreds innocent Palestinians murdered by indiscriminate Israeli bombardment. Al Jazeera. Still no trace of MIA coalition soldiers after the destruction of Firebase Guardian. Washington Post. ANA battalion mauled in Kandahar province. U.S. Marines Apache shot down and second damaged while providing air support to Afghani allies. USA Today. Police clashes with protesters in former Soviet Republic Latveria. Euronews. The civil war in Sokovia enters its 5th month. Government forces and rebels indiscriminately shell populated areas. Associated Press. Riot police in standoff with Green Party demonstrations across 27 European capitals. Majority of EU governments refuse to even discuss the possibility of not pursuing fusion power. Euronews. Green protesters clash with a far-right counter-protest in Rome. Carabinieri arrest 11 people. 30 protesters reportedly sought medical attention. TG2. Thousands gathered in front of Stark Mansion in New York protesting against SI's development of fusion energy. Rioters clash with police in front of Stark Mansion. Mr. Stark and his daughter are reported safe and sound in California. New York Times. 8 civil suit filed against Stark Industries aimed at block the construction of fusion reactors. 5 more suits aim at Toshiba and General Dynamics. Financial Times. Congress will vote on the Fusion Today bill next Monday. If the bill passes, Senate will vote on it Friday. C-SPAN. Conservative Onali SDS warn against unrestricted government spending leading to recession, or worse. Republican congressmen counter with the claim that the infrastructure and fusion bills are nothing less than investment in the future. What the hell is happening out there? Fox News. Equals is equals. Stark Industries HQ. California, U.S. There was one advantage to using government and corporate conference rooms and military briefing rooms. They were usually more secure than most alternative meeting locations to hold a meeting. I was sure that soon enough, some tabloids would accuse me of treason because of this particular meeting and associated negotiations. Officially, the U.S. and China weren't exactly on good terms, even if the volume of trade might point otherwise. It was most irregular for the U.S. government to have an observer during this kind of meetings. His name was Douglas Rockwell, a balding man in his 60s. He arrived chatting with Ho Yinsen, the leader of the Starlight Consortium delegation and representative of the Chinese government. We exchanged greetings and sat on the 2 sides of a long conference table made of polished wood. When compared to most pieces of similar furniture I spent too much time sitting at in the Korkuska galaxy, it looked and felt fragile. Back then, the material almost everyone used was their favored metal of choice. If nothing else, such tables could actually stop blaster bolts and serve as solid cover. Because they were more or less solid blocks of metals, with built-in computer terminals and holoprojectors. Rockwell was to my right, while Pepper sat to my left. "Who wants to explain what's going on here?" Pepper asked politely. Despite her outward bearing, she wasn't a happy camper. "Is Ms. Potts aware of your new allies?" Rockwell asked. "She is aware of who I am and that I'm closely working with both the U.S. government and allies. Sooner or later, Pepper will need to know more because she's going to be the next Stark Industries CEO. Then I'm sure you'll explain to Ms. Potts the important details after this meeting, Mr. Stark." Rockwell nodded towards Pepper. "Mr. Yen and I are both on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Oversight Council. My colleagues are all affiliated with corporations offering logistics and technical support to S.H.I.E.L.D. and are in the know, Mr. Stark." Ho Yinsen shed some light on what was happening. "That's interesting," I noted while keeping my face blank. "The reason for this is," I gestured to encompass all my guests. "Officially, we'll be making a trade deal to ensure China gets its share of fusion technology to end our reliance on fossil fuels." Yen smiled. He was eagerly looking forward to that moment. "Unofficially, we're here to also figure out what you need to push forward with our common goals and help as much as we reasonably can. Raw resources, manufacturing capacity, human capital." I glanced at Rockwell. "The president will be signing the memorandum the Pentagon forwarded to him by the end of the week. The White House's legal team is making sure it will stand up to scrutiny as well as possible. As far as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Oversight Council are concerned, you can deliver what you promised." This is the first step in giving you what you need to make your promises reality, Mr. Stark. Pepper's head snapped between Rockwell and the Chinese. Her apprehension and worry burned brightly. You'll make many people unhappy by stealing a march on them, I pointed out. Yen smiled smugly. I'm not beneath greatly enjoying the situation. Manufacturing capacity, you said? I asked thoughtfully. The prototype exoskeletons that my government is testing are meant for gradual upgrade and update to lead into eventual powered versions. This means that the test design isn't properly sealed and insulated against environmental effects like it should be to enter common use. I gave pointers to the design team, and soon we'll have a refined, unpowered design for both commercial and military use outside of combat. I know for a fact that even with common and cheap anti-gravity technology, such devices are incredibly valuable. I looked Yen in the eyes. They were in use in logistics, maintenance, hospitals to move heavier patients and equipment, even in larger stores. The primary drawback is that running in budget models tend to be awkward. While this can be easily accounted for, it makes for more expensive devices. You want us to manufacture exoskeletons for you, Mr. Stark? I see no problem, especially if we can keep a reasonable percentage of the production for use domestically. Yen noted. I want the markets flooded with the things. That would not only make us money to invest in foundational infrastructure, it will offer immediate logistics and economic benefits. I don't need to elaborate, do I? What we're doing is going to require unprecedented amount of resources to see through. Yen confirmed we were on the same page. Everything that helped the economy and eased up logistics was going to be godsend in the long run. The only thing to actually negotiate about my fusion technology is the price, and I might not necessarily want money in exchange. Or only money. You mentioned resources, Mr. Yen. As soon as we have a few fusion reactors running, SI will need large amounts of rare earth elements to work with. I'm sure that my government will be opening many new mines as well. However, for the time being, you have an advantage in that regard. What do you need, how much do you need, and what do we get in exchange? Yen bluntly asked. I liked him. There was no trace of the usual bullshit this kind of meetings often descended into. See equals. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 20 Phase 6 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 6 Fantastic Headaches. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Stark Industries and Chinese Starlight Consortium sign up an unprecedented deal. Stark licenses fusion technology and the production of civilian exoskeletons to Chinese manufacturers. Forbes magazine. Conservative politicians accuse Stark of selling out American advantages and lack of patriotism. Fox News. U.S. government refuses to comment on China deal. USA Today. A high-level U.S. government official rumored to be part of the negotiations between Starlight Consortium and Stark Industries. What does it mean if true? New York Times. Protesters attempt to block roads leading to experimental fusion facility on the outskirts of New York. Riot police out enforce clashes with rioters. Vice Governor Lombardi condemns the protest. New York Times. C equals. Shield facility white. Location classified. This thing is fascinating, just look at those readings, Reed Richards exclaimed. Sis, why is your ex here? Jonathan Storm asked again. What about you, Ben? Any ideas? I'm just a guard here, Grimm shrugged. You have a higher clearance than me. I still don't know how you got involved with S.H.I.E.L.D., brother mine, Susan exclaimed. Besides, you're the one working here. How the hell would I know why? Reed's here. The world wept, Victor groaned. Shut up, Doom, Richards and Jonathan shouted at the same time. Jonathan. Damn, Sue was magnificent when riled up. Victor briefly smiled until his gaze briefly flashed over Richards. The presence of that fool was anything but amusing. You don't have the necessary clearance to know. Sue's brother sounded honest. I like this less and less. Hey, I'm just here to guide you, you two lovebirds. I have work to do. Ben will be the one babysitting you. Try not to piss him off. Jonathan pointed a thumb at the small mountain of a man wearing a plain shield uniform that did nothing to hide his muscles. Perish the thought, Victor muttered. The only one present he wanted to piss off was Richards anyway. All he wanted from Sue's brother was for the young man to shut up as long as he didn't have something constructive to say. Reed, what are you doing? Sue demanded in a sharp tone that made Doom perk up. His gaze went to the offending man. Richards had his hands stuck in a pair of protective gloves connected to the containment case holding the artifact they were here to examine. He's doing something foolish, like always, Sue. Doom walked around his girlfriend and looked at the case. Ben, try to keep them from each other's throats, will you? I'll owe you one. More than one, Grim grumbled grimly. These two looks like cocks ready to tear each other apart. He snorted and glanced at Johnny's sister. Not that I can blame them, he added quietly. Oi, that's my sister. I've said nothing, Grim shrugged. Richards, do you poke every piece of alien technology you run into? Doom demanded. This is the first piece of alien technology I've ever seen. I'll poke at it until I know everything about it. Oh, get off your high horses, you two, Susan snapped in frustration. Huh, did that gem just blink? Richards, don't poke it, you don't know what, Victor trailed off. Is it me, or did it just get cold? The hell are you talking about, Doom? This facility has a proper climate control, Grim demanded. Damn, it's a bit chilly. Jonathan turned away from the sealed door of the laboratory and walked back to the container. What did you do? He demanded as well. Richards pressed the gem on the top of the cube. Why did you do that? Doom demanded. Everyone calm down now? Susan snapped and shuddered. It was suddenly damn cold. The cube shifted and opened like a metal flower, revealing a shattered crystal core. The fragments pulsed with soothing bright energy, followed by darkness so deep it devoured the light. That made it look like a gaping void in the middle of the containment chamber. Richards struggled to get his hands away from the thick gloves. Sue, get away! Doom briskly moved to the side and pulled his girlfriend away from the case. It was frosting over as if someone pumped it with supercooled gas. This is grim. We've got a situation in the laboratory. A loud crack echoed throughout the room. The case shattered. A wave of chilling darkness erupted from the breached containment vessel. Victor felt as if his blood froze in his veins. He couldn't move. Sue felt like an icicle in his hands. Blinding yet soft and soothing light chased away the chill. Victor's mind drifted, carried on the surface of a slow stream of pure energy. Light and darkness shimmered in its depths, chasing each other. Without thinking, he stretched his fingers and touched the surface. This was amazing, this was power. That very thought burned within his mind. Doom raised his hand and pulled the river's energy within himself. He could feel it wash throughout his body, changing, reshaping him. He wanted more. He needed more. Suddenly, the surface below Victor could no longer support him. He fell into the energy river and felt like drowning. Victor screamed even as energy flowed within him. Lighting cracked, and he knew no more. C equals. Disneyland. California, U.S. Romanoff, what did those idiots do? Stark demanded after watching a muted security recording from a laboratory's camera. That's what we hoped you could tell us. That teaching device shouldn't have been able to do that even if it failed catastrophically. Of course, it shouldn't have been able to do what it did the last time either. Stark grumbled. He shook his head and gave her back the tablet. Stark looked away from Natasha and looked at the nearby building, where his daughter hopefully enjoyed the famous Captain America ride. What's their status? Stark returned his attention to Natasha. When she didn't immediately answer, he raised an eyebrow at her. Fury wouldn't have dispatched her to get Stark for a consultation if they were merely dead or fine. They've demonstrated certain abilities like yours, Natasha allowed. Did they get memories too? If they did, they're hiding it much better than you, Mr. Stark. We haven't noticed any particular changes in personality besides what can be accounted for by extreme stress. What can they do? Stark demanded. The status of the device. Whatever Richards caused destroyed it. We were able to recover only fragments. Unless you shoot it with a particle beam, that shouldn't have happened either, Stark grumbled. Now spill, it's not like you to dance around the topic. Natasha snorted. It wasn't like he knew her. Invisibility, telekinesis, pyrokinesis, control of lighting, and perhaps being tough or able to resist lighting and fire. There were incidents. Natasha told Stark what she knew. Like this, he raised his open palm, and suddenly purple lighting danced between his fingers. Natasha blinked, and it was still there. Stark clenched his fist, and the lightning vanished. Just like this, yes. So much for Stark merely being a telekinetic. Whatever his powers were, they were oddly versatile. Depending on what those idiots did to themselves, they might need training, Stark groaned. Like I didn't have more than enough work already. Training? What, did you think I got born knowing how to use telekinesis or become invisible? He scoffed. When he put it that way, then again, it wasn't like Stark bothered to explain to anyone exactly what his powers were, just some of what he could do. Are you willing to assist us, Mr. Stark? After we're done here and Hannah is safely on the way back home, call whoever is looking after those 5 and tell their minder to keep them calm. Spiking emotions can make it harder to control such abilities, Stark explained. It was Natasha's turn to grimace. From what she saw and heard, those 5 were anything but calm and collected. Equals C equals. Part 2. Equals C equals. CEO of Doom Industries, Victor Von Doom missing. New York Times. Equals C equals. Shield facility white. Location classified. Intelligence agencies still loved their underground facilities. A flight to a small airfield nested in the Rockies, then a ride on a Blackhawk got us to where S.H.I.E.L.D. contained my new set of potential fantastic headaches. Most of the names sounded familiar. Von Doom was an industrialist, scientist, and CEO of Von Doom Industries. Now that was a proper Sith name. I recall meeting the bastard a few times. Considering how big SI was, he wasn't exactly a happy camper. It might have been envy, and it might have been worry that I could use SI's advantages to fuck over his company. That wasn't a unique sentiment. Things might have turned up differently if it wasn't for Doom being arrogant. Then I opened my mouth, and things went south. We made the papers, of course. Since then, Pepper made sure we wouldn't run into each other again if possible. There was something more to the name, yet it remained elusive no matter how much I tried to remember it. Reed Richards is a decent physicist with some weird theories. The last I heard of him was the news of his bankruptcy before he vanished from the radar. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably paid his debts and stuck him in a lab. Dr. Susan Storm. The image of a pretty younger blonde flashed in front of my eyes. For once, she wasn't someone Tony slept with, which would be awkward. From what I recall, I saw her during some symposium I was supposed to give a lecture. All I could correctly remember from that time was awakening 2 days later with Christine in my bed and Pepper frowning with disapproval at us both. I think that was the first time I slept with that particular reporter, but far from the last. The other 2 people exposed to my holocron were boring in comparison. Storm's younger brother was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and the one to lead her and Doom to the laboratory in question. Grimm was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent as well. He was a part of the facility's security detail. On the face of it, nothing was interesting about those 2 until a few days ago. Woods and a handful of my private security with higher clearance than most jumped out of the helicopter after it landed, followed by Romanoff. A small group of security wearing soft vests and dark blue armor waited for us near an entrance dug into the side of the mountain. The redhead led us deep within the facility, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. guards provided an escort. I could feel 5 bright signatures in the Force. Compared to everyone else I met since Afghanistan, they burned brightly in my perception. This is going to be a potential issue, all right. Stark. I can sense them from here, Romanoff. They can manipulate the same energy that I use. Barring a miracle, they'll need the training to use their abilities safely. Romanoff looked curiously at me. What? I'm sure you've seen my medical scans. I don't have a fusion reactor up my ass, and I certainly don't draw energy from this one. I tapped the arc reactor in my chest. Energy manipulation. That makes a disturbing amount of sense. This training on how to use it to get all kinds of effects safely, I noted. We reached a medical bay hidden behind a massive armored door a few minutes later. Romanoff nodded at the security team stationed in front of the entrance. One of them went to a control panel. He swiped a key card through it, then entered a long code. The door slowly opened with a hydraulic hiss. I could see 5 hospital beds inside and a lot of equipment, some of which were not medical. A doctor and 2 nurses were chatting near a desk to the right, while a pair of guards holding fire extinguishers glared at a tall young man. Susan and Doom sat on the door closest to the door and whispered, now and then glaring at Richards. He paid them no attention and was busy playing with a rubber ball using telekinesis. A large man sat on the bed across from the couple, slowly typing on a laptop. As soon as the door opened, 5 heads snapped in my direction. He's glowing, but not. Susan looked at me in confusion. Stark, what the hell are you doing here? Doom exclaimed in disbelief at my arrival. I'm here because you children fucked up. It was Reed's fault, Susan spat. Yes, it's all on Richards. He kept poking what shouldn't be poked, Doom was happy to announce. That got him an elbow in the side. I'm right, as you just said, Sue. You don't have to be so smug about it. Doom looked back at me. What do you have to do with any of this, Stark? Why are you? He trailed off and stared at me. I raised a hand and channeled the Force. Lighting sparked between my fingers. Doom looked at his hands, which I now noted were both bandaged, then at my display. Holy cow, you're like us, the tall youngster exclaimed. You're now like me, I corrected him. Lighting, I nodded to Doom. Telekinesis. I glanced at Richards. Psychokinesis. The people with the fire extinguishers were a dead giveaway. What about the rest of you? Susan stared at me, her face scrunched in an effort, and she shimmered out of existence. Shadow cloak, I nodded. A bit of advice, don't try this against someone who with the eyes to see, Ms. Storm. Unless you know what you're doing, merely vanishing from sight makes you glow even brighter to other senses. The blonde gasped and shimmered back into view. I looked at the man with the laptop. I'm tougher now, as long as I have the energy for it. It's like a spring filling you up. Using the energy drains what the energy your body can contain, yet the spring is too slow and shallow to keep up. How do you know that, dude? Storm's brother demanded. That device Richards was poking. It gave me access to this power, which shouldn't have been possible but 100 or so years of memories, including how to use it. I recommend you start practicing meditation and other mental exercises to help keep your emotions in check. Raging emotions can make it harder to control your powers and lead to unfortunate incidents. I looked pointedly at Doom's hands. I didn't know I could do a passable imitation of Palpatine now, Doom snapped at me. Though the idea of frying a few board members has merit. As long as you don't turn into a shivered evil prune, Storm hummed. I will draw the line at frying actual people instead of corporate vampires. Doom opened his mouth to say something, then wisely closed it. Good boy, Susan cooed. She's got you well trained, Victor. I couldn't help myself. Fuck you, Stark. Doom gave me his best sneer. It was almost impressive. You're not my type, sorry, so what are we going to do with you? I have a company to run, Doom grumbled. You can't keep me here indefinitely. You'll find that the reach of our friends is rather long, Doom. And you, of all people, don't find that disturbing, Doom shot back. 100 years of memories gave me perspective. I turned to Romanoff, who was watching the show with an amused smirk. I've seen enough. Those idiots need training before safely letting them back into civilized society. Their emotions are all over the place. Without training and enough experience to handle their emotions and abilities, that's a recipe for disaster. "Do you feel like having some house guests, Mr. Stark?" Romanoff asked. "There's no way I'm letting them near my daughter until they know control." "That's fucked up. I didn't sign up to be stuck in the Bat-Cave's poor cousin," Storm's brother exclaimed. His resentment and frustration spiked. The air around him distorted from heat and burst into flame. "God damn it!" The young man cursed a moment before the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents covered him with fire-retardant foam. "Johnny," Susan exclaimed worriedly. "Sorry, love, but I wouldn't let your brother anywhere. He might end up burning the place, either," Doom grimaced. "I certainly don't feel like dealing with the fallout of accidentally frying someone." "Victor, you're not helping," Storm glowered at Doom. "I recall promising not to lie to you if possible," Doom explained while struggling to maintain his composure. "I'm pointedly not lying to you, Sue." "Damn it all and damn you, Reed," Storm hissed and shimmered out of existence. Doom intently stared at where she sat. "Huh, Stark's right. I can kind of sense you here. There's this shimmering energy roughly in your shape," he slowly poked her. "See, you can't help yourself and just have to poke anything curious," Richards exclaimed in frustration. "Shut up, Reed," Doom and Storm snapped at him at the same time. "Is this how they've been since the incident?" I asked Romanoff. She looked at the doctor and nurses, who were now watching the show. "Like that, with more fire, lighting, and flying equipment." The doctor spoke in a dry English accent. "Give them something to help keep them calm, then books and perhaps a trainer to get them started on meditation. Get someone to teach them exercises that people with anger issues do to help maintain their composure. Get them to a training room and let them trash it to get it out of their system if the pressure becomes too much. Those are the absolute basics. When they have them covered, and if they haven't killed each other, we can find a way for me to train them." I glared at 4 of the 5 people. "You're going to make it up for wasting my precious time. 3 of you are supposed to be competent scientists, and you will prove it." "You think about conscripting them?" Romanoff chortled at the very idea. "You know what I'm busy with. They'll be making up for the waste of time." "We can figure it out by ourselves, Stark," Doom sneered. "I always knew you were an arrogant ass, Doom. Yet, until now, I had the vague recollection you had a few more brain cells to rub together than the average dimwit." Doom glared at me at that. "It took thousands of years and countless generations building upon the knowledge and training of those who came before them for people to be able to do more than the odd parlor trick. That device gave you the aptitude to use a single ability exceptionally. Besides that, you aren't scratching the surface of what's possible, much less have any idea of the danger involved." As I lectured them, I drew on the dark side, and the shadows in the room came to life around me. "I've put down more than enough mad dogs who let their arrogance get the better of them, Victor Von Doom. Don't become the next one." I spat and let go of the dark side. The shadows settled down, and the chill in the air quickly vanished. "Holy shit, did you see that? That was some Dark Lord shit right there," Susan's brother gleefully exclaimed. "That sounds like Doom all right," Richard snorted. Doom quietly cursed Reed as he left the medical center. My earlier assessment was sadly accurate. Those 5 were going to be a fantastic pain in my ass, damn them. Storm might be the only thing that keeps Doom from eventually letting his power control him. Arrogance like his, or like what mine was without extensive training and experience, are toxic and extremely dangerous when combined with our kind of power manipulation. "She would be what, his emotional anchor?" Natasha asked. "Perhaps his conscience, too. It can work." "You sound like you're talking from experience." "I do. Please arrange that Storm and Doom get something to keep them calm, then bring them so we can talk without Richards edging them on. We need to figure out an acceptable compromise." =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places: Pat Rayon, Delcatcher's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 21, Phase 6 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. C. 6. Fantastic headaches. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Disney and Stark Industries are competing in negotiations to buy Lucasfilms and the rights over the Star Wars franchise. Financial Times. C equals. Shield Facility White Location Classified Mr. Stark, was this the best way to approach the situation? It was certainly amusing to watch, however. Romanoff trailed off and looked pointedly at me. We were in a nearby mess hall, where she dragged me to after I had stormed out of the medbay. We sat nursing coffees at one of the tables while the security gave us some space to talk. Those idiots brought back some memories. It doesn't help that I've got a bit of history with Doom. Pepper has been doing her best to ensure we wouldn't run into each other for years now for a reason. After becoming Tony Stark, I thought I'd left this kind of criffing shit behind me. Do you care to elaborate, Tony? Romanoff prodded. No, Mr. Stark. It doesn't seem appropriate right now. Natasha's lips rose into a ghost of a smile. I spent the first 10 years after receiving basic training in how to utilize my abilities, hunting down people like me who went rogue. Many of them were the same bastards I used to train with. I was unfortunate enough to get my training at a time two galactic powers fought to a standstill. Both sides needed warm bodies to throw into the fire to break the stalemate in a desperate bid to win the war. Instead, mutual exhaustion forced our governments to sign a bitter ceasefire. I sipped my coffee while memories that had no reason to feel so fresh flashed in front of my mind. The training wasn't all it was cracked up to be, was it? Natasha asked shrewdly. It was quick and dirty. We were meant to be blunt instruments to throw where the fighting was fiercest. Instead, the war just came to a screeching halt. The war broke thousands with abilities like mine on both sides. Many of us fresh trainees couldn't handle the strain of the training or the allure of our abilities' power. I spent the next decade hunting those like me who went insane. That expertise ensured that for the 50 years after that, I would be one of the experts in dealing with adepts who went rogue. I chuckled bitterly. And here we are, 100 years later, and I am still stuck dealing with the same shit. Doom, in particular, has a toxic combination of skill, dedication, and arrogance that might let him go far. At the same time, those traits make him that much more likely to let the power go on to the deep end. Tony, are you sure you aren't talking about yourself as well? In some regards, I was no different. I walked into it with wide-open eyes, thinking I knew what I was getting into. That wasn't the case, was it? I looked at my coffee cup and willed it to rise in between us. It's one thing to read about these abilities, to know the dangers associated and the price you might have to pay for power. It's completely different to experience and feel your power changing you. You need the right mindset to master this power fully, and the closer you get to doing so, the more your power influences you in return to becoming perfect-wielded. It's a part of nature. It doesn't care about such inconsequential things as human morals or restrictions. You can lose yourself if you aren't careful, vigilant, and lucky enough. Your morals, restrictions, and much of what makes you the person you are instead of a dark reflection can easily blur and stop matter. That was what trainers encouraged as long as we remained loyal. It made for better, ruthless weapons. The kind of weapons that would fight to the bitter end because defeat would mean annihilation. I slowly lowered the cup until it was back on the table. That doesn't sound like something particularly nice people would do, Natasha pointed out. It was a near-total war for the control of the galaxy. 1,000 years earlier, the good guys did their best to exterminate my kind because we were a credible threat to their galactic hegemony. Of course, they wrote history books and painted us as evil incarnate. When we returned to the galaxy at large after rebuilding, many became precisely what the enemy accused us of being in a bid for vengeance. I shook my head. But that's ancient history. I drank some more of my lukewarm coffee. The issue with those 5 is that they now have access to too much power without the training and experience to handle it. We control it with our minds, and emotions matter. Without sufficient experience and training, using emotions to get in the mindset to manipulate energy more effectively can be a useful shortcut. They already have abilities, Natasha thought aloud. Emotional outbursts aren't just helping them use them. Whatever happened gave them extreme affinity in a narrow discipline, I elaborated. Yet they can't control it properly. When their emotions spike, when they have outbursts, incidents happen. So they need the training to be safe for themselves and others. Our power doesn't come with a fail-safe built in. As I said, it is the manipulation of energy. A failure might be frustrating and tiring depending on what you're doing. It could also be fatal. Storm should be all right if all she got were the ability to become invisible. The only danger there is if she runs into traffic or something. With telekinesis and lack of control, Richard's a problem. Richards can be a menace, Romanoff agreed. Agent Grimm. He's likely the safest to others of the bunch. Depending on how he gets tougher, he might be completely safe to himself as well, or he might kill himself. How so? There's a technique that could make us nearly invincible for a brief time. However, it's not just fueled by the energy we're manipulating. It draws all the energy within our cells to protect us on all levels. Using it literally drains the life out of us, and if maintained for too long or used too often, can kill us. It's hard to achieve in the first place and harder to master. The same goes for what each of them is doing. Storm's brother. That ability is practically legendary for how rare it is. Doom managed to partially fry his hands when his temper got the best of him. Natasha finished. Agent Storm is a fire hazard to himself and everyone around. Thus his minders. What are your recommendations, Tony? Will you try to handle them more softly? First, separate Richards from the others. They blame him for what happened, and with a good reason. That's an explosive mixture we don't need on top of everything else. After seeing them interact in person, I will gladly back this recommendation, Natasha spoke firmly. You should be able to initially handle your two agents by making certain types of training mandatory while keeping them under observation for medical and security reasons. Storm, the younger, should get through his head that an outburst can severely injure a bystander without him meaning it or having control over it. The kid's a young firebrand, Natasha chuckled. I pity whoever has to corral him. The two lovebirds are going to be an issue. Storm might be the only thing that keeps Doom from eventually letting his power control him. Arrogance like his, or like what mine was without extensive training and experience, are toxic and extremely dangerous when combined with our kind of power manipulation. She would be what, his emotional anchor? Natasha asked. Perhaps his conscience too. It can work. You sound like you're talking from experience. I do. Please arrange that, Sint. Orm and Doom get something to keep them calm, then bring them so we can talk without Richards edging them on. We need to figure out an acceptable compromise. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Shield facility, white location, classified. Victor looked suspiciously at the nurse, who held a cup with pills and one with water in front of him. Mr. Von Doom, if you want to negotiate an arrangement about your situation today, you will drink the relaxants and wait 40 minutes for them to kick in. The nurse patiently explained. This is Stark's fault, isn't it? Victor grumbled. Wasn't he one of the few people you actually respect? Sue shot at him. That lasts for as long as he opens his mouth in my presence, or until I see how he wastes his potential in the news. He grumbled and kept glaring at the cups. The nurse didn't seem perturbed. She just raised an eyebrow and stared back. Victor, do you want to risk losing your hands? Sue huffed in frustration. He clenched his fingers in irritation at the reminder and fought to keep a wince of pain off his face. It was frustration and anger at Richard's blithe comments that made him furious in a way he had seldom experienced. The next thing Victor knew, lighting cracked over his fingers and exploded in an arc that crackled over a nearby beframe, lighting the covers and mattress on fire. The sheer shock of what happened ensured he had no control over the lighting, and it arced between his hands just as he felt something within him drain. He was lucky, just first and second-degree burns. With therapy and a potential visit to the best doctors money could buy, he should recover the full motion of his fingers. The thought of going to Stark groveling and asking for training burned and infuriated him. Victor closed his eyes, took a series of deep breaths, and then slowly exhaled. Sue's hand gripping his shoulder in reassurance helped him restore his composure. "I'll listen to what Stark has to say," he bit off. "That's how negotiations start," Sue pointed out. If Victor had his way, he would always negotiate from a position of strength. That was one of the things that irked him the first time he met Stark in person. The bastard acted as a typical rich playboy with no care about anything in the world, yet controlled arguably the most powerful corporation Earth has ever seen. Any talk between them, any negotiation, wouldn't have been one among peers. Then Stark opened his mouth, and it was as if he was doing his best to rile him up. Victor knew he was a prideful man, and on that day he couldn't help himself. It was petty, it was stupid, and it might have meant the ruin of his company if Stark didn't just get drunk and then slept with his latest conquest. That should have been a moment to bring relief to Victor. Instead, the sheer indifference Stark's inaction implied that hurt. It was like neither Victor nor his company mattered at all. In some ways, that was worse to his pride than if Stark tried, and even perhaps succeeded in ruining Von Doom Industries, forcing Victor to start from square one. Now Stark again held Victor's fate in his hands, and the nurse cleared her throat and shoved the cup with drugs in front of his face. He rolled his eyes but opened his mouth, took in the damned pills, and then washed them with the offered water. "Hey, what about us?" Reed had to open his stupid mouth. "I have drugs for you too, Mr. Richards," the nurse stated calmly. Victor had to give it to her. She was perhaps the only person in the room who could ignore Richards' antics as if they didn't matter. "At least we'll get out of here and be away from Reed for a bit." Sue patted his shoulder in encouragement. There were moments Victor wasn't sure what he might do if she wasn't here to help keep him grounded. He might have already fried Richards. Not that would be a bad thing. == A guard led them to the nearby mess hall, where Stark sat on a table in the corner, fiddling with a phone. He had a steaming cup of coffee on an otherwise empty table. Sue squeezed Victor's arm above the bandages, and he could swear he could feel a wave of reassurance wash over him. "I'll behave," he muttered, and escorted his girlfriend to meet with Stark. If nothing else, Victor was curious to hear about what memories that device gave the irritating man. As they approached, Victor focused on Stark, trying to look at him the way he looked at Sue earlier when she went invisible. He got the vague impression of a solid wall of darkness shaped like a human sitting across the table. At the same time, Sue shone with bright, warm light. Victor shook his head, and the world came back into focus. "Mr. Stark," Sue offered in greeting. Stark, Doom something managed to make the name sound neutral. "Ms. Storm Doom," Stark noted and put his phone away. "It's Von Doom, as you well know, Stark." "Then it's Mr. Stark to you, Von Doom." "Boys, that's enough dick measuring." The redhead who arrived with Stark came from behind, carrying a fresh cup of coffee. She sat beside him and gave him a pointed look. "I'll behave if Von Doom finds it in him to do the same." Victor stared at Stark until Sue poked him in the ribs with her elbow. "I'll try my best to remain civil," he bit off. "Richard's stunt made the five of you a problem I frankly don't have the time to deal with," Stark began. The sheer arrogance was unsurprising, yet it stoked Victor's temper. If it wasn't for the drugs, he was sure he would be quickly getting angry right now. "How much do the two of you know about our situation?" Stark looked tiredly at them. "That was new," Victor noted. "From what I know, they didn't get a full briefing and haven't signed the relevant NDAs. The redhead explained. "There's more to finding a random piece of alien technology." Sue sounded less than impressed. "Who would have thought?" In '89, a small alien commando team took out a U.S. Air Force base seeking some alien artifact. In the mid-'90s, another group of aliens, shapeshifters this time, attempted infiltration and subversion of multiple global governments. We aren't alone. At least 2 species were sharing this galaxy with our hostile. The redhead woman explained. That's where Mr. Stark and the memories the device gave him come in. Victor's mind ran with the provided information. If it was true, what happened to them implied it might be. He thought about everything that had happened over the months since Stark came back from Afghanistan. The investigation that should have crippled SI if not been the end of it, the sudden influx of new military contracts, Stark's fusion tech. You're uplifting Earth with government backing, not just the US, the world. Victor declared as the pieces fell into place in his head. SI's new contracts in Europe, even with China, all pointed to the same conclusion. Yes, and thus I don't have the time to deal with 5 fledgling acolytes who don't know the first thing about their power. I'm already swarmed, and the moment the foundation is in place, I'll be busier than ever. This was different. There was no trace of the Stark he had met before. Hell, this wasn't even the man he met earlier today, or perhaps was, and Victor's own bias made him misread the situation poorly. You've got access to alien technology. How much? What kind? Sue vibrated in excitement. I know what's possible. I have a century of experience working with alien technology and a few degrees in fusion and other useful tech. Sadly, I don't have actual alien technology to reverse engineer directly. That might significantly speed things up. There are huge gaps in my knowledge. I wasn't a scientist then, and even if I were, I still wouldn't be able to recreate a technology base thousands of years more advanced by myself. Supporting technologies, fields, and equipment that we now take for granted. Victor nodded along. Suppose he found himself a few hundred years in the past. In that case, Victor could do much, but getting anywhere near modern technology would be the work of a lifetime, if not longer. That would be especially true if he wanted to spread it worldwide quickly. The gap would be too big. Too many missing pieces would have to be reinvented, even if he could otherwise rapidly improve the world. Fusion will eventually mean practically unlimited power. That by itself will have a great positive effect on the economy and environment. Sue nodded rapidly, making connections as well. Metallurgy, the building materials you patented in such quick succession, it all makes sense. Victor nodded. Where does that leave us? You get training and work with me to make up for the time I need to dedicate to train you. Victor, this is an opportunity to work on technology and theories that are literally out of this world. Sue shook with excitement. Despite the drugs, she shimmered out of existence and gasped. Stark sighed and rubbed his temples. Now imagine this was you accidentally throwing lighting all around. He nodded at Sue. Victor glared at Stark, but then looked at his aching hands, then at Sue, who slowly became visible. The last thing he wanted was to hurt her by accident. Let's talk details, Stark. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 22, Phase 7 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 7, No Good Deed Goes Unpunished. == Part 1. == North Carolina, U.S. Eric jogged through a forest trail shrouded in twilight. 2 shadows moved out of the tree line and joined him. My prince, we finally have the opportunity we've been waiting for. One of them spoke in an accent painfully reminiscent of his father's. Stark, Eric didn't bother to slow down. Such deviations from his routine could be dangerous if someone kept an eye on him. What that man is doing is a clear and present danger for Wakanda, my prince. The second war dog, a woman this time, confirmed. What do you need from me? Stark needs to die. His prototype fusion reactor has to fail spectacularly. We must discredit this technology. It's not something the oppressors can have, my prince. Eric twitched every time he heard, my prince. It was a reminder of what he lost, of the oppression of black people across the world he was in no position to do anything constructive about. He needed Wakanda's resources to force a real change. Some of the influential people within Wakanda agreed. They were his father's allies, who had to lay quiet while the current king ran things. "My prince, if you succeed, we can finally bring you home, hailed as a hero." The woman whispered dark promises that hearkened to everything Eric desired. "With such a triumph to bring home, your allies can force a confrontation. You'll have earned the right to challenge the king for Wakanda's throne. Everything you yearn for can be yours, my prince." A shudder went through Eric's body. His head swam with possibilities, vengeance and liberation. They could finally be within his grasp. "What does Wakanda require of its prince?" he asked. "We will be in contact and provide equipment, my prince. Intelligence as well. You need to gather a team. When the time is right, you'll go after Stark. The fusion reactor will fail catastrophically in the crossfire, irradiating the area. You'll have the tools to make it so, my prince." "Everything for Wakanda," Eric nodded rapidly. "You're a credit to your father, my prince. Everything for Wakanda." The war dogs melted into the shadows, and Eric continued his jog alone. His mind spun with possibilities. He could hear chanting, the cries of the oppressed, and the smug, arrogant looks of the oppressors. Wakanda was the future. Wakanda was the key to breaking this cycle of oppression. =C=. EKO Scorpion Forward Base. Sokovia, Eastern Europe. The sound of distant artillery was a constant companion every single night nowadays. Weapons supplied by Russia and bought on the black market fueled the government's arsenal. At the same time, quiet NATO support kept the rebels afloat. Rumors of a no-fly zone above Sokovia made the situation even more unpleasant. At this rate, Helmut worried there wouldn't be much left of his country by the war's end. What the rebels wanted was unacceptable. Baron Zemo certainly wasn't going to abandon his ancestral home, title, and all it entailed, because a bunch of bastards wanted to change who ran their country. Europe at large began caring only after Stark's plans for fusion power had ensured the continent would be energy independent from Russia in a few years. The civil war had been going on for months, with the government slowly but surely grinding the rebels down, before the EU and NATO decided they could risk intervening. The flow of weapons into rebel hands, and what had to be real-time intelligence support from NATO recon planes on the other side of the border, and satellites quickly turned the tide. After a month of fierce fighting, the lines finally stabilized, if at a high cost. Zemo glared at the map, mocking him from a folding table in his tent. Almost half the country was in rebel hands, and there was non-stop vicious fighting at the capital's outskirts. His unit wasn't set up for this kind of fighting. They were special forces attached to Sokovian intelligence. Their training and equipment both aimed at short, sharp engagement. Raids, in other words, instead of protracted heavy fighting. They were light infantry with all that entailed. Instead of hunting rebel leaders, weapon depots, and communication stations, or spreading terror among the bastards, now the Scorpions were stuck as a reliable reserve unit ready to plug any breach in the capital's defenses. A commotion outside brought Helmut out of his dark thoughts. "Sir, there's a man here wishing to see you. He has papers claiming he's Sokovian intelligence. However, his accent's German." "Have you searched him?" "He willingly relinquished his weapons. He is not a suicide bomber. His escort is waiting outside the camp under guard, sir." "Good work, Lieutenant. Bring him in." A man with a familiar smug face entered the tent, escorted by a squad of soldiers. "It's rare to find nobility willing to get their hands dirty these days," the bastard exclaimed in a thick German accent. "Strucker, why the hell are you here?" Helmut exclaimed. "Not everyone on my side agrees with supporting your rebel problem," Baron von Strucker smiled like a hungry shark. "I have an offer that benefits us both. Leave us and make sure we aren't disturbed, Lieutenant." "Sir," the young soldier saluted and waved to the squad to follow him out of the tent. "I hope for your sake you aren't here to implore me to defect or something equally foolish." Helmut stared suspiciously at this guest. "Perish the thought. I told you my side isn't a fan of the rebels or the people supporting them. We have a problem and you have a problem. Scratch our back and we'll scratch yours. What do you need and what do you have to offer? Helmut demanded. Can give you real-time intelligence support and equal the scales in that regard. It was that, combined with modern weapons, that allowed the rebels to mousetrap and wipe out 2 of your battalions, turning the tide of your conflict. Further, I've got contacts that can supply you with state-of-the-art long-range Stark weapons. Those 2 factors alone will allow you to hit the rebels where it hurt. Finally, if you succeed in what I require, certain powerful people will lobby to cease supplying weapons to the rebels. It would be ideal if your people could get their hands on evidence that the other side is slaughtering people as gleefully as you are, my friend. We're not friends, Strucker. What do you want in exchange? Deniable assets. The same people who can help your cause are liable to lose tons of money and influence if Stark's fusion technology gets implemented too fast. I need competent, able soldiers who can keep their mouths shut. They will have to carry out strikes against Stark Industries and related infrastructure connected with their fusion projects in continental Europe. Why did you come to me in the first place? Helmut pushed. He had specific ideas about that, but it was always nice to get confirmation. Anyone caught can be written out as a mercenary who got tired of the Civil War or an ideologue who wants to strike against the West for supporting your rebels. There would be no need to dig deeper, and your people wouldn't know better anyway. I'll need details and a demonstration that you aren't full of shit, Strucker. Some weapons for training and limited intelligence sharing so you can score a victory or 2. Would that be enough? Strucker kept smiling like a shark. If you can deliver, it will be enough. Equals C equals. Part 2. Equals C equals. Shield facility white. Location classified. Stark's visit did have its benefits, Victor grudgingly admitted. By the end of the day, Richards got released from the clinic and sent to his quarters so that he wouldn't rile up everyone else. The same was true for the SHIELD security agent, Grimm. While he would remain under observation just in case, he got released to the barracks. The downside was that Sue and her brother got their rooms as well, while Victor remained the sole occupant of the clinic. Unfortunately, that made sense. Jonathan would still need minders with fire extinguishers for the time being. However, now he was stuck somewhere with less expensive equipment to burn down. Sue was safer alone than most of them, which was an unpleasant thing to admit. Victor winced and looked down at his hands. A nurse was working on them above a metal pan. She liberally doused his bandages with an antiseptic solution to make them easier to remove without hurting him. The cold, oxidized water sent chills through his aching hands. The nurse carefully cut through the bandages on the back of his hands. That way, she avoided most of the burns. She used more antiseptic solution and eventually got the last bandages off. By doing so, she revealed raw, disfigured skin and meat. Some of his skin looked wrong, as if melted. That, more than the actual burns, would require further medical intervention if he ever wanted to regain the full functionality of his fingers. Victor grimaced at the sight. The thought that something like that could have happened to Sue because of his temper cut deeply. The nurse replaced the pan with discarded bandages and now dirty antiseptic solution and brought out another one. She carefully washed his hands, then began slowly applying a cool gel to help him heal from the burns. Finally, she got out clean bandages and got busy bandaging his hands. With that done, a cup with antibiotics and one with water followed, then more painkillers. The rest of the night, Victor was stuck watching an instructional video about meditation and various exercises that should help deal with anger. He immediately decided a punching bag with Reed's face on it would be a better solution, but that would have to wait until his hands healed. Equals C equals. Ben sat in a small briefing room built next to the barracks and explained everything he knew about his powers to the director himself. That's some space magic shit you're stuck with, Agent, Fury eventually declared. Was that what research on our condition concluded, sir? Grimm carefully asked. Research on commonalities with your abilities and what we know of Stark leads to all kinds of bullshit, from Star Wars fan sites to Dungeon and Dragon sourcebooks. We're pretty sure Stark's trolling us by LARPing like a Sith when he can get away with it. I would almost admire the gall of the bastard if he were someone else's problem. Hell, he's already trying to buy Stark Wars. Fury shook his head in a rare display of exasperation. What are your orders, sir? Get a handle on your abilities without getting yourself killed. Figure out if Stark's right, and that's a danger in the first place so you can avoid it. And keep an eye on that pyromaniac Greenhorn so he doesn't manage to burn down one of our bases. The conference call cut off from the other side. Ben groaned. Johnny was a hothead before he could accidentally set things on fire. Grim had the nagging suspicion that he would be stuck with the boy for the foreseeable future. Figuring out how not to get baked like a Thanksgiving goose suddenly became a high priority. == Reed was too excited to ever go to sleep. He couldn't fathom why the others were frustrated. Their abilities led to endless possibilities. Knowing that direct energy manipulation with the mind was possible opened all kinds of new avenues of research. There were whole new scientific disciplines at his fingertips. He first needed to figure out how to detect, measure, and classify the energy that fueled their abilities. That should be straightforward. Get to a lab with all available sensors, then use telekinesis and measure the results. Perhaps stick Susan's brother in a test tube to better measure how his pyrokinesis works when surrounded by different gases. Test Susan's invisibility in front of different camera types, including thermal visors. Get Doom to shoot lighting into sensors to measure the power and the kind of energy his lighting was made of. Reed's mind kept spinning with ideas to best test the limits and nature of the energy that fueled their abilities. There had to be a way to tap into it with technology and use it as a power source. The ideas and possibilities were indeed endless. == Shield HQ, New York, U.S. Fury left his office after ensuring it was properly sealed behind him and walked into a nearby conference room. He confirmed that the standard security protocols were active and sat at the table in the middle of the room. A large, flat screen on the wall in front of him lit up and divided into smaller windows, showing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s oversight counselors from Europe. Director Fury, what do you have for us? Hawley demanded, not bothering with greetings or pleasantries. That by itself was a sign she was under a tremendous amount of stress. First, we can confirm what your intelligence services undoubtedly found out. The usual suspects are fueling money to slow down and discredit fusion technology, as if cash is going out of fashion. The latest analysis of the issues at hand points out that we're dealing with an uncomfortable number of idiots who either haven't bothered to Google fusion or don't believe it. We've got an increasing number of conspiracy theories that are a concern. Their reach and spread go beyond the usual suspects as far as these things are concerned. It's always good to have an independent confirmation, Director. Stefano's lips quirked into a tired smile. We aren't speaking just to hear what we already knew again, she pointed out. There is a large number of industrialists, CEOs, and a diverse group of organizations that back up initiatives to slow the introduction of fusion. At the same time, they are doing their best to divest from their current business models and are looking for ways to get on board the fusion train. Some are nominally among our backers, who aren't aware of the larger picture. Fury explained. We always knew that introducing changes as fast as humanly possible would cause unfortunate disruptions and more opposition than a slower approach, Monet admitted. What we're seeing has implications I don't like. Director, there can be no incident with Stark's prototype reactor. The whole world is watching, von Holstein added. If we see anything but flawless test, the consequences will be unpleasant. Some countries are facing elections soon, and we are already seeing the approval rating of demagogues standing against fusion rise sharply. We can't have anything adding fuel to this fire. S.H.I.E.L.D. will take all possible precautions to ensure there will be the incident, as long as Stark can deliver. He has already delivered, Director. Scientists the world over had gone over his theories and reactor design. Both are sound and should work. S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists as well. Hawley's harsh reminder did little to improve Fury's mood. The moment Stark delivered working fusion, he would become the next best thing to be indispensable for Earth's future security. Do you have contingencies in place if we have to pursue disclosure to proceed with the uplift? Monet's question came out of a left field. Counselor, Fury countered with a question while his mind raced to find a reason for this line of inquiry. Director, public opinion is a fickle thing. The ongoing madness in parts of Europe proves it. A few elections going astray can compromise the future of global security. If it comes down to it, we might have to painstakingly explain our dangerous strategic position to the public to justify doing what needs to be done to protect Earth. If it comes to that, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become the public face of Earth's defense. Something like that would make much of our work more difficult. You're well aware that some of what we do as a matter, of course, is outright illegal. Fury didn't bother hiding a grimace. Full disclosure would be a nuclear option, one I wouldn't dare pursue unless S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole is compromised. That's not good enough, Director, Hawley scowled. However, you're right. The world knowing what S.H.I.E.L.D. does would be counterproductive. Perhaps it would be for the best to hide the real S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you have in mind, Counselor? Fury carefully asked for clarification. Director, explore the possibility of splitting S.H.I.E.L.D. in two. We need a clean organization that has the singular purpose of ensuring Earth's defense against alien threats. That would be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s public face. The rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. will continue to act clandestinely, doing what needs to be done away from public scrutiny. Hawley suggested. Fury didn't even want to think about the disruption and logistics nightmare of doing as suggested. That said, on the face of it, the idea had some merit. Perhaps less of a traditional split, Fury offered. We create a new department within S.H.I.E.L.D. that would focus on global defense against extraterrestrial threats. We use hand-picked personnel that's clean and fold much of our R&D and some of our logistics personnel into it. That department will be our face if we have to go for disclosure. The counselors looked at each other. This idea has merit, Director. We'll bring it in front of the whole council. You can start exploring what will be needed to make this suggestion a reality. Stefano offered. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 23, Phase 7, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 7, No Good Deed Goes Unpunished. Part 3. Stark Industries and Starlight Consortium announced details of their deal. China will be building exoskeletons for civilian use. Forbes magazine. Stark Industries will begin testing powered exoskeletons and various assistance tools next month. Science Today. U.S. Navy launches program to explore the feasibility of armoring modern warships. SI's patented heavy polymer-based Permex building material cited as a key component of potentially viable warship armor. U.S. Navy magazine. Stark Industries licenses the production of synthetic concrete to over 100 construction firms worldwide. Government sources confirm that the infrastructure bill passed by U.S. Senate and Congress will require using SI's advanced building material to refurbish or rebuild infrastructure. Stark Industries is guaranteed to make billions from new license and patent fees. Financial Times officials from the EU, NATO, Canada, Japan, South Korea, and China confirmed among the guests in Stark Industries' prototype fusion reactor test in New York. New York Times. Stark Mansion, New York, U.S. The buying spree I went on during the investigation left me comfortably sitting at 80% control of SI's shares. This gave me more control over the company than ever, and it was something I gleefully used to push research and development ideas forward. The downside was that now that I was paying attention, even with Jarvis' invaluable help, I was still swamped with paperwork. If I wanted to prevent a repeat of Stain's subversion of SI, it could be no other way. The only reasonable answer was to vet more people and semi-regularly waste time ensuring no one else was subverting my company. I guessed that that would be less than ideal, but it couldn't be helped. One of the many unfortunate consequences was I still didn't have the time to properly dedicate myself to exploring the potential of the arc reactor and the repulsor technology. I knew that those two could shine brighter with new materials and advances in supporting fields, just like everything else I was working on. The big difference was I knew the potential of the tech base I was attempting to rebuild. This was the real world, not a movie. As they were now, the arc reactor and repulsors were far from enough to make a slim flying armor feasible, much less give it durability similar to that of a tank. Heat was the primary problem, and that was something I would have to solve the hard way. Back in the universe I remembered, the heat was mostly a solved issue. Advanced materials, containment systems, and other technologies offered various ways to handle the heat. I didn't have access to any of that. I knew that certain room temperature superconductors would be of great help. However, making them in the first place, much less in an economically viable way, would require proper orbital infrastructure. We needed better power sources and, ideally, better materials to get there. Ideally, we would like the fruits of said infrastructure to get those, so it was a catch-22. Building fusion reactors all over the place and leveraging their energy was the way to break out of the trap. Fusion power and ion engines could give us practical access to Earth's orbitals and the resources of the asteroid belt. That would be a jumping point for proper orbital industries and the resources of the whole solar system. Those would be the next two giant steps towards uplift. One could dream, right? But until I had access to orbital industry, its products, and potential for experiments, I was greatly limited in what I could practically do. The good news was I already had collated what should be possible to achieve and what we should focus on research-wise, and sent it to SI's departments. Political and economic concerns slowed things down at this point, but hopefully not for much longer. I needed research institutes and laboratories worldwide to work on filling gaps and figuring out how to make my ideas a reality. I was looking for the moment when I could focus on research and development beyond the foundational technologies. We had to get off the ground before things could get interesting. That train of thought brought me back to my current dilemma. I wanted the arc reactor and repulsors as my trump cards. I wanted to be the one to push those technologies to the limit because, compared to everything else I was eager to share, those two items were what my father and I created. These weren't ancient technologies or newer development I learned from in school or by necessity over the past 100 years. These were my family's legacy and my work as well. That was how I found myself in my lab after getting back and checking on Hannah. Instead of working on making smaller fusion reactors a reality, I had Jarvis bring up schematics and development notes on the arc reactor and the repulsors. I wasn't sure if this was a waste of time, a pointless obsession, or a possibility I had to explore before it was too late. The same went for sharing the technologies and letting others have a crack at them. On the face of it, both technologies had the same limiting factors that made compact fusion hard: materials science and heat management. There were other issues as well, but those were the critical ones. Compact designs required much stronger alloys to keep the generated energies contained. With a larger design, using the same technology would be easier. That would mean a much bigger containment chamber, where a large amount of the suitable gases could act as a buffer before even considering the thickness of the chamber's walls. Thick walls meant much more material to absorb and disperse heat. It meant large built-in cooling systems were possible. Now, on one hand, a much smaller device wouldn't need to generate anywhere near the power of a large commercial reactor. On the other hand, in comparison, the containment vessel would have a much smaller proportional surface and mass to handle the stress. That was true for the heat too. In theory, I could try to make the arc reactor in my chest orders of magnitude more powerful. The math didn't lie. I could push it to about 8 to 10 gigajoules per second. I didn't know of a material we could make on Earth in the foreseeable future that could safely contain that amount of energy, without failing in short order if used in a containment vessel small enough to carry. That was just handling pure energy. The heat produced by 8 gigajoules per the second reaction would be tremendous. That would be enough to flash fry me even if the containment vessel didn't simply melt or even vaporize. In comparison, the reactor in my chest had the constant output of 2 to 3 car batteries in a much smaller and lighter vessel. That was nothing to scoff at if we didn't consider the price. For most applications, cost and space-wise, a bunch of car batteries or just plugging something into the power grid would be better. This was the frustrating part, just like with the fusion reactors. I knew what was possible and what I needed to make it possible, yet doing so was out of reach for the time being. Perhaps for years or even a decade or two. The repulsor tech had the same issue. The devices were inherently short-lived with available materials before either frying themselves or suffering a catastrophic overload. The latter was how the Jericho warheads worked, a short burst of acceleration to get the submunitions to target, followed by intentional overload. The third ingredient was a dumb AI calculating how to best shape the resulting explosions so their geometry would reinforce the destruction. Again, the only practical way I could see right now was to go big and use the sheer mass of the resulting device to contain the energies involved and help handle the heat without catastrophic results. I shoved the holographic images aside. Jarvis, open a new file called Critical Stepping Stones. It's ready, sir. I began to dictate a concise list of what supporting technologies we would need to develop and make practical for mass production for steps 2 and 3 of the uplift. I still wasn't sure what to do with the arc reactor and the repulsors. However, even without them, the same technologies would be needed. Those would be the supporting technologies that I needed the whole world to be busy researching soon. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Shield HQ. New York, US. About 2 weeks before my prototype fusion reactor would be ready for ignition, I got a request for a meeting in one of the many skyscrapers in the city. Instead of more negotiations between SI and one of the many corporations eager to get a piece of the pie, this one was worse. I knew that sooner or later I would have to get directly involved in politics, and this was it. No good deed gets unpunished. This would be part of the price I would have to pay to keep Earth from getting subjugated and ensure a good future for Hannah. Speaking about politics, it was no coincidence that Mr. Agent met us at the entrance. Mr. Stark, I'm glad to see you under better circumstances. Coulson smiled pleasantly. I'm about to wade into politics again. Those aren't much better circumstances, I pointed out. You're familiar with the beast. He didn't even bother to be subtle about fishing for information. I remember being the military governor of a few systems, a handful of times. At least it's beneficial because that gave me a reason to be involved in figuring out alternative methods of manufacturing certain essential building materials. The patents that are currently revolutionizing construction. Coulson nodded in understanding. Please come this way, Mr. Stark. The meeting will happen on the top floor. Your security detail can wait with those of the others attending in person. Mr. Agent led us past a regular-looking lobby to a row of sleek, fast elevators, and soon we reached our destination. Groups of SHIELD security outfitted for combat held the right wing of the top floor. Coulson got us past them without incident. We got to a long hall leading to open conference and meeting rooms with a large cafeteria to the right. It was complete with groups of bodyguards. A closer glance showed pins with the flags of multiple countries on their lapels. I nodded at the commander of my security detail and let Coulson lead me to a nearby secure conference room. He opened the door and waved me in. Several people were clustered in small groups talking to each other. Large monitors lined the walls or stuck from the ceiling above a long wooden table. My breath hitched, and unbidden fury erupted in my chest when I saw a tall, dark-skinned man wearing a leather trench coat. Save for the eye patch and 2 flesh and blood hands, he could have been Windu's twin brother. I was already reaching to lash at him when reality caught up with me. More than a few people stared at me with interest and worry while I glowered at the bastard and examined him through the Force. I struggled to contain my fury. "Is there a problem, Mr. Stark?" Mr. Agent asked warily. "It's not every day I meet the twin brother of someone I loathe," I bit out. That man's Force signature was nothing like Windu's, even if the resemblance was uncanny. The bald man narrowed his eye at me. "Do we have a problem, Stark?" he demanded. "You look like an uglier clone of a certain bastard who crippled my wife a few decades ago." I slowly lowered my hand. "That's what my new memories tell me anyway." "Well, that's a novel reason for someone not to like the director," Mr. Agent quipped. "That's your boss, fuck my luck." "Mr. Stark, Tony, it's good to see you again." An older British woman left her group and approached me with a smile. "Mrs. Hawley." It took me a few seconds to place the face and name. I remember her visiting Howard at least a few times back in the day. "It's Pamela, Tony. I'm glad we have you on board and want to finally personally thank you for what you're doing." She did her best to diffuse the situation. "You're welcome." I used my anger to sharpen my focus. The realization that this wasn't Windu, who died long ago, did help in that regard. "I'm also sorry about what you had to endure, even if it is beneficial in the grand scheme of things," Hawley continued. "Yes, those memories come in handy more often than not." Everyone was looking at us curiously, judging and evaluating already. "Let me make an introduction so we can begin. Please join me and take a seat, Tony." If nothing else, the woman was genuinely happy to see me. However, I doubted it was because of her connection with my father. I soon got a complete introduction to the people who oversaw S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole, as well as its director, Nicholas Fury, who was supposed to have no connection with Windu. It had to be a quirk of genetics. He looked close enough to the actor who played Windu in this Earth's Star Wars prequels. Just from the people present in person, or the few who attended over an encrypted satellite link, it quickly became apparent that S.H.I.E.L.D. had more reach than I was aware of. The interesting thing was who wasn't represented on this council. There was no Russian representative, no one from Africa or South America. However, save for Russia, the principal economies and military powers that mattered were on board. That by itself was nothing to scoff at. "You didn't call me here just for a meet and greet session," I pointed out after the introductions were mercifully over. "Who wants to spill the beans?" "Tony, we've taken notice of your actions, claims, and achievements as of late. We've been evaluating you for the past few months and recently reached a few conclusions," Pamela explained. "We are here to get a first-hand experience with the new you. We want to give you further opportunity to demonstrate your expertise beyond the sciences you're pushing to their limit." I pondered Hawley's words for a few seconds. "Is this a job interview?" I asked in a bemused tone. "At the very least, we'll want you as a consultant for a new organization we're creating under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aegis. It will focus on global defense against alien threats," Hawley continued. "We want you as a consultant for SWORD, the Sapient World Observation and Response Department." "You people do love your acronyms," I noted. "What do you want to know?" "We would like to hear more about what you can offer as a strategic advisor beyond the technical details of the uplift effort you're already involved with, Mr. Stark." The Indian representative elaborated. "What are your thoughts on global defense, and what advice can you offer on short notice?" A test, then? This was almost like my last stint as a professor in a military academy during my retirement. "The key word here is global," I began. "This matters when dealing with an alien aggressor interested in more than wholesale destruction. Borders, national identities, those don't matter. The most dangerous part of an invasion is establishing a beachhead. In that regard, the worst-case scenario for the defender is if the enemy can do it unopposed because they have local sympathizers. For a global defense initiative to work, it needs global reach, and everyone on board as far as a defense against alien aggression is concerned." I gave the counselors a deadpan look. "I have no illusions that everyone can or will just come together singing Kumbaya. In the coming decades, we'll need a united front to show the galaxy at large when we have the tools to defend ourselves. Failing to achieve this by any means necessary can be the greatest threat to Earth once we have defenses that matter." That, however, is beyond the scope I can influence. It's your job and that of your governments. Those words alone earned me many thoughtful looks. Hawley and a few other counselors appeared particularly pleased with my little speech. Others not so much. I was well aware of the implications. Doing this in any way that mattered would require unpleasant political choices. Those included bringing into the fold hostile nations or neutralizing them both as a threat and a potential friendly staging ground for an alien invasion. In the long run, doing so would sometimes require covert regime changes or even direct military action to neutralize threats and establish defensive positions against an alien invasion. I wondered if anyone would have the stomach to do this without half-assing it, because there were no good options in the time available. Without extreme measures, uniting Earth to face alien invasion would take much longer than getting the technology and industry ready. That was already a project that would take decades. Then again, the uplift alone would shatter the existing world order and cause more than a few wars. That usually happens when something suddenly turns a current world order on its head in places nowhere near as divided as Earth. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 24, Phase 7, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 7, No Good Deed Goes Unpunished. Part 5. Shield HQ. New York, U.S. That's a great way to start World War III, Fury snapped. You did ask for military expertise, and I'm giving it to you. In my experience, most worlds tend to either get invaded and united that way, get blown up in a global war, or suffer a bloody unification period. Those particularly lucky manage to get united before nuclear weapons enter the stage. We aren't that lucky, I explained. The particularly unlucky worlds enter the galactic stage divided, giving everyone else great levels to divide and conquer military, economically, or diplomatically. That's not something we can decide by ourselves at any rate, Mr. Stark, Pierce interjected. He was obviously trying to prevent an argument. Setting the question of global unity or its lack aside, what else can you recommend? We all agree that if we get properly invaded tomorrow, there's nothing much we can do besides surrender, right? I asked. That's the sad truth, Pierce quickly replied. Then my recommendations will concern the short-term management of threats we can do something about. That is covert alien operations and limited incursions to either test our defenses or search for artifacts that someone might have displaced back in the day. As a bonus, such options should be useful against enhanced people going rogue and terrorist threats. Now that's what I like to hear. Rockwell's approval was loud and clear. Do tell. Nodal defense, I offered. Quick reaction forces with the best gear we can make. They will deploy from bases worldwide, ideally ensuring both global reach and quick deployment to any trouble spots. Heavy conventional forces augmented by units with state-of-the-art equipment to act as power multipliers would be the second wave of deployment if necessary. Such a strategy will have various benefits facing limited incursions. It would ensure our best units can't be taken with a few orbital strikes if we face pirates or other small-scale raids with orbital support. There are other military and political benefits to such an arrangement. I observed the counselors quietly murmur to each other while digesting my second suggestion. Mr. Stark, your ideas are similar to the capabilities S.H.I.E.L.D. strategists would like to develop to handle various issues organically. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been working to achieve global reach to allow insertion of direct action units in hot spots, Rockwell admitted. It makes sense that S.W.O.R.D. would need similar capabilities to face more dangerous opposition. The political implications and access to relevant technologies help sell such an arrangement, Monet added, speaking with a barely noticeable French accent. Do you have other short-term suggestions? Until we have access to better technology, and through its designs to put it to good use, our options are strictly limited. In that regard, I have a few questions. Access to alien materials, like the one my father used to make Captain America's shield, can offer shortcuts. A critical issue we have right now is managing heat and the need for better materials to make all kinds of compact technologies practical. Even a limited number of advanced materials or technologies to emulate what we have on hand can be tremendously useful. Ideally, we will get working versions we can build mostly with Earth technology. Then we can focus resources and research on replicating or finding ways around the critical components currently out of reach. These words led to a brief discussion on the idea's merits and how to get such materials. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had access to enough alien metals and other toys, no one was willing to admit it openly. However, judging by the excitement and wariness of some people, either the organization as whole or certain local governments had access to more than they were willing to share. On a different topic, what would you suggest that S.H.I.E.L.D. and SWORD focus on regarding dealing with covert alien activity, Mr. Stark? Goldstein, the Israeli representative, asked. Intelligence. In the short run, we ideally need ways to scan for alien infiltrators and find ways to detect and deal with alien interference in political decisions at all levels. We need to be wary of anything from covert assassinations to aliens using shape-shifting abilities or technology to implicate politicians and industrialists that are in their way of crimes and remove them that way. In politics, often just credible accusations can be enough, no matter if they're true or not. My lords caused the loudest stir yet. How could they not, when the people in this room would be among the targets of such shenanigans if any alien intelligence agency figured out their position? Another thing to look at is the consequences of widespread planetary computer networks, the internet with its implications in our case. One of the consequences is the truth becoming more subjective than ever. In many democratic or quasi-democratic systems, the truth often didn't matter. People tended to trust preferred sources of information, which often were private groups exclusively using the planetary networks to spread their version of the truth. This could lead to extreme divisions. Groups of people can take radically different things as their truth. The situation can easily reach a point where no one accepts evidence from sources they don't trust, which would be most of the existing ones. More than a few people shared meaningful looks among themselves. It was more than likely a few of them had intelligent analysts who saw something like that coming and were preparing to take advantage of it. From what I recall, groups that saw what was coming in that regard and took the best advantage of it were often able to supplant many previously existing political organizations. They did it by carving out their spheres of influence on the networks, and through them, the society at large. Some of them did it by telling people what they wanted to hear. Others went to expose lies and thus gain trust, so they could sell their agenda to people now willing to listen to them. There were various ways to do it. The easiest way was to target societies that had large parts of the population ignorant and thus easy targets. You needed better constructed narratives and smarter people to properly manage educated societies that way, though it was far from impossible. Even the most brilliant people on a planet could only make decisions according to the information they had. That was why information control was always vital if you could achieve it. If you had to invade, shattering local information networks and replacing them with your own could work in the long term. After all, if you repeated a lie long enough, people eventually tended to believe it, even if it took a generation or two. That was precisely what I had to focus on over the next hour or so of discussing managing information flow and how critical it was. C equals. Part 6. C equals. S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. New York, U.S. After a short recess, we were back at it. Mr. Stark, do you have ideas and recommendations that go beyond the scope of the topics we already discussed? Hi, the South Korean representative asked. I do have many ideas, yes. One of the issues we face is we lack actionable intelligence. I trailed off and looked at the gathered people. Unless we have a good picture of the galactic and regional interstellar situation, and they aren't sharing. While people did share looks, everyone almost immediately turned their gazes toward Fury. We're in the vicinity of at least 2 interstellar states that are at war with each other. We know little about them beyond their proven hostile nature or what else exists out there. Fury didn't bother sugarcoating it. It's not like we ever had prisoners we could properly interrogate or anyone bothered to make an official diplomatic contact. That is precisely one of the long-term issues. We need more information. We need diplomatic relations, recognition, ideally trade, and perhaps protection if it can come at an acceptable price. Like it or not, becoming someone's protectorate or the like might be better than being invaded or bombed back to the Stone Age. I noted. We'll keep it in mind when we have diplomatic contact with aliens, Von Holstein offered. Can you go into more detail on how we might solve some of the issues you just raised, Mr. Stark? Until we are contacted, or we can contact someone, we can table that part beyond planning how to handle it in the future, I agreed. In that regard, for security reasons, SWORD will need a subdivision or a third agency to deal with intelligence gathering beyond the solar system. SHIELD and SWORD should be able to handle signal intelligence and counterintelligence. Depending on what we would end up dealing with, we would need an appropriate intelligence agency to give us a comprehensive picture of the interstellar strategic situation. I shouldn't have to point out why said agency should have limited contact with our domestic counterintelligence services, SHIELD and SWORD in particular, should I? If nothing else, we all have some experience dealing with intelligence and classified information. We can see the obvious utility of limiting the vectors through which alien powers can compromise our security, Goldstein pointed out. We'll cover the idea of creating and overseeing yet another organization in the future. If the opportunity arises, trading for certain technologies, ideally the know-how and industrial capacity to build them ourselves, can spare us a lot of research and development time and boost our uplift efforts. That said, while such efforts can be vital in the long term, they aren't an option for the time being. Unfortunately, without a better idea of what potential threats we have to prepare for, there isn't much more I can offer beyond helping prepare plans on how to handle peaceful contact better and best exploit such an event. The same goes for the uplift effort. Within a few months on the outside, I expect to be focused on long-term projects. Unless we achieve some breakthrough, it would be a lot of work with little to no short-term payoff while building our future infrastructure backbone. With my piece said, I waited to see what the counselors would do now. Mr. Stark has my vote, Goldstein ended the brief silence that followed. That simple statement opened the floodgates. Unsurprisingly, it took almost an hour of answering innate questions before it was over. In the end, there was a majority in my favor. What did that mean? Well, Mr. Stark, we officially invite you to become a consultant and one of the oversight counselors of SWORD, Pierce offered with a smile. Now, to be clear, considering your unique situation, if you accept, you will face increased scrutiny by both SHIELD and SWORD. There are always strings attached. I accept. This was my way in. I just had to be careful in taking advantage of this new development. More paperwork, too. We can't forget that, Rockwell grumbled good-naturedly. A relatively brief dog-and-pony show followed. I had to officially swear myself in as a member of the Oversight Council. Then I had a large stack of documents to review and sign. Many were non-disclosure agreements. Confirmations that I now had access to some of the most classified documents on Earth followed. More documents needed signing to confirm I understood the penalties of mishandling them, etc. An upgraded security clearance was excellent in theory. It remained to be seen how useful it could be in practice. After all that, Rockwell led me to a smaller conference room, which was nevertheless full. 6 of SHIELD's Oversight Council members were inside, chatting with several military officers from various NATO and other allied countries. The most visible were small delegations from Japan and South Korea who tried to stand as far from each other as possible. Beside the counselors, the only other familiar face inside was General Danvers. Rockwell brought me to one of the few accessible seats, and sat while nodding at the leather chair beside his. For the time being, we're Sword's oversight and command group. Over the next few weeks, at least 6 more counselors will join us. However, they won't share duties on S.H.I.E.L.D. as well, Rockwell explained. Right now, Sword is more of a concept than organization. Our job is to change that. The good news was that Hawley had already briefed everyone on my earlier suggestions about Sword, so I didn't have to repeat myself. The bad news was that my workload significantly increased. At least it meant that I could begin to slowly influence, forge, and shape Earth's sword, pun intended. Between Japan, South Korea, Australia, and of course, the U.S., Sword, in theory, had the Pacific covered. Deals with India, once in place, should cover the Indian Ocean, leaving the Atlantic as a NATO lake. The reason for this train of thought was simple. Most of Earth's surface was water. An alien invasion wouldn't necessarily need to create a beachhead on one of the continents. That was true for observation posts and covert operation bases. There were countless tiny islands you could dig into with the right technology, not to mention using underwater bases. In that regard, Sword would have to work closely with S.H.I.E.L.D. to create new sensor networks. There wasn't much I could contribute on that front without focusing on developing better sensors from the ground up. These technologies were something I would be focusing on eventually when I had my hands less full. In practice, for the foreseeable future, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sword would retain many similarities and share S.H.I.E.L.D.'s already established logistics network. The short-term goals would be establishing a network of quick reaction forces with global reach and the best tech available. They would serve the dual purposes of forming the corps and training cadres for future mass deployment of state-of-the-art weaponry throughout Earth's militaries. In theory, those nodes would also serve as a potential core for resistance movements if we were successfully invaded. More importantly for me, Sword, when fully established, would be the organization I would have to work with on the orbital industry part of the Uplift project, among other things. At least, in theory, that would streamline and simplify things, at least as far as some of the politics and bureaucracy were concerned. == If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 25 Phase 8 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 8, Prometheus. Part 1. Stark Manor, New York. Earth. Becoming a part of Sword's Oversight Committee, a consultant, and a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant changed things up. It meant more work, scrutiny, and more importantly, access to all kinds of classified R&D programs the U.S. military and allies were running. More access to scientists and laboratories to expand ongoing research efforts too. That, of course, meant even more work to get around all kinds of legal entanglements. The following months were highly exhausting in that regard. There was little time to do science. Fortunately, these days I was primarily stuck in waiting mode as far as any significant breakthroughs were concerned. Information flowing back from dozens, now hundreds, of research centers proved we were on the right track. However, pushing the boundaries of science and engineering took time and money. It often required tremendous amounts of energy for practical experiments. One thing everyone agreed on: a network of fusion reactors providing practically unlimited energy in the future would be vital for making most scientific advancements practical for mass deployment. Then there were all the scientists and engineers busy trying to build better tools and push what was possible manufacturing-wise forward as well. Meanwhile, I did get a consolation prize to play with in my copious spare time, which meant very rarely as of late. S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to scrounge 50 grams of vibranium for me. That was the same material my father built Captain America's shield of. Unironically, said shield was the inspiration for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name. The alien material did have remarkable properties, on par with many of the best and rarest materials I was familiar with. In certain regards, it was better. So much, in fact, I was half convinced that the damn thing wasn't natural at all. I had to dig into my father's classified notes to find out how to work with it without potentially wasting the sample. Trial and error were obviously out of the question, considering how little vibranum I had to work with. Long story short, a week before my prototype fusion reactor was ready for testing, I had the core of a repulsor made of vibranium. As bullshit as this material was, without tons of it or supporting technologies that were still out of reach, it could do only so much. Nevertheless, with Jarvis's help, I had a vital proof of concept in my lab after burning through much of my spare time on tinkering. It was shaped roughly like a rifle and linked to one of my spare arc reactors. While somewhat less convenient to carry around than battery packs, they had an obvious advantage in keeping me alive for the time being. That was why I built a few spare ones. Sir, all simulations show it should work. The only question is if the mundane elements can support the heat and power transfer. Jarvis focused my wandering mind. Perhaps some shut-eye would be in order. Sir, I must warn you to be cautious when testing this prototype. We'll do it outside and use a remote switch. You need to build a remote first. I went to the reinforced corner of the lab, where my daughter spent a lot of time when we both were around. There, I picked up one of the remotes meant for her drones, then one of the mostly intact drones awaiting repair. Soon enough, I had the control unit in my hands and linked it to Jarvis to make the necessary software alternations. While he was busy with that, I pondered the best way to attach it to the experimental repulsor weapon. Equals as equals. It was late winter, and the weather ensured everyone remembered it. There was no snow for the past week. However, the cold more than made up for it. I was now almost accustomed to that after spending so many years in warmer climates. Members of my expanded security detail, sword agents included, looked anxiously at my new toy. In the past month, they got to play with a few of the new experimental blaster rifles SI was trying to perfect and make ready for field testing for the military. Among other things, those weapons offered my security more options against lightly armored vehicles and slowly prepared them for future development. They also wore new armor, better than anything on the market now, but still a far cry from what we needed to stop energy weapons. Needless to say, we would be selling it to law enforcement and militaries worldwide, starting next month when limited mass production lines would come online. I noted that the rumor mill still operated as fast as usual. My next security detail shift arrived earlier to watch the show. The setup was identical to the one we used for testing the blaster, minus the watermelons. This time around, no one was close to the weapon when it was about to fire. We were all inside when I pressed a button on the remote. I heard a loud humming followed by a bright flash and a crack of displaced air. Glancing outside, I could see the target was off the table holding it. It was out of sight, smoking near the far wall. The repulsor weapon smoked but otherwise appeared to be intact. Practically speaking, this was enough. With available materials we could build, the repulsor core would have detonated, if less spectacularly than the ones used in Jericho missiles. I wasn't crazy enough to feed it that much power in my backyard. The critical part was that the weapon worked and didn't blow up. I would need to take it apart and see how the regular component handled the shot. However, that was a secondary concern. Now I knew for a fact that we were on the right track. We needed much better materials science to open the way forward, and I had the device to prove it. As importantly, I now knew for a fact that my repulsors could be practical, direct energy weapons, among other things. The downside was that with the coming circus surrounding my fusion reactor, I would have no time to play with the repulsors in the coming weeks, which was a damn shame. C equals. SI is about to take the personal armor market by storm. Their new Knight Armor series are rumored to be better than anything currently for sale. Guns and Ammo magazine. Representatives from dozens of countries will gather in New York next week for the ceremony to unveil and ignite Stark Industries, prototype fusion reactor. Multiple groups vow to protest the reckless proliferation of nuclear energy. New York Times. Commissioner Shepard promises increased security across the city next week. Riot police will be out in numbers. There are even rumors about the governor considering activating the National Guard in case of too much civil disturbance. New York Times. Unprecedented cooperation between often competing research centers and laboratories nationwide is poised to reshape scientific development's future. In the past few months, a similar initiative also took by storm European Union. Are we looking at the dawn of a new age? Popular Science magazine. Despite winter conditions, hundreds of nationwide construction firms are busy refurbishing infrastructure using new wonder materials. While according to many sources, the initiative is both vital and long time coming, the disruption in transport makes many people angry. This is particularly true as far as rebuilding and reinforcing various bridges is concerned. In contrast, the repair and reinforcement efforts on numerous dams across the country have caused little to no disruptions. Washington Post. France is the first European country to pass a major budget amendment aimed at a significant infrastructure upgrade program focused on new Stark Industries materials. Germany might follow suit after their snap elections next month caused by the Greens leaving the governing coalition. The core focus of the coming German elections will be the proliferation of fusion power and the conflicting claims about it either being a safe source of clean energy or the inherent dangers of this new nuclear race. Euronews. The Polish government is negotiating with Stark Industries over a major weapons import contract and infrastructure hardening plans because of increasing instability in Eastern Europe. The ongoing civil war in Sokovia is cited as one of the primary reasons for overhauling and upgrading the Polish military with new hardware. Euronews. == Part 2. == Stark Manor, New York. Earth. Another sign of the times was that trying to find enough uninterrupted time to spend with Hannah was becoming increasingly troublesome as of late. Case of a point, this evening, I had to divide my attention between various tasks. First was my daughter finishing her homework, which she wasn't too keen on, and going over tons of reports and suggestions from the acting CEO and various SI branches. While Hannah might have inherited something of my family's penchant for tinkering and mathematics, the same thing apparently can't be said for English. She was in an odd place where what was typically for her age group was too easy and done with. At the same time, what she had to deal with in her personally crafted program in her private school was proving tedious and frustrating. Part of it was her young age, which was to be expected. That was why everyone in that school had personally crafted classes to deal with. They depended on what they excelled in and what they had trouble with. The school was also very secure and a good place for social contact with peers who were as brilliant as Hannah. My daughter was a Stark, all right. No pressure intended there. However, she was happily advancing in math and what were elementary engineering classes meant to keep her engaged more than anything. Various subjects were less interesting to her, but there were some issues there. It helped that I could feel her frustration with the short and relatively simple essay she had to write tonight. Usually, that was a bit ahead of what an almost 8-year-old was supposed to tackle, I guessed. "Hannah, take a break and calm down," I told my daughter. She perked up and jumped off the chair, as if wearing a rocket pack. Unsurprisingly, Hannah picked up her pet stuffed dragon, then went to the corner of her room, where she was busy taking apart a remote-controlled car. That was another project for school, if a longer-term one. The general idea was to teach kids the right mindset and habits that can be useful in various engineering fields for everyone involved. That apparently worked for those who love to tinker. For anyone else, it was likely as frustrating as English was for Hannah. I kept an eye on her while returning most of my attention to the tablet in my hands. Where was I? Financial flow projections for the next quarter. After outbidding Disney for Star Wars, SI's assets would be tight for a few months. That was, of course, partly due to all the money we were throwing at bleeding-edge research. However, even that paled compared to the billions flowing into infrastructure as part of the many ongoing projects worldwide. That orders of magnitude more money would keep flowing back for years was excellent, yet beside the point. We were looking at a few months of relatively light action until we could build up reserves for significant acquisitions. Meanwhile, the plan was to low-key leverage our de facto monopoly on the new construction materials to break into construction from the ground floor. A new SI branch would be buying the whole or parts of smaller construction companies worldwide, with the end goal being a regional consolidation for the future. The aim was to keep specific future construction projects in the house, so to speak. That was so we could maintain quality control and ensure timely results. Both would be vital when we get the tech to build proper defensive infrastructure. Everything from shelters to ground-based anti-orbital weapons and planetary shields. That and the inevitable major overhaul of the energy distributing grid worldwide. Being a significant player, and that would make the bank due to the inevitable government contracts. Finish your homework, then we can pay for a bit before dinner. That announcement got me mixed feelings. Hannah left the mostly disassembled toy back and went to her desk while grumbling to her pet dragon. "I hate English," Hannah declared to no one in particular. That's a known phenomenon worldwide, especially among those who have to write English homework. Sadly, it's not an excuse to get you out of writing said homework. "It's stupid homework," Hannah countered. "That's not an excuse either. Just before you ask, a dragon ate my homework is not an excuse either. Not on Earth, at least. Now back to my boring homework. A report from the telecommunications division. That one got an expansion and standing orders to take the smartphone market by storm. They were also working with our software development department to create a new platform that would compete with, if not outright replace, the likes of Facebook and other social media in the future. When all was said and done, buying one of the existing giants would be a colossal waste of money when we can do it better in-house. Marketing would have to earn their keep in the weeks before unveiling our new platform. It would also come pre-installed on all our devices that could support it. At least that particular combination of headaches and opportunities to influence public perceptions was at least a year away right now. On the bright side, the reports were promising. The only real question was if we could achieve the necessary reach for our platform to be relevant, but that was something for others to figure out. By the time I finished with the latest reports, Hannah had perked up. "I'm done," Hannah gleefully announced. "Good, what do you want to do?" "Fly." There's the next best thing to a snowstorm outside. One of the reasons I wanted you to get the homework out of the way is that tomorrow, the weather is supposed to be all right so that we could get out. Tomorrow would also be the last Sunday before I would be busy for at least a few weeks, so I intended to make up for that while I still could. "Fly inside." Hannah picked up her dragon and waved it in front of me to demonstrate. "Terrorizing the staff and security, it is," I nodded sagely. Hannah squealed and ran out. I put away my tablet and warned the security room about what was about to buzz all over the manor before following Hannah out. =C=. State Department will deploy protection teams in New York for the ignition of the Prometheus test fusion reactor. Representatives from over 100 countries will arrive in the city for the ceremony, and the security situation is expected to be fluid. New York Times. Coal lobby leaders refused permission to protest next Saturday in New York. New York Times. Vice President Howards will attend the Prometheus fusion reactor ignition next Saturday. Washington Post. An FBI spokesman warns about credible threats at the next week of the Prometheus ignition ceremony. New Yorkers can expect increased security measures leading to and during the following weekend. USA Today. =C=. If you want to support my writing or discuss this story, Google the following places. Pat Rayon, Delcatter's Writing Corner. The Space Battles Forums. This is where most discussion over my stories takes place. The Sufficient Velocity Forums. Archive of Our Own. The Alternative History Forums. 26, Phase 8 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 8, Prometheus. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Explosion in Fort Bragg's armory. 2 missing, presumed dead. USA Today. FBI and local law enforcement agencies raid 3 locations believed to hold domestic terrorists planning on attacking the Prometheus reactor. FBI spokesman reported 14 arrests and the seizure of a significant number of automatic weapons and homemade explosives. New York Times. Commissioner Shepard announces even stronger security measures for the rest of the week. NYPD will be all hands on deck, he vows. New York Times. Lockheed Martin Aeronautics and Boeing Defense, Space, and Security announced a partnership with Stark Industries on the research and development of bleeding-edge ion and repulsor propulsion methods. U.S. Air Force Magazine. In partnership with Stark Industries, NASA is developing a next-generation spaceplane. The engine makes this different from all concepts currently seeking funding or under development. NASA scientists partner with Stark Industries in developing practical ion engines and Stark's repulsor technology for propulsion, abandoning rocket engines. Spaceport Magazine. Naval contractors are in talks with Stark Industries about exploring the feasibility of implementing experimental particle weaponry in point defense role, eventually replacing existing close-in defense weaponry. Magazine of the U.S. Navy. The future is now. After Stark Industries successfully tested a man-portable energy weapons prototype late last year, the U.S. Army and Marines will officially sign contracts for the further development of the technology early in February. Army Magazine. An expanded military research and development budget will be part of the new government budget. C-SPAN. C equals. War Dog Safe House. Norfolk, Virginia. Eric Stevens was a fool. Admittedly, he was a useful fool, one with a cause. However, that merely made him a useful tool, like so many young men and women worldwide. Then again, as far as his Wakandian handlers were concerned, Dmitry Borodin was also a fool. The Russian knew very well why he was technically in charge of the operation. He was meant to take the blame and point the hounds at Russia. Others among the team were meant to muddy the waters further. He had Sokovian soldiers, who officially went rogue months ago, Mujahideen, who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq against NATO forces, even Ten Rings fighters who bloodied themselves in China's border provinces. With the sole exception of Stevens, no one had any links with Wakanda. After all, why a poor little African country would mastermind and back this piece of insanity? Well, officially, they didn't. Stevens' participation would be the last nail in the coffin of those who backed his father's views, or so the thinking of people smarter than Dmitry went, he guessed. Unofficially, for those few Hydra assets who knew what Wakanda actually was, it all made perfect sense. Just like facilitating Wakandian operations to strike at rivals, or simply keep a global atmosphere of tension and fear ongoing was a perfectly logical course of action. This time around, the Hydra assets mission was a bit different. He still needed to find out if this operation was supposed to succeed or merely get too close to comfort while causing a lot of damage and fear. What Dmitry knew was that the higher-ups in Hydra had ideological differences. From his experience as a part of the KGB in the Soviet Union and Hydra at the same time, that was the kind of stuff you had to be very wary about. Otherwise, it could get you purged. Sadly, there were mere rumors to work with this time around, and Dmitry wasn't sure which head of Hydra to back when the time came. More importantly, for his continued well-being, he wasn't sure who might end up on top, much less if that hypothetical victor would approve or disapprove of this operation succeeding. That did make his life more interesting. When he was younger, Dmitry would have said he did live for the thrill of a job well done, for the danger and the adrenaline. However, as of late, his age was beginning to catch up with him. He had to think about retirement from field work and either a comfortable desk job or an outright exit strategy that didn't end up with an unmarked grave. He glanced at the lead-lined container containing nuclear material smuggled from one of Russia's nuclear power plants operated by engineers loyal to Hydra. In theory, the plan was simple. Get a strike team in a position to cause an explosion that would spread the material and contaminate the facility. The truth wouldn't matter. Investigations, fear, and political grandstanding would slow the implementation of fusion power worldwide. Wakanda would be thrilled, not that Dimitri cared. Some of Hydra's benefactors would be very happy as well. Tony Stark would want blood, and if the rumors Dimitri heard about the man as of late were true, he might get it. It was a marvelous and dangerous age to live in. Who would have thought that an American playboy like Stark could end up with an alien warlord in his head? A friendly one at that. That, of course, was an opportunity. After all, if there was one thing Dimitri knew for sure about Hydra was that Stark was working with one of its heads. The only question was whether it would be more prudent to make an enemy of that group. So the choice was simple. Going through with the mission and damn the consequences was option 1. Option 2 was contacting Stark and selling out to his Hydra head. Either way, the supporting operations Hydra and all kinds of unaffiliated people were already running in New York had to go through. Causing more fear and chaos was something Hydra did thrive on. In that regard, throwing a few more patsies to American law enforcement might be prudent. That would either create a false sense of security or increase the impact of the blow when more genuine terrorists and operatives execute their operations in the coming day. Dimitri was busy coordinating 3 supporting operations that would serve as distractions for local law enforcement. A faction of the Green Movements would execute one. That group had been busy decrying terror tactics as of late, and even sold a group of their compatriots these past few days as camouflage. A group of Sokovian special forces who were officially dead or missing in action planned a distraction heist that was supposed to go to hell and tie up police response. The third prong of the distraction attack was 4 lone wolves from Afghanistan, smuggled into the U.S. courtesy of Hydra and trained for months on how to blend in. All those maniacs had to do was reach a crowded space and blow themselves up, tying up all loose ends as far as they were concerned. While distraction was all good and vital, it would do little to get the strike team in. In that regard, Dimitri was instructed to divide his forces in 2. One group would blend in with the protesters and use them as a cover to try and breach the facility. There were operatives from dozens of groups with barely any affiliation between them besides hatred for fusion tech, Stark. Well, either that or because they were paid to cause trouble, ready to go over the coming days. The NYPD being corrupt enough helped in that regard. Otherwise, Dimitri knew that there would be at least an order of magnitude more arrests by now. Good old-fashioned incompetence might be at fault there. Now, for the hard part. It was getting Stevens and his strike team inside. That would scream an inside job, which was why Dimitri officially coordinated the operation. He was sure his Wakandian handlers would try to kill him as soon as the operation either succeeded or failed miserably. Under Hydra's guidance, his contacts in the government ensured that Stevens and his group would be a part of the increased security provided by the government for the event on Saturday. There was supposed to be a trail leading to rivals in the government, ensuring the operation would leave no loose ends. That, of course, put Dimitri in a bind. He would officially die and get a new identity. He had died twice that way already and had to get his face changed afterward. That was never fun. His handlers in Hydra might not be particularly sad to see the Wakandians tie up the loose end he represented. In that regard, it would be up to him to get away clean first. Then he would have to worry about the Hydra heads he would offend no matter the mission's outcome, which put him in a bind. If you're done measuring your dicks, get back here. We'll be rehearsing your damned cover identities until you know them better than your real life. Dimitri snapped aloud, letting a hint of his Russian accent show. This bunch didn't need to know he could speak the language like a native of Missouri. Stevens, you're in charge of this bunch. Ideally, you're going to be the only one doing any speaking. However, we can't risk the operation on something as foolish as that. We'll insert you with the rest of the increased security in the coming days. You need to be able to both blend in and make some small talk as a plausible cover, at the very least. =C=. Part 4. =C=. Prometheus Facility. New York. Early in the morning, Eric wondered if his team would make it in time to the facility for their shift. They still had an hour left to get in place, yet despite leaving with ample time to spare, the prospects weren't good. There were already crowds of protesters gathering in places throughout the city. The police was out in strength with increasing presence the closer they got to the facility. Eric could see groups of riot police forming, with uniforms and insignias from all over the state. Rumor had it that at least a regiment of the National Guard was active and nearby, ready for deployment. They had to pass through 2 checkpoints as they got close to the facility. It was only thanks to the advanced Wakandian technology that no one detected the concealed gear they carried, including the radioactive cargo. The infiltration team got close to the parking lot with only 15 minutes to spare to find 2 police SWAT vehicles surrounded by fully geared-up cops. The FBI local branch wasn't far behind. The security briefing had their own SWAT units for New York ready and waiting in nearby building to act as quick responders. Then there was the government security provided for all the delegates expected to descend upon the place for the reactor ignition in a few hours, a small army worth from the State Department and the Secret Service. Homeland Security was supposed to coordinate the circus. To top it all, Stark had a small private army as well, who provided the regular security for the site. It was them, with Homeland, who spent the whole night checking the whole facility for unpleasant surprises. That inevitable inspection was why Eric's team had to do things the hard way. It would have been easy and simple if just planting a bomb or something in that vein ahead of time was feasible. As things stood, all the operation really needed was to appear successful. That it wouldn't pass the smell test in the long term, it wouldn't matter. The purpose was to slow down the spread of fusion power, not to stop it cold. For the latter, a lot more effort would be needed. Then again, that wouldn't be Eric's problem. After all, after he succeeded today, he would finally be heading home. The war dogs and Stark's rivals would have to do the rest. Equals as equals. It was almost noon, and the circus was in a full swing. 3 large protests were busy mutating in all-out riots and slowly fighting their way to the city's industrial zone. Solid blocks of riot police and outright roadblocks created choke points, ensuring that things wouldn't get especially ugly. There were at least 30 high-ranked politicians and diplomats in the facility, and we expected representatives from at least 100 more countries to arrive to either witness the ignition itself or the reactor in action afterwards. SHIELD alone had a company worth of strike teams awaiting a signal to intervene. Drones buzzed above the whole area, giving real-time data to the security center, where a circus of alphabetical agencies did their best to coordinate the mess outside. Pepper was in her elements, making sure all the VIPs were as happy as they could be under the circumstances. After all, I approved building this place with security in mind, not luxury. In hindsight, it perhaps should have occurred to me that an army of VIPs might want to see history in the making and good publicity. Fortunately, there was place for very few visitors in the control center, which meant that I could finally get some relative peace and quiet after helping Pepper with the invading politicians for the past few hours. Here we only had the Secretary of Energy, a representative of the EU, as well as the ambassadors of India, China, and Japan. Needless to say, the Secretary had a great time trying to keep those 3 civil. The rest of the invading politicians and diplomats were in Pepper's tender care in large conference room, complete with comfortable chairs, refreshments, and live feed from the reactor and control room. I was frankly surprised that so far there were no unexpected surprises. For the past week, the Leos and assorted intelligence services kept taking out cells of terrorists, mercenaries and activists who planned to derail the ignition or even directly attack the facility. Good luck with that. Right now, this place was one of the best protected places in the country. It also had a protective shell of synthocrete and permex, making it tough enough to resist orbital strikes. So a direct attack was out. Infiltration and sabotage was a concern with all the agencies involved and the relatively open nature of the event. I knew for sure that as of 8 in the morning, when the last inspection round ended, everything looked all right. So far, there were no indications for issues from inside the complex. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin," I announced. It was almost noon, and I was eager to get it over with before Murphy could throw a wrench in my plans. The facility is now sealed. Security teams are fully deployed, Mr. Agent announced. He was playing being a Homeland Security agent again and was technically in charge of the whole circus. Everything is in the green. The last battery of diagnostics came in clear a minute ago. We're ready, Dr. Jeannie Lopes, the facility's director, announced in a loud and clear voice. Behind us, the politicians finally shut up and stopped snipping at each other so they could pay attention. Ignition is now authorized. Begin, I ordered happily and submerged myself in the force, looking for any hint of trouble. Fuel system is green, inserting hydrogen pellet. Capacitors are green, connection with the power grid is 100%, batteries are ready for charging. Electromagnets online, generating containment field charging. Start the laser power-up sequence. The largest screen in the room showed a schematic of the reactor, complete with helpful descriptions. A blue transparent field surrounded it, indicating that the magnetic containment field was up and steadily charging. Magnetic field at 80% and rising. Commence ignition, the director ordered. By the time we had a stable reaction, the field would be at 100%. Besides, as a safety precaution, it was over-engineered to hell and closer to what a full-scale reactor would need. Even at 75%, it should be able to contain the reaction of Prometheus at full output. We have ignition. Laser output is stable. Fuel system is stable and providing steady input. Containment field is holding. 1,000 degrees stable burn. Steadily increase fuel input. The director's steely voice cut through the excited reports. Increasing fuel input. We have sustained burn. 2,000 degrees. 3,000 temperature is raising exponentially. We have fusion. Containment is holding. Do we have a positive reaction? I asked, doing my best to sound calm and collected. Reactor output 25% of theoretical maximum. Power generation. We are generating 300 MW of energy. Input for laser ignition, fuel system and containment remain steady at 400 MW. Increase output to 50%, I ordered with a smile. This right here was better than any experimental reactor in existence. Compared to the best competing experimental design, Prometheus already required less power to maintain operation, and barring a disaster could actually produce an economically relevant amount of power. Increasing fuel flow, plasma density is increasing. Containment holding. Reactor chamber surface temperature within expected limits. Everyone watched with bated breath how more fuel flowed into the reactor chamber. The temperature and plasma density inside skyrocketed, 30%, 35%, 40%. We have a positive reaction, Lopez exclaimed. Reactor holding steady at 50%, power input 400 megawatts, generated power 600 megawatts. Bring it up to 75. If there are no issues, then slowly go to full power, I ordered and turned to look at the politicians. Ladies and gentlemen, Prometheus is working as promised. At 100%, this limited-scale prototype should be producing 800 megawatts per hour of clean energy and can easily pay for itself during its service life. We just made history today. I really shouldn't have been surprised that the other shoe dropped at that precise moment. Sir, I'm afraid that we have a security breach, Jarvis gravely announced. The cameras in the corridor leading to the reactor chamber are on loop and have been that way for at least the past few minutes. Director, prepare for emergency shutdown in case of sabotage, I snapped. Woods, you and your people are with me. We've got a rat to catch. 27, Phase 8, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 8, Prometheus. C equals. Part 5. Equals is equals. Prometheus Facility. New York. In hindsight, building this facility as an experiment using the new building materials my people managed to recreate practically with my help was a good idea. We didn't even feel the explosion in front of the reactor chamber as we approached the compromised section of the facility. The roaring alarms were another thing. "Sir, I am detecting a radiation spike. Reactor containment and integrity is still at 100%, Jarvis reported. There was an explosion in the currently dark section. All sensor feeds from within are now gone. Sensors from nearby sections detect radiological contamination. Begin evacuation and quarantine procedures. We're getting out of here." I wasn't about to go radiation showering without proper armor, full access to the Force, and modern medicine. And someone explains to me how what has to be a dirty bomb made it into my damn facility. At that point, I didn't appreciate being manhandled by my security detail, who eagerly picked me up and carried me toward dubious safety. It was even more irritating that I didn't get even a flicker of a warning through the Force, even if it made sense. I didn't appear to be in any direct physical danger at this time. Getting everyone out in an orderly manner, where they might be soft targets for a planned attack, could have been better. It was even less good publicity. A small army of QRF personnel in tactical gear swarming all over the parking lot didn't help matters. My emotions were in flux, fed by the panic, fear, and outrage of the politicians who got the same treatment as yours, truly, courtesy of their security details. On the bright side, my choice of director paid off again. Lopes calmly shut down the reactor before locking down the systems in the control room and leaving as the last person out. That at least proved the fusion reactors radically differed from fission ones. They could be safely shut down quickly, and it was as simple as cutting off the fuel feed. In the long run, that should help. My PR people would have to earn their keep in the short term. Another bright spot was I saw Happy Guide Pepper out of the building on the heels of a bunch of politicians and their security details. She looked unfazed, if less than happy. Still, seeing them out and intact brought a refreshing relief. == About half an hour later, I was stuck in a new crisis center meant to coordinate the ongoing circus. Mr. Secret Agent Man looked harried for once, which wasn't exactly a good sign. "We are sending people to check all radiological detectors in the city," one of Coulson's flunkies reported. He might have been genuinely from Homeland Security instead of using them as a mask. "I find it highly unlikely that they are all compromised. For that matter, we know the detectors in the facility work. Yet they detected the nuclear material only after the explosion. Did I mention I arrived to find out a pissing match between S.H.I.E.L.D., who weren't officially here, the local police, the FBI, Homeland, and even S.W.O.R.D., who had an interest in keeping me in one piece for as long as I was useful. Thanks to Jarvis, we knew that one of the security teams vetted by many of the organizations present for this fiasco managed to get itself blown into a radioactive paste, coating the corridor leading to the reactor chamber. By design, that was one of the most fortified places in the facility, with only the chamber itself being tougher, for apparent reasons. I was not sure what those idiots were planning to do down there. They were, in fact, supposed to be on guard in front of said corridor, and even that was, technically speaking, overkill. You couldn't open the reactor chamber door when it was active. The thing was much tougher than a bank vault door and harder to move, as the explosion demonstrated. The corridor itself was a reinforced structure able to tank the next best thing to a tactical nuke. Whatever petty sabotage someone intended thus ended with the fools blowing themselves up. Hopefully, there would be enough DNA that wasn't contaminated to determine who was who. Obviously, everyone involved had excellent false identities, which you could only get with government support. For them to pass muster, there had to be people in the U.S. government involved as well, at least as far as establishing the false identities was concerned. The best scenario was stolen identities, with someone merely altering details in various government databases. That wasn't supposed to be trivial at all. Then there was the fact that the sabotage team managed to kill themselves. That might have been either an accident, incompetence, or just as intended, though not necessarily by the sheen of glowing red paste in the heart of my facility. The worst thing was I now had to do damage control, instead of running with all the benefits Prometheus could offer the world. You will, of course, have the full cooperation of Stark Industries and all our subsidiaries involved in the Prometheus project. I raised my voice the first time the pissing match quieted down a bit. Needless to say, I have a vested interest in figuring out who ruined our collective day with a dirty bomb, I noted. Do we know it was a dirty bomb, or did we just get extremely lucky? Coulson asked an excellent question. I was sure the Force would have warned me if someone tried to sneak a tactical nuke in my vicinity, but I couldn't say that aloud, could I? That's the more likely option, Agent. Terrorists with a tactical nuke would have had much better and softer targets to hit in this city alone, I pointed out. However, if this was primarily a sabotage instead of a more conventional terrorist strike, well. Sir, the camera records we have from the compromised security detail don't show them carrying anything bulky enough to be consistent with known tactical nuclear weapon designs. Jarvis pipped up from my phone. He conveniently listened and recorded everything for future use if needed. In comparison, smuggling explosives and shielded nuclear material for dispersal are much more likely. C equals. Shadow of terror over Prometheus ignition. Despite extraordinary security measures, an act of sabotage struck the first operational fusion reactor. USA Today. Nuclear terror in New York. Unknown terrorists smuggled in and detonated a dirty bomb in the heart of the Prometheus test reactor. Despite this grave security breach, the fusion reactor is reported to be still intact and fully operational. New York Times. Security measures in New York are at an all-time high as riots and protests plague the streets and terrorists strike Stark's Prometheus test reactor. Nevertheless, the act of sabotage was reported to be a failure, overshadowed by the successful ignition of the first commercially viable fusion reactor prototype. Euronews. The future is now. Stark Industries successfully tested the Prometheus fusion reactor. The produced fusion reaction is net positive, creating 800 megawatt-hours of clean energy at maximum reactor output. Even more extraordinary, this small-scale test reactor has an effective output, on average, only 4 to 5 times less than many of the largest power plants in the United States. Preliminary projections for the capacity and utility of first-generation commercial fusion reactors must be updated upwards. The current expectation is that the full-scale fusion reactor planned to be built worldwide will produce sustained output at least 5 to 6 times larger than the Prometheus prototype. If true, only the Grand Cool hydroelectric dam in the United States could produce more power than the average fusion reactor. Even more important is the implication that fusion technology is still in its infancy, with many positive refinements to be expected in the future. In comparison, most other existing power sources are mature technologies with little in the way of improvement or serious dangers and associated costs like fission. Popular Science magazine. Stark Industries is in talks with the Netherlands government about future development and reinforcement of land reclamation efforts. According to sources, SI patented new generations of building materials can be the answer to rising water levels and partial response to ongoing climate change. Computer simulations using the latest materials suggest increasing the Netherlands' landmass by an additional 10% through land reclamation efforts, and making such efforts orders of magnitude safer. Euronews. Despite terrorists' attack and ongoing protests, the success of the Prometheus project directly led to an unprecedented rise in Stark Industries' shares price. Further, said success now marks dozens of world leaders and their governments as visionaries for aggressively pursuing Stark fusion technology. At least a dozen governments have already pledged an even higher increase in infrastructure funding to build fusion reactors and rejuvenate their national power grids. More governments are expected to follow suit after talks in the coming weeks and months. The implication for the existing power companies and the fossil fuel industry are staggering. Forbes magazine. C equals. Part 6. Equals is equals. Situation room. The White House. Washington, D.C. This job was going to be the death of him, the president concluded. It wasn't enough that a government experiment turned a scientist into a green rage monster that caused incredible damage and was still on the loose. While that mess happened before his inauguration, it was still something that haunted his presidency. The knowledge that aliens were a thing and were hostile was another highlight of Obama's first months in office. Thankfully, so far, their existence was something the regular citizens didn't have to worry about. Barack, on the other hand, had much to worry about. Hell, the mere existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. and its nature, the brand new sword project still coming online, was beyond the wildest dreams of most conspiracy theorists. Yet, it was a reality he had to be content with. The truth about certain unprecedented acts that passed with unexpected ease through both Senate and Congress didn't help matters. If he had known what he now knew back when he ran for the position, Obama might have seriously reconsidered. On the one hand, he was in an unprecedented position to do good and reshape the world for the better. However, the stakes were higher than he could have ever imagined. A failure on mere bad luck could damn humanity as a whole, not just the United States. As if that wasn't bad enough, the ongoing insanity in New York was straight out of a best-selling techno-thriller, which he guessed was par for the course. The pale faces of his advisors didn't reassure the president. What exactly happened? How did it happen? What are the implications of the disaster, and what should we do about it? The glimpses from the unfolding media circus weren't particularly helpful at this point. What was clear was an explosion in what was supposed to be one of the best protected places in the continental United States. The rest was idle speculation at best. Secretary Pierce, Obama prodded. Mr. President, we know that one of the security teams protecting the Prometheus facility in New York has been compromised. They were either replaced or deep plants. We are investigating. We know those people managed to smuggle the materials for a dirty bomb into the heart of the facility, then assemble and detonate it. At this time, we are unsure if it was a one-way mission or if something went wrong, resulting in the death of the perpetrators. Due to the nature of the explosion and radioactive contamination, it will take our best experts time to gather evidence from the site of the incident. DNA, for example, will be contaminated and possibly compromised due to the radiation, Pierce reported. That by itself is bad enough. What we are certain of at that point is that those terrorists had help from inside our government and security organizations. There is no way their identifications could have passed muster to get into the facility, much less to the reactor itself otherwise. Are we looking at foreign agents? The president demanded. That is one possibility, the director of the FBI allowed. He looked as if he had bitten into a lemon as he continued. Some elements within our government aren't eager to see fusion power proliferate. For months, we have been investigating connections between major corporations in the energy sector, politicians on all local and federal government levels, and disruptive elements. In the past week alone, our agents have conducted over 24 raids in New York alone, detaining eco-terrorists, mercenaries, and even foreign operatives targeting the Prometheus reactor. At this time, it can be either. We know we have strong domestic interests aimed at disrupting Stark's efforts to spread fusion power. The internet is alight with speculation. Social media, we are monitoring shows concerning trends, and regular media is picking up on them, the Director of Homeland Security added. Very soon, we will be facing questions about the security of all our nuclear power plants. That will be only the beginning. The increased security in New York leading to the Prometheus ignition is not something we can afford to implement nationwide, obviously. Not to mention it failed to prevent the attack. People will fear terrorists might strike other, less protected or even soft targets. We will need answers for that, both a practical one and to calm down the public. We can also mention the elephant in the room. The genie is out of the bottle, people, General Ross' voice thundered. This was an act of nuclear terrorism on U.S. soil. The first question we need to answer is if it is domestic or foreign. Hell, from what I gather, it might be a joint effort between foreign enemies and some of our homegrown idiots. This cannot stand. Yes, that, while Obama didn't like Ross, the bastard was both very well connected and usually reasonably competent. He tended to speak sense when he wasn't speaking about his obsession with the Hulk, or at least, so it appeared. Either way, we will need both domestic and international response, Obama noted. Before we can act, we need to wait for an analysis of the nuclear material so we can trace its origin, the Deputy Secretary of Energy pointed out. One of my teams will be in place to gather samples within the hour. We won't get answers until early in the evening at the earliest. I want contingencies if this is foreign and we can trace it. What do we know about the actual terrorists who did it? Considering the nature of the attack, its target, and Stark's presence, S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking the lead on this one, Pierce said. We have people using drone footage and backtracking through camera feeds to discover where the compromised security team members came from. Safe houses, the works. Once we locate the sites, we will raid them for actionable intelligence and proceed from there. That's a good start. I want plans to overhaul the security of high-value sites nationwide and to figure out how feasible it is and how to make it more feasible. Now, the political side of the problem. The attack happened at a time and place when we had diplomats from all over the world present or en route to visit it. We can't even pretend this was just an internal problem. There will be an international outcry, and we will run with it. Contact our allies, both NATO and everyone we have intelligence agreements with. I want plans for a coordinated response. This is one precedent that can't be allowed to stand. We can't allow the proliferation of nuclear terrorism. == In an unheard show of unanimity, the UN held an emergency session and voted to condemn the terrorist attack on the Stark Industries prototype Prometheus fusion reactor. Tomorrow, the General Assembly of the UN will vote on a resolution to condemn nuclear terrorism. BBC World. Foreign ministers of NATO countries and military leaders will meet the following Monday to discuss a joint response to combat nuclear terrorism. Euronews in response to the terrorist attack in New York. The European Parliament will begin discussing implementing measures to harden critical facilities against terrorist strikes across the EU. There are unconfirmed rumors that the Parliament will start exploring the possibility of creating an EU military framework to better respond to evolving future threats. Euronews, a radical split within many environment protection organizations, is happening due to the terrorist attack on the Prometheus reactor in New York. While moderate wings of many organizations were quick to condemn the attack, radical groups within them are either calling for further action against nuclear proliferation or outright backing violent attacks. This comes after days of arrests of militant eco-terrorists, corporate spies, and alleged saboteurs across New York State. New York Times. A new era of terror. The first use of nuclear material by terrorists is now a fact. USA Today, an unprecedented breach of security responsible for the New York terrorist attack. Government sources claim that the terrorists were impersonating a vetted security team with clearance to go to the heart of the Prometheus reactor. Security specialists claim that if true, this would only be possible with inside help. Washington Post. The terrorist attack nearly overshadows the successful ignition of the Prometheus reactor. Commercially viable fusion is now a reality. Furthermore, advanced building materials pioneered by Stark Industries proved their toughness by containing and mitigating the effects of the terrorist attack. Indeed, the Prometheus reactor kept working without an issue throughout the attack. It was only shut down as a security measure while the facility was evacuated in the attack's aftermath. Scientific American Magazine. 28 Phase 9 Parts. AN. This whole chapter will consist of news reports and snippets from people all over the world about how things develop between the proof of commercially feasible fusion and the events leading to the first Avengers move, covering for a time skip unit the mid-2012 in universe. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 9 Halcyon Days. C=. Part 1 C=. For nearly 2 years after the ignition of the Prometheus reactor, Earth enjoyed a tense period of rapid infrastructure development characterized by a rise in terrorism across the globe. Protests and counter-protests rocked countries all over the world. The primary issue that caused this ever-increasing tension was the imminent rapid spread of fusion technology pioneered by Stark Industries. Despite the efforts of coal and oil lobbies, including those from many OPEC member countries, an ever-increasing number of states accepted the future offered by Tony Stark. Government promises and actual heavy investments in fusion technology and infrastructure based on new materials developed by Stark Industries were set up to change the world in a few short years radically. This was ironically most impactful within the United States and many then second and third world countries. For the former, it was the fact that the national infrastructure was slowly but surely crumbling after decades of neglect. At the same time, the latter often lacked developed transportation and power infrastructure. Other changes during this period saw increasing investments and rapid development into the infrastructure needed for the widespread use of electric vehicles and said vehicles. For many Western countries, the aim was to offer many accessible recharge stations shortly after their first batch of fusion reactors and updated power grids came online. Projections that were often classified at the time pointed out that the price of electricity for the regular consumer and most existing industries would rapidly decline. The reason for this would become unknown to the average citizens of Earth until after the Chitauri invasion. The short answer was simple. Considering the end goal of the Uplift project, Earth would find itself with a surplus of fusion reactors, and most countries could offer their citizens practically free energy. The energy grid under construction was meant to power up advanced weapon systems aimed at striking targets in orbit and eventually theater and planetary shields. In contrast to that need, in peacetime, the expectation was to have a significant surplus of energy that would result in an immediate increase in the standard of living across the globe. Until then, the primary power hogs would be developing industries to create new materials needed for the next step of the Uplift project. The concentration of industries and the expected years of development for advanced weapon systems useful against orbital targets meant that, in the meantime, most fusion reactors could provide clean and incredibly cheap, often free energy, replacing fossil fuels and most renewable sources energy. Sadly, that was something that few believed possible or feasible back then. The thought of practical, free energy for the regular citizens would fly in the face of the prevailing economic theories and order. Essay on the Earth Uplift Project by Victoria Ulfahir. The attack on the Prometheus facility in New York represents a radical paradigm shift. This, alongside the proliferation of advanced weapon systems among terrorist organizations, makes the threat of terrorism more acute than ever. This meeting aims to devise long-term strategies to combat and neutralize these new trends. This includes not only direct action response, which can be under the purview of the NATO military, but a broad political strategy to combat radicalism and cut off sources of funding and supply. From a speech by General Mycroft Barnes, Supreme Commander, NATO, the CEO of Von Doom Industries, Victor Von Doom, finally appeared after going missing for weeks, alongside his girlfriend, Dr. Susan Storm. In a brief press release, a PR representative of the company cited that Dr. Doom and his girlfriend went on a quiet vacation, avoiding the public eye. Dr. Doom announced he had been in talks with Tony Stark. Von Doom Industries are now negotiating joint research and development of practical space infrastructure with SI, including but not limited to R&D laboratories, habitats, orbital factories, and the technologies needed to build them at an affordable price. A merging of SI bleeding technologies and VDI's shipbuilding experience might make such a dream reality within our lifetimes. Forbes magazine. A rising controversy around Europe is how many NATO members pay for the infrastructure projects they've pledged to implement. Funding is being shared with existing military budgets, shifting money pledged for hardware upgrades or the development of new capabilities. The cited reason is simple. Due to the rapid advance in technologies pioneered by corporations like Stark Industries, any significant investment into the military right now would buy obsolete or soon-to-be obsolete equipment. The official government stance across most of Europe right now is that building infrastructure and boosting the economy now means they will be able to afford relevant, state-of-the-art weapon systems later when they become available. Euronews over the past few weeks, we've seen vicious arguments within the Senate about the relevance of NATO when terrorism is on the rise. Yet, most of Europe technically cut down their military spending to redirect it into infrastructure. Due to the direct participation or licensing by Stark Industries, this directly or indirectly will benefit the U.S. economy. At the same time, the U.S. military is busy negotiating contracts with SI to develop future combat systems and upgrade existing vehicles with better armor and, eventually, fusion power plants and weapons. Because of these developments, the current stance of many NATO members makes sense. Yet some prominent people on Capitol Hill and within the government disagree. C-SPAN. The newest protest in New York is once again related to the Prometheus facility, just not like one might expect. While most protests and riots so far were aimed against the development of fusion technology, citing imaginary dangers, this one is different. Thousands gathered in front of the mayor's office, demanding the truth about the act of nuclear terrorism against the Prometheus facility, and by extension, New York. Nearly a month after what could have been the worst terrorist act in U.S. history, there are precious little answers. There's no doubt where the material came from, presumably stolen or bought from a Russian Federation fission power plant. Who bought or stole it? Who did they sell it to if the same party wasn't the one behind the attack? How did the terrorists get it past all the detectors in New York? Who was behind the attack? There are no concrete answers. Persisting rumors point at domestic actors, a possibility backed by the security clearance of the few identified perpetrators. New York Times' an investigation by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission confirms a few facts about the Prometheus reactor. It is not a nuclear reactor in the traditional sense, once again affirming that the risks of nuclear contamination in case of failure are incredibly overblown. The terrorists brought in the nuclear material on site. It is Russian in origin and has nothing to do with the operation of the Prometheus reactor. The design of the reactor and the facility housing it more than meets any reasonable requirements about security. The advanced materials used in the construction of the building as an exercise in their proper utilization give it structural integrity that far surpasses purpose-built nuclear reactor domes, required to survive the impact of a crashing jetliner, for example. USA Today. Critics question the rapid, perhaps even reckless, infrastructure spending by not only the U.S. government, but those of many other countries worldwide. The high price tag and the possibility of future materials making what is now available obsolete have often been cited as critical issues. In a blistering response, Senator Carter from California roasted those opposing the ongoing. He pledged future infrastructure budgets funded by the U.S. government. It is true all kinds of new materials are in development. However, even considering the expected economic boom, once the fusion infrastructure is in place and allows for nearly limitless cheap energy, their price tag is high and availability will be limited. What we're looking at is going to be the golden standard as far as price and ease of mass production are concerned, combined with sheer durability that puts to shame everything else we have available. Any future advances in materials science would see limited use in critical projects which need them, now mass deployment at the scale of continent-wide infrastructure projects. Washington Post. Labor government finally passed an overhauled budget incorporating major infrastructure projects across the country, including anything from multiple fusion reactor complexes to bridge and road overhauls. The Prime Minister promises that this is just a first step due to ongoing negotiations with Stark Industries about building state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities in the north that would take advantage of the power produced by the fusion reactors. This means tens of thousands of new jobs at highly competitive wages. Despite Tory objections and promises, Labour is projected to achieve a sweeping victory in the next local and government elections if they keep their new pledges. BBC News. Part 2 is a leaked video of the U.S. military testing a man-portable energy weapon took the internet by storm, followed by traditional media. Confidential sources confirm this was one of a handful of handmade prototypes supplied by Stark Industries, and the reason for many of the new weapon R&D contracts going SI's way. When the technology matures and becomes practical for deployment in the field, it will be a game changer. The prototype offers a revolution in infantry firepower, offering the focused damage potential of a grenade launcher in a standard small arms package. Another significant advantage of the technology is greatly simplified logistics when it becomes ready to be adopted at a scale that would see conventional firearms and other direct-fire weapons replaced. U.S. Army Magazine. Stark Industries just bought Star Wars. Due to a short but vicious bidding war with Disney, the price tag is astronomical $612 billion. Lucas got about a tenth of the price in stocks. At the same time, SI and Mr. Stark cashed out literal billions in liquid assets for the acquisition. At any other time, while a sound investment, such a price tag would have been considered excessive and potentially ruinous. Yet SI's stock prices keep rising, and the corporation continues to sign up massive government contracts from all over the world. That ensures a healthy liquidity and incredible future growth. Forbes magazine. Is there a new weapons race on the horizon? It has been a week since the viral energy weapon video has been making its rounds. More and more people have been jokingly calling it a blaster after Stark Industries officially concluded their deal with Lucas and bought the Star Wars franchise. Mr. Stark decided to run with it and officially filed a request to change the patent name for the weapon system to call it a blaster in homage to the original Star Wars trilogy. Such amusing news belittles the reality of the situation. Countries worldwide are now entering a race to acquire and develop their practical energy weapons. In that regard, we are broadly seeing three camps forming. First is the US and their allies, primarily NATO, Japan, South Korea, and Israel, which are all betting on Stark Industries and inquiring about joint R&D efforts and various contracts for future weapon systems. Second, we have China, which currently has economic ties with SI. They've pledged to develop their indigenous energy weapons. However, experts claim that they are still broadly at least a decade technologically behind the West, making such an arms race to their disadvantage. Finally, we've got the usual suspect, Russia. After its near collapse in the aftermath of the Soviet Union's dissolution, the Russian Federation is more of a confederation of highly autonomous regions with different standards of living and development across all metrics. A resurgent, if decentralized military-industrial complex supplies dozens of factions with advanced, reliable, and rugged equipment. While not on par with NATO standards, said equipment remains a competitive and cheaper alternative that sees constant high sales across the world. It is often used to good effect when utilized by competent military and paramilitary organizations. If anyone could get a credible alternative to Stark's blaster, it is likely the Russians. BBC's on the spot with Jerry Trent. Justin Hammer declares Tony Stark's blaster as an overly expensive and complicated boondoggle that would never make it in the field without decades of development. It might be good in a laboratory or on the firing range. Good luck making it practical in the field, Mr. Hammer commented, not even trying to hide his disdain. Hammer Industries pledged to continue supplying the U.S. military and its allies with reliable, budget alternatives to Stark Industries' overly complicated and expensive weapon systems. New York Times. Tony Stark wins the Monaco Grand Prix after replacing the Stark Industries-sponsored driver. His announcement earlier this week about his intention to compete was met with incredulity and universal condemnation, only for Mr. Stark to prove his detractors wrong. I needed some time out of the office, so to speak, to clear my head. Besides, Monaco is great this time of the year, and it was nice to get my daughter out and about to see the sights and enjoy herself, Mr. Stark said. As far as the coming race is concerned, I'll let my actions speak for themselves. And he certainly did. Displaying incredible skill behind the wheel, Mr. Stark won the race fair and square, proving his ability as a driver and the design of the SI-sponsored and developed racing car. Euronews. Stark, don't you have more important things to do instead of going to risk your life during a race of all things? Director Fury, what did I do to deserve you inflicting your presence upon me? I'm calling you, not meeting you, damn it. My point stands, Director. Is this a professional call? If not, don't you have anyone better to vent at? The race, you infuriating bastard. Do you talk that way to your own oversight council? If so, I'm unsure if I should be impressed with you or think you are drinking too much from certain types of Kool-Aid, Fury. Answer the damn question, Stark. I've been getting restless, Fury. Thanks to my new memories, it's been a long time since I got to face any action. A race sounds like a great way to chill out. I preferred jumping into a small spacecraft and racing across the solar system. However, we're a long time from getting there. Besides, I don't have the time to cut through the red tape required to get a high-performance jet and fly around. Not to mention all the complications that would create. I don't know if I should be impressed or despair. Don't worry, I've had this effect on people in both lives I can remember. From a conversation between Director Nicholas Fury and Sword Oversight Counselor Tony Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D. Archives. That fucker won fair and square. Now I owe people $100, damn him. I'll have my $10 now, if you will, boss. Director Nicholas Fury and Senior Agent Phil Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense will face Congress tomorrow, explaining mounting losses in Afghanistan and across the Middle East. At the same time, they will be defending a proposition for a troop surge in both Afghanistan and Iraq to take place alongside an air campaign against known terrorist targets. Washington Post. Taliban and Ten Rings terrorists wiped out another NATO FOB in Afghanistan. They deployed advanced anti-air missile systems, allegedly bought from the Russian black market, utilizing them to fend off air support on standby in case of yet another mass attack. It is still unclear how drone and satellite intelligence missed the terrorists massing forces for this attack as well. Consequently, there are now persistent rumors that the United States, and by extension, NATO's early warning systems have been compromised. Over 30 soldiers from 5 NATO countries are confirmed dead in the fighting. Heavy reinforcements dispatched after air support proved unable to intervene found the FOB a site of a pitched battle and utter destruction. They recovered the bodies of the dead NATO soldiers alongside those of no less than 40 enemy combatants. The occupation of Afghanistan continues to escalate into open warfare. This is a great contrast compared to the original invasion and fall of the country, which happened due to a combination of airstrikes and U.S. Special Forces supporting the Northern Coalition. Are the Taliban back and ready for open warfare against coalition forces? Euronews. Earlier today, WikiLeaks released a large number of classified documents, many of them about the U.S. government's investigation into Stark Industries. They tend to confirm many of the official beats that became public, yet reveal that both government officials and SI representatives, including Mr. Stark, have severely understated the scope of the conspiracy and its impact. The leaked data reveal this was a conspiracy that some now call a treasonous corporate version of the Iran-Contra. SI assets and employees working under a misplaced sense of patriotism and increased paychecks facilitated the shadow production and sale of enough weaponry on the black market to fight and win at least a few wars. This includes state-of-the-art Jericho missiles like the ones already used by terrorists against U.S. bases in Afghanistan and a strike against Israel. The core of the conspiracy was confirmed to be the belief that this shadow production was meant for U.S.-aligned parties. The government couldn't be officially seen selling advanced weapons or, in some cases, supporting them. BBC News. WikiLeaks' newest revelation seems to be very convenient for certain parties. It nicely spreads the blame over what is one of the greatest failures in U.S. national security, or places it squarely on the shoulders of a dead man. This is particularly relevant today. As you might know, dear viewers, mere hours ago, Somali pirates launched an attack on a French frigate off the coast of Somalia on anti-piracy patrol. They used a Jericho missile which worked as intended. The weapon's multiple homing warheads were able to overwhelm the French ship's defenses and critically damage her. She has been drifting ever since, while US and British vessels are racing for the rescue. Who is to blame? That dead traitor Stain? Mr. Stark? Or everyone within our government who might have thought the whole scheme was a great idea and facilitated it? You'll note the leaked report says almost nothing about government participation in this fiasco. Then how were Stain and his cronies able to manufacture, move, and sell what looks like whole arsenals worth of illegal weaponry? Callaghan Smith's podcast. 29, Phase 9, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 9, Halcyon Days. C equals. Part 3. C equals. We have something special for you this time. Stark Industries' new entertainment division just released a short teaser hinting at the direction Mr. Stark tends to take Star Wars. For those of you who still need to watch it, please skip forward in the video. The rest of us, we're in for a treat. Contrary to what many feared, Tony Stark doesn't intend to reinvent the wheel or throw away beloved characters and their stories. The Clone Wars show will continue. That's a direct promise from Mr. Stark, yet there will be changes. One of them is reigning in the expanded universe of Star Wars. If you watch this, you're likely familiar with it. If not, the EU is a continuation and expansion of the Star Wars stories in book format, comics, and through certain games, like the famous Knights of the Old Republic. The primary change Mr. Stark will make is the introduction of a star was Tech Bible, his words, not mine. That would explain how tech is supposed to work in this universe we love, and more importantly, what its limitations are. Considering what super nerd he is, this shouldn't come as a surprise. New content will be required to keep things in line with said Tech Bible, whether it's mainline movies, shows like the Clone Wars, books, or games. In the short term, this means that while the season of the Clone Wars currently in production will continue as envisioned, the next one and beyond will feature technology and capabilities that will be a canon from now on. We will likely see a soft retcon on things we saw on screen in the show and read about in the books. Mr. Stark claimed that any contradictions could be explained in universe generally as unreliable narrators, which for me, at least shows respect for all the content creators who worked for decades to build the Star Wars universe. We can hope for the best on this one. Finally, the teaser. We might get KOTORIII at this rate, folks. The narration and few awesome images we saw outright tell us that Mr. Stark intends to let our familiar characters rest on their laurels and explore the distant past of the Star Wars universe. We will see a conflict between the Old Republic and an ancient Sith empire for galactic dominance. Now let us watch the teaser again. From Luke Vader's Star Wars dedicated YouTube channel. Summer is back in vogue in California, and we have a hell of a time. The sun is fit to bake you if you show yourself outside, and we have a heat warning across the eastern seaboard. Meanwhile, in New Orleans, people are preparing to fend off yet another hurricane. Yay for Mother Nature. Pepe Rodriguez, from Californian Dreams radio station. We are settling in for a long, hot, and dry summer, one of the driest on record. I don't know about global warming, folks, but climate change. That's here to stay, and with a vengeance. Those who don't believe in objective facts might go to the beach in LA and try their luck. As we saw earlier today, the beaches there are almost all empty, with only a few people brave enough to endure the unprecedented heat wave. What can we do about it, you might ask? Well, throwing away fossil fuels into the garbage bin of history is a good start. The mass introduction of fusion reactors many governments are working on might just be what we need to save the planet. Facts didn't help. Fear for the future wasn't enough to get our politicians moving. Yet, fusion did. I'm honestly not sure how that happened, but I'm going to be forever thankful. The Daily Show with Mitch Vauban. Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar pledged to develop fusion and power grid infrastructure jointly. They are also in talks with Jordan to join in on the project. With oil set up to become obsolete as a fuel source in a few short years, the governments of those states have decided they need to chart a new path while it's still possible. The promise of plentiful and cheap fusion energy makes desalination at a large scale viable, which could turn those small Middle Eastern countries into veritable paradises focused on tourism. Al Jazeera News. Iranian diplomats are in talks with EU representatives in a surprising turn of events. We just learned they are discussing giving up on further development of fission nuclear power plants and pursuing nuclear weapons in exchange for restriction of sanctions and aid in developing fusion technology for civilian use. This came after months of protests and alleged clashes between moderate and conservative elements within the Iranian government. Rumors of a relatively liberal faction on the rise might prove true, considering that Iranian authorities have refused to unleash the military or revolutionary guard on the protesters. This is especially important because so far, the Iranian government has held back its military and paramilitary forces despite weeks of prominent guard officers promising swift retribution against subversive elements, something that fortunately hasn't happened yet. Euronews. Israel's Air Force struck more targets within Gaza and Lebanon as a part of their military's escalating retaliation over the Jericho missile strike that caused hundreds of casualties. The IDF executed limited raids aimed at terrorist bases and safe houses in the Beit Laha area. So far, the Israeli government has refused to launch a full-scale invasion, despite the demands of hardliners. 2 U.S. Air Force jets were shot down above Afghanistan while providing air support to coalition forces fighting a Taliban resurgence in Kandahar. It happened 5 days after massed missile strike hit the compound of local strongman Ismail Shah, Afghan military and militia barracks, as the opening move of an insurgent offensive. We keep hearing that the Taliban are increasingly using advanced weapons, either stolen or bought on the black. They are primarily Stark Industries and Russian in origin. What's worse, it appears that the Taliban took the time and purchased the know-how to learn how to operate and utilize their new assets to good effect. As of early this evening, half of Kandahar province is contested or outright in insurgent hands. Coalition forces in the region are in for an unpleasant night. CNN. The U.S. military is scrambling to rush reinforcements to Kandahar. At the same time, the Taliban keep striking all over the country, causing chaos and disrupting logistics. 2 relief convoys from Bahrain have been stopped cold by ambushes, and here's a big surprise: missile-deployed minefields. One thing is crystal clear now: there are critical and systematic intelligence failures in Afghanistan. Washington Post. The French Navy will deploy its single aircraft carrier off the Somali coast as a part of a new piracy suppression operation. After losing the frigate Florial to a missile strike earlier in the year, the French Parliament authorized the naval deployment to restore regional security. Euronews. Breaking news: we have unique images from war reporter Richard Taekta. He was with a U.S. Army Combat Engineers platoon in Kandahar when the Taliban unleashed their assault. Richard was presumed dead or captured after the unit he was with, and the company of Canadian infantry they were attached to were cut off in the early hours of the battle. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the coalition forces managed to hold out until relief forces broke the siege of Kandahar. Here you can see some unique pictures that will win Taekta a reward or 10. First, we have a U.S. combat engineer wearing an unpowered exoskeleton carrying, wounded to one of the last safe places the cut-off unit could protect. You can see tracer fire strike Sergeant Martin Morale's side and back, yet fail to penetrate the experimental Stark Industries armor issued to the whole platoon. Next, we have Lance Corporal Julia Simmons utilizing the support of her exoskeleton to fire a saw she picked up from a killed Canadian soldier during a fighting retreat. Finally, this was what the coalition soldiers thought was their last stand. You can see the only ones still standing are combat engineers, thanks to their advanced armor. They are firing all kinds of weapons removed from damaged or destroyed vehicles, using their exoskeletons as support frames to carry the weight and absorb the recoil. It's something straight out of a science fiction movie, like Aliens or something. CNN Evening News. == Part 4 equals C equals the diplomatic coup of the decade, if not the century, or an incredible geostrategic blunder. After weeks of negotiations, EU, US, and Iranian diplomats finally reached an agreement. Iran will dismantle its nuclear power program in exchange and cease supporting terrorists worldwide. In exchange, the Iranians will receive aid from the EU in building fusion power infrastructure, upgrading their power grid, and building large desalination plant complexes to begin pushing back the deserts within the country. Optimists call this a great victory for liberty and stability in the region, while detractors accuse the West as a whole of capitulation against Iranian radicalism. Euronews. This past June was the darkest month in U.S. military history since World War II. In hindsight, it's almost simple to conclude the heavy fighting in Kandahar province in Afghanistan was a distraction by an enemy we didn't believe had the capacity for more. As bad as those initial clashes were, everyone thought we saw the Taliban's maximum effort. Now we know we were wrong. Originally, Herat and Jalalabad were written off as diversions. Initial reports of Afghani military garrisons and reinforcements by the government holding and pushing the Taliban back helped us accept that picture as the truth. That was why we sent light reinforcements alongside at least a battalion worth of ANA forces to each city. Those were the two most reliable battalions in the Afghan military outside Kabul. These units distinguished themselves during the surge in the past few years, fighting hard and with surprising ability compared to the average Afghan unit. A company of Marines went to Herat, supported by a platoon of German mountain infantry. The British sent a company from their rapid reaction force in Kandahar province to Jalalabad, augmented by 2 platoons of the U.S. military, combat engineers, and mechanized infantry. Those coalition units were backed by an ANA battalion each. Many assumptions and long-held truths were proven wrong in the following days. Enduring the Storm, The Second Afghanistan War, a memoir of General George Roberts, U.S. Army, retired. We have an exclusive and explosive video from Herat, dear viewers. Be advised, viewer discretion is advised. What we are about to see is graphic in nature and include people dying. This is from our war correspondent Frank Santos, attached to 1st Battalion, 8 Marines. The video began playing. A dirt-caked face appeared. A pair of wide brown eyes stared wildly into the camera while deafening rapid fire and explosions swallowed whatever the man was trying to say. It's hell out here. I don't know if anyone will ever see this, but the intensity of the firefight waned for a bit, allowing Santos to be heard. We were ambushed and betrayed. The leading elements of the ANA battalion and 1 platoon of Marines went ahead to reinforce and help hold the government complex in Herat. At the same time, the rest of the reinforcements moved in to find and engage the insurgent forces in the city. From what we heard, the complex had already fallen. The advance party that met our soldiers was the Taliban in disguise. The same is true for at least 1 company of the battalion we came in with. They led us into a prepared ambush and tore apart the loyal Afghani. It was a massacre. Hold the damn flank. I have no reinforcements to send. Where is our damned air support? The Germans are about to get cut off, and then the bastards will roll up our right flank. At those shouts, Frank turned the camera away from his face to show a dimly lit room with a low ceiling. A handful of Marines were inside, looking at a map spread on a wooden table and shouting in communication equipment. Deafening explosions shook the room, and dust fell from the ceiling. Fuckers just hit the left flank hard. They're breaking through. With me, we're the only ones left to plug the gap. Have Henderson pull back and rotate fire teams to cover his left flank just in case. One of the soldiers turned his head to the side, showing a face half covered in bloody bandages. You better stay here, he shouted at the reporter, picked up his rifle from the table, and ran out of the room. Santos didn't listen. His hands shook as they held the camera, yet he followed the Marines out of the building. Smoke rose from all around the city outside. Santos was obviously in a slightly elevated area, giving him a decent view of Herat. What little could be seen from the sky was painted red by a nearly set sun. Blood erupted from the neck of a Marine moving low and fast. He fell and clutched his throat, writhing on the ground. The man behind him didn't pause but grabbed the wounded soldier by the harness and dragged him toward a nearby tree line. A second shot hit, slamming into the side of the shoulder of the Marine who shouted at Santos. He staggered, then suddenly collapsed. The reporter couldn't stop his dash fast enough and tripped over the wounded man. The camera went wild and then fell on the ground at an angle showing the nearby trees. U.S. Marines in their distinct desert camouflage could be seen falling backfiring all the way, followed in by their attackers. The insurgents were not wearing the typical Taliban outfits you could often see on TV. Instead, they had dark armor, insect-like night vision goggles, and advanced-looking weapons, not old AK variants. Before a stray bullet broke the camera, it caught a brutal close-range exchange of fire between the retreating Marines and what would later be revealed to be Taliban shock troopers. Shots hitting center mass at near point-blank range, staggered, and even brought combatants to the ground, but often weren't fatal. They kept firing until more bullets or aimed fire finally took them out. The recording ended at that point. The coalition and ANA forces deployed to reinforce Herat suffered over 90% casualties, with only over 20 wounded U.S. and German soldiers confirmed as captured. 15 coalition soldiers, including 4 walking wounded and Frank, managed to break contact and retreat, later linking up with a handful of surviving loyalists from the destroyed ANA battalion. I honestly haven't done my homework on this one yet, but this is perhaps the gravest U.S. military defeat in combat since Vietnam. CNN. Stunned disbelief, anger, and outrage are the consequences of the catastrophic military blunders in Afghanistan. As you can see behind me, there are thousands of people protesting the mishandling of the war in Afghanistan in front of the White House. At the same time, you can see a small group of veterans holding vigil for the dead and captured American and Allied forces during the fall of Herat and Jalalabad. CNN. U.S. Army General Jorge Roberts is to assume command of the coalition forces in Afghanistan. President Obama, with full backing from the Pentagon, removed General Trent from command soon after the full scope of the unfolding disaster in Afghanistan became clear. Washington Post. The recent fighting in Afghanistan points towards an evolution of infantry warfare brought about by advancements in various technologies. In this case, materials science and robotics passive, also known as unpowered exoskeletons. Experimental armor developed by Stark Industries and the ever-increased use of exoskeletons in logistics and among combat engineers combined to unintentionally point at a paradigm shift. We all saw the pictures from Kandahar. The after-action report puts a strong emphasis on how the combat engineers outfitted with advanced armor and exoskeletons were vital in mitigating casualties, rescuing wounded, and even holding the line at critical moments by deploying heavy direct firepower in a way that should have been suicidal if not for their experimental equipment. The combat engineers proved highly resistant to small arms fire, in a few cases, all but immune during certain firefights during the engagement. As a direct consequence, the U.S. Army revealed outstanding contracts with Stark Industries to develop combat exoskeletons, including fully armored ones, first passive, then powered as precursors for potential power armor development when the technology allows for it. U.S. Army Magazine. President Obama approves a second troop surge for Afghanistan. After the fall of 3 critical provinces to Taliban and 10 Rings insurgents, the ongoing conflict is now classified as the Second Afghan War. We are no longer fighting a simple nation-building and anti-insurgency operation. USA Today. After being quiet for a few months, Stark Industries have more news for us fellow fans. I am Luke Vader, let's roll. First, we have a confirmation that the Star Wars Tech Bible, the Annex's Guide to Stellar Warfare and Technology, is now ready and sent for editing. Barring any unforeseen problems, it should hit paperback stores in late September, and it will be available for purchase in digital format as well. In just a month and a half, we will see for ourselves for sure what Tony Stark's vision for Star Wars really is. Next, we have an announcement that KOTORIII will be a thing. The game is still in the planning stages. SI will be working with BioWare and Obsidian Entertainment to create the largest open-world RPG to date. We've got hints that if the technology allows it, we will see large parts of multiple planets, including some we have only heard of in the EU until now, real-time combat, more like the Jedi Knight series, and much more SI is for now keeping under wraps. If that wasn't exciting enough, SI announced their overall plans for the core of the Star Wars franchise. A new movie trilogy, at least one more TV show, either animated or even live action. The last is not decided as of yet, and an MMORPG all taking place in the Old Republic era. The movies, shows, potential books, comics, and the MMORPG would complement each other in fleshing up the Star Wars universe 4,000 years before the Clone Wars era. In that regard, KOTORIII will act as a prequel to the events in the promised movies and other media. Star Wars being Star Wars, we will be getting a new series of toys and all kinds of supplemental materials. SI is in negotiations with Hasbro for the production of such materials. Luke Vader's Star Wars dedicated YouTube channel. We have been betrayed. They sold us to the American devils and their European servants. The Revolutionary Guard is ready to do your bidding. We are all brothers in the light of Allah and ready to die as martyrs if that is what it takes. We must show the whole world our strength and determination. Iran won't fall to decadence and depravity. I will not have it. Tell me, old friend, what do you suggest? Our own turned against us. If Allah wills it, we will prevail. It is time for strength, Ayatollah. We should dispose of those who stand against us and are willing to sell their souls for the comforts of the flesh. We've been together from the start and will stand as brothers until the end. Hail Hydra, General, the great Satan will be moving against us. Those who pull their strings wouldn't let this chance to purge us pass. We will make them all bleed. A stunning display of strength is needed to paralyze them. We will wait until they fully commit to Afghanistan, then hit them where we can and use their distraction to dispose of the subversive elements poisoning our society. By your command, hail Hydra and praise Allah. Hail Hydra, Allah is great. We will prove ourselves worthy of His grace. A conversation between Iran's supreme leader, the commanding general of the Revolutionary Guard, and a close ally of the Ayatollah, who was a key figure in making the revolution a resounding success. 30, Phase 9, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 9, Halcyon Days. == Part 5. == You know, I'm delighted I'm not on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Oversight Council right now, General. I've seen some cases of intelligence dropping the ball and dealing with naval intelligence going rogue and supporting a coup. But this... Stark waved a hand at a monitor showing Congress hearing over the unfolding disasters in Afghanistan. This is something else indeed. Your weapons are helping kill our soldiers and allies. You can't pretend this doesn't concern you, Mr. Stark, General Danvers pointed out. I did cooperate in cleaning up the house, so to speak, and nearly got killed by my weapons, General. Stark patted his chest, and the electromagnet there. That kept him alive. I'll carry this souvenir for years as a reminder. However, if intelligence hadn't dropped the ball in such a way, my convoy might have gotten fine in the first place. We wouldn't have found out about my weapons ending up on the black market only when the 10 Rings used them to blow me, and a bunch of young soldiers to Kingdom Come. You can keep grumbling about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s incompetence later, people. We have a job to do and won't fuck it up like Fury's goons did. Now, where do we stand on training and establishing infrastructure? Worldwide or in the continental United States? Stark inquired. From a classified recording of S.W.O.R.D's Oversight Committee, meeting with S.W.O.R.D Director Danvers. I was wondering when you will make contact, Stark mock saluted with a cup of tea. No whiskey, we've got the good stuff, Counselor Hawley offered. You know very well I no longer drink most of the time anyway. I'm fine with my tea, thank you very much. Stark's sarcasm wasn't as biting as usual. We might civilize you yet. Counselor Hawley nodded pleased and sipped her tea. This isn't a social call, is it, Pamela? I'm nowhere near as old as Peggy, young man, though not as young now, are you? The counselor inquired. I have the memories of a man who was older than both of us combined when he made that device. I might be feeling the middle-age crisis a bit now, Stark shrugged. People with proper manners don't shrug, Tony. So much for civilizing you, Hawley lamented. I'm both old enough and rich enough not to care about such trivialities. Now shall we cut to the chase? I am here to officially welcome you into the fold now that we've observed you in action and liked what we saw. Agent Ward's people, I wouldn't have pegged you for the secret society crowd. That would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? It's time we compared notes, Tony. Would it surprise you to know the Illuminati are real, though that name is little more than a cover itself? Hawley smiled like a content cat. I can attest stranger things have happened. Stark waved a hand, and a sugar cube rose from the tray on the table between them, then slowly floated into his cup of tea. We are a branch of an ancient organization that has as its purpose the unification and uplift of humanity under a shared vision. We've supported the United States, the Entente, and later, the Allies through 2 world wars and the Cold War. The West and its closest allies are the best path forward if properly tempered and guided. We were the key people who established SHIELD to guard us against internal threats. Now we are building SWORD to defend us from those beyond Earth who would threaten humanity. Hawley went for the dramatic introduction. It is time you knew the truth about our world, Tony, about the Hydra's many heads and their conflicting visions. About the covert conflict we've been fighting for more than a century. From a meeting between Counselor Pamela Hawley, a member of the Illuminati Hydra branch, and newly inducted member of the Illuminati Hydra branch, Counselor Tony Stark. LEGO has begun negotiations with Stark Industries about continued cooperation with the Star Wars franchise under its new management. This puts them in direct competition with Hasbro, who are already negotiating with SI. Forbes magazine. China is attempting to corner the civilian market for passive exoskeletons. After the Chinese government signed a deal with Stark Industries late last year, multiple Chinese corporations have licensed SI's groundbreaking design. They are mass-producing it, aiming to offer quality products at low prices using economies of scale almost no one else would be able to match. Within China alone, exoskeleton variants, full, offering support to the lower or upper body, have been making ground with construction and warehouse workers for months. The latest pictures of China's naval yards show that almost all workers there use one form or another of movement support system. Thailand, South Korea, Australia, and Singapore have already signed deals for the delivery of thousands of units each at a minimum. As of the past month, Chinese exoskeletons have increasingly appeared in Africa. That happens where Chinese companies often aid in building infrastructure as part of generous, often hazardous loan schemes granted by Chinese banks and the government. Multiple European countries have shown interest in exploring the utility of exoskeletons for numerous industries. As of late, the same is true for various U.S. businesses, divided between Stark Industries' more expensive home-built devices and the cheaper yet identical Chinese ones. Either way, SI will profit as long as China respects the licensing deals. The reason for this inconsistency is simple. Stark Industries has a single limited production line opened in California. At the same time, the Chinese mass-produce exoskeletons like they are the next best thing after sliced bread. Forbes magazine. This is Luke Vader with more Star Wars news. We just got a new trailer for Star Wars: The Old Republic MMORPG, which is what Tony Stark wants to expand in scope greatly. It's called The Return of the Sith, and it is incredible. Among other things, we got one of the best lightsaber duels ever in a 6-minute-long cinematic trailer. The best way I can describe this trailer is as a love letter to Star Wars made by fans. We saw Old Republic soldiers, obviously inspired by the clones and Mandalorians we saw in the Clone Wars. Yet, they are their predecessor and original inspiration, lore-wise. We saw a badass smuggler shooting Sith soldiers and a fantastic duel between a Jedi Knight and his Padawan against a Sith Lord and his apprentice. You need to watch it. We saw a taste of what the Sith fleet is, and a homage to the Millennium Falcon being chased by fighters, complete with people manning laser cannons to defend it. The biggest surprise was at the end. For anyone wishing to avoid spoilers until you've watched it, go skip ahead. I am serious. Seriously, go away now, it's spoilers time. In the end, after the Sith capture a Republic station guarding Korriban, the original Sith homeworld, which has been abandoned for at least 1,000 years, we had a big surprise. The Sith Master was wounded by the Jedi Knight during the duel and nearly helpless on his knees. For a moment there, I was sure the apprentice would kill him for being weak like Sith was supposed to do. The rule of two, the strictest only rule and such. There were expectations to be subverted, and then bam. The apprentice, Malgus or something, switches off his lightsaber. Instead of ranting about the Jedi Padawan going away or giving an evil monologue, he shakes his head while looking at Korriban with longing. Finally, we were back home to Korriban. We were winning, and then, how did it go so wrong? We let our hatred for the Jedi rule us instead of using it as fuel, apprentice. Let this be a lesson we both will live to learn from. Never forget hatred and fear are tools. We use those emotions. We do not let them rule us. Did you hear that? We are talking about very different Sith here compared to Sidious, Tyrannus, and Vader, the followers of the rule of two. But when you think about it, it makes sense. The Galactic Empire we saw in the original trilogy wasn't a Sith empire. It was evil, totalitarian, yes. Sith, no. It was just Sidious and Vader there. We're looking at a genuine Sith empire here, presumably with many Sith working together. That is something we've yet to see in Star Wars. From Luke Vader's Star Wars dedicated YouTube channel. The United States military is in the process of deploying 2 Marine battalions, elements of the 1st Armored Division, Special Forces units, and elements of the National Guard to Afghanistan. The United Kingdom, France, and Germany pledged increased support and are assembling a battalion-sized formation each for deployment, despite how controversial this stance is in Berlin. Euronews. Protests are erupting across Germany against what many see as an unjustified resurgence of militarism. We keep hearing the repeated claim that no German soldiers would have died if they were never sent to fight on foreign soil, something that should have never happened after the horrors of the Second World War. This sentiment was met with a surprisingly divided international response. Many NATO members, especially in Eastern Europe, are incredibly divided. There are many unpleasant memories there from the Second World War. At the same time, Germany is Europe's industrial and economic heart. To many, it seems that Germany enjoys the Pact's protection nowadays. Yet the German people are not ready to pay the price for mutual defense, which sometimes can mean sending soldiers to die on foreign soil for people who aren't fellow citizens of your country. President Obama commended the firm decision for action reached by the German government while not mentioning the ongoing protests. Democrat and Republican representatives of Congress and the Senate were less polite in their statements. CNN. Coalition and ANA forces across Afghanistan are consolidating and bunkering down for a long campaign. In the short term, this means abandoning large parts of the country to Taliban and Ten Rings insurrectionists. However, there is no other practical recourse to avoid more defeats in detail. The coalition forces in the country simply aren't set up for prolonged high-intensity combat, especially against an enemy with access to modern weapons. General Roberts claimed that the coalition's presence in Afghanistan needed a significant amount of different equipment and to change its force composition to avoid repeated disasters. USA Today. Mossad warns about suspicious movements and a lack of electronic chatter between Revolutionary Guard units in Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister gave a vitriol-filled speech in front of the K-Senate aimed at Iran. Israel's government has been among the harshest critics of the Brussels Accords signed between the United States, European Union, and Iran. CNN. C=. Part 6. C=. Intelligence agencies warn of more signs of brewing trouble within Iran. In the past weeks, Mossad, CIA, and others have reported suspicious movement from Revolutionary Guard and Iranian military accompanied by suspicious radio silence. Despite that, There has been no action against the continuing protests by citizens anticipating whether the Brussels Accords would lead to tangible benefits or would fall apart. BBC World News. The second surge is well underway, with US and NATO forces reinforcing the deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq. So far, the Taliban and 10 Rings have refrained from attacking consolidated coalition forces within the country. They seem to be focused on degrading ANA formations stationed away from easy coalition reinforcements and consolidating their hold of the Kandahar, Herat, and Jalalabad provinces. CNN. Romania and Bulgaria are the last EU countries to begin fusion reactor construction. In Bulgaria's case, the successful completion of the project would mean they could decommission their remaining fission nuclear power plant. The truth of fusion and fission finally dawned on less radical parts of the green movement. In the last few months, we've seen an increased drive to adopt fusion technology in exchange for abandoning fission nuclear power. Bulgaria was one of the beneficiaries of this push, receiving subsidies to get their first fusion reactor up and running faster than it could be otherwise possible in exchange for the pledge to shut down their nuclear power plant when the fusion reactor is integrated into the power grid. A pleasant consequence for many European cities is the significant reduction of Green Parties-backed protests. Sadly, the downside of this is the radical wings of the Green are out in strength, often causing riots and clashes with the police across the EU. Euronews. British Petroleum is making a hard pivot towards green energy while focusing its long-term involvement with fossil fuels in the production of lubricants and plastics. The multinational corporation projects that it will significantly decrease the extraction of petrol and refinement of fuels over the next 5 years. Their energy strategy is now focused on fully backing the development of fusion technology and building the dispersed infrastructure needed for charging electric vehicles. BBC News. Will the militaries worldwide remain the sole big user of fossil fuels for the foreseeable future? The sheer power density and output of petrol and related products point in that direction. Scientists across the world tend to disagree. Here in the EU, we have multiple laboratories working on hydrogen-based power cells and new compact batteries. Stark Industries and affiliates are working on miniaturized fusion reactor designs and cite the primary stumbling block as insufficiently advanced material science able to handle compact reactors. This can and will begin to change after we enter the fusion age in a few years. The abundance of cheap energy can then be harvested to create novel materials and alloys that are theoretically or prohibitively expensive to create in the laboratory right now. We are in for an explosion of advancements in the materials sciences in the next 5 to 10 years, which would, in turn, revolutionize many other fields. So yes, in the short term, the militaries worldwide will remain major fossil fuel users because nothing else available can meet their requirements. That will rapidly change when compact fusion reactors come online. Euronews. It's here, folks. A bit late. We're in the last days of September. However, we can now get our hands on the Star Wars Tech Bible. The Annex's Guide to Warfare and Technology is out and often getting bought as fast as it could be delivered. There are countless fans out there who are eager to see what Tony Stark has in mind for Star Wars. I can give you an overview today, though a comprehensive analysis still needs to be completed, obviously. Now the first big thing is hyperspace travel. Here we see little change from what the EU claimed in general. It was just that most Star Wars writers didn't exactly care about it. First, hyperspace travel is still incredibly fast. Under the right circumstances, you can cross the galaxy in a few days. Here is the significant change. Do you remember A New Hope? How going from Tatooine to Alderaan was both fast and, as far as we know, happened entirely in hyperspace. That's not how it now works, folks. There's this thing called hyperlanes, which were a thing in the EU. They are corridors of free space constantly monitored and traveled that allow fast hyperspace travel without worries. They serve as highways. That is how you cross the galaxy in Star Wars in a couple of days. The significant change here is there are many worlds across those hyperlanes. You fly from system to system on a hyperlane, exit hyperspace, and move through the system until you reach the other entrance of the hyperlane on the other side of the system, or where it is situated. Only then do you enter hyperspace or jump to lightspeed, so to speak. This should have implications for the plots we see in future Star Wars and how the Clone Wars unfold after the season currently in production. There will be soft retcons, so to speak. Third, it is a hard rule that gravity wells will drag you out of hyperspace. If you miscalculate your jump and are lucky, you will end up near a planet. If you are unlucky, you will end painfully close to a star or black hole. And if the Force hates you, the safeties of your hyperdrive won't engage in time. This is what Han Solo talked about in A New Hope. You see, gravity throws shadows in hyperspace. The stronger it is, the harder the shadow. That is how a planet's gravity will yank a ship out of hyperspace back into real space. However, massive objects like stars, supernovas, or black holes and their gravity shadow will be extremely massive. If you fly into it in hyperspace, it will be like hitting a concrete wall that's potentially very thick. So yeah, if that happens, the Force hates you in particular. What's next is proof that Tony Stark is a nerd just like us. We have a canon explanation of how blasters work and what they are, and it is even based on real science. You see, Tony Stark admitted that as a kid, he wanted a blaster like Han Solo's, and he could finally build one. That's it, folks. We now have real-life blasters because Star Wars inspired Tony Stark. The energy weapons the US military is all over are Star Wars blasters built by Stark. From Luke Vader's Star Wars dedicated YouTube channel. President Obama confirms that at this time, the United States and its allies don't intend to increase their military presence in Afghanistan and Iraq significantly numerically. What will continue to happen is replacing support elements involved in the nation-building exercises with combat troops on a one-to-one basis or close to it. When intelligence permits it, the coalition forces and ANA allies will be launching offensives against Taliban and Ten Rings strongholds across the country. USA Today. The first week of November was characterized by increasing airstrikes against Taliban positions, preceded by seed missions run by the U.S. Air Force across Afghanistan. We expect coalition and ANA offensive operations to begin early next week. Washington Post. It is not a coincidence that radio chatter among Iranian military and Revolutionary Guard units ceased the day after coalition forces launched their offensives in Afghanistan. Intelligence agencies warn about imminent trouble coming from Iran. BBC World News breaking news. We just got a confirmation that half an hour ago, an Iranian general issued a warning on the open air towards U.S., Allied, and Israeli forces in the Middle East. He claimed that radical elements within Iran are launching a coup attempt and will attack anyone they deem enemies. Now, we are receiving unconfirmed reports of missile launches all across Iran. CNN. It's sheer madness out there. Revolutionary Guard units just deployed in Tehran and opened fire on peaceful protesters. Police and regular military units responded almost immediately. There are ongoing firefights all over the city. BBC World News. The Pentagon just confirmed that Iran launched a mass missile strike against the Eisenhower-Carrier battle group and U.S. bases across the Middle East, including facilities in Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. We have no word about casualties. However, Pentagon officials did confirm that warning from intelligence assets and Iranian General al-Fahir allowed military personnel and civilian contractors to be on high alert, and when necessary, seek shelter before the attacks struck. CNN. Explosions shook cities across Israel as Iranian and terrorist forces launched a massive missile campaign against the country. Last night, the skies were constantly lit up by countermissiles and Iron Dome systems firing until they ran dry on ammunition. We have a confirmation that at least 2 Stark Industries Jericho missiles slipped through the defenses, causing catastrophic damage, compounding what is suspected to be modern Russian missiles that broke through depleted defenses early in the morning. Euronews. We have tentative confirmation of an ongoing civil war across Iran. Satellite imagery and recon flight aimed at locating targets for counter-strikes after Iran's unprovoked attack against the United States and allied forces. Israel and Saudi Arabia reveal fires across over a dozen cities and ongoing combat within and around various military bases. Heavy regular army and Revolutionary Guard formations are converging for a clash in Tehran's outskirts. CNN News. 31, Phase 9, Parts 7 and 8. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 9, Halcyon Days. C equals. Part 7. C equals. Israel's military is mobilizing, while emergency services fight fires and pull thousands from collapsed residential buildings. The Israel Air Force has been conducting airstrikes across Gaza since the attacks began. Yet, a formal declaration against Iran is still pending despite promises from various parts of the ruling coalition. CNN. U.S. bases in Bahrain remained safe during the Iranian onslaught. This turns out wasn't blind luck or oversight. Iranian military loyal to the moderate faction in the ongoing civil war has been fighting with Revolutionary Guard units ordered to launch attacks against targets in Bahrain. Pentagon sources confirm the loyalists in question have managed to destroy long-range missiles before being pushed back by RG units reinforced by irregular forces. USA Today. President Obama pledged that the U.S. military would soon begin operations against the radical faction in the Iranian civil war led by the Ayatollah. This comes hours after Iranian President Hamdani went to the air and made an official request for international assistance in putting down an insurrection led by radical elements within the Iranian government, including the country's supreme leader. He claimed that revolutionary forces under the control of the Ayatollah carried out all the attacks on foreign soil. That is not the will or desire of the moderates within Iran to prosecute senseless foreign wars, whether they were citizens, military, or parts of the government. CNN. The Iranian Ayatollah just went on air and proclaimed holy war against the Great Satan, America, its allies, and all corrupted subversive elements within Iran. Allah is great. Last night we had our first great victory by striking infidels all over Iran. Today, with Allah's help, our faithful Revolutionary Guard will crush the traitors in the army in a great clash at Tehran's gates. Praise Allah, purge all infidels and those corrupted by Western lies. This was part of the rambling declaration of war against everyone the radicals within Iran consider enemies, including many of their citizens. Euronews. Labour government officials do confirm the Iranian attacks against bases containing British soldiers can be considered a declaration of war. That is also true about the Ayatollah's proclamation. However, the question remains, the war against whom? Iran as a whole? Or are the radicals who struck targets around Iran and fight the regular Iranian military the enemy? Before taking offensive actions, the government must decide who is the true enemy and how to best neutralize them as a threat. BBC News. Saudi Arabia mobilizes its military. The U.S. and Saudi forces are moving toward Iran's border as we speak. However, at this time, it's not clear if they will assume defensive positions or cross the border. BBC World News. NATO foreign ministers will hold an emergency meeting in Brussels late tonight. While Article 5 is inapplicable to attacks on forces of NATO members outside of continental Europe and the United States, the fact remains that elements within Iran struck military units of multiple NATO members. The bases within Iraq hit by Iranian missiles held contingents from the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, Denmark, the Czech Republic, Latvia, and Estonia. To make the situation more complicated, there were other allied forces within the attacked bases, most notable from Australia, South Korea, and Ukraine. Euronews. UN ambassadors from over 20 countries filed a motion to sanction the radical faction within the Iranian civil war and approve international intervention against the Ayatollah's butchers. So far, China has pledged its moral support and condemned what their UN representative called an insane level of aggression. The Chinese government promised it would not veto any sensible resolution to curtail the ongoing insanity within Iran. Russia continues to be suspiciously quiet about the situation in Iran. The remaining Permanent Security Council members have been either directly attacked or supportive in the case of France. New York Times. U.S. Navy elements within the Persian Gulf launched a massive cruise missile strike at targets within Iran. Pentagon officials confirmed the targets were exclusively military facilities and infrastructure used by the Revolutionary Guard and irregular forces confirmed to support the Ayatollah. CNN. Heavy combat formations of the Revolutionary Guard and loyalist Iranian army clashed on the outskirts of Tehran early this morning. Heavy fighting continues even late in the evening, with radical forces from the capital surging forth to join the battle. Loyalists are reportedly taking advantage of this and securing large tracts of the city so that emergency services could treat as many of the civilians harmed by the radical rebels as possible. Unconfirmed reports from Tehran point to tens of thousands of civilians murdered by the Revolutionary Guard and irregulars aligned with the Ayatollah. BBC World News. The fighting in Afghanistan between ANA forces, Taliban, and Ten Rings insurgents continues. Coalition forces continue to rebuild and consolidate while curtailing their air campaign due to the ongoing hostilities in Iran threatening logistics. CNN. Iranian President Hamdani officially thanked the U.S. for the intervention against the radicals, claiming that missile strikes against logistics and ammo depots proved critical in the loyalist victory at Tehran. After 3 days of heavy fighting, the Iranian military managed to shatter the Revolutionary Guard formations moving on the capital, repulsing their attack with heavy casualties. At this time, the loyalist forces in the region are recovering and aiding in SAR efforts throughout Tehran. They have their hands full in dealing with the aftermath of days of bloody fighting and murders perpetrated by radical forces. Euronews. Iranian diplomats in Brussels gave NATO officials up-to-date intel from loyalist forces on Republican Guard positions and military targets in their hands. This happened 2 days ago, and it is no coincidence that tonight, U.S. forces in the Middle East, Israel's Air Force, and Saudi Arabia's Royal Air Force began conducting sea and air strikes across Iran. We now have confirmation that while the air defenses of the loyalist Iranian military are active, they are not targeting or firing upon the air forces, conducting strikes against radical forces all over the country. CNN. In a surprising turn, Russia abstained from vetoing the UN resolution authorizing intervention against the Ayatollah's rogue regime. The resolution passed with overwhelming majority mere hours after loyalist Iranian forces secured Tehran and restored its communications links with the world. That allowed reporters from around the world to show footage and pictures of massacres all over the city. At the same time, local police and military loyalists desperately tried to fend off Revolutionary Guard and irregular forces murdering people. New York Times. The White House spokesman announced that because of the ongoing tense situation within Iran, the United States wouldn't deploy boots on the ground. However, the United States Air Force and Navy aided loyalist forces within the country in destroying the Ayatollah's regime through air and missile strikes on military targets. NATO will also supply the Iranian people and loyalist forces with humanitarian aid, actionable intelligence, and military supplies. CNN. Considering that much of the military equipment the Iranians use is Russian or Soviet in origin, NATO officials decided that the best way to offer the loyalist military aid they could put to good use immediately is from the stockpiles and active units of Eastern European countries. U.S. Senate surprisingly voted for funding the replacement of any such material aid provided to Iran with U.S. military vehicles and support assets. This would not only help strike at the radicals in Iran, but stimulate the U.S. economy while ensuring our allies retain their ability to defend themselves in an increasingly chaotic world. CNN. Stark Industries negotiates a contract with the UK company D30 to develop better protective materials with non-Newtonian properties. SI will invest $300 million in joint R&D by the end of the next fiscal year. Forbes magazine. PIM Technologies is looking for investors in their continued bid to make using PIM particles practical. These unique subatomic particles have the properties of reducing or increasing the mass, density, and strength of materials under strictly controlled laboratory conditions. While the implications of developing practical ways to harness those abilities are staggering, for nearly 60 years doing so has proven impossible outside the laboratory. Recent advancements in various scientific fields and what is on the horizon could change this and lead to new fields of research and development. Stark Industries has been interested in becoming a major investor. However, PIM Industries CEO Darren Cross so far refuses, fearing a hostile takeover. Forbes magazine. Dr. Susan Storm will become the director and lead scientist of a joint R&D venture between Stark Industries and Von Doom Industries. Victor Von Doom and Tony Stark will meet to complete negotiations and sign contracts for further R&D cooperation between the two industry giants. Forbes magazine. Stark Entertainment announces a series of Star Wars comics taking part in the Old Republic era. They will cover events between the end of the KOTOR game and the planned KOTOR. In more Star Wars-related news, the SWTOR MMORPG will see a significant gameplay overhaul while using as much of the already developed assets as possible. KOTOR and SWTOR will feature real-time combat, similar to action games. A big source of inspiration there would be the Jedi Knight series of games, with gameplay heavily altered by proper RPG mechanics. With the Star Wars Tech Bible out, now Stark Industries has begun in earnest to look into authors for books and screenplay writers for future movies and TV shows. So far, Star Wars fans have met SI's efforts with cautious optimism. However, there are concerns that we might be seeing more of the same, with SI betting on safe stories, or more importantly, that Tony Stark and SI are afraid to continue the stories of beloved characters from the prequel and original trilogies. USA Today. == Part 8. == After securing Tehran and regrouping at the capital, Iranian loyalist forces are moving towards the borders with Turkey and Iraq. This would serve the dual purposes of neutralizing Revolutionary Guard forces in the northwest of the country and opening supply lines through Turkey and Iraq. As of the past few days, Turkey is becoming a staging ground for military and humanitarian aid ready to enter Iran. That includes tons of ammunition, armored vehicles, tanks, artillery, and a large amount of humanitarian supplies. The U.S. Air Force has been concentrating airstrikes on Revolutionary Guard positions in the north in the past few days, a strategy that now has a logical explanation. They are softening up the Ayatollah's radicals for the regular Iranian military. CNN Iranian President Hamdani survived an assassination attempt early this afternoon. He was speaking in front of military forces, ready to leave north, when a sniper attempted to shoot him. Security forces discovered the would-be assassin just in time and stormed his position. The distraction resulted in the sniper missing his shot against President Hamdani before being gunned down. Iranian security forces revealed the identity of the sniper, Major Khalid al-Tehran, a distinguished officer within the Revolutionary Guard. This leaves no doubt as to who was behind the assassination attempt. BBC World News. While Iranian loyalists marched north, the Iranian government revealed preliminary casualty figures caused by the Revolutionary Guard and affiliated forces massacring civilians. Over 30,000 are confirmed dead, with tens of thousands in critical condition and over 40,000 lightly wounded. Tehran's hospitals are on the brink of collapse, facing massive casualties within the city itself. Notably, these casualties are the confirmed civilians murdered or injured by the Ayatollah's butchers. The death toll from the days-long battle outside the city is currently unknown. Euronews. Early this morning, Israel launched Operation Just Retribution, aimed at eradicating all known and suspected terrorist and Iranian-aligned forces within Gaza. At the same time, the Israeli Air Force began conducting raids against revolutionary forces within Iran in conjunction with the US, UK, and Saudi Arabia. CNNWE finally have a confirmation from the Pentagon on the effects of the Iranian mass missile strike against Eisenhower's carrier battle group. Increased state of readiness and the warning by an Iranian general were crucial in mitigating the damage. Nevertheless, despite the best efforts of U.S. sailors, 3 missiles managed to breach all defenses of the carrier battle group. 2 of them are believed to be Russian in origin. At the same time, the third is confirmed to be a Jericho missile produced by Stark Industries and sold on the black market by the late Obadiah Stane. Russian missiles struck the Ticonderoga-class guided missile destroyer Hugh City and the Arleigh Burke missile destroyer Kearney. Both ships suffered heavy damage across their superstructure and dozens of casualties. The Jericho missile survived to release its submunitions, which struck the carrier, Dwight Eisenhower. We now have a confirmation that everything on the deck and the command tower of the carrier received critical damage, resulting in hundreds of casualties. As of this moment, the carrier is considered mission killed and en route to the U.S. for repairs. CNN. Senate and Congress committees discuss calling Mr. Tony Stark to answer questions about the use of Stark weapons against U.S. and allied forces in the Middle East. U.S. government officials countered these demands with the firm belief that the investigation in Stark Industries, which Mr. Stark not only fully cooperated with but even demanded take place, already discovered the truth of the matter. The President's Chief of Staff commented that the best way Mr. Stark could make up for any liability he might feel over the misuse of his weapons is to design better ways to keep U.S. soldiers and their allies alive on future battlefields, something Stark Industries is already doing its best to achieve. C-SPAN. Rear Admiral Davis, commanding officer of the Eisenhower Carrier Battle Group, is confirmed dead, alongside 352 officers and crew members from the carrier. The casualties across the fleet are now tallied at 1,215. CNN, the U.S. Navy refuses to answer questions on how it will prevent such critical losses in the future, citing national security. CNN, there are increased calls across America for a general war against Iran over the murder of so many U.S. servicemen and women. The U.S. military spokespeople and government officials counter such demands with facts often falling on deaf ears. Early this afternoon, President Obama reaffirmed his pledge not to invade Iran. While not explicitly stating it in these precise words, the president's meaning was clear. Striking at moderate elements within Iran and the loyalists within the military who had nothing to do with the attack on the United States and allied armed forces would be madness on the part with that of the Ayatollahs. Washington Post. Interviews with construction workers reveal passive exoskeletons' usefulness in their daily work. The name exosuits keeps persisting as less of a mouthful among those using the technology daily. Construction worker Matt Riley had this to say. Using this, he patted the orange-colored joint of the exosuit going over his arm, was like being born again. I can work my whole shift while experiencing much less strain nowadays. Until recently, my buddies and I ended our shifts dead on our feet. In this work, we work long, hard hours. By the end of the day, we are knackered. Sometimes we are so tired it is hard not to make mistakes, and in our line of work, that can lead to nasty injuries or even cost you a limb. People die due to mistakes in construction, and tired people make mistakes. That's not rocket science. We get injured at the best of times just moving heavy stuff around when we are too tired. Sprains, torn muscles, crippling pain in the joints and back. All that is a hazard of the job at the best of times, Matt smiled. This technology is changing things for the better. Since we began using them, injury rates have fallen by over 60%. That isn't just company propaganda to make us feel better. I am out here on projects all day, every day, 6 days a week. I have seen the same people day after day for months now, whereas before that, injuries would have taken many of my buddies out of action for days or weeks on end. You notice these things. While statistics in the field are lacking, What we could find so far from the relatively limited number of companies, both adopting exoskeletons in the workplace and willing to share internal data, is that there is an excellent reduction of injuries across the board, with the highest percentage claimed to stand at the astronomical 83%. New York Times. By the end of the year, all construction and manufacturing jobs provided by Stark Industries will incorporate exoskeleton support for the workers in question. The only thing pushing the adoption process that far is the need to train personnel in the safe use and maintenance of the new equipment. In the coming years, Mr. Stark promises the incorporation of powered exoskeletons once a reliable mass-produced design is on the market. Forbes magazine. More and more companies worldwide are ordering exoskeletons for their workers in sectors ranging from construction, manufacturing, and warehouse work. Even regular supermarket chains want such equipment for their workers. While limited in scope, all the available data points to a significant increase in productivity and a decrease in downtime due to injuries sustained in the workplace due to various factors, including fatigue. The cheap exoskeletons manufactured in China make adopting the technology by businesses worldwide an affordable and wise investment. Financial Times. Iranian loyalist forces encircled Erbil and kept pushing all the way to the borders with Armenia and Azerbaijan, sweeping away light Revolutionary Guard resistance. Irregular forces keep harassing the loyalists in the north and carrying attacks against civilians. That is often backfiring, with newly formed local militias and armed civilians either directly fighting back or rapidly guiding the military toward the insurgents' hideouts. Euronews. A major clash is brewing in the vicinity of Tabriz. Revolutionary Guard and irregulars from the northern and western parts of Iran had been converging into the city for over a week. They were determined to hold it to prevent the flow of NATO sources supplies into the country. U.S. and U.K. air forces have been conducting strikes in the north of Iran for a week, flying out of airfields in Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey, and Iraq. While officially NATO is not at war with Iran or the revolutionary forces loyal to the Ayatollah, at times these past few days, it's hard to tell the difference. In eastern Turkey, we can see long train compositions loaded to bursting with weapons and combat vehicles waiting for a safe passage into the hands of Iranian loyalists. We also have unconfirmed claims that weapons shipments from Eastern European NATO members have been reaching Greek ports, then sailing to ports in Iraq and Israel to make their way to Avaz, a stronghold of the loyalists since the first days of the Iranian civil war. BBC World News. The loyalist buildup at Tabriz was a strategic feint that pinned down nearly a third of the Revolutionary Guard's remaining combat formations and a significant number of irregular forces. At dawn this morning, the Iranian army sent an armored spearhead up the Urmia-Mahabad road. An Iranian armored division with attached motorized elements from other formations has been moving toward Urmia for hours now. In this city, loyalists and local militias have been fighting for control with irregulars and light forces detached from the Revolutionary Guard. Under cover of persistent NATO-sourced airstrikes, the loyalists' armored thrust has been smashing through light resistance with little effort. Euronews airstrikes destroyed the Urmia Lake Bridge, considerably slowing down any radicals' attempt to reinforce Urmia city, while loyalist armor was racing to reach it. The Iranian military gathered at the gates of Tabriz launched spoiling attacks to pin down the Revolutionary Guard units dug in within the city. Massed airstrikes devastate any unit attempting to move away from Tabriz, turning the area into a killing ground for the Ayatollah's fanatics. BBC World News loyalist forces reached Urmia late this evening and kept going, bypassing the city and racing to secure the vital Dr. Bahanar highway linking the town with Turkey. Follow-up motorized forces are reported to be dismounting and casting a wide net to deal with irregulars loyal to the supreme leader across Urmia. CNNat 8 local time this morning, loyalist forces reached the Turkey's border at Esendir, where the Turkish military, with NATO logistics support, has been shifting supplies and military equipment for over a week now. The first supply shipments are now flowing into Iran. Ammunitions and combat vehicles will replace losses sustained during the rush of the loyalist armor to secure the area. At the same time, humanitarian supplies flow all the way to Tehran. With winter coming early this year, this was likely the last major operation until early spring that either side would launch in the north. This will give time for the Loyalists to consolidate and build up their forces after the ruinous opening days of the Civil War. At the same time, the Ayatollah's radicals were growing weaker by the day due to the increasing lack of supplies and continued NATO air campaign. Analysts claim that come spring, in many places, the Loyalists would be able to run over Revolutionary Guard units that air strikes and attrition have nearly destroyed due to lack of supplies. The situation around the Persian Gulf is similar. Massed air and missile strikes greatly weakened revolutionary forces, forcing them to retreat, bunker down in a handful of cities, or face destruction in the face of resurgent Loyalist forces. In contrast, to the east, near the borders with Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, the Loyalist situation is dire. The last remaining coherent Loyalist forces in the region had to pull back after Revolutionary Guard divisions from Zabul and Zahedin converged on and took Bergen, opening their way to strike at multiple cities. At the same time, after heavy fighting, Kurzi-Bayez fell into the hands of revolutionary forces. That development threatened the flank of the Loyalists fighting to Bardaskan, forcing them to retreat towards defensive lines in Tabas and across the Kar-Turan National Park. Consequently, the Iranian Loyalists practically conceded the eastern part of the country to the Ayatollah and his radicals. Euronews 32, Phase 10 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 10, we are not the best vacation spot right now. C =. Part 1, C =. Stark Industries offices. New York. While a new corporate HG complex alongside a large penthouse for yours truly was under construction, more and more of running SI happened from a leased office space in one of the many skyscrapers within the city. It was early 2011, and the last fiscal year had just ended, which meant it was time to analyze where we were right now and where we would take the company based on everything that happened last year. The board of directors was present, most of them in person. The same was true for the directors of the most important departments, though many of them were present virtually. This has been one of the most profitable years in SI's history, especially accounting for lucrative long-term investments that we expect will be licensed to print money in practical terms, Pepper said. In a couple more years, she could get the reins as CEO, giving me more free time to pursue other objectives. Sadly, it's not all good, the new leader of our legal department declared. Her predecessor had to retire unexpectedly due to finding himself with an unpleasant case of cancer. That threw a wrench in some of my plans, forcing me to assume all CEO functions late last year. We continue to hear grumbling from both the Senate and Congress about more hearings. There are at least 2 more civil suits in the exploratory phase over the death of U.S. servicemen due to our negligence in handling the weapons we produce, Caroline Freeman continued. After the investigations were completed, we should have been in the clear legally as far as the government is concerned. Your cooperation did help in that regard, Mr. Stark. Sadly, politics are involved and they don't have to make sense. Then there are the civil courts. That is why we pay you the big bucks, Mrs. Freeman. The odds are good. It might get worse in that regard before the situation improves. From contacts within the military and from the investigation, we know there are between 20 and 40 unaccounted Jericho missiles. The only saving grace there is that at most half of them have repulsor warheads. The others are conventional cluster munitions. While still nasty, their destructive potential is nowhere near the same, I noted. Does legal has something else pending for this meeting? We covered the major points of interest, Mr. Stark. Good. Next, the finance department. When will we be able to afford new major acquisitions without compromising ongoing efforts or the reserve liquid assets we need to take action if an interesting opportunity presents itself? That, of course, meant a significant breakthrough ahead of schedule by either our R&D departments or others across the world. Such good luck was something we would ideally take advantage of early. It wasn't something corporations usually did. Assets just lying around weren't working to make you more money. However, in our case, we were waiting for many relevant technologies to advance so we could jump in and make good use of them, which would require money at hand, perhaps a lot of it. It depends on the scale. Another acquisition like Star Wars in short to medium term would require paying in part with shares or liquidating assets. While we did make nearly unprecedented profits, most of them are now reinvested in fusion, infrastructure building, or building multiple manufacturing plants with government assistance that would harness fusion power next year, Pierce Johnson, the chief financial officer of SI, reminded us. We can go up to $1 billion right now, no issue. 2 to 3 in early summer or September, no issue. Perhaps 4 sometime in the autumn. A lot would depend on if the expected demand levels for various products are as projected, and the same goes for developing various products and systems. Optimistically, take the upper figures as gospel, Mr. Stark. Realistically, bet on the lowers, barring an unforeseen disaster. Do you have anything you want us to focus on? We are basically in a waiting pattern for many of our ongoing projects to reach completion or a more useful state. Most of this fiscal year will be reasonably calm, barring any opportunity that presents itself. However, once commercial fusion begins coming online next year, all bets will be off. A summary from R&D followed. No surprises there. The only major instead of incremental advancements came in 2 forms. Mass-producing rugged blasters as sidearms would require certain advancements in material science. Without it, we can't keep the price and reliability down to a reasonable point. That said, we do have good news about larger weapon variants. We expect to have the prototype runs ready for testing by the military late this spring, Jackie Lee reported. This time, someone managed to corral him into a proper suit in time for this meeting. Whoever his new personal assistant, /minder was, needed a raise. The 2 big things we have for this year are related to medical and exoskeletons. I'll go with the latter first. We have the first powered exoskeleton variants ready for limited field testing by the military, and civilian variants we can release to the public. The latter come in 3 types, full exoskeletons, or everyone keeps calling them exosuits. Second, we have lower or upper body support systems, respectively. We also have a passive variant of the latter 2 subtypes. Depending on the type of work a person does, they won't necessarily need a full exosuit, whether powered or passive. This diversification will allow us to reach more businesses that couldn't previously afford or needed the full package. The construction, industrial, and resource extraction sectors would be our primary targets for the powered exosuits and partial movement support variants. That's good to hear. We were that much closer to proper powered combat exoskeletons now. The next point is the stimulants. In theory, those were easy to make, with what the galaxy I was accustomed to considered regular, commercially available laboratory stations. Replicating the same here on Earth required state-of-the-art facilities here on Earth. Yet, once I had those built as needed, it was a matter of a few months off and of tinkering to get basic adrenals of all types ready for testing. Animal trials of the stimulants are more than promising. So far, we are finding no unexpected side effects. Unsurprisingly, prolonged use results in a chemical buildup within the body that the liver and kidneys might struggle to deal with, but that is only to be expected. Testing also confirmed what you suspected, Mr. Stark. Using the stamina boosters alongside strength and adrenaline boosters has the effect of mitigating any damage reaching near maximum human capability might cause to the muscles and tendons. Needless to say, we are looking at years of testing before we get federal approval for human trials, much less permission to sell them on the open market. On the other hand, the military is highly interested in the stimulants, and we will be in talks with Pentagon representatives about further development, Dr. Hayes explained. A few hours of tedious, mundane stuff followed before the meeting finally ended. At least I could declare it an unmitigated success. Mr. Stark, your next meeting will start soon, one of my bodyguards reminded me. She was from Sword, so she was one of my government-sanctioned minders. Get the cars ready. I'll get a cup of coffee, and we'll head down to the garage. =C=. Sword Satellite Offices, New York. The next meeting was an acute reminder that Sword was a rival of S.H.I.E.L.D., no matter that their spheres of interest should have been different and with minimal overlap. Unsurprisingly, there was ongoing jockeying for budget and relevance. In practical terms, that was to be expected. Until recently, some of Sword's duties were S.H.I.E.L.D's not so long ago. It didn't help that anyone with two brain cells to rub together would be aware that in the future, with expansion in space on the horizon, Sword would outstrip S.H.I.E.L.D. in reach and capabilities. That was already happening when Sword was barely getting off the ground. While S.H.I.E.L.D. had competent commando teams, Sword's few bases worldwide had air-mobile mechanized platoons as quick-reaction forces. At the end of the day, the two organizations were meant to counter threats that significantly differed in scope and threat level. As a direct consequence, Fury wasn't a happy camper. Not that I've ever seen him happy. Today's meeting was a small affair. It was just me, Generals Danvers and Miller, and two more counselors who overlapped in oversight over S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sword, Pamela Hawley, and Hinata Akira. "Tony, good you could make it in time," Hawley greeted me after the door of the secure conference room sealed behind me. "We are aware that the timing of this meeting wasn't the most convenient. Sadly, it wasn't critical enough to get me away from the board faster," I noted while making my way to the nearest leather chair. Say what you will, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sword had access to comfortable furniture when they wanted. The reverse was true. They also had specially designed chairs to make people as uncomfortable as possible, either because someone in power didn't like a particular visitor or to keep an interrogation target off balance. "We've reached a few decisions that directly involve you, Tony," Hawley continued. "Over my explicit protest, we can either trust him or he should not be here in the first place," Danvers objected. "I second that," General Miller offered. Considering how close Fort Drum was and how convenient its location was, the place was now a Sword base as well, and one of the primary places for testing many of my new inventions. "It's a case of trust but verify. Our strategic situation makes the risk worth it at any rate, and the benefits, well, we deem them outweighing any possible downsides." Hawley primly sipped her tea while giving nothing like a proper answer. "Pamela, get to the point. What shenanigans are you up to?" I demanded. "We are once again going to give you enough rope to hang yourself, Tony. Considering your altered background, you are uniquely positioned to be among the people making first contact with aliens, ideally a friendly one. You naturally won't be alone and will always have close oversight. So some people hope I'll use this rope to hang myself, while others hope they will profit from my situation. Or if we are to be extremely generous, they hope Earth will profit from it," I asked. I had to agree with the generals. If they didn't reasonably trust me, this was a stupid thing to do unless those who trusted me enough ran over the arguments of any naysayers due to internal politics. Sadly, due to my position, gaining a complete picture of the politics surrounding Sword and S.H.I.E.L.D. was a slowly ongoing long-term project. The same was true about subverting the organizations. The Illuminati were in the same boat, though I already had my foot in. Usually, that tended to be the most challenging step with such organizations. The rest was a matter of time, effort, and finding the right opportunities to exploit. We've spent many meetings creating contingencies, and with me giving lectures on what to be wary of when contacting alien cultures, I pointed out. There are professional diplomats who should be a good fit for this position. There are such people who will be a part of any first contact meeting, Tony. Your expertise couldn't be replicated by simply telling tales, Hawley countered. Either way, unless you refuse, it's a done deal, she smiled at me. We both knew I wouldn't refuse. There would be a lot of accolades to gain from a successful, friendly first contact, and Hawley wasn't wrong. I was better positioned not to fuck it up due to my experience, and more importantly, the force and the emphatic abilities it granted me. I'll play the diplomat if the opportunity appears. What's next on the agenda? Weapons and equipment again, Miller huffed. It's not like we haven't been telling people the truth, unless you are ready with another miracle, Mr. Stark. No miracles. The first batch of powered exoskeletons ready for testing outside the laboratory will be completed soon. You'll get it. followed by General Scudder receiving the second production run and shield. Despite Fury's insistence on getting the good stuff first, the U.S. military and Sword are paying the most for advanced equipment, so you get first dibs. This is my official position as SI's CEO, and I'm sure our contracts confirm who gets priority on newly developed equipment. That's infantry scale. What about heavier weaponry? Miller asked. Jake Lee, who runs my weapon development division, assured me that you will have heavy machine gun and autocannon scale prototypes to play around with in the foreseeable future. His estimates are a bit too optimistic. We will need to wait for the fusion reactors to come online and begin utilizing their power to create new alloys in practical quantities outside the laboratory before we can begin mass-producing infantry-scale blasters that are both cheap and rugged enough to be worth it. I can guarantee that we will continue to offer your people the next best thing to handcrafted, marginally improved variants to see what works best in the field. The feedback will be invaluable for designing the first mass-produced blasters. So you're going with that as an official name now? Danvers asked. When the shoe fit. In practice, the weapons are close enough to what Lucas got to show on screen. Eventually, we might get some kind of stun mode incorporated or a non-lethal variant for military police and regular law enforcement. It's infuriating how much I could do with proper equipment that, back in my day, I could just scavenge from a damn junkyard. I shook my head in frustration. The stimulants we've been hearing about. Those things, if done right, are safe and have been around for thousands of years if my memories are correct. The biology was close enough to human norms that, with some testing and tweaking, I could replicate them. However, what needs state of an art laboratory to produce, I could brew in mass with a desk-sized portable lab bought off the shelf. I ranted. You know, some days I'm sure I'm pushing the uplift program so hard so Earth could become a decent retirement place in a few decades. It's better reasons than most. I look forward to enjoying my retirement in a world that's straight out of good science fiction. Just don't make it into a corporate dystopia or something like that, Miller chuckled. You were saying about weapons. It's much easier to make larger blasters. While their firepower, endurance between maintenance cycles, power, and ammo efficiency wouldn't be nearly as good as variants built with better materials, they would be good enough for testing purposes. Repairing those inferior models fundamentally will be similar to repairing and maintaining the mass-produced ones we will get in a few years. They should allow you to get a proper doctrine for use and figure out how best to incorporate energy weapons in the current combined arms environment. I glanced at the Japanese representative, who kept taking notes, yet said nothing since the meeting began. All I could get from her through the Force was cool interest at observing the discussion at hand. C equals. After months of consolidation, skirmishing, and NATO airstrikes, the Iranian government forces finally launched their long-anticipated offensive in the north. Motorized and mountain infantry, with artillery and drone support, struck from Aslan Duz and Calabar, linking at the junction of routes 12 and 27. Irregulars and Revolutionary Guard elements fought to the death holding Kodara Farin and were ultimately destroyed by the Loyalists. After consolidating in the ravaged town, the Iranian military swung west, moving parallel to the border with Azerbaijan and Armenia. Fending off ambushes along the way from irregular forces, the motorized thrust reached Safarlu village, which is now the site of the street-to-street fighting against a battalion of the Revolutionary Guard. That is expected to be the largest obstacle this prong of the Loyalist attack should meet on its way to the village of Hamadan. At the same time, mountain infantry backed by IFVs struck up the Hashtian, aiming first to liberate JLGA Tran, Joheni, and Hashtian. With those towns and villages secure, the western prong of the offensive would continue up the mountain road until it could eventually link up with Road 11 further north. Meanwhile, the armored forces that opened the way for supplies from Turkey last year have been fully rebuilt and reinforced. They are steadily pushing from Nushin to the junction of roads 11 and 14. Reaching that point would allow the Iranian Loyalists to swing around Lake Urmia and complete the encirclement of Tabriz, where major Revolutionary Guard formations have been digging in since last fall. The months-long NATO air raids and cruise missile strikes, including an ever-increasing deployment of Jericho missiles, have ensured that most mobile elements the radicals possess in the north have been significantly attired, making them incapable of conducting offensive operations. Euronews. The Second Afghan War intensifies. ANA Division strength formations rebuilt over the winter launched offensives against Jalalabad and Herat, covered by coalition air power and backed by a coalition regiment of mechanized infantry each. The Taliban and Ten Rings insurgents are falling steadily back, facing overwhelming firepower. Pentagon spokesman confirmed using over 200 Jericho missiles with specialized warheads and 50 with conventional cluster munitions to shatter enemy defensive positions meant to slow down or even stop the Allied advance. CNN. Considering logistics constraint and the drain caused by the Iranian civil war, the coalition and ANA forces in Afghanistan declined to attack Kandahar province at this time. Instead, ANA forces have dug into defensive positions between Kandahar and Kabul, backed by NATO mechanized infantry and tank platoons. BBC World News. Special Forces raid in Belarus destroyed a stockpile of Stark weapons ready for sale on the black market. The NATO-affiliated commandos took into custody a dangerous international arms dealer. We are yet to receive more details beyond confirmation of the raid by NATO officials. Euronews. Demand for incorporating increased security measures against terrorist attacks and teething issues delay the construction of many fusion reactors across Europe. The most optimistic expectations of the first reactors coming online by December 2011 will not happen. The revised realistic completion and ignition date for the first reactors under construction is summer 2012. One thing everyone agrees about is that Europe will be energy independent by the end of 2013. That includes fossil fuels needed for cars due to ongoing campaigns to upgrade gas stations across the continent, and many cities with a distributed network of recharge stations. Forbes magazine. The 10th of June this year will mark an unprecedented meeting between major car manufacturers from across the world in Brussels to discuss finalizing EU standards for electric cars, recharge equipment, batteries, and generally the logistics of transitioning from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. Once again, EU standards will become the world standard. The only surprising thing is that corporations are moving ahead of the curve for once. They are ready to negotiate instead of suffering increasing fines and the threat of losing the EU as a market. Euronews. == Part 2. == Fort Drum, New York. This is a surprise, Mr. Stark. General Miller greeted my party at the range. Good morning, General. I've been focusing on different branches of technology lately, putting others on the back burner. This is partly because realizing their full potential will require new materials in quantities that will be out of reach for a few more years. However, now that I had some spare time, I reviewed what more we could get from my repulsor technology. Safe and sustained engines will be possible in the coming years, among other things. I waved at my security detail, who began pulling crates out of the back of our vehicles. Now, we all know that for better and worse, repulsors make great warheads. Miller nodded grimly at that. The U.S. military knew that better than most by being both on the receiving end and delivering the punishment with these weapons. Now, for now, the price tag remains high, so replacing conventional warheads when not necessary is not a feasible idea. Woods reverently opened one of the cases, revealing a Javelin system and 2 standard-sized missiles. I know it's been a staple to use these to snipe enemy infantry. Considering that against aliens, we are going to be hilariously outmatched, I thought. Why not bring anti-tank and area denial weapons to an infantry firefight? These prototypes have standard Javelin targeting and guidance system. However, the missile is a cluster munition that can be programmed to fuck up any targeted area within range, giving infantry squads an even more versatile tool. Against tanks and IFVs, After a few months of R&D, we should be able to make the cluster munitions viable by exploiting the same principle the Jericho warhead uses to increase the damage it causes. As tough as modern tanks are, they're still vulnerable to being mission-killed by large artillery shells that hit close enough. I patted one of the missiles. This weapon system, when its development is complete, would be able to exploit the cumulative effect of overlapping explosions. In the long term, we will be looking at even more powerful and deadly repulsor warheads to defeat active defenses by detonating beyond their effective range and swarming them with deadly submunitions. I grinned at the general. Consider this a teaser for things to come. What's next? Holly-hand grenade? Miller asked while the officers around him looked at the javelin with appreciation. Now that you mention it, in the coming years, we should be able to build practical plasma grenades and eventually clean fusion explosives that rival low-yield tactical nukes without the fallout. Sadly, depending on how our uplift efforts pan out, those goodies might be a decade or two away from being more effective than conventional explosives and cheap enough for mass production. Now I am bringing more goodies. Sadly, Mr. Lee was over-enthusiastic, as I warned you about, General. On the bright side, we have a truck with powered exosuits and armored passive exoskeletons for testing outside of controlled conditions. I believe your people will be eager to work them up until they fall apart and give us all the data gained in the process so we can improve the next iteration. =C=. Von Doom Industries HQ. New York. Dark blue lighting crackled between his fingers, making Victor feel a sense of overwhelming power and superiority. Stark warned him about this. As powerful as this ability was, there was a price, and that was how it might play games with his head. It didn't help that he was a prideful and wildly successful man. Victor had many reasons to feel superior to most people he met and interacted with daily, even before gaining the next best thing to magic powers. If it wasn't for Stark's warnings and Sue keeping him on the straight and narrow, Victor could see himself turning into a cackling maniac like Palpatine. The shoe even fit, with his lighting powers and all. He couldn't let that happen. For all his intellect, power-enhanced arrogance wouldn't be his downfall now that he was on the top of the world. A ripple passed through the energy surrounding him, and he felt a gentle slap on the back of his head. It was a mental thing instead of something more tangible, followed by fond, soothing exasperation bombarding his senses. "You are thinking like a megalomaniac again, aren't you?" Sue sashayed into the penthouse office on top of the corporate HQ. She wore a business suit made to accent every curve on her body, and she had all the curves in all the right places. "You know me very well, love," Victor put forth his best charming smile. "How was your day?" "We're finally done with the preliminary designs, and we'll meet with NASA early next week. There was talk about testing prospects for long-term living in orbital habitats to iron out as many issues we can foresee here on Earth before it becomes feasible to try it for real." "That's sensible. Most people aren't like us. They can't just bury themselves into work if needed and pay no attention to anything else for long periods of time," Victor reasonably pointed out. "Your arrogant bone is showing again," Sue chided and approached his desk before pushing his chair aside. She kicked off her shoes and sat on his lap. "At least it's earner arrogance," Victor pointed out. =C=. Militaries worldwide increased the use of passive exosuits in logistics and among combat engineer units. The end goal is to fully adopt passive and powered movement assistance devices across those military branches. At the same time, testing of heavy infantry utilizing exosuits to carry superior firepower is ongoing worldwide. At this point, demand is nearly eclipsing available supply. It is projected to do so over the next few months until new production lines come online. The price of Stark Industries shares is skyrocketing on the merit of patenting and licensing the production of the most widespread exosuit models alone. Combined with all other advancements introduced over the past year, SI is fast on track to become the most profitable and powerful corporation in human history. Forbes magazine. Iranian loyalist forces secured the eastern half of Salmas after days of vicious fighting. That gave them uncontested access to Road 14, allowing an armored column to advance around Lake Urmia while maintaining good logistics. Air strikes and self-propelled artillery are leveling all the buildings near the road, ensuring there would be no good place for light infantry to make a stand against the armored advance until it hits the outskirts of Khuzur-Kohan. The Loyalists could mostly bypass the town and head straight toward Shabstar. That town is the only good place the Ayatollah's radicals could make a stand to prevent the Iranian military from striking Safan, Tabriz's lifeline. With airstrikes and Loyalist armored units ready to pounce, the battered Revolutionary Guard regiments at Tabriz would be unable to execute a fighting retreat. Once cut off, reducing them would prove significantly cheaper than an all-out assault against the city. They've turned into a fortress over the winter. BBC World News. Over the past few months, the Iranian military has been sweeping through the heart of the country and around the Persian Gulf, hunting down irregulars aligned with the supreme leader and surviving Revolutionary Guard units. Due to the radicals' conduct, they are often given up by the very population they brutalized early in the conflict. Yet, now that their only chance to avoid facing justice is hiding among people who have no love left for their twisted brand of Islam. Euronews. Increased insurgent activity continues to plague Iraq. U.S. and allied forces face daily attacks across the country backed by Iranian weapons and special forces deployed before the Iranian civil war. While casualties are mounting, analysts claim that the insurgents would be unable to maintain the current pace of operations due to an increasing level of attrition and a notable lack of modern weaponry deployed during the past 2 weeks of increasingly desperate attacks. CNN. The sieges of Herat and Jalalabad continue for a second month. ANA formations reportedly suffer catastrophic casualties attempting to take positions, despite liberal application of firepower and during vicious Taliban and Ten Rings counterattacks. Coalition units are faring far better, yet the city fighting is taking its toll on casualties and damaged equipment. Hundreds of thousands of Afghani civilians are caught between Taliban lines, which limits how much and where the coalition could effectively apply firepower. General Roberts cited the lack of sufficient coalition troops, especially infantry, in the active areas of responsible operations, for the slow progress. Barring leveling large parts of the city without care about the civilians there, the only other feasible option is to clear it the hard way. The limited number of troops deployed to retake the cities from the coalition also means that simply cutting them off is unfeasible. ANA's deployed formations have been incapable of achieving such a feat even when backed by coalition mechanized infantry. This means the enemy within the cities continue to receive reinforcements and supplies despite constant airstrikes intent on interdicting their supply lines. CNN. 33. Phase 10 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 10, we are not the best vacation spot right now. C equals. Part 3. C equals. NORAD. Colorado. On duty at this station, a quiet night was always a good night. This was especially true for the officers within the nerve center of the installation in the know about the universe at large. In mid-June 2011, those were a pair of colonels from the U.S. and Canadian Air Forces. They were both aware that their real job was less about tracking a potential nuclear launch from someone insane on Earth and looking for an incursion from space. Despite that, habit and nothing unusual happening ever since they got assigned to their current posts meant that no one was really expecting an alert. The colonel's primary task was to keep the specialists operating the various stations across the large operations room awake and aware, focused on monitoring their tasks. The last major excitement was the Norks testing the odd missile. However, that wasn't NORAD's responsibility until and unless Kim's goons got a missile that might reach the Continental, the United States, without flying apart first. Nowadays, the preferred method of keeping awake and aware was discussing what Stark might buy after digesting Star Wars, and if he could improve the favorite science fiction, franchise of the people in the room. Needless to say, many specialists with the know-how to work in NORAD were nerds of one stripe or another. It's a win-win situation. Star Wars walkers suck. If Stark buys Battletech, he might make a crossover of sorts and get Star Wars proper mechs. He's admitted he created an energy weapon because he was inspired by watching A New Hope. Who knows, he might get to end the age of Lowe's tech and shake up the endless status quo of Battletech. One of the specialists eagerly waved a hand, holding an empty coffee cup. I want him to get Babylon 5 so we see it continued or remastered for a new generation. That was some of the best science fiction I've watched. It got me sane through university and basic training. Do we actually have a betting pool about what Stark will buy next? Colonel Lavine asked. Not about science fiction. Wasn't 6 billion a bit steep even for him? Stark should need some time to make up those billions. I don't know, he and his corporation practically have a license to print money. Fusion, upgrading the power grid. Colonel Vega nodded at those words. Hell, just for making that reality, I would vote for him if he ever runs for governor or president. Do you think? An alarm interrupted them. What do we have? Lavine demanded. Some weird disturbance above New Mexico. We're getting radar interference in the region. Stand by. 2 commercial flights report weird weather phenomena and requesting to diverge from their course. We've got communications interference as well. Cannon and Halaman air bases are calling using ground links. We have reliable reports of unusual weather phenomena that are blanketing radar and scrambling radio communications. Cannon and Halaman are scrambling ready fighters to investigate. This is more than weird enough to request calling it up, Vega decided. Wake up the general. I'll call the relevant people. == Thor found himself on a wet plain that wasn't quite desert. Odd short shrubs were everywhere, coming out of the sand and eroding soil. It was dark, with ragged clouds above. He didn't recognize the sky. It wasn't Asgard's or one of the realms he and the Warriors 3 tended to frequent. Father Heimdall, he shouted at the sky. I know you can hear me, open the Bifrost. Thor waited a few long moments, stewing in anger at Odin's parting words. He did what he thought was right. He was worthy of his heritage. Well, open up, Thor roared as loud as he could. Some small animals scurried away in fright, but that was all his efforts did. The Asgardian prince paced around the place where the Bifrost threw him, waiting for his father to change his mind, or for someone to change it for him. It took him almost until dawn to come to grips with the fact that something like that was implausible. His mother often found it impossible to convince Odin otherwise when the old bastard felt particularly stubborn. Thor roared in frustration and then called his trusty hammer to him. All he got in response was an echo from the connection a weapon and wielder shared. He got a vague idea that Mjolnir was somewhere to the right, but that was it. The hammer refused to come to him. Was this a curse thrown by Odin? He shook his head in vexation and marched through the plain, trying to call Mjolnir repeatedly. When that didn't pan out by the time the local star was rising, Thor tried to fly up and towards his weapon. All he got for his trouble was a jumping skip that ended up with his face planted solidly into a patch of wet sand. Thor led to his back, spitting soil and tiny pieces of rock. Why, father, he roared at the sky. What am I supposed to do down here? Site Alpha, New Mexico. Sword might be new, but at least across the U.S., and for now, Europe and China, it had both reach and teeth. A proof of this was the force already deployed by the time I got to the site of the suspected alien incursion. Up-armored Humvees, Strykers, and a couple of Bradleys formed a well-defended perimeter. I could see that at least a third of the infantry visible outside had passive exosuit and carried saws or grenade launchers. Everyone was loaded for bear as our SOPs required. So far, so good. The Black Hawk I rode on Rose and left for a better parking spot after the last member of my sword security detail jumped out. The rest of my bodyguards waited with the jet that brought us to the Halaman Air Force Base. Mr. Stark, a captain in field uniform, came to greet me. I'm Captain Theodore Eli's Co. of Sword 2. We've got an artifact that gives out all kinds of strange readings. We are 99% sure this isn't a hoax, he grimaced. Well, unless alien LARPers decided it was a good time to fuck with us. This way, sir. He led me to an isolation tent meant to reasonably contain NBC materials due to thick synthetic walls holding lead layers between them. The thing was heavy and damn unpleasant to set up. Still, invaluable for field study of dangerous substances, or so they told me when we were approving what equipment SWORD might need in the future. Are we sure this is the only site incursion happened? I asked as we approached the tent. The disturbances covered more than half the state. We've got satellites and drones looking for anything out of the ordinary, and federal agents are out in force asking questions, Eli's reported. So far, we couldn't detect any harmful radiation, however. He trailed off and glanced at me with a pained expression on his face. Assume the thing is hot and radiating something nasty we can't detect, I nodded. You better be paranoid and alive instead of dead or worse. The isolation tent had 2 compartments. An inner one surrounded the artifact, and the outer one, where specialists flew in after the soldiers secured the site and deployed all kinds of monitoring equipment and the best portable sensors money could buy. What do we have here, folks? Mr. Stark, it's a damn hammer of all things. If it weren't for what we're detecting, I would be sure that bastard Hammer's pulling a PR stunt. The lack of reporters does help to disprove his involvement. Dr. Kurt Wagner spoke fast with just a hint of an Austrian accent. That thing is radiating electromagnetic radiation. If the magnitude was larger when it landed, it could partly explain the disruption in radio communications and what happened to the radars covering this state. I looked at a nearby screen to see that. Indeed, there was a hammer in the isolation chamber. It had a head that was a square of solid metal with what appeared to be a wooden hilt, ending up with a leather strap that a person could use to wrap around their wrist or put on a belt. That thing had the appearance of a medieval weapon and not a regular warhammer meant to breach plate armor. It was more of a maul meant for breaking rocks. The hammer stood on a sand platform that was fused in and partially turned into a glass, surrounded by a crater. The wooden part, much less the leather strap I could see, shouldn't have survived the energies involved in that thing slamming into the ground hard enough to create such a crater. You know, Captain, this might be an alien prank. I shook my head at the artifact. It wasn't like it was unheard of rich idiots playing pranks on less developed cultures. They at least usually had the courtesy of doing so to civilizations that already had contact with the galaxy at large. Spectral analysis. We don't recognize any of the materials involved, Dr. Wagner told me. Herbie over there has been trying to get a sample for the last half an hour. He pointed at a tracked robot with multiple manipulators holding various instruments. Its paint scheme explained the name. The robot was near the single door of the isolation chamber. We can't even cut a piece of that leather strap, so whatever it is, a regular leather it is not. It's fascinating, even if you're right and this is a prank. We've got unknown materials to play with, so it's more than worth it. There's that, I nodded in agreement. When you're reasonably sure the thing isn't hot, get someone to suit up and have the hammer removed to a proper research facility. I wasn't about to fuck with the thing until it was in a real laboratory, and we were surer it wasn't hot. We went back outside. I have the nagging feeling that this isn't all we could find after last night, Captain. Do inform when your people find anything of interest, no matter how mundane it might seem. The force was in motion like someone threw a rock into a calm pond. I could feel in my bones that there was more to this, something important, yet I couldn't recall what it might be. This left me waiting for the other shoe to drop. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Site Alpha. New Mexico. A hammer. General Danvers didn't sound happy at my confirmation of what we had in the isolation chamber. Stark, it's not the 1st of April. Are you fucking with me? It's a damn hammer, with a leather strap that a robot can't cut through to take a sample from, and what appears to be a wooden handle which is the same. It is also emitting electromagnetic radiation. Otherwise, it appears not to be hot. However, we aren't taking any chances. If some more tests turn out negative, we'll send someone in an environmental suit to pick up the damn thing, though we might need to do something about the sand it appears to be fused with. I want the hammer in a proper laboratory. If that thing is a prank, no matter if it's alien or not, The materials it appears to be made of and their toughness have fascinating implications. So, more things for you to play with and sell to us when you can mass produce. Danvers sounded calmer. No. That's a general idea, yes. I also have the nagging suspicion that this is not everything we might find. Are you a fortune teller now? The general asked in frustration. I can feel and manipulate an energy field. This sometimes allows me to sense disturbances in it. I am pretty sure the hammer is not the only thing to find in this state after last night's shenanigans. I'll be here for the time being, keeping my eyes open and waiting for further developments. Try not to create an interstellar incident or worse, Mr. Stark. Danvers abruptly cut off. Are you a Jedi or something now, sir? The captain wasn't entirely joking. As a co of one of SWORD's quick reaction forces, he was at least partially aware of my circumstances. Or something. It's unreliable, but sometimes I do get, let's call it, a sixth feeling. When it activates, there's usually something dangerous or interesting around. Mine's twitching, I explained, trying not to paint myself like a Jedi or Sith, at least before I've been able to change public perception of the latter. What do you require from us, sir? Keep your eyes open for the other shoe to drop, which is not useful advice considering we have no idea what we're dealing with. I returned to the tent and began looking over all the data the myriad of sensors could gather. To be frank, I could sense no danger coming from the artifact, though that wasn't reliable. The Force wouldn't necessarily warn you if you went and did something that was obviously dumb and dangerous. We might be perfectly safe from the hammer while it was in the containment chamber. The same wouldn't necessarily be true if we went inside without the proper protection. The Force might now warn me if I decided just to open the door and pick the damn thing up. The same was true about entering an active reactor core if possible. Doing so would be suicidal. However, the Force wouldn't be screaming at you that doing it was dangerous. It was the same as going into a battle. You should know the risks and that you would be constantly surrounded by danger. Under such conditions, something could slip by you. Like in the Jedi's case back in the day, their clone army turned on them if they received Order 66. According to all the sensors, the worst that might happen if you picked up the thing was to get a mild electric shock. No alpha, beta, or gamma radiation, no thermal emissions, just ebbing and flowing electromagnetic radiation. A few hours of brainstorming and testing, even trying to probe the thing with the Force from outside the isolation chamber, resulted in nothing new. I think we've got all we can with portable equipment, Dr. Wagner suggested. Call the captain so he can begin arranging transport and get a volunteer in a hard suit, I agreed. The suit was partially based on NASA spacesuits incorporating radiation-absorbent layers that were a straight copy of what astronauts used. The same was true about the helmet, which could also close an outer lid meant to absorb radiation. Unsurprisingly, our volunteered, or voluntold, person was a gung-ho private. A few of the scientists on SWORD payroll fiddled with the suit while helping the boy get in, ensuring he was sealed in properly. With that out of the way, we gathered to watch on camera Alba's exploits. Moving in the damn suit was quite awkward, and our volunteer clearly hadn't been trained in using it. That much was painfully obvious. Captain, you'll be writing a memo about the need to train in utilizing environmental suits in the field. I'll sign it up as well, and we'll send it to the director. Next time we might have to fight using either such suits or, if we're lucky, just MOPP gear. Eli's grimaced at that. After my experiences, it was hard to wrap my head that soldiers here on Earth weren't accustomed to constantly wearing and fighting in armor that could be easily scaled up if it wasn't already as in SOP. Now, granted, what protective gear was available was a far cry from what I was accustomed to, yet that wasn't a good enough excuse to get messed up by chemicals or radiation. Is this some kind of a prank? Yet another vote for the possibility. This time it was Private Alba. He was trying to pull the hammer away from its fused perch, to no avail. The damn thing is superglued to the rock, Alba protested. Private, step away from the artifact. We'll have Herbie use a drill to cut through the fused sand and glass foundation. You should be perfectly safe within that suit, Wagner tried to reassure the young soldier. One of his minions went to the robot's control panel, and Herbie came to life. Its cameras moved, focusing on the target. One of its larger manipulators rose from the chassis, showing a wicked-looking drill. Did someone design this thing for robot wars? I asked no one in particular. More than a few of Wagner's minions exchanged pointed looks. Miasma of guilt and satisfaction at a job well done pushed away the blanket of curiosity covering the tent. A persisting, very irritating whine came from the isolation chambers. Muting the microphones did only so much. The place wasn't sound isolated, which was something to consider adding as a feature. Herbie did a quick work of the fused foundation. It snapped with a crack under the hammer's weight after the drill weakened it sufficiently. Herbie waved its manipulators in victory, then went back to stand vigil near the door. Private Alba marched to the fallen hammer and pushed away a few bits of fused sand. He grabbed it by the hilt, then heaved. "That's not right," Alba exclaimed after stumbling back in failure. For the record, Alba wasn't a small man. Even if that thing weighed an order of magnitude more than its metal hammerhead suggested, he should have been able to lift it easily. He tried repeatedly, visibly shaking with effort to no avail. "Things just got more interesting," I muttered. "Dr. Wagner, have the private step back," I ordered and focused on the camera. The force stirred slowly as I drew on it. The shallow spring flowing through me bubbled in excitement. My telekinetic fingers wrapped around the hammer's hilt, and I pulled. Energy surged from the hammer in a burst of electromagnetic radiation. I got a brief sensation of confusion before the lighting cracked, and the hammer slammed into the ground, fusing itself on top of a jagged pedestal of fused glass. "Did you record that? What are the sensors showing?" Wagner demanded. "There is some awareness within the artifact. It didn't like being pulled up with telekinesis," I told them and let the force go. "A friend of foe system, personal identification, perhaps?" I wondered aloud. "Use Herbie to destroy its foundation again and try to pick it up with one of the manipulators. Just in case, get Private Alba out and checked by medics." That got everyone moving, though I kept getting sidelong glances. Herbie moved in after Alba left. It drilled through the new pedestal and the hammer hit the ground again. A different manipulator descended and wrapped 3 mechanical fingers around the hilt, then tried to lift the artifact. The grip rose from the ground. However, the hammerhead remained in place, merely shifting into the sand. Herbie's servos strained as it tried to pull it towards the door and failed. "We're going to be here for some time. Start brainstorming and testing ways to move that hammer without directly lifting it. Perhaps digging up the soil it's planted on and moving it that way without directly touching it," I suggested. "Go work, people." With those parting words, I left the tent, then typed a brief report to Danvers and sent it to the general. == Later that day, a few people in protective gear were digging in below the hammer and had a stretcher ready to shove below it to try and carry it that way. Due to the constraints of the isolation chamber and how awkward it was working in those suits, it was slow going. At the same time, we got more data about what happened last night, including some curious pictures of the weather phenomena. The light show and what appeared to be a lighting-covered tornado descending through the sky southwest of our location were telling. At this point, the few clear pictures we had access to showed something different from natural weather shenanigans, even though I've seen nastier storms. However, they tended to happen due to unusual circumstances. They wouldn't usually be found on places like Earth without orbital strikes or volcanic eruptions to throw tons of energy into the atmosphere. "Mr. Stark, we've got a person stumbling through the desert towards us. His vector of approach puts him on a straight line between our location and that of the other reported major disturbance last night. If it weren't for that, we would chalk him as a lost hiker or something in that vein and called local SAR," Captain Eli's reported. "Do we have a drone on him?" "One of the predators on the station is tracking him, Mr. Stark." Eli's handed me a military-issue tablet, which meant it was rugged and put into a protective casing, making it appear larger than it was. There was a rather tall man with a mane of wide blonde hair waving in the air, walking through what looked like a plain covered with shrubs. Distance and location put him about 30 kilometers away from us. Does anyone want to bet our lost stranger is coming for the hammer? I asked aloud. Considering the ongoing shenanigans, no. Eli's answer was deadly serious. Spin up my Blackhawk and get armed drones on station. We're going to have a little chat with our lost friend before he can get within 10 kilometers of the hammer. We'll be tentatively using first contact protocols. Are you sure about this, sir? Eli's pushed. That's the primary reason I'm out here. If it was just the artifact, it's a curiosity I could have waited for to get into a proper laboratory. On the other hand, the long shot of contacting whoever is behind this stunt. That's another question. Get me a heavy security detail and go on a high alert in case our friend has buddies who aren't as obvious as he is. =C=. A short while later, I was descending in the middle of the desert, just beyond the horizon from Site Alpha. 2 more Blackhawks landed beside my ride, disgorging heavy infantry wearing passive exoskeletons and an electric mix of machine guns, grenade launchers, and the odd blaster prototype. They spread in a semicircle behind me while 2 of the choppers lifted and covered the figure in front of us with their side-mounted miniguns. Hi there, stranger. I stepped before my decidedly uneasy-feeling security detail and waved at the man. He was over 2 meters tall and built like a brick wall. All I could get from him was a mixture of anger, confusion, and aching need. I would have to be more careful how I approached this conversation than usual. Well met, he responded in a way that made it look like he wasn't sure if that was the case. He looked at the soldiers behind me, obviously evaluating them. His eyes glanced between their weapons and the exoskeletons. We are on Midgard, Your battle dress is very different since the last time I was here. Oh, you've visited before. This was all but an admission he was from somewhere other than our neighborhood. And Midgard, was that Norse? Yes, it was, Scandinavian mythology, Aesir and the like. It's been a few centuries, he answered in clear English, though some of the words and phrasing used were outdated. I seek no trouble. I need to find something I've misplaced and will be on my way. He gave us a challenging look. Yet, after the day I had, I won't say no to a scrap, so be warned, mortals. And here we had such a good conversation going until the very end. You sounded like a megalomaniac or even a would-be conqueror at the end, I pointed out. A pair of blue eyes focused on me in brief confusion. I could sense no increase in hostility, just anger, frustration, and a bit of anticipation to vent it. Midgard is under Asgard's protection. Why would I be invading this realm? He asked in what sounded like honest confusion. More references to Scandinavian mythology. It wasn't something I have been particularly interested in as Tony Stark, and I could barely recall anything useful from my life before that. Yet, what he was talking about was making my mind itch, as if something was just out of reach. Besides, I was sure that General Danvers and all her dead colleagues would want to ask where was Asgard's supposed protection when aliens leveled that base back in the day. There was only one world-famous hammer from the Scandinavian myths I could recall. We might just be about to see the truth behind many legends. Let's get on with introductions. I'm Tony Stark, an industrialist, scientist, and more importantly for our situation, an Oversight Council member and consultant for SWORD. That's an Earth organization meant to deal with threats out of this world. You wouldn't happen to be one such threat, would you? The stranger looked at me, then at the soldiers behind me. I told you, Lord Stark, I am not here to cause trouble. I'm Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, the alien trailed off. In exile, he added with a grumble. Well met, Prince Thor Odinson. You wouldn't happen to be looking for your hammer of myth, Mjolnir. And if so, dare I ask how you managed to misplace such a potent weapon? Yes, Thor nodded eagerly. Bring me to it, and I will see you richly rewarded. I am already the most wealthy person on this planet. Besides, in my position, I can't be seen receiving bribes. Thor scowled at me. Then there are a few practical matters. You're technically trespassing on Earth and here in the United States. If your people sent us a diplomatic envoy to warn us about your arrival, they're late. And finally, we have just your word that you are, in fact, Thor Odinson. If we have Mjolnir in our possession, it would be incredibly irresponsible to just give it to the first person who turned up and asked for it. That you, Thor briefly spluttered, then set up his jaw into a stubborn expression. You speak sense, Lord Stark. Thor's shoulders slumped. I've been calling Father and Heimdall the whole night and no one answered, yet they should be able to observe me without a problem. My exile wasn't planned. Something ugly flashed over his face. I don't believe that the All-Father would have thought to warn anyone here on Midgard about my changed status and exile. He looked at the soldiers, then at the helicopters. Midgard shouldn't have been advanced enough, yet I see that is changing. All the while, all I could get from him was a mixture of anger, confusion, and aching need. Getting you to Mjolnir at this time is out of the question. However, I can offer to get you somewhere you can get a bath or something warm to eat and drink, so we can continue our conversation in a more civilized manner. Would you like that, Prince Odinson? I suggested. It's Thor, the self-proclaimed alien royalty looked at the soldiers behind me, then at me, and raised an eyebrow. Not a military facility. I am sure there are a few small towns around that could use my patronage. I turned my head to the acting commander of my security detail, who raised a hand to his radio and began speaking rapidly with sword command. Thor's hands became fists as he looked around before his frame relaxed. I will play along within reason, Lord Stark, Thor agreed. 34, Phase 10 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 10, we are not the best vacation spot right now. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Isabel's dinner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. I'm reasonably sure he believes he's telling the truth. General. Danvers and company weren't happy with the turn of events. First, the hammer, then someone claiming and believing to be Thor, son of Odin, appearing in the desert. All the mythological references were turning out to be a bit too much for people up the chain of command. While Thor was getting a shower, after a bemused receptionist from the local motel showed him how to use it, I was stuck answering the same set of questions asked by the same group of people. If he turns out to be a local or alien LARPer, I'll pay the bills if that's what you're worrying about. If not, put it on the diplomacy part of the budget. We can't afford to assume he's lying or a lunatic because the downsides of doing so are worse than taking a LARPer seriously. Are you suggesting an advanced civilization might have exiled their crown prince on Earth without giving us a heads up first? Danvers demanded. I've seen politicians do weirder and dumber things, and I'm talking about Washington, not my other experiences. I reasonably pointed out. You're on point. This is all on you, Stark. Be advised that S.H.I.E.L.D. is poking around. They might decide to cause trouble, especially when neither you nor that myth character of yours can prove he's an alien dignitary. Either way, he's an illegal alien, perhaps a literal one. Fury or someone else pulling S.H.I.E.L.D. strings might try something stupid, Danvers warned me. As you said, General, it's on my head. I'll do what I believe fits the situation as it unfolds. I switched off my phone and put it to charge. It was nice to find such features in a dinner in the middle of the desert, so to speak. Isabella, the owner and current cashier, looked fascinated and worried at all the business her place got today. There was a platoon of soldiers putting the cook through their paces. Soon, this will likely be the first place on Earth in centuries to officially feed an alien royalty. Unless the future cover-up holds, this place will make a killing from good PR alone. Sir, do you think this is a good idea? Captain Eli's inquired. It's better than the alternatives. We can't afford to treat our guests as anything but what he claims to be. While sticking him in the middle of a military base might be best from a security perspective, it won't necessarily be the case diplomatically, and that's the angle we will play. I don't need to explain how much we will be outmatched by anyone having the technology and logistics to get to Earth from a different star system. Better be safe and look like idiots if he's a troll than offend an interstellar nation by mistreating their crown prince, unless he gives us no choice. That doesn't bother you, Eli's pushed. I took a sip of hot, strong, sweet coffee and looked at him. Let me tell you something about my past, Captain. Once upon a time, I was a tiny fish in an ocean full of monsters. Then all I could do was survive and hope I would get a clean death. Putting up airs was out of the question. After that, when I got enough power for such things to matter, I was powerful enough to deal directly with anyone playing stupid games. A few examples were all it generally took. In that regard, I'm back in square one. Entertaining an alien LARPer won't injure my pride. It's rarely that simple, Eli's noted. That was the Cliff Notes version. We don't have the time or enough alcohol for the short version. Do I need to tell your people to keep their eyes open for shield interference? You would think something like this is too important for clashes between agencies and other such stupidity. I shook my head in disgust. I'll make sure everyone is on the same page and keep an eye on the locals. We don't need some redneck causing trouble. Eli's picked up his coffee and stood up. I was halfway through my second coffee when the senior NCO of the sword unit escorted Thor into the dinner. Our visitor wore a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt that barely contained his muscles. It was the best we could find for sale in the town that could fit him. Lord Stark, Thor nodded. After a shower and getting into clean clothes, he felt more relaxed and significantly less on edge than at our first meeting. Prince Thor, please take a seat. We'll find something to your liking in this fine establishment. Mead cooked meat and something sweet, Thor asked. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't offer alcohol in this establishment. However, we have an assortment of sweets, desserts, and dishes with meat. Isabella sounded almost heartbroken at being unable to satisfy our guest. No mead, Thor sounded incredulous at the very idea. Local regulations, I shook my head in commiseration. Isabella offered Thor a menu, and he quickly ordered a meal that would make a hungry Wookiee very happy. As it turned out, hot chocolate was a hit that got our guests mellowed out. He had a sweet tooth or 10. He dug into pancakes drowned in syrup and nodded at me. You have questions, Lord Stark, Munch. So do I, Munch, question for a question. That works for me. Isabella, I will have French toast and strong tea. I turned back my full attention to Thor. At least he was eating with manners, despite the utensils appearing positively tiny within his paws. Do I dare ask how you found yourself exiled, Prince Thor, just in case the situation at hand has security implications for Earth? I told you, Lord Star, Midgard is under Asgard's protection. There should be no such security implications as you put it. He took another bite of the pancakes, then frowned. That should be the case anyway. You did mention incidents I wasn't aware of. Munch, he put down his utensils, drained a cup of steaming hot chocolate, and frowned. Depending on if my father was right about the circumstances that got me sent here and how much the ice giants are pissed off. They might come here to look for me if they ever know I am here. Prince Thor, this statement of yours raises more questions than it answers. I trailed off. Fair is fair. I need to answer your question properly, Lord Stark. Be aware that I will expect the same courtesy of you. He stared me down. As long as answering questions doesn't compromise Earth's security, I will be as truthful as possible. That's fair, Thor nodded. Was that a hint of respect that briefly flickered through his emotions? There was a theft on Asgard, and we found ice giants within the restricted area in question. My father wanted time to investigate and let diplomacy run its course. My brother and I weren't feeling particularly patient. We couldn't let such affront to Asgard's pride stand. Thor's voice thundered, ensuring everyone at the dinner was paying attention. Whoever was going to handle the cover-up and ensure people filled up NDAs would have their hands full. I made a carry-on gesture. That was all Thor needed, and he regaled us with the tale of gathering his closest companions, a unit of palace guards who agreed and heading for Jotunheim. There was a glorious scrap. The only unclear part was if the Asgardians were winning when Odin found out and arrived to end their fun, or if they were about to be overwhelmed and Thor's father saved the day. His words implied the former, yet his emotions pointed at the latter. Prince Thor, we did pledge to tell the truth, not to pad out our exploits, I gently reminded him. Thor scowled at me. Anger flickered in his eyes, and the muscles on his arms bulged as he squeezed the utensils in his hands. I stared at him calmly and sipped my tea while soldiers and bodyguards shifted nervously across the dinner. You have the right of it, Lord Stark. Thor's shoulders slumped. It's not princely of me to act this way. He averted his gaze. I am beginning to think my pride and ego have a lot to do with Father exiling me. Our adventure did start as I described it, yet more and more ice giants were coming at us. We had to fall back when the guard began suffering casualties. When Odin came, we were close to being overrun. I pointedly didn't comment on the idiocy of invading what sounded like a world with a small detachment of royal guard. For the crown prince to lead such an idiocy, there had to be consequences. I would have exiled him or worse if I was in Odin's shoes. Father dragged us back home, and we had a shouting match. He declared me unworthy of my title and position, stripped me of my powers, and exiled me. That is how I ended up in your desert, Thor explained. It would have been nice if it included more tactical details about the capabilities of both Asgard and these Jotun, yet, at least this time, he didn't feel like lying his ass off to look better. I can't claim New Mexico or any of the deserts in the state, I pointed out. It's your turn to ask a question, Prince Thor. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Isabel's dinner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. You mentioned issues surrounding my presence? Elaborate. Back then, it wasn't like anyone could stop us when we wanted to come or go. We were worshipped as gods in places, which was... Thor didn't finish the sentence. I could feel his pride surge. It seemed Thor being worshipped and all the possible benefits that brought stoked his ego. Earth is a radically different world these days. In some respects, the nature of nations and countries has changed. There are many places where people don't appreciate strangers just dropping in without warning or permission from the government. Some racists don't like it even then. The same goes for governments. They sometimes don't appreciate figurative or literal aliens breaching their borders. Such acts make people feel insecure and they might lash out. This might mean a direct military response to an incursion or other ways to make people's lives harder. For example, we have a problem with certain people within this country who are rabidly against outsiders coming in, even if, for all intents and purposes, the United States is a country of immigrants. In theory, exiled or not, you should be free to make yourself reasonably comfortable and pursue your dreams. That is a kind of national mythos of ours. Yet too many people, including some within the government, are not living up to it and are proud of that failure. That's normal in many realms I've been to or heard of. The Nova Corps are generally the most inclusive empire in this galaxy. Yet even they do want to know when and for what purposes outsiders visit their territory. Thor nodded in understanding. The ice giants, on the other hand, are usually hostile to outsiders at the best of times. Am I to understand there might be trouble because I am not Midgardian and didn't get on Midgard through the regular channels? More or less. Notably, we have yet to have regular channels for now because this is our first friendly contact with an alien state since modern countries have existed. On behalf of SWORD, I would like to offer you a warm welcome. However, there are governmental and international organizations, like our sister SHIELD, which might have other ideas. We are making history here and setting up a precedent for future contact with people from beyond Earth. Politics, bah, they always ruin people's fun. Thor scoffed and ate another pancake. At least you have great food. I can't wait to try your proper drinks, too. The prince's sudden bout of excitement dampened a bit. Am I to take it that despite your position, you aren't aware of what your government would do about me, Lord Stark? I would like to keep talking, figure out our respective positions, and then amicably go from there. The people I represent trust me, or so they say, to handle first contact. Those people are part of and have a voice within our government structures, however, they aren't the only ones. Others might do what they believe is best for Earth or themselves and damn the consequences. The longer things remain peaceful, the harder certain courses of action would be to justify. I finished my tea. If you ask, I'm not thrilled being responsible for this whole thing, yet not being fully in control of my side's potential responses. I am familiar with the phenomena. General Tyr often bemoans what goes in court and how it influences his responsibilities, even if he is, at best, one voice among many, Thor nodded. Ask your next question, Lord Stark, Thor decreed and finished his pancakes. He looked at Isabel. Your ribs are cooking, sir. We are eager to offer you something to drink or another snack until they get ready. More of this hot chocolate. In the biggest mug you have. Thor set his utensils aside and looked expectantly at me. You mentioned Earth is supposed to be a protectorate of Asgard. We need more information on this topic, given past alien incursions. Because of them, sword is a thing in the first place. We were finally getting to the most crucial part of what Thor stated earlier. Midgard is one of the 9 realms and thus has been long claimed under Asgard's aegis and protection. Considering, Thor paused, obviously choosing his words well, how far your people had to come back in the day to even think about leaving the surface of your world, much less traveling the galaxy at large. Odin decided to leave Midgardians to their own devices. I know for a fact that we came to check up on you from time to time. The last major Aesir intervention was against the ice giants, who were trying to take over various realms centuries before my last visit to Midgard. I am unaware of anyone or anything meddling in Midgard. Heimdall should be keeping an eye out for any issues that matter. He is all-seeing. So bearing Heimdall, whose capabilities I knew not, the Asgard haven't been paying attention to Earth for centuries, then decided that throwing Thor here as an exile in still presumably medieval times was a good idea. If I took this at face value, there was a lot of imperial arrogance. The director of Sword, General Danvers, is the sole survivor of an alien commando strike team that wiped out an Air Force base 20 or so years ago. SHIELD, our sister agency meant to protect from internal issues, discovered and fought a subversion attempt by aliens with the ability to shape-shift. I pointed out. This wasn't the time to discuss that Earth had radically changed since Asgard decreed us a protectorate chock-full of dumb primitives. Skrulls here on Midgard, they've been neck-deep fighting the Kree and clashing with the Nova Corps for decades, Thor exclaimed. He took a few moments to calm himself before continuing. That can explain it. They lack the military capacity to spare for a proper occupation and couldn't just bomb you into surrender without forcing our hand. Taking over covertly, on the other hand, if handled carefully, it had a chance of working. Heimdall might be able to see everything. However, there are only so many hours in the day, and many things require his attention. The attack on your base is more concerning. You've obviously advanced significantly more and faster than anyone on Asgard gave your people credit for. Well done, Thor grinned at me. However, I need to know what you mean by an air base being wiped out by alien commandos. Depending on the scope of the base, its defenses, your capabilities, and your numbers, it could have been anything that hit the place. From a bunch of pirates to elite warriors from one of the major powers, testing's the waters, so to speak. And here we run into those classified things relating to defense I can't speak about without clearance from my government, I noted. Until and unless you get such clearance, and I have more information, Lord Stark, I can't say anything more about what might have happened or who might be responsible. Isabel brought Thor a whole pot of steaming hot chocolate, making me wonder how we would handle him when on a sugar rush. You said your people trust you to handle first contact, Lord Stark. Why is that the case? You now know a few things about me, yet the reverse isn't true. Who are you? That's a loaded question, more than you know, Prince Thor. The world at large knows me as a famous or infamous scientist, industrialist, and weapon manufacturer. Some call me the Merchant of Death. Others proclaim me a savior for ushering in the coming of the fusion age. None of that makes me qualified to handle first contact. Not so long ago, I was a different man, content to spend my life partying, drinking, sleeping with any woman I could seduce into my bed, and tinkering with what got my fancy. Then, after presenting the newest weapon developed by my corporation to this country's military, my convoy was attacked by terrorists, and I ended up in a cave in the desert as their captive. You need to give more details, Lord Stark. Those are dry facts, not an epic for the bards to sing, Thor chided me. I don't believe my life so far has been worthy of songs, thank you very much. Not that my opinion stopped music videos from cropping up on social media. While in captivity, I stumbled on an alien artifact containing the memories of a long-dead general. People thought it was a fancy toy and dismissed it. For some reason, while toying with it while recovering from wounds I suffered during my kidnapping, I activated the artifacts. Those alien memories merged with my own. As a result, I am the only one people on Earth know of who has any experience in dealing with aliens of any kind. It's another question how the damn device ended up on Earth because, according to my new memories, it's from a different galaxy altogether. How can you be sure of that? Thor inquired. Traveling across the galaxy back then was common. You could cross it in a couple of days. I remember waging galaxy-wide wars, Thor. I know the shape of that galaxy or what the nearby ones looked like. They were nothing like the Milky Way, that's what we on Earth call ours. Those memories, they changed you? Thor inquired. As I've lived a whole other life while stuck in that cave. They did help me fight my way out, so there's that. We are our memories and experiences, and thanks to that device, I am a different man. That makes sense, Thor nodded slowly and sipped from the pot. Midgard gets more and more interesting. It's nothing like I expected. And fusion, that's an important first step if I recall my lessons right. It's a gateway to many technologies that won't be feasible until we have operational fusion reactors, and could harness the cheap and clean power they will give us. Yes, Midgard is about to change even more and fast at that, Thor concluded. In that regard, I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't ask for official diplomatic recognition and establishing of proper diplomatic links between our people. This was going to be vital in the long run. Thor's reaction was going to be telling one way or another. That would have been out of the question as far as the Midgard I remember is concerned. The Midgard here and now, I am not sure. I don't know enough about your people and capabilities. The one you are building with fusion technology, that is another question. When I return to court, I can speak with the All-Father and we will see. However, first, there is the issue of my exile, Thor grumbled. I am apparently to learn various lessons before I could begin redeeming myself. That was more promising than I feared, if worse than I hoped for. Do tell, what do you think you need to learn? Why do you think your father exiled you in the first place, Prince Thor? 35, Phase 11 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 11, Party Crashers. == Part 1 == Isabel's Diner. Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. After 2 more pots of hot chocolate and a more detailed retelling of how Thor ended up here, our guest still wasn't jumping around like a kid having a sugar rush. The ribs he ordered were still a few hours away from being ready. He was busy demolishing a big dish of eggs, bacon, and cheese, watering it all down with orange juice. By now, I was sure I had a pretty good handle on the situation of how Thor ended up exiled, especially if his latest shenanigans were the latest in a long pattern instead of a one-off fuck-up by the numbers. I was also confident he would have a good chance of winning an eating competition against a hungry Wookiee, if the Wookiee was a smaller example of its species. Let's go in chronological order with the latest issues at hand, I began while Thor munched on crispy bacon. Say what you will, a dinner in a small town so far was a better place to hold diplomatic negotiations than many others I've had to suffer back in my day. Yes, let's, the prince nodded eagerly. There were obviously ice giants involved in the break-in that led to the whole fiasco, right? Yes, we caught them red-handed. There were even a few that would live long enough to be interrogated. There certainly were recordings from the destroyer and pieces of ice giants left after that thing Father uses as a security for the deep vaults finished blasting them to bits. Where's HK-117 when you need him? That assassin droid could solve all kinds of sticky problems I would inevitably face in the future. Deniable assets, false flag operations, do those words ring a bell? I asked. Thor pouted at me while chewing on more bacon, which wasn't generally good. No matter how bad for your health, bacon was bacon, full stop. I really didn't think in those terms. There was a clear enemy in front of me, yet Father wanted to waste time with diplomacy and more investigations. Even going by his mixed emotions, I wasn't sure if Thor was trying to justify himself or merely explaining precisely what happened. First, before we discuss this in detail, which we should, I must ask you 2 pointed questions, Prince Thor. I shifted gears while trying to figure out what outcome would best serve Earth and me. A friendly future ruler of an interstellar empire would fit the bill. However, an incompetent ruler or a mediocre one who loathed the job and had no intention of improving themselves could be a disaster in the making. 1. Do you want to one day rule Asgard? Do you want your father's throne and all that entails? 2. If not, are you prepared for the consequences of someone else sitting on that throne and getting it wrong? Thor's face scrunched in a complicated series of expressions, which did their best, yet miserably failed to mirror his rampaging emotions. Oppressive silence fell upon the dinner. Everyone was eager to see what would happen next, as if this was a soap opera they were die-hard fans of. It's my birthright, me taking the throne after Odin one day passes. It is what everyone expects. Thor looked oddly at me. I think you are the first person to ask me if I want it, Lord Stark. Some believe that I am not worthy. Hell, perhaps even Loki believes he might do a better job of it. Yet even he never asked if I wanted the damn position in the first place. Thor snapped, then slumped in his seat. To tell the truth, Lord Stark, I don't really know. Before my exile, I would have said I wanted it. It was mine. But now that you asked, after I got exiled by my father for being unworthy, I don't know. I also don't know who besides Loki might replace me as an heir, much less what they would do if they ever tried to do my father's job. That admission was like opening a festering wound and letting it drain. After it, Thor felt exhausted and the calmest since I met him. People are not born rulers, though they might inherit talents that make it more feasible. It's something you are taught and, more importantly, have to learn on the job because no substitute could fully prepare you for it. Leadership, diplomacy, oratory lessons, knowledge about the military and military service, those are all foundations to build upon if you are fortunate enough to have them. Finding the right support base, the right people to fill in for your shortcomings, can be more important than any other trait you have as a leader. The right counselors and advisors, Thor nodded in agreement. Father is always trying to find the best, and the court is constantly trying to shove their candidates in his face. Such people often have their own agenda. At best, ideas they want to implement and believe would serve your nation better than any alternatives. At worst, they're merely masking their lust for power and how they serve themselves with clever words. I hate such duplicity. It has no place among honorable warriors. In that, military leadership and leading a nation can differ greatly. There is no place for honorable warriors following their hearts and honor at the head of a nation unless you have an uncontested military advantage against everyone, both domestic and foreign. That much I can tell you from bitter experience. You were a warrior, not just a commander, Thor asked. I still am, to an extent, a warrior at heart, yet that was often not enough. Ruling and politics are different battlefields, requiring different skills and mindsets. There are often enemies in the shadows you can't openly strike at because you can't distinguish them from your friends and allies. Honor has its place and the reputation of being honorable as well. Just don't let it be a weapon used to bring you down, I chuckled bitterly. Of course, nowadays I'm stuck in a body that betrays me, crippled by metal in my chest. The path of the warrior is now closed for me. You, on the other hand, I raised an eyebrow at Thor. I don't know if I want the throne. However, I do know that want might not come into it. There can be others who would be worse leaders of Asgard than me. I might have to become Odin's worthy heir no matter what my heart cries for, Thor decided. His certainty was a bright, reassuring flame. The question was, would it remain that way? I should have waited for a proper investigation, right? Thor changed the topic. As a ruler, just because you have a just cause for a military intervention doesn't mean you should execute one. In the same vein, sometimes, even an excuse could and should be enough. It is all in the details, Prince Thor. What is Asgard's strategic situation? What other enemies might wait for a distraction before striking? Could you afford a campaign against the ice giants? Do you have another choice? Will a potential victory serve Asgard best? I gave him food for thought. Those are just a few of the questions that your father should have answered for himself before ordering a retaliation. Don't get me started on what your story implied about your incursion against the ice giants. A few friends and some royal guards? I hope you were greatly understating things there. The wave of guilt and shame that erupted from Thor was telling me all I needed to know in general about that stunt. A young prince, who wasn't so young, did something dumb that could have killed many people and sparked a war. That was an ancient story, no matter the galaxy we were in. Aye, you are right, Lord Stark. I will think long and hard about the consequences of starting a war or just a punitive expedition. There are other things that the immediate offenders to consider. All I thought was the glory of combat, of the heroism and accolades to win. There are always heroes in wars, Prince Thor. There are heroes as long as there are wars until the wars end or there is no one left to fight. Glory can be a relative thing. It doesn't bring the dead back to life. It doesn't heal the broken in mind or body, neither it replenishes the spent resources, nor does it bring back the lost equipment. In my experience, glory is the privilege of the powerful and a drug for the masses. The Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, Loki 2, the Jotun couldn't match us when working together. We were generally faster and stronger. We were better trained and equipped. Yet the Royal Guard, even with their peerless equipment, couldn't properly keep up. They kept suffering casualties, and the Jotun kept coming, Thor said with a far-off look on his face. We barely held the line when Odin came and brought us back with the Bifrost. I was so angry at being pushed back, at not winning the glorious victory I believed we were owed. I didn't think, and when Father criticized me, I was in no state to think clearly or listen. I was just so angry that he wasn't the one to lead us against the Jotun. I fucked up, Thor bitterly admitted. Equals C equals. Part 2. Equals C equals. Aesir prison route. Helheim. Some days it was easier to imagine that the shades surrounding her and trying to keep her sane were the real people they looked, talked to, and felt like. On other days, the charade was pure torture. Either way, without those engrams, Hela would have gone far beyond insane a long time ago. It didn't help that out of her prison, her Valkyries were gone. They had been gone for centuries upon centuries now. This prison was the closest she could ever be to a home that no longer was. Hela was content to watch her Valkyries train. Some of them dueled, and others fought in melee, maintaining flawless formations. Many others prepared for the real wars their kind was meant to fight and win. Magnificent war machines blending Asgard's best technology and mastery of magic strode across deadly battlefields, reaping countless lives with their Magi-Tech armaments. Drones, fighters, strike craft, and bombers swarmed in the sky and low orbit, fending off an endless stream of worthy opponents. Above them, the silver hulls of Asgard warships cleaved the heavens with divine fire. It was glorious. It was all an illusion. Hela wasn't sure if she cared anymore as long as she could lose herself in this blend of memories and simulated battles. Days flew by like heartbeats, and months and years blurred into centuries until one day, the very fabric of the prison rippled. The shift found Hela in the command center of a massive battleship, overseeing the invasion of a simulated Nova empire. The shades of her closest confidants and most trusted offices froze in the face of Odin's projection that walked in as if he belonged. Hela, Odin sounded and looked tired. He was old, much older than the last time he dared show his face. How many centuries it was since he came to gloat after spawning himself a replacement for her, Hela wondered. Not that it mattered. King Odin, she hissed back, yet to her surprise, the venom in her voice had dried out sometime over the endless centuries she spent here. Here to gloat, your majesty, she made a mockery of a proper bow. I am contemplating my mistakes, General, Odin surprisingly admitted. Did your golden-haired son disappoint you? What was my replacement's name anyway? It has been so long since you mentioned it. Or visit, for that matter. Hela smiled after she could bring a semblance of her usual venom in her voice. It was just a fraction of what Odin deserved. Thor is my son. He was never meant to be your replacement, Odin barked, and the whole prison realm shivered at his anger. So there was some fire left in the old man's belly. Of course not. He was meant to be better, wasn't he? Less of a failure, an obedient little soldier, Hela spat. He is your son, yet you refuse to acknowledge me as your daughter. Hela, general, weapon, mistake, monster, butcher. Hela wagged her fingers at Odin as she spoke. But never your daughter, not after you made me your weapon and threw me at Asgard's enemies. I might not have been the best of parents. I wanted you to be what Asgard needed, Odin sighed. Just like with Thor. What happened? Did my replacement get himself killed? I exiled him to Midgard. Odin surprised her again. That primitive place, what did he do? Start a war? He did his best to do so, Odin grumbled. Why isn't he here then? Hela snapped. You did much more than try to start a war. You were the commander of Asgard's armies, the leader of the Valkyries. Odin's voice shook the whole realm. Thor didn't have a fraction of the authority I trusted you with. Odin closed his eye as if it pained him to look at her. He betrayed my trust and endangered Asgard just like you did anyway. Hela laughed at that. Then I might like to meet the boy and congratulate him. He couldn't be all bad then. Odin narrowed his eye at her and waved a hand. You want to encourage this? Odin force flowed into the prison, forming an illusion of a large blond man sitting in a strange place. He was conversing with a shorter man, dark of hair and eyes. What they discussed made Odin shut up and stare at the illusion in disbelief. Hela followed suit, curiously observing her little brother and his companion. This was the first time she had seen him since Thor was a few years old, which was the last time Odin deigned to visit and torment her with visions of what was forever out of her grasp. A mortal appears to have more sense than you did back then, mighty King Odin. Hela found herself again surprised that day, this time by her genuine and merry laughter. Are you going to summon not-so-little Thor away from that bad influence? Hela looked at Odin, who had an odd, contemplative expression. He had access to the best teachers, thinkers, and philosophers on Asgard, yet he didn't pay them any attention. Now he's listening to a Midgardian of all people, Odin exclaimed in bafflement. At least the man isn't a fool. Where did I go wrong with that boy? Where did I go wrong with you, Hela? I have a very long list. C equals. Asgard. Loki stood behind Heimdall, weaving illusions to allow them both to see what the Watcher's sight observed about Thor. From all the expectations Loki had about his brother, this wasn't it. Why couldn't Thor do anything right, including fail? At this rate, and because of that damned mortal, his brother might prove himself redeemed and worthy of the throne. If that happened, Loki didn't know what he would do. He could never compare or compete with a real son of Odin in the Allfather's eyes. Thor's continued failures, and well, Thor being himself, were the only path he had to power and a future in Asgard. Loki paced behind the distracted Heimdall. He had to do something about this while he still could. Why would Thor listen to a random mortal anyway? It wasn't like that man was a font of unprecedented wisdom. Loki could have told his fool of a brother the same, only if Thor sat down and listened. That he was doing so with a random stranger instead of anyone from Asgard, much less Loki himself, hurt worse than the trickster believed possible. C equals. Isabel's Diner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. Prince Thor, I will be remiss in my duties if I don't ask certain questions about the Frost Giants. From what you told me so far, I can't just assume your people will immediately intervene in case of Frost Giant incursion on Earth due to your presence. Dealing with something like that, without further aid from Asgard, is something your father might decide is part of your penance. That is especially true if we're talking about a limited incursion compared to a full-scale invasion. What are we looking at as a threat assessment? Military capabilities, numbers, preferred tactics. I could absolutely see a certain kind of bastard doing something like this, and using the resulting fallout as both a teaching opportunity and a way to remind the primitives that they needed their betters' protection. Thor lit up at those questions. Excitement, eagerness to please, and need to be validated and recognized mixed with other, less acute emotions. That I can help with. I've clashed multiple times with the Jotun, including here on Earth during their last invasion, when they managed to capture parts of what you call Scandinavia, I believe. Do go on, I nodded. Every soldier in the diner leaned forward and was ready to literally or figuratively take notes on the tactical information we were about to receive. Now, unless they're cloaked with magic, there's no mistaking them. Jotun is, on average, larger than me. They are tough bastards with obvious blue, gray, or mixed skin that often have colored patterns like waves or ripples. The Jotun tend to have ridges on their faces. Sometimes it's hardened skin, others their actual bone crests. Tactically and practically, they seldom use technology, relying on innate control of ice magic. The Jotun use it to form hardened armor around their bodies and various melee weapons around their limbs, from spikes and blades to spears and the like. They can create and launch hardened, razor-sharp ice shards that can penetrate advanced armor, making them dangerous at range, especially for those who are unaware of such abilities and underestimate them. That covered basic infantry and physical overview. They did sound like nasty customers, especially if their ice armor, general toughness, and speed allowed them to get in close quarters. That would be deadly for our infantry. What about vehicles, Air Force, the like? Air has always been a big weakness for them. Outside a limited number of ice dragons, which can be dangerous beasts at the best of times, the Jotun usually rely on using the casket of ancient winters to create ice storms that ground combat and transport aircraft by either shredding them or freezing them over and forcing them to land. That was the artifact that I thought they were after. It binds much of their realm's magic and ensures they aren't a major offensive threat as long as it was under our control and sealed within Asgard's vaults. Now that would be a nasty out-of-context problem to deal with. It would cripple mobility, reconnaissance, air support, and perhaps even artillery, shaping the battlefield into one that plays to the enemy's strength and mitigates those of a modern military. Naturally, the frost giants won't be bothered by murderous winter and the ice storms, I asked lightly. They're frost giants, of course not, Thor scoffed. While they can live in all reasonable climates, they thrive in the cold. A Magitech climate control device that doubles as a superweapon. My inner scientist wasn't sure if it wanted to squeeze in glee at the idea and possibilities or scream in vexation. Combat vehicles and the like, heavy weapons the frost giants favor. Trained war beasts and frost magic, which can be versatile and deadly. However, those who can utilize it for more than direct attacks are few and far between. They tend to be primary targets to take out. As for the beasts, Thor grimaced. To be honest, awakening one of them was among the reasons we began to retreat. That thing was nearly as tall as this building, and its torso alone was larger than the first few floors. It took me multiple strikes with Mjolnir with all the power of the storm, and lighting behind them to fend it off. You need heavy weapons or enchanted blades to pierce their tough hide, which can be a challenge even if they don't have ice armor. If those things visited in force, we would have to rely on direct-fire weaponry and, at best, short-range artillery. Anything longer-ranged would be potentially useless due to ice magic. Joy. Naturally, any force set up to exclusively counter the ice giant threat would be lacking against a different opponent. I foresaw many sleepless nights in the Pentagon and other such facilities worldwide. What are their usual tactics? The Jotun would prefer to advance under cover of a storm, which they can make even without the casket, though those won't shred or necessarily down aircraft, depending on how tough and capable they are. Ice drakes and dragons would hit defensive lines, followed by war beasts and large numbers of Jotun aiming to exploit the chaos to get to grips with the defenders. On the defense, they would use the cold and storms to weaken the enemy, then counterattack in terrain and places that maximize their natural advantages and minimize the enemy's strengths. 36. Phase 11 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 11, Party Crashers. == Part 3. == Sword HQ. New York. Being the director of Sword was a pain on a good day. Today wasn't one of those rare occasions. Carol Danvers had to deal with aliens, who might just be rich fucks playing around with Earth, the Oversight Council, coordinating sword strike teams across the continental United States in preparation for a potential alien incursion, and now, all but certain SHIELD complications. At least so far, Stark was living up to all the promises he made and was exceeding expectations. It was depressing the man who an alien entity might have compromised was causing less trouble than the people meant to deal with such issues in the first place. Fury is aware of the issue. However, he is taking advantage of it. Agent Coulson is in nominal command of the SHIELD units en route and is supposed to be as level-headed as they come. Coulson also has a working relationship with Mr. Stark, so that might help smooth over any issues, Hawley reported. As one of the counselors that oversaw both organizations, the British woman had unique insight. Are you seriously telling us they will use the illegal alien excuse? What is this? A bad movie? The Chinese counselor demanded. What are you going to tell us next that you would have handled things better internally? Akira snipped at her colleague. I would love to tell you all that we now have control of all our internal factions. Yen appeared deadly serious for a few moments, then grimaced. Sadly, I can't. Danvers had to remind herself that all these bastards were career politicians taught to steal candies from babies with a smile before they could even learn to walk. Playing poker with them was out of the question. I am contractually obliged to inform you that my government will take all due advantage of any diplomatic blunders our American counterparts manage to stumble into happily. We also regret any potential waste of Mr. Stark's good work. Yen continued. That idiocy aside, we have other more immediate issues to discuss. There's no guarantee that an alien incursion aiming at Thor from those frost giants will land on U.S. soil or anywhere near New Mexico. We must assume that any airborne quick reaction force we dispatch could be significantly hindered in reaching the area in question. The same goes for air support. General Scudder interrupted them. As SWMCU, he would provide the first reaction forces after Sword in any alien incursion on U.S. soil or near bases worldwide, where U.S. Special Forces were deployed. We need to reevaluate various assumptions and combat doctrines. That admission physically pained Carol as someone who had been serving in the U.S. Air Force for decades. Her whole branch being rendered impotent by a magic ice storm was not what they had planned. A tremendous reduction in capabilities by a sudden and unexpected ice age. Sure, a magical storm that can shred alien planes that are likely way tougher than a warthog. Not quite. =C=. Isabel's Diner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. We'll have to stockpile a lot of winter equipment, among other things, just in case then, I noted after Thor finished explaining the threat that the Jotun. Lord Stark, that makes sense. From what I recall, you Midgardian don't handle the elements as well as we do, and even we can't brave Jotunheim's storms for long without proper protection from the cold, Thor agreed. It's my turn to ask questions. As a way, I'll do my best to answer. Tell me, or better, show me more of Midgard as it is now. The more I think of it, the more sure I am that even if you bring me to Mjolnir right now, I might be unable to pick it up due to Odin still considering me unworthy. Now Thor felt more resigned than angry and frustrated at the situation. So that's a thing then. Someone tried to pick it up, didn't they? Thor chuckled. Only someone worthy could pick it and use its basic abilities. I'm sure Private Alba will somehow survive the revelation he wasn't worthy of Asgard's throne. Most people aren't. Now I'm included too, so he is in good company. I wasn't sure if Thor was joking, and judging by his emotions, neither was he. As for showing some of Earth, both the good and likely the bad and embarrassing, someone switches on the TV. A remote appeared in Isabella's hands, and she did so. A not particularly large flat screen came to life and turned on CNN. This is Jonathan Heller, back from the Civil War in Iran. I'm with the 5th Armored Division, the Leon of Babylon, which just entered the outskirts of Sufyan. With the town contested, the last major supply line to Tabriz is in Loyalists' hands, cutting off estimated 2 divisions of Revolutionary Guard and assorted irregular forces dug into the city. On the following day, infantry will secure the town properly and dig in, releasing the 5th Armored for further combat operations to secure the north of the country. At the same time, more appropriate Loyalist forces reduce the radicals trapped at Tabriz. You have your own problems, it seems, Thor concluded. I've never claimed Earth is fully united. However, I am speaking with the backing of the most powerful nations on the planet. I elaborated on my position. That type of fighting is more like the Kree, Skrull, and Nova Corps on the ground and unlike how proper warriors do it. While it works, it lacks honor and glory, Thor grumbled. General Tyr might love it here, he grudgingly added. He hasn't been a fan of what we do for as long as I could remember. There were many exciting implications that I could reach from such a statement. The news shifted to the ongoing fighting in Afghanistan. While that did reveal some of our military capabilities, being on the news meant it wasn't classified. If we were to establish proper diplomatic channels, Asgard would know that, and much more by switching a TV in their embassy if they ever deemed us worthy of one. This looks like used to be what we did across the 9 realms to keep the peace. We had to go out often and break a few heads until people got the idea that killing each other for no good reason wasn't something Father approves of. Some of them are hard learners, so we had our hands full, Thor commented while watching. However, we seldom ran into modern weapons. While enhanced weaponry was used against us that merely made things sporting, it was nothing like that mess. Thor grimaced at seeing a coordinated missile strike on an advancing ANA formation that gutted it before the Taliban counterattacked, only to get blown up by coalition forces waiting in reserve. Thor looked at me and nodded grudgingly. You were right, Lord Stark. There is a place for honor, and there is a place for getting the job done. You aren't Aesir. Expecting you to fight like us would be foolish and suicidal for you. I believe you are on the right track from what I see, though you will need much better weapons and armor if you want to stand against what lies beyond Midgard. You might want to look for inspiration from how we used to wage war when our magics and technology were less developed and their meld was less potent. Or how the Kree, Skrull, and Nova Corps do it. I would love to see how they fight and get my hands on some of their equipment to work on. It was my turn to perk up. You wouldn't have to have some of it that they've accidentally misplaced. They haven't been foolish enough to make an incursion in Asgard territory or openly enter one of our protectorates. Thor shook his head, and his hair followed suit like a lion's mane. It has been a very long time since we openly clashed. == Part 4. == Asgard. Odin used the Bifrost to depose himself within his palace, near where he could feel Frigga's presence. He used Gungnir as a walking staff, feeling his full age. The fury and frustration weighed him down. Those, combined with all the power he had to expend to smooth things over with the Jotun and to save those foolish children, meant that he needed to rest and let magic replenish within his aging body. Frigga came out to meet him, striding down a long, glittering corridor with a golden gown fluttering in her wake. Her ladies and guards respectfully remained behind. Odin, he knew the frost tone was coming, and perhaps in part deserved it, if not for exiling Thor but letting things deteriorate to the point it was necessary. Wife, Odin nodded tiredly. I am sure you'll find it pleasing that our son found someone to listen to on Midgard of all places. He might actually redeem himself. You didn't expect him to? Frigga glowered. Magic rippled around her. That was a testament to how furious she was to let it slip out of her grasp that way. I had many expectations of our children and they kept failing them. Now it's Loki's turn. I'll rest for a bit, and we will see what he would do of Asgard with a small taste of the power he desires. Do I need to tell you that you are making a mistake? It's not your throne Loki really wants, Frigga chided him. Perhaps that wasn't what he wanted. It is still what he desires now, and it is within his grasp with Thor exiled. We will see if he can be more than a trickster content to amuse himself with parlor tricks. On your head be it then, husband. Frigga shook her head and marched back towards her favorite gardens. A surge of the Bifrost deposited Odin within his bedchamber. Another one brought Loki to him. The king let go of Gungnir, and the weapon hovered in the air between them. Father, Loki looked wide-eyed at him. While your brother is exiled, you will have a chance to prove yourself, Loki. Do not disappoint me. A thought sent Gungnir floating within Loki's grasp. Odin huffed at the continued incredulity of his adopted son. A surge of magic got him out of his armor and into a set of comfortable clothes. Do you mind? I am tired, Loki. Go rule and prove yourself. Loki nodded rapidly, muttering thanks, and ran out of the bedchamber. Children these days, to think he had to rely on a Midgardian to get Thor to begin thinking like a prince. What was wrong with his whole realm? Odin wondered before collapsing into his bed and falling asleep. Equals C equals. Loki could hardly believe the fortune that fell into his hands. It was clear Odin was exhausted because of Thor's stunts and wasn't thinking clearly. Otherwise, he would have never given Loki Gungnir. The old man was right about one thing: this was his chance. Loki had to remove Thor off the board while he still could, then ensure that Odin wouldn't be around to ask questions. The frost giants retaliating when Odin was weak and tired. He could help them get into the palace again, then blame them for Odin's assassination. Who knew the fools might manage it as long as the old man was weak and without Gungnir. Then a war against Jotunheim to cement his position as a ruler. There was nothing like an external enemy to unify people around a new regime. But first, Loki had to get rid of the other people who might ask the most questions and were closest to Thor. Otherwise, Sif and the Warriors 3 would be no end of trouble. Even with Thor around, keeping them out of too much trouble was a thankless job. It was pathetically easy to whisper a few poisonous words in the ears of those four while cloaked in illusions, confronting Heimdall and riling him up, so he would do the predictable thing in his pride took just a few brief sentences. Doing so drove the point home: these people would never fully accept him even when they didn't know the truth of his origin. He wasn't a brute like them and thus lacked respect even when wielding Gungnir and acting as Odin's regent. All it took to rile up Heimdall was to demand the deference and obedience he was owed due to his current position. The next thing that fool was doing was watching the Warriors 3 and Sif be their typical idiotic honorable selves and openly discuss treason. Naturally, instead of reporting it, Heimdall enabled it. If the damned man weren't so valuable, Loki would have removed him already. Still, Heimdall could decide to serve properly when Odin and Thor were out of the picture. Otherwise, Loki would have to find or create a new watcher. He watched how Heimdall left his position unguarded, all but telling the four fools to commit treason. As soon as the Bifrost activated and moved them toward Midgard, Loki implemented the next step of his plan. He had to time things just right to see Thor dead and guide the Jotun assassins through the palace's security. First, Loki went to the vaults and issued orders to the destroyer. Next, he went in to summon his patsies and ensure they would make it far enough so he could plausibly blame them for his next scheme. C equals. Isabel's Diner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. Mr. Stark, we've got a complication. A small convoy is approaching the town fast. They aren't ours, Captain Eli's. 3 SUVs, government numbers, claiming their homeland security. Shield, the one-eyed pirate is poking his nose where it doesn't belong, or someone is using his assets. I have to deal with this before it can escalate, Prince Thor. Hopefully. I got up, and my legs felt stiff after sitting and talking for what felt like hours. I could see a few curious locals poking their heads out of second and third-story windows. However, the streets were clear, thanks to all the military vehicles parked around. 2 squads of heavy infantry pilled out of the diner. They took defensive positions around the vehicles, which all had crude weapon stations. My bodyguards followed suit, and we waited for the arrival of the party crashers. Soon enough, the 3 black SUVs parked at a respectable distance. Then a familiar face disembarked the lead vehicle. Mr. Secret Agent, we meet at the strangest of places, I greeted Coulson. Mr. Stark, this isn't how I hoped we might meet again. Before any unpleasantries that might follow, let me say I'm a fan of what you're doing for the world, and this wasn't my idea. I don't see you leaving, I noted. I have orders, and if not me, then someone less reasonable and more trigger-happy might try to follow them. Then we might have accusations of subverted people and military units. Coulson didn't even try to hide his distaste at the idea. Fury is too smart to have put you up to this. More likely, he sent you to keep things from escalating while he tries to take advantage of the situation. I can't possibly comment on the director's intentions, Mr. Stark. I have orders to detain and interrogate an illegal alien who might threaten national security. Certain elements within S.H.I.E.L.D. and people who back the organization apparently don't consider your approach good enough. Coulson looked around. A dinner in a small town. It worked great until your fellows turned up. Now it's obvious that you don't want to push the issue. I nodded at all the tense soldiers behind me. This is a game that, if you decide to play, will have only losers. Are you ready to order U.S. soldiers to open fire on agents from Homeland Security doing their job? That would put you in an extremely dangerous position, no matter what the soldiers do. Coulson appeared genuinely curious to find out the answer. Order you bunch shot? I put as much disbelief in my voice as I could. Did they think I was an amateur in this kind of stupid game? Of course not. Order them to keep you from arresting an alien royalty we are having a pleasant chat with. It might come to that. If someone under my authority opens fire, it won't be on my orders but in self-defense and defense of their fellow soldiers. I could feel the troopers behind me relax a fraction at my words. The respect they felt for me after observing me handle Thor for hours rose up another notch. Coulson slowly raised his hand and showed he was holding a phone, which he proceeded to dial up. At the same time, I could feel the electricity in the air. The sky began to darken, and distant thunder echoed above the city. Hold your fire. No one shoots unless we're fired upon. This appears to be the same phenomenon that brought Thor and the artifact last night, I shouted moments before the skies sundered. A vortex of black clouds crackling with lightning connected the street between Coulson and me with the heavens. A bright light flashed over the road, followed by a loud thunderclap. I blinked spots off my eyes and stared at 4 people straight out of a medieval fair stand between Coulson and me. The street below their feet was smoking. A closer look revealed that some strange symbol was burned into it. As if that wasn't a problem enough, a bunch of SHIELD agents had left their vehicles and were using them as cover, pointing SMGs and carbines in our direction. A tall, muscular man to the left with vague Asiatic features blinked at me, then at the soldiers behind me. He looked around and shook his head. I don't think we arrived at the right place, he deadpanned in an oddly accented voice. 37, Phase 11 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 11, Party Crashers. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Isabel's Diner. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. Hagun, my friends, Thor's voice thundered as he appeared from the diner. What are you doing here? He exclaimed in genuine surprise. We are here to bring you back, proclaimed a tall man with short, shaggy blonde hair. He wore forest green armored clothes not too dissimilar to Jedi Knights' armored robes from the Cold War era. Bring me home. My friends, unless Father has changed his mind about my exile, I am not going home soon. What do you mean? Wasn't Loki who exiled you after he became regent while the All-Father sleeps? The raven-haired woman narrowed her eyes at Thor. There was genuine confusion in her voice, matched by the jumbled emotions she felt, relief, worry, and acute surprise. Loki, this is not one of his pranks. It was Father who banished me until I proved myself worthy. Thor shook his head. But you did nothing wrong, the last of the group rumbled in bafflement. He was almost as tall and much broader than Thor, but not at the shoulders. The man looked like he stepped out of a Hollywood poster about a Viking saga. Did we not? I've had some time to think, and conversing with Lord Stark here put our actions into perspective, Thor countered. Should we be arresting them all for trespassing or something? One of the SHIELD agents asked, just loud enough to be heard. I could hear Coulson curse when everyone turned to look their way. Boys, we landed into the middle of something here, literally at that. The female warrior pointed out the obvious. Politics, my Lady Sif. There's no escaping them, no matter which of the 9 realms we are on. Thor sounded a touch bitter as he said that. Does they involve us? We smash faces in, not deal with politics. The stereotypical, according to Hollywood, Viking grumbled. I'm afraid so, Volstagg. Lord Stark, these are my good friends, the Lady Sif and the Warriors 3. My friends, this is Lord Tony Stark, who is in charge of dealing with visitors from other realms in this part of Midgard. However, some among the locals want to dispute that fact. Thor nodded at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Who is friendly, who is neutral, and who needs their heads smashed? Volstagg patted a large, double-headed axe he carried over his shoulder. Hopefully sanity will prevail, and no one will need their heads smashed in. I deadpanned at them all. This is your realm, Lord Stark, your people. I am content to let you deal with them. Thor smiled bitterly. I'm trying my best to think before acting as I must. That's usually a good first step. I nodded and looked at Coulson. Mr. Secret Agent, what will it be? If I was a less well-adjusted individual, or if I had a grudge against your agency, I might be content to let you try to take these 4 into custody to see what happens. Volstagg beamed at this as if I was his new best friend, while the other 2 looked between me, Thor and Coulson, wondering what the fuck was happening. Lady Sif gave Thor a long, suffered look as if this was all his fault, which was true, discounting the S.H.I.E.L.D. complication. You are not that much of an ass, Mr. Stark. Coulson gave me his best disarming smile. My patience is also running thin, I noted. Coulson, what is your endgame looking like here? You are disrupting a diplomatic meeting. I am sure you can imagine the worst-case scenario here. I don't know if the people who authorized this can. It's either that, or they're ready to take the risk anyway. You know I am the reasonable option, Mr. Stark. What does the unreasonable one look like? Would they open fire on U.S. military units seconded under Sword's command? Will they risk starting a war with an alien nation due to internal politics? Was that how us going to Jotunheim looks from the outside, Lord Stark? Thor interjected. It looks worse. You are the crown prince, Thor. You were expected to know better. I can't say the same for the idiots who sent Mr. Secret Agent Man to us and thought this was a good idea. My phone began to vibrate. I thought about ignoring it. Yet anything that might buy us time to de-escalate and find a rational solution to this idiocy was worth trying. I pulled it out and unlocked it. Yes. Tony, please give the phone to that young man you keep irritating for no good reason. Pamela Hawley's irritated voice sounded in my ear. And good work at proving me and my compatriots right. It's for you, Mr. Secret Agent Man. I waved my phone at Coulson and slowly walked to him, offering it. He looked at the device with a hint of amusement. His emotions betrayed how he felt. Coulson was even less happy than me to be put in such a situation. Agent Coulson, who is this? Yes, ma'am, I recognize your voice. Yes, your identification checks out. The best I can do is enter a waiting pattern until the Oversight Council and the Director straighten out my orders, ma'am. Thank you, Counselor. He gave me back the phone. I was reasonably sure Coulson was stretching the truth a bit, and that someone else in his shoes might have ignored Hawley. We now have conflicting orders and will wait and observe until the Director makes up his mind. Stand down, folks. Coulson waved at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and went back to his phone. More than a few of them looked ready for a fight. Yet, one after another, they lowered their weapons until the last diehards decided that starting trouble under these circumstances might be an excellent way to commit suicide. Talking worked. It never works for us. Fandral looked incredulously at me. Who is this man, Thor? His silver tongue works better than Loki's, and your brother is well known as the Leesmith. That might have something to do with why people often try to kill us, Lady Sif pointed out. Your brother is a known liar, and you people wonder why no one listens to him. Did I get that right? It was my turn to look incredulous. Thor and his buddies looked at each other, then nodded in as one. Oh, people listen to Loki, especially when they shouldn't. It's when doing so would do anyone some good they don't, Lady Sif explained. How did you get here? I don't think you got permission from my father, Thor inquired. The newcomers looked at each other, and the sense of guilt and determination radiating from them was thick. We might have spoken with Heimdall, who very conveniently had to briefly leave the Bifrost control station. Lady Sif had the good grace to look embarrassed. Back in my days as a ruler, that would be considered borderline treason at best, I noted. My father might agree. What have you done, my friends? Thor groaned. I wondered who was the worst influence upon whom in this little group. Before I could get any more answers, the other shoe dropped. The air tingled and the sky darkened again. I think Loki might have found out what Heimdall allowed to happen, Hagen grimaced. If it was kind Odin who sent you here in exile, my friend, that changes our situation. I'll take full responsibility, Thor declared. I don't think Loki or the king, when he awakes, will agree, Fandral muttered. A stream of energy ruptured the heavens, this time striking just outside town. More lightning and thunder followed before the sky began to clear up slowly. Captain Eli's, do we have eyes on what just landed? 1-5 is looking at a metal giant. It's some robot, apparently. Eli's sounded like he could hardly believe his words. Big, spiky thing with large squares in the helmet where the eyes would be, Lady Sif asked worriedly. Eli's repeated the question and got an affirmative answer. That's the Destroyer. It's one of the most dangerous creations merging magic and technology Odin ever built. It is supposed to protect the palace's vaults, Thor elaborated. It is also under the control of whoever wields Gungnir. That's Loki right now, Thor, Hagen pointed out. How sure are you that your brother wouldn't walk over your corpse to take and keep the throne, Prince Thor? I asked in a voice that felt much calmer than I felt. So much for peaceful first contact. There is only one reason Loki would send that thing here, Thor, Lady Sif agreed. Captain, get this city evacuated. We've got hostile incoming. Contingency Black 2 is now in effect. We have a hostile alien incursion in progress. A weird sound echoed over from the outskirts of the town, followed by an explosion. That thing just opened fire on our observers with a heat ray, Eli's exclaimed. Yeah, that was the other shoe dropping, all right. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Sword HQ. New York. General Danvers wasn't surprised that everything suddenly went to hell for some reason. Things were going far too smoothly to expect anything else. Mr. Murphy was a vicious bastard like that. We have a confirmed case, Black 2. Carol sighed quietly and turned to face the counselors. It is legitimate. One after another, they gave their assent. Moments later, using state-of-the-art communication equipment, the general could communicate with relevant military commanders worldwide. At the same time, the counselors smoothed over the inevitable political fallout and dealt with civilian matters. This is General Carol Danvers, Director of Sword. Case Black 2 is now in effect. We have confirmed a hostile alien incursion on Earth. I am declaring winter contingency for the continental United States. Containment protocols are now in effect. U.S. military forces would be going to DEFCON 1 momentarily. Sword Rapid Response Units and SWMCU would be converging in New Mexico. Military assets within the state were now under Sword jurisdiction. I am assuming operational command, Danvers continued. Sword Counselor Stark and Sword 2 have tactical command and are our point of contact. Stand by to receive tactical information. Operational parameters are these. Contain the threat, ensure the safety of alien VIPs in the area of operations, evacuate civilians if and when possible. C equals. Puente Antiguo. New Mexico. We have assets en route from Holloman and Cannon Air Force bases, armed drones, strike fighters from the 54th Fighter Group, and SOCOM unit attached to the 27th Special Operations Group. The only heavy ground support we will get in a reasonable time frame is what we have here and at Site Alpha. Anything else is a few hours away at best, Eli's reported. At the same time, I officially proclaimed that we were being invaded with all that entails. One way or another, there would be hell to pay for today's events. Evacuate the civilians, then we will draw that thing towards the Alpha site if we can't take it out. The Air Force can bomb it at their heart's content while it moves through the desert. I hoped so anyway. Prince Thor, what are that thing's capabilities? At the same time, Thor's buddies looked at each other and nodded at themselves. We will take it, Volstagg boasted. It might not be that easy, Thor looked haunted. Father sealed up my powers until I prove myself worthy and redeemed. I probably won't be any help, he looked at Fandral. Hit me to make sure. That might not be the best idea. I tried to stop even more idiocy from unfolding in front of my eyes. As you wish, friend. The Aesir moved almost faster than the eye could follow. I heard a crunch, then Thor was on the ground, spitting teeth and groaning while his buddies fussed over him. He's like a mortal, all right, Hagen groaned. Thor's going to be of no use, he looked at me. Lord Stark, might I burden you with keeping our prince away from the destroyer? That's the plan. I need to know that thing's capabilities, any tactical information you can share. Get a medic over here? Eli shouted and pointed at Thor. Looking at him, it wasn't clear if his jaw was broken, though he had a nasty, rapidly darkening bruise covering a third of his face. So much about Thor thinking things through. It's the destroyer, Lady Sif was the one to answer my question. At the same time, soldiers scurried around to get the civilians moving. King Odin built that thing to protect Asgard's treasure vaults. Rumor has it, it was built with rare materials making it nearly indestructible. The destroyer is a deadly fusion of technology and magic. We don't know its full capabilities. Start with anti-tank weapons and have the Air Force hammer it down. Use small arms if you need to distract it away from civilians. Otherwise, do not engage, I offered my advice. Lady Sif and the three self-proclaimed warriors ran toward the mayhem, leaving Thor behind so much for keeping the alien dignitaries safe. I noticed a trend I didn't particularly like. Observe how they engage that thing and move vehicles to provide fire support and distraction if needed. Lays it for airstrikes. Eli's didn't bother to argue and relied on my orders, then waved me to follow to his command vehicle. We soon had a view from a drone. The destroyer was indeed a spiky metal robot that shot fire from its eyes. It had fun blowing up cars and buildings as it advanced through the town. That made no sense for a robot programmed to defend something. It was either reprogrammed or someone was remotely controlling it. They wouldn't, Eli's muttered incredulously. The drone operator zoomed in on the Asgardians, showing them approach openly. Well, 3 of them. Lady Sif might have at least a few working brain cells and used them to flank the thing. Meanwhile, Fandral and Hagen literally threw their buddy at the robot after he made a running start. For a moment, it was like watching a movie as the large Asgardian flew through the air, ready to cleave the destroyer in tow with an axe. Volstagg got backhanded for his trouble and crashed into a relatively intact car. The destroyer's eye sockets glowed, ready to blast him into oblivion, when Sif used the distraction to jump off the roof of a nearby house. She used some kind of spear staff that had blades on both sides. It was notable the destroyer didn't notice her in time. It only attempted to react when she was already in the air, and it was too slow to turn around. She slammed the spear through its neck and into the ground, pinning it. Briefly, it appeared that this was it. It would have been nice to have an anticlimactic end to today's nonsense. We had no such luck. I watched in high definition how the thing's segmented body glowed and shifted, switching its facing to what was its back. Its head turned around, forcing Sif to jump away before it could fry her. The destroyer rose, pulling itself off the spear staff as if it didn't pierce it. The Asgardians were on the run now, not bothering to use the side streets to break contact. Distract it from the VIPs, Eli's ordered. Heavy infantry opened up with machine guns, grenade launchers, and a few prototype blasters. 2 Humvees drove forward to allow their gunners to light it up. High-caliber bullets harmlessly glanced off the robot's armor. Grenades detonated around it or upon impact, barely staggering it. Its armor absorbed the energy of the blaster bolts with nothing to show for it. You're right, nothing short of anti-tank would even scratch that thing, Eli spat. Hit it with javelins, where is our air support? At least the Aesir managed to get out of sight while remaining mostly intact. The same couldn't be said for a few of our soldiers. A sweeping beam caught 3 of them, and the result wasn't pretty. What little was left of them would be fit only for closet casket funerals. The Humvees barely managed to get out of sight before fiery beams blew up corner stores and houses in their wake. A javelin popped into view and slammed into the destroyer's shoulder. When the dust settled, It was on its knees, with the armor between its neck and shoulder visibly burst open, revealing that the bloody thing was empty inside. Magi-tech indeed. The metal flowed and folded, healing the wound, and it soon stood up, no worse to wear. We need a lot more firepower to take that thing down. Likely sustained firepower to overwhelm its ability to repair itself. Unless the Air Force can do it, the only way we might deliver enough punishment is the IFVs at the site, Eli's nodded. We're moving that way anyway. This thing keeps belining towards Thor, isn't it? Eli's consulted the drone operators and confirmed it. Get him in a vehicle, and we are going to draw it away. Have someone inform the Aesir so they don't freak out and do something even more suicidal. Good, we were about to drag you to safety, sir, one of my bodyguards pipped up. I gave him a dirty look and got into a nearby Humvee. A pair of medics helped Thor sit beside me. He had an ice pack, likely from the diner, which he held to his jaw. The prince tried to say something, but only ended up mumbling. He had a broken jaw. Was there no end of idiocy today? 38, Phase 12 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 12 Hard Contact. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Asgard. Lofri, king of Jotunheim, fought to keep himself from smiling in contempt. He knew who and what Loki was. He was also aware the foolish boy was using him and his people again, and for what? So he could pander to those Aesir fools. Nevertheless, this opportunity to strike at the heart of Asgard was priceless. The attempt to retrieve the casket of eternal winters served its secondary purpose. The few survivors who returned were sorcerers who tasted the magics of Asgard. They were instrumental in making sure this attack would succeed in crippling the Aesir no matter what. While Loki quietly led Lofri through the palace's halls before making himself scarce, frost magic pulsed through the fissure in the realms that allowed their covert arrival. At any other time, this would have been night impossible. However, with the convergence fast approaching, the dimensional walls weakened, making travel that would have lasted months, if not years, in a fast spacecraft possible through magic. Lofri could feel ice spread through Asgard's heart like poison as a strike team slipped inside. Then a second and a third, each going after their designated targets. It wouldn't matter if Odin lived or died, though the Jotun king hungered to taste his old nemesis, blood. C equals. Loki sat on Odin's throne, which was soon to be his. One way or another, Odin would die, and Thor would be no more after today, and he would have a war to rally Asgard around. Now all he had to do was ensure the destroyer did its job right, then guarantee that Lofri succeeded. There was a little snag with that plan. Instead of facing the challenge as expected, Thor was running, letting the primitive Midgardians and his friends slow down the weapon. That should have been of no consequence. The only things that could even scratch the destroyer on Midgard would be enchanted Aesir weapons. Thor would die while stripped of his power, and before he could redeem himself in Odin's eyes, Midgard possessing man-portable weapons that could damage and slow down the destroyer was not part of the plan. This was supposed to be one of Odin's masterpieces. While most of the Midgardian weapons were like throwing water against an avalanche, they had those cursed missiles that could blast right through the armor, slowing down the machine and even forcing it to pause to repair itself. That wouldn't have mattered if Thor only stood and fought like the brute he was. Instead, Loki could feel the fool through the destroyer's sensors. Thor was fleeing. That wasn't something Loki believed might cross Thor's mind, much less do it. What was Midgard doing to that fool? Loki scowled when more missiles fell from the sky and stopped his destroyer. He didn't have the time for this. Loki channeled more and more power into the destroyer. Instead of fueling it into an attack, he cloaked it from sight and made it faster, sending it in pursuit. C equals. New Mexico. Sir, we lost sight of the target. It just vanished from our sensors. It entered a low emission or outright stealth mode. a strike fighter pilot reported. Do we have eyes on the destroyer? Eli's demanded. Negative, thermal is negative. The visual is negative. The thing suddenly cooled off and disappeared. Beside me, Thor mumbled something that sounded like Loki. We have an invisible killbot after us, Joy. The thing didn't appear while we raced toward Site Alpha. Drones, strike fighters, and bombers were on station above us. That was the good news. The plan of bombing the thing non-stop on the way here didn't pan out. There was nothing to detect and bomb. Figuring out new sensors and a way to detect Magitech illusions, if at all possible at our level, suddenly jumped high up on my list of priorities. Perhaps adding seismic sensors to secure facilities. While there were ways around those, it would be better than nothing. Portable seismic sensors as well. Prince Thor, please go inside and try to pick up your hammer. Captain, get someone to escort him in and avoid problems. The Blackhawks are back here, right? I asked. Sergeant Johnson, escort duty, Eli's ordered. They should be here, yes. Do you intend to retreat further? We can't assume this thing will keep chasing us conventionally, and we can't afford to retreat to a target-rich environment. Whoever sent it might be able to whisk it away near our location if we properly break contact and get away. That's a valid concern after what we just saw, the captain nodded. The Strikers and Bradleys. We use them to pin it when it shows. Run it over, park a Bradley on it if that is what it takes, and have the Air Force hammer it down with everything they have on station. It was damn frustrating that with the power I could channel, I wouldn't be able to scratch it if it could rapidly recover from anti-tank missiles hitting it in the face. Something more exotic might work, yet I lacked the raw juice for that too. Eli's discussed our rough plan with the vehicle commanders, and I followed Thor inside the isolation chamber. I found him surrounded by scientists watching intently, trying and failing to pick up his hammer. The prince looked despondent and gave up after his latest failure. If someone else manages to pick it up, could this thing damage the robot permanently? I asked. Thor looked at the hammer, then up at me and shrugged. Get everyone who has yet to try to attempt to pick it up. If it works, congratulations. You're going to try charging an alien killbot under cover of all firepower we can throw at it. That's not a ringing endorsement for success, Dr. Stark, Dr. Wagner huffed. We are out of good options. You heard Mr. Stark. Line up and start pulling. The Austrian complied even if he didn't sound happy. I went outside, hoping that Eli's or someone up the chain of command had a better idea than my half-assed plan. I did ask, too, in case someone was feeling shy today. Mr. Stark, if I had an idea that might work besides executing a tactical retreat and hoping for the best, I would have said so. We aren't exactly swimming in assets. The Air Force was supposed to provide most of our firepower until heavy reinforcements could reach us, and they can't hit what they can't find. Sadly, even with the best the U.S. military could do logistically, moving heavy combat assets in place took time. It didn't help that the U.S. was a big country, and we couldn't assume that any given incursion was anything but a feint or a probing raid to test our capabilities. Going all in without a confirmation it was needed was an excellent way to get our highly mobile units caught out of position. Further, the sheer toughness of that thing limited what we could use. The special forces that would have been our first ground reinforcements were now busy evacuating the town just in case the thing returned, or follow-up enemy forces arrived in the area. They had little in the way of effective firepower they could add. There was no use giving the killer robot more targets to shoot at when it proved it could trivially erase infantry. C equals. Part 2. C equals. Throne Room. Royal Palace. Asgard. Loki tensed with frustration and vexation. Only because Thor ceased running, the destroyer could rapidly approach his position. Otherwise, the Midgardian machine he rode was faster than the automaton even when he boosted it. Odin didn't build this thing to move quickly and chase vehicles. Would there be no end to Odin's oversights? He guided the destroyer to the location he could sense Thor's presence and Mjolnir. The last thing Loki needed was for the brute to regain his powers. That would further complicate things, and he was already running out of time. It was a minor miracle the Jotun within the palace hadn't stumbled upon guards or caused mayhem for the hell of it. Loki spared a moment to observe the small number of Midgardian combat machines guarding the place where Thor went. He decided that neutralizing them first would be a waste of time. Instead, he guided the destroyer straight toward the building and its target. A Midgardian shouted something that the automaton didn't quite catch. The primitives in sight scattered and began throwing small canisters that released white smoke. What were they? Loki looked down at the cloaked figure of the destroyer. Smoke billowed around it, making it stand out if barely. Perhaps the same Midgardian pointed in its direction and the primitives opened fire. Projectiles glanced off the armor and Loki hissed in frustration at another setback. He unleashed a beam of fiery destruction. Midgardians scattered, trying to get out of the way. Some even managed it while others burned. The vehicles opened fire, and the largest, boxy ones launched missiles. Loki struck one of them later, burning straight through its armor and turning it into a burning furnace for its crew. A moment later, missiles struck, crippling the destroyer and forcing it to waste precious time and energy to repair itself. "Kill Thor, kill every single pest in that place," Loki ordered. He didn't have the time to see to it personally now that the Midgardians were once again slowing down the destroyer. He had to ensure Odin was dead and had it all set up to blame the Jotun properly. Just as Loki stood from the throne and relinquished direct control over the destroyer, the palace's alarms rang. Could no one do anything right this day? See equals. After calming herself down, Queen Frigga dismissed her ladies and marched towards Odin's chambers, trailed by her security detail. Enough was enough. Her husband was going to give her a proper explanation. And if Thor deserved an exile, she was going to have words with her son as well, the kind he wouldn't enjoy or forget for a long, long time. Frigga walked around the corner of the corridor that held only Odin's and her quarters. The queen halted in her tracks at seeing a small group of Jotun ready for war at Odin's door. Royal guards walked behind her and briefly stared as well. A heartbeat later, swords hissed, clearing their sheaths and spears rose, ready for throwing. Frigga didn't need something as mundane as enchanted weaponry, even if she always had a deadly sword within reach. Sadir gathered around her, forming a protective barrier just in time to intercept a hail of deadly ice shards. The queen's guards roared war cries and activated the palace's alarm before charging to place themselves between her and the danger. Spears flew in retaliation, slamming into ice armor. A Jotun collapsed, roaring in pain, while cool blood splashed on the floor. A royal guard fell next, with his face shredded by ice daggers. Frigga released her first attack. A silver beam of Sadir zigged and zagged between the Aesir, missing them by centimeters, and slammed into the chest of a Jotun. Ice armor boiled and vaporized, followed by flesh and blood. See equals. Alpha Site. New Mexico. Creating proper countermeasures against active stealth was another thing I had to look into. Sadly, the most straightforward solution, advanced smoke grenades, was very nasty for anyone who breathed the stuff due to all the sticky particles inside meant to stick upon invisible infiltrators and make them stand out. In a pinch, regular smoke might work, which is what I went for after the Force did decide to be helpful and warned me of imminent danger. To my utter disgust, the Bushmaster auto-cannons of the Bradleys sent shells that bounced off the damn destroyer. Besides their tow missiles and the javelins we had, the only other thing that could harm the killer bot was one of the strikers, which had a tank cannon. After the missiles damaged the destroyer, but not before it gutted a Bradley, the gun striker managed to take aim and strike it. The anti-tank round went through the destroyer's chest, tearing a large hole in its back. The resulting shock threw it off its feet, rolling through the desert. "Keep firing." A last tow missile struck, followed by a rain of hellfires from armed drones. "We have a Spectre gunship entering the station within the minute. Strike fighters are..." Large explosions shook the desert, drowning out Eli's voice. "If that thing is still operational, it might go stealth again and keep picking us up one vehicle at a time," I warned. There was a downside to the airstrikes. All the debris, sand, and dust they threw in the air obscured the target. "Do we have anything on thermal?" Eli's demanded. The gunstriker fired again in response, followed by another airstrike. "Target is still hot." "Stark, everyone else except for the vehicle crews already tried the hammer. It's our turn now," Eli shouted. "The rest of you keep that thing pinned down until it finally dies, or we run out of ammo." The captain nodded at me and ran back into the isolation tent, which now had a large smoking gap in its side. I went after him, passing medics trying to keep soldiers that the energy beam didn't quite touch. They still spotted a nasty burn I could smell or get thrown away like toys by a near-miss exploding the ground beside them with predictable unpleasant results. Inside the tent, I was pleased to see someone had the presence of mind to evacuate those who had already tried and failed to pick up the hammer. I saw Thor struggling with Sergeant Johnson, and a pair of large soldiers dragging him toward the back of the camp. Eli's grabbed the hammer's hilt and heaved, straining to move it. After 2 hefty pulls, he shook his head and moved away while asking for a status report over his radio. It was time to see if a Sith Lord and an industry tycoon could qualify as a worthy ruler of Asgard or something in that vein. As soon as my fingers touched the hammer's hilt, I could sense energy washing over me. An inhuman curiosity and frustration touched my mind, sliding over my mental defenses. The frustration increased. Lightning surged up my arm like a warm embrace. I let the awareness in. The lightning sunk into my flesh, revitalizing me. I could get the distant sense that I wasn't quite what Mjolnir wanted or needed, yet I passed muster. There was electricity in the air all around us. Mjolnir was a conduit to a vast reservoir of energy, which, while enormous, wasn't of the same scope as the force as I remembered it. However, it didn't matter. There was more power beyond the hammer than a person would or should be able to handle without burning to a cinder. I could feel the power of the storm, of what might be magic, judging me and pulling away, finding me unsuitable. Lightning, on the other hand, we were old friends. Storm clouds gathered above us, yet I could sense it was merely a side effect of Mjolnir reawakening. I couldn't control the storm itself, all the lightning it could generate, all the electromagnetic energy Mjolnir could harness. That was another thing. I could use as much as my body could handle. Lightning bolts danced around me, crackling in eager anticipation. "Stark, they lost sight of the target. Unless we get damn lucky it's invisible again. Can you do something about it?" Eli's waved at the electricity arcing around me. "We're about to find out." I drew on the force, trying to sense where the destroyer went. 39. Phase 12 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 12 Hard Contact. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Alpha Site. New Mexico. The Force could give me only vague warnings of danger, while Mjolnir's awareness acted as if fascinated by the odd energy it could detect flowing through me. It seemed I would have to find the destroyer the hard way. Channeling lightning through Mjolnir and using it to tap the vast sea of energy I could now perceive was both similar yet radically different than using the Force. However, shaping the power into lightning felt natural, like second nature. It was almost instinctive. "Captain, get the word out and try not to blow me up. I'm going to find the damn destroyer and see if I can disable its repair functions." I hefted the hammer, and it felt far lighter than it had any right to be. At that thought, I got a distant, smug sense of satisfaction. I walked outside, holding Mjolnir in a defensive stance. Thunder and lightning rumbled across the dark storm clouds above. All it took was a thought and a gesture with the hammer to call the boundless energies contained within the brewing storm. Lightning struck Mjolnir, and I threw it forward into a cascading wave that swept over the desert left of the closest striker. Shrubs caught on fire, sand glowed with reflected light, and insects zapped in flight until the lightning found its mark. It cascaded over a tall humanoid form, revealing the destroyer had almost circled around to the back of the site, where Thor was. "Contact left!" I barked at the top of my lungs and focused on the lightning, channeling more and more power. The wide arc turned into a crackling beam that shattered the active camouflage of the warbot. Its eyes opened and glowed with deadly fire. I was in no position to evade, and no cover nearby could reasonably tank such firepower. That left me with little recourse but to call back on the Force and Mjolnir to keep me alive. The lightning linking me with the destroyer collapsed on itself before a bolt of pure energy struck us from above. Mjolnir glowed, forming a cracking vortex of electromagnetic radiation that rapidly solidified into a circular lightning shield. It was just in time, too, because the destroyer blasted us with its heat ray. Scorching heat washed over my face as fire and lightning clashed and fought for dominance. My clothes began to smoke, and my feet drove grooves into the sand as the onslaught physically pushed me back. A loud boom nearly deafened me, and the fiery attack ceased. I collapsed to my knee, panting, while Mjolnir absorbed the lightning shield within its metal head. After blinking away white spots, I could see the destroyer had a large hole in the side of its chest. Its head was tilted as if examining the injury, which was already mending through rippling metal. The destroyer raised its head, and fire glowed within its opened chest. I thrust Mjolnir forward and blasted it with everything I could gather. A thin lightning bolt slammed into its head, snapping it aside just as it unleashed a beam of condensed fire. The attack harmlessly cut a line through the clouds, adding more energy for the storm to feed on. I needed more time to gather power and think of something. The Gunstriker crew gave me that time. Another round slammed into the destroyer, nearly decapitating it. I needed to either disrupt its repair function or its power source. Mjolnir was eager to help. Suddenly, the way I perceived the world shifted. There were pulsing lanes of energy that connected the destroyer with something far beyond Earth, yet seemingly so close I could touch it if I raised a hand. The same was true for Mjolnir. However, in its case, it was a spiderweb of arching electricity and energy I didn't know how to describe or quantify. Looking closer at the destroyer, I saw it was covered in intricate shells of unfamiliar writing, like energy shields interposed upon holograms, or the other way around. Did I see magic? A third round struck the destroyer. One of the shields flickered and glowed, channeling power into its frame. Golden fire washed away the damage, and metal eagerly rippled to follow suit. I blinked and looked at the destroyer with my own eyes, feeling a murderous headache pounding just behind my eyeballs. Whatever Mjolnir did to allow me to perceive the truth of the murder bot, it wasn't something my body could handle for long. Well, here goes nothing. I raised the hammer and called the power within the storm in a way I've used many times before to strike harder without expending or channeling too much raw energy. Lightning connected Mjolnir and the clouds like calling to like, and the storm went wild. Thunder and lightning cracked through the clouds, then all that energy followed the path toward the least resistance, which led to me. An incredible amount of power struck Mjolnir. Instead of grounding and dissipating into the soil below me, frying me in the process, it kept gathering within the hammer. At the same time, that energy mixed with the power that Mjolnir drew from the vast sea which fed it, becoming more than mere electricity. I could see the skin on my hands turn red as if sunburned, then begin to smoke. I wouldn't be able to handle more power without crippling or killing myself. This was going to have to be enough. Using everything I had left, I shoved Mjolnir forward. I unleashed the gathered energy, shaping it to be as focused as possible while I could still retain a semblance of control. A beam of lightning thicker than the destroyer slammed into it. The air smelled of charred flesh and fresh ozone. I felt energized like never before and dead on my feet, yet I kept pushing until I had nothing left to give. All I could see was dancing lightning, followed by soothing darkness. C equals. Fuck me running, Eli's muttered. He watched Stark wield that alien weapon as if he knew what he was doing, yet for a moment, there it didn't look like it would be enough. The striker gun system was the only thing he had left of use, so he ordered it into action and could only watch. Once again, Stark did not disappoint. Eli's could see the man was dead on his feet, his clothes were smoking, and his hands looked like boiled crabs. Yet he somehow kept channeling the power of the storm above to strike at the alien Terminator, trying to kill them. It was over as suddenly as it began. After unleashing a devastating beam of energy, Stark collapsed. Eli's could only blink away white spots and hope it worked. When he could see the destroyer again, it was on its knees. Its spiky armor looked partially melted, and its upper layers were flaking off into the wind in pieces of ash. Its eyes spluttered, trying to light up with deadly fire. The striker's cannon thundered, and a round struck the destroyer in the center of the chest. Alien alloy splintered and shattered, throwing debris in a large arc behind the thing's back. The fire in its eyes went off, and it collapsed. This time, whatever held it together had taken too much punishment, or so it seemed. The destroyer fell into pieces like a giant metal puzzle that suddenly broke apart. "Get me a medic out here. Keep aiming at that thing and shoot it if it twitches. Laser its location for the Air Force." Ellis barked orders, hoping beyond hope that this was it. If that thing got up again, his only option would be to use the striker to slow it down while retreating. C equals. Part 4. C equals. Bifrost Control Chamber. Asgard. There are times when Heimdall doesn't want to be right. This was one of them. Even with alarms ringing throughout Asgard, his first clue that a Jotun incursion was underway was when he saw the Queen herself fight and the broken bodies of the enemy falling to the ground. He couldn't see them while alive and fighting, only track them by looking for fighting or freshly dead Aesir. So far, Heimdall could track at least 3 incursions, and only one was halted cold, if you could call it so, when there was fighting in front of Odin's bedchamber while the king slumbered. That the Queen was involved wasn't a good thing, even if it meant that Odin was likely going to be all right. The Queen having to defend herself or her husband in the heart of the royal palace was already a failure state of unprecedented proportions. Heads were going to roll over it. To his credit, Heimdall didn't care that his might be among them. He was too busy trying to aid the defense by tracking down the enemy. The second incursion was aimed at the vaults. The destroyer was nowhere to be seen on Asgard. A look quickly brought the Watcher's vision to Midgard, where the damned thing was rampaging and engaging Midgardian warriors, and the warriors 3 with Lady Sif. At least Prince Thor might survive this madness, Heimdall concluded. There was no question about it. Loki was a traitor. The only question was how much damage that mad boy could cause before someone stopped him. Heimdall kept sending messages and guiding Asgard's warriors. The fighting at the heart of the palace was intensifying, with more and more Jotun finding their way inside somehow. Their incursion point was another thing cloaked from the Watcher's vision. Of course it was. He regularly checked for precisely such breaches in security. By the time Heimdall figured out there was Jotun, who avoided fighting and gathered for a decisive attack, it was almost too late. A single servant warned him. The unfortunate woman stumbled into Jotun cloaked by magic, both Asgardian and their own, and died quickly for her trouble. It was Heimdall's gaze sweeping for new deaths beyond the active battlefields that noticed her body, and the location sent a chill down his spine. There had to be Jotun ready to take out the Bifrost, or worse, attempt to turn it against Asgard if at all possible. Heavy reinforcements were out of position. There were warrior detachments in the area. However, if they would be enough to stop the incursion that Heimdall was now sure was coming was anyone's guess. He tapped into the Bifrost's controls. They were still locked on Midgard, the same area where. Heimdall's mind came to a screeching halt when he saw that odd mortal Thor listening to wield Mjolnir against the destroyer. At the same time, Midgardian warriors used their combat vehicles to bombard it. His gaze went to Thor, who appeared to have a broken jaw and was still exiled. Otherwise, the Midgardian wouldn't be the one trying to keep his people and the prince alive in the first place. The Warriors 3 and Lady Sif were still alive, if worse to wear. Seeing no other options and considering that the destroyer was losing, Heimdall used the Bifrost to whisk the Warriors 3 back to help him defend the device and prepared himself for battle. The first clue they were under attack came as a hail of ice daggers that murdered loyal warriors. Others die surprised by the invisible and silent Jotun, cloaked by magic. With the element of surprise gone, dozens of the frost giants charged the Bifrost control chamber. Others were nearby, using frost magic. Heimdall could sense the air chill, and ice began to form over the control center's outer walls. The Watcher held his spear at the ready and waited behind a thin line of warriors forming the last line of defense between the Jotun and the Bifrost. The ice giants were in a deadly frenzy, seemingly uncaring that they were dying upon Aesir's blades. They kept coming and killing, swarming over the defenders with suicidal determination. Heimdall struck true, and his spearhead opened the neck of a large Jotun, catching him just over the edge of his ice armor. Then he had to let go of the weapon and roll aside to avoid a lance of ice that flew through his former location. It touched Heimdall's cape, flash-freezing it, and half of it shattered as he finished his roll. The Aesir surged to his feet, drawing his sword and swinging in a single, smooth motion that took the head off a particularly eager Jotun. While reinforcements were coming, they were too far away. Small groups of Jotun jumped at them from the shadows, slowing them down. At the same time, the attackers pushed aside the last of the Bifrost's defenders, forcing them to fight for their lives in small groups that were of no use. Heimdall stood alone in front of the control chamber, fighting with all his skill just to survive yet another moment. The Bifrost roared as if guided by divine providence, and 4 more Asgard warriors appeared in a flash of blinding light that saved the Watcher's life. Within moments, 4 more blades joined Heimdall in holding the line. They might hold long enough, he thought. The Jotun had other ideas. A ray of frost shot at the control room from the roof of the nearest building. Jotun magic clashed with Sadir-enhanced materials, and for the moment, the walls held. "Fandral, take them out," Sif ordered. The agile warrior slit Jotun's throat and tried to slip away from the fighting. A hail of ice daggers sent him rolling away for his life. A frost lance flashed above the corpse that Volstagg cleaved nearly in 2. It hit the large Aesir in the chest, freezing his armor, which shattered as he jolted back in shock. Volstagg's flesh upon his now bare chest turned blue, then black, and he collapsed with a choked gasp. Heimdall's sight showed him in painful detail how the warrior's skin broke like glass, revealing frozen and cracked muscles barely clinging to shattered ribs. Without healers getting to him fast, Volstagg was a dead man, just like the rest of them if reinforcements failed to reach them. There was nothing to it. They had to fight for as long as they could. Retreat or failure was not an option. "Volstagg," Fandral shouted when he saw the state of his friend. That brief distraction cost him dearly as he failed to avoid the next barrage of ice daggers. Some shattered on his light armor, others cracked it. Yet more bit into flesh, freezing it and chilling blood. Now there were only 3 of them left holding the line. The Jotun were running out of bodies to throw at them, yet not fast enough. Behind them, the enchanted wall finally lost its battle against the Jotun magic. It imploded with a loud thunderclap that threw everyone in the vicinity off their feet. Heimdall's gaze showed him a frost bridge forming from that compromised building, with Jotun running over it straight toward the hole in the wall. He got up to his feet, gutted a Jotun who was slower on the uptake, and sprinted to intercept the new threat. Behind him, Lady Sif and Hagun had to survive or die alone. A Jotun saw him and vaulted off the ice bridge, heedless of the danger. The frost giant pointed his hands forward in a sweeping gesture and unleashed a wave of razor-sharp ice at Heimdall. The Watcher saw the attack coming and jumped over it. He threw his sword in the same motion, and the Jotun had no way to avoid it while flying. Unfortunately, the same was true for Heimdall himself. A second Jotun jumped off the bridge and sent ice daggers his way while 2 more vaulted towards the breach. Ice slammed into Heimdall's breastplate with bone-crushing power. He hit the ground hard, just a moment before the Jotun that struck him landed on his feet and raised an arm encased in frost spike for a killing blow. A silver beam burned its way through the Watcher's would-be killer, blasting it to shards after a heartbeat of contact. More beams lanced from above, cutting through Jotun and their ice armor like flimsy fabric. A wave of ice erupted from the breach in the wall, and a piercing alarm the kind Heimdall had never heard shook Asgard. "Excise the core," an angry voice rose above the shrieking alarm. Heimdall found his footing, and his gaze swept through the Bifrost control chamber. Everything inside was shredded by ever-expanding ice that dug into the walls and floor and buried them like the roots of a cursed tree. Heimdall next saw a tall, bulky figure in silver armor turning away from the compromised chamber. A transparent visor on a helmet that enclosed its head revealed this was General Tyr, who looked positively murderous. The ground below their feet shook as an immense silver form materialized in the sky above Asgard. Blinding lances of silver energy lanced from its oval belly and touched critical parts of the Bifrost and the systems that powered it. Parts of Asgard ruptured under the onslaught, splitting open chambers that hadn't seen the starry sky since before Heimdall was born. A device spinning around what looked like a small, darkening star flew out of the largest fissure, and the monstrous ship above accelerated, taking it away with it. "Watcher," General Tyr's murderous voice sounded deafening in the sudden silence that followed the ship's departure. "Explain this madness." Heimdall's eyes and gift swept around, looking for answers that wouldn't end up with him dying or worse. He saw healers attend to the fallen warriors, which heartened him. His gaze swept over the rapidly leaving star and the ship that carried it away. Roots of frost crawled over the spinning device containing it, and the star itself was going dark. The vessel pulling it away let go and accelerated moments before containment broke. The flames of a dying star bathed Asgard's skies with their agonized light. 40, Phase 13 parts. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 13, Ripples. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Royal Palace. Asgard. Through Gungnir, Loki was intimately connected with the enchantments weaved across the palace and beyond, as well as its more mundane security systems. He saw that Lofri failed to reach Odin in time. More importantly, he saw that the Jotun bastard betrayed him, which was something Loki was still trying to wrap his head around. He was making his way towards the vaults, ready to liberate choice pieces from there before making himself scarce when new alerts reached him through the enchantments. They did what? Loki halted his march and stared into the empty corridor before him, seeing through magic what was happening at the Bifrost. Heimdall and the warriors three were there, fighting Jotun and losing badly. Lofri was a brute leading primitive, brutish people. How did he plan this? How did Lofri slip it all under his notice? Loki saw what was happening and found it hard to believe it. This was insane. As if to prove him right, or perhaps wrong, the enchantments showed a vast ship arrive above the Bifrost and deploy armored warriors moments after Heimdall and company unsurprisingly failed. The Bifrost was slowly exploding, infected by frost magic. The ship's crew had other ideas about it. It surgically blasted the device into tiny pieces, ensuring it wouldn't overload and take much of Asgard with it. Intellectually, Loki knew General Tyr was in charge of a small, supposedly powerful Asgard fleet. He had been on board Asgardian cruisers. Those ships were nothing to scoff at, yet they were constantly overworked and stuck in the far reaches of Asgardian space, keeping an eye on the borders. The same was true for the real Asgardian military, mainly concentrated on board said fleet. Considering his constant absence and rare trips back to court to speak with Odin quietly, it was easy to write off General Tyr and plan around him anyway. The Asgardian fleet and military were not a factor in internal politics. They were only used as a deterrence against other empires. Otherwise, both Loki and Thor would have been more aware and involved as part of their education. Well, Thor was a blunt instrument. Loki wouldn't have trusted him with the kind of power such a ship implied. Loki had been on board Asgardian cruisers many times in the past. This monster he just saw was nothing like them. Why was he surprised that Odin didn't share information about a navy possessing such power with him? He had to suppress it for Loki to be this unaware actively, yet it made perfect sense. He wasn't an Aesir. Odin didn't trust him. Loki reached the logical conclusion that he saw a contingency aimed against people like him. Odin had played him in a way Loki never gave him credit for. If the situation were different, Loki would have been impressed with the All-Father's cunning. Instead, for the first time he decided to take over, Loki felt a shiver of fear. What else didn't he know about? What other deadly secrets did Odin keep close to his chest? The sound of running feet clad in armored boots hitting the floor broke Loki out of his reverie. He cast his best illusion spells, cloaking himself in magic to avoid detection, turned around, and ran away from the vaults. Securing them after making sure Odin was alive would be the next logical step for Tyr or whoever was in charge of the fleet. Loki decided it might be for the best to be far away from Asgard before they could find him. Improvising, no matter the priceless opportunity, has already ended in disaster. Loki wasn't about to improvise again against a threat he knew very little about. C equals. Loki was near his exit point, feeling glad he chose to retreat when he did. He barely avoided groups of silver-armored warriors using beam weapons to cut through the Jotun pouring into the palace as if they were wheat ready for harvest. This was different from the kind of warfare the Nine Realms were accustomed to. Asgard's warriors tended to dismiss ranged weaponry as dishonorable. Their enchanted armor, durability, and limited magic support allowed them to deal quickly with the odd marauder band that had bought such weapons. Besides, it wasn't like such things were particularly relevant to the likes of Thor wielding Mjolnir. They might threaten weaker Aesir, but what couldn't? This kind of blind arrogance, of course, made his life much easier. The same wasn't valid for these soldiers. Loki decided that underestimating them or lumping them with the rest of Aesir would be a terrible idea. He ran ahead of a group of soldiers, using a stream of rushing Jotun as cover. To his chagrin, Loki found out that Tyr's people could see well enough through his illusions, and they opened fire at him as well. Silver energy bolts splashed over a shield he hastily erected using Gungnir. Loki kept running and swung Odin's weapon, channeling raw magic into a beam of condensed liquid fire that vaporized any Jotun it touched. This allowed him to burn himself away to the dimensional breach that linked Jotunheim and Asgard. Naturally, going to that frozen hell would do him no good, especially when Loki knew Lofri had his own plans. He slammed Gungnir into the breach, channeling raw power and intent into it. At the same time, he fished out the casket of eternal winters and pointed it at the soldiers, unleashing its frost magic at them. More shots hit his shield, and it wavered before weakening enough to let a diminished beam through. It burned the outer side of Loki's hand. Frost covered a few of the soldiers, freezing them solid. Those behind them activated glowing shields the ice magic struggled to overcome and kept firing. A lance of silver fire struck his shoulder, peeling his enchanted armor open and shoving him back. Another shot hit his already burned hand. Gungnir dropped from unfeeling fingers. The weakened shield broke, and piercing shots slammed into Loki's chest, blasting his armor to pieces and shoving him into the unstable dimensional breach. C equals. Loki fell through the gap between dimensions for what felt like forever. His only companions were pain and failure. Eventually, something latched onto his form, pulling him out of the endless fall. The next thing Loki knew, he was on a hard floor, staring at a huge purple face. A pair of calm eyes looked down at him and eventually crinkled in amusement. Loki, the Leesmith, former Prince of Asgard and now Asgard's most wanted fugitive. Do you know how high the reward for your delivery to face judgment is, little godling? I am sure we can discuss this like civilized beings, Loki croaked. Yes, we can. I am Thanos, and I am burdened with glorious purpose, Loki the Leesmith. You will serve as many others. However, you are a liar and a traitor. I can't trust you. The mad Titan smiled pleasantly. Let us make sure we can trust you to do what I require of you, shall we? C equals. Royal Palace. Asgard. General Tyr marched into the private part of the palace holding the royal family's quarters. A few of his soldiers followed him as a security detail, trailed by a handful of healers. Cold fury burned within his heart at the sight of the dead and dying. This mockery wasn't the Asgard he once swore to protect. These so-called warriors, such arrogant stupidity, such a pointless waste of lives. Tyr glowered at a cluster of royal guards nervously standing at attention in front of Odin's bedchamber. The corridor in front of it was a slaughterhouse filled with butchered Asgardian warriors and Jotun. Here and there, he could see bodies, or what was left of them, cut down by his soldiers who arrived to ensure the king's continued survival. By then, the Jotun's assault on this part of the palace had all. Still, it ended due to the guard mobilizing and cutting off the flow of enemy reinforcements. With that done, the cut-off Jotun had no option but to die. General, a young, pale-faced officer, gave him a warrior's salute. Tyr glowered harder, and the boy hurried out of his way after waving his men to do the same. "Stay here," he ordered his security detail and marched into Odin's quarters. The king was slumbering, surrounded by a golden dome of magic he was busy absorbing. Queen Frigga stood nearby, tall and proud. Her own satyr flowed around her like a furious vortex, betraying her state of mind. "My queen," Tyr bowed. "General, I am thankful for your assistance. I understand that without your arrival, much of Asgard might be gone." The queen offered him a kind, tired smile in gratitude. Tyr saw her handiwork outside. She had fought and fought well, which she shouldn't have had to in the first place. "We need to discuss matters, my queen," Tyr glowered at Odin's still slumbering form, "including the succession. I am still to hear from Odin's own lips the reasons behind our son's exile. As for Loki, we have him confirmed as a conspirator involved in tonight's attack. He also dispatched the destroyer to kill Prince Thor." Tyr reported what he learned from the Watcher. Heimdall was going to face a trial if the general had anything to say about it. "The prince is alive and reasonably well. A Midgardian wielded Mjolnir and was instrumental in striking down the war machine." Tyr was quick to reassure the queen. "Loki, what have you done?" Frigga groaned. "I understand that Prince Thor has been exiled over gross incompetence, and almost starting a war of his own volition without even sparing a single thought on the possible consequences or our strategic situation," Tyr grimaced. "My queen, under these circumstances, I am afraid that the military will be unable to accept Prince Thor as Odin's successor. He will need to prove himself level-headed and capable before we contemplate it. At the same time, Odin's judgment as of late is something I must question." "What are you saying, General? Speak plainly," the queen demanded. Satyr swirled around her protectively, and her eyes glowed with barely restrained power. "When Odin awakes and explains himself, I might require you to become Queen Regent until we can have a proper successor replace Odin permanently." == Part 2 == Sword HQ, New York. Reinforcements are on the way to secure the site and artifacts. Mr. Stark and our visitor are on the way to a military hospital under heavy guard. We chose the place in question due to its proximity to elements of 1st Armored Division that can deploy in defensive posture before the casualties are airlifted there. Danvers reported in front of the whole Oversight Council and the President, who was very interested in the fact that aliens apparently brought a civil war or a coup attempt to U.S. soil. "Can we keep things quiet?" Councillor von Holstein inquired. "So far, we have no major leaks. Persuading the population of the town in question to lie through their teeth and blame everything on a weird weather phenomenon will be going to be expensive and might require twisting hands." Danvers did her best not to grimace at thinking about S.H.I.E.L.D. "As per our operational agreement, such cover-up operations are S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility due to long-term experience. The agents who attempted to create an interstellar incident might do something constructive for a change." "We will discuss that later in the meeting, Madam Director," Akira noted. "What are your preliminary evaluations and recommendations?" "We should remain in a heightened state of alert. Until and unless Prince Thor's people re-establish contact, we won't know the outcome of the coup attempt we suspect occurred. We might see additional attacks aimed at his assassination. We can only guess at this time who might ultimately win. If it happens to be the Loyalists, allowing Prince Thor to die in our custody will earn us no favors. The reverse is true if the coup is successful. Keeping the prince alive will lead to further incursions to see him removed as a threat. However, the lack of follow-up strikes aimed at him might indicate an ongoing civil war, in which case either side's continued survival might not be a priority." "What do you recommend?" Yen asked. "I am giving you the facts as we understand them, Counselor," Danvers calmly explained. "No matter what we do, we face potential dangers and boons in the long run. However, we lack the information to make an educated decision. We must decide how to handle Prince Thor, mostly blind. That's less than ideal, Hawley pointed out. While true, we can't change the fact facing us. Regarding actual recommendations and observations, there are various things of note. First, we might need to invest in hardened transport infrastructure for rapid deployment that doesn't rely on air transport. This means overhauling and expanding the railways in case of Jotun incursions or such by other entities with a similar way to weaponize and control the weather. At the same time, we will require investment in faster, armored transports to facilitate rapid deployment of combat elements into or near contested regions. The strategic mobility the Asgard demonstrated makes this critical. More investment in R&D and infrastructure. I am sure we can agree on this. There will be benefits beyond the direct military ones. Are there any scientists left on the planet who aren't neck-deep in work? Hawley wondered aloud. Counselor Stark will know. We can ask him when he recovers, Danvers suggested. Another observation is that for the Asgard, small arms might be obsolete and unable to provide sufficient effective firepower to be worth it. Instead, they appear to favor literal enchanted artifacts and weapons. The sheer durability and self-repair capabilities demonstrated by the combat platform deployed to assassinate Prince Thor backs this hypothesis. Bringing anything short of anti-tank firepower might be pointless if we have to engage Asgard forces, rogue or not. Well, we lack magical weapons or the way to mass-produce them, Yen grimaced. So everyone expected to face Asgardians should be carrying anti-tanks missiles. Heavy weapons that people can carry thanks to exoskeletons might be useful against regular Asgardian infantry. From what we saw, the Asgardians who engaged the destroyer were nowhere near as durable as that thing. However, we would almost certainly need proper anti-tank firepower for anything that is not infantry. HMGs and autocannons might be useless against light vehicles and, as demonstrated, heavy infantry units. Exoskeletons might become from nice to have to indispensable when facing aliens, Yen concluded. He would like that China was already making a killing selling the passive ones. That is our preliminary conclusion, yes. The primary issue was that the weapons our infantry carried, except javelins, simply had insufficient firepower. It should be noted that we have indications that Asgard isn't mass-producing this kind of combat robot. However, the existence and demonstrated capabilities of the destroyer should compel us to assume the worst in that regard, Danvers explained her thinking. We will take this under advisement. It's a good thing that we have a friendly, high-placed source of intelligence about Asgard's capabilities, Hawley smiled. Prince Thor should be eager to tell us what we should prepare against if for no other reason than so we could better keep him alive. It's not like we will be a strategic threat to Asgard anytime soon. Further debriefing of the prince after the doctors are done with him is on our to-do list, Carol confirmed. My final recommendation for now is that we continue to utilize Counselor Stark as our point man for first contact. His performance was exemplary both from a diplomatic and military perspective, including diffusing an ugly clash between agencies. Yes, our colleague continues to prove himself supremely capable. That will be a problem for some people when combined with the increased profits, power, and influence of Stark Industries. Yen scrunched his nose, as if trying to chase a headache away. Because he is too powerful and independent for the taste of many, Hawley hummed. It's a good thing that Tony is one of ours then, isn't it? Danvers noticed several counselors nodded without reservation, while others looked less than pleased at the declaration. Apparently, even an alien incursion wasn't enough to keep the political games at bay. Speaking about meddling groups, S.H.I.E.L.D., the general grit her teeth. Do we have an explanation of what Fury was thinking, or better yet, those who aimed to cause a diplomatic incident? From what I gather, until it was too late and the 4 other Asgardians arrived, no one was taking the Prince Thor situation seriously enough. There were people and groups within S.H.I.E.L.D. or able to influence it that saw this as a perfect opportunity to compromise Sword, and depending on how much Counselor Stark overreacted, use the fallout both against us as an organization and Mr. Stark in particular. Danvers didn't like the picture Hawley painted at all. What are we going to be doing about it? The general asked. You and Sword Director? Nothing. It is our job to deal with such mistakes, Yin reminded them. 41. Phase 13 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 13 Ripples. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Royal Palace. Asgard. A fate of a people was going to be decided in a king's bedchamber. Tyr wasn't sure if it was appropriate, or yet another sign of how far Asgard had fallen. He looked from the unhappy queen to the still slumbering king, and his fist clenched around Gungnir's hilt. One of the few things that went right this night was that his soldiers managed to retrieve the arcane weapon. Losing it, or worse, Loki retaining it, would have compounded the series of disasters that crippled Asgard. Relax, my queen. If I wanted either of you dead or planned to take advantage of the chaos to launch a coup, we would. And be here waiting for Odin to wake, Tyr pointed out. Frigga wasn't a foolish woman, and he knew him well enough to be aware he was telling her the truth. She knew he was more than ruthless enough to kill Odin while sleeping if he had gone mad with hunger for power. That was, of course, irony because as the commander of the small military Asgard was left, it had been questionable who had more real power at their fingertips for more than 1,000 years now. Gungnir was a powerful device. The same was true for the Bifrost. However, destruction-wise, they could do nothing that his fleet would be unable to. The small number of soldiers he had left were extremely deadly precise instruments, the last pale shadows of what Asgard used to be, of what it could have been as well. Odin stirred and Frigga hurried to his side. The king's soul eye opened, letting out a tear. Yes, you fucked up in an unbelievable fashion, my king. Tyr confirmed what Odin had to suspect, if not already figuring out, due to the enchantments linked to him. Loki, that foolish, foolish boy, Odin sighed. Curiously, there was less disappointment in his voice than bitter resignation. The Bifrost is gone, as well as its power source. You are welcome for not losing a chunk of Asgard and a good portion of our remaining population, Tyr deadpanned. After so many years of exile, of hoping that things here would change for the better, his patience and, sadly, politeness were running perilously thin. You don't gloat, Tyr, that's not your style. It never was, Odin grumbled tiredly. What do you want? We will discuss Asgard's future as well as your succession, King Odin. This night's events were one failure and disaster too many, Tyr declared. So it has come to this, Odin sighed. I was hoping Thor would become a king you could follow, the king who could change Asgard. He actually might if we have the time, though not thanks to any of us, Tyr chuckled bitterly. How is he willing to listen to a Midgardian he just met, yet none of your tutors made a lasting impression on that boy? I've been asking myself that question as well, Odin grumbled. What Midgardian? What is my son up to now? Frigga demanded. He somehow stumbled into a Midgardian warlord, retired from war, and is busy changing his realm for the better. Something that we hoped Thor would do. From what the Watcher showed me, that man has a good enough head on his shoulders for a mortal. He speaks sense, and Thor is willing to listen, which is a good thing in the long run, Tyr elaborated. Frigga scowled at his words. Yes, being shown up by a Midgardian would sting for a long time, no matter how good a thing that was. Are you really willing to go that far if I don't listen, Tyr? Odin asked. I backed you against Hela when it became clear she would go beyond her plans to strengthen Asgard for millennia to come, and waste it all on a pointless war to take over the galaxy. My soldiers bled and died to take her alive and destroy the Valkyries when they refused to surrender. We accepted to face exile so you could channel Asgard's militarism into something that wouldn't tear us apart as a people. For 1,000 years, we've waited, my king. For 1,000 years, we saw Asgard change beyond recognition and not for the better. These days, we are our own culture, and we do not fit with this warrior nonsense that has poisoned our people. We waited and waited for you to find a worthy successor. Then Thor turns into a fool corrupted by this primitive culture gripping our home, and Loki is a traitor to all of Asgard. It is painfully clear that you can't or won't do what is necessary to change our people. We will no longer watch Asgard slowly die, King Odin. Tyr snapped. He took a few deep breaths before speaking again in a more level tone. However, the very fact that I am here talking and you are alive should tell you that I am not another Hela. I don't want power for power's sake. All I want is a future for our people. And you will kill for it? Queen Frigga muttered quietly. We are Asgard's sword and shield, my queen. Killing for Asgard is what we are meant to do if necessary. We are on the cusp of it becoming necessary. We were supposed to become a different kind of warriors, warriors bound by honor, philosophers and scholars as much as fighters. That was what I wanted to turn Asgard into. Said the philosopher king. Tyr nodded. You've said it many times before, King Odin. I no longer care where things slipped out of your control and took a life of their own. All I am interested in now is results and a path forward that is not more of the same. I do have a son, Odin pointed out. You have a daughter too, and for 1,000 years, you've done nothing to rehabilitate her. I've long wondered if it wouldn't have been kinder to have had her killed all those years ago, Tyr interjected. It pains me to say it. However, Hela was imprisoned for a good reason. Frigga's face twisted into a pained grimace. It has been a very long time, yet Odin has done nothing constructive to rehabilitate her. If he has been trying and failing, well, Tyr raised a hand in a placating gesture. Sometimes death is the only kindness you can give a person, but that's not the case, is it? You have no idea how to deal with her, my king. And you do. I haven't heard a single suggestion from you that might have worked, Odin snapped. I wanted to be able to talk regularly with General Hela, yet you declined after our first conversation. It went just as I expected it to. After all, I was the one who was in command of destroying her Valkyries. It would have taken years, decades, perhaps centuries before we could have talked without that tainting it. Yet there might have been progress. Or were you afraid that she would have changed my mind? That I would have led a coup with no one left in Asgard to stop me? Tyr demanded. Hela had a way of twisting people. There was only one of her Valkyries who surrendered, one from tens of thousands of women from dozens of species. How could I have justified risking her subverting you? Odin demanded. By trusting me just like you trusted me to bring her back alive, Tyr snapped. Enough of this, we are talking in circles again. Asgard needs new leadership. On that, we can provisionally agree. I was looking forward to giving Thor more authority until I could quietly retire and act as his advisor while he comes into his own as a ruler. Odin confirmed what Tyr already knew. Frigga didn't appear surprised at that, so Odin was serious and might have been close to start doing as he claimed his intentions were. It is time for a change, yet Thor, as he is, won't do. It will take time to get him back, and we can't wait to rebuild the Bifrost for it. I propose that you step down and have Queen Frigga act as regent until we can resolve the succession to our satisfaction, Tyr proposed. By ours, you mean the military you are in charge of? Odin asked. I didn't just barge here without consulting with my people. We are overwhelmingly of the same mind, King Odin. Enough is enough. 1,000 years of mismanagement and seeing our people degrade into what they are today did much to destroy our personal loyalty to you. Now all that is left is our love and loyalty to Asgard. Tyr stared at Odin with hard eyes. An Asgard that no longer exists because of your mismanagement, my king. I see. Odin's eyes stared at Tyr, and he gave him a shallow nod. You are telling the truth. Sadly, sacrificing your eye didn't show you some other vital truths over the centuries. Tyr snipped and shook his head at the slip. Needlessly antagonizing Odin would get them nowhere. We will give Thor a chance. The Midgardian has been a good influence in the short time they spoke, and he is worthy enough that it opens all kinds of possibilities. Elaborate, Odin grumbled. He could pick up Mjolnir and use it to cripple the destroyer enough so that the Midgardian military could destroy the thing. I reckon that Thor stumbled into a worthy advisor. If I didn't know better, I would call it a divine intervention. Tyr's lips quirked. Hela found that man fascinating, too, Odin noted. When did you see her last? Frigga demanded. Just before I came back and made Loki regent as a test, I was almost certain he would fail, Odin admitted. We talked, argued, and I called a vision of Thor, who was talking and listening to that Midgardian. You know what? If we are going to be fixing all failures that got us here, dealing with Hela is one of the things we must do. If you thought her irredeemably insane, you would have put her out of her misery, wouldn't you? Tyr demanded. Odin slowly nodded, earning a resigned sigh from Queen Frigga. We are going to see if she can be rehabilitated or not, Tyr declared. How do you propose we do that? Frigga perked up. When you have many problems, some might solve each other. In this case, Hela will serve as a motivation for Thor. If he doesn't shape up, he will have a competition no matter how unlikely for the throne, Tyr explained his crazy scheme. Then again, it was time for desperate measures. You wouldn't put her back in charge? Odin snapped. No, unless she changes so much, Hela is not the same person. Thor doesn't need to know that. And Hela will know how unlikely it is I would ever support her bid for the throne after our history. Thor's Midgardian already did one miracle. We'll dare him to do another and bribe him to do his best. We are sending Hela with the ship that will pick up Thor, and she will spend the next part of her imprisonment contained on Midgard. Is that an offer, a suggestion, or a demand, General Tyr? Frigga asked. I would certainly support any reasonable plan that might give me my daughter back. Yes. C equals. Part 4. C equals. William Beaumont Army Medical Center. Fort Bliss, Texas. An early summer storm raged over Texas, ensuring that the soldiers of the 1st Armored Division deployed around the hospital attached to their base were on edge. Everyone could look nervously at the sky, waiting for something unnatural to happen. Captain Steve Granger, the co of the unit on station, wasn't an exception. He rubbed his tanned cheek and looked back at Sergeant Johnson, one of the soldiers who arrived with the VIPs they were here to protect. Fucking aliens, I still can't believe it, Sergeant. Granger looked out of the lobby. What's this, the Twilight Zone? Might as well be, sir. That thing ate javelins for what felt like hours and kept coming. It was like a twisted Terminator movie, and we were the mooks. Johnson twitched, acutely recalling Buddy's vaporized or the next best thing. Anti-tank rounds to keep heavy infantry at bay. What is the world coming to? A wide screen on the wall of the nearby cafeteria switched from advertisement to breaking news. The United States and Allied forces worldwide remain at a heightened state of alert without explanation. This has prompted countries like Russia, China, and North Korea to mobilize in response. We just received a short statement from the White House that the President and select representatives from Allied countries will appear in front of the United Nations General Assembly at noon tomorrow to explain ongoing events. Do you think that trying to keep your encounter under wraps failed? Granger wondered. I have no idea, sir. I was with the VIPs trying to outrun that Terminator and then doing my best not to get vaporized. From what I know, handling civilian witnesses long-term is not under our jurisdiction. A civilian agency is supposed to handle that. C equals. DAAD, are you all right? What happened? When are you going to get home? Hannah babbled over the phone. I got this one from a nurse, promising to buy her a brand one and cover a few years' worths of a premium plan. The thing felt like a brick in my hand, and its loudspeaker had the oddest vibration when Hannah squealed. I am reasonably fine. I had an adventure in the desert and got a sunburn. There's a reason we live in a place with a nice climate like New York instead of California, dear. Right now, I'm not sure when I'll be back. Comparing my baked hands to a sunburn was understating things a bit, but it was a close enough comparison. That I was on the good meds and felt only a tingle helped. Can I come to you? Hannah demanded. No, you might get a nasty sunburn too, so nope. Be a good girl and listen to Pepper and Happy. I'll see if I can pick you up something you'll like on my way back. Otherwise, we will go to find you something appropriate. Deal? I wondered when transparent bribery would stop working, or Hannah would wise up and drive a hard bargain. Okay, bye. I heard shuffling and Pepper picked up the phone. Tony, you promised you wouldn't get into trouble anymore. There was that killer robot that was very inconsiderate in that regard, I reasonably pointed out. You have bodyguards, and we have a military supposed to deal with such things. We are selling them more than enough weapons to win World War III, Pepper snapped. Well, it turns out I need to design even better weapons. Somehow, I didn't seem to help my case, no matter what I said. That's not the point, and you know it, Tony. I did the best I could under the circumstances, Pepper. I didn't go out looking for trouble or ask for a killer robot from outer space to come after me. Just try not to end up in the hospital again. You refused to go right after returning from Afghanistan, and now you're calling from one. What are we to think? That I am trying to be more responsible with my health now. From where I stand, you aren't trying hard enough, Pepper huffed. From where I am laying, I have to disagree. Please try to keep Hannah out of too much trouble. Bye, Pepper. I ended the call. There was no way to keep certain people happy. I could hear a commotion from outside the room. The door opened, revealing a general in a field uniform who didn't look very happy. Mr. Stark, I am General Chambers, the commander of the 1st Armored Division. I understand you've brought political complications to my doorstep. It was not my intention, General. Other parties had a vote too. My orders are to get you to a secure communications room as soon as the doctors clear you to leave this bet. This mess in New Mexico has stirred trouble the world over. I must admit I am out of the loop, I reminded him. That is why you need to get to secure communications, and I am playing messenger boy for the Pentagon, Chambers countered. More political entanglements, Joy, as if I wasn't busy enough already. After a round of arguments, I got my hands caked with gel to help cool them and keep an infection at bay, got multiple shots, and was ordered to drink many electrolytes, then go to a medical check as soon as feasible. Thor wasn't as lucky as me. He was missing multiple teeth and would need his jaw wired shut for a few weeks, forcing him to eat through a straw. If I had the time, it would be darkly amusing to see doctors try to explain to him that this was how we treated such injuries, and that they didn't want or intend to torture him for the fun of it. The less said about modern dentistry, the better. =C=. A small convoy got me to a secure communications room in the base, allowing me to talk with the World Council. I got patched into a screaming match, and it took me a disgustingly long time to gather what the fuss was about. It turned out we all overlooked what mobilizing to meet a potential invasion would look like to the world at large. Just the US going to DEF CON, I would have been sure to leak and freak people out. That our allies and everyone else followed suit, well, that should have been a boon in case of an actual invasion. Counselor Stark, it's good to see you mostly intact, Hawley greeted me, ignoring the ongoing argument. What do you think? Do you think the benefits of disclosing aliens to the population at large outweigh the problems doing so will cause? We will be able to move at a somewhat faster pace if we operate openly. This came out of the left field. 42, Phase 13 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 13 Ripples. =C=. Part 5. =C=. Sword HQ. New York. We acknowledge this was a major design oversight when creating our invasion response planning. Counselor Yen spoke in precise, flawless English. However, the only reasonable change I would have made in hindsight is adding dedicated planning for disclosing aliens and preparing our societies for it. Prince Thor could have landed in any of our countries. An assassin or a kill team could have landed in another. We still don't know if the trouble on Asgard is over or just beginning. The last thing I will say on the matter is this isn't a question of whether S.H.I.E.L.D. can cover up the attack. The questions we must ask ourselves: should we order Director Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. to cover the incident? Should we use this opportunity to advance our uplift agenda openly? Is attempting to hide it worth it when a follow-up attack can make all-over governments look not only like incompetent fools, but liars no one can trust? Those were good questions, General Danvers grudgingly admitted. The worst-case scenario, we are looking at protests, riots, and chaos across the globe, Secretary Pierce frowned. Ideally, we should have laid down the groundwork for disclosing the existence of aliens in preparation for dealing with future incursions as a part of establishing SWORD. He raised a hand. That is not an accusation towards General Danvers or SWORD in general. Such preparation would and should be a political decision outside of SWORD's remit. However, I would like to hear both directors' thoughts on the matter. He nodded at Carol. You all know the facts we have. Depending on what has happened and is happening on Asgard, we can expect either a friendly communication attempt or the deployment of kill teams aimed at Prince Thor. We might also potentially have an incursion from the ice giants, the Jotun, no matter how the events on Asgard resolve themselves. I do not believe covering up a follow-up attack will be feasible, much less a larger incursion. If it happens in the vicinity of a larger town or a city, doing so will be out of the question. Director Fury, Pierce nodded. We can cover up this one. However, doing so might require distasteful methods. We might have to disappear certain citizens or destroy the credibility and reputation of others to discredit anything they bring forth as evidence. Considering the general chaos of the situation, we are not confident we will be able to recover all footage of the destroyer in action within civilian hands before it could reach the internet. That won't stop us from covering up the incident. Fury's single eye glowered. General Danvers is correct about covering up an incursion in a more populated location. Even if possible in the short to medium term, the consequences when it becomes clear we attempted such a cover-up will likely be extreme. So we can hide it. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing trying to do so, and we should focus on how to handle disclosure, Akira noted. That is correct, Madam Counselor, Fury noted. It is also true that doing so can blow up in our faces, or at least our government's faces. Most of them will face elections, and such a scandal can be disastrous. That is something to consider as well, Stefano reminded them. What are the benefits of disclosure under these circumstances, if any? We are aware of the possible fallout. We can openly push more resources into and focus on the Uplift project. We should have freer hands with it in general, and will have many ready answers to the questions, and people who are against the pace we are pushing things at, Pierce offered. Counselor Stark, do you have something to add in that regard as an industrialist, not just a member of this council? A few eyebrows raised at seeing a bottle of water levitate in front of Stark's face, so he could drink before it floated away from the camera. He raised his red hands that glistened with some kind of gel, then moved them back out of sight. Aside from the political complications and idiots being idiots, I can see the benefits. However, first I should point out that by necessity, there is an increasing number of people in the know within military and general government circles. Sooner or later, the secret will leak, and discrediting people will do only so much until we can no longer hide it. We should wait the consequences of disclosing the truth now and those from concealing it for a period of time, until external factors force our hands. Being caught red-handed in that case might be worse than going for disclosure early. That pointed reminder drew a lot of winces and grimaces, Danvers noted. Stark wasn't the only one concerned about the fallout from a revelation at a later date when the world learned about all the lies. A big boon will be a free hand to invest in space infrastructure. There are already questions about SI's joint ventures with Von Doom Industries and our work with NASA, claiming it is a waste of resources when there is so much to do here on Earth. We are looking at expenditures that, while worth it in the end, would make the first steps of the uplift look cheap in comparison. That is not the kind of burden any corporation or group of them could reasonably carry and continue with the next step of the uplift in a useful time frame. We will need money, resources, and the right people, all working in the relevant R&D and infrastructure fields. Ideally, that would be a united effort so we don't waste time reinventing the wheel, so to speak. There are, of course, other practical concerns. We need to make the best possible use of the economies of scale, which means more conglomeration of various industries. That will run straight into the face of antitrust laws. At the same time, we will have to deal with CEOs and boards. of directors only interested in how they can profit more from what is happening. Balancing those things will be frankly impossible under the current legal and economic framework. Does that include your company, Mr. Stark? If anyone replaces me in running it, or I suddenly find the desire to sell the controlling package of shares I have, then yes. Until then, SI is on board with the Uplift program. Many major corporations whose industrial capacity we need have less enlightened management and are controlled by people with only profit in mind. We all know this often includes playing stupid games to get every single cent they can, and we can't have that. Did Hammer piss into your cereal recently? Fury smiled. Recently, not that I recall. However, he is a prime example of what I am talking about. I've dealt with corporations believing themselves too powerful in both my lives, Director Fury. The corporate culture here on Earth is frankly too close to what caused some very ugly incidents in my memories, including a civil war. We can't allow corporate agendas to slow down or compromise the uplift effort. And we can only do enough in that regard once the paradigm changes. Waiting for a larger-scale incursion to do it for us would be an irresponsible waste of time. That's not something I ever thought I would hear from a CEO like you, Counselor Stark. Brand spoke in a thicker-than-usual Australian accent. I am many things, Counselor Brand. A typical CEO is not one of them, Stark reminded them. From the Uplift perspective, a disclosure is going to be better done earlier than later. That is what I believe. The question remains if the troubles doing so will cause would be worth it. At the same time, do any of you want to deal with the shock of finding out that aliens are real in the middle of a major incursion instead of now, when things are somewhat stable? The discussion continued back and forth, shifting from the plausibility of keeping things under wraps to the benefits and dangers of revealing the truth. That was going to be what decides the outcome, Danvers decided. Can we lower our state of military readiness anyway? Because if not, our leaders will have a hard time tomorrow explaining why everyone is ready for World War III without a good reason to show for it. Singh pushed yet another argument to consider. In the end, the final vote was close, with the faction believing disclosure might be for the best, winning by 2 votes. We will make the relevant recommendations to our governments and present them with the arguments and options we discussed. Director Fury, SHIELD is to focus on internal security and tracking any dissidents who might stir up trouble beyond voicing their displeasure at the situation we will soon find ourselves in. Director Danvers, keep ready to meet further alien incursions. By this time tomorrow, Danvers decided the world would be a different place. == People are beginning to stockpile essentials due to the constant state of military alert worldwide. Instead of the explanation or de-escalation we hoped for, we just got news of the president ordering the mobilization of the National Guard across the country, with orders for them to be ready to face and put down riots. NATO is following suit alongside the armed forces of unaffiliated EU countries. CNN. The European Parliament and Commission will meet tomorrow in Brussels alongside the foreign ministers of all EU members. We still don't have a clear answer why militaries across Europe are mobilizing and deploying in what experts believe to be a defensive posture. The same is true about the decentralized forces of the Russian Federation. However, there is no indication that the Russian military is entering an offensive posture. Euronews. Tensions in Taiwan raised exponentially after the Chinese military mobilized and began recalling reserves in what low-ranked government officials in Beijing claim to be a response to the actions of the US, Japan, and South Korea. BBC World News is this the prelude to World War III? CBS. A few hours ago, what was assumed to be a leak from a science fiction movie surfaced on YouTube, showing shaky hand camera video of what appears to be US military forces engaging a giant robot shooting heat rays. Since then, more footage allegedly from the exact location, and pictures posted on Facebook perpetrate what many assume to be an ill-timed and ill-spirited prank considering the tensions around the world. This all changed an hour ago when the Pentagon posted brief clips of combat footage that appeared to be in the same location and against the robot scene in the original videos. CNN. == Part 6. Equals C equals. In a statement late this evening, the Pentagon confirmed that U.S. forces engaged a combat robot in the small town of Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. The footage released on social media and by Pentagon officials contain images captured by evacuating civilians, U.S. military drones, and combat personnel cameras. So far, the Pentagon and U.S. government officials have refused to comment on the nature of the machine that attacked Puente Antiguo. CNN. National Guard and U.S. military units flood New York in preparation for the unexpected visit by the President and various world leaders. Elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, the Marines, and a detachment from the 30th Armored Brigade Combat Team flew in at night. They had been deploying across the city since early morning. New York Times. After informing close family, the Pentagon is releasing the names of U.S. service members who died protecting Puerto Antiguo. We have 15 confirmed dead, listed as on detached duty, and at least 10 injured. This makes for a very unusual casualty distribution during battle, experts claim. Compared to Navy and Marine losses in the Persian Gulf and the ongoing Second Afghan War, these losses might sound underwhelming. However, this has been the most significant loss of U.S. servicemen in combat on U.S. soil in more than a century. USA Today. As you can see behind me, the streets leading to and surrounding the United Nations building are an armed camp. We can see tanks parked near the entrance, and combat helicopters are circling above. Traffic across the whole city has been restricted for hours now, with police and National Guard units out in force. Right now, you can see the motorcades of the Chinese premier, closely followed by vehicles flying the German flag. We got a confirmation that the German chancellor arrived at LaGuardia, despite raging protests against unrestrained militarization within Germany and against war. They began a few hours after the small German army fully mobilized, and the German Ministry of Defense began recalling reservists. CNN. This is it, the storm is coming, and we are about to see the New World Order openly take over. A doomsday post on Reddit. Aliens are real. A shocking speech by President Obama shakes the world. CNN. My fellow humans of Earth, I speak to you today not just as the President of the United States, but as a human being. The long-asked question, are we alone in the universe, has a clear answer. We are not. From the opening of President Barack Obama's historic speech during disclosure, given in front of the United Nations General Assembly. Military and police are on the streets in force across cities worldwide, while world leaders made a world-shaking proclamation. Aliens are real. The Battle of Puente Antiguo was against an alien robot deployed to disrupt a peaceful first contact meeting. Euronews. Aliens exist, and some of them are hostile. BBC News. Millions gather in the Vatican seeking answers. The Pope will make an official announcement late tonight. Euronews. Religious leaders across the Islamic world are divided by the disclosure. Some condemn it as lies by the great Satan, in this case meaning not only America, but anyone who believes aliens exist. Moderates tend to take the stance that God is great and perfectly capable of creating intelligent life on worlds far away from Earth if he so desires. We have seen cries for jihad against the unbelievers. However, it is unclear if it means hostile aliens, aliens in general, or those who believe aliens exist in the first place. Al Jazeera. We see confusion and elated crowds gathering in cities across the world. So far, there have been no reported riots or clashes with military and security forces. Associated Press. North Korea proclaimed aliens being a hoax aimed to discredit their government, and threatened they would protect the Kim regime with all weapons at their disposal. In a surprising turn of events, the Chinese government rapidly responded, condemning the talk of aggression in these tense times. We have unconfirmed rumors that the Chinese military is deploying forces to their border with North Korea as a pointed reminder for the Kim dictator to behave. BBC World News. Aliens, it's cool, I guess. Why can't it be witches and wizards instead? Hannah Stark during disclosure. World leaders reveal the Sword Initiative, currently under the command of General Carol Danvers, as its director. It was confirmed that U.S. military units on detached duty to Sword acted as a first response to first contact in New Mexico. They were engaged in combat with an alien drone codenamed the Destroyer. Industrialist and reformed playboy Tony Stark was revealed as a Sword consultant who was present during first contact. In a dry speech, Director Danvers credited Mr. Stark with establishing successful first contact and remaining calm and composed under fire. How Mr. Stark became Earth's first representative in front of alien visitors remains unclear and highly classified. New York Times. Both Senate and Congress will hold hearings over first contact, the Battle of Puente Antiguo, and the United States' involvement with the Sword Initiative. USA Today. Mr. Stark was reported to be lightly injured during the battle and recovering, thus was not available to comment. Stark Industries representatives refused to comment on what Mr. Stark's involvement with the Sword Initiative will mean for the company. CBS. Mr. Stark will act as the Sword Initiative spokesman in front of the United Nations, Senate, and Congress later this month. CNN. C=. Sword HQ. New York. Just to be clear, I will be forever thankful you threw me to the wolves in the media and the politicians in Washington. I will absolutely not hold grudges over this. I smiled pleasantly to the gathered Swords Oversight Council. I didn't expect you would be dancing with joy, Mr. Stark. Alexander Pierce offered me a tired smile. From what I understand, you have a bit of time before doing vital science again. Your schedule in that regard should be clear until commercial fusion begins coming online next year. As far as making Stark Industries even more wealthy, I am sure once the dust settles, you'll have many more contracts coming your way. This doesn't make me feel any better, I pointed out. If I knew what you bastards intended to do, I would have sworn until my dying breath that disclosure would have been a terrible mistake. That remains to be seen. We're about to live in exciting times, Yen philosophically concluded. In the end, it should be better to get the shock out of everyone's systems and the inevitable scrutiny out of the way now before we are all very busy with the next step of the uplift or a proper alien invasion. Do you have a sane way to explain why I am involved in this at all? I was curious about the thought process of plastering my name worldwide in connection with the so-called disclosure. We intend to tell the truth, Tony. We believe it will serve Earth's interests best in the long run, Holly gave me a frank look. The truth being, I led her on. You ran into an alien artifact that gave you memories out of this world. This makes you uniquely qualified for certain roles. Holly kept staring at me. Such a revelation makes it less likely that one day I might seize power, politically or in another way. There will always be the question if I'm subverted, despite the trust I'm enjoying. By doing so, you will limit the potential power that I can gain in the future, and bind me closer to them politically, because I will need their continued backing and reassurance that I wasn't compromised. If I intended to take over Earth or something, this would be a slap in the face, and my previous choices biting me in the ass hard. It's a good thing I don't want the job of running Earth. I'm selfish like that, I smiled back. However, I am still far from happy with all the dog and pony shows that I will have to endure as a consequence. I was reasonably sure Holly and company might graciously agree to try for some bullshit story if I offered them various concessions they undoubtedly had in mind. I wasn't going to take the bait. You agree just like that? Pierce appeared taken aback. Why not? I've run worlds before, I've been a general fighting galactic-wide wars, and I've run a nation as well. I have no intention of doing that work again, thank you very much. Amusement, unease, and incredulity mixed into a somewhat confused cocktail. You still owe me for forcing me to take the heat on this one, just to be clear. That's a very enlightened way to look at things, Pierce temporized. Try selfish, Mr. Secretary. What's the narrative we will be pushing for? Unity, the need to stand together or hang separately, the benefits of new technology and how they will change the world for the better and give us a fighting chance. Holly trailed off. SI will benefit greatly from this, so there is that, Tony. And you will continue to have a precious voice on where we guide Earth. You've earned a vote in making these decisions. Indeed, your actions in the past few days were exemplary, Mr. Stark. As much as a burden that your new memories are in some respects, they are also an invaluable boon for Earth as a whole, von Holstein added. By forcing the issue in the open, we believe it would be able to get the most of them. When you speak, people will listen and know you are talking from the point of a unique experience. We need not just the World Council and high government officials on board now. It's the population at large. It made a twisted sense. The only real question was how to turn this to the best of my advantage, to counter the colossal pain in the ass the coming months were going to be. Besides, while I had no intention of running Earth, like ever, no one mentioned being one of the people behind the throne, so to speak. That much was obviously on the table. I wondered if I would be more angry or amused at this new development if the painkillers were out of my system. 43, Phase 14 Parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 14, Disclosure. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Tony Stark will appear in front of the United Nations General Assembly tonight to answer questions about Sword and First Contact. USA Today. Millions in the Vatican watched in person a historic address by Pope Joachim. The Catholic Church's official position affirmed by the Pope is that aliens are as much God's creatures as we are and can be baptized. From a theological view, nothing has fundamentally changed. Who are we to claim that God created only Earth, or life in general and intelligent life in particular, could exist only here? Euronews. A variety of Protestant denominations grudgingly agreed with the Pope's stance on the matter of alien life. In contrast, some more conservative or radical ones have different answers. CNN. Unsurprisingly, Baptists in the United States are divided by the disclosure. We are seeing everything from congregations welcoming our new brothers and sisters under Christ to a condemnation of demons in disguise walking among us. Washington Post. The confirmed existence of aliens sends shockwaves through historians and archaeologists. An offhand comment by President Obama that the aliens we are in contact with have visited Earth at least once before, 300 years ago, is sparking controversy. CNN. The Ancient Aliens guy will be on the Late Show tonight. CBS riots are breaking through many Islamic countries, stoked by radical imams preaching against the existence of aliens or declaring jihad against them or those who believe in them. The situation in certain provinces in Indonesia is terrible, with military forces in a standoff against furious mobs. CNN. North Korea condemns Chinese betrayal and swears vengeance after a Chinese armored corps deployed across the border with the Hermit Kingdom. Despite the danger of millions of refugees flooding the border, China has taken a surprising hardline stance against the Kim regime. Associated Press. Disclosure divides megachurches in America across denomination lines. Evangelicals face the revelation with a great deal of distrust, disbelief, and anger. Many others offer way acceptance and hope. CNN. The Talmud says God spends his nights visiting over 18 worlds. The belief that we are alone in the universe, and that God would be incapable or unwilling to create other intelligent life, is sheer arrogant speaking. Rabbi Joseph Franklin conservatives are divided between applauding friendly first contact and expressing concern about literal aliens' effect on our society. CBS. Anti-military protests peter off across Germany after disclosure. They are often replaced by demonstrations and rallies demanding peace. Euronews Tony Stark's alien connection. We are hearing rumors expected to be put to rest tonight that the reason why Tony Stark was present during First Contact was unique qualifications he had. CNN. C equals. United Nations building. New York. It was almost back to business as usual over here. Or so Pamela claimed as we neared the General Assembly's main chamber. Don't tell me you have stage fright, Tony. Hawley looked at me. I've faced worse, trust me. It's just not something I've ever enjoyed, and I have much of this to look forward to. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We wouldn't put you in the spotlight if we thought you weren't up to the job. We both know that some of the people who put me here did it hoping I would publicly destroy myself. That's their problem now. You have my utmost confidence and support, Tony. Go help us change the world even more. Hawley stopped and nodded at a side entrance close to the speaker's rostrum. It's time to face the music. Again, I reined in my sarcasm and temper with that statement. It was time to make yet another performance. The hall was packed with diplomats, journalists, and security, including Marine squads lining the walls. Compared to what I would be facing later, both in the UN and with the US government, this would be a circus for anyone watching. It is good you could make it here tonight, Dr. Stark. The President of the General Assembly, Robert Gates from New Zealand, spoke first as I approached the speaker's podium. His words got the bubbling noise of conversations to halt, and everyone in the hall focused on me. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. I understand that you all have questions. I am at liberty to answer as long as the answers do not compromise world security, that of the United States or our allies. I spoke with a practiced ease born of one too many times dealing with large bodies of politicians. This might be almost like facing the Senate, except the Senate used to have teeth. Our member states will have the opportunity to ask you questions tonight, Dr. Stark. Please be brief and to the point in your answers. Understood, Brazil first. Good evening, Dr. Stark. My government would like to know what makes you qualified to represent humanity during a monumental event like First Contact. We have heard many rumors and would like the truth from your mouth, the Brazilian representative inquired. You are all aware of my misspent youth. It would and should raise questions about my qualifications on the diplomatic front. During my captivity in Afghanistan, I encountered an alien device holding an engram of a long-dead person meant to educate successors. The device malfunctioned, granting me over 100 years of memories and knowledge. The memories of a person who lived and operated on the highest echelons of power of galaxy-spanning nations make me qualified to participate and lead a first contact scenario. A rumble of surprise, discontent, interest, and many other emotions erupted alongside loud muttering from diplomats and journalists alike. The Assembly's president took my answer in stride and went down a presumed list of representatives with pointed questions. What can you tell us about the current state of the galaxy? What are we dealing with? South Korea's ambassador asked. Only the little we learned during First Contact. My memories, as far as galactic events are concerned, are both out of date and from a different galaxy. Let me make something clear. The people we made contact with consider us a primitive backwater. They have a hands-off approach until we can sufficiently develop. They last visited 300 years ago, and they experienced a very different world. Our first contact was with an exiled royalty sent to Earth to rethink his life choices, and ideally find himself worthy or earn back the title of a crown prince. That implies that the nation in question is, at best, constitutional monarchy with all that might entail, if not an absolute one. Our discussion was disrupted by the arrival of a combat robot tasked with assassinating the foreign royalty we made contact with. I proceeded to elaborate on what we knew of the galaxy at large, which was the Thor situation and our hopes and fears around it. It quickly became evident that this differed from what most people hoped to hear. The next question came from Costa Rica, making me wonder what went behind the scenes to determine who would ask what and in what order. Mr. Stark, do you intend to take over the world as its alien overlord? I chuckled at that. I was waiting for such a question, though I expected it from a journalist. First, I am not benevolent enough to bother taking over the world and putting all the work needed in running it. Second, despite my new memories, I am human. If I went insane and intended to take over, I wouldn't be aiming to be Earth's alien overlord. That lightened the mood. Perhaps that was why the president went for Costa Rica's ambassador now. Sword Dr. Stark, what gave that initiative the jurisdiction or right to speak for all of humanity? That question came from Saudi Arabia. I can give you a diplomatic answer that is technically true. The actual answer, the answer that matters to people from interstellar nations, will be different. The Sword Initiative and the countries supporting it have the lion's share of military and economic power on Earth. That is the hard truth of interstellar relationships. I paused. Telling certain truths rarely uttered in these chambers made people grumble aloud. Not so long ago, people were naive to think we were at history's end with the fall of the Soviet Union. They were painfully wrong. 2 days ago, the world changed forever. There is no turning back the clock, no. Humanity's childhood is at its end. The only question now is if we get to grow up as a species and find our place in the wider galaxy. C equals. Part 2. C equals. Dalai Lama stays the course and supports previous statements on the possibility of alien life. In a statement, he pushes for acceptance and understanding, claiming that differences in shape, color, or religion don't make a being any less human or worthy of respect. Associated Press. Many parts of India accepted the news of the disclosure with calm interest. Many regular citizens we talked with point out that the idea of aliens, or beings that can be considered such, is nothing new. Like one of the people we interviewed in Delhi said, "Until yesterday, we had to take our epics and holy books on faith. It was a matter of personal belief. Now we know, and from a religious perspective, it should change nothing. You Christians, Muslims, and Jews might be so unlucky. Jests aside, we have our crazies here, but even they shouldn't have a problem with the idea of aliens and their existence." BBC World News. Hammer Industries filed to challenge recent patents filed by Tony Stark and Stark Industries, citing that their source is alien knowledge and know-how, not something discovered or created by Tony Stark. Legal experts expect the courts will throw away the case because entertaining it could make several disastrous precedents. Forbes magazine. Caroline Freeman, one of SI's top layers, confirmed in a statement that she filed a motion to dismiss the case filed against Dr. Stark and Stark Industries. She cited as a primary argument that if this goes to trial, it will create a dangerous precedent. The immediate danger is the logical conclusion following Hammer's layer's arguments: no invention or patent will be safe. If Tony Stark didn't develop and design the challenged patents, then who did? Are they properties of MIT? After all, Tony Stark studied and graduated from there. That institution taught him much and allowed him to utilize his talents better. Do they legally belong to the institution of higher education, the person whose memories Dr. Stark inherited studied at? Do they belong to that long-dead person? It wasn't someone long dead who developed the patents, so we can practically build all those devices and materials, including fusion. It was Dr. Stark. Times Magazine. 2 separate cults proclaimed that the end of days is night and that Tony Stark is the Antichrist. FBI and Homeland Security are moving against them, fearing mass suicide attempts. CNN. FBI representatives confirmed that after his Q&A session in front of the UN, Tony Stark had received dozens of credible threats to his life. The cited reasons vary from treason to these United States to being the vanguard of the New Order, coming to put us all in FEMA camps. The Late Show. Citizens began to return to the decimated town of Puente Antiguo after the U.S. Military Corps of Engineers declared it safe from contamination after the battle. News crews and reporters from all over the world descended upon the town, eager to interview its inhabitants and glean anything new about first contact. UFO enthusiasts and alien believers are also streaming into the town, coming on a pilgrimage of sorts. Sadly, the locals who were present during first contact, the owner and staff of the local establishment Isabel's Diner, haven't returned yet. CNN. Tony Stark's unprecedented revelations and insight in front of the UN's General Assembly are sending shock waves across the diplomatic and business world. SI's shares took a slight dip as people divested of them, often loudly claiming that they would not profit from aliens. CNN. Mr. Stark's statements and answers in front of the UN weren't the call for unity, and progress many expected because of his attempts to revolutionize Earth. Instead, we received a hard, cold lesson on interstellar politics no one should forget anytime soon. Consequently, Tony Stark is either being proclaimed a visionary and herald of a new age or accused of being a closet authoritarian, a wannabe dictator who just came out of the closet. New York Times. On the one hand, we have a bright future due to all the inventions Tony Stark and SI are introducing. On the other hand, politically speaking, his words are dashing hopes for further liberalism, peace, and prosperity through equal cooperation. Mr. Stark paints a picture of the future that holds much of the world we hope to leave behind, a world where might make right, and where naked power is a viable tool to resolve problems. Unfortunately, until we meet more alien civilizations and can directly talk with alien representatives, we have no shred of proof that Mr. Stark is wrong in his beliefs. Washington Post. Sources within the U.S. State Department confirmed we have an alien representative in protective custody currently undergoing treatment for a broken jaw and shattered teeth. The foreign prince suffered those injuries during an assassination attempt on his person during what is widely believed to be a coup attempt within his nation. This led to a darkly humorous event. Treating the prince began much later than it should have due to the need to successfully persuade him that our doctors wanted to help him and not torture him after they explained the procedures involved in fixing a broken jaw and replacing damaged teeth. USA Today. =C=. Stark Manor, New York. Even as a billionaire, it wasn't often that I got back home riding a helicopter. The reason was even rarer, which was a bit odd considering my reputation as a merchant of death. There were protesters and countless curious people near my home who wanted to get a glimpse of me or worse. Fully a third of New York's riot police was camped at my front door alongside a company of the National Guard. SHIELD people were likely crawling around as well, not to mention my security and a sword strike team that I would be housing permanently for the foreseeable future. The way things were going, I might need a bigger manor or a supervillain base with all the stereotypical traps to keep crazies at bay. Perhaps sharks with laser eyes if we were to go on with the classics. By the time we landed and I managed to disembark, I had a whole 5 minutes of peace and quiet without anyone bugging me. That was a new record since my appearance in front of the UN. As soon as I got away from the chopper, Hannah dashed away from her bodyguard and threw herself at me like a guided missile. "Dad, you said you were all right." "I am all right," I pointed out as I hugged her. Hannah was apprehensive. "They said you were wounded on the news." "I got sunburns, nasty ones on my hands. You know how reporters are. They tend to make things look worse than they are to get more viewers." I pried Hannah gently from my side and showed her my hands. They were a bit moist from a cream against burns, but otherwise all right. The burn was more of an unpleasant irritation than anything else, and telekinesis ensured that, under most circumstances, I didn't have to use my hands until they healed. Hannah naturally poked the back of my hand with an index finger. "Ew, that's gross." "One troublemaker delivered safe and sound, boss." Happy made his way to us. I nodded at him in gratitude and looked questioningly at Hannah. "Causing trouble, are we?" She gave me her best innocent look. It was about 7 out of 10, and that was without her emotions betraying her. Well, the feelings and biting her lower lips. "We are out of drones and a set of fine china," Happy reported, earning himself a pout. "Are the two items related?" I could imagine Hannah getting too excited and crashing a drone into one of the cupboards holding china. There were at least 2 rooms where it was displayed behind glass. "It was an accident," Hannah protested. "No flying inside until we are reasonably sure you are good enough not to crash into easy things to break." "That's not fair. It was the stupid drone's fault." "Did you program it with an AI?" "No." "Did you fly it?" "Yes." "There you go. Now let us get inside. I'm feeling peckish and want to hear what you were up to as of late, daughter mine." =C=. We were in the kitchen, getting a quick snack, when my phone rang again. "Where is Pepper? I expected her to meet us, I asked, happy while levitating a toast and buttering it with my mind. She is, and I quote, dealing with the fallout of Tony's latest. He trailed off and glanced at Hannah, who was devouring chocolate chip cookies. You get my drift, boss. I can see how my latest actions might have caused her more work, I noted, focusing on my new phone, levitating it out of my pocket and unlocking it. Stark, this better be important. It's Dr. Wagner, Dr. Stark, it's that hammer. We can't move the damn thing no matter what. We tried everything possible, and now I'm calling you. Do you expect me to fly there and pick it up? I asked. If that is what it takes, call it like a puppy if you want, just get it moving, please. I didn't feel like flying back to New Mexico, especially when I had to prepare for meetings with the Senate and Congress in a few days. Why wouldn't the damn thing move? I hear a loud noise and a curse in German from the other side of the call. I don't know what you'd do if you did anything, Dr. Stark, but the hammer just rose and flew away. What? Did Thor recover his powers? I felt a tingle of frustration at the back of my head. After focusing on it, I could now vaguely sense smug satisfaction and irritation at being left behind. We've got incoming, I grimaced. I wasn't sure if the damn hammer would stop no matter what I ordered in my head until it got to me. Boss, we've got an unruly Norse artifact flying this way. I'll be waiting for it in the garden before it decides to fly through a wall. Is Daddy all right? Hannah asked and looked worriedly at me. Sure enough, it took over an hour and a few conversations that I rather wouldn't have. However, everyone relevant knew we had a rogue hammer flying through U.S. airspace and likely not caring about air traffic. I managed to finish my toast and a glass of juice while explaining that I didn't suddenly go insane, damn it. Thunder rumbled over New York, and a gray blur fell from the sky to land lightly in the garden besides me. Now that it was here, I could feel a sense of smug satisfaction and pride coming from the hammer. That's a hammer, Happy pointed out, while more than a few people among my security detail exchanged money. Mjolnir, the real deal, to be precise. Right now, it likes me more than Thor, who is in the doghouse for the time being. I raised my hand, and the hammer jumped in like an eager puppy. Even if I wasn't a perfect user, not even close, it didn't appreciate being left behind in the desert. 44, Phase 14, Parts 3 and 4. And it seems I need to again elaborate as to why I am bringing the powers of everyone across the board down to earth in this story, so to speak. And what is my problem with many of the more powerful entities in the MCU as far as this story intent is concerned. This came from a discussion about the sorcerers and their place in this story, if any, and my problems with them. The problem isn't what Sith Tony can or can't manipulate or blow up. It's what militaries with modernized and future technology can and cannot blow up, including those of interstellar civilizations, which apparently have little to no access to magic, yet aren't plagued by constant threats of elder gods, demons, etc. Ideally, unless things have went terribly wrong, Sith Tony shouldn't be fighting at all, and this included his encounter with the Destroyer. His need to pick up Mjolnir and use it was a failure state. The power of the sorcerers in question and the threats they deal with is the issue, because they really don't fit with a more grounded timeline like the one this story takes place in. So it is either nerfing them or not having them as a factor, and this includes the threats they are dealing with. Now, if I was telling a superhero or even a traditional hero-centered story, you will be absolutely right. What I am doing would be counterproductive in the extreme. However, that's not the kind of story I am telling. Ultimately, this is the kind of story where conventional military forces with the right equipment are meant to matter more than any individual hero or group of heroes. And this runs face first into a concrete wall when we get sorcerers into the picture, who are as matter of course dealing with gods, superpowered demons, and other world-ending threats on a regular basis. We are talking the kind of threat that the Asgard in this story, one of the most advanced societies out there blending magic and technology, would need strategic weapons, not individual heroes, even Thor, Hela, or Odin at their peak of power to have a prayer of handling. Does this put things in perspective as to why the sorcerers, as we know them, are an issue, and why I don't have Captain Marvel flying around, for example? Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 14, Disclosure. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Tens of thousands experienced the scare of their lives last night when what appeared to be a low-flying missile crossed the United States from New Mexico to New York. The object, moving at supersonic speeds, landed in Tony Stark's manor in New York, where multiple cameras snapped pictures of it as it slowed down. To witnesses' utter disbelief, it was no missile or gadget Mr. Stark was testing. It was a hammer. You heard me right. It was a hammer, but not just any hammer. That was Mjolnir. Our government is still to disclose many things about First Contact. CNN. Further revelations are coming about the identity of the aliens we made first contact with. It's not little green men. It's big, buff, Scandinavian dudes and ladies. It turns out that the ancient aliens crowd was right. What you're hearing are the outraged screams of countless historians and archaeologists. The exiled alien royalty. That was no lesser character than Thor Odinson, son of King Odin of Asgard. The Asgardians are, in fact, advanced aliens who have visited Earth before, the last time being 300 years ago. They are the inspiration for many Norse religions and myths. Government officials claim that waiting to disclose this part was because it is frankly hard to believe. Harder than aliens being real. Well, I would be among those who doubted it until I saw those videos of the flying hammer. The Late Show. The Pentagon released new footage from the battle in New Mexico. This one shows Tony Stark wielding the hammer that flew across the country, causing panic last night. We are talking about Mjolnir, which appears to be an advanced alien device that can control the weather. In the new videos, we saw Tony Stark picking it up and wielding it against the alien robot sent to assassinate Prince Thor of Asgard. We also have surviving security videos from the site where Mjolnir initially landed, showing many U.S. soldiers trying their luck, as well as a large, blonde individual tentatively identified as our alien guest. The videos of Tony Stark wielding Mjolnir and using lightning from a storm the hammer summoned have gone viral, becoming the most watched ones on YouTube and other social media. CNN. This is Luke Vader, folks, and this time we are watching something that isn't yet but should be in Star Wars. You all know what I'm talking about. Our nerd overlord, Tony Stark, wields ancient artifacts, commands lightning, and has the memories of an alien general. We saw him fight a machine out of legend. Could it be, might we see something about Mr. Stark's alien past in the future of Star Wars? At any rate, there are already fans celebrating the advent of Sith Tony Stark. After all, one exciting conclusion is that we might see actual tactics depicted in future Star Wars material. That could be either awesome or change Star Wars into being unrecognizable for good or ill. This is Luke Vader. Stay tuned in for more Star Wars news. From Luke Vader's Star Wars dedicated YouTube channel. C equals. Asgard Prison Realm. Helheim. Hela sat on a replica of the command throne of a battleship and stared down her visitors. After all this time, Tyr had the gal to show his face before her. It was all she could do not to jump at him, trying to tear out his throat with her bare hands. Doing so would be pointless. She was the only real thing in this place, alongside the food and water she consumed. Everything else was an illusion born of hard light and satyr. What do I owe this distinct displeasure to? I come with an offer. You've been wasting your time stuck here without a chance to change for the better or worse, Tyr began. We are offering you an alternative. What, do you want me to be the court jester? Or do you find yourselves in need of my particular talents? Have you forgotten how to command and lead? Try. Do you see why I left her here? Odin grumbled. All I see is more incompetence and stupidity, Tyr shot back, surprising Hela. Was there trouble in paradise? Do you want to leave this place or not, Hela? It's a bit stale, Hela allowed. Being constantly surrounded by shades was something she could do without. Thor found himself a fascinating Midgardian to listen to, one who is worthy. We offer you to change the nature of your sentence to exile on Midgard, where you will hopefully change to fit society, Tyr explained. Do you believe the Midgardians can change me when you didn't bother trying? Mjolnir found one of them worthy enough to allow him access to some of its power, Tyr revealed. That got Hela's attention. Mjolnir was her original weapon, the power of the storm of lightning, winds, and rain. While those magics and abilities weren't fully compatible with her, she had a special connection with that weapon. How worthy? Hela asked in anticipation. It had been so long since there was anything to pique her interest. She found herself hungry for new experiences, no matter how fleeting. Tyr waved a hand, and she saw Mjolnir fly across what could presumably be Midgard, showing it was far more developed than she gave it credit for. It eventually landed in a large garden, where a familiar-looking Midgardian surrounded by others of his kind was waiting for it. Hela curiously watched the interaction between the man and Mjolnir. He is rather worthy but not compatible with the powers Mjolnir channels. He isn't strong enough to handle it either. He is Midgardian, a mortal. That is only to be expected. His mind and memories are what we are interested in. Tyr waved a hand again, and more of the current Watcher's work revealed itself to them. Hela could see and hear Midgardians discuss this Tony Stark. He was evidently a person of means and influence among them, which he had earned. What do you require of me? Talk with the Midgardian, learn and change for the better. Become someone Asgard can live with and be proud of, Tyr challenged her. Hela's eyes narrowed at him. Is that all? We will keep your powers bound, Tyr pointed out. Hela scoffed as if they would have left her out, able to wield her powers. Is that it? You will be led into Lord Stark's custody and meet reasonable expectations of conduct, Hela. You will represent Asgard, even if you will hold no official position or power, Odin grumbled. Every time her father opened his mouth, it became clearer and clearer that this wasn't his idea. Why, she asked Tyr. The way you were imprisoned was a senseless waste. You should have been either redeemed or declared lost and disposed of. I am giving you the option to damn or save yourself, Hela. Do with it what you will. What does this Lord Stark think of being my minder? Hela chuckled at the idea of a Midgardian being able to handle her, even with her powers bound. We will begin negotiations with him soon after we re-establish contact. Now you have some homework to do. Learn what has happened to Asgard and why I would rather have you sane and reasonable, helping, or safely dead. Tyr vanished, followed by exhausted-looking Odin. == Capitol Building, Washington, D.C. The Senate's first contact and the Sword Initiative hearing begins now. I am Senator Charles Kelly, the chairman of this proceeding. Dr. Stark, are you ready to answer questions? To tell us the truth as you know it? I am, Mr. Chairman, I answered after my lawyer had given me a nod. The way this game was supposed to be played, I was expected to get a green light on answering questions during the live portion of the hearing from legal, so that we would avoid entanglements with secrecy clauses. Dr. Stark, before we begin, can you get your hammer to stop being distracting? I looked at Mjolnir, which was floating smugly beside the desk we were sitting at as if basking in the attention of the press, and those gathered to watch today's proceedings. Mjolnir feels too full of itself to behave, Mr. Chairman. If I were reasonably sure it wouldn't cause trouble, I would leave it at home or a research laboratory. At those words, the hammer fell to the ground with a clang, giving me the impression of being offended by my words. Now it's feeling sorry for itself, I added. Are you implying the hammer is alive, Dr. Stark? I can sense the impressions of emotions from it, Mr. Chairman. For what we know, it might be indeed alive, depending on how you define being alive. Now Mjolnir floated up. If it was a dog, I was sure his tail would wag. I looked at it and sighed. Now I'm pretty sure it's just fucking with us. I shook my head. What is the first question you have, Mr. Chairman? == Part 4. == Disclosure-related protests continue to sweep the world, with riots erupting in places stoked by local radical factions. The reasons are as varied as the protesting groups. We have everything from people ready to greet our new alien overlords and those eager to welcome them in peace and friendship to violently xenophobic groups who protest against any dealings with alien elements and everything in between. Euronews. A Humanity First manifesto is spreading through the internet, claiming that Earth and humanity must stand proud and alone, free from alien taint. This message resonates with surprisingly many people feeling that forces outside their control now threaten their place in the world. Washington Post. Disclosure and the heightened war readiness of many countries across the world did nothing to slow down the fighting in Iran. Loyalist forces in the north completed the encirclement of Tabriz. They began a slow, grinding campaign to destroy the cut-off Revolutionary Guard units within the city. Armor, mechanized, and mountain infantry are sweeping the north, aiming to destroy radical elements and fully secure the country's northern borders. In the east, the Iranian military is slowly fighting to take control of key population centers and roads. They act in preparation for the war's final offensive after the fighting in the north concludes. In the past days, despite the danger of an alien incursion, U.S. and NATO air power intensified their sorties over Iran, determined to aid in ending the war faster. BBC World News. About half of Herat and a third of Jalalabad are now in ANA and coalition hands. This only happened after weeks of heavy fighting that saw whole Afghani formations destroyed and much of the cities in question leveled by artillery and airstrikes. Coalition forces increased the deployment of heavy infantry equipped with exosuits and the best personal armor available weekly. In this new age of heavy infantry, combat engineers act as shock troops. The coalition usually deploys them on the front to take enemy strong points, when it is not feasible to deploy heavy firepower due to significant civilian presence. CNN. 1st Jaeger Heavy Infantry Platoon outfitted with Stark Industries exosuits deployed to Herat. At the same time, anti-war and peace protests grip Germany. Despite government reassurances, many of Germany's allies are unhappy with the expressed mindset of large parts of the German population. In a scathing tirade, French Foreign Minister Jean Pétain all but accused Germany of shrinking its defense responsibilities. If Germany is to expect and enjoy the mutual defense that NATO and the European Union provide, then it must be ready to respond in kind. Germany must not only contribute with economic aid, but boots on the ground when necessary. Euronews. The prospect of German remilitarization is controversial across Europe, where the specter of the Third Reich still haunts the halls of power. Some EU members would welcome a more serious commitment to defense from the German government and the population. At the same time, there are others, or elements within the former, who would watch any sign of German remilitarization with extreme concern. And this doesn't even touch upon a critical factor. How does the average German citizen feel about this topic? BBC World News. It is a bitter irony. Germany finally has a free, liberal society. We need the aid of their military to protect liberty and freedom throughout Europe and the world. Yet the German people now balk at the idea of wearing the uniform, fighting, or dying for a worthy cause. Oh, why wasn't that the case 100 years ago, or 80 years ago? James Kine, an infamous right-wing member of the Tory party. == Capitol Building, Washington, D.C. Dr. Stark, please explain to us, why do you believe the Sword Initiative is necessary? Why is it better than our existing alliances if that is the case? I would also like to hear you elaborate on certain statements you made in front of the United Nations. Our friends in the press have been busy twisting your words one way or another. Please put that particular dog to rest. I glanced at my lawyer, and she gave me yet another nod. Global reach. For various reasons, our existing alliances are limited in scope. An alien threat doesn't care about our politics, borders, or sovereignty. To safeguard Earth, we need rapid response forces that could act in every corner of the planet and reach it in numbers within a reasonable time frame. Our existing alliances simply were not set up for dealing with the kind of threat environment that an extraterrestrial invasion presents. As importantly, the Sword Initiative doesn't have the baggage of any already existing alliance. It is not bound by the same restrictions as, say, NATO. I'll use NATO as another example. Its core purpose was a mutual defense against the Soviet Union and their Warsaw Pact puppets. Russia is no longer a conventional threat, and that, combined with the NATO framework and restrictions, makes the alliance less than an ideal tool to face alien aggression. Our alliances in Southeast Asia had the explicit purpose of countering the Soviet Union again, and later containing China. This again makes them flawed tools for the task at hand. I let people digest my words and carefully opened the cap of a bottle of water, then took a sip. Sword is a framework meant to grow. Ideally, in the coming years and decades, it will incorporate all countries on Earth. The paradigm we have to operate under is, by necessity, global. An alien incursion on the other side of the Earth is not a local problem that is out of sight and out of mind. It is, and should be considered as a first step of a global invasion. Any incursion could be a beachhead that, if not neutralized, could threaten every single country and person on this planet. With disclosure out of the way, we all have to accept we live in a different world. And I hope for all our sake and our children's sake that we as a species will act accordingly. This is going to be a tough thing to accept for many, and I am not only talking like someone who is part of the government as an elected official, Kelly said to the flashing cameras. There is much history, perhaps too much bad blood to just turn another page. However, you gave us much to think about and discuss, Dr. Stark. Now let us put to rest all those accusations that you are a dictator in the making, shall we? Now I will speak not as Dr. Tony Stark, as scientists, industrialists, or even American citizens. I will speak with someone who has the memories of a general who fought multiple galaxy-wide wars. I will speak as someone who remembers watching whole worlds burn as collateral damage while massive fleets fought above them. All the good intentions in the universe don't matter when someone parks a warship above your world and demands you fulfill their demands or watch your world burn. That could be a pirate ship kept spaceworthy with duct tape and prayers. It could be a state-of-the-war warship from a galactic superpower. It could also be part of the enforcer wing of an interstellar corporation that came to exploit any useful resources it could find in your system. We know for a fact that there are hostile star nations within our galaxy. Only luck and Asgard's distant protection have kept us somewhat safe until now. Yet despite that, Earth has been invaded in the past, forcing Asgard's intervention. Any invasion that happens in the future will take into account not only Earth's strategic location in the galaxy, but the fact that we are now a modern civilization. Even with rapid reactions from Asgard, the consequences of such an event can be catastrophic. We are our own first and last line of defense, I declared. The way things were going, I wondered if people would want to lynch me for telling them hard truths they didn't want to know. Reality doesn't care about what I like or dislike. It doesn't consider my political views. Despite what certain good-natured scientists believed, becoming an interstellar civilization doesn't absolve you from petty desires for conquest or racism or somehow makes you morally superior. It only makes you more dangerous, and I am talking from experience here. It is easy to consider a primitive alien species expendable when they stand in the way of what you want and need. In our society, things like colonialism and offensive wars to grab lands and resources are something that today's world order does its best to discourage, and people loathe them. The same can't be said for successful interstellar conquerors for whom colonialism works. I don't need to tell you what happens to the colonized, even if they are fortunate to survive as people, do I? Might doesn't make you right. However, if you possess enough of it, it doesn't matter if you are morally right or not. You can do whatever you wish to those weaker than you, and only sufficient raw power can deter you. We are back to operating under such a paradigm now, and we are racing against the clock to become strong enough and advanced enough before a hostile faction sets its sight upon Earth. 45. Phase 14 Parts 5 and 6 AN. With everyone in this timeline operating under the same rules, so scientists, geniuses, etc., are much more limited and realistic in what they can do, and this being a MCU timeline where we can't have good things without people fucking it up, this has implications for Wakanda. Said implications are that they got as far ahead technologically from the rest of the world through a combination of the right scientists born in the right time domestically, vibranium, and as if not more importantly, war dogs and companies stealing and buying scientific knowledge and know-how from all over the world, then sabotaging scientific advancements, slowing down their rivals. Even if in this timeline they've stopped doing that on regular basis no later than the last years of T'Chaka's father's rule, discussing going ahead full bore again, is merely considering pulling out their old playbook for the tribal council. AN2, I couldn't make up my mind, so I threw a dice. Wakanda won Coup of the Year award. AN3, I rewatched clips on YouTube about the Wakandian aircraft in action. Those things are surprisingly fragile considering that Wakanda loves to use vibranium for everything. This is especially important because their energy weapons don't appear to pack up that much of a punch, yet are perfectly able to blow up most of their flyers. So now vibranium has a plot armor too that makes it as awesome as needed and easy to blow up when required or what. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 14, Disclosure. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Tony Stark's hearings before Congress and the Senate stir up even more controversy. Mr. Stark is painting a bleak picture, but is it true? What do experts say? CNN. French carrier battle group arrived off the coast of Somalia. It began conducting air and missile strikes at known and suspected pirate, warlord, and terrorist strongholds in retaliation for the missile strike on the French frigate a few months ago. The increased presence of marine national in the region has temporarily raised merchant marine traffic through those dangerous waters. Euronews. FBI and Homeland Security raids on cults end up with bloody mixed results. In Washington state, SWAT teams affiliated with both agencies struck the compound of the Golden Path, led by preacher Seth Stevens, interrupting a ritual suicide. Emergency services managed to save the lives of a third of Stevens' followers. They all ingested poison, including their leader, preparing for ascension so they would avoid the end of days. Nearly at the same time in Georgia, a raid against the disciples of the seventh prophet ended up in a firefight and tragedy. Released camera footage from SWAT teams allows us to see her proclamation that the devil's forces are coming for them, and they must fight to the bitter end. The firefight ended when Reverend Jeremiah Jones, the self-proclaimed seventh prophet, detonated explosives within the cult's compound, killing everyone inside and gravely injuring 8 federal agents. In the aftermath of those tragic incidents, federal and state law enforcement are now keeping a much closer eye on all known cults and their conduct. USA Today. Crowds are gathering in Las Vegas, preparing to march to Area 51 and demand to see the Roswell aliens and the remains of their crashed ship. With disclosure underway, UFO enthusiasts across America are hungry for answers and ready to get them. The Pentagon commented Area 51 is an active military base at a time when the U.S. military is in a state of high alert. Attempting to breach the perimeter might be answered with deadly force. Nevada National Guard units are converging on Las Vegas and Area 51 as a precaution. CNN. C equals. The Golden City. Wakanda. The Tribal Council met once again, and the primary topic they were about to discuss had caused King T'Chaka constant headaches over the past year. Ultimately, all he could push for was limiting the intervention of the war dogs by aiming them against the prototype fusion reactor while trying to find more and better ways to conceal their people. That was a failure. Even from where the king stood, it was the most moderate position he could push through the council. Consequently, he lost respect among both significant sides of the debate. Those who wanted to continue hiding and focus on better ways to do it saw T'Chaka as insufficiently invested in their cause. T'Baku and T'Kathu saw him as someone who was losing his ability to take and see through decisive action, even if they were divided on how they wanted to proceed. The Jabari's leader was all for closer ties with the past and nature, about hiding and looking inward. He didn't care about how Wakanda would achieve that. New technologies to better conceal them would serve as well as unleash their might to cripple the rest of the world. There were times T'Chaka believed that only he, his family, and his closest advisors were aware of how much the rest of the world had changed in the past century. It didn't help that there were many within Wakanda dismissive of the colonizers, even though many technologies they enjoyed were built upon principles that the war dogs recovered from scientists worldwide. Back in his father's day, until the long-gone man mellowed out in his old age, the war dogs also often arranged accidents for the scientists they took ideas and principles from. This was basically what some of his people wanted to do now, even if the world outside Wakanda's borders was radically different. T'Chaka knew that even if he fully committed the war dogs and the parts of the military that would be suited for such tasks, they would be able to, at best, slow down the way the rest of the world was advancing. Operating on such a scale would get them caught and eventually traced back. That would have been bad in the long run, even before Stark stood up to reshape the world. Of course, now that they knew more about that man and what had happened to him, the knowledge in question exceptionally complicated matters. Elements within the war dogs believed that for now and years to come, Tony Stark was invaluable to the outside world. Removing him, combined with wide enough sabotage, actually had a theoretical chance of working. T'Chaka wasn't about to bet the future of his people on such a long shot. However, some among his people were more than happy to do so without a second thought. "We can be in a powerful position if we act now," the River Tribe elder spoke with conviction. "We can help the outsiders prepare better for another alien attack. What we can offer them will make them close their eyes to what our ancestors did to gain and maintain our superiority. It is not like their pasts are clean, on the contrary. Trust the outsiders. You've seen the reports of the war dogs. No matter how hard they pretend, they consider us inferior. The outside world will never accept us as equal partners, much less superior ones. They will use us for our technology and vibranium, then discard us," M'Baku barked. "I told you all before, revealing ourselves will be madness. And what did you do? Did your precious technology supply us with new ways to conceal ourselves? Did you let our war dogs and warriors solve the problem? No. You paid lip service to the problem, then used a fool as a distraction. Your technology failed us once, and I fully believe it will fail us again. Then you must be supporting the idea that we should reveal ourselves, M'Baku," Zawavari, the mining tribe's elder, mocked him. The large, boisterous woman smiled at him. "If our technology fails us, then it doesn't matter if we trust the outsiders. If you are right, if vibranium fails us, then dealing with the outsiders is inevitable," she scoffed. "The mining tribe might provisionally approve opening to the outside world and cooperating, however, sharing vibranium? No, vibranium is ours. It is the source of our technology and prosperity. Without it, we will be nothing more than the people in the countries around us. If we offer vibranium, we will be exploited until it is gone. Then, when we are no longer useful, they will throw us away. I agree we shouldn't trust them. We all know they never do more than exploit people, while the few who might be better make empty gestures to assure their guilty conscience," M'Baku added. "We now know how important Tony Stark is. Kill him. Burn down his work and salt the ground. Unleash the war dogs against those who follow in his footsteps, and the outsiders' technology will fail them just as ours can and will fail us. I am reluctant to agree, at least in part, with both of you. We either reveal ourselves and hope for the best or hit hard and fast like panthers while we still can. I think the nations around us, the whole of Africa, won't appreciate that we hid and did nothing while the colonizers exploited them. If we wait, all we will win ourselves are enemies and mistrustful people who would be wary of us with a good reason. We must either go to them now and aid them in their hour of need, blaming any unfortunate happenings in the past on our ancestors, or walk the path of blood and carnage to its bitter end, whatever it might be. Revealing ourselves might be acceptable. My people can swallow sharing technology as well, but vibranium, that is a step too far. The merchant tribe won't condone selling or worse, giving away vibranium. The outsiders have nothing of comparable value to offer us. Why should we sell away our advantage then?" The merchant tribe elder shook his head in denial. Nay, I say, vibranium is ours and must remain ours. The arguments for and against raged late into the night. Do nothing and hide. Trust in their vibranium-based technology to keep things as they are no matter what. Many within Wakanda were for this option, not believing that the outsiders might advance enough to discover them soon. Everyone was wary of the changes that revealing themselves to the world at large would bring. Even now, Europeans, Americans, and Chinese exploited Africa. Why would that change? Why wouldn't they use Wakanda and discard it as soon as it was convenient? Why aid those outsiders who didn't earn or deserve it? In the end, while many could be persuaded to support revealing Wakanda's fundamental nature, and even that sharing technology might be a good idea, doing so with vibranium was a step too far, even for many of the more open-minded within the country. And without vibranium, their technology will be useless to the outsiders, making that essentially a moot point. This also meant that revealing themselves would solve nothing. What would be the point if Wakanda refused to share technology and vibranium? Finally, they could strike fast and hard, using the element of surprise and the fact that no one suspected their true nature so far. Hundreds, if not thousands, would die. The rest of the world would not forgive such betrayal when preparing to face an alien invasion. Would a crippling covert strike be enough? Could that be enough? Could secrecy be maintained? M'Kathu believed it possible, though far from certain. M'Baku was against revealing Wakanda and didn't believe that technology could reliably hide them because he didn't trust it not to fail. This, in practice, meant the Jabari tribe favored unleashing what would be a war of unprecedented scope in Wakanda's history. Unfortunately, T'Chaka's voice had much less weight in front of the council than a year ago. His support for either meeting the outside world as equals or continued isolation didn't endear the king's position to anyone. Yes, he would be willing to risk revelation, yet as a king, he had to give more than lip service to the majority of people who were content to hide. Equals C equals. Part 6. Equals C equals. Royal Palace. The Golden City. Wakanda. T'Challa jumped in surprise, tangling himself in his sheets when his bedroom door burst open. "My prince, you need to come with us?" Io of the Dora Milaje wasted no time in pleasantries. Her small, calloused hand grabbed him by the shoulder as he was still trying to untangle himself and dragged him off the bed with the help of one of her sisters in arms. "What is happening, Io?" "There is a coup underway." As if to confirm her words, an explosion shook the palace, followed by the immediate wail of alarm. "Such things don't happen in Wakanda." T'Challa shook his head, though he let the Dora Milaje drag him out of his room. The metal floor felt freezing to his bare feet. He could hear shouts and sounds of fighting now. "This way," the royal bodyguards pushed him toward the landing pad. Within moments, Shuri joined them, literally carried by two larger Dora Milaje. The king feared that he might be killed over his policies as of late, and so did we, but not this. Io shook her head in disgust. "Either way, we have contingency orders in case something unfortunate happens." They were now all but running toward the landing pad. T'Challa could hear the distinct sounds of dragon flyers buzzing outside and firing on the place, and its defenses. Io tilted her head to the side and briefly stiffened, then moved even faster. "I got a word from Akoi. I am sorry, my prince. The king has been poisoned, and the Dora Milaje with him don't believe they can hold against the enemy for long. I have final orders from the king, my prince." Beside him, Shuri gasped and shook her head in disbelief at those words. "The king believes the purpose of this coup is to remove his and the Golden Tribe's opposition to crippling the outsiders' development efforts by targeting Tony Stark and everyone working on his technologies." "We ran simulations," Shuri protested. "They all end with us discovered and overwhelmed." "This coup is proof that enough people in power disagree, princess," Io countered. They could hear fighting ahead, and after turning around the next corner, T'Challa saw Dora Milaje and border guards in full gear fighting it out in the hall. "Protect the prince and princess," Io shouted, and most of their retinue charged into the fray. Energy blasts and vibranium blades flashed through the night, killing people with deadly precision. The surprise attack allowed the remaining members of the Royal Guard to push T'Challa and Shuri through the battle, even if two of the Dora Milaje fell, shot in the back. Io shoved the prince into it through an open ramp, then Shuri followed. Warriors of the border tribe and black forms that could only be war dogs poured into the landing pad. Two Dora Milaje ran to slow them down while Io jumped into the craft. "Lift off now or we are all dead," she shouted. T'Challa wasted no time and activated the Royal Talon fighter systems, going for emergency liftoff. He closed the ramp with a press of a button and winced when energy blasts hit the hull. Vibranium alloys were tough, and the craft was made of almost pure vibranium, making it tougher. Despite that, it was far from invincible. Rear cameras showed how the heavily Dora Milaje left outside fell, cut to pieces by overwhelming numbers. They stabbed two traitors each before the others fell upon them like a pack of rabid dogs. T'Challa forced the engines, and the Royal Talon shot forward. Its exhaust slammed into the treacherous snakes, slamming some of them against walls and throwing a few off the landing pad to their deaths. "This isn't happening," Shuri mumbled. "This can't be happening. We are Wakanda. We don't get coups." "We do now, my princess." T'Challa activated the cloak and accelerated away from the city when the Talon systems told him. There were many dragon flyers converging on his position. "What are we going to do now? What about father and mother?" Shuri demanded. "They are either dead or my sisters managed to spirit them to safety against all odds," Io quietly suggested. "We have our final orders from the king. Will you honor them, my prince?" "I've seen the same simulations. If you are right about what those fools are about to do, we have no choice but to warn the outside world. We can't allow them to believe the whole of Wakanda is behind what might be happening even as we speak. One of you, get satellite access and find me the closest safe place to make contact." == Bridge. Juan Carlos, I Spanish Navy amphibious assault ship. Mediterranean. Commander Jorge Esteban had the night shift on the bridge, enjoying a quiet and reasonably cool evening. He sipped from a cup of good Navy coffee and kept an eye on the junior officer at the radar station. If there were any mistakes to happen on his watch, it would be from the youngster still getting his bearing. The rest of the night shift was experienced enough, as it befitted those chosen to crew the newest and arguably most important ship in the Navy. In practice, the Juan Carlos I was Spain's discount carrier, carrying British Harriers and helicopters as its strike arm. In the future, she would have fixed-wing fighters when the budget allowed. Fusion took precedence, and the commander couldn't disagree. Esteban put down his cup and slowly walked around the bridge, glancing over the shoulders of his people. This was the Juan Carlos I's second cruise, and he wasn't about to have any avoidable incidents at his hands. Everything looked as it should, and everyone appeared wide awake and alert. So far, so good. The commander lingered at the radar station, ensuring everything was all right there. He found no surprises, with the closest ships to the carrier being her escorts sailing in a triangular formation. "Spanish boat, do you copy? Spanish boat, can you hear me?" A loud voice asked in English with an accent Esteban wasn't familiar with. And a boat. They were a warship. A powerful carrier at that, even if one that couldn't compete with the monster the Americans built. The question crackled over the radio so loud it made the lieutenants stationed there wince before answering. "This is Juan Carlos I. Identify yourself. This is a restricted military frequency. I am Prince T'Challa from Wakanda and have come to warn you. Look through your window." Esteban's head snapped from the lieutenant to the front of the bridge. A futuristic-looking black craft simply materialized, hovering in front of them. He could see the tired face of a young black man with a fantastic beard and no shirt. The commander blinked a few times, trying to process what his eyes were telling him. "Action stations. Awake the Admiral. Lieutenant requests that the prince lands on the deck and explains his warning." Later, Esteban would be proud when he heard a recording of his voice for how calm and professional he sounded, because at that moment he felt anything but. "We will land. We come in peace, bringing a warning. There was a coup in our country, and as you can see, we are more advanced than anyone believed us to be," the T'Challa fellow rapidly explained. We believe the traitors will aim to cripple scientific efforts aimed at advancing the outside world by assassinating people like Tony Stark and hitting vital infrastructure in development like fusion reactors. Just what kind of insanity was this? Esteban could hear the words of the warning. He could understand them, but the meaning just didn't compute. It was that insane sounding. 46, Phase 15 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 15, The Wakanda Affair. C equals. Part 1. C equals. The Wakanda War, or the First Unification War as it became known later, was the first critical challenge sword and shield faced shortly after disclosure. Reasonable fears that alien infiltrators could have compromised members of Wakanda's tribal council, and their military brought SWORD fully on board. They allowed the organization to take a point in dealing with this unexpected threat. Thanks to a warning issued by Prince T'Challa, who managed to escape the coup that saw his father, the previous King T'Chaka, and his mother murdered, world governments and militaries had precious time to react before Wakanda strike teams, assassins, and even airstrikes went after critical infrastructure under development, laboratories and research centers across the world. History of the Unification Wars by New Cambridge University. Quality digital books for Windows Store. Initially, Prince T'Challa's warning was met with understandable disbelief. However, militaries worldwide were already at high readiness and alert due to the aftershocks of disclosure and the threat of imminent alien incursions. Proof that Prince T'Challa's claims weren't entirely a hoax in the form of the Royal Talon fighter, he and his sister, Princess Shuri, used to escape the coup soon reached high-ranked military leaders across Europe and the U.S. The first confirmation that the prince was telling the truth came in the early morning hours, when news of air strikes across targets in southern Spain, and Italy spread like wildfire throughout Europe. The First Unification War had begun. From Disclosure to the Stars, Modern Earth History, Jose Espinosa, Amazon Books. Fellow citizens of Wakanda, I speak to you today, bringing grave news. King T'Chaka and the Golden Tribe betrayed us all. Last night, the king and the leader of the mining tribe met in secret, discussing how to best sell our precious vibranium and technology to the colonizers that even now ravage the rest of Africa. From an address given to my border tribe leader, M'Kathu, the morning after a military coup, removed the Wakanda royal family and the Gold Tribe from power. NATO goes to full war footing. Flights across Europe and the continental United States were just ordered to land at the closest available airport, no matter if it's military or civilian. CNN. Explosions shook the University of Palermo, focusing on its research buildings. We are receiving more reports of explosions near Villa Prillo, at the construction site of Sicily's first fusion reactor. This is happening after NATO just went on war footing half an hour ago, and all European governments issued orders for air traffic over Europe to seek emergency landings. Is there an alien invasion underway? Euronews. Explosions are reported at the University of Malaga, coinciding with a still unconfirmed attack on one of Spain's fusion reactors currently under construction. BBC News. As you can see, Tel Aviv is dark, ready to face an air attack. We can barely see the engines of fighters moving high above us. Odd cracking sounds interrupt the journalist, followed by explosions. The camera pans to the right, showing an insect-shaped silver craft that materializes over the city and opens fire. Missiles and streams of tracers rose to meet them from Israel's air defense network. For a moment, the silver machines ignored the threat until tracers linked with one, shaking it, followed by missiles that struck its back. Something broke and sent the silver vessel spinning out of control to crash into a residential building. The other one accelerated and tried to run, chased by missiles and streams of tracer fire. More and more defensive emplacements lit up. The camera caught how rounds bounced off it as it flew at an angle from the news crew. More missiles converged on the insected vessel, some coming from above, caught on camera as little more than a blur before impact. A missile struck it from above, pushing its already perilously low flight even lower. It clipped a building and shook, tearing its roof to pieces in a shower of brick and roof tiles before losing control and slamming into a nearby office building. Live footage of the Wakanda raid on Tel Aviv, caught on camera by a CNN. Charlie, what do you have for us? We're outside Edwards Air Force Base, observing protesters demanding more news about aliens and alien abductions. For the past 10 minutes, we could hear alarms sounding across the base, and it has been launching planes practically non-stop since then. CBS. The emergency broadcast system just came online. It is simple and to the point for those who missed the message. Citizens are required to remain home and bunker down for the time being. Disruptions in regular communications and power supply are to be expected. More information will follow when available. We still don't know if Earth is under alien attack or if we somehow stumbled into World War III. CNN. Breaking news. We just received a brief statement from NATO officials that we are not currently under alien invasion. However, a previously hidden advanced Earth state has begun a systematic campaign to cripple the ongoing technological advancements worldwide. NATO's statement confirms air raids across Italy and Spain targeting universities, fusion reactor construction sites, and industrial centers producing advanced technologies. What is this? This makes no sense. Aliens I can buy, but this. Euronews. =C=. Sword HQ. New York. Demonstrated enemy capabilities point at a possible collaboration with aliens. The timing is suspect as well. Alien infiltration of the people who executed the coup, or at least their leadership, is something to consider. I put it as a high possibility. If the ongoing attacks are successful enough, that will push back our uplift efforts by years. The loss of highly skilled and able scientists would hurt even worse, Danvers explained Sword's stance. We have to treat this as, at best, a subversion attempt aimed to cripple our ability to protect Earth against alien threats. We might be looking at a deniable alien operation executed by the same people who attempted infiltration in the mid-90s, Carroll concluded. Worst-case scenario, this is a crippling strike to soften us for a general invasion. The enemy already has a secure landing zone in Wakanda. Recommendations? Pierce asked from the back of a car racing toward the nearest bunker. We weather the storm, gather intelligence, and retaliate. General, you need to see this. A specialist interrupted the conversation. Danvers looked at a nearby screen showing live news from Israel. It was over fast and was a good news. Now we know we can kill them once they decloak to attack. I recommend focusing our Air Force above likely targets and reinforcing those facilities with ground-based AA and javelins. Keep in contact with our NATO allies, so we know what might work and what doesn't by the time they hit us. Time, Pierce asked someone else. Our best estimate based on distance from Wakanda, and the first confirmed attacks in Europe, is 40 minutes to an hour before the enemy is within a strike range of the eastern seaboard. At any rate, barring a nuclear strike, we won't be hitting Wakanda back immediately, and fortunately we aren't there yet. Pierce's face became a granite mask. Nicholas, the status of Wakanda's diplomats and possible agents. We are moving to apprehend them. I still don't have authorization to go after embassies. Use their prince. Have him make a public proclamation about the coup and demand that all embassies, consulates, and such cooperate. Then we declare any that doesn't allow your agents in as potentially subverted by alien interests and act accordingly, Stark suggested. Aren't you going to ground? I can't risk being caught in the open by airstrikes. I'm bunkering down at the research center and will rely on my security detail to do their jobs. National Guard units should be racing this way and air cover, too. Carroll recalled he was at a laboratory near New York where he made Mjolnir available to study. So far, that wasn't going great. We have ongoing engagements in central Italy and around Madrid. The Spanish report they managed to shoot down one hostile alien aircraft, yet at least 3 more successfully entered stealth mode and disengaged. Confirmed hostile contact over France and Austria. Update from the Wakandian royalty. He claims he knows of little over 100 aircraft. I say again, we have at least 100+ intruders in play. C equals. Tangier. Morocco. It was early morning in Tangier, and the city was subdued. Military and police were out in strength, while most citizens stayed home. Others preferred to watch the world change, or perhaps even burn from inside an air-conditioned bar, drinking away their worries. Here and there, you could find an enthusiast happy that parts of Europe burned. Most reasonable men had other ideas. If what they saw on TV could happen in Europe, then it could happen to them more easily. Besides, the old men and women who remembered the bad old colonial days were among those most disturbed. They were alive in a different world, then saw it change around them. From where they sat, quietly sipping strong coffee or stronger beverages if their religion and the place allowed it, these days, Europe was much better than it was decades ago. It was fat and content. They didn't want to see the page of history turn back, and Europe was very interested in their affairs. Better leave sleeping dogs lie, and allow them to continue mellowing out. Carlos Santiago found that sentiment was a bit amusing. From where he sat, Europe was a very different beast from what it was decades ago, and Spain was no different. For people to even think of returning to the bad old days, it would take something drastic and unlikely. That was the agent's thought before everyone learned that aliens were real. Some crazies, straight out of a legend or a movie, were busy attacking Europe. The unthinkable was happening, and Carlo didn't like where things might head to. There were always right-wing bastards peddling their poison, as if they learned nothing from the likes of Franco, the Italian fascists, or the fucking Nazis. Sadly, now there might actually be a reason for people to listen to the bastards. The agent thought morosely and drank from his fantastic juice. This was a dry establishment, known for being so, thus faced less scrutiny by security forces. Those tended to crack down occasionally on the places selling alcohol. While it wasn't strictly forbidden, drinking was frowned upon, especially if you weren't a foreigner partaking in a licensed establishment. Morocco's been strange on that front ever since it gained independence. As an agent, a dry bar was an excellent place to meet contacts. The lower profile you could keep, the better, so it was best to avoid areas where local security forces frequented to look for troublemakers. One of Carl's favorite contacts was Illuviar. The young man could have been more helpful. However, he was smart, and all he wanted was to get his family out of the country and into Europe as legal citizens. That made him more reliable and trustworthy than other customers Carlo had. Yet, it also meant it was doubtful his buddy would ever bring him enough information to warrant such a hefty reward. Illuviar was about to prove him wrong this morning, which was more than all right in Santos' mind. "Hey there, buddy," Carlo waved at Illuviar when he saw him stumble into the bar. The youngster paused and just enjoyed the cool air. Outside, it was early summer and it was already scorching hot. "Hey there," Illuviar waved at the owner and nodded at a fridge with all kinds of cold drinks. "This is better," he sighed in pleasure after downing some cold juice. "My brother was in a meeting last night and his guys got to meet some crazy character." Illuviar finished his juice and sighed in relief. "That one was crazy, if you know what I mean. My brother isn't the brightest fellow around and isn't one to make stories, you know." "I know, buddy, I feel you," Carlo nodded, doing his best to radiate commiseration. This might be useful information, who knew? So that big black dude stands in front of the guys and starts preaching to them about fighting colonial oppression and other such shit. Illuviar waved his hands to help empathize with how crazy it all sounded. Carlo had to agree, yet with the whole world going insane over the past few days, who was he to judge? It might be some poor fuck who stayed too long under the sun. These things tended to happen. Then that dude brings out crates upon crates with weapons. Illuviar leaned so they wouldn't be easily overheard. I thought that was a moot point. The few other people in the place were too engrossed in watching TV to pay attention. "Those were some weird-looking guns, I tell you. Bro brought a crate of them. That man was giving them like they were ancient AKs. Now that got Carlo very interested. "I've got one in the trunk outside to show you, and we can give you the rest of the crate. You know what I want, and bro's ready to get legit. He doesn't want to get involved with this shit, even he's too smart for that." Illuviar nodded at the TV. Yes, if this weren't the prelude for an alien invasion, there would be hell to pay. That much the agent was sure of. He paid the proprietor and followed Alade outside to his car. Sure enough, some very awkward thing in the trunk looked more like a prop for a sci-fi movie than the real thing. I tell you what, we get this to the embassy, and if it's the real thing, you go get your people. We've got a deal. C equals. Part 2. C equals. My fellow people of Wakanda, I am Prince T'Challa, son of King T'Chaka. I regret to inform you that late last night, traitors to our country and us as people, not just citizens of Wakanda but humanity as a whole, launched a successful coup. They did it out of short-sighted lust for power and the utter belief in their superiority over everyone else. As if that wasn't a crime enough, then the plotters usurped command of the Wakanda military and launched an insane and unconscionable attack on civilian and infrastructure targets across the world. They aimed to cripple every other advanced country on the planet in an ill-thought bid to retain Wakanda's technological advantage. I beseech every loyal son and daughter of Wakanda to resist those mad men and women now ruling our country. I also ask our diplomats and war dog agents worldwide to surrender peacefully to local security forces before we as a people are declared subversive agents aiding an alien power. From the speech of Prince T'Challa, exiled heir to the throne of Wakanda. We have confirmation now, this isn't an alien invasion, it's actually harder to believe. Excuse me, it's just, I know those bastards are killing people as we speak, but an African kingdom out of legend that's more advanced than any other country on the planet. Aliens I could buy, but this? Wakanda, I've heard of the place, it's no larger than Switzerland. Are they insane to attack everyone? Yes, alien subversion, because that makes. I want to apologize about our colleague. I'm afraid that recent events were a bit too much for John to handle, and I honestly can't find in myself to blame him. I wish him a rapid and smooth recovery. Now, back to the news. Indeed, we are not being invaded by aliens, it's Wakanda, and that makes much less sense, or it should. From the infamous live CNN news broadcast, where John Gage found the reality we are now living too much to handle. Wakanda's onslaught continues, with stealth aircraft striking targets as far as Paris and Munich. We have memorable pictures of European Tiger attack helicopters chasing advanced aircraft at rooftop level in Vienna, and more recently, the French capital itself. Attack helicopters and ground-based anti-tank missiles so far prove the best tool to counter the unprovoked Wakandian attack. Euronews. Brief statements from the governments of Spain, Italy, Austria, France, and Germany condemn the acts of war committed against their countries and affirm that a state of war exists between them and Wakanda. While Austria is one of a handful of members of the European Union that isn't a NATO member, the country is still covered by the EU's defensive clauses, which the federal chancellor invoked minutes ago. All attacked NATO members have called for the activation of Article. BBC World News. Royal Navy deploys in the English Channel in a desperate bid to build a defensive wall between Wakanda-attacked craft rampaging in France and British airspace. BBC News. University of Bern, Switzerland, was just hit. Euronews. America is under attack. Locals report the sounds of explosions and low-flying aircraft in the vicinity of Hampton University, right beside Newport News. CNN. C equals. Virginia. United States. By the time the first Dragon squadrons reached U.S. airspace, both sides had time to learn valuable lessons. For Wakanda, this meant that simply hitting the target and trying to get away was much more dangerous than ever believed possible. Updated orders changed their targeting priorities. Instead of dispersed fighter groups going after targets to cover as much territory as possible, whole squadrons would now strike. Half of the Dragons would go for the target in question, while the rest would lead the way, hitting any defenses set up to shoot them down. For the United States military, it became painfully clear that much of the existing playbook for air defense didn't apply to the current situation. In Europe, NATO paid in blood to test the enemy's capabilities and known tactics. Latest generation interceptors flew perilously low because otherwise, they would inevitably miss their window of opportunity. Below them, attack helicopters and ground attack craft buzzed above cities and highways, waiting for their chance. The United States military first encountered the Wakanda Dragon and Talon fighters above Stuttgart in Germany. Their first encounter at home was above Hampton University, where the Wakandians went for the Department of Atmospheric and Planetary Sciences with a vengeance while strafing the whole campus with energy weapons. An Avenger died first, shredded before its crew knew they were targeted. A nearby Bradley followed, then Stinger teams burned as well. A Talon fighter flanked by two smaller dragons unleashed their firepower at the critical targets within the university campus, while their escorts went for any sign of danger they could find. And there were a lot of those. AWACS vectored in interceptors and fighters, while warships active in the bay pushed their radars to full power, illuminating Hampton. As small as the dragons were, they were pretty hot when firing. The Talon was larger and hotter. It had a bigger signature at a time and place where many sensors were looking for a target. A frigate and a missile cruiser emptied their VLC cells with AA missiles at what was practically point-blank range. Marine Apache and Harriers from the nearby Quantico swarmed the area searching for targets. The Wakandian pilots followed their training, which was to cover the Talon. Generally speaking, those royal fighters were meant to transport members of the royal family, tribal leaders, and other high-placed government members, or, on rare occasions, military strike teams. One of the primary tasks the Dragon pilots trained was protecting a Talon. They did so that night, which was precisely the wrong call. Ground-based and air-launched weapons struck the Talon before its cloaking system could be used again. Its tough vibranium armor held, yet the repeating hits didn't allow it to activate its stealth system. The dragons did as they were supposed to, under normal circumstances, hunting threats instead of cloaking and flying to their next target. Missile after missile struck the Talon while more and more U.S. aircraft flooded the area, shooting at anything in the air lacking a friendly IFF. With all civilian air traffic grounded, there were only friendly and hostile targets in the air, and it was obvious who was who. A Dragon fighter went alone against 3 Apache, facing them head-on. The pilot was confident in his skill and aircraft. He was among those who dismissed the news of losses in Europe as bad luck or insufficient maintenance. After all, as good as the Dragons and Talons were, they weren't magic. Human errors happened, both among the ground crews and in the air. They were the leading, and until this night, the only reason for Wakanda losing aircraft. The Apache Hydra missile pods and Hellfire missiles disagreed. As tough as the Dragon was, it was no tank. And at the end of the day, those weapons were far more deadly than most warheads carried by air-to-air or ground-to-air missiles. Energy blasts splashed the first helicopter even as it launched a salvo at the enemy, then cut into the second, smashing its engine and sending it plunging toward the ground. 6 anti-tank missiles and a spread of rockets slammed into the Dragon, blasting through its thin armor. Its pilot never knew what killed him and spread the burning pieces of his craft all over Ivy Home Road and the houses around it. A Harrier fell from the sky with its tail missing, barely avoiding crashing into Hampton Veterans Medical Center. The burning aircraft slammed into the parking lot, turning into a fireball that covered much of it. The Royal Talon strafed a Humvee and a Stryker, acting as part of the security for the medical center in case of an alien attack. Its energy cannons quickly smashed their armor and turned the vehicles into burning coffins. A Marine A-10, followed by 2 Harriers, went after the Talon, unleashing their full arsenal upon the fleeing heavy fighter. Cannon, never meant to hit flying targets, sent depleted uranium shells into the engines of the fleeing craft. Missiles followed, the newest iteration of the venerable Sidewinder and Hellfires guided by targeting pods. The Talon repeatedly shook until even its tough hide couldn't handle the repeated hammer blows. Something broke, and its engines spluttered. Dragons raced to aid it, barely evading missiles that had problems maintaining a targeting lock against their signatures. The fighting moved towards Langley Air Force Base, and recently deployed Patriot systems finally gained a lock on the enemy fighters. Missiles left their boxy launchers and entered the fray. A Dragon blew one of the Harriers out of the sky. At the same time, the other went into desperate evasive maneuvers and released chaff for what little it might do. Another opened fire on the A-10, which stubbornly kept flying behind the damaged Talon and peppered it with bursts of its cannon. Energy blasts melted one engine, then the second, and the tail followed, sending the Warthog into the river between Langley and Willow Oaks. The Dragon's pilot didn't have time to enjoy his victory. A missile slammed into the back of her craft, followed by a second that nearly sent it out of control. She struggled to level it up and wildly looked around. Rear cameras and sensors focused on a black aircraft with its belly open to reveal a missile rack. One after another, two more weapons launched at the Dragon, and despite the pilot's attempt to avoid them, they tracked it like ravenous bloodhounds. The anti-tank munitions hit true, tearing the Dragon in two and spreading its burning remains over the water. A second and a third Raptor went after the enemy fighter chasing one of the Marine Harriers. The older fighter wasn't fast enough or agile enough compared to the one chasing it. Its pilot was skilled, yet the Marine could do only so much to avoid the energy blasts that came closer and closer to his fighter until two slammed into the right wing and tore it off, just as a second pair struck behind the cockpit, turning the Harrier into a flying bonfire. The Dragon's pilot was so focused on the chase that he didn't even see what hit him before he lost control and crashed in front of Langley's front gates. The crippled Talon banked left, trying to avoid as much of the incoming fire as possible. More enemy firepower found its mark, and it finally was too much. The engines cut off and the Royal fighter nose-dived, smashing into the statue of a large airplane. The surviving Dragons went to provide air cover for the crashed Talon, even as a word from Wakanda came to break off and go for their next target. It was too little, too late. Over 100 U.S. Air Force and Marines aircraft were in the area and low enough to see and fire at the Dragons. Patriot emplacements could also see them, feeding data and movement vectors to the AWACS controlling the battle. The brief, deadly clash that followed saw the U.S. fighters use all their remaining missiles. In exchange, only a single Dragon managed to limp out of the furball and flee, cloaking successfully and retreating at low speed, all its damaged engine could sustain. Meanwhile, 5 more squadrons of Wakandian fighters flew through U.S. airspace, seeking targets. One of them carried 2 strike teams, meant to ensure that Tony Stark wouldn't see the next sunrise. 47. Phase 15 Parts 3 and 4 AN1. It appears I need to make this explicitly clear. Wakanda's putschists didn't launch the ongoing attacks intending to start a war against the rest of the world. They did it under a set of arrogant assumptions based on the belief of how superior their technology still was, and doctrines that haven't been tested against a peer opponent. If a few things were different, and those are things Wakanda should be perfectly capable of developing if people decided they needed them, the unfolding attacks would have had a very different outcome. They would have been much smaller in scope due to limited ammunition stockpiles and ammo load of the Wakandan craft, however. The odds of anyone detecting and shooting down a Dragon or a Talon before they could cloak again would be minuscule. The plan was basically to cripple the rest of the world and derail its uplift, while remaining hidden, because the expectation was that the outsiders wouldn't be able to see or kill the Wakandan fighters. Without T'Challa's warning, and if Wakanda had a more modern doctrine and weapons to go for it for their air force, that plan would have had a chance of working, because no one knows about Wakanda being a technologically advanced civilization. The plausible answer without a shot-down fighters and bodies to examine would have been an alien incursion aimed at keeping humanity tame, so to speak. Of course, this would have lasted until one of the war dogs' assassination or sabotage attempts blew up in their faces, but that's another question. AN2, we see a similar thing in this update. If such an attack happened a year or two earlier, the Wakandan commandos might have succeeded, because Tony Stark's security detail would be unlikely to have the firepower to stop them. While the vibranium armor doesn't make the commandos invincible, it assures that blunt trauma they suffer from impacts it couldn't fully mitigate would only be deadly in the medium to long run, allowing them to push through with their mission. Add potential combat stimulants, and yeah, you've got discount super soldiers right there that could simply walk through small arm fire. Sword-packing HMGs, saws, blasters, and grenade launchers on the other hand, is a bit too much for the armor to handle, and you can lob grenades over their shields. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 15, The Wakanda Affair. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Is this WW3? Wakandian airstrikes confirmed in India and China. Japan and South Korea are expecting attacks within the hour. CNN. A second Battle of Britain. After minutes-long engagement above Paris, Wakanda aircraft strike targets on British soil. BBC. We have an incredible video from the battle over the Camelot fusion reactor in construction near London. A shacking camera showed glimpses of a construction site before rising. It caught a black aircraft rising straight up in the air, followed by a couple of Harriers. A few helicopters could be seen in the distance, launching missiles. A pulse of energy erupted from the Wakanda fighter. Approaching missiles blew up in mid-flight, followed by the Harriers. The first one crumpled as if hitting a brick wall, then blew up in a spectacular fireball. The same happened with the side of the second, which appeared to bounce off the sphere of expanding energy. Its left wing shredded, quickly followed by the back of the fighter breaking. It was already falling to pieces before its fuel ignited, immolating the fragments in an oddly shaped fireball. At the same time, the Talon apparently lost power and fell like a brick. Missiles streaking from the ground, side, and above struck its tumbling form, shrouding it in fire and shrapnel. The Wakandian craft regained power but not complete control. It managed to turn at the last moment so its belly hit the ground, and it sheared through construction equipment until coming to a stop at the far end of the construction site. The video blinked, showing a recording from a soldier's helmet camera. Muffled voices shouted and cursed. A Challenger tank came rolling from the left, and its cannon thundered, shaking the camera just as the Talon tried to lift. The black aircraft rotated in place, trying to turn, when the round hit at a wrong angle, glancing off and shearing a burning streak of metal. An Apache roared overhead and unleashed a barrage of rockets at the Talon, slamming it back into the ground when it attempted to rise. The tank cannon spoke again, and this time it struck true. The round slammed into the cockpit and broke through the armored glass. Fire and smoke blasted out of the aircraft as it swiveled to the right and skidded to a stop by crashing into the side of a crane. BBC News. Cambridge University was just hit hard. The defensive force deployed there proved to lack sufficient firepower to stop the Wakandian onslaught. Emergency services are swarming the area looking for survivors from the Grenadier Guards who were deployed to the site earlier today. BBC News. Wakanda strikes targets within India with a vengeance, taking advantage of less effective resistance. Casualties mount as Wakanda changes tactics and attacks with entire squadrons, aiming to eliminate ground defenses first. Associated Press XINHUA reports heavy fighting in the air in western China. CNN. C equals. Razor flight. Somali airspace. 6 Rafale fighters flew in pairs, forming a loose protective triangle around a full strike of 12 Super Retentard strike craft. They all flew heavy with anti-tank missiles and fuel tanks, carrying only a couple of air-to-air missiles. Each fighter had a reconnaissance pod attached, both recording and streaming back to the carrier. Every pilot knew they very well might be going on a one-way mission. They all volunteered anyway. France was under attack, and from what they got through briefing, watching the news and the ever-persisting rumors, stopping the attacks proved futile. The only saving grace was the target selection, which was generally idiotic. Command suspected that the enemy had committed practically their whole air force on the offensive, which in theory was foolish. It was also foolish to declare war on the entire world, but there they were. The purpose of the exercise, no matter how suicidal it might be, was simple. Test the enemy's air defense network, find targets to hit with cruise missiles, and if at all possible, force them to recall at least a part of their air force and deploy it into a defensive posture. That was easier said than done because satellite images showed only a third-world hellhole with nothing hinting at advanced technology, much less the capability to build the kind of futuristic fighters that were busy rampaging across many parts of the world. If it weren't for the prudent radio silence, the pilots would be discussing the persistent rumor that hostile aliens were involved and that they were using Wakanda as a proxy to test and cripple Earth. That theory certainly made more sense than a hidden technologically advanced civilization in Central Africa of all places. A society that was more advanced than the rest of the world by a large margin, no less. Just being black didn't make you an idiot or incapable of being an accomplished scientist or engineer, for example, unless you asked a racist anyway. A third of the pilots were, in fact, black, and their buddies didn't have a problem with them. Well, no problem with their skin color anyway. No, the issue with the whole concept the pilots had was different. By necessity, every one of them was a highly trained specialist intimately familiar with advanced technology and engineering. They were all reasonably aware of what it took to design and build one of the fighters they were flying, and even more acutely familiar with all the work that went down in ensuring their Rafales and strike fighters didn't break down. It wasn't the concept of an advanced African civilization that bothered them. A hidden one, on the other hand, that was much harder to accept in the age of Google Maps. Hell, they all consulted both satellite images and maps provided by intelligence and Google Maps, too, if for no other reason than to compare them and look for inconsistencies that could mark possible targets. A small city with a smaller airport was the supposed capital, and primitive villages were dotted around the border. Most of the country was a wilderness with no valuable resources to make invading the place worth it. That was obviously false. You couldn't build an advanced civilization without tons and tons of resources. Razor flight crossed the invisible line dividing Somalian airspace with that of Kenya, relying on ECM pods to avoid detection by the few radars that lazily illuminated the skies. Yesterday, this would and could be considered an act of war that France would have thought long and hard about committing. Doing so would have been a political disaster. Today, Razor Flight had orders to shoot down and neutralize any aircraft or SAM system that proved to be hostile, then proceeded to test Wakanda's air defense network. Frankly, none of the pilots particularly liked the implication of those orders. The world changed in the past week, and they were sure it wasn't for the better. C equals General Dynamics Research Facility. Outside of New York City, Sword 1, usually stationed at Fort Drum, was the flagship unit of the organization, tasked with testing and developing doctrine for the use of all the experimental weapons SI, and others could create and evaluate if they would make a practical addition to Sword's arsenal. Virtually every soldier serving as infantry in the unit wore a passive exoskeleton. Back at the base, they had the first powered prototype undergoing preliminary testing. They also had armor plates of titanium gold allow protecting their chests, with more mundane and cheap secondary armor providing excellent protection compared to what regular infantry had available. After Sword 2's encounter with the destroyer, no one bothered with regular small arms or sidearms. Instead, they went for more ammo, grenades, and explosives in the hope that such firepower could make a dent in the next crazy alien thing that came to kill them. Saws with AP ammo and HMGs with the same, meant to deal with light vehicles, were the lightest firepower anyone except for a few of Stark's bodyguards bothered to carry. The latter, including Sword personnel attached to the counselor, was in the basement of the building. Outside, Sword 1 was busy digging in and setting up what hopefully might be a useful ambush for the expected Wakanda onslaught. There were whole squadrons of fighters and interceptors in the air, and a mechanized battalion of the National Guard was on its way. That should have been more than enough concentrated firepower to make anyone sane think twice before jumping in its teeth. Whoever ran Wakanda after usurping the royal family was anything but sane. Everyone in the military with a vague idea of the strategic situation agreed. The skies rumbled with the sound of jet engines, and if you had good enough hearing, you could hear helicopters approaching in the distance. Wakanda's squadron dedicated to taking out Tony Stark didn't care. 6 dragons decloaked and moved in pairs, strafing any ground targets they could detect. At the same time, 2 Talon fighters hovered above the building. Their cloaks rippled when the warriors jumped out to land on the roof and opened fire with vibranium weapons on the sword personnel stationed there. Missiles rose to meet the onslaught, and U.S. Air Force aircraft dove to clash with the Wakandian squadron. =C=. Part 4. =C=. General Dynamics Research Facility. Outside of New York City. Explosions rocked the building they were supposed to protect. Avengers went up in flames, and the front of a striker burst in fire like overripe watermelon. Soldiers digging in around the building followed suit, cut to bits by energy weapons. Enemy commandos on the row, the warning over the radio cut off in a pained scream. Inside, intercept the bastards. Sergeant Morales barked and ran to the entrance of the research complex. Corporal Julia Simmons followed suit, and the rest of her fire team joined her, all moving with awkward-looking gait due to their exosuits. After Afghanistan, Julia had hoped for a relatively quiet posting back home. She got a medal and what sounded like a great way not to be shot up by Taliban fuckers. It was also a posting stateside, so she jumped at it without a second thought. Julia felt like Alice jumping headfirst into the rabbit hole, but with less warning. The truth about aliens and SWORD was mind-blowing. At least she got to play with equipment that was beyond bleeding edge, and what were the odds of aliens really invading? Now the corporal cursed herself for her optimism. It sounded all too much like taunting Murphy, and now the bastard was back with a vengeance. "We lost the roof, no contact with the units there," the sergeant shouted to be heard. More and more explosions outside shook the floor. Fighters roared as they came down to engage the enemy, making the chaotic sounds of combat that much worse. A pale-faced group of security led the squad deeper in the facility. The poor bastards had SMGs and the odd carbine, and only soft body armor to protect them. Odd vibrations and thumps echoed throughout the building. "We have at least 12 hostiles with energy weapons blowing their way through the floors," the leader of the local security proclaimed after listening to his radio for a few moments. The tall black man scowled and pointed to the right. "If they keep going, we can intercept them that way before they reach the basement." "You heard the man," Morales shouted and jogged after the rent-a-cop. Outside, a jet roared right above the building, making all the windows inside rattle. More and more explosions sent vibrations and shocks through the complex, and it wasn't a small or flimsy-built building. The security detachment led them around an administrative center and past a cafeteria towards a series of offices and a large presentation auditorium. Most of the sensitive laboratories are below grounds, with less sensitive and safe research happening upstairs, the leader of the security team explained. "I don't want to think what will happen if those fools blast their way into the wrong lab. There are all kinds of volatile shit in there." Loud cracks and odd sounds came from above, before something heavy hit the ceiling. "They're right above us." The boss said they just split in 2 teams. The bastards just looked at the floor and decided not to continue blasting their way down. "They might be able to see us through the ceiling. Thermals." "Just hot shit that might be concrete, Sarge," reported one of the operatives equipped with thermal vision instead of more regular night vision goggles. "They might have some kind of stealth suits." "Energy weapons, invisible fighters and transports, sure, why wouldn't they be invisible too?" the sergeant grouched. "They aren't invisible, are they?" he asked the General Dynamics Security. "The boss can track them through the cameras. What about thermal, Chief?" "No, I see. They don't show on thermal cameras. We have some of those too." A few of the SWORD operatives grumbled and pushed up their thermal vision. "Simmons, get half the unit and go intercept the first group. The rest of us are going after the others," Morales decided. "You heard the sergeant. Who will guide us?" Julia demanded. "I will, ma'am. Chekhov Crowley with me. The rest of you are with the sergeant. Let's go." They got back to the cafeteria just in time to see blue energy bolts soot through the ceiling before a rough circle simply collapsed with a deafening crash. It broke a table and sent chairs flying in all direction in the middle of a cloud of smoke and concrete. A figure jumped feet in. Incoming, Julia snapped and took aim with her prototype blaster. The figure in front of her raised a hand, having a cape weaved around it, and a square glowing shield formed before it. It didn't waver as the intruder stepped forward and leveled. Was that a spear they were holding in their right hand? The sheer surprise of seeing that spear slowed her down for a moment, allowing the intruder to open fire. A pulse of blue energy erupted from the tip of the archaic-looking weapon and slammed into the chest of a security guard. The soft armor he wore offered no protection, and the energy bolt burned its way through his chest and erupted from his back in a shower of boiling blood. A second intruder jumped into the cafeteria, and Julia opened fire without a second thought. The rest of the unit and remaining security followed suit, showering the enemy with bullets and blaster bolts. The shield flickered at the impacts but held. A few bullets struck the top of the first hostile's head, snapping it back a bit, but had no other effect. The second intruder moved beside the first, deploying a shield of his own, and opened fire with a spear rifle or whatever that thing was. One of the sword operatives fell with a pained scream, followed by a second security guard. Grenades! Julia's voice snapped like a whip, loud enough to be heard over the deafening firefight. Behind her, two of the sword operatives with grenade launchers stepped forward. The thumps of their weapons were virtually inaudible under the constant roar of machine guns. Just as a third figure dropped through the hole in the ceiling, two grenades soared above the shields and landed behind the armored attackers. Their detonations trashed the cafeteria and threw the three enemies flying in various directions. A fourth jumped in moments later, and before they could activate their shield, everyone opened fire at them. It was like something out of a movie, with the target literally dancing back under the impacts until it finally fell to the ground, twitching. "We've got two more upstairs, moving away," the security chief announced after a few seconds of silence. "Sanders, Pavlovich, make sure these people are down for the count and stay that way. Keep an eye on that hole as well. The rest of you are with me, we have more of these to hunt." "Just what the fuck?" Simmons muttered as she slowly walked forward towards the closest body and examined it. It was a buff woman wearing a form-fitting black armor, a spear that could shoot blue shit, and what appeared to be a regular, if colored, cape that can produce an energy shield. "What the hell?" Julia saw Sanders push the cape of another downed enemy with his boot, and it appeared to be a regular fabric. "I don't know or care. We can put them down, and that is what matters right now." "Fuck me," Sanders exclaimed and opened fire at the body by his feet when it stirred up and tried to move. It shook under the impact of heavy bullets. "Check the others," Julia barked and aimed at the woman before it. At a closer look, her chest was moving, if slowly, so she was still alive. Julia rolled her to her back with a foot, taking a closer look to the armor. It was some kind of black fabric with inserts of dark metal for additional protection. To survive two grenades blowing up that close to your back, that was some sci-fi shit right there. Julia's own exosuit and its armor might protect her from the shrapnel, but would do nothing to stop the overpressure wave, which was the real killer at short range. Fragments killed and wounded beyond the lethal radius of the explosion itself. They were kind of a moot point if something deadly detonated close enough. 48, Phase 15, Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 15, The Wakanda Affair. C equals. Part 5. C equals. Royal Palace. The Golden City. Wakanda. None of this was supposed to happen. You need to explain yourself, M'Baku roared. Behind him, his two guards looked particularly murderous. M'Kathu looked up from the holo display showing attrition rates and confirmed successful strikes. The former was already catastrophic, and the latter was far from enough to cripple the outside world properly. "That is a conversation for us alone," M'Kathu grumbled. M'Baku dismissed his guards with a gesture, and the leader of the border tribe waited until he got a confirmation that the door behind them was sealed shut. "We gambled and lost," the old warrior glowered. "Spare me your fake outrage. You knew exactly what you were supporting when you backed us to remove T'Chaka. We always had only two realistic options. We would either be fully open to the outside world, something most of our people would only accept with a blade to their throat, and some not even then, or reverse the outsiders' technological advancement. I went for what those fools demanded because it was the only plan within grasp that might work." "Do you really believe that?" M'Baku sounded much calmer and genuinely curious now. "We've seen the outsiders' anti-air missiles in action. They are all but useless against the armor of our fighters. The few somewhat dangerous models exist in minimal numbers, and our pilots had orders to prioritize taking out ground defenses before pursuing their primary targets in the relevant regions." "Then why do I hear that much of our Air Force is dead?" "A third to a fourth by the time it's all over," M'Kathu corrected him. "Ordering retreat would have warned our friends in the war dogs and their backers, and we can't have that. As for the reason why, we underestimated the outsiders' other weapons and overestimated the capabilities of our fighters. That has proven to be a lethal equation and not in our favor." "Do you intend another coup so soon after the first?" M'Baku scoffed. "We are now at war with the whole world, or at least the parts of it that matter. It is not a war we can win. However, we are in the middle of Africa and our location shields us. After this campaign ends, we will conserve and rebuild our air force as much as possible. There will be months until the outsiders muster a force to come and conquer us. The war dogs and their supporters should be gone by then, and I, as the commander of our military, will fall on my blade. So will you, M'Baku. We will be the sacrifice that will allow Wakanda to endure what is to come." "Your loyalty to Wakanda is commendable, old warrior. I salute you." M'Baku nodded, and respect shone in his eyes. "However, I can't allow you just to surrender. We need more time." M'Baku's next nod was different. M'Kathu stared at the Jabari tribe's elder in incomprehension. Old instincts kicked in, and he moved, surging to his feet. His hands went for the vibranium blade hanging from his blade. M'Kathu felt a burning sting in his neck. His hands refused to move, and his legs gave away under him. He collapsed, hitting his chin on the desk on the way down. Strong hands gripped M'Kathu's shoulders, rolling him to his back. A cool, hard palm touched his neck, and he stared at an inhuman face. As the elder watched, the face above him slowly shifted into a replica of his own, just a grayish-green one before the color darkened, and he was looking into his mirror image. "You are right, M'Baku. We can't just surrender." The impossible imposter spoke in a perfect replica of M'Kathu's voice. "After their mission is done, we will recall and conserve our air force. They will be in use when the outsiders gather a ground force to come and invade. A few months should be enough to develop new weapons, allowing our fighters to strike outside of the enemy's effective range. We will let the outsiders advance, then destroy their logistics and strand them in the middle of nowhere. That will buy us sufficient time, would it not?" M'Kathu heard the door open, and heavy footsteps softly echoed over the metal floor. "I can assure you mining operations continue apace. We will have an impressive haul. That much vibranium, we could retire with our share of the spoils." That was Zawavari's voice, but it was impossible. M'Kathu saw her body. She died in the coup alongside T'Chaka. She had also been replaced. It suddenly dawned on the paralyzed man. All M'Kathu could do was watch with impotent horror as what could only be an alien looked down at him and smiled again. "We must thank you. Without your people or the war dogs, we would have never been in a position to do this. We will drink in your honor when we retire and enjoy the spoils of this adventure." M'Kathu's face smiled happily at him, and he knew no more. == General Dynamics Research Facility. Outside of New York City. Waiting in the basement, alongside many scared scientists and engineers, and even more people who muttered to themselves in disbelief, wasn't my idea of fun. However, even with a very eager and ready-for-action Mjolnir floating by my side like an attacked dog, I couldn't justify going out and hunting those sent to kill me. That was a novel experience. Back in the day, this would only be true if I was busy commanding a battle. or dealing with political issues that simply couldn't be set aside for something as mundane as an assassination attempt. With the state of the Force in this universe, and the reality of how much my body could handle even its diminished glory, the equation was very different these days. The least I would need to feel confident I wasn't being a complete imbecile would be a good set of Beskar armor. Beskar was obviously out of reach even if it existed in this universe. Armor-wise, a proper power armor, ideally portable, would be the best answer I was likely to get anytime soon. In theory, enhancing my body could help. However, such things tend to play poorly with the Force. One day, Reed Richards may act as a useful test subject. Until then, there were two pressing issues. First, the metal in my chest wasn't getting out in the next few years at the very least. The odds of death or getting stuck in a bed due to complications were excessive. They would gradually decline over the coming years, but that was cold comfort right now. The armor issue was more vexing because it was at least partly under my control. I could design a passable power armor right now. Yet, I lacked the tools and technologies to make it more than a slow firepower magnet that couldn't take enough punishment to matter. Existing armor alloys that can be produced outside of trace amounts in a laboratory were lacking and would remain out of reach for a few years at the very last. A ballistic gel with non-Newtonian properties to mitigate or neutralize shock waves was under development, but potentially years away. Miniaturized power source. A backpack-sized arc reactor might cut it. However, without other vital components, the absolute best I could do right now was a powered exoskeleton that could resist light weapons fire. The precursors to that technology were either in development or in testing, and it was only a question of time before my engineers in SI cracked all the issues. Such armor, while helpful, was far below what I would require to get into a fight. The answers were right here, just out of reach, and they would remain so until the next steps of the uplift were completed. Now, of course, there was a new addition to the equation I was eager to get my hands on, and my would-be assassins were courteous enough to bring advanced gear for me to study. It was an entirely different question of how Wakanda got ahead of the rest of the world. Every instance, I was aware of involved one faction on a planet being in contact with the Wilder Galaxy and simply trading for what they could. That was what I wanted and needed to get the uplift a booster shot or 10. I hoped Thor's people might provide a solution that would save us years, if not decades, of effort, yet instead, they were now a potential threat. Wakanda, whatever the truth about it, fell in the same category. Why weren't those bastards willing to trade? Any price we could afford without compromising the uplift effort would have been a bargain we would eagerly go for, and I was sure I was talking with the World Council's authority on this. Distant and not-so-distant explosions kept shaking the building, and Mjolnir kept prodding me to go out and have fun. I was beginning to wonder if it influenced Thor in being Thor. I looked at the hammer with questions in my eyes, and it did its best innocent expression, so to speak. Mr. Stark, the last known member of the enemy strike teams, has been neutralized, the leader of my sword-issued bodyguards informed me. Status of the air raid. Most remaining enemy aircraft have been damaged and attempting to retreat while the Air Force is in pursuit. We are to bunker here until heavy reinforcements arrive to move you to a safe location, sir. Make sure to grab some of the attackers' gear for study, I reminded them. It wasn't like there were many people better qualified to take the first crack at anything salvaged from the ongoing fighting. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Razor flight. Wakanda airspace. The French pilots were surprised no one and nothing had intercepted them yet 10 minutes after entering Wakanda's airspace. They kept flying and recording what their recon pods could glean, which was the expected small village herds of goats, and the people keeping an eye on them. One of the pilots was quite sure he gleaned a small group galloping on horseback. Yet there was no trace of an advanced civilization capable of striking across Europe and beyond with stealth craft that blew the American bombers and F-22s out of the water. One thing Command thought obvious, and the pilots agreed: modern cities were hotter than the surrounding areas. One of the best places to hide one was where no one would think twice about seeing hot spots on thermal. Even if you somehow concealed a city, what about the heat it produced? Wakanda conveniently had such places near its border with Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. That region contained more than a few volcanoes, which have been partially active for centuries. They could detect no tracking radars, a trace of modern civilization, or even towns and cities resembling those they flew over while passing through Kenya before reaching Lake Victoria. Half of Razor Flight flew high, just below the cloud cover. At the same time, the rest went low in the hope of avoiding effective detection by any SAM emplacements. On the ground, surprised people looked with confusion at the unfamiliar aircraft flying above them. Here and there, members of the border tribe who weren't deployed in the cities to keep the peace reported the intrusion. However, while noted, those first reports were dismissed as distraction attempts by units that obviously were not loyal to the new regime. Orders went down the chain of command to detain and interrogate the warriors who raised a false alarm. By the time more and more reports reached the new leadership, which was stretched thin trying to keep the country together and maintain an illusion of strength and legitimacy, it was too late. Wakanda was a small country, and the French fighters flew quickly. In 10 minutes, the air raid could cover almost 200 kilometers, moving at the maximum subsonic speed of the strike fighters. That was fast enough to cover a good chunk of the country's length. More importantly, it was just enough to get from the border near Lake Victoria to the holographic field surrounding the Golden City. After the coup, the people responsible for Wakanda's air defense were either dead or in custody, awaiting the military government's decision about their final disposition. The warriors of the border tribe crewing their stations were unfamiliar with their equipment. Their first reflex upon receiving a warning about intruding foreign aircraft was to run a diagnostic. Indeed, no outsider would dare attack Wakanda or know to do so. When people comprehended their new reality and began to react appropriately, the first French strike fighter was less than a minute from flying above the Golden City. Of the Dragon and Talon squadrons that should have been Wakanda's first line of defense, there were literally a handful of aircraft left in the country, with a few designated as transport for the new leadership and not meant to engage in combat. That left only a few dragons that had returned from delivering weapons and were being loaded with their next batch of cargo while their crews rested. A ring of automated concealed energy cannons was meant to provide a second line of defense and back up the Air Force in case of an attack. When they were activated, the French aircraft were out of range, leaving only the Golden City's defenses to meet them. Several weapon emplacements were built into the hills, cradling Wakanda's real capital. The only issue with them was that opening fire would disrupt the holographic field covering the city, exposing its location to outsiders. The same was true for activating the shield. Ultimately, the order to activate those defenses came only after 2 Rafales, followed by 6 strike fighters, entered the hollow field, believing they were about to overfly a smoking volcano with its sides covered by lush forests. The French pilot's exclamation of surprise broke the radio silence, followed by excited reports to the rest of the flight and the carrier battle group, sailing off the Somalian coast and heading for the Persian Gulf at maximum speed. The holofield distorted and deflected their calls. If it wasn't for the rest of the flight flying right above the city acting as stations to transmit data to the Charles de Gaulle, the fighters that found themselves above the Golden City would have seemingly vanished without a trace. The automated cannons came online, and their armored hangars opened. Radars and more exotic sensors awoke, painting the airspace above the Golden City. However distorted their transmissions were, they were understandable. Warning icons and targets appeared on target computers. 3 Rafales and 6 strike fighters went evasive. Their planes' computers could detect the threats. In many cases, the pilots could see the cannons unlimber and begin tracking on the mountainsides beside them. In the city below, thousands, then tens of thousands, looked up with stunned disbelief. The cannons opened fire, throwing blue streaks of energy calibrated to avoid the tallest buildings in the city. Missiles answered them, and 6 more strike fighters descended like ravenous birds of prey. The remaining 3 Rafales stayed on station above the city, looking for threats and transmitting priceless information about Wakanda. Some cannons rotated to aim up and went to rapid fire, bracketing the descending strike fighters with energy bolts. Missiles and rockets slammed into the mountainsides, engulfing cannon emplacements in fire. A super Etendard blew up, touched by an energy bolt. A second one followed, proving not agile enough to break the targeting lock. A missile struck true, yet its warhead failed to detonate due to the too short distance it was launched from before impact. In the sky, 2 then 3 strike fighters died while racing to fly through the holographic field, but not before one unleashed its rockets and 2 gravity bombs in the general direction of the incoming fire. A fourth blew up as it flew through the hologram of a tree. The remaining 2 strike fighters lived long enough for their targeting pods to laze targets and launch missiles, followed by rockets and bombs. More explosions shook the cannons shooting up, throwing off their aim for precious moments. Seconds later, 2 more super Etendards blew up, spreading debris and burning fuel all over the Golden City. In response, the mountain range to the west of the capital turned into an inferno when the bomb and missiles struck true. Capacitors burst, and energy cannons blew up, turning into burning beacons. A single super Etendard and 2 Raphels were still alive below the holographic dome, and only because they were flying too low for the automated cannons to target without hitting the city itself. 3, then a 4th dragon finally rose to meet them, resulting in a short, one-sided air battle. At the same time, a Wakandan fighter shot down the last surviving Raphel within the city limits. The remaining French aircraft hit their afterburners and split, heading towards U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. Their mission was an unmitigated success, despite the heavy losses. NATO now knew the location of one of Wakanda's modern cities, as well as the area of some of its defenses and their capabilities. Now the carrier battle group had targets for cruise missiles, and they would launch them soon, matching the timing to ensure that NATO satellites would be above Wakanda the whole time the strike flew above the country. That, in turn, would reveal more targets for a follow-up strike that would be launched hours later from U.S. bases across the Middle East and U.S. Navy elements in the Persian Gulf. The following day, there would be no doubt that an unexpected and unwanted war came to Wakanda. Hundreds of thousands of angry and confused citizens would be demanding answers from their new government. 49, Phase 16 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 16. No one likes the taste of a future war. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Reports of Wakandan airstrikes are finally petering off across the globe. In the U.S., we have reports of explosions and air battles stretching from New Orleans, where Dillard University is on fire in the southern U.S., to St. Louis, where Wakandan fighters struck industrial targets. CNN. U.S. citizens are scared, stunned by the attacks, and outraged. Social media is lit on fire with demands for bloody retribution and increasing calls for nuclear retaliation. CNN. A major battle occurred just outside New York. Social media pinpointed Tony Stark's location in the area of the General Dynamics Research and Development Facility. Emergency services and police were dispatched to the site, which is currently locked under martial law. CBS. Attacks across the U.S., China, and Japan, and the first strikes of South Korea suddenly ceased. Experts claim that the likely reason is a possible high attrition rate suffered by Wakanda's Air Force. Euronews, a French government source, announced an air raid carried by the Charles de Gaulle Air Wing striking targets within Wakanda as the possible reason the air onslaught ceased. AFP. NATO officials confirm a successful raid launched by the French Marine National. Euronews Wakandan air power attacked Charles de Gaulle carrier battle group as it approached the Persian Gulf. Unconfirmed reports point to hundreds of casualties. France's sole nuclear-powered carrier is reportedly still afloat, but likely mission killed. This makes a second NATO-affiliated carrier disabled in the same general area, if by different nations and weapons. Are we seeing the end of carrier dominance of the oceans? BBC World News. The French raid confirms beyond a shadow of a doubt that Wakanda is a hidden technologically advanced country, with what experts claim is potentially technology literally out of this world. The French Ministry of Defense released videos from air combat above a futuristic city that appeared to be hidden by an enormous holographic field and defended by energy cannons built into the mountainsides around it. URONEWS. In a short statement, President Obama affirms that all weapons within the United States military arsenal are on the table to defend the people and integrity of the United States and our allies. However, at this time, the U.S. government is not contemplating launching a first nuclear strike. However, any deployment of WMDs or attack on critical infrastructure with the potential to create widespread damage, like nuclear power plants and dams, will be considered unacceptable escalation and will warrant a nuclear response. President Obama also confirmed that this includes such attacks or WMD deployment against targets within the United States or U.S. troops deployed overseas and attacks on our allies. CNN =C=. Shield site blue. Location classified. United Kingdom. T'Challa sat on a not particularly comfortable chair, wearing a warm suit provided by his host. His little sister was beside him, sipping tea and looking at the wall with a far-off expression on her face. Io leaned the wall behind him, with her steely gaze focused on the door to what they all knew was an interrogation room. The prince knew that warning the outside world was the right call. The same was true about his public call for all Wakanda diplomatic personnel, and wore dogs to cease following orders from the madmen in control of Wakanda. All that was cold comfort. After arriving at this side under heavy military escort, T'Challa had access to a TV and thus the ongoing news of constant attacks by the Wakanda Air Force. The only saving grace there was the targets, which in most cases had been evacuated. His people thus killed only a few civilians, with most casualties being either military personnel or caused by the world's attempt to defend itself. Of course, morally, it was all on Wakanda, and there was going to be hell to pay. T'Challa knew there were radical factions within the country. However, he had thought that his father, the War Dogs, and Dora Milaje had it all in hand. Well, they all found out they were catastrophically wrong on that account. Only Dora Milaje didn't fail completely. Otherwise, he and Shuri wouldn't be in this place feeling sorry for themselves and contemplating how they might save Wakanda if at all possible. The door opened, and an older British woman entered. She wore a brown business suit and carried a steaming cup of tea in one hand and a tablet in the other. Prince T'Challa, Princess Shuri, we have much to discuss. I am Counselor Pamela Hawley, representing SWORD, an international organization tasked to deal with extraterrestrial incursions. What does that have to do with the crisis at hand? There are no aliens involved. Shuri perked up and asked a pointed question. Don't get me wrong. It's not the idea of an advanced civilization in Africa built by black people that give people pause. How you managed to remain hidden for so long, and the level of technological superiority your attack has revealed raises many questions. Many believe the most plausible explanation is that you've had alien help if you aren't proxies aliens are using to cripple the rest of the world. Why, some claim that the technologies your attacks have demonstrated to date are literally out of this world. And if this is the case, the consequences will be grave. Then this becomes more than the act of madmen who hijacked control over your country and military. T'Challa closed his eyes and thought rapidly. He knew the truth, yet it wouldn't paint Wakanda in a better light, on the contrary. Then again, being declared traitors to humanity had all kinds of implications he didn't want to contemplate and were to be avoided. The truth doesn't paint my country in a better light than being alien collaborators. For a long time, until the early 80s, Wakanda's intelligence service, the War Dogs, kept stealing or buying technologies from the outside world and sabotaging research and development until the last years of my grandfather's reign as a king. That, combined with vibranium, the foundation of our technologies, allowed Wakanda to gain and retain its position as the technologically most advanced country on the planet. Industrial espionage we can provisionally overlook, everyone does it. Buying technology, even if it's classified and restricted, everyone has been doing it as well. Now sabotage to keep the rest of the world down, which will be harder to swallow, Hawley concluded. Vibranium? Elaborate. It is an extraterrestrial material from a meteorite, so that is the only alien connection we have. The material has properties like nothing else on Earth. Vibranium and its alloys allow for the development and practical use of technologies that would be otherwise out of reach for years, or even decades to be practical, T'Challa explained. Is that how you got your cloaking system? That's a fascinating story. Shuri looked properly alive for the first time since the coup. Our scientists cracked it while researching how to create an energy shield able to protect cities from nuclear weapons during the height of the Cold War. It overlaps with our holographic technology as well. You see, vibranium-based electronics and alloys we use in our holographic emitters allow them to sustain channeling much more energy than mere holograms require. We already knew that because our warriors' energy shields are based on the same principles. We are using a combination of technologies to project a holographic field around our aircraft, which uses cameras and integrated sensors to create and maintain a coherent illusion that there is nothing to see. Of course, that's only the first step, because doing so would only hide a plane from cameras and the naked eye. Next, we use some of our shield principles to bend light and electromagnetic radiation around the vessel in question, making it slide around it as if there is nothing to see. Finally, heat. That is a big problem that requires vibranium-based heatsinks to store. While they are a pain to build and maintain, they can store heat from a cloaked vessel of the size and power we build for up to a day of flight, giving them global reach while invisible. How does that prevent your fighters from appearing on thermal cameras? Hawley probed. That's again the application of the shield technology. Of course, our fighters don't have the power generation for the kind of shield that will be useful in combat or to protect them from a crash any better than their armor, so installing proper shields on them is a moot point. However, the basic technology at low power can be used to absorb the heat radiated by the vessel, including engine exhaust, instead of radiating a large part of it out. It creates a feedback loop to the heat sinks. After all, an energy shield not only has to reflect as much energy as feasible, it needs to absorb punishment, including thermal energy. We use that principle to hide the heat of our fighters. Even better, we can use vibranium heat sinks to turn some of that heat into electricity for use by the vessel in question, which further increases how long it could remain cloaked. Hawley was sure this explanation would be invaluable to scientists and engineers worldwide, just like everything this girl might know. It still didn't give a clue on how to actually detect Wakanda's fighters, which was her next question. C equals. Part 2. C equals. U.S. Congress will vote on a formal declaration of war against Wakanda later today. Due to the threat of airstrikes in Washington, the voting will be held remotely, with Congress members remaining dispersed in undisclosed locations for their safety. For most intents and purposes, this will be a mere formality after Wakanda's explicit acts of war against the United States and our allies. NATO's Article V has been activated by all attacked NATO members and the EU's defensive clauses. We have confirmed pledges of honoring said clauses from 20 of the EU's member states, with the rest expected to follow soon after their governments follow through lawful procedures required to formally declare war against Wakanda. CNN. Within hours of Wakanda's attacks, Israel, India, China, Japan, and South Korea declared war on Wakanda. Singapore followed suit just an hour ago, even though it wasn't attacked. Australia and New Zealand's parliaments are in meetings as of right now, and we expect to hear declarations of war from them as well. This might be World War III in a format no one could have imagined. BBC World News. The casualties of the Second Battle of Britain keep mounting. We have confirmed over 150 military personnel as dead or wounded, and the civilian casualties are over 1,000. A sad reality is that most of the wounded civilians were injured by ordnance used by the British military in their desperate attempts to fend off the Wakandan raids. That fits with news from Europe, the US, and the Middle East. Experts claim that this surprising tragic fact has a simple explanation. due to the nature of the stealth systems utilized by the Wakandan aircraft. Successfully targeting them proves extremely hard. Many missiles launched at them lost lock on the target and eventually crashed, causing collateral damage. While morally, there is no doubt that the blame lies with Wakanda's illegal regime that took power through a coup hours before the attacks, the realist of the situation leaves much to be desired. Consequently, we see limited protests against the indiscriminate use of weapons across Europe, matched by groups demanding an immediate end to the war and a sane, peaceful resolution. The most surprising part is an increasing number of counter-protests by people infuriated by Wakanda's unprovoked attacks. BBC News. Hundreds of thousands protest across many German cities, even as military combat engineers race to disarm live weapons expended during the fighting last night, and emergency services aid casualties and put down fires. In many cities, riot police are out in force, yet despite their best efforts, the situation is becoming ugly in places. We have Greens and left-leaning sympathizers condemning the war and demanding peace, now at any price. At the same time, we see an unprecedented split in the Green Party, with over a third of their members out in numbers condemning the attacks on universities and fusion infrastructure. They claim to be our best bet for a brighter future. Those groups are often met by counter-protests by angry and scared people demanding answers. The primary demand is for accountability as to why the Bundeswehr could not protect Germany and its citizens. There are escalating violent clashes between these groups of angry people and anti-war protesters. Euronews. Martial law was declared in the worst-hit parts of the U.S. At the same time, emergency services and military personnel secured possible live munitions after Wakanda attacked America. Despite government warnings, tens of thousands are out on the streets holding vigils for the dead and wounded during the Wakanda air raids in an atmosphere of fear, disbelief, and righteous rage. CBS. We are seeing more and more demands to bomb Wakanda back to the Stone Age and salt the ground in retaliation. This includes outright statements that President Obama shows unprecedented weakness as commander-in-chief by not ordering nuclear reprisal. New York Times. =C=. Sword HQ. New York. Counselor Stark, it's good to see you survived the recent unpleasantries intact. Hawley greeted me from a bunker in the UK. Today she was all formal and proper as it befitted the occasion. This meeting of SHIELD and Sword Oversight Councils, practically the World Council, was to reach a consensus about recommending all relevant governments a way to handle the ongoing Wakanda issue. Meanwhile, the regular militaries were scrambling to recover from the first round of the war and doing their best to absorb valuable lessons. At the same time, most politicians were busy putting out fires back home and across the world. It was our job, alongside many advisors, to suggest viable strategies to go forward. For the World Council, Sword, SHIELD, and the Illuminati, this would be a priceless opportunity to make our mark and put ourselves in a position to guide the whole world going forward. Danvers and Fury were busy updating us on the damage caused, losses inflicted and taken, and what measures SHIELD was taking to deal with the war dogs, Wakanda's intelligence service, or at least the significant part that didn't listen to Prince T'Challa's plea to surrender. I was more interested in what to do going forward. It was clear most of the damage was superficial, thanks to T'Challa's warning and the flawed planning of the people who launched the attacks. I am also glad to be in one piece, I smiled pleasantly to Hawley. I am also thankful to my would-be assassins for all the gifts they brought us. Do you already have something useful for us, Counselor Stark? I would have thought that even you would need a few days in a laboratory for that, Secretary Pierce asked aloud, interrupting Fury's update on the war dog's hunts. Oh, I'll need time to study all captured technology before I am ready to offer conclusions about how feasible it will be for reverse engineering and production. My observations are simple, amazing underlying technology, wasted on impractical if creative and interesting designs. We are looking at people who haven't fought a peer opponent, much less a modern war, in a very long time. This is good. The downside is that many improvements that should make their military orders of magnitude deadlier will be relatively simple and perfectly within their technological capabilities. You believe we can't afford to fight a prolonged war against Wakanda? Fury asked. The longer we wait, the higher the price to take them out conventionally will be. At the same time, rushing without a countermeasure for their stealth aircraft would be wasting an incredible number of assets for no good reason. I understand you have a working Wakandan fighter in custody, and most of another one relatively intact. I looked at Hawley. The same is true in our case. We have two of their heavy fighters somewhat intact after they took tremendous punishment, Danvers noted. Unless their cloaking and sensor systems are intact, that's a moot point. You asked if they have sensors able to defeat their own stealth, right? I asked Hawley. Eventually, Pamela nodded. Considering they were the only ones with such technology, to the best knowledge of our guests, Wakanda didn't put enough resources into proper countermeasures for their stealth systems. They were working on various ways to try and defeat the stealth, but to no avail as far as I know. This makes it even more imperative to study the intact fighter and its cloaking system. We need ways to track and target cloaked fighters before launching an invasion, or even before beginning serious efforts to build up the logistics for one. Otherwise, we will give more targets to the enemy, I pointed out. Further, from what I've seen of their technology, we want their production lines and scientific know-how intact. After we absorb it, it will push us decades forward, perhaps centuries, in certain areas. I can't stress hard enough how much we need Wakanda's technology to defend Earth better. Then you are another vote in the camp not to nuke Wakanda, Pierce nodded in approval. Don't tell me people seriously contemplate such idiocy unless Wakanda uses WMDs first, I snapped. Shields, armor, a different type of energy weapons to work on, the active camouflage. I can't stress enough how much we need these technologies. I must note that according to Prince T'Challa and Princess Shuri, Wakanda's technology is all based on a material called vibranium retrieved from a meteor that hit Wakanda thousands of years ago. It is a finite resource and far from enough to base world defense on. Of course not. We need the working examples of the technology and the people who built and designed it to figure out how to replicate it without relying on a finite resource. Doing so will save us a fortune and an incredible amount of time compared to developing those technologies from scratch. And compared to any alien technology we might recover or purchase for reverse engineering, we are talking about devices designed and built by humans. I can't stress this enough. We need Wakanda's industrial base intact. Suppose you must bomb their logistics and resource extraction sites until they're smoking craters. We can dig up their mines at leisure when the war is over, and no factory can build weapons without the right resources feeding it. That is the kind of recommendation and listening that we need, Pierce nodded sharply. 50, Phase 16 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 16. No one likes the taste of a future war. C equals. Part 3. C equals. Wakandan airspace. A Royal Talon fighter slowly flew over the border, shacking and wobbling all the way. Its engine made interesting noises that were more than enough to have its pilot, Aithna Amvake, mutter prayers and curses in equal measure. She still didn't know how her cloaking system held long enough for the Talon to get over the Indian Ocean and to relative safety. By that point, Aithna had other things to worry about. The engine was spluttering. The Talon's controls felt progressively heavier, making for a nerve-wracking journey home. Such an outcome was something Aithna didn't foresee or fear until the very end. Until then, the operation went almost flawlessly for Amvake's squadron. They consistently hit targets with light defenses, and any return fire fortunate enough to hit predictably failed to cause damage through the vibranium armor of the Dragon and her Talon. Only when they were in relative safety, flying over the Himalayas, Aithna decloaked to contact command and receive new orders if necessary. After all, while cloaked, the same principles that bent light and made radar signals slide around her fighter did the same with radio waves and laser communication. It was above the mountains that Aitna learned about disastrous encounters with outsider forces all over the world. Her squadron was one of the few fortunate ones not to fly against heavy outsider defenses, then proceed to suffer damage or even lose fighters. That came as a shock, just like the orders to continue but keep striking targets as a whole squadron instead of dividing into pairs to cover more ground. Aitna did as ordered, of course. That was one of the primary missions she had trained for. Defend Royal Talon's fighters flying around the royal family or tribal leaders. Protect Wakanda's airspace against outsider incursion. Cripple the outsider's economy, industry, or, more likely, attempts to catch up to Wakanda by delivering warrior strike teams to do it in person or airstrikers no one would know the source of. With all the talk about aliens in the outside world the war dogs reported on, this was a priceless opportunity, the briefing told them. Hours ago, Aitna believed it. The ease with which her squadron took out targets confirmed it. Then the news of losses, orders to continue anyway and to use different tactics shook her confidence. Still, the first attacks in China unfolded with little trouble. There were more defenders to worry about compared to India, but far from enough to stop them. Instead, they faced a target-rich environment. That lasted until Amvake's squadron hit a regional capital and went for the fusion reactor under construction there. The defenses they faced at that place were nothing like anything Aitna had seen before. When her squadron decloaked and opened fire, what felt like hundreds of missiles rose to meet them. Over 100 fighters descended from the low clouds, and all Aitna could do was fight for her life and pray that she could cloak again. The outsiders destroyed 4 dragons above that city. They killed 4 of her friends, people she had trained and flown alongside for years. And all Aitna could do was run and pray as a missile after a missile struck her talon. It was pure luck that she managed to break contact. In the end, no less than a dozen enemy fighters were on her tail, and only their inability to maintain a targeting lock for long enough allowed Aitna to flee. She didn't know it, but if there were even a few more of China's modern fighters in the area, the odds of her ever seeing Wakanda again would have been far more remote. A pair of dragons raced to meet her talons soon after it crossed the border. One of them hovered in front of Aitna's cockpit to confirm who was flying the damaged fighter. That was far from ordinary behavior, and soon she understood why. While the dragons escorted her damaged talon to the hangars near the vibranium mound, she could see smoke rising on the horizon. "How many made it back?" Aitna asked her new wingman. "We lost nearly a quarter of the Air Force. A few more damaged fighters are attempting to get back. However, you might be the last that makes it," came the terse response. "We should have struck years ago or not bothered," her fellow pilot spat. "Impossible," Aitna's mind screamed at her. "While we were away, the outsiders struck back, as you can see. They hit the Golden City and then the defensive rings. The location of the smoke plumes registered, and now they made sense. There was nothing of critical importance in that area of the country, so it was chosen to host the cannons. Incoming raid, all available fighters scramble. Attack vectors will follow shortly. Go get your talon repaired before it falls out of the sky," the second dragon pilot suggested in a tired voice, and Aitna's escorts broke off. Her navigation system lit up with beacons showing the direction of the incoming missiles. They were coming from 3 sides, and the strike was likely timed to hit simultaneously to make it harder to intercept. As Aitna flew, struggling to control her sluggish talon, she passed above the outer defensive network. IFF system shook hands, and the pilot gasped at the gaps in the neat ring. This shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't have happened in the first place. Aitna needed answers, and she was about to get them. C equals. The Golden City. Wakanda. In Wakanda, protests were a rare thing indeed. Something extraordinary had to happen for regular citizens to gather and demand something from their government as a whole. As a matter of fact, any smaller issues were to be presented to the leadership of your tribe and let them sort it out either by themselves or bring it up at the next meeting of the tribal council. That didn't change after the news of a military coup against King T'Chaka and the Golden Tribe. The first reactions were confusion and mixed anger. If it wasn't for slowly but surely spreading persisting rumors that the king had been seriously contemplating selling out to the outside world for what few considered good reasons, things might have been different. Yet those rumors made people doubt and wonder. They also ensured that the anger over the coup was divided between those who breached tradition in such an unprecedented way and T'Chaka for forcing their hands. Things changed after outsider planes flew through the Golden City's holographic field and fought above its glimmering buildings. Explosions shook Wakanda's capital, burning fuel and fragments rained all over it. The mountainsides nesting the Golden City burned, struck by outsider weapons. Unprecedented shock, fear, anger, and confusion spread through the capital's citizens. They did demand answers from their tribal leaders. At the same time, more and more people gathered in front of the royal palace, demanding answers. Rows of border tribe warriors met them, forming a line of glowering shields and spears. These warriors weren't the colorful, familiar, and famous Dora Milaje in place to deal with the odd fool who might do something foolish. Meanwhile, above them, the city's shield glowed blue, active, and ready to meet more incoming outsider weapons. To everyone's surprise, Mkathu, the leader of the border tribe, walked out of the palace, moved through the ranks of his warriors, and faced the crowds. Mutters, demands, and curses greeted him. "My countrymen, you have questions, and I will answer them. You are angry, and rightfully so. I was one of the people who broke tradition in a way that should be seen as insane under most circumstances. If given the option, my only regret is I didn't do it sooner." Mkathu's words echoed over the gathered crowds, taking many aback. Confused and angry mutters answered him. "Under King T'Chaka, we grew complacent. We let the outside world advance undisturbed, and now we are paying the price for our hubris. For over a decade, we watched the outsiders turn towards their colonizer ways, trying and failing to find a cheap way forward in places like Afghanistan and Iraq. We knew, yet refused to acknowledge, that given the chance, the same would happen here in our beloved Wakanda. Instead of doing his best to prevent such a future from ever coming to be, King T'Chaka did nothing until it was too late. Then he decided to compound his weakness with betrayal." Mkathu raised a hand, and holograms across the city came alive, showing a recording of T'Chaka, trying to persuade the mining tribe's leader that opening up might be Wakanda's best path forward. "This treachery against all Wakanda is and stands for forced our hands," Mkathu declared. "Yet I'm afraid to inform you that we acted too late to safeguard Wakanda's future. The outsiders have advanced enough to be credible threats, and our air force's punishing losses are proof of that. Now we are at war, and the colonizers will be coming to rape Wakanda to strip us of our technology, vibranium, and very identity. Will you allow that to happen to you and your children, citizens of Wakanda? Or will you fight and show the outside world that this is Wakanda, that we will not be bent, bowed, or broken to satisfy the colonizers' appetites? What say you?" Ragged, angry cheers met Mkathu's demands, though far from everyone was happy, much less cheering. C equals. Part 4. C equals. An overwhelming majority of Wakandan diplomatic personnel worldwide surrendered to local security forces after the address by exiled Prince T'Challa. Unfortunately, there are isolated instances where Wakandan diplomats and support personnel failed to heed the calls for surrender, which led host countries to declare themselves compromised by alien interests, remove their diplomatic protection, and storm embassies and consulates. We have government statements confirming that happened across China, at the Wakandan consulates in New York, the United States, Bombay, India, Saudi Arabia. BBC World News. U.S. defense contractors announced they would rapidly expand weapon production lines and are looking to hire experienced personnel. USA Today. Experts warn we are to expect shortages and spike hikes as far as civilian electronics of all types are concerned due to the war. The extensive damage caused by the Wakandan attacks and the sheer hunger of military-industrial complexes worldwide for rare earth materials will guarantee such a shift, which will continue for at least a year after the conflict concludes. Euronews. Shots and explosions were reported within the capitals of Kenya and Tanzania. With both countries neighboring Wakanda, this is a possible Wakandan invasion, or coup, attempt to prevent using those countries as staging grounds against the rogue African nation. Associated Press. Cruise missile stocks might run dangerously low before ramped-up production, and new production lines coming online could make up for ongoing use, experts claim. Washington Post. U.S. Air Force flying from bases in the Middle East and NATO air forces. Operation from southern Europe launched missile barrages against Wakanda, violating the airspaces of multiple African countries. Protests so far have fallen on deaf ears. BBC News. EU and NATO officials will meet with ambassadors and foreign ministers from multiple African countries in Brussels. The topic is obvious: the ongoing war against Wakanda. Due to Wakanda's nature as a landlocked country in Central Africa, the only way to strike back at it is by flying through the airspace and putting boots on the ground of neighboring states. Despite what international laws might claim, citing neutrality and trying to stay out of the conflict might not be an option for Wakanda's neighbors. CNN. == Shield Facility X, a former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. Wakanda's near-indiscriminate attacks on universities and research centers worldwide had a curious reaction upon many academics and researchers who otherwise might have been against war. A direct consequence was the ease with which SHIELD, SWORD, and their patron governments managed to gather many of Earth's brightest minds in the middle of nowhere, deep within the Canadian North. I knew many of the people by reputation, if not personally, and I have met most during science symposiums I attended back in the day when I wasn't too drunk to operate otherwise. SHIELD agents were doing their best to corral the grumpy scientists and engineers to their rooms and familiarize them with the facility and laboratories so that everyone would know their way around. More importantly, we could order any equipment we might need, but wasn't present at all or in sufficient quantities. We had a practically unlimited budget and access to everything Earth's most developed countries save for Wakanda had to crack Wakandan stealth, ideally yesterday. I wasn't sure about the details of the horse trading involved. However, we were about to get one count of Wakandan exiled princess with a decent understanding of their tech, flying in a fully operational heavy fighter for us to examine. Victor Von Doom and Susan Storm stood beside me, watching the unfolding chaos with barely disguised disgust and tired acceptance. Those two were here due to their experience in aerospace engineering, which might come in handy, and to learn lessons from the Talon fighter that we might use for the next step of the uplift. Victor and his corporation were on board with the plan, and as a bonus, we got Dr. Storm through her association with Von Doom. "How are you handling this?" Victor grumbled and waved a hand at the chaotic crowd. "I feel like shocking them to get them in line." "Experience." "You two are behaving like spoiled children," Susan groaned. "Don't tell me you feel differently," Victor grumbled. Irritated, "Oh, I am." Storm gave us a pointed look and we briefly got a glimpse of her emotions. "Ready to commit senseless violence? Hell no. Some days I don't know what I will do without you." Von Doom sighed in fond exasperation. "Of course, when you are ready to commit violence, it's never senseless, dear." "Clear the landing area. We have incoming traffic." A loudspeaker crackled to life. SHIELD agents raced to do so, bringing the last scientists and engineers away just in time. A black aircraft landed vertically on a large cargo elevator meant to get supplies and heavy equipment deep within the facility. So this was the Talon when intact. It was a beautiful bird, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. I listened to the general explanation of how Wakanda's shields and cloak worked while standing in front of monitors showing the feeds of every sensor type you could think of. They all showed the location of a landed, invisible royal Talon. Radar was a no-go. Experimental LiDAR. In theory, it could detect the distortion produced by the cloak bending light around the craft and the holographic field, yet in practice, Said distortion was so slight that in the atmosphere, it was so far beyond the error margin that the system had to dismiss displaying it automatically wasn't funny. Using it against this would show false positives all over the place if we sufficiently lowered the sensitivity settings. The thing was quiet enough that acoustics were impractical. By the time sensitive microphones could detect its presence, especially when it had flown at subsonic speeds, it would already be above your head, shooting. Pinpointing a targeting solution that way was a nightmare. It would also be pointless if or when Wakanda deployed missiles and bombs. The sheer processing power needed to use acoustics, and the infrastructure attached, would require an AI and years of development for a marginal payoff at best. It might be a nice thing to have if we found no other way to get the job done in a defensive posture, but highly impractical for the time being. Thermal was useless when the thing flew at subsonic, and that was complete and utter bullshit. I knew it was because of the combo of a cloaking and shielding system, but still, we should have been able to see something when the thing moved, even if it wasn't the vessel itself. This left us with indirect ways to detect the thing. The best viable idea was using very sensitive weather radars to try and track the cloaked fighters in real time through the distortions in air currents, and such their passage should cause. That might work as a way to get early warning, track the things, and perhaps even target them with weapons that didn't need direct kills to bring down fighters. That was a prominent issue when facing Wakandan craft. Those things were, in some respects, tougher than tanks. Unless we used tactical nuclear weapons like firecrackers, proximity kills would be near impossible. After the preliminary examination ended, our consensus was that Wakanda was bullshit of the highest order, and that we might be able to theoretically crack the shield and cloak before we got a viable way to detect and target cloaked vessels with weapons requiring a direct hit. That meant we might have to figure out a brand new type of detection system. One thing was sure, by seeing what this thing was capable of for me, I was more determined than ever to recommend we take Wakanda's scientists, engineers, and production lines intact. Parts of what they had weren't just decades ahead of us. They were likely ahead by centuries in specific fields to make what this thing was capable of a reality. Was vibranium that much of a game changer, or did Wakanda indeed have alien patrons? 51, Phase 16 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 16. No one likes the taste of a future war. == Part 5. == Spanish intelligence uncovers Wakandan plot to arm insurgent groups in Africa. Euronews. 2 attacks against Moroccan police stations and a border post claim over 30 casualties. Rebels aligned with the controversial state of West Sahara claim responsibility. Moroccan sources confirm the use of advanced energy weapons, likely sourced from Wakanda. Associated Press. The Kingdom of Morocco formally requests NATO support in dealing with Wakanda-supplied insurgents. Euronews. Elements of the Spanish and Italian Navy launched cruise missiles at targets in West Sahara, targeting known and suspected camps and ammo dumps of the Polisario Front, the name of the West Sahara/Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, used by the countries which do not recognize it. This could be an implicit statement by NATO supporting Morocco's claim of the area. AFP. Elements of the French Foreign Legion, Spanish and Italian Marines are deploying to Morocco to aid the Royal Moroccan military in neutralizing the Polisario Front permanently, and to secure the advanced weapons delivered to it by Wakanda. Euronews politicians in the United States voiced their approval at the European members of NATO, finally pulling their own weight, stirring controversy. CNN. First, comprehensive reports on the Wakanda air campaign begin to emerge. Within Europe alone, we have confirmed nearly 1,000 military casualties, both wounded and dead, with a minimum of 23,000 wounded civilians across dozens of cities across the continent. Fortunately, the civilian death toll has been low, with 312 confirmed dead. NATO material losses remain classified. However, pictures and video evidence points to at least a couple of hundred vehicles and systems of all kinds being destroyed or critically damaged. We have confirmed that multiple NATO fighters and helicopters of various types have been lost. BBC World News. Military and government sources concur that Wakanda might have lost as much as a quarter of its air force during its attacks. Depending on manufacturing capacity and reserve, that might be a crippling blow, significantly limiting future offensive operations that Wakanda's air force could afford to launch. CNN. 11,000 civilian casualties are reported throughout the United States. Experts believe that we suffered fewer overall casualties than Europe due to relatively lower population density in the vicinity of targets struck by Wakanda and heavily contested by the U.S. military. 211 are confirmed dead, with hundreds more remaining in critical condition nationwide. CNN. After firm casualty figures of the Wakandan unprovoked attacks began to emerge, an atmosphere of anger gripped the United States and Europe. We are hearing more and more calls for extreme measures to ensure Wakanda would be unable to attack anyone ever again. CBS. The United States military released a set of parameters required for new air-to-air and surface-to-air missiles. The critical point of the new weapons program is the warhead and targeting capabilities. The warhead is necessary to defeat armored targets. At the same time, the targeting needs to be more than sufficient for the missiles to track and directly impact hard-to-detect targets. That is a significant departure from the decades-long trend for most anti-air missiles to be proximity kill weapons, using high explosives, fragmentation, or similar warheads to neutralize targets they cannot hit directly. The requirements cite the need to defeat heavily armored aircraft, regardless of whether they are Wakandan or alien. U.S. Air Force Magazine. Taliban and Ten Rings militants launch counteroffensives, using the disruptions caused by Wakanda's attack to good effect. ANA and coalition forces' advances in Herat and Jalalabad have ceased. Taliban and Ten Rings localized counterattacks managed to retake portions of the contested cities. CNN. The Pentagon. Washington, D.C. Generals from all U.S. military branches met in a bunker below the Pentagon. In contrast, many others were present over video conference calls carried by hardlines. By now, you all should be familiar with what hard data we have, our estimates of the enemy's capabilities, and what we gathered from debriefing Wakanda's exiled royalty cross-checked with information gained by surrendered diplomatic personnel. Admiral Frederick Tillman, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, opened the meeting. We are gathered today to discuss strategic options for dealing with Wakanda for good and begin developing them for presentation in front of the President for final approval. General Vance. At this point, using air power to break Wakanda's capability to fight a modern war comprehensively is going to be unlikely. Their combination of stealth technologies and shields makes airstrikes less effective than desired. A sustained long-term campaign has merit, and is something I propose we continue and expand. However, until we find all Wakandan cities and facilities covered by holographic camouflage and can overwhelm their shields, the practical utility of the airstrikes is limited. In practice, we are looking at strategic defense by tying down a significant part of the enemy's surviving air force, combined with eliminating defensive installations that aren't shielded, like the ring of energy cannons identified first by the French. In theory, a prolonged and sustained campaign of airstrikes can overwhelm Wakanda's shields by sheer attrition on their systems and power sources. However, we do not know if going that route will be feasible in a reasonable amount of time. I regret to report that, at this point, using conventional means, we can't guarantee victory. There are too many unknown factors about Wakanda's capabilities. That was sadly within my expectations, Admiral Tillman noted. The same is true for the Navy's carrier battle groups, with the added complication that getting them within strike range of Wakanda risk losing ships and thousands of crew, due to the inability to stop Wakanda counterstrikes effectively. War games based on what happened to the French Charles de Gaulle point at us, simply not having the right tools for the task at hand. Even then, if the enemy smartens up and uses their new technologies smarter, it won't matter until we can effectively track and target their aircraft. That has implications for our primary strategic goals. You've read Stark's memorandum backed by all scientists and engineers working on the royal talon they're examining, right? We need that technology even if it means walking through a river of our blood, Commandant Stephen Hackett, the commander of the U.S. Marine Corps, grimaced. We will do it if we absolutely have to. However, Wakanda isn't our only strategic threat. Breaking a branch of the military to take it won't be advisable in the short to medium term. Does someone disagree on that point? It all went back to Wakanda's stealth fighters. As few as they were, and they were still more than most countries on the planet could muster as an air force, they were damn tough. During the first day, it became clear that the enemy could adapt, and it wouldn't take much to ensure they could cripple the logistics efforts of an invasion force. That was the issue. It didn't help that elements of the Kenyan and Tanzanian military and government managed to survive the coups and called for international support against Wakanda and the traitors who backed the coup. Under different circumstances, this would have meant the U.S. Marines and the Army had the welcoming mat ready to receive them with friendly harbors available for uncontested landing and to act as logistics hubs. In the present strategic situation, providing them with practical aid was easier said than done. Ascribing reasonable competence to the enemy, any such attempt while their air force could operate with near impunity would mean thousands, if not tens of thousands, would commit expensive suicide. The rest would be stranded in Eastern Africa without logistics. The U.S. Air Force was reasonably sure they could do that, though the U.S. Navy, even with heavy air cover from all air bases in reach, just used the known surviving Wakanda aircraft and their capabilities displayed to date. One of the reasons for this meeting happening this late after the initial attacks was to give time for simulating an attempted landing and logistics efforts from Mombasa and Dar es Salaam. After the first war game ended as a disaster for the U.S. military and their allies, two more took place, with the defenders learning lessons from their defeat. The other two war games ended up looking a bit better until NATO ran out of cruise missiles due to the constant heavy barrages they threw at Wakanda to pin down as much of its air force as possible. That meant that if Wakanda went for a defensive posture instead of focusing on first crippling the invasion buildup, the U.S. military and allies could get a few hundred kilometers from the ports before their logistics got cut to pieces. Then the people playing Wakanda released their air force to go for the ships and planes vital for supplying them. What killed the idea of a cheap invasion was that a Wakandan aircraft could fly invisible until it was above a carrier, for example, then open its rear ramp and just push enough explosives on the deck to mission kill it. Everyone relevant knew that for a fact after Wakanda deployed commandos on top of the building where Tony Stark was bunkering, while their aircraft hovering above it remained cloaked until they finished deploying ground forces and joined the battle. The best scenario would be Wakanda losing an aircraft for every such stunt, something they could afford. It would be a bargain to cripple the U.S. Navy's strike capabilities. The infuriating reality of the situation was that even more conventional attacks on naval assets could end up with painfully one-sided Wakandan victories. When the bastards crippled Charles de Gaulle, the French carrier had only a few rifles left to protect it. However, it had whole squadrons of the U.S. Air Force from bases in the Persian Gulf covering it for all the good it did. They could not target the enemy effectively, and the combat environment was far different from the ones that produced the heavy's Wakandan casualties to date. If the conflict remained conventional, and there was no counter to Wakanda's stealth, the rest of the world would need years of buildup for the kind of logistics and expeditionary forces that could absorb punishing losses, yet push through to Wakanda and take place. That was a worst-case scenario, and they would plan for it but shelve the idea. The odds were the conflict would escalate into nuclear before anyone sane contemplated that kind of bloodbath. Wakanda's action in Kenya and Tanzania do give us an opening for an indirect approach, General Scudder offered. They won't miss the build-up for a proper invasion or an attempt to insert special forces in Wakanda. We all know their detection and response capabilities dramatically increased after the French hit them. The best theory was that the French raid caught Wakanda while still confused after the coup. After all, once the enemy reacted, everyone watched the cream of the French Navy air wing get wiped out in short order. The reaction to follow-up cruise missile strikes kept improving, if not so dramatically, as it did over the first couple of days. We might be able to insert special forces and equipment to aid the loyalists in Kenya and Tanzania. They can also aid by giving us targets for cruise missile strikes and give us hands-on experience fighting Wakanda's ground forces. We need to know more about the enemy's capabilities to plan an invasion better when we have an answer for their air force. Speaking about an indirect approach, General Vance interjected, we have a few ideas. Nothing likely to be a war winner, however, every little bit helps. We suggest dropping leaflets all over Wakanda and using drones to establish a way for our exiled royals to speak with their people and do their best to convince as many of them as possible that we aren't their enemy. We want the people who launched the coup and attacked us, not the regular citizens minding their own business. Vance raised an eyebrow at the surprised reactions he got. What? Blowing up everything is not the only solution we can come up with. I want 2 sets of fully developed invasion plans based on staging grounds at Mombasa and Dar-es-Salaam. The first one will assume we can reasonably counter the enemy air force, though not necessarily guarantee friendly skies. The second one will plan for the kind of buildup needed to survive and remain effective under constant air attacks we can't counter effectively, Admiral Tillman ordered. Generals Scudder and Vance, I want viable options for inserting special forces, supplying them and the local loyalists with weapons and other supplies they will need to hold on until we can begin deploying to the region in reasonable numbers. General Vance, the cruise missile strikes will continue to keep up the pressure. Get me viable proposals for the psychological war you suggested, and I'll present them to the President. Do we have any other viable conventional options? What will be our response if Wakanda escalates? Ross asked. He wasn't happy. Recent events ensured he didn't have time to indulge his Hulk obsession and ensured everyone knew it. Nuclear submarines are making their way to optimal launch positions, just in case. C equals. Part 6. C equals. Illuminati Think Tank HQ. Baltimore, Maryland. With the world in chaos and rapidly changing, it would surprise no one that various think tanks gathered many of their members to discuss the ongoing situation and reevaluate their path forward. The Illuminati's public front was no different. Despite conspiracy theories surrounding them, alongside every other such group or known, secret society, this head of the Hydra was among the most renowned and respected of its kind. Their known stance that their goal was to improve human lives worldwide through technology opened many doors and made many people listen. And those who were more interested in power, the Illuminati could provide all kinds of assistance openly and behind closed doors. The meeting underway was of the latter kind. It was not meant for the regular public or the staff familiar only with the Illuminati's outer shell. Due to security concerns, only those among the group's leadership who could make it openly, without raising suspicions, gathered in Baltimore. What they discussed had little to have with the ongoing wars or disclosure, at least directly. On the other hand, the consequences of these events were far-reaching and, in some regards, not anticipated. Douglas Rockwell acted as chairman of the meeting, being the group's senior member. Both in age and years, he had been part of the Illuminati think tank. Ironically, despite being one of the official organization's outer shell founders, he joined the Illuminati years later. Once it became crystal clear, he shared many views in line with the organization's goals. To the outside world and most rival Hydra heads, Rockwell was merely an asset that the Illuminati used to gain legitimacy and political support. NATO's summit in Brussels last night raised many controversial topics and asked even more uncomfortable questions. A Euronews anchor was speaking from a flat screen, taking much of one wall in the lush meeting room the Illuminati met. On the surface, this plays in our hands, as if we did most of the groundwork there. Rockwell spoke in a loud and clear voice. In practice, due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts, we are reasonably sure this was the first sign of a new ideology rising. I don't believe it is the only one. More than a few of our people have been approached by colleagues and peers who have been discussing their stance on recent events with them. A wave of unease passed through the Illuminati gathered in the room. Too many competing interests already cramped the stage they were playing on, and not all of them were Hydra of one stripe or another. Even more players. That was the kind of distraction and headache no one needed at this time. Keep in mind, I'm talking about ideologies at this time, not formal organizations. Those would likely form in due time, and we will have to be ready, Rockwell continued. Are you talking about Dr. Zola's ideas? Hawley inquired. In this case, they were far ahead of their time, Rockwell nodded. My understanding is that you revisited them last shortly before I formally joined in the aftermath of the alien infiltration attempt. That's correct, Pamela confirmed. At the time, our specialists determined that while the ideas had merit, the technology to use them effectively simply wasn't there, and the use of the internet by the general population wasn't widespread enough to make it practical at large scale. We've had a team working on the ideas pioneered by Dr. Zola ever since, though not as a priority. I've revisited the issue over the past few days. Our people assure me it is a software and machine learning issue that is or will be solvable soon. The computer technology needed is here, and more than enough people constantly use the internet to give the algorithms or even AIs enough data to work with when we get there. Conservatively, Zola's ideas might be viable for widespread use within the next 5 to 10 years. No one commented that intelligence organizations around the world could do similar things about persons of interest. However, that still involved a lot of groundwork, manpower, and infrastructure the Illuminati didn't have direct access to. While they could use S.H.I.E.L.D. and other assets for individual cases, Zola's ideas were more ambitious. You want to implement Zola's vision to not only track possible infiltrators but emerging ideologies, forming organizations, and eventually our rivals, John Hai concluded. The South Korean tapped his fingers on the polished wooden table and appeared deep in thought. It should be doable. In concept, it's nothing different than what large intelligence organizations or corporations are already doing. Where do you think the idea originated? Hawley raised an eyebrow at him. The younger man nodded. No one on the table would be surprised to learn that any push for more surveillance, or more effective surveillance in the U.S. or the West in general, had Hydra's fingers all over it. While they weren't the only ones pushing for it, such suggestions universally found fertile ground among certain kinds of often useful people. I believe we can provisionally agree to increase funding to make Dr. Zola's vision a reality sooner rather than later. Perhaps Mr. Stark can aid in this when he isn't too busy. The man built himself an actual AI, which was before he got his new memories, Hai pointed out. That's on the list we want Mr. Stark to work on, Rockwell noted. It's a very long list, and it keeps growing by the day, Hawley interjected. Did you bring up this? She nodded at the TV, only to point out how Zola's ideas are still relevant. No, we need to decide how to deal with these rising ideologies and the organizations that will form, which we should do our best to suppress, which we could use or coexist with, and which to co-opt if feasible, Rockwell explained. What's brewing within NATO's militaries and intelligence communities can be beneficial to our overall goals. From what S.H.I.E.L.D. could gather, the prevailing thought is that we are on the cusp of being able to mount a resistance against alien aggression that wouldn't necessarily be a pointless suicide. Mr. Stark's technologies and what we can recover from Wakanda if we take place mostly intact. Aurora Stefano ended her silence. After the initial shock of the attacks passed, and militaries across Europe were able to wargame various scenarios using known and suspected Wakandan capabilities, the consensus is that we need their technology and know-how intact if we are to prepare for alien invasions in a practical manner. That is one of the reasons why calls for nuclear retaliation from NATO's armed forces have sharply declined over the past week. The prize is too valuable to see Wakanda burn in a nuclear fire if we have any other choice. Feelers sent by former embassy personnel point that we might have a tentative agreement to keep the war from escalating. Whoever is now in charge within Wakanda might begin to understand they have the whole world against them. That further escalation can and will be met with corresponding force. Hawley's face scrunched in distaste. There is still no chance they will simply do the same thing and surrender, Rockwell asked. Our talks with the exiled royals and surrendered personnel paints the same picture. The average citizen of Wakanda might not be thrilled with the coup. That's almost certain. However, they won't accept any terms we can politically agree on until Wakanda is on the cusp of an evident and obvious military defeat. We are nowhere near close to getting there conventionally. We have to waste months and tons of resources, and that is the best-case scenario, Stefano grumbled. We've given our recommendations and keep pushing for a reasonable resolution. There isn't much more on that front we can do now, Rockwell pointed out. Despite all its influence, the Illuminati wasn't all-powerful. At any rate, Wakanda isn't the primary reason for this meeting. He used a tablet to change what was on the TV from Euronews to a recording from a conference hall full of military and intelligence personnel. This is Commander Sonia Williams, British Navy. From what we gather, she got independently to many of the conclusions we reached a few years ago. She is not alone, merely the loudest and most prominent voice at this time. 2 weeks ago, disclosure changed the world. Wakanda's attacks changed it again. The paradigm that NATO is built upon today is more relevant than ever, yet grossly insufficient. We can no longer pretend or hope that a conflict away from Europe or North America is something we can ignore. An alien incursion anywhere on Earth can be an existential threat to our nations. That is, of course, as much a political as a military issue. Yet a reality our countries and this alliance as a whole need to confront now while we still can. The TV blinked, showing a hotel's conference room in Delhi, India. Dr. Kabir Anand, Rockwell continued. This is something we began looking for after Stark warned us about a disturbing trend among some scientists working on reverse engineering that talent they have to work on. Wakanda, a nation here on Earth, operating under the same constraints as the rest of us, just proved how deadly advanced technology could be. They had only vibranium as a shortcut to help them advance as far as they did. Not extrapolate what a civilization hundreds, if not 1,000 years more advanced than us, and with access to similar materials science could do. Any aliens we meet, even if they are constrained in the same way by long periods of isolation and peace, would be even more advanced. More importantly, they will have the industrial base and resources to ensure even questionable design choices won't matter. The painful truth we all need to face is that humanity is outclassed to an unprecedented degree by anyone who can reach our star system with a ship. The idea of resisting an alien invasion is a folly born of arrogance. This is real life, not the Independence Day movie. Our only reasonable and sane choice would be to work with any aliens who deign to visit Earth and prove ourselves useful to them. That's indeed concerning. High narrowed his eyes at the screen. This is practically a call for surrender and collaboration. Do remember our plan for the coming decades is, if possible, to earn ourselves a conditional surrender, not to resist for resistance' sake or pride, Hawley reminded him. The primary issue with people like the good doctor over there is that they will be ready to collaborate from day one, not even bothering to get a better deal for humanity as a whole. Needless to say, while their governments might be willing to cut such a deal if the opportunity arose, the Illuminati's goal was to get such a deal for humanity as a whole, not an individual country or a few of them. Those are the most obvious trends we are aware of at this time. However, there are indications for other possible ideologies forming, though we will have to wait and see how that pans out, Rockwell concluded. We have a precious opportunity to get ahead of the curve here. We will need to co-opt or use those of the same mind as the commander. Dr. Kabir Anand and his ilk, on the other hand. Stefano scrunched her nose as if she smelled something foul. That's unacceptable. 52, Phase 17 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 17, Unintended Consequences. C equals. Part 1, C equals. Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. After more than a week of brainstorming and tests with all available sensors, everyone concluded that vibranium was bullshit and that Wakanda's cloak broke physics as we knew them. Well, it at least twisted thermodynamics into a Gordian knot, then cut through it without a care in the world. The Talon's heat sinks were bullshit as well. They took advantage of vibranium's insane properties to absorb a ridiculous amount of heat while sheathed in vibranium alloy casings to keep the crew compartment from turning into an oven. Second, they were designed so that through vibration, the damn things would dump parts of the built-up thermal energy into capacitors as electricity, significantly increasing their endurance. The heat sinks could handle the heat buildup from a flight, the cloaking system itself, and intense periods of combat for over a day before needing a few hours to cool down properly. Otherwise, components of the alloy might begin to break down, as well as the support systems that make the whole system. Without the strain of the cloaking system, their endurance was even more ridiculous. My bet is on alien technology or assistance. It's the shields and cloaks and how the damn things work. Victor waved his hands in agitation, and sparks danced over his fingers. They are so far ahead from everything else in that ship, it's not even funny. The engines, we can have a cruder model without vibranium operational within years with moderate effort and investments. We are already working on multiple ways to get an ion engine working. Doom nodded at me. Navigation and sensors, they're excellent but nothing groundbreaking. Another voice joined us. It had a light, unusual French accent, making sure you couldn't mistake its owner. Dr. Julius Montague was one of Dassault Aviation's best engineers and designers, who did a lot of work on upgrading their Rafales. At a nearby table in the cafeteria, we had a bunch of people working on the F-35, which was supposed to enter limited mass production finally. Now, despite by all accounts being the best fighter outside Wakanda, it was still hilariously outclassed. Instead of the workhorse for NATO's air forces, the F-35 would be a stopgap until new technologies allowed for something much tougher, deadlier, and, ideally, literally invisible. That is different from saying that many of the systems designed for the Air Force's love child were now useless. It was the development of the F-35 that put us close to many of the systems the Wakandan Talons and Dragons took for granted, and we would keep refining and using them going forward. That's a big weakness of the cloak. You can't detect anything beyond visual range when it's engaged. One of the people working on the F-35 pointed out. It literally requires you to come into visual range of your target. Those things are stealthy enough that they don't have to. As we saw, their sensors are also good enough that if they had integrated long-range missiles, they could have struck beyond the range we could effectively detect, much less engage them anyway. That was one of the pilots here to evaluate and fly the Talon for our tests. Needless to say, keeping the Princess as our only pilot was out of the question for all kinds of reasons. We needed her with us anyway, explaining things about Wakanda's science, not flying around and having fun. C equals. After lunch, it was time for a regular brainstorming and debriefing session so we could all get our heads together and be on the same page regarding new developments. We were also to report to the powers that be what we learned and hammer the point why nuking Wakanda, unless necessary, would be inadvisable. One of our regular contacts was Pamela Hawley, due to her official job as a British diplomat, which opened all kinds of doors for her. The rest of them rotated, depending on who was busy with what during our routine debriefing. The only constant was which countries had virtual representatives, not the individual people doing the representing. We had US, Canada, and NATO officers from Europe, followed up by interested diplomats with high enough clearance to make sure their governments were informed on what was what. It smelled of paranoia, yet that was to be expected. Due to my experience wrangling trained attack cats, as some put it, or well, crazy or not so crazy Sith, I ended up being the unofficial leader of the gathered scientists and engineers. My fame and uplift efforts earned me many green points with this crowd, which helped a lot in keeping them in line. Sadly, I had to spend nearly a third of my time playing manager of everyone in the facility, not to mention what was needed to keep SI running smoothly in my absence. Only when all that was done could I dedicate time to glorious science properly. That wasn't exactly a bad thing. Otherwise, slipping into some bad old habits would have been too easy. Screens around the large conference room came to life, showing generals, a few colonels, and 6 diplomats led by Hawley. "Mr. Stark, are you ready to begin?" Pamela asked. I stood up and looked over the arguing people. "We are," I nodded aloud. Most people had the courtesy to lower their voices, expecting them to shut up before they heard something interesting was too much for this particular crowd. "We have been able to examine virtually all systems of the Talon, as well as take it mostly apart and then back together in a working order." That last point was necessary and not exactly easy, considering its vibranium armor. Everything we've learned in the process backs our earlier conclusions. Vibranium is a game changer, yet there is not enough to base uplifting or protecting Earth on it. We can use it as a power multiplier, giving us limited access to technologies that would otherwise be out of reach for decades, if not longer. Through building, observing, and refining these technologies, we should be able to create inferior alternatives that do not rely on vibranium. We will then continue to improve said technologies as we advance in various scientific and engineering fields. I can't stress this enough. If we are to put vibranium and vibranium-based technology to good use, we need intact production lines and, more importantly, the know-how of Wakanda's scientists and engineers. I am happy to say that most of their active military is useless to us. You can blow it up to your heart's content. "That's good to know, Mr. Stark. There's the little problem of practically getting what we need," one of the generals I wasn't familiar with pointed out. "You can read the technical details in the briefing we will have ready for distribution later today," I agreed. "Now, practically speaking, we all agree that Wakanda's stealth and, to a lesser degree, shields are breaking our understanding of physics in various ways. We cannot promise a viable way to target cloaked fighters in the short to medium term. After experimenting with the Talon's cloak, the best way to track them and prepare for possible attacks is to use souped-up weather radars with customized software to try and track the atmospheric disturbance created by their passage." I pointed at a cluster of radar development specialists. "Most older weather radars and many of the smaller ones aren't going to be sensitive enough for the task at hand, and we will need custom-built software to try and track cloaked craft. Sensor fusion will be key there. Practically speaking, we might need an actual AI running calculations for real-time tracking," the leader of that clique explained and nodded at me. "I don't have the time to build another AI. However, Jarvis will be eager to help if he is trusted with access to the relevant systems once they're in place. To actively defeat the Wakandan cloak, we might have to develop new types of sensors. We are still in the brainstorming stage on that point," I continued. "My recommendation is to try and neutralize the enemy fighters on the ground. Don't attempt to meet them in the air or in a defensive posture. In that regard, we will soon finish our most critical work with the Talon. After that, having it at our disposal will be nice but not critical. I suggest using it to insert a commando team in one of Wakanda's airfields and steal as many fighters as possible before leveling the place with cruise missiles." C == Part 2 C == Research Station Alert Shield Facility Theta. Northern Canada. To the world at large, this place was supposed to be a mundane research facility interested in the weather and the effect of global climate change near the North Pole. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the Canadian and U.S. military, the area was an excellent place for covert research facilities working on and testing cold weather equipment. As a bonus, due to all the state-of-the-art weather radars at alert, it was a place where one could try tracking stealth aircraft by their passage through the atmosphere without outside factors interfering. The sheer remoteness of the site ensured the only people who went to it were researchers, support staff, and the logistics needed to keep them alive and reasonably comfortable in extreme weather conditions. Those factors made the station an ideal location for testing advanced weather radars against Wackend and stealth, and a good enough remote site to get a few operatives trained on how to fly a Talon or a Dragon. Even in S.H.I.E.L.D., there were only so many operatives who were both trained and experienced in direct action, and at the same time, were already passable pilots. The numbers were even lower across the regular Special Forces outfits. They tended to rely on Air Force support for transportation, after all. However, between S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach and the number of countries, Wakanda managed to infuriate. Finding the people with the necessary skills was more than possible. Narrowing them down to be trustworthy enough for the operation suggested by Stark was harder. 5 of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best, a handful of the U.S. Army's Delta Detachment, 2 SAS operatives, and a member of the French Foreign Legion arrived within hours of each other. On the way there, many of them wondered how they fucked up by the numbers sufficiently to be deployed on the North Pole. Their first guess that Station Alert was more than the first appearance suggested was seeing a well-concealed hangar practically invisible from the sky, and more importantly, its contents, an F-22 and F-35 surrounded by maintenance personnel. The second clue materialized shortly after the 10 of them settled up and gathered in a small cafeteria for a briefing and a cup of hot coffee or tea. For Natasha Romanoff, the place felt too much like certain training facilities in Siberia for comfort. That she would have to work with personnel she knew nothing about didn't fill her with confidence either. At least, there were a few other S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, and she knew their capabilities. John Garrett and his protege Ward were legends in S.H.I.E.L.D. The only issue was that since a mission went to hell in Bosnia, Garrett had become one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spymasters instead of a more active field agent. In contrast, Rumlow and Ward were rising stars among the organization's direct action units. From what Natasha could see of the other people that joined them, they were experienced Special Forces operatives, making Garrett stand out even more. "Welcome to the middle of nowhere, or at least the next best place," a rough voice rasped, announcing the arrival of another person. He was a tall, pale-skinned man whose face looked like he lost a meeting with a blender. At a closer look, an experienced eye could notice traces of a recent massive facial reconstruction that was still healing. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" one of the American operatives asked. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I am Lieutenant Schloss from Sword and will be handling briefing and logistics for our little exercise." "Schloss really LT?" the same man asked. "Certain people have an odd sense of humor, like our troubled kid over here who can't keep his mouth shut." The lieutenant shook his head in mock disappointment. A glance around confirmed Natasha wasn't the only one out of the loop. Yet the other Americans apparently had an idea who this Schloss character was supposed to be. "Keeping mum unless ordered is not in my job description, sir." The Delta Force soldier shrugged with a wide smile. Now 2 odd people were standing out among them. Great. "I am painfully aware of that. It's a good thing no one expects you to keep your mouth shut. We expect you to fly and, if necessary, neutralize a few threats, which is why we are here." Schloss pulled out a small remote from one of the pockets on his heavy winter clothes and switched a projector built into the ceiling on before getting out of his jacket. "Congratulations, you've all been volunteered for a potentially suicidal mission because of your credentials. You are all veteran direct action specialists who, for one reason or another, can pilot modern fighters, which is the important part." The gathered people looked at each other. That was not what any one of them expected to hear. "First, the reason why we're here is simple. You will participate in a brief training program on how to fly a Wackenden fighter. Second, you will participate in the planning of an asset recovery operation. The target will be one of several Wackenden secondary Air Force facilities, holding no more than a squadron of aircraft and a limited number of personnel. The purpose of the exercise is to get in, using one of their stealth craft, and steal any fighters present at the facility at the time of the raid. Needless to say, the lieutenant had everyone's undivided attention. == Kyumvi, Kenya, and Jerubasa, a warrior of the border tribe, didn't enjoy his latest visit to Kenya. The last time he was in the country, He pretended to be the bodyguard of a supposed wealthy businessman working with the commander of the Kenyan military units stationed at Eldred. While Kenya and Wakanda didn't share a ground border, they were across each other, with only Lake Victoria separating them. That was a good enough reason for the border tribe and the war dogs to be interested in the region long before Kenya became a thing. Thus, parts of the country's military were subverted back in the day of their original formation, ensuring those closest to Wakanda's border would not be loyal to Nairobi. As of late, those underhanded actions proved to be extremely helpful. Otherwise, Wakanda would have found itself surrounded by enemies. Instead, it had a buffer of foreign forces ready to fight for it. They had already proved themselves in the fight to take over Kenya's and Tanzania's capitals. That was all very good, yet it didn't explain why Njero and his unit were beyond Nairobi, getting shot at in the small town of Kumvi. Spirits, the place was little more than a village. If it weren't the main road to Mombasa passing through it, the area would be of no interest. Unfortunately, for Njero, the Mombasa road did pass through this place. More importantly, many Kenyan military units that refused to back their African brothers either returned to that port city to recover or moved deeper into the country to contest it. The war dogs were supposed to do something about the general in charge of the traitors still loyal to the old regime, yet that was cold comfort. The young warrior was beginning to learn that many locals didn't see him and his comrades as liberators, who came to help them remove the shackles of colonial oppression. Case in point, a large group of armed civilians rallied around members of the local police, and a handful of soldiers holed in the hotel across the street. Njero took cover at the corner of the most significant building of the local market, and used his shield to protect himself from stray bullets further. "Ungrateful bastards," Bassa shouted in the general direction of the hotel. The enemy answered with more gunfire. "Youth and stupidity. It's such a charming combination," an old, tired voice grumbled behind the warrior. Njero stepped away from the corner and rapidly turned around, using his cloak and shield to protect himself. The vibranium tip of his energy spear pointed at the armored chest of a large, broad man with graying eyebrows. "Commander," Njero stumbled to salute. Doing so was easier said than done when you held a spear and energy shield in your hands. Distant shots and explosions made the young warrior twitch and feel even more exposed, even if now he had a few walls behind the closest enemies and himself. Bright lights lit up the sky. Vibranium weapons cracked from above, and explosions shook the ground. "We are in the process of bringing the war to their homes to protect Wakanda. That is not a reason for the average local to embrace us with open hands," the veteran warrior explained. A group of warriors in stealth suits materialized from the shadows behind the commander. "Your unit will feint a direct assault on that hotel, focusing the enemy's attention on the front. Meanwhile, we will flank them and breach into the building to clean it the hard way." "What about air support?" Njero asked. Their fighters were supposed to reduce such strong points so the warriors wouldn't have to storm them. "Our Air Force is tasked to capacity tonight." More figures emerged from the shadows, revealing the rest of Boss's unit, gathered together by the commander's people. "We are moving in flanking positions now. Attack in 5 minutes. == Wakanda strikes again. As of last night, cargo ships off Africa's coasts announced they were under attack before being silenced or failed to respond to desperate attempts to contact them. The current estimate is that over 30 cargo vessels of all types are currently out of contact and suspected to be crippled or destroyed by Wakandan fighters. Associated Press. 53, Phase 17, Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer: I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 17, Unintended Consequences. Part 3. Despite ongoing infrastructure upgrades, The power grid in multiple southern states is on the edge of failing due to a combination of unexpectedly high temperatures and parts of the grid being too old to handle the strain. USA Today. President Obama signed an executive order forming an energy commission tasked with investigating the state of the power grid across the United States. In a brief statement, the White House's press secretary explicitly stated the president's belief that the energy grid is vital infrastructure for national security. Further, the president promises that the United States government will do its utmost to preserve and maintain the power grid. CNN UN ambassadors from multiple African states cited grave concern over food security. Africa, as a whole, imports nearly 85% of the food needed to feed the continent's population. Wakanda's new attacks on shipping off the coasts of Africa are a grave threat to the food supply required for the survival of hundreds of millions. Associated Press. As of last night, the ambassadors of 15 African countries pledged full and unconditional support for any United Nations mandate to deal with Wakanda's aggression. BBC World News. Ambassadors representing various African countries will meet with EU and NATO representatives in Brussels later this week. Euronews. =C=. Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. A week of tests against all kinds of weather and military radars told us even more about the capabilities of the Wakanda Talon, and none of it was good. Standard weather radars were out. They used broad waves that simply went around most planes. That was even truer for Wakandan fighters, no matter if they had their cloaking field online or used just passive stealth. In the latter case, they made the newest F-35 and F-22 models look like huge transport planes, with their transponders screaming so no one could miss them. Now some experimental devices the U.S. military toyed in, afraid that the USSR or later China might get on the stealth game effectively, had a bit more promise. Unfortunately, even the best radars could not detect and track the Talon at long range, even when not cloaked. At high subsonic speeds and relatively short range, getting a rough track of a cloaked Talon through sensor fusion from multiple state-of-the-art weather radars was possible. However, there were a few significant issues with that approach. The sensitivity required to get the job done through so many false positives that it wasn't funny. Even with Jarvis helping, it only worked sometimes, at a place saturated with all kinds of experimental meteorological radars for apparent reasons, and no one else flying around save a few birds. In most of North America or Europe, the saturation of the suitable radar types in any single area wasn't there. Most older weather radars were practically useless even for sensor fusion. Adding their input only complicated the equation for no tangible gain. The radar density needed is simply ridiculous. Von Doom shook his head after he saw Jarvis' latest estimate of what would be needed to make the idea feasible. It wasn't entirely covering most of the U.S. with advanced radar stations. Still, it was close enough to make the idea dead on arrival due to the side effects of all that energy the sites would have to radiate all the time. The price tag was astronomical, not to mention the opportunity costs and side effects of that many radar stations being active all the damn time. The deciding factor was that such an investment could be easily defeated by Wakandan fighters flying slowly, roughly at the speed of a fast bird. Doing so would make them invisible to weather radars beyond point-blank range, even without cloaks. Weather radar wasn't the answer for defeating active cloaking. Magnetic or energy sensors, the kind we lack on Earth, might do it. "We're going to need a different solution," I said. The other people gathered in the cafeteria for a brainstorming session reluctantly agreed, often cursing Wakanda's bullshit magical technology for good measure. Gravity sensors could work, but only away from gravity wells. Otherwise, a planet's gravity could mask the distortion caused by anything smaller than a capital ship at close range. The exception was the crystal Gra V-field trap, which used very expensive synthetic crystals and state-of-the-art computers to detect gravity distortions created by cloaked craft. Sadly, while I knew a bit about the tech, I had no way of replicating it without decades of research. The first step in that direction was bringing Earth's understanding of how gravity worked on par with what I consider modern theories. Sadly, in that regard, I only had basic theoretical knowledge, which many others would have to make good use of over a long period. CGTs were advanced and expensive technology for an ancient interstellar civilization, and sadly out of reach for us. Vibranium was of no help there, either. To get anything like the synthetic crystals needed, we would need a mature and advanced orbital infrastructure far beyond the next steps of the planned uplift program. Sensor fusion is going to be key because I doubt we will be able to create a brand new sensor type in the next few months. Then get it ready for field use before this was over one way or another, I continued. The more we brainstormed about defeating Wakanda's stealth systems, the clearer it became that, for the time being, the best way to do it was to avoid it altogether and take out their fighters when on the ground or forced to reveal themselves. That is why I suggested using the Talon in our custody to steal more of their fighters. Doing so would both give us more assets to work with, and at the same time, diminish Wakanda's capabilities. A sufficient number of military and weather radars, combined with enough processing power and AIs doing the data crunching, might get us a solution. The issues were the number of radars needed for a reliable defense, the sheer processing power, and the tons of data required to get a helpful result in a reasonable time frame. Even then, that would give us a track to follow, not functional targeting solutions. All that would be of little help as far as any expeditionary force going for Wakanda was concerned. We were talking about large, fixed installations as far as the weather radar component went. The answer for dealing with Wakanda's passive stealth was more straightforward yet similar. Better sensors, sensor fusion again, and better computers with possibly AIs in each plane or radar station handling the data processing. In theory, that could work. However, making such a solution useful in practice with what we had available would not be easy or cheap. The core of the issue was simple outside of thermal or visual guidance. All useful targeting sensors relied on reflection, no matter if it was light for LiDAR or radio waves for radar. Vibranium, the literal bullshit created to frustrate any self-respecting scientist, was practically tailor-made to defeat modern sensors by simply existing. Add some good design the Wakandan engineers had stumbled upon as far as their talons and dragons were concerned, and even the best targeting sensors couldn't track and keep a lock on the damn things beyond visual range, usually much closer. Thermal tracking was an option. However, it had a similar issue beyond point-blank range used by SAMs like Stingers. Fighters usually guided missiles close to the target using radar before the thermal imaging could lock on. That had obvious issues with Wakandan aircraft because you couldn't track them with radar beyond visual range. In practice, the same would be true for image guidance. The missile would have to get close enough to the target for it to kick in and be useful. And that was the core of the issue in the first place, finding the enemy and getting close enough to engage them. The feeling of bashing my head against a solid wall without going anywhere was extremely frustrating. The atmosphere in the compound didn't help either, practically everyone, but the support personnel shared my feelings, combined with what was becoming an unhealthy dose of resentment towards the task at hand. Something odd rippled in the air beside me. It sent my senses tingling. I surged to my feet, making my bodyguards stir from their positions around me. The air rippled again, in full view of everyone in the cafeteria, twisting in all rainbow colors. Observing what was happening through the force told me little. There was a lot of odd energy gathering and trying to form a pattern, yet I could sense no danger. My bodyguards were already on the move, ready to drag me out of the room, when the rippling stilled, then rapidly formed into the transparent form of a tall, bearded old man wearing silver armor. He looked around, then his dark eyes stared at me. "Lord Stark, I presume?" he asked in an accent that was similar to Thor's. "I am General Tyr, the commander of Asgard's military. We have much to discuss." == Part 4. == Shield Facility X, a former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. In whatever afterlife Obi-Wan was, he would be laughing his ass off right now. Satine too, for that matter. Did they feel this way when dealing with my antics all the time? I looked at General Tyr's projection, trying to find the best words to respond with. It was proving quite hard, given the sheer insanity of the situation. You want me to advise Prince Thor, and when she arrives, his long-exiled sister on how to be proper heirs to the throne. I was sure I wasn't able to quite keep the incredulity out of my voice. For some odd reason, Prince Thor is listening to you, Lord Stark, when he failed to do so with many on Asgard who tried to impart on him similar lessons. It doesn't really matter if it is you or the timing you're meeting. The prince is willing to listen and better himself, and that is all that matters. As far as General Hela is concerned, let us just say that there is too much bad blood between her and those she should or would listen to. Besides, you should find her presence and ideas potentially very useful because before her exile, the princess did plan to uplift many of Asgard's protectorates, Tyr calmly explained. I am honored, General Tyr. However, as you might have noticed, we are a bit busy here on Earth, and we cannot guarantee the security of either Prince Thor or any other Asgard royals who decide to visit for the time being. We are preoccupied fighting a technologically advanced opponent who might have off-world backing, I noted, in no small part, playing for time to figure out how to best play this. I could sense through the force more security gathering out of sight just outside of the cafeteria, while my bodyguards were quietly, and not so gently ushering everyone else inside out of the room. This wasn't the time or place for the kind of negotiations I found myself holding with Tyr. I was sure that the very idea would drive people in the State Department into apoplexy. Tyr didn't seem to care one bit. After briefly looking around, he dismissed the room as inconsequential and kept his attention focused on me. We are aware that the situation on Midgard is not ideal at this time. Thus, we do not expect that you will aid us in training Prince Thor and Princess Hela of the goodness of your heart, Lord Stark. We are also aware that accepting such a request will reflect not only on you but your people. We are prepared to offer reasonable concessions both to you in person and to Midgard in exchange, Tyr noted. Wasn't this interesting? What was the catch here? I will need to consult both with my government and likely with many others on Earth before I can accept your gracious offer, General Tyr. That said, right now I can negotiate for myself. Negotiating for the rest of Earth will have to happen on another occasion. That is acceptable. Due to the sheer distance involved, we can't maintain this type of communication for long. I will contact you tomorrow at the same time, for further discussion when you will continue to represent Midgard, like during your first meeting with Prince Thor. Right now, let us discuss what we can offer you, Lord Stark. First, let me assure you that because of your deeds in facing the destroyer and protecting Prince Thor, when the ship arrives to bring him home, we will offer you medical care for the issue with your chest. This offer is due to what you've done for Asgard so far, and is not conditional on the negotiations we will now hold, Tyr explained. I appreciate the gesture, General Tyr. I slowly nodded at him and tapped my chest, trying to buy myself as much time as I could to think things through. The offer of healing was nice, though not something I would necessarily accept when the time came. Who knew what accidental additions I might end up with? While keeping an eye on Prince Thor and you as of late, we couldn't fail but notice that you tend to find yourself into dangerous situations without adequate protection, Tyr continued. As a craftsman and a warrior both, I don't believe that a custom-made armor as a gift would be the best way to approach you, Lord Stark. However, giving you the tools and items needed to build yourself one, would that be something you would appreciate? He got me there, the bastard. You do have my attention, General Tyr, I nodded slowly. I must admit, it took me a damn long time to notice how the bastard took charge of the conversation from the moment his projection appeared, and effortlessly kept me off balance. Nevertheless, I continued, it would be a dereliction of my duties as a part of Sword not to ask a few necessary questions before I even think about negotiation personally with you, General. Is that so? Tyr's spectacular graying beard twitched, perhaps hiding a smile. First, the attack by the autonomous weapon designated the destroyer. We, as in Midgard, would like an official explanation, I stated. Loki Odinson, our king's adopted son, wasn't content with his place on Asgard and executed a coup that came too close for comfort to being successful. Prince Thor's antics did contribute to the issue, which is why we want him to learn under your wise guidance, Lord Stark. Asgard is reasonably safe. I personally saw to it that the Jotun won't be attacking anyone anytime soon. Sadly, Loki the Leesmith managed to escape and is now Asgard's most wanted creature. If that is your concern, Midgardian, your realm is safe from invasion from a subburned Asgard. You are and remain a protectorate of ours, Tyr patiently explained. That is indeed good to know. Can we expect any form of reparation over the dead and destruction caused by your suborned weapon? I pressed. That is something to discuss when you negotiate for the rest of Midgard, Lord Stark. Some payback for the caused destruction and death is indeed in order, for they were caused because Asgardian oversights and failures, Tyr grimly nodded. I officially apologize over the strife and pain caused by Loki the Leesmith's actions on Midgard. He offered me a respectful bow. Finally, do you have any indications that our ongoing war with Wakanda has alien involvement? I pressed. Not to the best of our understanding. If you are wondering if the war you fight was orchestrated by one of the major powers to keep Midgard weak, we have no indications to back such a conclusion, yet we can't be certain. Midgard is a long way from Asgard in real space, and your realm is the only place that interests us in your corner of the galaxy, Lord Stark. Your status as our protectorate should keep you safe from such overt actions. When our ship carrying Princess Hela arrives, it will impress to the local Skrull and Kree naval elements that you are and remain under Asgard's aegis. Thank you, General Tyr. I matched his respectful bow. With these pressing questions out of the way, we can indeed begin negotiating for my personal assistance in training Prince Thor and Princess Hela how to be better rulers. I trailed off. Now, what did I need at a minimum to build myself a functional and practical power armor? Ideally, I would want a few operational suits and have my bodyguards wear most of them with a personal one left for emergencies. If I am to be honest, a modern fabricator and feedstock of advanced materials and alloys would be really nice to have. Not without heavy restrictions. Resources for a proper personal armor and perhaps that of your personal retinue are of no consequence. What we consider modern industrial equipment, on the other hand, Tyr trailed off, and finally it was his turn to be thoughtful. I will have to check what we have that it might be appropriate to offer you as payment that you can safely use. == Breaking news. Second peaceful contact with Asgard. The United States State Department just offered a statement that Asgard contacted Tony Stark, confirming many of the suppositions over the incursion in New Mexico. We have an official confirmation that the events in New Mexico were the direct consequences of a coup attempt on Asgard led by a now disgraced Prince Loki of Asgard. The coup failed, and we have official assurance from General Tyr, the commander of Asgard's fleets, that no further hostile incursions will follow as a fallout from the coup attempt. Further negotiations will continue tomorrow, when an Asgardian representative will once again contact Tony Stark, as Sword and Earth's representative for further negotiations over the events in New Mexico. This is the first piece of good news for the whole world since the Wakanda War began. CNN 54, Phase 17 Parts 5 and 6. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 17, Unintended Consequences. == Part 5. == Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. Even now, in the days of satellite communications and widespread, fast internet, diplomatic talks usually took weeks, if not months. Sometimes they still took years, especially when many countries were involved. The speed and coordination required to deal with an alien polity caught people off guard. It was only a few hours before Tyr was supposed to call again when I got the privilege of attending a conference call between diplomats and government leaders currently allied with the U.S., alongside more than a few foreign ministers or their equivalents from the rest of the world acting as observers. "We have much to do and mere hours to do it," the Secretary of State began. "Sadly, we will have to disperse with many diplomatic norms today in the name of expediency." David Hotchner's face twitched while speaking those words. "For various reasons, the Asgardians have taken a liking to Mr. Stark and want him as a continued point of rather disruptive and irregular contact." He looked at me. "That is not an honor I feel I can decline. Has everyone online briefed on our long-term goals and strategic standing?" I asked. "We do need to speak plainly, and as you pointed out, Secretary Hotchner, we don't have much time to do it." Ensuring everyone was on the same page was one of the factors that pushed this meeting so close to our deadline, the Secretary of State explained. "You can speak freely, Mr. Stark. Considering you will be our point man in negotiations with Asgard for the time being, not taking your input in all due consideration will be foolish in the extreme. Then everyone should be aware that diplomatically and security-wise, we hit the jackpot with Asgard. An alien benefactor willing to aid in our defense has been the most realistic way to protect Earth over the coming decades. Our chances would be terrible for anything more dangerous than a limited incursion or a pirate raid until we've done much uplifting. Asgard can buy us the time to properly develop our science, industry, and military to the point that humanity would be hard to bomb into extinction and harder to take. It is not a question if we should accept any reasonable and even unreasonable Asgardian demands, as long as they take their role in defending Earth as their protectorate seriously. The only question is what reasonable price we should push for accepting their requests." That statement earned me a lot of dirty and skeptical looks. It seemed to me that many diplomats hadn't yet internalized precisely how small a fish Earth was, and what kind of shark any developed interstellar nation was in comparison. "That's not the kind of statement I was led to expect from you, Mr. Stark." An older man spoke in a thick British accent. "I am aware of Earth's capabilities, compared to those of any species capable of interstellar travel. We are outclassed and divided as a species, making it easy to exploit us. In interstellar terms, our position is worse than that of the smallest third-world country compared to the United States, the EU, or China as a whole. We have a priceless opportunity to change the equation without being colonized and exploited, or worse." I pointed out the obvious again. That shut the Brit up and got everyone thinking. "What if our Asgardian friends are not what they appear to be?" Hotchner asked. "Then next year when they get a ship in orbit, we are fucked. Any countermeasure we might be able to develop and put in place that soon is so highly unlikely to cut it. It's hilarious. Our best bet would be Wakhandan fighters with improved drives, loaded with as many nuclear weapons as they could carry, and praying that their stealth would be relevant to Asgardian sensors." More grumbling followed my words. "That's in line with what the Pentagon told me, and I am sure the military of my colleagues had similar conclusions to share," Secretary Hotchner noted. "Now that we have made sure we are on the same page, let us begin discussing the issue at hand. What can or should we ask for? What will be our red lines, if any? Mr. Stark, you've had more time than most of us to think about the situation, and your advice on considering any scientific and technological requests will be important. I am sure you've discussed the situation with the other scientists and engineers gathered at the facility you are working at. We had a long talk about what we would like to get our hands on and what would be most useful to Earth in the long run, which are unsurprisingly different things. What we need in the long run is knowledge. We should ask Asgard to open a small school, later to be expanded, where a few of their people can teach what are basic things for them, yet are literally out of this world for even our best scientists and engineers, then use that know-how and theories to further our uplift efforts. Ideally, we would want unrestricted aid in upgrading our industry to a galactic standard. However, General Tyr did mention that doing so was out of the question as long as Earth was as divided as it is, and at war with itself. Until that changes to Asgard's liking, the best we might get is a handful of restricted fabricators producing a limited selection of higher technology than we can build ourselves. That's it we ask for schools? Hotchner asked incredulously. That would be the most useful in the long run. Now, a few diplomatic concessions would be nice to have, including Asgard stationing a warship or a few in the solar system to ensure we won't get invaded while we are busy uplifting Earth. Introduction to interstellar markets and friendly nations would be very nice, especially in the long term, when we gain access to faster-than-light travel. Buying even obsolete industrial equipment could be a great boon to Earth. == China officially condemns Pakistan's support of Taliban and Ten Rings insurgents. Associated Press. Due to a lack of air support and logistics difficulties, coalition and ANA forces had to retreat from Jalalabad, leaving the city and perhaps even the whole province in Taliban hands. BBC News. Despite the Wakandan attacks and the disruption they caused, NATO air power continues to strike targets across Iran in support of loyalist forces. In the north, the loyalists managed to isolate and encircle all remaining Revolutionary Guards and major irregular formations in a few strongholds currently under siege. Euronews Italian and Spanish forces in Morocco are about to launch a final offensive against Polisario Front strongholds in Western Sahara. Euronews in Madrid. The Spanish government now displays weapons secured by intelligence services agents from the Polisario Front. This confirms earlier statements from the Spanish government about retrieving advanced weapons supplied to insurgents in Morocco by Wakanda. BBC World News. Part 6. Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. I had blissfully suppressed the memories of how tedious and frustrating dealing with a bunch of politicians representing their nations could be, compared to having an alliance leader to concern yourself with. The meeting with the diplomats brought to mind my experiences with the Republic, and to some extent, later, the Imperial Senate. It was a stark, pun-intended reminder that sometimes, even a mutual enemy couldn't properly unite people when there were too many competing agendas and interests. In this case, to make things even better, I realized that at least some of the diplomats present didn't quite understand how outclassed Earth was, and how that should reflect everyone's calculations from now on. I had to remind myself that for most governments involved in this mess, the next elections were as important a consideration as the long-term protection of Earth, if not more, because a failure in those elections might mean their country wouldn't be in a position to contribute to said defense. I was glad that hurting this particular bunch of cats, so to speak, wasn't my job. At the same time, my ability to affect their decisions beyond giving advice that could be easily ignored was extremely limited for the time being. In the end, one of the big reasons why no one spoke too loud against me continuing to represent Earth in front of Asgard for the time being was because the gathered diplomats couldn't agree on a better alternative, who wouldn't favor their rivals anyway. The galaxy, perhaps the universe, might change, but politics sadly didn't. Tyr's arrival, that of his projection, was a relief after dealing with all the diplomats with very different ideas about what Earth needed, Earth's position in the galaxy, and more. Lord Stark, Tyr nodded and looked at me from head to toe. You look more harried than yesterday. I've had to deal with countless diplomats from many of Earth's countries for hours now. It was not an enjoyable experience. At least, I do have to leave to negotiate for Earth within reason, of course. That is good to hear, Tyr's beard twitched. From our side, I can confirm the agreement to supply you with a small fabricator and relevant resources so that you can build proper armor for yourself and your retinue. We can discuss the specific restrictions placed on the device later. What does Midgard as a whole require for your people to agree to our requests? Finally, someone wants to do negotiations simply and straightforwardly. After the last few hours, I had the illogical feeling that Tyr was my new best friend. That was, of course, not true, and a fundamental failure of the Q&A session with the diplomats that ended just a few minutes ago. It's never good to sympathize more with your opposite number during negotiations than the people you were supposed to negotiate for. First, we have a few diplomatic requests, I began, trying to keep my feelings and private thoughts in check. We want a formalization of Earth's protectorate status. We want to know exactly what it entails, the threats you are ready to protect us against, and such. Further, we would require the presence of Asgardian military units, ideally, naval ones in the solar system to guarantee said protection. Finally, we want to discuss further normalizing Earth's diplomatic relationship with Asgard. We request that you establish a proper embassy, or at least a consulate on Earth. All diplomats watching right now would be near apoplexy due to how I presented our position. Then again, Tyr was a military man. That much was painfully obvious. I had the nagging suspicion he would appreciate not wasting his time with diplomatic speak. Otherwise, we could dance around the main points for hours and multiple meetings. I will make sure the ship coming to Midgard will carry official diplomatic correspondence outlining the details of our mutual relationship. This request is a most reasonable one. The heart of the matter is simple. Midgard could be used as an invasion vector for the rest of the 9 realms, bypassing most conventional and magical defenses with the right technology, infrastructure, or powerful enough magic. That is why our primary interest in Midgard is to ensure no other policy takes control of the place, so they could use it against us. While limited alien incursions might not be something we would respond to promptly, depending on many factors, an all-out invasion of Midgard is something we would not ignore. The same is true for any deal Midgard attempts to make with a different nation that gives them military access to your world. That was less than ideal, but still invaluable. I am sure we can and will discuss the details of this arrangement later. What about our other requests? I prompted him. It should be possible to establish a formal diplomatic presence on Midgard. With Princess Hela on Midgard for the foreseeable future, doing so would be prudent. However, we will have to discuss the nature and size of said diplomatic mission later. Tyr's beard twitched sideways. Was he frowning? With the Bifrost out of action, deploying any ships long-term to Midgard would make them unavailable for our use for a long time, not to mention they would be away from a proper supply base for too long. I hope I won't be too forward. However, I am sure we can agree to host a small Asgard naval facility on Earth or in Sol, so any ships you station here can be reasonably maintained and resupplied, I pointed out. In fact, having such a base would be great as far as Asgardian commitment to protect Earth was concerned, and if nothing else, would act as both deterrence and a tripwire. We will have to examine the strategic situation and implications of stationed naval vessels at Midgard and get back to you, Lord Stark. With that particular point out of the way, what else do you require? Your other requests were both reasonable and things we should be able to grant without an issue, Tyr noted. The next point might be more controversial. In conjunction with your future diplomatic mission, we would require that Asgard establishes a school program on Earth, teaching a limited number of people what would be considered normal education for the galaxy at large. Doing so would be a great boon for our long-term uplift efforts and won't require direct technical assistance from Asgard. The more I speak with you, Lord Stark, the more I regret you weren't around 1,000 years ago or so. You might just be the right person to get Princess Hela to listen. So far, your ideas align with her suggestions to uplift the 9 realms. It was too bad she then wanted to use the uplifted and unified realms to wage an unprovoked war of conquest against the rest of the galaxy. Tyr shook his head and sighed. Your idea has merit, Lord Stark. I will present it to King Odin and the Royal Council. I believe that the largest stumbling block there would be finding the right teachers who might agree to spend years on Earth without easy contact with Asgard at large. Let me assure you, I take this request seriously and will see it fulfilled if possible. Finally, we would require a comprehensive strategic briefing on the state of the galaxy at large, and the situation in our corner of it in particular. Some would argue that what we wanted wasn't enough. Others might reasonably point out we were perhaps pushing our luck. Thankfully, Tyr, so far, proved to be very reasonable. It remained to be seen if Odin was the same. I can give you the important points in this and our following meetings. You will need to wait for our ship to arrive for a comprehensive strategic overview of the galactic situation beyond the major players and the critical information about them. It will carry the necessary intelligence information, Tyr offered. I can provisionally agree to all your requests and will pledge to bring them in front of my king and back them. Tyr straightened up and appeared to be even taller. As the representative of Asgard to Midgard, I have an official diplomatic request to make. Pending agreement from Asgard on the terms Lord Anthony Stark outlined today, Asgard requires that Midgard hosts Princess Hela of Asgard in exile for a length to be determined later. Further, Lord Anthony Stark will do his utmost to educate both Prince Thor and Princess Hela on how to be competent and even-tempered rulers. He will do his best to aid Princess Hela in recovering from her long imprisonment. You will attempt to guide her into seeing the errors of her ways. == The meetings between General Tyr of Asgard and Dr. Tony Stark in Canada, while low-key and brief, would pave the way for Earth's emergence on the galactic stage. The early deals struck between Asgard and Earth would, in the long run, have long-reaching consequences. They will be the foundations that would allow Earth's Uplift program to eventually gain access to alien know-how and markets, speeding it tremendously in the process, and making it feasible to achieve what should have taken centuries to happen within decades of extreme effort. Earth Among the Stars Book 1, First Steps New Cambridge University Online Publishing. 55, Phase 17 Parts 7 and 8. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 17, Unintended Consequences. == Part 7. == News from the second meeting between Tony Stark and General Tyr from Asgard spread through Earth's halls of power like wildfire. This meant even more changes were coming. Like across most of the world, the changes were a double-edged sword in the United States. They brought incredible, often unexpected prosperity to some while serving as the death knell to whole industries. Some were in a position to change in time, and while not precisely facing prosperity, they were expected to endure. Others faced ruin, and its face was that of Tony Stark. Then there was power and influence, ideology too. Stark Industries was growing by leaps and bounds, firmly entrenching itself at the top of the Fortune 500 list. As an industrial concern and weapons manufacturer, the corporation had always been influential. Under Tony Stark's revitalized leadership, SI grew and diversified, entering new markets by storm while preparing to break even more new ground. That sped up the ongoing realignment. Those betting on Tony Stark and SI doubled down on it, while everyone else found themselves hard-pressed to choose a side. SI was already too powerful to ignore. The only question for many in power is if they should back or oppose it while they still had the chance. In Europe, the fires of change were burning bright and not necessary for the better. In the United Kingdom, energy independence was within grasp. This opened many new opportunities and, combined with the ongoing wars, strained the fabric of society even further. New and old ideologies were about to clash for the future of the whole nation. Some wanted the empire of old back, or never truly comprehended it died in the flames of 2 world wars. Others saw a priceless opportunity to achieve their vision, which meant Britain had to stand alone and unburdened by external constraints like the EU. And even those who saw the future of the United Kingdom as forever linked with Europe felt more than little unease at what was happening on the continent. From Paris to Warsaw, from Brussels to Rome, from the shores of Spain to the cold forest of Finland, Europe was at war the continent hadn't seen since the Nazis took it by storm decades ago. If anything, the conflict revitalized NATO's existence and boosted the European Union. It was becoming painfully clear that smaller European countries would never have the economy or militaries to protect themselves or thrive in this new world of fusion, aliens, and impossible threats like Wakanda. The EU's long, halting, plodding advance toward more unification and centralization was suddenly a vital theme discussed by all governments of its member states. In this new world, standing alone would be a lonely and deadly place to be. and even the organization's greatest adversaries had to admit that with its aid, many member states would find it easier to adopt fusion in a reasonable time frame. That was critical because the energy independence that Tony Stark offered the world was a priceless gift that a country had to have unless it wanted to be left behind. Fusion reactors were expensive. The overhaul of power grids required to make the best of them was often even more so. The economic and political rewards far exceeded the price if a country could pay it in the first place. Yet this, not quite a new direction the EU was slowly moving towards, was something only some accepted. Politicians and industrialists across the UK were by no means unique in being wary of the new direction shaped by decision-makers across Europe. A stronger, more united EU, one with more teeth beyond denying money, was something that only some member states, their governments, or the opposition agreed with. For some, it was a matter of sovereignty. For others, such a stronger EU meant less power or simply less opportunity for graft. In Moscow, the people within the Kremlin looked warily across the border. Their primary issues remained survival and maintaining their position in the cutthroat politics of the Russian Federation. Any attempt to look outwards would be punished by rivals looking for weakness to exploit. One day, Russia might be united enough to rekindle its dreams of an empire. Until then, survival, and if the opportunity arose, reigning in a few of the autonomous regions within the country was all that might be possible. Africa was on fire, literally and figuratively. Wakanda's weapon shipments ensured criminals, rebels, and terrorists had teeth, the kind they had rarely enjoyed since the fall of the Soviet Union. Not everyone was fortunate like Morocco. Government forces across the continent bled at the hands of insurgents and organized crime, while often unstable governments tethered on the edge of the abyss. The potential food crisis, again because of Wakanda's madness, didn't help manners. It was a dark irony that mutual hatred of Wakanda was the one thing that united Africa as a whole these days. The alien threat, future development, they would only matter once Wakanda was dealt with. There would be no future until Canada was defanged or gone for good. For an increasing portion of Africa, either outcome was acceptable. The Middle East was on fire, though Wakanda was merely a distraction and an opportunity this time. Long-simmering issues, advanced weapons, and the distraction of 3 ongoing wars gave terrorists and insurgents priceless possibilities too good to let slide. Governments had to scramble to find a path forward while their house was literally on fire. In India, Wakanda's outrage sparkled focused fury, harnessed by nationalists nationwide. Soon, there was little doubt about who would win the next elections with promises of security and a bright future in cooperation with Stark Industries. China found itself with a priceless opportunity to diplomatically reset the board and avoid what might have been a direct course toward a Cold War with the United States. It still had to struggle with nationalist and expansionist elements within its government, making it harder to take full advantage of the new paradigm politically. Yet on the economic front, cooperation with SI for fusion technology and the development of exoskeletons meant that economic growth was more than ensured despite the ongoing wars and strife. That fact, by itself, suggested that the compact between the Chinese people and its government remained intact. In Southeast Asia, the changes brought opportunities, yet in some regards changed little. China was still the behemoth everyone was wary of yet kept trading with. Japan eagerly embraced exoskeletons to ensure its people could work effectively longer before retiring, yet still struggled to find a culturally and politically acceptable solution to declining birth rates and thus population. South Korea had to remain focused on the North, where the Kim regime appeared increasingly unhinged with every significant change that hit the world. In Taipei, the new paradigm sounded like a potential death knell. The possible warming of relationships between China and the U.S., or at least the necessity of cooperation, could prove to be fatal in the long run, just like China acting sensibly and winning economically over Taiwan might eventually end up with a new status quo unacceptable to too many people, especially among those currently in power. The winds of change were blowing, and no place on Earth would remain untouched for long. == Part 8 Equals C equals. The Golden City. Wakanda. The city Aithna Amvake returned to after weeks of combat was the same, yet different. She only had the opportunity to see how the war affected the rest of Wakanda outside its warriors because her talon needed maintenance and upgrades. Otherwise, she would be preparing to fly another mission instead of trying to relax on the train on the way home. Aithna was sure that if she tried, she could touch the fear permeating the train car. People were constantly looking through the windows as if certain that any time now, more missiles would strike the shield, yet this time it would fail. The constant angry murmurs were a new thing in her experience. It didn't help that she could see groups of people gathering across the city, while many of the best-known roads were blocked by solid blocks of border tribe warriors. The constant glimmering lights all over the mountains nesting the city didn't help calm people down. Now and then, Aithna saw her travel companions look warily at those lights, where construction crews and groups of engineers were busy building more defensive cannons, and doing their best to restore those worst hit during the outsider attack that struck the city weeks ago. Finally, the pilot reached her stop and quickly made her way out of the train. Passing by the park near her parents' building, she heard a veteran warrior speak in front of a large group of youths. "We must protect our future. If we fail, the outsiders will plunder Wakanda and leave us with nothing, as they did to the rest of Africa." As he spoke, the old warrior shook his fist, and many of the youth followed suit. There was no mistaking their anger or eagerness to find a target for it. Aithna slowed down her pace and watched the gathering. There was something she hadn't seen before going on. As a pilot, there was no place for anger or other emotion while flying, no matter how dangerous the mission was or how wrong it went. Cold precision in planning and execution got the job done and gave you the best odds to get home intact, especially now when everyone sane knew how dangerous the outsiders were. At best, adrenaline helped your reactions a bit, yet at the same time, it was a double-edged sword affecting precision and rational decision-making. What that warrior spoke of went contrary to all of Aithna's training and experience in combat. It was anger and arrogance that killed most of her fellow pilots. Instead of offering rational arguments, the warrior was using the wrath of the youths. He wasn't trying to calm them down or tell them that rash actions and decisions might get them killed in combat. Instead, he was giving more fuel to their anger and aiming it as if it was a weapon instead of an obstacle to overcome. Aithna shook her head and walked away, wondering who to speak with about what she just witnessed. With the king himself and the Golden Tribe betraying Wakanda, then the military miscalculating and grievously misjudging the outside world's capabilities, the pilot wasn't sure if there was anyone left she could talk with. Still, this can wait until tomorrow evening when she has to return. Until then, Aithna had few precious hours to spend with her mother and sisters. Who knew if she would live to see them again? Equals C equals. Joint Dark Energy Mission Facility. Mojave Desert. Nevada, U.S. Fury stalked through a long corridor, lined up with armored doors ready to slam shut, cameras and security personnel. This place was vital for America and the world's security, and he wasn't about to take any chances with it. That was especially true because the last time Project PEGASUS was active, it ended up with nothing to show for but a wiped our Air Force base. The director entered a large conference room with a long metal table surrounded by comfortable chairs. Some of NASA's best scientists and freelancers, with useful specialties, sat around, sipping coffee and tea while looking at folders with classified information about the mystery they would soon attempt to crack. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Director Nicholas Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. By now you've all heard about SWORD, that aliens are real, and that our place in the universe is less than ideal. We are here to do something about it. Fury spoke loud and clear while walking to the head of the table. He picked up a small remote waiting for him and pressed a button. Screens came alive, showing the aftermath of the alien attack on the U.S. Air Force Base close to 3 decades ago, then that of the battles in New Mexico and Wakanda's attack on universities, among other things. He sat down and gave the gathered scientists and engineers a few more moments to absorb the gruesome pictures before swapping them for a close-in image of the Tesseract and what Hydra achieved with it in the 40s of the previous century. Some of you are here because their theories are now proven. Fury nodded at Dr. Selvig and Dr. Foster. Practical wormhole travel is possible, though it is another question if it will be within our reach within the lifetimes of any of us. That is how the Asgardians rapidly traveled to Earth and back. We need a way to localize any deployment of people or material using wormholes first on Earth, then within the solar system. After that, it would be nice if there is any way to block the formation of such phenomena. Naturally, he looked at the scientists in question. To get there, we would need to spend a lot of time and resources working on the theory and practice surrounding the creation of artificial wormholes. Selvig and Foster perked up at that. What might be otherwise impossible can potentially become possible thanks to this artifact straight out of myth, Fury continued. With another press of a button, everyone looked at the Tesseract from various angles. During the Second World War, Hydra was able to utilize this object to create technology that is only now becoming feasible without it. If you manage to reactivate it and figure out how to utilize it, there might be no limit to what is within your reach. If that happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a proper counter to Stark if the man went bad or was playing them all. Not to mention, having an alternative source of defenses for Earth was common sense. 56, Phase 18 Parts 1-4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 18, War Fever. =C=. Part 1. =C=. The beginning of the end for Wakanda in the First Unification War was a quiet thing. There wasn't a massive Allied offensive to mark a clearly noticeable shift in balance. Wakanda's depleted air force didn't launch a second campaign against the rest of the world that saw it wiped out overnight. Instead, a death of 1,000 cuts saw Wakanda's military stretched thin, then bled in the sky and the countries surrounding the isolated nation. The First Unification War, the end of tranquility. =C=. Dodoma, Tanzania. Njeru Basa wasn't enjoying his visit to yet another country. This time, the warrior's job was to help control one of the main road junctions. By doing so, Njeru and his comrades were ensuring that Wakanda's local allies would be able to deal with all resistance to the north properly, then muster their strength to move against the traitors who sides with the colonizers to the south and along the coast. From what the young man could gather, airstrikes, or at least as many as the Air Force could deploy in this part of Africa, were not enough to deal with the Tanzanian army units that didn't fall caught off guard or backed Wakanda like it was proper. That was what his seniors told him anyway. In the last few weeks of fighting through towns and villages that were extremely poor and primitive, the sheer contrast between how the locals lived and Wakanda's marvelous cities left an impression in Njeru's mind. These people weren't dedicated border tribe warriors, who spent much of their lives pretending to be poor farmers, herdsmen, and whatever else was necessary to fool the outsiders. The regular people out here were really poor. Basa found it harder and harder to make the mental gymnastics necessary to justify what he and the other warriors were doing. Was this the price of Wakandan supremacy? He saw precious few colonizers after arriving in this country. From what Njeru gathered, those were either stranded tourists or people working at one of the large national preserves or hospitals around. None of them looked like colonizers doing any colonizing the warrior could recognize. The Wakandan warriors, on the other hand, they were camping in a patch of forest near a circular intersection, with the local airport just beyond it. Their position allowed them to both ensure obvious hostile traffic didn't pass by them, and they could also effectively fire upon a part of the airfield. Along with other units spread out in the area, this deployment allowed Wakanda's warriors to prevent any enemies from gaining easy access to a foothold in the area, and could also use the airfield's facilities as their own. Frankly, the airfield used to be an asset when Njeru arrived. At that time, the Air Force could afford to have a few Dragon fighters in the area acting as scouts and providing air support. Sadly, for the past week, The only sight of friendly aircraft they saw were brief nightly visits when a tired crew pushed pallets with supplies out of the back of a visibly damaged Royal Talon that hadn't been fixed yet. The sun was about to set, bathing the horizon in the bloody glow that made the Wakandan warriors uneasy. Some of them were not beyond superstitions. Such sight in the distant past was supposed to herald a bloody night or bloodier dawn to come. Soon enough, the word came down to Enjero's position that a convoy of the hated Toyotas with weapons in the trunk was on their way to the airfield. There was no air support because Wakanda was again under heavy bombardment by long-range missiles. There were particularly many of those this night, which probably explained the excitement heading their way. Personally, Bassa could go on without any more of that. Thank you very much. He wisely didn't say so to the senior warrior in charge of his unit. By the spirits, a familiar and unwelcome voice exclaimed. Njeku was very young for a warrior deployed in a dangerous area. He was also a firm believer in Wakanda's greatness and how just their cause was. Needless to say, that didn't make the youth one of Njeru's favorite people, even if he was a distant cousin. Or perhaps because he was a distant cousin. Nevertheless, Bassa looked around. His eyes darted in every possible direction to see what the boy had noticed. Sure enough, Njeru saw them within moments and heard them almost simultaneously. Missiles roared overhead. Many were rather slow, so slow that the warriors could clearly see their odd, crude shapes. Yet there were disturbingly many of them. While most missiles roared harmlessly overhead, presumably heading towards Wakanda, too many plunged downwards while soaring above the airfield. A series of bright yet somehow dull explosions shook the ground. Within moments, all the airport buildings containing supplies and equipment for the warriors deployed in the town were on fire. The hated Toyotas accelerated, and Njeru heard the painfully familiar shriek of mortar rounds in the air. "Hold for Wakanda," the senior warrior bellowed. =C=. Air Station 6. Wakanda. It took months of planning, setting up the pieces, and finally receiving permission to actually use the Royal Talon the Wakandian prince and princess defected with. However, it was worth it in the end, or at least they were about to make it worth it. The captured Talon glided silently and invisibly through the last stretch of Rwandan airspace before entering Wakanda. Their target was a facility near the region's border responsible for air missions. Before the war, it contained 3 Royal Talons and 6 Dragon fighters, a hefty amount of air power considering what Rwanda had at the best of times. The setup was honestly impressive. Everything needed to maintain those aircraft, their crews, and a security detail could fit into a high-tech tower protected by a cloaking field and shield. It was also connected with the rest of Wakanda by underground rail, something they wouldn't have the time or tight ammunition to neutralize for sure. At any rate, that shouldn't be an issue. If it became one, the mission would have already failed by then, and they would be likely dead or running for their lives toward the border. "Final check, we are 5 minutes away," Barton spoke aloud. "Mask on and make sure your buddies have put theirs properly. I don't want anyone crying their eyes out when we deploy." He nodded at Natasha. "I have the bird." Romanoff let go of the controls, leaving her co-pilot to fly. She pulled out her gas mask and went through the well-practiced motion of putting it on properly, then ensured it was secured like it was supposed to be. Below and above them, cruise missiles of all kinds streaked through the air. Many were crude and cheap mass-produced weapons, which were little more than basic suicide drones writ large. Others were state-of-the-art weapons, carrying the latest iteration of Stark's repulsor warheads. After a relative week of respite, while everyone replenished stocks and brought weapons to best launch positions, Wakanda was now experiencing a hammering it hadn't since the first weeks of the war, with the bonus of drones making an appearance in increasing numbers, testing for any countermeasures the enemy might have. By the time Natasha landed just out of sight of the tower's location, the bombardment had been in progress for hours. She hid the soon it would end, and the local aircraft garrison would return. They would need to lower the shield at that point and signal the incoming fighters that it was safe to come to the barn, something Natasha was attentively listening for. Sure enough, the comm unit in the cockpit came to life, catching the awaited encrypted message. As expected, for the returning aircraft to receive it, they had to decloak. That was Romanoff's cue cloak and lift, then head for the tower. She wasn't surprised to see only 3 fighters returning, a Talon and 2 dragons. The small contingent of assets operating from this place was one of the significant reasons for choosing it as the target once it was located. "It's show time, boys," Natasha purred and flew behind the last dragon. Their prey landed while the raiding party patiently waited above the tower for the crews to leave their craft and move away before pouncing. C equals. Part 2. C equals. Dodoma. Tanzania. Mortar rounds screeched through the air, impacting all around the warriors' positions. When Enjeru dared raise his head above the edge of the small trench he was lying in, he saw a particularly loathsome abomination of a vehicle. It was yet another hated Toyota. Of course it was. This time, the thing had a sinister contraption wielded in its back, just like the ones he had seen under the wings of outsider attack helicopters. "Rockets," Bassa barked and ducked back into the trench. Sure enough, the damn thing opened fire, and a howling barrage of death and misery struck all over the area with deafening fury. "Cowards, why aren't they coming to face us like men?" Enjeku screamed from his hole in the ground. Enjeru was glad they didn't share a trench. The prospect of going to the spirits alongside that fool wasn't promising. The explosions were still ongoing when heavy machine guns opened up, ensuring everyone in the area kept their heads down. "Ready to engage infantry," the senior warrior in charge of them bellowed. The continuing bombardment made his roar almost inaudible. "Let them come, I'll kill them all," Enjaku screamed. The bombardment was still ongoing when Warkries came from the other side of the road, and to the right side of the dug-in Wakenden warriors. Bassa dared peek again and cursed. There were a lot of bastards converging on their position. They were moving and now firing single shots as they advanced. Others used their fellows as a distraction to set up machine guns or get closer to aim better with their RPGs. They were all black without a single colonizer in sight, yet their expressions weren't those of resigned, coerced men who didn't want to be here, fighting their brothers. On the contrary, the few Enjeru could see clearly as they came at him were fixed masks of determination and anger. "Contact, right flank," Bassa shouted, and despite the explosions shaking his trench, he dragged his weapon out, took aim, and opened fire. More and more of the nearby warriors who were still alive and whole followed his example, with the young fool aiding loud taunts to his shots. Blue energy blast tore into the advancing infantry, who ignored the casualties and kept coming. Enjeru shot a skinny young man who was just shy of being a kid and frowned. Now that the enemy was closer, he could see their uniforms. They were distinctly not what the Tanzanian traitors who fought against Wakanda and its allies wore. Bursts of machine gun fire forced Bassa to duck again by tearing the ravaged soil before his trench. "Where is our air force?" Enjaku screamed as the enemy got closer and closer. An RPG round blew up into a nearby trench, showering everyone in the area with blood and gore. At least the mortars ceased shrieking through the air. However, some distant Toyotas continued delivering punishing suppressive fire into the Wakandan lines. Machine gun fire and light cannon slammed into the defenders, making their job even harder. "Our air force is above Wakanda fighting," the senior warrior snapped. "It's only us here keep fighting." The enemy got close enough to accurately throw grenades into the outer trenches despite their heavy casualties. Bassa could see at least twice his unit numbers in corpses and wounded lying around. Yet the attack didn't appear to be ending anytime soon. Grenades detonated, Wakandan warriors died or lay wounded and screaming in pain, and the enemy kept coming as if the spirits themselves possessed them. At that point, Bassa knew he was dead. His position was near the front of the trenches, and very soon one of those bastards would throw a grenade into it. He was almost right, too. A pair of grenades bounced Enjeru's way, and he ducked, then snapped his shield over his body as well as he could in the hole. The world ended in a loud shriek. For some odd reason, Bassa was still around to feel as if a herd of buffaloes gleefully trampled him over, repeatedly at that. He blinked a bloodshot eye open just in time to see a large man peering down at him. The next thing Enjero saw was a huge boot flying straight at his face, and then there were stars and darkness. =C=. Air Station 6, Wakanda. The pilots left their craft and entered the tower while support personnel raced out to check on the machines. At that point, the Royal Talon's rear ramp opened, and the soldiers at the back threw out smoke and tear gas grenades. The Wakandans' shocked cries lasted as long as the first team jumped off the craft and landed hard on the tower's platforms. They shouldered their blasters and opened fire, cutting down a couple of shocked warriors and the engineers who were still trying to process that someone dared to invade the place. The rest of the unit jumped out, carrying packs of explosives, with the last pair dragging out a container with already programmed and set up to launch repulsor warheads. 2 commandos threw more gas and smoke grenades at the tower entrance and took a position at it. At the same time, the rest either began setting up explosives or ran into the ready and open fighters. Talon secure, preparing for liftoff. Dragon secure. Ours is secure too, preparing to leave. Only then did someone in the tower activate the alarm, and a piercing wail carried over the area. The only entrance to the landing platforms closed shut with a hiss, which was more than all right with the soldiers covering it. Placing mines? One of them informed aloud and removed a pair of claymores with laser triggers from his pack, while the second one moved back, still covering the door with his weapon. Behind them, the Talon and Dragons came alive and quietly rose above their platforms. Their ramps closed, and they slowly rose above the landing pads before turning away from the tower and leaving. Within seconds, their pilots activated the stealth systems, and the stolen fighters cloaked, heading for 3 different Air Force bases in Europe and the Middle East. "Warheads are live, move out," Romanoff barked. Barton had conveniently moved their Royal Talon, so the remaining operatives could rapidly jump inside and haul ass away from the tower. When enough warriors gathered to try and retake the landing platforms, the commandos were already flying away under a cloak. The air tower's small security detail ran straight into the mines seconds before the Jericho warheads activated. Dozens of repulsors shot into the air before sharply descending to the desired positions and detonated, engulfing the whole tower in carefully calculated explosions. The shock waves collided so that each one enhanced the effect of the others, putting their target into a deadly vortex of destruction. A combination of excellent engineering and Wakanda's propensity to use vibranium in building anything that mattered meant that the tower made it somewhat intact instead of simply shattering under the onslaught. Reinforced windows shattered, showering many rooms in a deadly rain of jagged, heavy shards. Walls cracked and buckled, compromising the structural integrity of the air tower. People and equipment suffered as if punched by the fist of an angry god. Despite their vibranium armor, the security detail attempting to take back the landing pads became little more than red smears under the onslaught of the self-enhancing explosions. Unsurprisingly, less than a day later, every site where the Wakandan Air Force operated received a significant increase in their security details, further depleting the numbers of Wakanda's already stretched thin warriors. =C=. Part 3. =C=. Silent Hunter, M-Class Ravager ship. Flying above the Arabian Peninsula. Passive sensors ripped out of a wrecked Kree escort ship and mapped the human town and cities below. Bright programs analyzed the raw data for anything resembling military presence, or, even better, unexpected discoveries like the small mountain of vibranium back in Wakanda. Dever used the flight to calm himself down and take a break from impersonating that fool M'Baku. The flight computer could handle everything as ordered, leaving the Skrull to relax and plot. The sheer arrogance of these Wakandan humans used to be extremely helpful. It was only due to it, and its consequences, that he and the renegade Skrulls got as far as they did. Without all the stupid issues that led to the coup and ongoing unwinnable war, taking much of the vibranium would have been impossible for the Ravagers. A strike force from one of the larger powers might have been able to pull it off. A whole clan might have been able to secure the mine for long enough to get out with a large enough haul that made the potential risks worth it. Diver's gambit offered an unprecedented opportunity his colleagues jumped at after a brief discussion. However, he had only a handful of scrolls to impersonate people. Even with the disruptions and chaos caused by the war, there was only so much they could do, and so fast they could push the locals to mine vibranium. A big reason for this flight was so Diver could decide what to report to their group's leader in a few days. After the latest mishap, he doubted the Wakandon military could last long enough for the Ravagers to achieve their more ambitious goals. The Skrull was seriously considering pulling out soon with everything they could get their hands on. It should be enough, he thought. Nevertheless, there was still the possibility of slowing down the other humans and thus buying time. That was one of the reasons for taking this flight in the first place. Logistics mattered and governed how fast the locals could invade with useful numbers. A few days ago, Diver believed the crippled Wakandon Air Force could still buy him enough time. The successful raid made him reconsider. A primary defensive approach meant to simply buy time was no longer viable. With the vehicles the other humans stole, they could risk hunting more Wakandon air assets or even commit to a large-scale raid. Even if everyone sent on such a mission died, they could still die after causing too much damage Wakanda wouldn't recover from in time to matter. A direct side effect of the raid was political upheaval, and many people asking questions of the Wakandons Diver's allies replaced. Their position was less secure now, and that required action. He needed victories to buy time and solidify support for the replaced local leaders. Diver wasn't arrogant enough to believe his local subordinates would succeed for sure, no matter how much advantage he could give them through planning and intelligence. No matter what happened in the following local week, his people had to be ready to pull out with as much vibranium as possible. =C=. Sanctuary II, Thanos' flagship. Thanos hummed contently while his adult children entered their usual meeting chamber and took their seats. Ebony Maw was last to arrive, floating in a way most would find highly unnatural and disturbing. "Settle down and pay attention," the Titan's voice boomed, interrupting Proxima and Corvus flirting. Those two were still acting like love-struck youths when there was no prospect of immediate combat. It was amusing and often vexing, for work was to be done. "We listen and obey, Father," Proxima bowed before skipping to her favorite seat. "We will soon be able to leave the galactic fringe," Thanos reminded them, using a light, chiding tone. "So far, we were able to replenish and slightly expand our forces after each culling, but that won't be enough for the battles and wars to come. We will need vaster numbers in space and on the ground." Seeing the children perk up, pay attention, and think about their position was heartening. "Ebony," Thanos addressed his oldest son. "I bring useful news, Father. We have located the system of the genetic smiths who created the Outriders' living weapons. As we speak, I have agents gathering more information about them and their capabilities." Maw raised a hand and used his telekinesis to switch on a holographic projector. Different versions of a six-limbed, dark-skinned creature formed above the table where Thanos' children sat. One of them was nearly naked, wearing torn-apart rags. That image was a good baseline to compare with the other models of the living weapons. In contrast to the feral-looking thing, those beside it were something else indeed. One was clad in golden armor. A closer look revealed it was cybernetically grafted to its body, giving it protection and further close-quarter weapons beyond its fanged maw and forearms with razor-sharp claws. The final Outrider could be mistaken for a Chitauri in full armor if it wasn't for the additional limbs. It stood on two legs, clad in advanced armor resembling high-end Chitauri equipment. Each set of arms cradled weapons, a large gun in the upper ones, while the lower held two pistols. "The genetic smiths can solve any manpower issues we might face if we can bind them to our cause. Expendable war beasts, guards, soldiers, crews, workers." Ebony trailed off with a satisfied smile. "They can solve many of the dilemmas facing us when we encroach upon the galactic powers. Mass cloning of tailored war organisms might be viable after all," Thanos must allowed. His other option was going for not particularly smart autonomous war machines, though that would be a perilous prospect. If they went rogue, such machines could threaten everything he wanted to achieve. That wasn't a risk Thanos would take lightly, no matter what precautions could be used. "Do we have enough time to go that way?" Corvus inquired. "The war between the Skrulls and Kree will end sooner or later. If the winner has enough time to rebuild and consolidate, our work will become much harder. That is why we will take a different approach on the next worlds we cull," Thanos explained. "Our Chitauri allies have been developing cybernetics that can not only replenish their numbers, but transform parts of the local population into tough, obedient workers who will die more useful deaths than most. We will use them, and what the genetic smiths can offer in the long run to build up industrial centers and forward bases for our future campaigns. Remember, our goal doesn't require facing and defeating the likes of the Kree or Skrulls in an open battle for the control of the galaxy. We must be sufficiently powerful to stall their forces and achieve our overreaching objectives. When we have the Infinity Stones, it won't matter how much material the industries of those empires could build in the long run or how vast armies they could raise to use it." C equals. Part 4. C equals. The final participants of what would become the First Unification War entered the fray on the heels of a major victory against Wakanda. Under the aegis of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the oversight of the freshly established sword agencies, a Special Forces raid managed to neutralize a Wakandan airfield, and more importantly, capture multiple light and heavy fighters. This would directly lead to Wakanda's final significant offensive actions in the conflict as a response. Those events, combined with the ongoing civil war in Iran and the still escalating war on terror, were both key in understanding what followed and directly responsible for the last conflict that would characterize the First Unification War. The First Unification War, the third conflict. Breaking news: North Korea's leader just suffered a heart attack on live TV. He was delivering a blistering speech of defiance against South Korea, the United States, and China when suddenly clutching his heart and collapsing. CNN: The North Korean military is mobilizing minutes after the official announcement of the death of the country's dictator. We have unconfirmed information about explosions and troop movements near the capital, Pyongyang. BBC World News: Civil war in North Korea? Signal and satellite intelligence confirms there is fighting in parts of the country, focused on the capital and nearby military bases. The North Korean military is now fully mobilized, with units either racing toward Pyongyang or the borders with South Korea and China. In response, the U.S., South Korean, and Chinese forces in the region are now on a war footing, ready to face any possible developments. Associated Press: Beijing is moving an armored corps towards the border with North Korea to further reinforce the forces stationed there. Do the Chinese have inside information about the ongoing events in Pyongyang? Euronews: Seoul is in chaos hours after the South Korean government ordered the city's citizens and its suburbs to either evacuate or go to shelters. CNN: The U.S. president pledged continued support to America's South Korean allies. USA Today: C equals. Shield Facility X, a former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada: The world was going to hell in a handbasket, and for once it wasn't my fault. Despite, or more like, because of the war with Wakanda, terrorists all over the Middle East and Afghanistan were going on a rampage, using their modern weapons as if they were going out of fashion. Airstrikes, sometimes nearly indiscriminate ones, as well as artillery, answered, raising the overall death toll and ensuring any notions about winning hearts and minds died fiery deaths. North Korea was on fire, too, just not in a way anyone anticipated it. The Kim dynasty as a whole proved not to be insane enough to start a war they couldn't win. Instead, the candidates for new leaders and their supporters were apparently busy trying to kill each other in a free-for-all with a dubious throne as the prize. That, and not ending up in a shallow grave. Right now, it was anyone's guess if the situation over there would blow up or fizzle out. It was frustrating. There was nothing I could do to put down any of the raging fires. This right here painfully illustrated the limits of my power as Tony Stark. My money, economic power, political connections, and even my position as part of SWORD meant little. At least the raid on Wakanda worked, because my position would be much weaker if it failed spectacularly. "You are feeling particularly morose today, Stark," Doom announced after darkening my doorstep. He entered my laboratory carrying big cups of steaming coffee. "I really don't like this empathy thing we have going," he added. "It has its uses. With more time and training, you will be able to ignore it or even subconsciously not use it unless you want to. That makes being around most people much easier," I told him. Not hiding my abilities did wonders for my mental state, and it was very slowly helping accustom my body to channeling more of the Force over time. Sadly, that was mostly a moot point with the state of the Force in this universe. "I can't hide anything from Susan. She is reading me like an open book," Victor grumbled. "That usually helps avoid misunderstandings," I offered and sniffed the coffee he brought me. "Or ensures you will dig your own grave, then jump into it as far as your girlfriend is concerned." Doom's emotions were all over the place. He was frustrated and not a little bit angry. Below all that, he was damn smug and proud of himself. "On the bright side, there's no guessing about how your lover feels about you," I pointed out. "You two are sweet enough to rot teeth by sheer proximity." It was bloody annoying. "There's that," Doom perked up and stared at a nearby wall with a faraway look. A wistful smile formed on his face before he caught himself and shook his head. "I'm not supposed to be like this," he waved a hand at himself. "Young love," I sipped my coffee and enjoyed its bittersweet taste. There was enough sugar and caffeine in it to wake the dead, just like I needed it as of late. "We've been stuck either in here or in seclusion for too long, Stark. Hell, you've been in here for too long already." Doom reigned in his emotions, channeling them into lighting arcs that jumped between the fingers of his free hand. He looked at the energy with fascination before raising his eyes to stare down at me. "There's a lot of work to be done, including our new joint initiatives." Victor sighed and let go of the Force. The lighting died out, and he pointed at the monitors around me. "We have good enough theories and enough material for our people to work on. Much of what has to happen now is banal work best done by an army of technicians and lab assistants. Our talents are wasted here. One of the big reasons we are here is security. Another is to be on the ground floor when deciding who gets what spoils from those the military recovers and brings in for study." Doom scowled at my words. He glanced at the wall, certainly in Storm's general direction, before looking back at me. Victor's emotions further settled down until he had them under reasonable control. "Why are you really here? You didn't come to just vent at me, much less bring me a coffee for having to listen to you bitch at me." I gave him an unimpressed look. "I've been thinking about what you teach us, what you told us, and what is happening," Doom said, tapping his temple with a finger. "Going forward like it is business like usual would be insane. What is happening is an ample demonstration that Earth isn't ready for the kind of war we might find ourselves fighting. And losing." He didn't say aloud, yet his emotions and bearing made crystal clear what Victor was thinking. "I am many things, Stark. Insane, I am not." Well, wasn't this interesting? I took another sip of my beverage to buy myself more time to think. Through the Force, I could sense his determination and frustration at admitting he wasn't up to the task by himself. In that regard, his emotions mirrored my own. "We are at a disadvantage. It would take tremendous work and a lot of luck to get where we need to be to protect Earth. Or more importantly, those on Earth we cared about. Letting it to politics and the free market can get us all killed or worse, as you very well know. That is why you joined this SWORD initiative, wasn't it?" Doom inquired. I nodded slowly, ensuring the only emotions he might sense were those I wanted him to. It was safe to let him think his idea on the matter was all there was to it. After all, what he suggested was perfectly accurate, just not all of the truth, far from it. "When the opportunity arises, I might introduce you to a few acquaintances," I offered. It would be an excellent way to see if Doom knew precisely who they were, and if he was already working with them. Either way, he could prove to be a valuable asset. 57. Phase 18 Parts 5 and 6. Happy New Year. I hope you'll all have a fulfilling and productive year. Stay safe and healthy. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 18, War Fever. C equals. Part 5. C equals. To this day, there are conflicting accounts of how the Second Korean War began. Conflicting sources point at orders coming from Pyongyang, sent by the Kim dynasty faction losing the civil war for control of North Korea. Others claim it was the winning side that sent the orders. However, no surviving records or intercepted radio transmissions weigh either way. All we have is second- and third-hand accounts from survivors of North Korean frontline units. The one sure thing is that the ongoing fighting in the capital led to censorship cracking, with orders going out for reinforcements in the open. Units near Pyongyang did mobilize and added to the chaotic battle in the capital. The rest of the North Korean military was already on edge, ready to open fire on any perceived threat. Hours after North Korea's military along the DMZ lost contact with Pyongyang, an explosion occurred at one of its artillery batteries aimed at Seoul. Claims of treacherous South Korean, U.S., and even Wackendan attacks immediately followed, throwing the North Korean units in the region into chaos. Mistakes were made. The First Unification War, the Korean Reunification War. North Korea shells Seoul, war in Asia. CNN. The way the war began, combined with the nature of the DMZ, dictated the nature of its opening phase. The Norks made no obvious preparations to breach the minefields and throw armored spearheads at our defenses. While they were mobilized like everyone else, signal intercepts and other intelligence made it clear that the North Koreans deployed in a defensive posture. At the same time, a significant number of our units and those of our allies had to be deployed to cover various cities and projected targets for potential Wackendan airstrikes. This meant that even if we were ready to smash our way through the DMZ in retaliation, we didn't have the forces to exploit any such breach. For the first week, the conflict was a pure artillery and air war. In theory, the nature of the opening phase of the war should have given us a great advantage. We had better fighters, bombers, better artillery. Our weapons were more precise and vastly more reliable. The Norks had tens of thousands of artillery pieces, a glut of generally obsolete AA systems, and old fighters with pilots who lacked enough flight hours to compete. Attacking us should have been pure madness. It was pure madness. Yet the reality on the ground and in the air was somewhat different. From the memoirs of Colonel Frank Mayer. C equals. Seoul and its outskirts were dark, save for fires, explosions, and the flashing lights of moving vehicles. On various locations on both sides of the DMZ, pilots could see flashes of artillery and missile launches. Explosions blossomed across military bases, towns, and villages. Patches of forest and fields lit up, struck by various weapons. It was a hell-made manifest, and the air forces of 3 countries were flying right at it. Ahead of the strike craft, primary F-16 variants fitted for ground attack flew air superiority fighters and seed squadrons, aiming to degrade the North's air defense net. It was a painful revelation that, while much of it was obsolete and not particularly dangerous if you knew what you were doing, there were enough modern systems run by people who had a good idea of what they were doing. The first air strikes across the DMZ faced minimal resistance, emboldening the South Korean Air Force and their U.S. allies. However, the following wave was mauled by modern, likely Chinese or Russian systems. That setback meant many North Korean artillery batteries kept firing, especially along the northeast part of the DMZ. From Incheon to Namyangju-si, artillery shells and missiles shattered skyscrapers, hammered residential districts, and struck at logistic junctions. In a sense, due to the unplanned nature of the attack, North Korea lost the conflict before it even began. Their command and control were compromised, and their leadership was too busy fighting and dying each other. Yet, even in its death throes, the North Korean regime and its military were a wounded, dying beast lashing at everything in range. They were still dangerous, and unfortunately there were many soft targets they were perfectly capable of striking. For South Korea and its allies, the first night's air attacks of the war were meant to achieve many objectives. One of the most critical tasks was exposing the enemy's effective AA systems so they could be destroyed. Once those were out of the way, air supremacy would allow unmolested hunting of North Korean artillery pieces. It was also meant to reduce the pressure from the ceaseless artillery strikes by hitting logistic hubs and ammo depots and choking supply to the front. Ongoing strikes against command and control nodes meant that there was little organization among the North Korean military. It was do-or-die time for the parts of the North Korean Air Force that survived the first day of fighting. Even with the North's command and control networks disintegrating, it was clear to local commanders that they were in a position to use all they had left or lose it. It might have been a lifelong indoctrination or perhaps sheer spite. However, despite its disadvantages and the near-certain suicidal nature of the mission, the surviving North Korean fighters and bombers rose to meet the onslaught and try striking targets in the south. Shortly after dawn, the same would be true for mobilized and deployed armored and motorized formations, which would try their luck in crossing the DMZ. It was a target-rich environment for the South Korean military and their allies. If anything, there were too many targets to be neutralized in a feasible amount of time, and some of them were quite dangerous. For the North Koreans, it was an unsustainable bloodbath, yet they kept at it with fatalistic fanatism, often until they could no longer fight. Anyone who could have feasibly stopped the madness either died in Pyongyang or in a command bunker struck in retaliation for the unprovoked aggression. The Second Korean War would enter its third day without a sign of the bloodbath ending. == Silent Hunter, M-Class Ravager ship. Interstellar space. It took Dever 3 tedious days to reach a location in deep space form where he could safely contact the leader of his Ravager clan. He needed to be far enough from Midgard to ensure no Asgardian sensors or magics might discover him, and close enough to one of the clan's hideouts for the equipment there to boost his signal. "Runt, what do you have for us?" Kel's voice rumbled, sounding like breaking gravel. That was no surprise. Many Cronins had similarly sounding deep voices. The unusual thing was Kel was a particularly cunning and intelligent example of his species. He was shrewd and lucky enough to earn himself the right and power to make his Ravager clan. Dever explained the situation, suffering through painful communications lag. Better systems could get around it, though doing so would make the transmissions much more powerful and easier to track, a distinct liability for any self-respecting Ravager. "I am tempted to get you all out now with all you can carry," Kel said, his brown, rocky face scrunched into a scowl. "You've already earned us all a great bounty. Too many Ravagers lose it all by being too greedy." Kel was right, though that didn't help Dever. The Skrull wanted to get as big a haul as possible. Doing so would be his ticket out of a life as an outlaw. The days he spent traveling with little to do but to plot helped in that regard. "I offer a compromise, boss. Send the additional transports. I will try to buy us as much time as possible. If it all pans out, we'll have more time to get away clean with more material. If not, we will do it quick and dirty, taking everything we can while loading everything that has been mined and stored already. Doing so will mean missed opportunities for our clan," Kel pointed out. That was true, Dever knew. The additional transports needed for the best-case scenario would be out of play for a few weeks between their travel to Midgard and then back. They also had to be escorted, which meant more of the clan's ships would be tied up in the operation and unavailable for other traditional Ravager activities. "The prize is worth the risk, boss. However, it is your call." Kel raised a thick, rocky finger and pointed at Dever. "This is your play, Runt. We can't risk pissing off the Asgardians. Those people are crazy." The Ravager leader made a suggestive gesture near his forehead. "I'm sending you 2 transports with escorts. Get them filled with what loot you can and those you have waiting and get back before those primitives nuke themselves into oblivion." Well, this was as clear a directive to do as he saw fit to succeed as he was going to get. Dever turned his ship around and headed back to Earth. He had 3 more days to refine his plans and a few weeks to put them in motion before the other Ravagers arrived, and it was time to leave. C equals. Part 6. C equals. The General Secretary issued an ultimatum to North Korea, demanding an immediate ceasefire. He threatened grave consequences in case the Kim regime continued the unprovoked and insane aggression against South Korea. Xinhua. Between the civil war in Iran and Wakanda's naval interdiction efforts, the economic impact of the ongoing conflicts is potentially going to be catastrophic. At this time, the Suez Canal is closed for commercial shipping. There are many cargo ships stuck in the Red Sea or the Mediterranean, crippling trade between Europe and Asia. The Wakandan efforts also mean that critical food and aid shipments to Africa are on standby, guaranteeing famine and starvation in various African countries. Forbes magazine. EU heads of state, foreign ministers, and representatives of the European Central Bank will hold an emergency meeting in Brussels this Friday. They will negotiate a new economic and defense framework for the EU, reflecting the ongoing war and existing and emerging threats. Euronews. In an emergency session this afternoon, the Senate will discuss and vote on a possible declaration of war against North Korea. Considering the ongoing Wakandan war, we might be looking at World War III unfolding before our eyes. USA Today. C equals. The Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Earth. Admiral Frederick Tillman, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, sat in a bunker below the Pentagon, pondering his options. It was 3 days after the world went to hell in a handbasket, with little chance of things improving anytime soon, even if he didn't have to deal with any new wildfires. Around-the-clock air strikes in Iran, all the assets bound in protecting sites around the globe from Wakandan air assault, and now, the Norks deciding to commit what might very well be the most expensive suicide in human history. For decades now, the U.S. military has taken pride in being able to fight multiple wars across the globe and win. These days, that boast was put to the test, and the admiral wasn't sure they were up to the task in a manner that mattered. Iran was a foregone conclusion. Airstrikes and some more missiles from the naval assets in the region would see the loyalists' military win. After that, it would be up to the politicians on both sides to figure out something everyone could live with. Ideally, Iran would choose a moderate path and invest in rebuilding instead of financing terrorist groups all over the place. For all intents and purposes, that place was now a sideshow that could be mostly ignored. Wakanda couldn't be ignored because if those crazy bastards wizened up, they could still cause catastrophic damage before going down. While crippled, their air force was still potent, and all countermeasures against it were incredibly manpower and hardware intensive. The sheer number of assets bound in place due to Wakanda was unbelievable. That, combined with terrorists with dangerous weapons running all over the Middle East and Afghanistan, further stretched the coalition forces. Unfortunately, the cupboard was relatively empty when North Korea erupted. The sheer intensity of the fighting there dwarfed even some of the most pessimistic but credible projections, making the situation worse. Tillman looked at a constantly updated map of South Korea and the one of the globe beside it, showing the best-known dispositions of friendly and enemy forces. All available Marine units were sailing towards Korea with naval escorts. Federalized National Guard units and elements of the 1st Armored Division were racing toward transport ships. Until then, the only ground forces that could make a difference were the Marines from Okinawa and Guam. Due to the heavy artillery and missile strikes the Norks were still capable of, the forces from Okinawa had to disembark at Busan, and it might still be a couple of days before they could engage the enemy. It would take longer for the meager reinforcements from Guam to get in place, and at least another week for further reinforcements to land. In theory, that wasn't a catastrophic delay. The most critical area around Seoul was shielded by water. For all the ongoing issues on the front, there wouldn't be a successful North Korean amphibious assault. Despite that, Seoul and its suburbs were an anchor tied around the necks of the South Koreans and the U.S. forces in the theater of operations. A significant portion of the enemy's artillery was concentrated against the city while covered by the best anti-air assets the bloody bastards had. Even with evacuation starting a few days before the war, there were still millions of civilians stuck in the area. Some were lucky enough to be reasonably safe within shelters. However, most of the population was busy evacuating under fire, which pinned in place a significant portion of the South Korean military and emergency services. Most of the available precision ammunition, cruise missiles from naval assets, and the invaluable Jericho missiles Stark made were expended against the glut of artillery aimed at Seoul. The admiral glanced at the long lists of confirmed losses and destroyed enemy assets, with those of claimed kills near it. At best, in the 3 days of vicious fighting, the Norks had lost nearly 4,000 artillery pieces of all kinds, something that would have broken almost any other army on the face of the planet. In this case, it wasn't enough. Precision ammunition in the theater was running out. Part of it was the incredible intensity of the fighting. The rest was the sheer number of enemy artillery striking all over the place, with a murderous focus on ammo depots and vital military facilities. Many of Fifth Fleet's elements had to fall back for resupply, with only air strikes from the carrier in the area still going strong, burning through long-range weapons as if they were going out of fashion. At the end of the day, Korea wasn't a prominent place. The nature of the DMZ meant many forces had to be stationed to hold apparent positions. The nature of the beast robbed the Allied forces in the region of some of their most significant advantages. It didn't matter, as it should have, that they had the edge in command and control, mobility, or precision weapons, when the enemy had the massed firepower to remove square grids of the map that had to be held. There were mobile artillery systems that proved themselves invaluable again and again until they simply ran out of ammo and had to retreat, seeking resupply. Others were merely unlucky, finding themselves under barrages. It was clear that the enemy's battlefield intelligence gathering wasn't great. However, some sneaky bastard had accounted for it, using the volume of fire to smash grid squares where SPGs might be. It was wasteful, with a tremendous amount of shells expended against empty fields. At other times, villages and towns were smashed for no good reason. As if that wasn't bad enough, the enemy kept getting lucky due to the sheer volume of fire they could still sustain even after days of heavy fighting. The admiral stared morosely at the maps. The ongoing Nork efforts were unsustainable in the long run, but frankly, that was a moot point. They already caused a tremendous amount of damage, and the price for taking them out for good would be even higher. Seoul was safe from a ground invasion, and why would the enemy bother taking place when they were busy reducing it to a burning ruin? Most of the North Korean army was focused east of the capital, taking advantage of the better terrain. While those regions were fortified death traps, the forces in place to hold them were suffering heavy casualties from artillery of all kinds, and that wasn't going to change in the next few days. Tillman had a simple, terrible choice regarding recommending a strategy to the president. They could redirect air assets and artillery away from Seoul, sacrificing what was left of the South Korean industrial heart, and potentially tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of civilians, to relieve the pressure of the forces holding the DMZ. It was either that or continuing to focus on the artillery aimed at the capital and the anti-air systems covering it. Unfortunately, the same geographical features that shielded Seoul from a ground invasion meant that raids across the DMZ without a tremendous preparatory effort would be a pointless bloodbath. The admiral looked at the reinforcements already en route and all the cargo ships with ammo and relief supplies. At least those weren't much of an issue, especially the latter. Convoys were leaving European harbors with military and relief aid, heading for South Korea as well. That would help in the long run. The bigger problem would be getting the supplies and reinforcements from the reasonably safe harbors to the front, and all the people fleeing the fighting. Hell, most of the military police in the continental United States would be deployed to ease up logistics and help the Koreans keep things under a semblance of control. Then there were the Chinese. Tillman had no idea what way they were going to jump. If the State Department could be trusted, the Chinese would not support the Norks in their suicide attempt. That was well and good. However, it wasn't something the admiral could count on until all was said and done. The way things were going, if the Chinese intervened, there wouldn't be enough forces left to conventionally stop them from taking a leisure ride all the way to Busan. 58, Phase 19 parts. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 19, Inferno. C equals. Part 1. C equals. Disaster in South Korea. After 3 days of intense fighting, North Korean forces have breached the South Korean positions in the northeast of the country. They are throwing armored spearheads down National Road 7, which goes all the way to Busan. BBC World News. U.S. military experts claim that the North Korean advances in the northeast are not critical due to the mountainous nature of the region. For now, the North Korean units in the region are contained. They won't become a critical threat unless they can achieve a significant breakthrough out of the mountains, allowing them to run wild. New York Times. Atrocity in action or diabolical strategy. North Korean artillery wreaks catastrophic damage in Seoul. Long-range missiles and artillery strikes constantly hit logistics centers, slowing down evacuation efforts and increasing the civilian death toll of the war, while older, less accurate weapons are constantly bombarding major South Korean cities closer to the front. This might not be a mere evil exercise in mass murder. Due to the need to protect millions of civilians, the U.S. and the South Korean military are forced to focus on the North Korean units striking at the cities in the northwest of the country. This means the North Korean army has a freer reign in the east, explaining their gains in the area. If they can keep the pressure for long enough, they might be able to achieve a breakthrough, forcing the Allies to fall back from the DMZ and abandon some of the best defensive positions in the country. Associated Press. C equals. Hwangtae Village, South Korea. Earth. Only his training kept CU going through, watching column after column of refugees pass by as his unit moved north. Sabotage and enemy fire knocked out train tracks, forcing the 81st Tank Battalion to travel the hard way through roads chocked by fleeing people and military convoys racing towards the DMZ. What should have taken them a day at worst turned into a 3-day march through packed and often blocked roads. The 81st was deployed in Ulsan, covering the city against possible Wakandon attacks when the madmen up north decided it was time for recreational mass murder. A few days ago, Sergeant CU didn't hate the poor bastards suffering under the Kims. If anything, he pithed them and thanked Buddha that he wasn't born in North Korea. After days of endless news about the constant shelling of cities where he had relatives, he was much less charitable. Watching countless stunned, exhausted people stumble to dubious safety did nothing to improve his mood. Everyone in the unit was angry and eager to get to the damned fools who decided to set their country on fire. Finally, reaching what would be their fighting positions dampened CU's fervor. He did as ordered and drove his tank to a well-concealed position, yet the sergeant could hardly believe he was back here, ready to fight. He recently spent an enjoyable vacation with his girlfriend here during a local spring festival. Then the village was bustling with celebrating people and color. Now, it was a ghost town right out of a horror movie. Part of CU's mind was still struggling with the unreality of the situation when his radio came alive, with the voice of the platoon commander. "We've got news from command, and they aren't exactly great." The LT's voice made it clear he was on edge. "So far, we are holding most of the DMZ with 2 exceptions, which is why we are here. The enemy has breached our lines in the northeast, and they're throwing armored and mechanized formations down all available routes in an attempt to break out of the mountains. Command believes this is an effort to flank the Punch Bowl, which is under heavy pressure. The ongoing bombardment of Seoul and other major cities in the west has most of our air force and artillery defending them. We must keep the enemy bottled up in the mountains until they run out of steam." They got the rest of the evening and most of the night to dig in and set up defensive positions across the village and in the hills covering it. Engineers rigged the bridges behind them for demolition. ensuring that the enemy would have a tough time breaking out if they managed to take the area. CU helped his buddies dig in a proper fighting position for their tank in the threes overlooking the junction of Road 46, leading to a bridge ahead, and a second-rate road that sneaked around the river. While the bridge ahead was rigged as well, the plan was to let the northern fools commit to crossing it if they were reckless, then punish them for their temerity. Otherwise, they would do their best to kill anyone coming up the secondary road and shoot enemy combat engineers who might try to set up a bridging operation. It was telling that the usual banter CU was accustomed to was absent as his crew worked quietly. Mere professionalism wasn't keeping them all quiet. Most of the time, it wasn't required. Besides, they were tankers. As long as you didn't shout, the tons of metal around you were great for dampening the sound of a mere conversation. Anyway, the real threats were enemy sensors. If anyone came close enough to see or hear the tank, you fucked up by the numbers already. Besides, that was why they had infantry screen, to keep people far away from the tanks. A machine gun chattered, putting everyone on edge. Scratch one drone. Look alive, people, and keep your eyes peeled for enemy scouts. The LT's voice came over the radio. The battalion's recon section had its own UAVs, so it was concerning that an enemy drone came close enough for one of the AA systems to shoot it down before they had located whoever was using it. We have scouts coming down the 46th. They're on motorbikes. Confirm that? CU perked up at the incredulous tone of the tank commander. The sergeant spent a few more tedious yet tense minutes in his driver's seat before he got more second-hand information about what was happening. We have a regiment strength formation coming our way. It looks like T-55 variants and BMPs leading a bunch of trucks with infantry. That was good. Those things couldn't really harm a K-1 unless they managed to flank or hit it from behind. That was doubly true for dug-in tanks hidden in a forest. Still, it would be even better if artillery or an air strike dealt with the approaching enemy. CU knew that anyone still alive in the Air Force would get a hard-on at the thought of bombing those bastards. Bad news, boys. All available artillery and air assets are committed, the commander announced. CU momentarily wondered about the self-propelled guns attached to their units, which thundered as if answering him. Our artillery will be striking targets of opportunity going for Helicarrier. Those who made it out of the DMZ areas are dug in there and about to have many uninvited visitors. The situation there had to be particularly unpleasant if the battalion's artillery was needed. Sharp single shots cracked in between the rumbles of artillery. Scratch a few scouts. This might be tougher than we like. The enemy motorized infantry just stopped and is disembarking while the tanks and BMPs continue to advance. The commander kept them apprised about what was happening. CU knew that their allergists would be blue-balled at missing on plastering such a juicy target. It was a doctrine that they should be servicing it, which meant that the situation up north was critical for the poor bastards over there. That wasn't how a war with the North was supposed to go, but then this was real life, not propaganda or a damn movie. =C=. Part 2. =C=. Brussels, Belgium. Earth. While the world was on fire, and NATO focused on clear and present threats like Wakanda, military officers and diplomats kept meeting, laying the groundwork for various potential changes that European governments were negotiating. That diplomatic furor was a great cover, allowing people with different agendas to meet and evaluate possible allies. Commander Sonia Williams was one of those people. Between many meetings with fellow NATO officers, she got to rub hands with politicians and even industrialists involved in the ongoing discussions for the future of Europe and NATO. The confirmation that aliens were real, and more importantly, they were interested in Earth led to countless people reevaluating their priorities and plans for the future. Some struggled to adapt to the new paradigm, while others saw a mere opportunity in the chaos. Many Captain Williams met and heard speaking, who were clearly acutely aware of the technological disparity between Earth as it was now and any aliens who could travel between worlds. This was both a boon and a double-edged sword. People were scared, some were lashing out. Others were looking for guidance and security, That by itself was expected and could be useful. However, some despaired or simply concluded that the aliens couldn't be resisted, that they had to be appeased by any and all means necessary. Such people were so small in number, though to Sonya's vexation, others listened to them. Sonya was British. She knew her history and was painfully aware of what happened to less advanced cultures when a more advanced one stumbled upon them. Those who resisted successfully fared best, though it was usually a long shot doing so. Those who failed or merely rolled over were exploited to hell and back if they were lucky, and that was among humans. Willems didn't want to imagine how alien overlords would treat humanity if allowed to walk in and take over. To anyone who paid attention to history, it should have been clear that resisting alien encroachment would be the only sane option. In that regard, Sonya was glad that her superiors in the military and in NATO, in general, seemed to be on the same page. She was optimistic about Britain's political leadership, going by what they were saying anyway. It remained to be seen if it was merely a performance for the public at large, or if the people at Downing Street would actually do something constructive. Williams walked into the packed lobby of a hotel, where she would be participating in a conference discussing the role of the Navy under the new paradigm. Diplomats and Navy personnel from key NATO nations were bustling through, while groups of civilians talked animatedly. A glance around told Sonya that there would be multiple conferences held in the same building today. Most were about economic concerns due to the disruptions caused by the ongoing combat operations worldwide. That explained the various officers milling around who weren't from a navy. Sonya could see a few vaguely familiar faces, mainly people she had briefly met while serving with the British detachment attached to NATO's command structure. Besides the military personnel, Williams noted a Belgian judge and a reporter who kept hounding the man, who had participated in various meetings and symposiums she had been invited to as of late. The judge was a quiet proponent of legislation that would help the EU better prepare itself to face any possible alien aggression. Due to his position in the European Court of Justice, his support in that regard could be important for various initiatives going forward. The reporter was interesting as well. While she kept poking the judge with endless questions, Sonya had read a few of the woman's articles, and they were generally sharply supportive of resisting new colonial initiatives. Reading between the lines, the reporter meant possible alien shenanigans, not just what everyone with the means was up to until a few decades ago. Sonya wondered if having a word with those two, and discussing their take on the ongoing events, might be a productive use of the little free time she could squeeze between everything her job required. == The Golden City, Wakanda. Earth. By the time Diver was back in the solar system, it was clear the locals were determined to end their civilization right before they were on the cusp of a technological revolution that might see them spreading beyond their homeworld. He was neither interested nor cared about the details of the ongoing fighting in that Korean place. What was important was the trend of increasing conflict, which meant the odds of someone using a fission weapon got higher and higher. Diver briefly considered not implementing his plans because the locals could see them as an unacceptable escalation with unfortunate consequences. However, after weighing the risk against the possible rewards, the Skrull decided it might be worth it. This was his chance to end his exile and the life of a damned pirate. The more vibranium they could get out with, the better the odds for a bright future he had. The risks were worth it. Besides, if he remained a Ravager, all Diver had to look forward to was an unlamented death as a pirate when a raid went wrong anyway. Again, he was already committed. After a brief consultation with the other Skrulls in Wakanda, ensuring they were all on the same page, Diver used the help of the local commanders to refine the plan to avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, Zawavari was busy ensuring there would be as much mined vibranium ore and processed material for the cargo ships to pick up as possible. Diver walked into Mkathu's office, where the best Talon pilots Wakanda had waited for him, alongside the Skrull impersonating the locals' military leader. Those humans and the machines they flew were critical for buying more time. They were also perhaps the one force in Wakanda that could prove problematic if the truth came out at an unfortunate time. Without the locals' advanced aircraft, nothing short of nuclear strikes could meaningfully prevent snatching as much loot as possible and leaving. Of course, going by the insanity unfolding across this world, the truth coming out might just get fission weapons dropped all over Wakanda. So it was for the best if they could get out quietly, leaving the humans wondering what happened. We need to buy our scientists and engineers more time to design and finish building the weapons necessary to safeguard Wakanda in the long run, M'Kathu told the pilots. For that purpose, we've designed a plan that would give us more time before any feasible invasion attempt by the colonizers. The imposter looked at the pilots for a few moments before continuing. Logistics. We will deny them the ability to use their war machines against us by hitting them where they are weak. Dever made sure to sneer while listening, like the fool he was impersonating might have. This mix of arrogance and sense of superiority was so like that of the Kree it was unreal and unsettling. On the bright side, it made deceiving the locals and robbing them blind feel much more satisfying. He could imagine the blind propagandists lapping it all as if it were a gospel. Of course, the colonizers were too weak to send their warriors without their war machines to do the actual fighting for them, and another such tripe fit only for the consumption of young, patriotic fools. No matter that sending an infantry army beyond your ability to support them due to enemy action would be sheer madness that the other humans didn't seem eager to embrace. Dever was content to leave the locals to their delusions. If anything, he would regret not seeing how they would face reality after he was hundreds of light years away. We must destroy port facilities, fuel storage, ammunition depots, and shipping in a position to support a colonizer invasion of our land. First, we will focus on cargo and lightly supported military ships. At the same time, our engineers are building better weapons for use against heavily defended targets. Then we will implement Phase 2 of the plan, and you will go after the ports that can sustain an invasion force. M'Kathu elaborated. 59. Phase 19 Parts 3 and 4. Disclaimer, I do not own any movies set up in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars movies, cartoons, games, books, or comics. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with a commercial aim. It is not for sale or rent. Phase 19, Inferno. C equals. Part 3, C equals. We are in the port of Marseille, where 4 cargo ships with humanitarian aid for Africa are stuck due to the ongoing wars. Euronews. Wakanda strikes again. Since early last night, Wakandan stealth aircraft have struck multiple cargo and military ships daring to sail off the coasts of Africa, in the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Oman. Further, we have news of multiple missile launches and explosions in the Persian Gulf, recorded and overheard by people from Kuwait all the way to Dubai. CNN. 4 cargo ships traversing the Suez Canal have been struck by presumed Wakandan stealth aircraft despite all efforts by U.S., NATO, and Egyptian forces to provide effective protection. As of late last night, this vital trade artery is closed for commercial shipping for the foreseeable future. Associated Press. After nearly a week of vicious fighting, the North Korean onslaught appears to be tapering out. The Pentagon confirmed that all enemy forces that breached the DMZ have been contained as of this morning. U.S. Marine Corps reinforcements from Okinawa and Guam are in the process of relieving South Korean units, allowing them to replenish supplies and enact vital repairs before beginning offensive operations. CNN. The South Korean government announced that it has successfully evacuated millions from Seoul and the region, bringing the refugees out of the range of North Korean heavy artillery. Despite the immense efforts of the South Korean and U.S. militaries, the confirmed civilian death toll hovers at over 100,000 dead due to heavy shelling of population centers and evacuation corridors by the North Korean army. BBC World News. C equals. Jangsan-rai, South Korea. Earth. CU drove past columns of burned-out wrecks and abandoned trucks. Seeing each cluster of abandoned vehicles, especially those still smoldering, brought forth images seared into the sergeant's mind. In the end, it turned out that all the missiles and artillery striking North Korean logistics did their jobs, choking down the enemy's advance until it ran out of steam. The 81st had to fight a single-pitched battle in order to hold their positions. After they blunted the North's initial push, the enemy could only come at them piecemeal, and they stood no chance of significantly threatening their positions. It wasn't the old tanks or ragged infantry assaults that got shot to pieces by the crunchies that caused any problem. Instead, it was the nearly constant rain of mortar and light artillery shells that continued for almost a day, and caused significant casualties that threatened to push them out of the village and its surrounding area. If the enemy had managed to concentrate more armor and infantry to throw at them or had kept up with the artillery, the 81st might have lost the village. Instead, CU spent the battle hoping their tank would emerge unscathed, while always ready to move out of the dugout at a moment's notice. Due to his position, the sergeant didn't manage to see any of the battle until he was driving through and over its aftermath. That was a blessing he would be forever thankful. Just moving through the killing fields in front of their positions was terrible enough. There had to be hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies and pieces of bodies blown up all over the place or cooked into their vehicles. Their tank wasn't buttoned up when they drove out, so the commander had a better view. The stench of burned meat was still heavy inside, or it was perhaps because of all the wreckage they kept driving by. The wreckage wasn't just North Korean crap pulverized by artillery and airstrikes. Here and there, CU drove his tank past the burned-out remains of comrades who had made a last stand trying to slow down the enemy. The familiar wreckage of South Korean and American vehicles became more and more numerous as they approached Jangsan-rai. There was an old base nearby, which was a staging ground in case the army had to mobilize. Reservists and regular units had fought in the region before falling back or being overrun due to insufficient air support. Now, CU could see the aftermath. It was clear why the attack on their position had been so anemic in the end. CU could see only a fraction of the battlefield, yet he was ready to swear that an army died in this narrow mountain valley. There was wreckage everywhere. It was plain to see where follow-up North forces had to use tanks to push it off the road, forming a twisted wall of burned-out vehicles beside it, so they could pass through. Not too far ahead, he could only see where the road ended. The rest of it was gone, replaced by crates from intense artillery bombardment and burned-out stains where vehicles and their crews died. =C=. Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. Having access to a different model of Wakandan fighters, fully intact and operational, was interesting. Examining them gave everyone ideas, though it was another question of how practical they would be from an engineering point of view. As far as pure science was concerned, everything we had at our disposal was a bottomless diamond mine that would make all the difference in the world in the long term. There was one obvious catch. Said long term could be very long indeed because vibranium was bullshit and had a very finite supply. Under different circumstances, it would be amusing to watch some of the best scientific minds on Earth tear their hair out in frustration or want to smash their heads into the nearest wall in vexation. The patented Stark Ego TM virtually guaranteed it. There was a little issue of me being part of the above group. Fortunately or unfortunately, this wasn't some comic book universe with all the wacky rules one might expect. Scientists and engineers weren't magicians under a different name, effortlessly magicking whatever the plot required on demand. And that was a pain in the ass. Otherwise, I would already have incredible power armor. Then I could fly everywhere without the fear of splattering myself all over something. All that frustration raised specific, pointed questions. Wakanda was a tiny country. It didn't matter if they had the best education Earth had ever seen or if they were a country consistently producing world-level geniuses. Even with vibranium being absolute bullshit, and with an ever-increasing certainty that the Wakandan bastards have been scouring the world for advanced technology and know-how for decades, if not longer. This makes no fucking sense, Doom finally snapped, waving his hands in frustration. Like everyone else, he was focusing on studying the cloaking system in a desperate hope of finding a way around it. It didn't help that virtually, everyone made various sounds of commiseration. No matter what we threw at the wall, it became clear that we simply lacked the knowledge and tools to defeat the Wakandan stealth in a tactically useful manner. We're getting nowhere, I grumbled while trying to remember anything that might allow us to defeat such stealth with what we had available. Of course, even then, taking down those flying tanks wasn't a simple prospect. A bigger boom wasn't necessarily the answer here. "I want just to fry the damn thing?" Doom snapped again. His girlfriend put down a table she was engrossed in and went to put him out of everyone's misery, or at least try to soothe him, whatever works. To be fair, I felt like frying something or someone, like whoever decided it was a great idea to launch a bunch of wars back to back. At the same time, I was busy trying to prepare the whole damn planet for an alien invasion. Wait, frying now? Frying an armored fighter with Sith lighting wouldn't be the best idea. But perhaps frying its electronics. These things were shielded against EMP in no small part because vibranium was bullshit. I couldn't stress that strongly enough. It was glorious bullshit, but it was still bullshit. Everyone who has dabbled in particle physics, raise your hands and get here. I need to run a few things past you, I shouted. Despite the similarities, ionic weaponry didn't fry electronics through a regular EMP effect. Those were notably different things. Shielding against EMP was relatively simple and straightforward. Everything back in the galaxy I remembered living a few lifetimes in was hardened against EMP, among other things. Ionic weaponry, on the other hand. C equals. Part 4. C equals. After days of negotiations between EU foreign ministers, members of the European Commission, the EU Parliament, the EU Council, the European Central Bank, and NATO officials across Europe, the spokesperson for Foreign Affairs and Security announced new policies that will immediately take effect. Various economic regulations are now suspended for the duration of the war, including caps on the debt ceiling for EU member states. All EU economic regulations adversely preventing the financing of the war effort are suspended as well, allowing weapon manufacturers to receive loans previously out of bonds in addition to direct governmental financing. The EU member states have pledged to establish several quick-reaction joint units to enhance mutual defense capabilities. This will allow the EU as a whole to rapidly react if the mutual defense clauses between the Union's members are triggered again in the future. Euronews. The European Union just released 50 billion euros for direct military aid to its member states. This is supposed to be just the first financial injection to stimulate Europe's disparate military-industrial complexes. The European Commission pledged more funding to follow soon. A significant percentage of the funding is dedicated to expanding the production of long-range missiles and purchasing air defense systems. BBC. With more information coming out of the Korean peninsula, we can now make educated guesses about what happened there. Sources within the South Korean government who wish to remain anonymous confirm that the military has already been mobilized due to the war with Wakanda. Yet, many units were deployed away from the DMZ. Most importantly, this includes many of the mobile anti-air systems the South Korean Army and the U.S. forces in Korea had at their disposal. As a consequence, when the North struck, they faced far less resistance than envisioned. The units at and near the DMZ simply lacked the firepower to stop the enemy. Further, South Korean and Allied Air Force assets were tied in suppressing the ongoing bombardment of Seoul and the surrounding area, often leaving attacking enemy formations to operate without air interdiction. That, in turn, allowed North Korean armored and mechanized formations to break through and often overrun defending units, if at high cost. From a post by In Captain America We Trust, a veteran member of the War Thunder forums. A leaked classified NATO report points to an inevitable crisis across much of Africa due to disruption in food shipments. Intelligence and foreign ministry sources across NATO's European members agree that, at this point, a breakdown of governmental control and rule of law within many African countries might be inevitable before regular food shipments could resume. The report concludes with the startling conclusion that military intervention to restore and maintain order might be necessary after Wakanda is neutralized. BBC World News. In spite of fierce ANA resistance, the Darunta village in Afghanistan fell into Ten Rings' hands late last night. Reportedly, the Afghan government dispatched its elite special forces to aid regulars in holding the settlement in a desperate attempt to bottle advancing Taliban and Ten Rings forces from Jalalabad. Capturing Darunta opens the way to the Darantha Dam, recently refurbished by U.S. contractors. Control of said infrastructure would allow the Taliban and their allies to consolidate their hold over the whole Nangarhar province. CNN. Sources within GI blame losing Jalalabad and the Nangarhar province to insufficient support from coalition forces. BBC World. News recent developments in Afghanistan potentially open Kabul itself to attacks from insurrectionist forces. Due to the ongoing war with Wakanda and the Second Korean War, Pentagon officials claim that a surge of forces in Afghanistan is out of the question. CNN. C equals. Shield Facility X. A former Canadian military research site. Northern Canada. Logically, the first thing we tested as a baseline was a medium-strength EMP pulse aimed at a fully operational and cloaked Wakandan light fighter. That pulse would have disrupted hardened military electronics at point-blank range, but not necessarily knocked them out for good. It was the best we could do in the area without frying the nearby facility or otherwise giving away our clandestine location. Observing how the cloak reacted to the electromagnetic field was educational. To the naked eye, nothing happened. With the right sensors set up before they fried or got knocked out, it was a different matter. While for the time being it was not useful outside of lab conditions, we could briefly see the cloaked fighter due to its absence in the magnetic field we used against it. The electromagnetic radiation simply slid around the aircraft in a way some shields I knew of operated. Depending on its precise mechanics, a higher magnitude of energy would be absorbed and reflected by a proper deflector or another energy shield. However, an energy with the right magnitude and type could slide around a shield instead of triggering or bypassing it. In that regard, it was no different than how a planet's magnetic field dealt with solar radiation. However, such an example was imperfect on the best of days. We learned much scientifically and from an engineering standpoint. Repeating the same experiment against the fighter without its cloak active was fascinating, if for no other reason. I only wished we had better sensors to examine what exactly was happening. While the design shared some superficial similarities, it was clear that it wasn't built with conventional stealth as we understood it here on Earth in mind. The angles were wrong for it, and there was no radar-absorbent layer on top of the hull, among other things. It took a few tries and many fried sensors to be clear that due to the design of the craft and the properties of the vibranium alloy used, the damn thing absorbed and redirected the energy directed at it, no matter if it was radar waves or electromagnetic radiation. It never reached its sensitive components, though a pulse of sufficient magnitude and scale might do the trick. Finally, having access to an intact Wakandan fighter to play with, and if we had to break in testing, got us all working on all cylinders, testing every wild theory we've discussed to date. The sad truth was that vibranium was bullshit, and through its very existence, changed the paradigm. Wakanda's scientists and engineers have been playing with the damn thing for a long time, so we were playing catch-up. We soon confirmed that a clever solution, like from a children's story, was unlikely to emerge and solve all our problems. Vibranium was that much of bullshit, and the cloaking tech it made possible was that much ahead of current sensor technology that it wasn't funny. It was a very good thing I had some cheat codes to play with. The bad news was that said cheat codes didn't provide me with the necessary schematics and knowledge to immediately build ionic weapons from the first principles, in no small part because I didn't bother to learn a few of those first principles. I had to work with Earth's industrial base, too. Otherwise, off-the-shelf components would have solved all my issues. You know, I used to play Command and Conquer back in the day. I don't think that's the kind of ion cannons we're talking about, Doom noted over a cup of potent but bitter coffee. The best thing we could say about the beverage was that it was drinkable and kept us awake. We were out of our personal stashes of good coffee, and smuggling high-quality brands in sufficient quantities to this facility was harder than one might suspect. We were in the middle of nowhere, and such deliveries had to go through a lot of hoops to maintain our security by obscurity. Orbital defenses are my to-do list. Warships too, but we're far away from such goodies, I reluctantly admitted. I couldn't remember when the last time I ended up cooped on a single planet was without a way off. That was slowly creeping into the back of my mind, making me feel ill at ease. Tony's memories sometimes helped in that regard, yet in other ways made it worse. I am not sure if we're talking about some exotic particles here or a novel way of ionizing and delivering particles to fry electronics without frying people, Doom grumbled. Or just if it is a literal ion weapon harnessing and delivering ions to fry electronics with. He waved a hand in frustration. That was the heart of the issue. While ion was right there in the name of the weapon, just going by the description of what it did leave a lot to be desired in figuring out how it did it, and more importantly, how to replicate the effects of these weapons. If we just had a way to test and examine what the damn thing is supposed to do, Doom gave me a frustrated look. His vexation bled in the Force, making it stir. There has been a lot of that going on lately. I raised my free hand and channeled my own frustration and anger at our situation. The Force flowed through me as I drew on the dark side, letting it wrap around me. Sith lightning danced over my clawed fingers. As I focused on my intent and the way I channeled the Force into something tangible, the color and essence of the crackling energy changed. First, it was dark purple. Then it cleared, bleeding into sapphire before all color bleached out of the dancing lightning. We've tested it with the best sensors we've got, I mused aloud. There's an electric component in there, but at best, it's a byproduct from the energy discharging into something, not what we wield, Doom agreed. The truth about the Force was that it always got a vote and refused to be properly quantified by scientific means. That was one of the major reasons why all successful orders of Force adepts had some kind of religious leaning, even if they were not religious orders first and foremost. Wanting to disable or destroy droids required channeling the Force subtly differently than a regular Sith lightning, even though that was usually more than good enough if you were to master it. However, back in the day, when I didn't have the raw power to throw around, learning more specialized techniques was a must. Nowadays, those early days in my Sith career were a lifesaver, for I had even less juice to work with. Let us set up some sensors and test again. I certainly have no better idea to speed things up, I suggested. I'm in if you explain how you get that and what it does, Doom said, looking at the pale lightning between my fingers with fascination. A couple of $1 million in fried equipment later, we had a vague idea about the kind of charged particles we might need for proper ionic weapons. Turning that into worthy laboratory experiments, much less a prototype, would be much harder and expensive. C equals. Wakandan airspace. Fiery spears tore through the night sky before plunging towards the ground. Behind Aithna Amvek's royal talon, shields sprang to life, engulfing the airfield she just left. Missiles lanced into the translucent dome of energy, detonating on impact. The shield rippled, clearly illuminated by the energies brought to bear upon it. More hammer blows fell while pulses of blue energy shot into the night, desperately trying to intercept weaving, dodging missiles. Here and there, fire bloomed upon weapon emplacements entrenched beyond the shield to provide maximum coverage for the airfield. That was far too close for comfort. If the fighters didn't launch when they did, Aithna wasn't sure they could risk doing so before the bombardment ended, and waiting would have compromised the plan. Wakanda's Air Force was meant to strike back at the outsiders tonight. They were meant to cripple the enemy's ability to constantly bombard Wakanda with impunity. To do so, every airframe that could fly was already in the air, carrying veteran soldiers and the best weapons their people could build. The mission objectives were clear. This time, Aithna could honestly say they made sense. This was not an attempt to cripple the rest of the world and leave it reeling and wondering what happened. Instead, the scope of the operation was far more limited and practical. They were flying against the ammo depots of key enemy airbases. One way or another, destroying those storage facilities would buy Wakanda precious time for their government to end the war on their terms, or so everyone believed. After everything Aithna saw when she was off duty while her dragon underwent repairs, she was not so sure anyone could just end the war. There was too much anger aimed at the outsiders. Wakanda had never been struck like this, and for too many people it didn't matter who landed the first blow in the war. Aitna was torn on the matter. She was right there, flying with her comrades in the attack that started it all, and back then, not so long ago, she believed in the mission. Aitna brought her dragon low, almost touching the treetops below as she flew towards the border. She called up a map with a marked course towards the target. Aitna's flight would be going furthest to the north, aiming at Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. This time around, they focused on a handful of targets at a time. Depending on the success and casualties suffered, each flight would either return home for repair and to pick up more warriors or move on to strike a secondary target. If things went well, Wakanda would finally enjoy sorely needed respite in a few days.